Just as I was about to say the superb saying, "Do not underestimate the poor youth," I immediately swallowed my words. This is because my fiancé's family has a beautiful virgin ancestor who is also rumored to possess the mysterious Yin body, while I have the very rare Nine Yang body. As long as these two bodies combine, my physique can transform into the invincible Nine Dragon battle body. I agree to divorce, but there is one condition. Let your ancestors from your family marry me instead of you. You also don't want to miss the opportunity to practice at the Tianjian sect because of me. At this moment, the Emperor Su Longyuan of the Tianwu dynasty spoke lightly from the hall. Is this the intention of your Chu family? Your Majesty, this humble woman is indeed about to enter the Tianjian sect for cultivation and cannot fulfill the marriage contract anymore. This is also the wish of our ancestors. Please grant your approval. This person is the current head of the Chu family, and also Chu Hong, the father of Chu Mengyao. Is that so? There was a cold light in Su Longyuan's eyes. The engagement between Chu Mengyao and Su Qianyu was originally arranged by him and the Chu family's ancestor Chu Yanran. But now the other party wanted to back out publicly because Chu Mengyao was favored by an elder from the Tianjian sect, which made him lose face. The hall fell completely silent, and no one dared to breathe, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, I, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Father, I agree to cancel the marriage. You agree? That's good. Perhaps you also know that from now on, you and I are already people from two different worlds. Chu Mengyao turned around and looked at me smugly, with a tone full of arrogance. The people present also nodded secretly. Chu Mengyao has shown amazing cultivation talent since she was young, and her cultivation has reached the 9th level of the true profound realm. Now she has awakened the cold ice body and is highly valued by the elders of the Tianjian sect. She will surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Don't get too happy. Before I could finish my sentence, I can agree to break off the engagement, but there is one condition, which is to have your family's ancestor marry me instead of you. I had a smile on my face, but my words were shocking. What did he say? Everyone was stunned. Since the death of Chu Tianba, the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Yanran has become the highest-ranking ancestor of the Chu family, and also the #1 beauty of the Tianwu dynasty. However, Chu Yanran is now over 100 years old. Even Su Longyuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. If calculated by age, he is younger than that ancestor of the Chu family. This rebellious son seems to want to show him what it means to be a super seniority. Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. If this matter succeeds, what should he call me? Just thinking about it feels terrifying. Are you crazy? Chu Mengyao is now like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, looking at me angrily. Father, my mind is made up. I am going to marry the old ancestor of the Chu family. Please issue the decree immediately, I said decisively, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. With the memories of the previous life, although the old ancestor of the Chu family is over 100 years old, he possesses the legendary Xianyin physique. As long as he maintains his virginity, his appearance will not age. Therefore, the only way to quickly improve cultivation and talent is to obtain Chu Yanran's Yuan Yin. Then, one's Nine Yang physique can undergo a qualitative change, transforming from a waste body to a combat body. Are you sure? Su Longyuan above stared at me intently. I'm sure. After saying that, I glanced at Chu Mengyao, who looked confused. With the corner of my eye, in the previous life, you succeeded in breaking off the engagement, which led to me becoming a disgrace in everyone's eyes. In this life, I will not marry you either, but I will become your ancestor. In that case, I will go prepare the betrothal gifts now, and tomorrow you will go to the Chu family to marry Chu Yanran, Su Longyuan said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. They all agreed, and to everyone's surprise, Su Longyuan actually agreed. Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done. Chu Han's expression changed instantly, and he quickly stepped forward to speak. He had come with the intention of breaking off the engagement with Chu Mengyao, but he never expected things to escalate to such an absurd extent. You're not joking. This matter is settled like this. Go back and inform Chu Yanran. Su Longyuan looked coldly at Chu Hong and said lightly. However, Chu Hong's face looked very ugly, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Longyuan. If the Chu family resists in any way tomorrow, it will be considered as defying the imperial authority, and I will personally take action to exterminate your entire Chu family. Upon hearing this, I turned around and looked at Chu Mengyao beside me in astonishment, and said with a smile, Congratulations on your successful divorce. What you just said is absolutely right. We are indeed not meant for each other, because starting tomorrow, you will have to call me ancestor. Chu Mengyao and Chu Hong were scared and fled in panic, and until the last moment they couldn't believe what happened today. When everyone had left, Su Longyuan looked at me and said, You did well. I can use this matter to teach the Chu family a lesson. Did they really think that they could act lawlessly just because they were valued by the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect? I raised my head slightly. Father, actually I am really. If you dare to continue speaking, I will break your third leg right now. Before I could finish, Su Longyuan immediately stood up and glared at me. You are really hungry. If you really can't hold it back, go to the Fenji Eula and walk around to vent your anger. I will turn a blind eye. Even though Chu Yanran is the #1 beauty of the Tianwu dynasty, she is more than 10 years older than me. You're even older than me. What? Do you want me to tell you what to call me? Su Longyuan was so angry that his beard bristled and his face turned red. I chuckled. No need for that. We'll each take care of our own business when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Su Longyuan almost couldn't resist slapping me, and he looked at me solemnly. Are you serious this time? Of course it's true. I nodded heavily. If I want to quickly improve my cultivation and talent, I must obtain the essence of that ancestor from the Chu family. So, Chu Yanran must be married. Su Longyuan gritted his teeth in anger, then sighed. But even with my orders, Chu Yanran may not necessarily surrender. Chu Yanran's strength is not weaker than his own. And now Chu Mangyao has gained the favor of the elder of the Tianjian sect. The Chu family has already begun to gradually slip out of his control. In this situation, he really dares not to act against the Chu family. If he angers the Tianjian sect, the entire Tianwu dynasty will be finished. I have my own way. Back to the room. Su Qianyu immediately sensed the changes in his body, and soon he found a dazzling golden ball of light in his dantian. It's true. It's right. I can be reborn and come back. It must have something to do with this ball of light. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. In the previous world, the supreme ruins came out, causing the world to shake. He was only an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect at the time, and could only wander around the edges of the ruins and eat the leftovers that others picked up. But, unexpectedly, a stream of light that was so fast that it suddenly shot out from the depths of the supreme ruins and rushed straight into him. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Han and Chu Mangyao, who were the personal disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect's vice lord, and they forced Su Qianyu to hand over the item. Su Qianyu of course refused, so Chu Mangyao and Lin Han actually made a direct move to brutally behead him. Until now, Su Qianyu still deeply remembered the contemptuous to the extreme smile on the faces of Chu Mangyao and Lin Han at that time. This hatred is not shared. Since he had relived his life, he must take revenge. Let's see what this is all about. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu's divine sense probed into that golden mass of light, and then a golden light rushed straight into his mind. Yin and Yang, chaos technique? In the next second, Su Qianyu only felt a dizzy spell in his brain and a headache, and when he gradually regained his consciousness, he suddenly realized that there was an additional technique called the Yin-Yang chaos technique in his mind. After carefully examining this gongfu, Su Qianyu's expression instantly became astonished. Although the grade of this gongfu is only the lower grade of the yellow grade, the amazing thing is that it can actually raise its grade and cultivation level by engaging in dual cultivation with a woman. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of the object of dual cultivation and the stronger the physique, the greater the enhancement will be. And it is not even impossible to enhance this technique to the legendary heavenly extreme. Throughout the Xianling continent, the grades of gongfu were divided into 4 major grades from high to low: heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and yellow, with each of these major grades being divided into 4 minor grades: extreme, superior, medium, and inferior. The higher the level of the Gong method, the faster the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth aura, and the higher the talent and potential of the cultivator. Taking the entire Tianwu dynasty, the highest graded technique was only the yellow grade extreme grade. Even in his previous life, after Su Qianyu joined the Heavenly Sword sect, he had only obtained a Xian grade middle grade technique. What a godsend! Essence flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly abolished the technique he was currently cultivating and switched to the Yin-Yang chaos technique. In a matter of moments, Su Qianyu instantly fell from his original cultivation of the true Xian first realm and turned into an ordinary person. But he believed that with this gongfu, by obtaining Chu Yanran's Yuan Yin again, one's physique and cultivation would definitely be able to be greatly enhanced. The next day, Chu family residence. Deception. It's really deceptive. A brat with no hair on his head. How dare he hit our old ancestor? Chu Hong's face had been gloomy from yesterday until now, and his expression was very ugly. That Su Qianyu was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat, Chu Mangyao also said with a face full of anger. She then looked up at the gorgeous woman standing in front of her, a look of awe and jealousy flashing in her eyes. This person was none other than the Chu family's current old ancestor, Chu Yanran. Even though Chu Yanran was already over 100 years old, the other party looked as if he was only in his early 20s. Its body tall and hot, skin smooth as jade, appearance is incomparable, exquisite. The whole body exudes a mature charm, like a ripe peach. People are eager to hold it, hard to bite a bite. Even if Chu Mangyao, who was in the prime of her youth, stood in comparison with the other party, she was being crushed in all aspects, and there was absolutely no comparison. This denizen prodigal son, how dare he? After listening to Chu Hong and Chu Mangyao finish what happened yesterday, Chu Yanran was so furious that her silver teeth were about to be clenched, and a flash of anger appeared on her clear and cold face. She had lived for so many years that she had seen countless people who coveted her, and she had seen it all long ago, but she could never have imagined that she would one day be targeted by a brat who was only in his early 20s. It really caught her a little off guard. Old ancestor needn't pay any attention to this. Yao Yao has already been valued by Elder Zhao of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and will be able to enter the Heavenly Sword Sect for cultivation in half a month. So Su Longyuan definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly, Chu Hong said from the sidelines. Even though Su Longyuan had gone on a rampage yesterday, he believed that unless Su Longyuan wanted to fish out of water, there was no way he could really lay his hands on them. But just then, a sound of banging gongs and drums came, and then an underling hurriedly ran over to report. Family master, something big is going on. The ninth palace is here, with a procession to welcome the bride. Hearing this, Chu Hong and Chu Mangyao immediately burst into a rage. That kid actually dares to come? Chu Yanran was also a bit surprised, then slowly got up. Then go out and take a look, and see if he's really eaten his bear's heart and guts or not. Chapter 3 I promised to marry him. Su Qianyu walked slowly. He had changed into a festive red robe today, with a large red flower on his chest, and behind him, there was a group of welcoming procession beating gongs and drums. On top of that, the entire street was surrounded, and everyone had their gazes on Su Qianyu, their eyes filled with astonishment. The news that Su Qianyu was going to marry Chu Yanran had spread throughout the imperial city since yesterday, and at this time, many people had rushed over to see what was going on. How dare you actually come? Chu Mangyao immediately walked out to angrily look at Su Qianyu. At those words, Su Qianyu glanced at her. Why do I not dare to come? But I'm not here to marry you today, so good dogs don't get in the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. Although he couldn't wait to strike right now to kill Chu Mangyao and take revenge. But now that Chu Mangyao had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhao of the Heavenly Sword Sect, if he killed Chu Mangyao just like that, he was afraid that he would incur a catastrophe for the entire Heavenly Martial Dynasty, and that wasn't the result he wanted to see. You're delusional. Chu Mangyao stared at Su Qianyu dead in the face, so angry that she was trembling. Could it be that this guy really wanted to be his own ancestor? Truly damned. Chu Hong, who was on the side, also said in a deep voice, Your Ninth Highness, you'd better please go back. There's no way my family's old ancestor would agree to this. If this really lets Su Qianyu have his way, wouldn't the other party's seniority surpass his? When the time comes, the person who is supposed to be one's son will become one's ancestor all of a sudden, which is scary to think about. He would never allow that to happen. Su Qianyu, however, completely ignored the two men before landing his gaze on a silhouette in front of him. The body is unusually enchanting. Fruit hangs from thin branches, simply breathtakingly beautiful, worthy of being the #1 beauty of the Tianwu dynasty. The moment he saw Chu Yanran, Su Qianyu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The other party, no matter if it was their body or appearance, or that mature to the extreme temperament, was by no means comparable to others. Moreover, Chu Yanran's skin was snow-white and her temperament was cool. Even though she was already over 100 years old, she still had her charm, and she was even better compared to Chu Mangyao next to her. Only to see Chu Yanran say expressionlessly, Your Ninth Highness, forgive me for not being able to agree to His Majesty's decree, so please relay a message to His Majesty for me. She obviously refused. If one really counted according to age, even Su Longyuan would have to call her sister. So how could she possibly agree to such a ridiculous thing? When these words came out, the crowd in the four corners of the room murmured, decidedly refused. But Chu Yanran is really too beautiful. It's only human that Your Ninth Highness would be enamored by the other party. What's the use of that? He came over to welcome the bride in such a high profile today, but in the end, he still had to leave in disgrace. He simply lost all his face. Hearing Chu Yanran's refusal, Su Qianyu was not surprised. He looked at the other party and spoke. Are you not afraid that my father will make the entire Chu family bleed in a fit of rage? Chu Yanran's face did not change. I'm sure His Majesty wouldn't do that. The more the time came, the more she had to act subdued. Chu Mangyao also looked at Su Qianyu and mocked. I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. If you can really marry my family's old ancestor, I'll have no problem serving you as a concubine and serving you as a cow. She crossed her arms and spoke with great confidence. Her tone of voice was full of mockery, and she had a high and mighty demeanor. But Su Qianyu directly ignored her, seemingly smiling but not laughing. She looked at Chu Yanran. Even if my father doesn't do anything, then how long can this body of yours hold out? At those words, Chu Yanran frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Su Qianyu smiled faintly as he walked around Chu Yanran in a circle before bringing his face to the other party's ear. It smells so good. The ancients really did not deceive me. Women are like an aged wine. The older they get, the more flavorful they are. Seeing Su Qianyu in such a frivolous manner, Chu Yanran's willow eyebrows rose, but before she could react, Su Qianyu whispered in her ear, "If I'm not mistaken, you're already close to being unable to suppress the coldness in your body, aren't you? And if you continue to delay, I'm afraid you'll be in danger of losing your life." Of course he knew that Chu Yanran would definitely not agree. However, he had learned from the memories of his previous life that although Chu Yanran possessed the most yin and cold Xianing body, because the coldness in her body had not been able to be released, she had now reached a critical point. If things went according to normal development, it wouldn't take long for Chu Yanran to be burst by the cold qi in her body, and in the end, her fragrance would die. In his last life, it was also because of this that caused him to suffer from not having an object to implement after knowing that his nine-yang body could be metamorphosed. And in this life he was going to use that to make Chu Yanran obedient. Su Qianyu, how dare you? How dare you blaspheme my family's old ancestor? Chu Mengyao hurriedly chided at the sight. Although she didn't hear what Su Qianyu said, she was furious when she saw Su Qianyu so close to Chu Yanran and behaving so intimately. Your Ninth Highness, you are not welcome here. If you dare to disrespect my family's old ancestor again, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Hong was equally furious in his heart, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Wait." But right at this moment, Chu Yanran suddenly opened her mouth. Chu Hong and Chu Mengyao froze at the same time, then looked at Chu Yanran with a face full of doubt. Chu Yanran, however, did not have the intention to explain. She looked at Su Qianyu incredulously and asked in a low voice, "How did you know?" During this recent period of time, she did feel that the cold qi in her body was becoming more and more dense, and she was about to be unable to suppress it herself, but because she didn't want to cause panic in the Chu family, she didn't disclose the slightest bit of information. But now, it was actually said by Su Qianyu, which made her feel very surprised. "It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that I have a way to help you out." Su Qianyu's mouth was tinged with a smile. He walked in front of Chu Yanran. At the moment their faces were very close. Su Qianyu could even see every inch of the snow-white skin on Yanran's face clearly. "However, I won't help an outsider for no reason. But if you're willing to marry me, then naturally you're my insider." Hearing this, Chu Yanran's willow brows tightly frowned. Su Qianyu, this was a completely naked threat, but she didn't turn it down the first time. If Su Qianyu was threatening herself with other things, then she would definitely not compromise. However, this matter was related to her own life, and it would even affect the future of the entire Chu family, which forced her to pay attention to it. Chu Yanran fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Su Qianyu smiled slightly and continued, "Moreover, you shouldn't want other people to know this secret, right?" Chu Yanran sniffed her red lips. She then looked at Su Qianyu. "I can promise to marry you, but I also have a request. You must help me out within 3 days. Otherwise I will definitely kill you." Su Qianyu smiled. "Of course, there's no problem." After saying that, he extended his hand towards Chu Yanran. Chu Yanran's body stiffened at the sight. Struggling internally, Chu Mengyao, who was on the side, immediately shouted angrily, "You denizen, hurry up and take away your dirty hands. Don't even think about taking advantage of my family's old ancestor." However, Su Qianyu still ignored Chu Mengyao and instead looked towards Chu Yanran, who was still hesitating. "Mother, since you promised, come with me." At those words, Chu Yanran inwardly sighed. She then actually did stretch out a slender white jade hand and handed it to Su Qianyu. Without any politeness, Su Qianyu grabbed the other party's palm and then gently rubbed it. "It's so slippery. It's so tender, like a yellow girl. Old ancestor, you." When Chu Hong and Chu Mengyao saw this unbelievable scene, their entire bodies were dumbfounded and they almost didn't stare out of their eyes. "I've promised to marry him." The next second, Chu Yanran's words were even more so that everyone present stayed as if they were wooden chickens, with a huge inner trembling. Chapter 4, quickly call out to the old ancestor. "What? How is this possible?" Chu Yanran actually agreed? As Chu Yanran's voice fell, everyone was dumbfounded and even wondered if they had misheard their ears. Chu Mengyao was even more shocked to the point where her mouth was open wide and she couldn't speak. Obviously just now Chu Yanran had rejected Su Qianyu in public, but why did she change her mind so quickly? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Mengyao hurriedly shook her head in denial. She simply couldn't believe the scene that was happening in front of her eyes. But immediately after, he only saw Su Qianyu holding Chu Yanran's hand and walked to Chu Mengyao and shook it in front of him. Smiling but not laughing, he said, "Just now you seemed to say that you want to be my concubine and serve me as a cow." Before Chu Mengyao could reply, Su Qianyu suddenly changed her words. "But I forgot to say just now, with goods like you, You're not even worthy of being a concubine to me. Now I'm your ancestor. Why don't you quickly call me old ancestor to hear it? Su Qianyu spoke again with a very bright smile on his face. At those words, Chu Mingyao's expression was as ugly as if she had eaten as she roared loudly. You're dreaming. Looks like you're still not listening. Su Qianyu was not in the least bit anxious. Then gently pinched Chu Yanran's palm. It's smooth and tender. The feel of it, it's real nice. Although Chu Yanran did not like Su Qianyu taking advantage of herself in her heart, she understood what the other party meant. So he sighed. Mengyao, call him old ancestor. It won't be a piece of meat missing anyway. At those words, Chu Mengyao's face was filled with disbelief. But old grandfather. Her entire being was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Could it be because the old ancestor was in a good mood today and was playing a joke on herself? But on closer inspection she realized that the expression on Chu Yanran's face was very bland. There was no intention of joking at all. The old ancestor has spoken. What are you waiting for? Su Qianyu continued to look at Chu Mengyao and said, his face filled with a teasing color. In an instant, a feeling of grief and anger surged through her heart, and Chu Mengyao looked at Chu Yanran with a face full of supplication. Old ancestor, are you mistaken? However, Chu Yanran did not reply, and the last bit of hope within Chu Mengyao's heart was declared shattered. Even though there were 10,000 reluctance and unwillingness in her heart, she still had to look at Su Qianyu. Old ancestors, her voice was shaking. His face was even a reddish color. Hey, heavy. Son is so good. Su Qianyu smiled contentedly. Although I'm not as strong as you now, I can directly crush you to death with my seniority alone. Chu Mengyao's face was flushed red, and her heart was filled with grief and anger. She was a super genius who had awakened the body of cold ice, and now she actually called Su Qianyu old ancestor. She could not wait to immediately find a crack in the ground to drill in, and no longer have the face to see others. This is ridiculous. Chu Hong was equally shocked beyond words at this moment. Why did I forget? It turns out that the Chu family master is still here. Su Qianyu inclined his head to look at Chu Hong. You, what are you trying to do? Chu Hong immediately looked at Su Qianyu with wide eyes. A sense of foreboding steeply arose in his heart, and he was beyond remorseful as to why he had made the sound just now. Only to see Su Qianyu seemingly smiling, he opened his mouth and said, doing what? Of course, I want to get reacquainted with the Chu family master. At those words, Chu Hong's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He hastily took a step back and said in shock and anger, you, don't mess around. It could be seen that at this moment, Chu Hong was also a bit flustered. Su Qianyu but still with a smile on her face. Just now didn't she say that she was going to be rude to me? Let's see how I'm going to straighten you out now. He reached out and wrapped his hand around Chu Yanran's surplus waist and said with a sigh, Mother, it seems that no one in your mother's family seems to like me very much. I'm really sad. What can I do about this? At those words, Chu Yanran's willow brow slightly frowned. However, when she thought about the fact that this matter concerned the future of the entire Chu family, she had to compromise and looked at Chu Hong. You call him a bit too. Hearing these words, Chu Hong immediately fell into an ice cave. Old ancestor, this must not be allowed. Chu Hong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at the moment. I have been 60 or 70 years old. I did not expect that today I would actually suffer such a calamity. To call a 20-year-old kid ancestor. Call it. Chu Yanran spoke again. She couldn't really explain it now. Chu Hong instantly turned pale, but he had to obey Chu Yanran's order and could only lower his head, shouting with a trembling voice, Old ancestor. After screaming, his entire body shivered, and a great sense of shame seemed to engulf him completely. Especially when you think about it, if Chu Mengyao didn't want to withdraw from the marriage, originally Su Qianyu should have called himself a father, but now it was actually his turn to call the other party's old ancestor, really disgracing his old face. My God, inverted Big Dipper. This world is crazy. All the people present at this moment also only felt their brains buzzing. This scene was really out of everyone's expectation. That's right. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. This super plus generation is a great feeling. Only then did Su Qianyu contentedly lead Chu Yanran to sit on the carriage together, and then under the watchful eyes of the crowd who were shocked to the core, he left all the way in style by banging on the gongs and drums, until Su Qianyu and the others' figures completely disappeared. The people present had not yet reacted, and the expressions on their faces were incomparably dumbfounded. A good long time. He's really made it. So Chu Yanran likes the tender ones. Really damned. If I had known I would have gotten on that is the goddess of my heart. Now actually have to marry a woman. I hate Everyone was nonplussed. The Tianwu dynasty's #1 beauty. The Chu family's oldest ancestor. The over 100-year-old Chu Yanran actually married Su Qianyu, who was only in his early 20s. Moreover, they could see clearly that Chu Yanran had willingly gone with Su Qianyu, which was even more unbelievable. On the other hand, in the palace, Chu Yanran actually really agreed? Hearing the report from the eunuch below, Su Longyuan stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Can't it be that Chu Yanran really likes the tender ones? He was also stunned. Over these 100 years, the number of people who had pursued Chu Yanran could be said to be countless. There was no shortage of top geniuses and people with backgrounds, and even he had once tried, but they all ended in failure. Without ever thinking about it, Chu Yanran actually agreed to marry Su Qianyu. Su Longyuan immediately ordered, "No, you hurry up and go get that brat for me. I'm going to ask what's going on." At those words, the eunuch but wanted to say something. "Why don't you go yet?" Su Longyuan's brows furrowed. The eunuch hurriedly knelt down and explained, "Your Majesty, just now, His Highness the Ninth asked me to bring a message. He said that he wanted to directly cave in and hoped that your Majesty would not disturb." Hearing this, Su Longyuan directly stood up from the throne, gritting his teeth and roaring, "This rebellious son!" The eunuch was shivering with fear. Su Longyuan then sat down on his butt again, shaking his head with a sad face. "If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to talk about each other. Mother, come in with me." After returning, Su Qianyu brought Chu Yanran straight to the room, but in reality, Su Longyuan and the others hadn't made any other preparations at all, because they hadn't expected Chu Yanran to agree at all before this. Not to mention the wedding ceremony, even the wedding room was not decorated. Chu Yanran entered the room, looking directly at Su Qianyu. He said, "Although I promise to marry you, you'd better not have any unorthodox thoughts." Her voice was cool and rejecting. "That won't do. If my lady doesn't cave with me then she's not one of us and I won't help you." Su Qianyu looked at Chu Yanran with a smile, almost to the mouth of the meat. How could he give up? At those words, Chu Yanran's willow brows tightened. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Qianyu and questioned, "What makes me believe that you can really help me?" Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He walked over to Chu Yanran. "Your Xianing body is as in as it is cold. So if you want to lift the coldness in your body, all you need to do is combine it with someone who possesses the most yang as well as the most rigid physique. And that would be the perfect solution." Chu Yanran sniffed coldly. "You think I don't know this method? But it's not easy to find someone with a supremely masculine and rigid physique. And if that's all you want to say to me, then I'll let you know the consequences of teasing me now." She had long ago found a solution to her physique, but she really couldn't find anyone with a supremely masculine and rigid physique, which was why she was so distressed. Su Qianyu grinned. He came in front of Chu Yanran and held the other party's white as jade chin in his hand. Before the other party could get angry, he said softly, "Ma'am, do you think it's possible that I'm the most rigid and masculine physique?" Chu Yanran's eyes widened violently at the words, and even the anger that had just risen in her heart all dissipated. "You are?" She looked at Su Qianyu with surprise and joy. A bright light flashed in her eyes, along with her breathing became rapid. As in fake, Su Qianyu patted his chest. Chu Yanran took a deep breath at the sight. It was as if she had made some important determination. Then her jade hand lightly waved, and as a cold Xian power erupted, Su Qianyu's body was directly sent flying onto the bed. "If you dare to lie to me, today is the day you die." After saying that, Chu Yanran rolled over and rode on Su Qianyu. "What are you going to do?" This time it was Su Qianyu's turn to be confused. "Even if I promise you, then I'll be on top." After saying that, Chu Yanran then gritted her teeth and removed her own clothes, revealing a large area of crystalline skin, as well as a pair of snowy peaks that stood proudly in the air. Chapter 5. That's absolutely not okay. Su Qianyu immediately protested. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be inferior to others? But he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation now, and Chu Yanyan could take him down with her hands without any resistance. "Humph, that's not up to you." Chu Yanran finally felt a hint of triumphant pleasure within her heart. She had been led by the nose by Su Qianyu before, and now she had finally gained the upper hand. Chu Yanran then fumbled to adjust her stance, followed by a precise hit on the target. Hiss! Su Qianyu immediately stared with wide eyes, his face full of grief and indignation. He was actually pushed back by Chu Yanran. Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Run! While being pushed down by Chu Yanran, Su Qianyu could not care about enjoying this wonderful taste. He hurriedly activated the Yin-Yang Chaos skill and absorbed the cold chi as well as the Yuan Yin that surged from Chu Yanran's body, only to see the rich masculine chi in his body rapidly intersect with the cold chi that came from outside. If one looks closely, one can see that the two very different forces in Su Qianyu's body actually did not have any rejection, but instead fused together extremely happily, with a sense of water and milk blending together. At the same time, Su Qianyu's cultivation level was rapidly rising, gathering the 9 heavens of Xian into the 9 heavens of Xian. True Xian triple. The Xianling continent is based on the cultivation of Xianli. And the realms of cultivation can be divided from low to high, the realms of gathering Xian, entering Xian, true Xian, ground Xian, and heavenly Xian, of which each realm is further divided into 1 to 9 levels. Before cultivating the yin-yang chaos skill, Su Qianyu's cultivation was only at the true Xian first realm, but after absorbing the cold qi and yuan yin from Chu Yanran's body, he had actually risen from an ordinary person with no cultivation directly to the true Xian third realm, and it was still going on. 2.5 hours later, the two of them were upside down from the bed, fighting all the way to the corner of the wall, and the room was a mess. Don't get it in there. Can't help it anymore. Chu Yanran was paralyzed with exhaustion on the bed, curled up, not even able to straighten her waist, only to feel a sharp pain in her lower body. She looked at the crimson bloodstains by the bedside. Her heart was complicated. The innocence that she had held fast to for more than 100 years was actually ruined today, and the target was still a brat who was only in his early 20s. But she could clearly feel that not only had all the deadly coldness in her body disappeared, even her physique and cultivation had gotten a very big change, which caused her to instantly look happy. Su Qianyu didn't lie to himself. The other party really possessed the most vigorous and young physique. At this moment, Su Qianyu was similarly filled with joy. After the dual cultivation ended, his cultivation directly soared to the true Xian fifth realm, and not only that, even the grade of the yin-yang chaos technique was raised from the lower yellow grade to the lower Xian grade. A whole big grade. And what surprised Su Qianyu even more was that his originally ribbed 9-yang body had also successfully completed its metamorphosis, evolving into the 9-dragon battle body. The strength of the special physique was also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The worst was the ordinary physique. His previous 9-yang's body and Chu Yanran Xianyin's body were both just ordinary physiques. Further up was the battle body, a physique that could greatly enhance a cultivator's combat power. And it was said that those with a battle body were only at home even in cross-level battles. And the most powerful is the sacred body. There was no innate sacred body in the world. All sacred bodies evolved from battle bodies, and those who were able to evolve into sacred bodies were not the slightest bit exaggerated to say that they were absolute heavenly prides. Rumble. Right at this moment, outside the room where Su Qianyu and Chu Yanran were, the sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds that roared. A dazzling light then bloomed one after another. And this spectacular and incomparable sight could be seen for more than 10 miles around. What's going on? I don't know. The sky suddenly changed. Such a dazzling light. Surely there is auspiciousness descending. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the imperial city, a mighty and domineering dragon and a noble and elegant phoenix slowly coalesced in the sky. In the next second, the sky was filled with dragons and phoenixes, and there was a great deal of haze. Meanwhile, outside the Tianwu dynasty, the source of the vision is over there. A beautiful woman wearing a white robe with a hot figure suddenly raised her head, and the direction her gaze was looking at was precisely Su Qianyu's mansion. I didn't expect that just passing by this place occasionally today would actually result in such an unexpected harvest. The woman's eyes flickered with essence. To be able to attract such an intense heaven and earth vision, there must be something extraordinary happening in front of it, and it was very likely that a supreme heavenly pride would appear. Swish! With this thought, Xianli erupted from the white-clothed woman's body. She then actually condensed a pair of white and flawless feathered wings behind her, and immediately afterward, her body actually directly rushed up into the sky and quickly went far away. Master, wait for me. In the original spot, a handsome man in green clothes hurriedly chased after him when he saw the situation. In the blink of an eye, the white-clothed woman arrived in the sky above the mansion where Su Qianyu was, her body standing in the air, the feathers behind her looking incomparably gorgeous. Look, what's that? It looks like a person. She can actually fly. Immortal. That's definitely an immortal. Oh my god. We actually saw an immortal. At this time, many people had already gathered around Su Qianyu's mansion, and the expressions on their faces were very shocked. They had long heard that there were superpowers in this world who could soar through the sky and traverse the void, and now they had actually seen it for real. Su Longyuan of the Tianwu dynasty. Meet the immortal. Soon after, Su Longyuan, who had hurriedly arrived, hurriedly knelt down and saluted when he saw the figure in midair. Although he didn't know why the other party had appeared here, he knew very well in his heart that such a superpower couldn't afford to offend even the entire Tianwu dynasty. However, that white-robed woman didn't even look at Su Longyuan, only landing her gaze on Chu Yanran who had just walked out. In an instant, the woman's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy, and her voice said excitedly, "It's true. It really is the Ice Phoenix battle body." Hearing this, Chu Yanran froze. It turned out that one's Xianin body had evolved into an Ice Phoenix battle body. But how is this possible? She subconsciously turned back to look at Su Qianyu. Her pupils could not hide her astonishment. Could it be that all this was related to Su Qianyu? But even if the other party possessed the most rigid and masculine physique, it shouldn't be able to make this kind of change in himself. What was going on? Immediately afterward, the stunningly beautiful white-clothed woman was seen coming in front of Chu Yanyan, and asked with an excited expression, "I'm the vice patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect, Mu Bingjie, and now I'm going to take you in as a shut-in disciple. Are you willing to do so?" At those words, the people present stared in disbelief. My God, she's actually the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect. Immortal. This is a true immortal. Chu Yanyan has been favored by an immortal. This is going to soar to the heavens. There was a moment of confusion and agitation. Everyone looked at Chu Yanran with envy. Even Su Longyuan was filled with shock. This woman was actually the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect. This was a character that only existed in legends. I do. Chu Yanran also had an afterthought and agreed in a hurry. One must know that before. Chu Mengyao was so complacent just by getting the regard of a Heavenly Sword sect outer sect elder, while the one in front of her was the Heavenly Sword sect's vice patriarch, and the two of them were not above a level at all. Now that the other party was saying that he wanted to accept himself as a close disciple, with such a heavenly opportunity hitting his head, Chu Yanran only felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Well. A delighted smile also appeared on Mu Bingjie's face. This was a genius who had awakened the Ice Phoenix battle body. As long as she brought it back to the clan for more cultivation, the other party's achievements in the future would definitely be able to surpass her own, and it was not even impossible for her to evolve into a saint body. What a find this time! But just when Mu Bingjie was full of joy, an abrupt voice rang out. Wait a moment, this is my mother. I haven't agreed yet. Chapter 6, New Vengeance and Old Hatred. Mu Bingjie froze slightly and looked at Su Qianyu. What will it take for you to agree? Su Qianyu looked at the other party. Since my mother is willing to worship you as her teacher, then I won't block her future. But if Senior wants to take away my mother, you should more or less give me a little benefit, right? Mu Bingjie's willow brows frowned slightly at her words. Su Qianyu's treacherous and mercenary demeanor made her feel displeased, but she still gently waved her palm, after which a sharp sword emitting a biting cold light instantly appeared. This sword is called Surprising. It's a Xian grade upper grade spiritual artifact, and now it belongs to you, Mu Bingjie said indifferently. Once these words came out, the people present looked at Su Qianyu with expressions of envy and jealousy. The level of the spiritual weapon is the same as the Kung Fu. The same is divided into 4 major grades of heaven, earth, Xianhuang and yellow, which are further divided into 4 minor grades of inferior, intermediate, superior and extreme grades. Take the entire Tianwu dynasty for example. The highest grade spirit weapon in it was only a middle grade Xian grade, while a top grade Xian grade spirit weapon was definitely a good thing worth a lot of money. Su Qianyu held it in his hand. Immediately after, Mu Bingjie continued, from now on, you and her are people of 2 worlds. I advise you that you'd better stop having unrealistic fantasies, and she's no longer your maiden. In reality, she didn't realize that Su Qianyu and Chu Yanran had only just gotten together, and by saying this, she was trying to make Su Qianyu recognize herself, and at the same time, she was also reminding Chu Yanran to forget about the mortal world and wholeheartedly follow her cultivation. At those words, Su Qianyu slightly raised her head. How dare Elder assert my future? His voice was flat, without the slightest hint of annoyance, but he spoke forcefully. I don't need to explain myself to you. Mu Bingjie's expression was bland and her words were cold. She had seen too many pretentious people, and with her status, she didn't even care to argue with Su Qianyu about anything. Then let me tell you now. One day, I will stand in front of you, and then tell you that your vision of people is really poor. Su Qianyu said indifferently. If it had been his last life, perhaps he would have resigned himself to this, but since he had relived his life, he would never compromise with anything or anyone. Hearing Su Qianyu's words, Mu Bingjie's willow brows frowned. She didn't take it to heart, though, to her, it was just an ignorant person, spouting empty words. Oh, what a wild boy. Right at this moment, a man in green walked slowly. He looked at Su Qianyu with a mocking face. The man had a slender figure, handsome appearance, and on his face, in addition to the mockery towards Su Qianyu, there was also a condescension that was hard to hide. Lin Han. The moment he saw the other party, Su Qianyu's fists clenched and a bitter killing intent flashed in his eyes. This person was none other than Lin Han who, in his previous life, had humiliated himself 3 times and ended up killing himself together with Chu Mengyao. And Mu Bingjie was none other than Lin Han's master teacher. Griffin-like thing, how dare you say that my master's vision is poor? You have already committed a capital offense. Lin Han walked in front of Su Qianyu, a murderous intent bursting out without any concealment. Mu Bingjie didn't care to argue with a brat who didn't know the heights of heaven, but as a disciple, it was time for him to step forward at this time. If you can take one move from me, you will live. If not, Then you will pay for that statement you just made. Lin Han looked straight at Su Qianyu and opened his mouth with words that were lofty, even judgmental. After saying that, the majestic Xian power erupted. Earth Xian realm. Su Longyuan's face changed drastically. This person didn't look much older than Su Qianyu, but his cultivation actually reached the Earth Xian realm, even stronger than him. And as far as he knew, Su Qianyu had only just broken through to the true Xian realm, so it was simply impossible to catch the other party's blow. Elder, my doggy son was tongue-tied. I apologize to Elder for him. Please spare my doggy son's life. Su Longyuan hurriedly looked at Mu Bingjie to plead for mercy. However, Mu Bingjie was indifferent, although she didn't care to bother with Su Qianyu. What Su Qianyu said just now displeased her, and she didn't mind letting Lin Han teach the other party a lesson. Go to hell. Lin Han smiled indifferently. Above his palm Xianli condensed. A terrifying force instantly erupted, and I'm afraid that the palm force directly attacked Su Qianyu's face. Shifuyu. Su Longyuan immediately turned pale. The two people's cultivation is too big a difference. If the man in green really landed on Su Qianyu, the latter would never have a chance of surviving. But with Mu Bingjie here, he didn't even have a chance to make a move, and could only stare angrily at the man in green. Raging Gang Palm. Just in the nick of time, he saw Su Qianyu not dodging or avoiding. Even the expression on his face did not see the slightest panic. He poured out all his strength and flew through the yin-yang chaos technique. His cultivation of the true Xian fifth realm erupting to the extreme before meeting it head-on with a palm. Out of your depth. Lin Han sneered in his heart when he saw this. A mere true Xian realm, and you dare to get tough with yourself? Boom! In the next second, Su Qianyu and Lin Han's palms blasted together, emitting a deafening explosion. With the crowd watching, only Su Qianyu's figure was seen retreating sharply. His palm had been fractured and his 5 fingers were oozing crimson blood. Ta! 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 Drops of blood dripped down Su Qianyu's arm to the ground, but his body still stood upright, his expression as indifferent as ever. What? He actually did block it. Everyone in the room stared in disbelief. Su Qianyu actually really blocked this blow? Even Su Longyuan and Mu Bingjie were equally surprised in their hearts. Lin Han frowned. He also didn't seem to expect that his palm actually failed to exterminate the other party. It seems like your life is pretty hard. Since that's the case, I'll give you a cheap life today. Lin Han spoke indifferently. At those words, Su Qianyu smiled. He held a sharp sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Lin Han. I will definitely return this palm to you. I hope your life will be this hard by then. Regardless of whether it was a new grudge from just now, or an old grudge from his last life, he was bound to kill the other party. And that statement is both a provocation and a war cry. The two were at this moment, tit for tat. You're killing yourself. Killing intent filled Lin Han's eyes. Let's go. At that moment, Mu Bingjie spoke up. She didn't really want to waste time on pointless things. Afterwards, Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu and laughed fiercely. I only used 50% of my power in that strike just now. If I ever see you again, I guarantee that I will make your life worse than death. Chu Yanran on the other side hesitated slightly. She walked to Su Qianyu and said with a complex expression, if you can really join the Heavenly Sword sect, I can let you be on top next time. After saying that, her pretty face reddened. Then she turned around and left, looking at the back of Lin Han's trio as they gradually disappeared. Su Qianyu's gaze was very determined. Heavenly Sword sect, I will definitely go. New hatred, old hatred. Sooner or later he would return all of it. Chapter 7. The remaining 10% is afraid of your pride. Su Longyuan immediately let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran to Su Qianyu to inquire. Are you alright? He carefully observed up Su Qianyu's body, but found that at this time, the injury on Su Qianyu's palm had actually started to heal. It was obvious that Lin Han's strike just now hadn't caused Su Qianyu to suffer too much damage. How is this possible? He was really beyond shocked. Just now that man in green clothes was a genuine Earth Xian realm, and Su Qianyu's hard catch of the other party's move actually only suffered such a small injury, was simply a miracle. I'm fine. It's just that the freshly caved-in maiden is gone. Su Qianyu shook his head and smiled slightly. Su Longyuan rolled his eyes, but soon he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Su Qianyu incredulously. Wait, do you mean to say that your kid's cultivation broke through 4 levels in a row after one shot? He remembered that before. Su Qianyu had clearly only reached the first level of true Xian realm, but now the aura of Xian power emanating from Su Qianyu's body had clearly reached the 5th level of true Xian realm. Even Xu Yanyan just now seemed to have been accepted as a close disciple by the Heavenly Sword Sect's vice-patriarch because she had awakened some kind of Ice Phoenix battle body. And the reason for all this is simply because 2 people just had a booty call? It can be interpreted that way. Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. Su Longyuan indeed wasn't wrong. It seemed to be true. At the same time Su Qianyu realized that the yin-yang chaos technique could not only enhance one's own cultivation, Even the object of one's dual cultivation could likewise follow suit. So you're both holding back. Su Longyuan's eyelids fluttered wildly as he let out a gasp. The people present were even more dumbfounded. Were these two guys really holding back that badly? Your Ninth Highness, please return that Xian grade upper grade spirit weapon to us. Right at this moment, an impatient voice suddenly rang out. The crowd looked back, only to see a man in black was looking at Su Qianyu with a greedy gaze. This spirit weapon was obtained because of our old ancestor Yu. It doesn't belong to you at all. It belongs to our Chu family. The man's name was Chu Yan. He was Chu Mengyao cousin, and was considered the first genius of the Chu family's younger generation other than Chu Mengyao. And at that moment, Chu Hong and Chu Mengyao as well as the people from the Chu family had also arrived long ago. Each of their faces were covered in ecstasy. And there were even people who were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Ha, that's great. Old ancestor being accepted as a disciple by an immortal. This is a great joy. That's the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect. It won't be long before our Chu family is going to soar. All the people present were also filled with envy. Now that Chu Yanyan had become the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect's vice lord, the rise of the Chu family could be said to be a nail in the coffin. And looking at Chu Yan's blazing gaze, it was obvious that he was salivating for the Xian grade upper grade spiritual artifact shocking sword in Su Qianyu's hand. After all, that was a treasure of great value, and the entire Tianwu dynasty could not find a second one. However, the crowd could smell the smell of gunpowder in the air. Chu Yan's words just now were simply untenable, but now that the Chu family had climbed up to the Heavenly Sword sect, I'm afraid that even Su Longyuan wouldn't dare to act rashly. For a while, the atmosphere was heavy and the swords were drawn. You want? Su Qianyu asked with a smile on his face. I just said that this spirit weapon came from my family's old ancestor's master. It rightfully belongs to our Chu family. Chu Yan's voice was filled with greed and said it rightfully. Swish! But as soon as his words fell, Su Qianyu moved. He swooped out like a tiger descending from a mountain, then slammed his fist towards Chu Yan. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Su Qianyu's punch smashed heavily on top of Chu Yan's chest, directly blasting his entire chest to pieces. Aha! Chu Yan let out a miserable scream from his mouth and smashed onto the ground with blood. Then his head turned and he died. He was still staring wide-eyed at the last moment, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness. At this moment, the whole room was silent. The Chu family's second genius actually died just like that. Anyone else want one? Afterward, Su Qianyu looked at the Chu family's crowd. Chu Hong and Chu Mengyao were instantly shocked and furious when they saw this. You actually killed Chu Yan. Chu Mengyao walked forward and angrily stared at Su Qianyu. Everything that happened just now happened so fast that she didn't react until now. But Chu Yan was already too dead to die. He wants it and I don't want to give it to him, so I can only him to death. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Being reborn in his first life, he profoundly knew that some people actually died not from being unable to fight, but from talking too much. In his place, there was never any reason to have nonsense before fighting. What was there to say? It was not too late to say it after killing the enemy first. At the same time, he was surprised at his current strength. After cultivating the yin-yang chaos skill, he seemed to have an absolute crushing advantage in battles of the same level. Just now, Chu Yan was the 7th level of True Xian realm, fully 2 levels higher than himself, yet he was killed by his own punch. And this was still only the lower grade of the Xian grade yin-yang chaos technique. If he could raise the grade of the yin-yang chaos technique to a higher level, he simply didn't dare to imagine how explosive the power would be at that time. Chu Mengyao stared at Su Qianyu dead in the face. That Xian grade spirit weapon was originally obtained because of my family's old ancestor. It should rightfully belong to us. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu's face was full of teasing. Then have you forgotten that your family's oldest ancestor is now my maiden? And if you really want to count according to seniority, not to mention this spirit weapon, your entire Chu family is my oldest sons. Saying that, Su Qianyu raised an eyebrow. What? Do you guys want to call me an ancestor again? Chu Mengyao froze on the spot after hearing this. Then her face turned red with anger. You're full of. Being mentioned by Su Qianyu like this, she recalled the scene where she called the other party's old ancestor, which was simply a great shame. And the expressions on the faces of the others in the room became brilliant. Su Qianyu is really right. Chu Yanran is indeed Su Qianyu's explicitly married maiden. Then Chu Yanran's things naturally belong to Su Qianyu. And even the entire Chu family must call Su Qianyu an old ancestor. By common sense, everything in the Chu family should belong to Su Qianyu. It's really a shock to think about it. Let's go, Chu Hong said grimly. He knew that even if he continued to stay here, Su Qianyu would not be able to give them the spirit weapon. And there was even a possibility that the other party would take advantage of them. So he very crisply and neatly led the people away. Now that Chu Yanyan had been accepted as a personal disciple by the Heavenly Sword sect's vice patriarch, and Chu Mengyao was also valued by the Heavenly Sword sect's elders, He believed that it wouldn't take long for the Chu family to rise completely. At that time, the entire Tianwu dynasty will change its surname to Chu. First endure this moment, and then later find Su Qianyu to settle the score. At this moment, Su Longyuan's expression also looked a little ugly. Nowadays the Chu family could be said to have completely left his control. Are you really planning to go to the Heavenly Sword sect? Su Longyuan then looked at Su Qianyu and asked. Right. Su Qianyu nodded. Not to mention what Chu Yanran's attitude is towards you. Just that man in green clothes just now is not a match for you, Su Longyuan reminded. He could see that Su Qianyu's behavior just now had completely offended that man in green. Even if Su Qianyu really joined the Heavenly Sword sect, he was afraid that he would be targeted by the other party. If I go, there is still a ray of hope. If I don't go, then I can only wait for death. Su Qianyu's voice was very firm. Whether it was to seek revenge on Lin Han or to protect the Tianwu dynasty, he had to go to the Heavenly Sword sect. At those words, Su Longyuan let out a sigh. If they really allowed Chu Yanran or Chu Mangyao to gain a foothold in the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be absolute doom for them. Then what percentage of certainty do you have that you can join the Heavenly Sword sect? Su Longyuan opened his mouth again and asked. After all, wanting to join the Heavenly Sword sect was not an easy task. 90%. Su Longyuan froze. What about the other 10%? The remaining 10% is afraid you'll be proud. Father. Su Longyuan. All present. Father, don't worry. When I head to the Heavenly Sword sect, I promise to bring Chu Yanran back and make her obediently call you father. Maybe by that time your old man will have become a grandfather. Su Qianyu grinned. Su Longyuan's eyes lit up as he directly clapped his hands. Good. Worthy of being my son, since you were able to crush Chu Yanran under your body once, then my father believes that you can definitely crush her a few more times, and it would be even better if you can get someone killed. Chapter 8. You're really hurting me. The crowd burst into a sweat. It was good that Chu Hong and Chu Mangyao left early. Or else if they heard the conversation between Su Qianyu and Su Longyuan, they would probably be able to be infuriated alive. Su Qianyu smiled resentfully. He naturally wouldn't say that today he was pushed against his will by Chu Yanran. It was just too humiliating. Hurry! Faster! Just as the crowd was about to leave, an urgent voice suddenly came from the front. Su Qianyu looked up. A carriage was speeding this way. Harness! The carriage came to a sudden halt. Your Majesty! Please, Your Majesty! Save my husband! The moment the carriage stopped, a petite woman wearing a long purple dress hurriedly walked out of the carriage. The woman was about 20 years old, and her petite figure, coupled with that lowly face, made people subconsciously want to hold her in their arms and pity her. What's more, although Jiang Yu was petite, the places that shouldn't be small were not small at all. Soon the woman was seen coming from the carriage assisting a man who was stout, but very pale, to his knees. Your Majesty, my husband was fighting the enemy at the border and was seriously injured by a sneak attack. Please save my husband. Your Majesty. The purple-clothed woman knelt down in front of Su Longyuan. Tears could not be stopped from flowing out of her delicate goose-egg face. It was heartwarming to see. Marquis Zhang Yang, Jiang Yu. Su Qianyu recognized these two people. The man's name was Xiao Shan. And because the other party had a good cultivation talent and had made a lot of war achievements for the Tianwu dynasty over the years, half a year ago, he was bestowed with the title of Marquis of Zhenyang by Su Longyuan, and led the troops to guard the border. The woman's name was Jiang Yu, born to Chu Hong, the head of the Chu family, with a maid when he was drunk. Also because of this reason, Jiang Yu has not been treated well in the Chu family. Even her surname can only follow her mother's surname. Half a year ago, the Chu family had married Jiang Yu to Xiao Shan, who had become a prince, in order to draw him in. Only the rumors said that Xiao Shan disliked Jiang Yu very much, and if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to gain the support of the Chu family, he wouldn't have married Jiang Yu at all. Cough cough. Only to see Xiao Shan coughing violently a few times, his face getting paler and paler. He hurriedly looked at Su Longyuan to plead. Your Majesty, please help me. I don't want to die. As Xiao Shan's voice fell, his body suddenly convulsed violently before he fell straight to the ground, completely out of breath. This scene really came too suddenly. Everyone hadn't reacted yet, and Xiao Shan died just like that. Husband! Jiang Yu howled at the sight and burst into tears. She rushed back with the seriously injured Xiao Shan from a long distance, just to save the other party's life. But in the end, she was still a step too late. Su Longyuan also sighed and ordered, bring down the body of Marquis Zhang Yang and give it a thick burial on the scale of a marquis. He then glanced at Jiang Yu, who was crying in pain, and with a sudden flash of light in front of him, he turned to look at Su Qianyu and tentatively asked, why don't you take her back and take care of her for a while? He thought simply, Su Qianyu will not be long to go to the Heavenly Sword sect. By then it is still uncertain whether she will live or die. It just so happens that Jiang Yu has no one to rely on at this time, and also looks pretty good. He believes that Su Qianyu must be good at this. It would be great if he could leave behind a seed before traveling to the Heavenly Sword sect. What's wrong with me taking her back? Su Qianyu was filled with depression and said, isn't she a member of the Chu family? Let her return to the Chu family. No, I don't want to go back. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu seemed to have thought of something terrifying as her body violently trembled. She hurriedly crawled to Su Qianyu and pulled Su Qianyu's pants leg to beg bitterly. Your Highness, please don't let me go back to the Chu family. If I go back, they will definitely beat me to death. At those words, Su Qianyu felt a headache. I know it's hard for you, but this really has nothing to do with me. Just as Su Qianyu was thinking about how to refuse, Su Longyuan suddenly spoke. I've made the decision on this matter. Just consider it a kindness and take her back. Before Su Qianyu could retort, Su Longyuan then came in front of it and said with a squint, I just checked with my Xian force. This Jiang Yu is still a virgin. You can rest assured that you can build it boldly, and if you take her back, you'll have a blessed mouth in the future. Su Longyuan bit the last few words very heavily, and Su Qianyu's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Do you look like that kind of person? When Xiao Shan's funeral was over, Su Qianyu brought the weeping Jiang Yu back to his mansion. What are your plans for the next? Su Qianyu looked at the tear-stained Jiang Yu and opened his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu plopped and directly knelt down in front of Su Qianyu, saying pitifully, Ninth Highness, please take me in. Su Qianyu straightened his headache when he saw this. Jiang Yu was already petite and lovely. Coupled with her haggard appearance, she was even more exceptionally endearing, and she couldn't wait to immediately hold her in her arms to soothe her. Then you can stay here with me first. I'll arrange a room for you is all. Su Qianyu spoke. His mansion was huge, with plenty of empty rooms, so even adding another person would be no problem at all. But just the next second, Jiang Yu actually stretched out a hand to unbutton her clothes, and the clothes on her body instantly fell off, her wonderful figure completely exposed in the air. What are you doing? Su Qianyu looked directly dumbfounded, but his gaze still followed instinct and was deeply attracted. Your Highness, take me. Jiang Yu lowered her head and said softly. She was in tears as she spoke, her petite and cute appearance very endearing. This must not be allowed. Su Qianyu hastily refused. Now that Xiao Shan's bones are still cold, how can he do such a nasty thing? But Your Highness, now that I'm homeless, I don't want to live on the streets, much less return to the Chu family. Jiang Yu sobbed. She used to suffer in the Chu family. After marrying Xiao Shan also did not live a good life. Every day to her either beating or scolding, can be said to be the real just out of the tiger's den, and into the wolf's den. Plus, Xiao Shan had offended a lot of people in his lifetime, and those people would definitely beat themselves up. At that time, I'm afraid it would be even worse than death, and the only way she could think of now was to let Su Qianyu take herself in, and the only thing she had left to hold now was her body. No. This is absolutely not okay. Su Qianyu still shook his head and refused. If Your Highness dislikes the concubine's bushy body, in fact, Your Highness can rest assured that the concubine is still intact, Jiang Yu hurriedly said. At those words, Su Qianyu was not surprised. After all, just now Su Longyuan had said that Jiang Yu was still a virgin. Ever since I married my husband, he's been disliking me, thinking I'm useless, not even touching me, Jiang Yu said, crying even more. When Su Qianyu heard this, he was filled with admiration. Jiang Yu was not only good-looking, her wonderful body was even more full of infinite temptation. If this were to be him, he would not be able to endure such a beauty by his side without being indifferent. In this regard, he could only give Xiao Shan a thumbs up in his heart. Your Highness, just have mercy and take me. I'll be good. In the future I'll repay Your Highness as an ox or a horse. Jiang Yu stopped crying. She got up and came in front of Su Qianyu. That's, not good, is it? Though he said so, but the body's response was very honest. Your Highness, I really don't have anywhere else to go. Please Your Highness. Jiang Yu's voice was full of supplication, while she took the initiative to reach out her hand to Su Qianyu to start broadening her clothes. She knew it was bad and she was sorry for Xiao Shan, who had just died, but she had to when she thought of her future with no one to turn to. Su Qianyu also sighed inwardly. He could feel Jiang Yu's more than trembling body. The other party was obviously compelled to do so, and it would seem a bit unkind if one were to refuse. You've really victimized me. After saying that, Su Qianyu put her heart on the line and then got out of control. Chapter 9. Thank you for Your Highness's gift. Holy, the feel of it, it really can't be beat. On top of that, he couldn't even hold it in one hand yet. Jiang Yu's body trembled. The untouched her face was a scarlet color, but she still gathered her courage and jumped into Su Qianyu's arms. Your Highness, it's done. The arrow is in the air, and it has to go. Su Qianyu held Jiang Yu on the bed as he gazed at the other party. Your Highness, this is still the first time for my concubine. Please have mercy on my concubine. Jiang Yu's face was full of blush and said in a small voice. Once she heard this, Su Qianyu could no longer hold back and directly exerted the technique of good understanding of people's clothes. Your Highness, stop looking and come on. Seeing Su Qianyu keep staring at her body, Jiang Yu's head lowered even more and said with a face full of shyness. Su Qianyu also no longer hesitate. The two then is frank and honest, and began some buried. And this time, the feeling was completely different from when he fought Chu Yanran yesterday. This time Su Qianyu took the absolute initiative, while Jiang Yu could only let Su Qianyu do whatever she wanted on her body. If Chu Yanran was a high and cold imperial sister, then Jiang Yu was a gentle and lovely little sister next door. The two were completely different types. Suddenly, Su Qianyu's movements lurched. Why has your Highness stopped? Is the concubine serving you uncomfortably? I'll change positions immediately, Jiang Yu hurriedly asked. Su Qianyu lowered his head and looked at her. I suddenly thought of your husband. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face instantly darkened. So, want to continue? Su Qianyu grinned. Of course. After saying that, he accelerated steeply. Aha! Jiang Yu immediately let out a cry of pain. Run the yin-yang chaos technique and try it. It didn't take long before Su Qianyu suddenly thought. The yin-yang chaos technique that he cultivated could grow his cultivation through dual cultivation. And now it was the right time to try to see if dual cultivation with Jiang Yu had any effect. What's going on? The painfully happy Jiang Yu suddenly froze. She could clearly feel that a very pure stream of warmth was constantly surging into her body, causing her whole body to be so comfortable that she couldn't stop it from starting to shake. 2 hours later, Jiang Yu leaned her back against the wall. She was already dressed, her face still scarlet, while a wave of pain came from her lower body, making it impossible for her to move. I seem to have a fix, but soon she was shocked and delighted to find that there was actually an extra Xian power in her body that belonged to her, directly allowing her to break through from an ordinary person to the entering Xian 5th realm, which was simply unheard of. What the hell is going on here? Why did he suddenly have cultivation? But he clearly did not do anything just now. Has been burying his head in the sand with Su Qianyu. Her head snapped up at the thought. Su Qianyu was also pondering at this moment. Yesterday, when he double cultivated with Chu Yanran, both himself and Chu Yanran received benefits and enhancements. However, Jiang Yu was just an ordinary person. No matter her cultivation or physique, there was a huge gap with him. So by dual cultivation with the other party, he could only get a very limited benefit. Instead, the other party was able to reap many benefits, and actually directly elevated from an ordinary person to the 5th realm of entering the Xian realm. Thank you, Your Highness, for your gift. Jiang Yu hurriedly came in front of Su Qianyu, looking at Su Qianyu with a face full of gratitude to say thank you, her heart excited beyond words. He himself will have to cultivate himself later on. It was something she hadn't even thought about before, and with her vision, she could only guess that it was all related to Su Qianyu, so she was thankful from the bottom of her heart. At those words, Su Qianyu waved his hand. Then he looked at the other party and said, since you're already my woman, I'll definitely be responsible for you. But, Su Qianyu's voice lurched, and Jiang Yu instantly trembled, tears already welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Qianyu was somewhat helpless and continued, I have to tell you in advance that I can only take you as a concubine, and that I will be heading to the Heavenly Sword sect in a little while, so you will only be able to keep a room all to yourself at that time. It's not that he wants to eat his words and lift his pants. After all, Jiang Yu was a member of the Chu family, and now that he had married Chu Yanran, the most he could do was to take Jiang Yu as a concubine, or else the generations would all be messed up by then. I do. Jiang Yu's expression was overjoyed. Then she nodded her head repeatedly. She was already satisfied to have such a result. Then you quickly rest. You were also tired for quite a long time just now. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Jiang Yu's pretty face instantly reddened at her words, but she said in a firm tone, no, I want to cultivate. I want to become stronger. Su Qianyu was a little surprised, then nodded. You're working quite hard, so I'll pass on another gongfu to you. With that, he handed the other party a middle-grade Huang-ranked gongfu. The level of the gongfu was not high, but it should be enough for Jiang Yu. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu thanked him again. A strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart that the decision she made today would most likely have a lifelong impact. After Su Qianyu left, Jiang Yu immediately sat cross-legged and cultivated. But no one noticed that as Jiang Yu began to cultivate, a faint flame gradually coalesced in her pupils, along with a red flame mark looming on her forehead. The next day, Su Qianyu was woken up by someone. Your Highness, Shu Mengyao has brought people over, saying that they want Your Highness to hand over the people. An underling hurriedly reported. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly at the words. At this time, Jiang Yu had also come over here and was preparing to serve Su Qianyu. They must have come for me. Jiang Yu lowered her head and whispered, go out and look. Su Qianyu didn't care. When the two of them came out, they happened to see Chu Mengyao with two maids blocking the outside of the mansion. You dead actually know to come back? Since you're not dead, hurry back with me. The moment she saw Jiang Yu, Chu Mengyao angrily rebuked. Her words very unpleasant. After all, Jiang Yu is Chu Han's daughter, but also her half-sister. Coupled with the Chu family's delicate relationship with the royal family nowadays, Chu Hong only allowed her to bring Jiang Yu back to the Chu family. Otherwise she wouldn't have wanted to come here, much less see Su Qianyu. I don't want to return to the Chu family. Jiang Yu was frightened by Chu Mengyao and lowered her head. She used to be in the Chu family, living in the firewood room, eating pig food, living a life that was not even as good as that of a servant, and now she naturally did not want to go back, but she was used to being bullied by Chu Mengyao, and whenever she saw the other party, she was too scared to speak. Good you, now you even dare to disobey my orders. Chu Mengyao's brows furrowed as she burst into a rage. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Go and give her 2 slaps on the wrist to teach her a lesson. As Chu Mengyao finished speaking, the 2 maids beside her walked directly towards Jiang Yu, their faces filled with mockery and disdain. Looks like it's been a while since I've cleaned you up and my skin is itching. Oh, well, we'll let you reminisce again. The 2 maids approached them unkindly, and Jiang Yu was instantly startled to the point where her face turned white. In the past, when she was in the Chu family, these 2 people hadn't bullied her much. She had long been fearful of these 2 people to the extreme within her, and at this moment she felt even more at a loss for words. You are no longer the Jiang Yu of old. Just then, Su Qianyu's voice suddenly rang in her ears. At those words, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Yeah, she now had cultivation, and she was no longer the Jiang Yu who could only be bullied before. What a little looker! Only one of the maids looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of envy. Then with a sardonic smile, she raised her arm and threw out a slap towards Jiang Yu's face. But in the very next second, pop! Only to see Jiang Yu fiercely waving her hand, directly opening the palm that the other party had fanned, and with a crisp sound ringing out, Jiang Yu actually backhandedly threw a slap on the other party's face. You! How dare you hit me! That maid was instantly blindsided as she covered her cheeks and looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. I'll beat you to death this. Another maid saw this and immediately rushed towards Jiang Yu with open teeth and claws. Snap! Immediately following that, 2 more crisp slaps rang out, and that maid's entire body was slapped out by Jiang Yu and smashed on the ground, while 2 more reddish slap marks appeared on her face. You! The 2 maids immediately looked at Jiang Yu in shock and fear. They simply couldn't believe that Jiang Yu, who could only be bullied by herself in the past, could actually slap them so easily one day. I did it! Jiang Yu was even more excited at this moment. The joy of revenge filled her heart, and the gaze she looked at Su Qianyu had a few more points of admiration and gratitude. It was all brought to her by His Highness. He himself will repay His Highness even as an ox or a horse in the future. Chapter 10, Does Your Highness like it? How is this possible? Looking at the 2 maids that were beaten, Chu Mengyao was also stunned. She had actually felt a trace of Xin power on Jiang Yu's body just now, and although it was very weak and only at the 7th level of the entering Xin realm, the other party had indeed stepped into the ranks of cultivators and possessed cultivation. Su Qianyu, I didn't expect you to be quite generous, actually willing to pay for a cultivation resource. Chu Mengyao looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes. None of your business. Su Qianyu replied indifferently, but he was actually surprised inside. Yesterday, Jiang Yu was clearly only at the 5th level of the Xian entry realm, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually break through to the 7th level of the Xian entry realm after cultivating for a night. But isn't that a little too fast? Could it be that Jiang Yu was actually a 1 in a million cultivation genius? Hearing Su Qianyu's unceremonious words, despite Chu Mengyao's inner rage, she still took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have to take her away today, so name your price. She couldn't tear her face off with Su Qianyu yet, so if the hard one didn't work, she could only come to the soft one. Jiang Yu instantly tensed up, her hands tightly pinching the corners of her clothes, her gaze fearfully looking at Su Qianyu, her heart restless. Su Qianyu raised his eyebrows. Fine, how about 1,000 lower-grade Xian crystals then? Jiang Yu's body stiffened when she heard the words, and she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Could it be that she still couldn't escape the fate of being taken back? Okay. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and agreed. Xian crystal is this world's universal currency as well as cultivation resources. The quality of the Xian crystal from low to high is divided into the lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, 4 grades, each grade between the difference of 100 times, and the higher the quality of the Xian crystal, the Xian power contained therein will be more dense. 1,000 lower grade Xian crystals. This was already not a small number. Even for her, she only had less than 2,000 on her now. Swish! Xu Mengyao immediately waved her hand and took out 1,000 lower-grade Xian crystals from the storage ring in her hand. Su Qianyu came and collected them all. Now you can give me the person. Xu Mengyao coldly looked at Jiangyu, seeing how she would teach this person a lesson after she brought him back. It was even if her breasts were bigger than her own, but now she actually dared to disobey her orders. Simply looking for death. That's for sure. No. Su Qianyu suddenly grinned. I've already given you the Xian crystal. Xu Mengyao's face changed and she hurriedly said, it's true that you gave me the Xian crystal, but what's wrong with me backtracking now? Su Qianyu looked at the other party with a teasing face. You tricked me. It wasn't until this time that Xu Mengyao realized that she had been tricked by Su Qianyu, and that the other party had no intention of handing over Jiangyu. So what if I'm just fooling you? Do you think everyone is as explicit as you? Su Qianyu spoke out in mockery. Damn you. Xu Mengyao was furious. She couldn't wait to chop Su Qianyu's head off right now. Little master doesn't have the time to break it up with you right now. But remember, when we arrive at the Heavenly Sword sect, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. After saying that, Su Qianyu directly turned around and left. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath at his words and said loudly, Su Qianyu, as long as you dare to travel to the Heavenly Sword sect, I promise to make your life worse than death. After saying that, she was full of violent anger and led the people away. Seeing this, Jiangyu's heart also let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed Su Qianyu, while her expression of wanting to speak made Su Qianyu unable to resist wanting to laugh. Are you trying to ask why I didn't sell you to Xu Mengyao just now? After returning to the room, Su Qianyu asked. Jiangyu nodded her head. She really thought Su Qianyu would sell herself just now. You are my woman now. How could I possibly turn my hand and sell you? Su Qianyu smiled. With that, he handed the bag containing 1,000 lower-grade Xian crystals to Jiangyu just now. These are for you. Think of it as a little compensation from the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu's entire body instantly froze in place. This is, for me? She was really flattered. 1,000 lower-grade Xian crystals. This was definitely a huge amount of money. Even the previous Xiao Shan, who was guarding and killing enemies at the border, only had 500 lower-grade Xian crystals per month. But now Su Qianyu actually gave her 1,000 lower-grade Xian crystals without batting an eyelid. I'll be heading to the Heavenly Sword sect in a short while. These Xian crystals should be enough for you to use for a period of time. Take it. It wasn't that Su Qianyu was rich. Rather, he suddenly realized that Jiangyu seemed to have a bit of cultivation talent in her, so he wouldn't mind spending a bit more cultivation resources to cultivate it. And if the other party could have cultivation on her side, he could save a bit of heartache. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiangyu hurriedly knelt in front of Su Qianyu. She was so moved that she was on the verge of crying. She had grown up so much. First she had been bullied in the Chu family, and after marrying Xiao Shan she had likewise lived a very miserable life. Su Qianyu was the first person who was willing to be nice to her. Concubine promises to serve Your Highness as an ox in the future. Jiangyu secretly vowed in her heart that as long as she lived, she would serve His Highness. Not if you're a cow. Su Qianyu waved his hand and took a sip of tea. But in the very next second, he suddenly felt an incredibly soft little hand touching his waist, making a move to strip his pants. What are you doing? Su Qianyu spewed out a mouthful of tea and hurriedly asked. Your Highness's great kindness. My concubine has no way to repay it. I can only do my duty as a concubine and serve Your Highness. Jiangyu's face was slightly red, then slowly took Su Qianyu's pants off. Just now Su Qianyu said the sentence as a cow as a horse is not necessary. She naturally understood it to mean something else, so she immediately took action. You little lowly. Su Qianyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Does Your Highness like it? Jiangyu raised her head and inquired with a red face. Go on. Clothes fly about in the depths of love. With yesterday's experience, today Jiangyu clearly had full growth and quickly fell in. Concubine still wants to give Your Highness a child, said Jiangyu paw on Su Qianyu with mesmerized eyes. After it's done, Jiangyu Ashin overflowed with feet. I actually broke through? Su Qianyu, however, was surprised to find that his dual cultivation with Jiangyu this time had actually increased his Shin power by quite a bit, probably dozens of times as much as the last time, allowing him to break through from the true Xian 5th realm directly to the true Xian 6th realm. What's going on? Su Qianyu was puzzled inwardly. Logically speaking, Jiangyu's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the Xian realm, and there was still a huge gap between her and herself, so she shouldn't be able to benefit herself so much. I broke through too. Jiangyu was also pleasantly surprised. Every time when he was pleasuring Su Qianyu, there was always a surge of pure Xian energy into his dantian. This time, it even allowed her to directly break through from the 7th level of the entering Xian realm to the gathering Xian realm, directly breaking through 3 levels in a row. To be outrageous? As a reborn person, Su Qianyu also really couldn't figure out when cultivation had become so simple. Yesterday, Jiangyu was still just an ordinary person, But today, she actually broke through to the Jushuan realm, which could definitely scare a large group of people if they were to say it. It should be that the yin-yang chaos technique has worked. Su Qian, you could only guess this way. Otherwise there was really no other explanation. Chapter 11, Jiang Yu is the Empress. 10 days later. Su Qian, you found Su Long Yuan. I'm going to the Heavenly Sword sect today. Hearing this, Su Long Yuan nodded without saying much. He handed out a black ring. This is some cultivation resources I prepared for you. You'll be able to use them on the road or in the Heavenly Sword sect. Su Qian, you didn't have the courtesy to accept it directly. If you really can't, you don't have to force yourself. Just do your best and make sure to come back alive for me, Su Long Yuan said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Got it. He turned without looking back. Wait. Su Long Yuan suddenly called him back. Jiang Yu sighed. Are you seriously messing with it or not? Such a good opportunity was given to you. Don't be unhelpful. Su Long Yuan revealed a know-it-all expression. He knew that Jiang Yu's land must be very fertile, but even the most fertile land needs seeds to germinate. Su Qianyu was instantly filled with black lines. Back at the mansion. Your Highness. Jiang Yu hurriedly greeted him. It seemed that she had been moisturized by Su Qianyu in the past few days. The little lowly's cheeks were red and looked like the same as a ripe apple. Especially the pair of proud capitals in front of the other party's body. The clothes could not be pocketed at all. You broke through again? The moment he saw Jiang Yu, Su Qianyu was yet again dumbfounded. For just 10 days or so, the two of them were engaging in in-depth exchanges almost every day, while Jiang Yu was even making breakthroughs, directly from an ordinary person without any cultivation. He had broken through to the current Jushuan realm. What made Su Qianyu even more surprised was that last night, Jiang Yu was clearly only at the cultivation level of the 8th level of the Jushuan realm, but after one night, he actually broke through to the peak of the Jushuan 9 realm, only one step away from the true Xian realm. Such a cultivation speed made even his eyelids jump when he looked at it. Su Qianyu even suspected for a while that Jiang Yu was a once-in-a-century cultivation genius, and that he, a reborn person, was simply scum compared to the other party. It's all thanks to your highness. Jiang Yu's face was flushed. She had long ago attributed all of this to Su Qianyu, and had completely identified with Su Qianyu in her heart. At this moment, the whole person was even hanging all over Su Qianyu, saying nothing and not willing to let go. But I'm leaving now. At those words, Jiang Yu's body froze. She had known for a long time that Su Qianyu was going to the Heavenly Sword sect, but she just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Jiang Yu held back the reluctance in her heart and looked at Su Qianyu with a stubborn face. I will obediently wait for His Highness to return. Su Qianyu turned around without looking back. Your Highness. Wait. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu hurriedly walked over to Su Qianyu. Anything else? Su Qianyu asked suspiciously. Jiang Yu reddened her cheeks, lowered her head and whispered. Can your highness favor your concubine once more before you leave? Looking at the shy Jiang Yu in front of him, Su Qianyu grinned. You little lowly, really can't do anything about you. Ryoko. Jiang Yu was once again tossed and collapsed on the bed. Her small face was scarlet above, but there were tears in her eyes. If I die someday, or if you want to leave, just go. No worries. After saying that, Su Qianyu walked out of the room. Chu Mengyao, Lin Han, you guys wait. From now on, I'm your nightmare. He traveled all the way north, and went on his way. Your Highness. Until Su Qianyu left completely. Jiang Yu could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and bawled her eyes out. Su Qianyu's departure also made her feel empty and confused like never before. But suddenly, Jiang Yu's body trembled. I've broken through again. Her cultivation had actually broken through to the true Xian realm at this moment. It was also at this moment that only a bright red flame mark emerged on Jiang Yu's forehead. Subsequently, a terrifying power instantly erupted, and Jiang Yu's entire body burned with a blazing flame, completely wrapping her in it, looking like a god. But the amazing thing is, with such high temperature flames, Jiang Yu actually didn't suffer the slightest damage, but instead, her breath was climbing dramatically. True Xian realm, Earth Xian realm, Tian Xian realm. In a matter of moments, Jiang Yu's cultivation had broken through from the true Xian realm to the Tian Xian realm. This speed was simply appalling. If Su Qianyu saw it, he could probably look directly silly. Not only that, the aura on Jiang Yu's body had also undergone a radical change. At this moment, the tears in the corners of her eyes had completely evaporated, and she had become fiery and noble from the gentle and lovely little lowly she was before. I am Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu's eyes were incomparably confused, but soon, a burning flame burned in her eyes, in which the confusion was completely burned out, replaced by a stern and majestic color. No, I am the Red Flame Empress. For 20 whole years, the reincarnated and reborn me has finally awakened. In this life I will reach the top and dominate Spirit Xian. The majestic voice spread in all directions, coupled with the surging and violent Xianli breath stirring out. At this moment, Jiang Yu was like an emperor on earth. But soon, Jiang Yu seemed to remember something. Your Highness, please take me. Your Highness, concubine will serve you like an ox or a horse. Your Highness, my concubine wants to give you children. Your Highness, favor your concubine one more time before you leave. A voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ears, causing her originally majestic face to completely change color. Bloody hell! Jiang Yu was furious. In her own life, she actually did such a shameless thing? And to be a concubine to a man? I'm going to kill that kid. She simply couldn't stand the thought of actually being seen in such a humiliating way, especially when it was a man. But why, in my heart, do I resist so much? Jiang Yu was just about to act, but there was an urgent voice within her stopping her, causing her to completely fail to rise up to kill Su Qianyu, and even giving birth to an inexplicable emotion. What an abomination! The memories of this life are influencing me. Jiang Yu quickly realized and gritted her teeth in anger. Although she had now awakened, the Jiang Yu of this life possessed an independent personality, and even though she had awakened her memories of her previous life, she would still be affected by the experiences and memories of this life. Jiang Yu gradually calmed her inner rage while showing a thoughtful look on her face. But I can awaken early. It should be related to that kid. It's kind of interesting. It's just a way to repay him for this life. Thinking of this, she immediately displayed her powerful divine sense. A message suddenly crossed the void and reached a magnificent hall that was millions of miles away. At this moment, the Red Flame Divine Sect, one of the most powerful cultivation sanctuaries in the divine realm. Inside the temple, the room resounded with bursts of women's agitated voices, and a man and a woman were diligently doing the work of tilling the land and fertilizing it. But suddenly, an invisible stream of light shot into the man's head, and his body instantly stiffened, his expression extremely dull. Quickly go to the Northern Spirit Domain, find the Heavenly Sword Sect, and capture that kid named Su Qianyu for me. If he is unwilling to do so, make sure to keep him alive. The majestic and domineering voice resounded in the man's mind, and his expression gradually changed from stupefaction to ecstasy. Feeling the man's dissimilarity, the woman underneath her said in a very mournful tone, "You won't surrender so quickly. It's just begun. Is it over? What can I do about my own sexual well-being in the future? It's the patriarch. The patriarch has returned." The man couldn't care less about the woman's misunderstanding and blurted out. At that, the woman was stunned. Really? Patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Sect, the dreaded Red Flame Empress, who has disappeared for more than 20 years, actually has news today. What are you going to do? Seeing the man quickly get dressed, the woman asked in a hurry. Go and fulfill the task given by the patriarch. The man's expression was very agitated, although he had temporarily assumed the position of patriarch in these decades. But without the Red Flame Empress sitting on the throne, he was under a lot of pressure. Ha 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 ha, the Empress is back. I can finally quit my job. The man was in tears. Do you know what I've been going through for the past 20 years? Now it's finally liberating. With that thought, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 12, Simple and Rough. Half a month later, Su Qianyu arrived at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Recently, it was the period when the Heavenly Sword Sect was recruiting newcomers, and young geniuses from all walks of life had long been gathered here. Su Qianyu raised his head and looked away. The entire Heavenly Sword Sect is located between the mountains. The dense fog surrounded in all directions. In the various locations of the mountain gate, there is also a huge stone sword stands majestically, giving people a kind of extremely shocking sense of grandeur. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect. It's just like the Immortal Palace. There's no need for you to say that. The Heavenly Sword Sect is one of the 3 super sects in the Northern Spirit region. It's definitely not something that Dusty Fan can compare to. As long as I can pass the examination today, I'll be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect from now on. Just thinking about it is exciting. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Su Qianyu also saw a familiar figure, Xu Mengyao. The other party had similarly rushed to the Heavenly Sword Sect just like him, and at the same time Su Qianyu looked at Xu Mengyao. The other party also looked over. You actually really dare to come. The instant she saw Su Qianyu, Xu Mengyao's insides burned with bearish fury. Su Qianyu skimmed her. Do you want to call me an ancestor again? Hearing Su Qianyu's words, the surrounding crowd had looked over with strange faces. These two were obviously about the same age. Why did the female call the male ancestor? Xu Mengyao was furious when she saw this. She looked angrily at Su Qianyu and said through gritted teeth, with this amount of strength, you won't even know how to die. You'd better pray that you don't meet me during the examination later on. Otherwise I'll make sure that you'll die without a corpse. She was really pissed off. He had already been accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhao of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but he didn't think that Su Qianyu would still dare to be so arrogant. Later on, He must make the other party beg for life and death. Su Qianyu didn't pay any attention to Chu Mengyao's threat, but a coldness arose in his eyes. In the last life, you won the first place, and the scenery was boundless, and in this life, I will pull you from heaven into hell. His road to revenge begins now. All silence. Just then, a low voice rang out, only to see a middle-aged man in black robes appear at the peak in front of the crowd. His majestic gaze was sweeping over them. I'm the person in charge of this newcomer examination. You can call me Elder Zhao, the man spoke in a deep voice. At those words, Su Qianyu looked up. This person was none other than Chu Mengyao's master, Zhao Changming. Seeing that everyone present had quieted down, Zhao Changming then nodded in satisfaction before continuing. This year's examination is very simple. You side is the Great Forest of Death. Within 3 hours, the first out of the Great Forest of Death and arrived at the end, it will be considered to have passed the examination, and can enter my Heavenly Sword sect, and those who did not pass the examination, all get lost. The rules are very simple and brutal. Walk out of the Great Forest of Death and reach the finish line. Of course, we've prepared rewards for everyone this time as well. The 4th through 10th place arrivals at the finish line will receive a 2nd grade elixir, the Gathering Elemental Pill. 3rd place will receive a yellow grade upper grade spirit weapon, and 2nd place will receive a 3rd grade elixir, the Condensing Xiandan. As for 1st place, Zhao Changming looked at the people present and stretched his voice. It wasn't until after these words had aroused everyone's curiosity that he continued. The 1st place winner of this newcomer's examination will be able to enter the 2nd floor of the martial skill pavilion within the sect and pick a Shin grade martial skill at will. Hearing this, everyone got excited. Their hearts were dumbfounded. Once they entered the top 10, the rewards were all very good, especially that Shin level martial skill. These 4 words are undoubtedly filled with extreme temptation. If they were able to obtain a powerful Shin grade upper grade, or even Shin grade extreme grade martial skill, then their combat power could definitely be doubled. Sure enough, the rewards are still the same as in the previous life. Su Qianyu pondered. Only in his last life, the 1st place was taken by Chu Mengyao, but in this life, he was determined to win the 1st place. I would also like to remind you that this Great Forest of Death is no joke. Not only are there abyssal swamps in it, there are also many powerful demonic beasts. If you choose to participate in the examination, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Now then, those who wish to continue participating in the examination can directly enter the Great Forest of Death. After saying that, Zhao Changming stopped speaking. The words "take responsibility for the consequences," without the slightest bit of emotion, immediately made many people present feel a little cold at the back. Chu Mengyao and the crowd smiled triumphantly. I'll take the 1st place this time. She then looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes. I hope you don't get scared out of your wits here, or I'm really going to wonder if you're a man at all. Su Qianyu's face did not change. Whether I'm a man or not, you can find a chance to ask your family's oldest ancestor. She should know very well. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao was so angry that her face turned green. Wait for me. I will definitely break you into pieces today. Her voice was all a little hoarse with anger before she ran without looking back towards the Great Forest of Death on the side. Soon, the people present also rushed out. The countdown for the 3 hours had already begun, and one had to fight for every second if one wanted to get a good rank in the examination. Swish! Su Qianyu also rushed out towards the Great Forest of Death. The look in his eyes was firm. If you want to rapidly increase your strength, you must first join the Heavenly Sword sect. There were 2 reasons why he wanted to join the Heavenly Sword sect, one of which was to slaughter Chu Mengyao and Lin Han to avenge his last life. But it's the second that is the biggest reason. That was that he had awakened the 9 Dragons battle body, which was the top physique among all battle bodies. But the 9 Dragons battle body's cultivation method was also rather special. If he wanted to improve his combat power or evolve into an even more powerful 9 Dragon sacred body, he had to awaken the 9 Dragon veins first. Each of the 9 Dragon veins corresponded to 9 different attributes, and the only way to awaken the Dragon veins was to refine the energy of those 9 different attributes. The 9 energies are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. Only after refining these 9 different energies and awakening the 9 Dragon veins could the power of the 9 Dragons battle body be utilized to its fullest extent, or even evolve into the most powerful 9 Dragon sacred body. According to Su Qianyu's memories from his previous life, the Heavenly Sword sect alone possessed at least 3 types of energy that he needed. Although he might be able to find these types of energies elsewhere, he was much more familiar with the Heavenly Sword sect, and it would be easier to find them, which was the biggest reason why he must join the Heavenly Sword sect. In the meantime, just as Su Qianyu and the crowd rushed into the Great Forest of Death, a slender green figure suddenly came to the top of the mountain. The visitor was none other than Lin Han. Chapter 13, The Big Man Who Can't Be Trusted. Senior brother Lin Han. Seeing the visitor, Zhao Changming, who had a solemn face just a moment ago, hurriedly greeted him with a flattering face. Senior brother Lin Han, why are you free to come out and hang out today? Although he was an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, he didn't have much real power, whereas Lin Han was not only an elite disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but also the personal disciple of Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjie, and the two of them were not on the same level at all. I had nothing to do, so I came over to check it out. A cold aura flashed in Lin Han's eyes, and a slender figure appeared in his mind. Then he let out a cold laugh. He wanted to see if that kid who didn't know how to die really dared to come or not. Elder Zhao, in this newcomer examination, are there any people with outstanding talent among them? Lin Han asked casually. At those words, Zhao Changming immediately became interested. I won't hide it from senior brother Lin Han. I've previously taken in a disciple who has not only awakened the cold ice body, but his cultivation has also broken through to the true Xian 9 realm, so it's very likely that he'll win the title this time. There's also my incompetent son. Although it's more difficult to get into the top 3, it's still no problem to pass the examination. At that time, these two people will also ask senior brother Lin Han to take care of them, Zhao Changming hurriedly said. Lin Han nodded. No problem. Zhao Changming was delighted in his heart, then asked with great curiosity. I heard that a few days ago the sect came with an extraordinary big shot. Does senior brother Lin Han have any inside information? At those words, Lin Han's eyes lit up. I do know something about that. It is said that even the patriarch has to be courteous in front of that person. At those words, Zhao Changming was shaken inwardly, an existence that even the patriarch couldn't afford to mess with. That must be a superb person. I don't know what such a big shot is doing in our Heavenly Sword sect. Zhao Changming couldn't help but sigh. It is rumored that that big shot came to find someone, and recently the patriarch has turned the entire clan upside down over this matter, and it seems that he hasn't been able to find anyone. As Mu Bingjie's disciple, Lin Han naturally didn't know insider information that could be compared to Zhao Changming, an outer sect elder. Looking for someone? Zhao Changming was slightly stunned. Yes, the person to be found seems to be called Su Qianyu. Zhao Changming nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't his turn to worry about things at that level. Same time, in the Heavenly Sword sect's highest specification hall, only a figure whose entire body exuded a majestic aura could be seen sitting on the main seat. Even the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch, Mo Yuntian, could only sit squarely in the second seat, followed by the Heavenly Sword sect's vice patriarch, Mu Bingjie, and a host of Heavenly Sword sect's senior officers. Everyone sat honestly in their seats, not daring to breathe a single breath, their gazes looking in awe at the figure on the main seat. Elder Qi, in the past few days, we have already scrutinized all of the sect's volumes, and even the family members of all of the disciples have been checked, and we really haven't been able to find that person called Su Qianyu. Mo Yuntian smiled awkwardly, then said carefully, he's really under a lot of pressure at the moment. This person in front of him was a real big shot, an existence that could make the entire Northern Spirit region shake with the stomp of his foot. The other party came to the Heavenly Sword sect a few days ago and opened the door saying that he was looking for someone. At first he didn't take it seriously and wanted to step in and blow him away, but it wasn't until after the other party slapped him into a huge mountain with a single slap, the kind that couldn't even be withheld, that he instantly became honest, and then lifted the entire clan to cooperate with the other party to find the person. Only after searching for so many days, he froze and did not find the person called Su Qianyu. If he annoyed the other party, it was estimated that the Heavenly Sword sect would be able to directly remove its name from the Northern Spirit region, which was why he had to call all of the Heavenly Sword sect's executives together to come and accompany him, in an effort to serve this master well. Then keep looking. Qi Yuyo opened his mouth expressionlessly, but he was also starting to wonder a little inside. Wasn't the Empress mistaken? There wasn't a kid called Su Qianyu here at all, or was he looking in the wrong place? However, right now, he couldn't contact the Red Flame Empress at all, so he could only stay here and continue to observe for a while. Yes, I've already ordered it down. Once there's news, I'll definitely notify Senior Qi at the first opportunity, Mo Yuntian said in a hurry. Then why don't we do this? I'll take Senior to see our Heavenly Sword sect's rookie test this year. That Su Qianyu might be in there. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuyao nodded his head indifferently. It's just as well to wait around and go check it out. Go. I'll lead the way for Senior Qi. Seeing that the other party did not get angry, Mo Yuntian's heart was relieved and he hurriedly got up to greet them. The other side, tens of thousands of young geniuses quickly poured into the great forest of death, all of them riveted to be the first to rush out and take a good ranking to obtain that rich reward. Yet another of them, however, avoided the crowd and headed toward a path. If you take this path, It is estimated that it will only take an hour or so to successfully get out of the great forest of death. Su Qianyu's mouth was tinged with a smile. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect in his previous life, and had often come to the great forest of death to practice, so he was very familiar with the terrain here, and knew where there was no danger, as well as which path to take to avoid the demonic beasts. If there were no surprises, he would definitely be the first to break out of the great forest of death. There's movement. Just then, Su Qianyu heard the sound of a fierce fight coming from his front, and he walked quickly forward through a dense jungle, only to see a white-clothed woman kneeling on the ground with a face full of horror. The clothes on her body had been broken for the most part, and everywhere the white spring light appeared, and in front of the woman in white, there stood a man with a sneer on his face, looking at the woman with the gaze of a big bad wolf looking at a white rabbit. Please, just leave me alone. The woman in white looked at her opponent in despair and helplessness as she begged for mercy. However, the man just said with a teasing face, I've been holding it in for days, so how can I let you go? I can finally have a good time today. After saying that, he directly pounced on the woman, tearing up the few remaining clothes on her body. Ah, no! The woman exclaimed loudly at once. She then saw Su Qianyu who had just arrived, and as if she had seen a savior, she hurriedly begged for help. This big brother, quickly save me. At those words, the man frowned. He turned back to Su Qianyu and asked in a cold voice, Kid, are you going to mind your own business? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. I'm just passing through. You guys carry on. He recognized the man in front of him. The other party's name was Zhao Xian, the son of that elder Zhao Changming. Except that the other party's reputation in his last life was very bad, often relying on his status to bully men and women. It's just that being born again in his own life, he doesn't really want to do something that's a waste of time. And then if one wasn't familiar with the great forest of death, it would be impossible to know about this path. And it was intriguing that Zhao Xian would appear here. To prevent accidents, he turned straight away. Seeing that Su Qianyu was about to leave, the white-robed woman's face changed drastically. She hurriedly cried out loudly, Big brother wait, I have Xian crystals. I have a lot of Xian crystals. As long as you save me, I will give you all the Xian crystals. Hearing these words, Su Qianyu's footsteps of leaving came to a halt, while a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Deal. If there are metaphysical crystals, then, naturally, it's not a waste of time. Chapter 14 Stabbing in and pulling out. Are you guys treating me like air? Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Xian directly laughed in anger. He looked at Su Qianyu, killing intent surging in his eyes. Kid, you were given a chance just now. Since you don't cherish it, then die now. After saying that, Zhao Xian's right leg violently stepped heavily on the ground, together with a subsequent tremor in the ground. He rushed to Su Qianyu with great speed, while slamming out with a fist. Seeing this, Su Qianyu sidestepped his body and drew back to dodge. Boo! Only to see Zhao Xian's punch land heavily on top of a large tree, and it actually directly penetrated a fist hole through the thick tree. Su Qianyu also sensed the other party's cultivation. True Xian's 7th realm, one small realm higher than himself. Seeing that the strike missed, Zhao Xian flipped his palm, and then a sharp, glowing green longsword appeared in his hand at first glance. I'll let you know what happens when you meddle. After saying that, Zhao Xian stabbed out with his sword, aiming straight for Su Qianyu's heart. Seeing this, Su Qianyu did not hesitate. Miso, the shocking sword that Mu Bingjie had given him earlier was suddenly sheathed, and in the face of Zhao Xian's attack, Su Qianyu similarly offered a sword and chopped the other party's blade head-on. Clank! In the next second, the two sharp swords violently collided together, and a brilliant shower of stars and fire splashed out. You actually have such a treasure. Feeling the powerful power emanating from the surprising sword, Zhao Xian's gaze instantly became greedy. Even as the son of the Heavenly Sword Sect's elder, he only had a Xian grade mid-grade spirit weapon in his hands. He didn't expect that this unknowing brat actually possessed a Xian grade upper grade spirit weapon, which instantly made him overjoyed. It's a waste for you to hold on to such a good thing. It'll belong to me right away. Zhao Xian smiled smugly. Then his arm fired once again. Phantom kill. Only to see Zhao Xian's palm rotate back. The sharp sword in his hand actually chopped out heavy phantoms, killing strongly towards Su Qianyu's throat. Die. Zhao Xian was very pleased. This was a yellow grade extreme grade martial skill of his, and the other party's cultivation was still weaker than his, so he definitely wouldn't be able to receive his strike. And looking at the other party's incoming killing move, Su Qianyu's gaze was slightly condensed as he bent his knees and the stunning sword in his hand instantly cut through the void. Broken Army Chop. This move, Broken Army Chop, was a yellow grade extreme grade martial skill, and likewise the strongest move of Su Qianyu at present. Clank! The two sharp swords destroyed each other again, but unexpectedly, Su Qianyu's sword actually directly defeated Zhao Xian's attack and completely gained the upper hand. How come? Zhao Xian's expression was quite very gloomy. He didn't understand why he couldn't defeat a kid who was only at the 6th level of the true Xian realm. Rather, I have underestimated you. This time I want you to die without a corpse. Zhao Xian let out a sardonic smile, then took out a dark red projectile from his storage ring, which emitted a very violent Xianli aura. Once this thunderbolt of mine is detonated, anyone below the earthly Xian realm will surely die. This is the price for offending me. Zhao Xian laughed in triumph. This thunderbolt was originally left to him by his father for self-defense. But right now, all he wanted to do was hurry up and kill Su Qianyu and seize the treasure in the other party's hands. Can't let him detonate. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from that thunderbolt sub, a cold light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Swish! In an instant, Su Qianyu rushed out again. Ha 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 ha, die for me. After saying that, he was about to throw a thunderbolt towards Su Qianyu while preparing to retreat himself, but he had underestimated Su Qianyu's speed too much. Snort! Only Su Qianyu threw the stunning sword in his hand, and as a flare of light flashed by, the stunning sword directly stabbed into Zhao Xian's arm. Ah! Zhao Xian let out a cry of pain. The thunderbolt in his hand fell with it. Zhao Xian just wanted to bend down to pick it up, but in the next second, Su Qianyu came in front of him and then strangled his throat. You! Zhao Xian looked at Su Qianyu in shock and fear. You hurry up and let go of me. My father is the elder Zhao from just now. If you dare to offend me, I promise to let you die without a burial place. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. It seems you don't realize what you're in for. After saying that, the palm of his hand snapped. LOL. Zhao Xian's neck was directly pinched and broken, and it was only at this time that he looked at Su Qianyu in horror, his eyes filled with despair. Originally, as an elder's son, he would definitely have a great future after joining the Heavenly Sword sect. But now, everything had lost its meaning, and his magnificent path of cultivation had ended before it had even begun. Ah! Murder! Suddenly, a scream rang out, only to see that woman who had already redressed herself was instantly shocked to the point of losing her face when she saw the scene. You're saved now. Su Qianyu turned her head to look at her. Why did you kill him? But in the next second, the woman huffed and puffed as she walked to Su Qianyu and questioned. Didn't you ask me to save you? Su Qianyu picked up Zhao Xian's storage ring, as well as the other party's weapon and the thunderbolt before answering. The woman's face, however, was filled with anger as she pointed at Su Qianyu's nose and cursed. But I didn't ask you to kill him. He's the son of that elder Zhao. If I can get on his good side, then I'll be rich in the future. At those words, Su Qianyu frowned. Then why did you resist just now? The woman's cheeks flushed, shyly said, that I just did not know well. If I knew, Stop. Su Qianyu directly interrupted it. You just said that as long as I save you, you will give me all the Xian crystals. Now it's time to fulfill the promise. The woman's expression changed drastically at her words. She had said that completely in the heat of the moment, and now that she was asked to hand over all of her Xian crystals, she only felt her heart dripping blood. What's the problem? Su Qianyu looked at her and inquired. I give. After seeing Su Qianyu's icy cold gaze and the weapon that the other party did not take back, she could only honestly hand over her storage ring. But you killed Elder Zhao's son. If we're found out, we're all doomed, she said in panic again. There are only the two of us here. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who can know? Su Qianyu looked at her indifferently. The woman sniffed and lowered her head. Well, then. Su Qianyu then turned around and left. After Su Qianyu's figure completely disappeared, the woman's red lips clenched as she said coldly, he killed the man. Why should I help harbor him? If I tell Elder Zhao about this, I might even get a reward. Thinking of this, the woman immediately made up her mind, then raised her head and shouted, quickly come someone. Someone killed Elder Zhao's son. But in the very next second, what are you yelling about? An icy voice suddenly came from behind the woman. She was instantly chilled and hurriedly looked back, only to see that Su Qianyu had unexpectedly appeared behind her silently. Why haven't you left yet? The woman's expression changed drastically. If I just leave, won't I be sold by you? Su Qianyu stared at her with a chilling gaze. No, I just yelled blindly. Please give me a chance. I promise to keep my mouth shut. The woman was so shocked that she lost her color and quickly fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness. Can't give it. Killing intent surged in Su Qianyu's eyes. What he hated most was betrayal. Without making any nonsense, the stunning sword stabbed out directly. Snort! Stab in. Pull out. Stab in. Pull out. Su Qianyu stabbed several swords in a row. Blood rolled out. The white woman stared wide-eyed, then fell to the ground dead with eyes full of remorse. I hope no one comes to meddle in your next life when you are being forced. After saying that, Su Qianyu directly turned around and left. Chapter 15, a palm, a sword, a second. After leaving this place, Su Qianyu ran wildly all the way. Following the memorized route, Su Qianyu avoided many dangerous areas and powerful demonic beasts and was about to break out of the great forest of death. This thunderbolt is a good one. Holding the dark red projectile in his hand, the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. No matter if it was Zhao Xian or that woman in white, the things in their storage rings were quite good, especially this thunderbolt. Once it was detonated, those below the Earth Xian realm would surely die. Even an expert of the Earth Xian realm would probably not feel good. This was definitely a good treasure that could be used to save one's life. And apart from the thunderbolt, Su Qianyu also harvested many other things in Xian crystals. Now he had nearly 10,000 lower grade Xian crystals alone. Enough for him to use for a period of time. Soon, Su Qianyu rushed out of the great forest of death, and his figure gradually appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Look, someone's coming out. It's only an hour out and someone actually came out. That's too fast. Good lord, this is already a broken record, isn't it? This person's fighting strength must be very powerful. The many Heavenly Sword sect disciples who were watching the examination, or the many elders, all looked over at the moment. Zhao Changming's heart also secretly rejoiced. He had already told Chu Mengyao and Zhao Xian about the nearest route through the great forest of death long before the examination began, and now that someone had come out so quickly, it could only be one of those two people, and whoever it was, he expected it. No, but in the very next second, the smile on his face completely solidified, and he said in a deep voice, "That's not Chu Mengyao, and that's not Zhao Xian either." Until he saw Su Qianyu's appearance clearly, Zhao Changming was completely nonplussed. How could it be someone else? It's actually him. Following that, Lin Han, who was on the side, also suddenly opened his mouth, his voice filled with coldness and shock. This boy who didn't know the sky and the earth had actually come, and by the looks of it, he was about to take the first place in this examination. Senior brother Lin Han knows this person? Zhao Changming hurriedly asked. If that kid was related to Lin Han, then he could only consider himself unlucky. Not only did this kid offend me before, he also defied my master. It's just that I didn't expect him to actually dare to come. Lin Han spoke indifferently. He knew that Zhao Changming was a smart person, and after he had said this, the other party should know what to do. Then this kid really deserves to die. As expected, a brilliant light flashed in Zhao Changming's eyes, and he quickly reacted and said in a cold voice, "Does Elder Zhao have any solutions?" The corners of Lin Han's mouth rose as he spoke out to inquire. "I don't dare to deceive senior brother Lin Han. I hit a third-ranked high-level demonic beast in front of the finish line before the test started. Without my special scent in my possession, the person who arrives in front of the finish line first will definitely be attacked. This action really violates the clan rules. Please punish senior brother Lin Han." After saying that, Zhao Changming lowered his head towards Lin Han, but just as he had guessed, instead of having the slightest intention of punishing him, Lin Han patted his shoulder. "Good job. I can pretend I don't know about this time, and from now on, that disciple and son of yours can come to me for anything." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changming was overjoyed in his heart. Many thanks to senior brother Lin Han. Immediately after that, Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with an impish face. With a third-ranked high-level demonic beast blocking the way, this brat would definitely die today. In the meantime, Su Qianyu had already stepped out of the great forest of death with great strides. He looked around. He was really the first one to walk out. "The first place this time goes to me." Su Qianyu grinned and increased his speed once again. The end, getting closer. 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet. However, just when there was only the last less than 100 feet left from the finish line, a tyrannical aura suddenly rushed out from the jungle on the side. Boom boom boom. Su Qianyu turned around fiercely, but found that it was a huge tiger with a yellowish-white color all over its body, as big as 4 or 5 feet. Spectral tiger. Su Qianyu recognized this demonic beast at a glance. This was a third-stage advanced demonic beast. It was the king of this great forest of death. Just didn't think that the other party would actually appear here. There's no hiding anymore. Su Qianyu's eyes gradually stared. This third-order advanced underworld tiger is very powerful. Has been able to be comparable to the human true Xian realm 8 or 9 cultivation. At this moment the imposing towards their own pouncing to kill. To hide certainly cannot be avoided. Raging gang palm. Su Qianyu struck out blatantly. "Since you can't avoid it, let's do it the hard way. This kid's crazy, isn't he? That's a third-ranked advanced demonic beast. The underworld tiger. He actually dared to fight the other party hard. He really doesn't know how to die. This kid is really unlucky. Originally able to break the record and become the first place, and now he's going to die here. It's really saddening." The people present shook their heads in succession after seeing Su Qianyu's actions, and the expression on their faces was incomparably sighing. They had already sensed Su Qianyu's cultivation level. It was only at the true Xian's 6th realm. There was no way he could be a match for the underworld tiger. Just as the spectral tiger arrived in front of Su Qianyu, he had also built up his momentum and then impacted his palm on top of the spectral tiger's huge body. Tom. In the next second, the two raging and incomparable forces instantly collided together, and Su Qianyu's palm force instantly knocked the body of the underworld tiger back out. Broken army chop. And at the same time as repelling the phantom tiger, Su Qianyu quickly offered the surprising sword and at the same time approached the phantom tiger with a lightning fast speed, and then stabbed the sword deeply into the phantom tiger's abdomen. Snort! Hot blood stormed out. Bang! The huge body of the underworld tiger landed heavily, along with the ground shaking for it. A slap. A sword. A third-stage advanced demonic beast was then swiftly decimated. This scene happened too suddenly, and the crowd didn't react until the underworld tiger was completely out of breath. How is that possible? What a fast stance. Clean and crisp. Without the slightest delay. This kid really does have something. No wonder he was able to break out of the great forest of death so quickly. For a moment, the crowd gasped in shock. Just now, Su Qianyu set of flowing movements to kill the underworld tiger was too shocking. That kid. Zhao Changming gritted his teeth in anger at the sight. He didn't expect his carefully prepared backhand to be so easily taken care of by Su Qianyu. In that case, nothing would be able to stop Su Qianyu from crossing the finish line. So wouldn't all his plans be in vain? Lin Han had the same grim expression on his face. If he allowed Su Qianyu to join the Heavenly Sword sect, I'm afraid that he would have to put in a little more effort if he wanted to resolve the other party again. Someone else is out. Just then, an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. The crowd fixed their eyes to look, and indeed, they found another figure rushing out of the great forest of death, and by the looks of it, it was still a woman. At this moment, Chu Mengya was incomparably pleased. First place is mine. She followed the route given by Zhao Changming and didn't encounter too many obstacles along the way, rushing out very smoothly. She was sure that no one would be faster than she was, and she had her sights set on first place this time. But when she looked forward, she suddenly froze. There was actually someone in front of her. And why was that man's back so familiar? Suddenly, she blushed. Stop right there. Chu Mengyao let out a hoarse roar from her mouth. Chapter 16. What if I kill her? Chu Mengyao was furious. There was actually someone really in front of her. And it's still the one he hates the most. Stop right there. Chu Mengyao hurriedly shouted angrily. She poured all her strength into running furiously towards the front, fearing that if she was one step late, she would be taken first place by Su Qianyu. Hearing this, Su Qianyu looked back. I'll stand still if you tell me to. Who are you? He laughed contemptuously, then quickly sprinted in the direction of the finish line. 100 feet. 50 feet. Finally, crossing the finish line. Awesome. It's less than an hour and a half. A broken record. But his cultivation level is only at the true Xian's 6th realm, so I guess it's only because of luck that he's so fast. Seeing Su Qianyu cross the finish line, the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples present on the sideline said, that kid. Chu Mengyao in the back was furious at the situation and turned blue. How could she not expect that her original nailed-on first place would now be snatched away by Su Qianyu? How can you possibly be faster than me? Chu Mengyao also arrived at the finish line. She panted heavily and looked at Su Qianyu questioningly. No comment. Su Qianyu spoke faintly. He then looked at Zhao Changming in front of him and inquired, Elder Zhao, isn't it time to announce that I'm the first place winner? At those words, Zhao Changming frowned. He had told Chu Mengyao and Zhao Xian in advance about the shortest shortcut for both of them, but the first person to cross the finish line was actually a kid he had never seen before. What the hell is going on here? The Great Forest of Death is full of crises and there are quite a few third-ranked demonic beasts present. With your cultivation at the true Xian 6th realm, how did you pass through it in such a fast time? Without waiting for Zhao Changming to answer, Lin Han, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth abruptly. At those words, Zhao Changming's eyes lit up. He looked at Su Qianyu and chided. Senior brother Lin Han is right. With your strength, you're lucky to pass through the Great Forest of Death. How can you possibly break the record? You must have cheated. Zhao Changming naturally heard the meaning within Lin Han's words. The other party clearly didn't want Su Qianyu to take first place, which simply coincided with his thoughts. Plus, this brat had also offended Lin Han and Mu Bingjie, so he could safely and boldly target the other party himself. After all, with Lin Han and Mu Bingjie backing him up, there was no difficulty at all in dealing with a brat. That's right, you must have cheated. Otherwise it's impossible to be faster than me. Chu Mengyao also saw the opportunity and hurriedly exclaimed. Although the crowd in the four places were not sure how Su Qianyu did it, they also nodded along. Su Qianyu was only at the cultivation level of the true Xian 6th realm, but to actually break the record, this was indeed somewhat abnormal. Su Qianyu slowly looked up. He looked at Zhao Changming and Lin Han, and pointed at Chu Mengyao. She only arrived at the finish line a little bit later than me. Why don't you guys say that she cheated, but instead just say that I cheated? Su Qianyu understood in his heart. He himself had the memories of his previous life and was familiar with the route of the Great Forest of Death, which was why he was able to reach the end so quickly. But if he said that Chu Mengyao was able to follow his ass without cheating, he definitely didn't believe him. However, now that the two of them arrived at the finish line one after the other, Zhao Changming and Lin Han didn't mention anything about Chu Mengyao. Instead they only said that they had cheated, obviously deliberately not wanting them to take first place. Not only has Chu Mengyao awakened the cold ice body, but her cultivation level is still at the true Xian 9th realm, so it makes sense that she can arrive at the finish line so quickly. So what are you going to compare yourself to her with? Zhao Changming snorted coldly. After saying that, he waved his hand. Now I announce that the first place winner of this newcomer examination is Chu Mengyao. Then he looked at Su Qianyu again. In a cold voice, he said, "You dared to cheat in the middle of the examination. Now I announce that your examination results will be cancelled. And get back where you came from." Hearing this, Chu Mengyao was immediately overjoyed. She looked at Su Qianyu smugly and laughed coldly. "Do you think this place is still in the Tianwu dynasty? When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about your background. So what if you get to the finish line before me? I can nullify your grade with a few random words." At those words, a cold light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. He looked coldly at Zhao Changming and said, "You don't have evidence to prove that I cheated. So on what grounds can you cancel my results?" Zhao Changming just smiled lightly. "I'm the person in charge of this test. Now that I suspect you of cheating on the test, then you're cheating, and there's no need for any evidence." His voice was incomparably arrogant. A mere brat dared to disobey his own decision? Suddenly, Lin Han spoke. "If you're not convinced, I can give you a chance to prove that you're not cheating." With a mocking face, he pointed at Chu Mengyao. "As long as you can beat her, that means you have the ability to reach the finish line in such a fast time. Then naturally you're not cheating." What he wanted was not to let Su Qianyu go back from wherever he came from, but to let the other party die here. Now is the right time to take this opportunity to do a borrowed knife. Zhao Changming chimed in. "That's right. If you can beat her, then I'll restore your grades and you'll be number one." Chu Mengyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had long wanted to deal with Su Qianyu, but she had never had the chance. And now, here's the opportunity. You were not arrogant before. Why don't you dare to speak now? I think you'd better be honest and roll back to the Tianwu dynasty to be your mortal prince. This is not a place where a mole like you can come. Chu Mengyao's face was filled with mockery. In order to provoke Su Qianyu, so that she could have a legitimate reason to strike. "Ha!" Su Qianyu laughed. Then he looked at Zhao Changming and asked, "Then I do want to ask, what if I beat her to death?" At those words, Zhao Changming and Lin Han sneered at the same time. The former taunted, "If you have the ability to beat her to death, not only will I immediately make you number one, I can also kneel down and apologize to you. Want to beat me to death? I think you're dreaming." Chu Mengyao's face was full of complacency and condescension. Buzz. It was also at the instant her voice had just fallen that Su Qianyu's body had already moved, violently blasting out a fist towards Chu Mengyao's throat. The words had already been said to this point. Then he no longer needed any nonsense, and directly struck out. "You sneak attack." Chu Mengyao's face changed, but her reaction was also very quick. She hastily drew back and narrowly avoided Su Qianyu's punch. "I want your life more than bull asterisk 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 dot." Su Qianyu smiled faintly, then once again offered a fist. "You seek death." Chu Mengyao was also enraged. Cold ice palm. Only to see that Chu Mengyao's arm actually condensed a layer of light frost on top of her arm, facing Su Qianyu's fist head-on. "This kid's arm is going to be ruined." Zhao Changming immediately sneered at the sight. Chu Mengyao, however, had awakened the cold ice body, and every attack could be accompanied by extremely strong cold ice power, which was very domineering. A mere kid who was only in the 6th level of the true Xian realm also dared to get tough with Chu Mengyao, and the final result would only be death. Bang! The two raging forces clashed fiercely against each other. Suddenly, a cold and bone-piercing chill surged down the arm into Su Qianyu's body, and in just a blink of an eye, Su Qianyu's entire arm was completely frozen. Unbearable. Chu Mengyao smiled contemptuously. "Now you know the gap between you and I. In front of me, you're just a humble ant." She let out a sardonic laugh and without any mercy, she slapped her palm out towards Su Qianyu's chest. One can finally take revenge. She wanted to break Su Qianyu into pieces with her own hands. However, just as her words fell, a very surging power suddenly erupted from Su Qianyu's body. Boo! With an explosive sound, ice shards flew all over the sky. only to see that the cold ice covering Su Qianyu's arm was actually shattered as much as possible. What? How is this possible? Xu Mengyao was shocked in her heart. The cold ice power that she had always been proud of had actually been cracked by Su Qianyu just like that? Chapter 17, Old Thing? Look at this. Boom! Berserk force attacked. Xu Mengyao's entire body was uncontrollably shaken back a few steps. Her body's qi and blood kept surging. How come? Zhao Changming was similarly filled with shock. Xu Mengyao is not only the cultivation of the true Xian 9 realm, but also awakened the body of cold ice. No matter from which point of view, should be able to crush Su Qianyu's right. But why the two people just exchanged hands? Xu Mengyao actually fell into the wind? It seems that your cold ice body isn't as powerful as you thought. Su Qianyu looked at Xu Mengyao and said sarcastically. Although his cultivation was 3 minor levels lower than Xu Mengyao's, he possessed the much more powerful 9 Dragons battle body, which was several times stronger than the other party's cold ice body, and was already able to make up for the gap in cultivation. You're pissing me off. Hearing Su Qianyu's mockery, Xu Mengyao was filled with anger. She took out a sharp sword and no longer had any reservations, fully utilizing the cold ice power within her body before chopping out with a sword. Ice Python. Then the crowd saw it. Cold currents surged above Xu Mengyao's arm, and a terrifying force of cold ice erupted. And in the end, a huge cold ice python was formed. And with Xu Mengyao's sword offering, the cold ice python immediately opened its bloody mouth before roaring and rushing towards Su Qianyu in front. This move is so terrifyingly powerful. Is this the power of the cold ice body? It's really too terrifying. We can feel that cold and piercing chill even from this far away. That boy who doesn't know what's good for him is dead. The crowd of onlookers were also agitated for a while. They also didn't expect Xu Mengyao, a newcomer, to be so powerful. Broken army chop. However, Su Qianyu didn't have any intention to dodge at all when he saw this. He just offered up the surprising sword and then chopped down furiously with a sword. Unsuspecting thing. Zhao Changming sneered at the sight. Xu Mengyao had already gone all out. This kid actually dared to get tough with Xu Mengyao. How will he die? Boom! Immediately following, Su Qianyu and Xu Mengyao's attacks once again collided together. Ice shards flew in the sky, and extreme Xian power stirred out, and the result was just as the crowd thought, only to see that Su Qianyu couldn't resist Xu Mengyao's attack at all, and that cold ice python directly swallowed Su Qianyu's entire arm with his sword. Ha 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 ha! I've long said that you're just a mole cricket in front of me. Xu Mengyao laughed triumphantly at the sight. In an instant, the cold ice python completely submerged Su Qianyu. What a brat who doesn't know how to die. Zhao Changming and Lin Han both had disdainful smiles on their faces when they saw this. However, just as Xu Mengyao was about to go forward to break Su Qianyu into pieces, a low voice suddenly came out. Aren't you guys getting happy too soon? At those words, all the people present froze, and the smiles on the faces of Zhao Changming and Lin Han, as well as Xu Mengyao, quickly solidified. It's just a second away. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, only that huge cold ice python instantly burst from the inside out, exploding into a sky full of broken ice. How can it be? Everyone was stunned. This kid is still alive? Immediately after that, Su Qianyu's figure flickered before directly slamming his fist onto Xu Mengyao's face. Bang! A powerful force came. Xu Mengyao stumbled and directly planted herself on the ground, falling into a dog's poop. Bang! Su Qianyu kicked another leg on the opponent's abdomen. Xu Mengyao's entire body was once again kicked out and rolled out a distance of at least several feet. Her face was red and swollen, and her whole body rubbed heavily on the ground, scraping dozens of shocking bloody marks. The eyes, ears, mouth and nose were full of blood. Put! She crashed into the ground, cloaked and disheveled, in a state of disarray, and then a mouthful of reverse blood spurted right out. But that's not all. Su Qianyu once again came again. Then again his right foot stepped hard on Xu Mengyao and ravaged it a few times with force. Aren't you proud of awakening the cold ice body? Aren't you a disciple of the elder? How come you can't even stand up now? Didn't you want to kill me? How come you're being stepped on by me now instead? Su Qianyu's 3 rhetorical questions immediately caused Xu Mengyao to redden her eyes. How can you be so strong? Xu Mengyao was covered in bloodstains. Her highly swollen face was stepped on in the dirt. She couldn't stop her tears from overflowing, all covered in shame. At this moment, her dignity was trampled by Su Qianyu to the point of being worthless, and her miserable appearance was simply miserable. This. Not only was Xu Mengyao dumbfounded, everyone in the room stared in disbelief. This was a genius who had awakened the cold ice body, and his cultivation had also broken through to the true Xian 9 realm, and now he was actually being abused by someone who was only at the true Xian 6th realm, and he was completely powerless to fight back. This simply turned their perceptions upside down. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Since you've lost, you can go to hell. After saying that, he stabbed his sword at Xu Mengyao's throat. It was true that the other party wanted to kill him, and it was also true that he wanted to kill Chu Mengyao. No, don't! Master! Save me! Chu Mengyao was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hurriedly shouted for help. Stop it! It was only then that Zhao Changming reacted as an afterthought, and he hurriedly shouted angrily in an attempt to stop it. However, Su Qianyu didn't pay any attention to him at all, but instead, the speed of his hand was even faster. Little scum! How dare you! Zhao Changming was furious as he quickly urged the Xian force in his body, then violently swooped out forward. Elder Zhao, kill him for me. Lin Han also immediately transmitted his voice to Zhao Changming. He wants Su Qianyu dead. Yes, Zhao Changming agreed without hesitation. Su Qianyu's behavior just now had already created a killing intent within him. Even if Lin Han didn't say anything, he would never let Su Qianyu leave alive. Buzz! He waved his palm. The berserk Xianli formed a hurricane, directly sweeping Chu Mengyao's entire body out of the range of Su Qianyu's attack. Little scumbag! Die for me! Zhao Changming's momentum did not decrease and once again attacked Su Qianyu with a palm. The expressions of the people present at the scene had become strange. Just now Zhao Changming had personally said that as long as Su Qianyu could defeat Chu Mengyao, he would become the first place, and Zhao Changming also had to kneel down and apologize to Su Qianyu. However, now, Zhao Changming was going to personally kill the other party, which was clearly detrimental to Zhao Changming's face as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. You may not know, but this brat has offended my master before. Plus he cheated in the newcomer examination. According to the sect's rules, he should be killed on the spot as a warning to others. At this moment, Lin Han stood out and said in a cold voice. The crowd then came to their senses. Then the boy does deserve to die. To dare to disrespect Clan Master Mu, he shouldn't be allowed to participate in the examination. Humph. Our Heavenly Sword sect doesn't need this kind of person with a despicable character who deserves to die. While the crowd was vocally criticizing Su Qianyu, Zhao Changming had already attacked and killed in front of Su Qianyu. Little scum, you were given the chance to live just now. Since you don't cherish it, then go to hell. Zhao Changming wore a cold smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, so what if you win against me? I told you just now, coming out is about background. Chu Mengyao was laughing maniacally at this moment. Her eyes were blood red and her face was hideous. Today, no matter what, Su Qianyu had to die, and she was still the final winner. At this moment in time, biting killing intent came to the surface. Under Zhao Changming's powerful pressure, Su Qianyu had no way to retreat and was about to be killed by the other party's palm strike. Old thing, look at this. But right at this moment, Su Qianyu suddenly took out a dark red projectile, then threw it out towards Zhao Changming while his figure stormed backward. Thunderbolt! Zhao Changming's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this the thunderbolt that he had given to Zhao Xian to save his life? Why did it appear in Su Qianyu's hands? Chapter 18, Killing Intent. How did you get Thunderbolt? Zhao Changming's face changed drastically and he let out a cry of surprise. Why would I have? You can probably guess. Su Qianyu wore a cold smile on his face, and his entire body instantly took dozens of steps back. Boom boom boom. Immediately following that was a deafening explosion ringing in the ears of the crowd, and everyone's expression changed as they hurriedly covered their ears, only to see the dark red thunderbolt directly explode. A violent and extreme Xianli instantly erupted, and terrifying waves of Xianli swept out towards the surroundings. Along with the ground was blown out into a big scorched black pit. Buzz! After everyone opened their eyes again, they realized that the place where Su Qianyu and Zhao Changming were just now had been razed to the ground, and the surrounding trees had also been affected and destroyed as much as possible, making the entire scene a mess. What a terrifying power! Elder Zhao should be fine, right? The crowd looked over, but they saw that at this moment, Zhao Changming's entire body clothes had all been shattered, and his entire body was covered in charred and blackened wounds, and even his breath had become a bit weak, and his entire body looked very wretched. Hiss! This kid is ruthless. To actually injure Elder Zhao like this, he's bound to die today. After seeing Zhao Changming's miserable appearance, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air as well. What a shame! Su Qianyu sighed in his heart. Although the power of the thunderbolt was powerful, Zhao Changming's cultivation was above the earthly Xian realm after all, and even if he hardened himself against the explosion of one thunderbolt, he was only seriously injured, and didn't manage to kill the other party. He, on the other hand, had retreated early, and although he had been affected by a little bit of the aftermath, he was not seriously harmed. Little scum, what have you done to my son? However, at this moment, while Zhao Changming's heart was raging with rage, an ominous premonition arose. You want to guess, old scumbag? Su Qianyu seemed to smile. Just then, several young men rushed out from the great forest of death and shouted, Elder Zhao, we found Zhao Xian's body. During this period of time when Su Qianyu was battling Chu Mengyao, The other participants in the examination also rushed out of the great forest of death. And when they were shocked at the sight of Zhao Changming in this state, who was the good person who had injured a heavenly sword sect elder like this? My good doll. Zhao Changming was instantly in a rage. He looked at Zhao Xian's corpse, and his entire body was shaking with anger. You killed Xianer. His eyes were red with anger as he looked at Su Qianyu. It's just a, kill it. Su Qianyu, however, didn't change his face and went toe-to-toe. Since both sides have already torn their faces, then he is not prepared to think with the other side vainly. Life and death look down. Do not serve. Fine, fine. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces today and use it to sacrifice my son. Zhao Changming could no longer hold back the killing intent in his heart and roared. But just as he was about to kill Su Qianyu regardless, he saw a very surging aura of Xian force erupt from Su Qianyu's body. Jin. Immediately afterward, a loud and clear dragon roar sounded. In the sky above the entire heavenly sword sect, the wind suddenly rose up and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the originally boundless sky. At this moment, everyone looked up at the same time. One could only see the haze above the dome of the sky, and the huge dragon shadow was turning over in the clouds, covering the entire vast expanse of the sky. And the source of all this was from Su Qianyu. What is it? It seems to be a vision of heaven and earth. My God, could this be what that kid drew? The crowd was dumbfounded, their bodies trembling, uncontrollably wanting to kneel down and worship. As the most powerful creature in this heaven and earth, the dragon was once the overlord of all beasts in the world, a symbol of mystery and power. And now, it actually appeared in front of them. How is that possible? Zhao Changming was also stunned. To be able to attract such heaven and earth visions, he must have awakened his battle body. Everyone was nonplussed at the thought. Battle body. That's a battle body that comes along once in 100 years. Why did Chu Mengyao receive Zhao Changming's regard? Wasn't it because Chu Mengyao had awakened the cold ice body? Why was Chu Yanyan accepted as a disciple by Mu Bingjie? Wasn't it because Chu Yanran had awakened the ice phoenix battle body? But now, Su Qianyu had actually awakened his battle body as well, which was something that no one had expected. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Mengyao's entire body was dumbfounded as she shook her head epileptically, simply not believing the facts that were happening in front of her. I'll take this little guy. Soon, only a figure stood out in great excitement. It was a woman in a red robe. At this moment, her face could not hide her excitement, and her gaze towards Su Qianyu was like looking at a supreme treasure. It's Elder Ning. The crowd gasped. Elder Ning was the same as Zhao Changming. Both of them were outer sect elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, and as she stood out at this time, it was obvious that she saw Su Qianyu's talent and wanted to take him under her tutelage. Zhao Changming's face was incomparably embarrassed at his words. If the other party wanted to block, he really couldn't do anything about Su Qianyu. Elder Ning, this kid has offended my master. You should think about the consequences of doing so. At this moment, Lin Han suddenly spoke. Elder Ning froze. Although she wanted to take Su Qianyu under her door, Mu Bingjie's name made her a little hesitant. Elder Zhao, go kill him quickly and I'll keep you safe. It was also when Elder Ning was torn within himself that Lin Han quickly transmitted his voice to Zhao Changming. At those words, killing intent suddenly surged in Zhao Changming's eyes. Then thank you, senior brother Lin Han. In the next second, his body instantly rushed out and attacked Su Qianyu's chest with a swift palm. Little scumbag, you have to pay for killing, no matter how good a talent you have. Now go to hell. The killing intent was monstrous. Zhao Changming's figure passed away in an instant. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Wow! The crowd in the room was in an uproar. No one had expected that after Su Qianyu had displayed an extremely strong talent, Zhao Changming still wanted to kill the other party. And that was what Lin Han wanted. Once he allowed Su Qianyu to join the Heavenly Sword sect, plus the other party still possessed a battle body, it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Su Qianyu at that time. Ugh! That Elder Ning sighed. What a good seed! It's going to be gone. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Go to hell! Chu Mengyao let out a loud laugh when she saw this. Even if you have good talent, so what? It's still hard to escape death today. Humph! This is the price for offending me. A smug look also swept across Lin Han's eyes. Little scum! Go down and bury my son with you. Zhao Changming laughed with a face full of hideousness, already overwhelmed by the pain of losing his son. If you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it either. Instead of feeling scared, Su Qianyu's whole body was raging with battle spirit and his Xian energy was overflowing out of his body crazily. Little scumbag, you're too crazy, and the price of arrogance is death without a corpse. Seeing that Su Qianyu even dared to resist, Zhao Changming laughed loudly. Su Qianyu didn't pay any attention, and the sword he had been storing up was already at its peak. Broken army chop, only to see Su Qianyu raise the surprising sword. The berserk Xianli aura accompanied by an overpowering to the extreme aura swept crazily. This sword was shocking. No way. In the next second, everyone simultaneously lost their voice in shock. Sword intent. It's sword intent. He actually comprehended sword intent. Chapter 19, He Who Knows Me, interprets my arrogance. This time, the people present were completely unable to sit still. Even when they learned that Su Qianyu had awakened his battle body, they had not been so out of sorts. But now, Su Qianyu had actually comprehended sword intent. If awakening the battle body was only because of good talent, then comprehending the sword intent was no longer something that could be described as good talent. That meant that Su Qianyu was a true sword cultivator. Sword cultivator is known as the world's most powerful kind of cultivator. Other people are using the sword to fight. The sword cultivator is using life to fight. Its combat power can be said to be invincible under the same level. Its ferocity can be seen. And those who were able to comprehend sword intent were even fewer, which was why they were so shocked. How? Zhao Changming was similarly filled with shock. How could you possibly comprehend sword intent? At those words, Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. He who knows me, unravels my arrogance. Immediately after, a voice like thunder exploded in the ears of the crowd, only to see Su Qianyu's body tremble. The sword intent on its body seemed to have turned into substance, along with a killing intent that rose up to the sky, and its arrogant aura broke through the sky. In an instant, the two men's attacks collided with each other with a loud bang. There is no harm in killing those who do not know me. Su Qianyu spoke again, and then under everyone's shocked and tense gaze, Zhao Changming's palm force was actually torn apart by the overpowering sword intent. This can't be right. Until this moment, Zhao Changming still didn't believe that he would lose to Su Qianyu, and he stared angrily at the other party, his eyes scarlet. Nothing is impossible. Clank! But the next second, the stunning sword stabbed into Zhao Changming's chest, and then heavily nailed him into the earth beneath him. Boom! Debris splattered and blood rained down. A huge crack blossomed beneath Zhao Changming, like a devil's claw spreading out, stinging the visual nerves of everyone present. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their colors, and the stunning sword in Su Qianyu's hand completely buried all of Zhao Changming's chances of survival. Boom! At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was in the middle of a death-like silence, only to see Su Qianyu pinning Zhao Changming to the ground in death. The overflowing blood appeared extraordinarily blinding, and the misplaced air currents were biting and whistling, and the scene in front of him caused everyone present to feel a tingle in their scalp, and all of them could not stop their hearts and minds from trembling. Dead! Dead! This is Zhao Changming. This was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, but now it fell to the ground powerlessly, like a dead dog. Ho ho ho! Zhao Changming struggled as he seemed to want to say something, but all he could do was spit out a series of blood until finally his body went completely stiff. He stared wide-eyed and died until he died. Perhaps he never thought that he would actually be killed by Su Qianyu. How? How did this happen? Until this time, Chu Mengyao's heart completely collapsed. The cold ice body that she was so proud of had been defeated in the hands of Su Qianyu, and now even Zhao Changming had died in the hands of Su Qianyu. Little scum! How dare you kill my Heavenly Sword sect elder? I'll put you on the spot. Suddenly, Lin Han rushed over with a cold expression on his face. Swish! He erupted with all his strength and instantly arrived in front of Su Qianyu, while violently blasting out a fist towards Su Qianyu's chest. Even if you possess a battle body, so what? After offending me, you're still going to die today. Lin Han was filled with a cold smile. Have to say, he had really seriously underestimated Su Qianyu. But now, since Su Qianyu had killed Zhao Changming, then he had a legitimate reason to strike, and he would personally kill Su Qianyu. However, in the face of Lin Han, who was attacking with killing moves, Su Qianyu still didn't change his face as he once again raised the stunning sword in his hand. Even if I, Su Qianyu, die, I will pull another back. He knew that he wasn't Lin Han's opponent, and he also knew that he was probably going to fall today. But even so, he was going to fight until the last moment. What did you say? Lin Han's breath stagnated. You're that Su Qianyu. At this moment, Lin Han's heart set off waves of shock, but before he could react, the sky suddenly darkened and he jerked his head up to look, only to see a huge palm print. No! He blushed instantly. Boom! In the next second, Lin Han's attack hadn't been able to land on Su Qianyu while his entire body was heavily blasted into the ground by that huge palm print. Rumble! The ground shook violently, a burst of dust flew up, and everyone was stunned dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Who struck again? The crowd rushed to look up. Su Qianyu also looked forward, but realized that in the mid-air where they were, there was actually a white figure that had appeared at some point. It was a middle-aged man with an unruffled expression, and that palm just now was what he had executed. Who's this? I don't recognize it. I've never seen it before, But how do I feel that the aura on him is even more terrifying than the sovereign and the others? The Heavenly Sword sect disciples present were filled with doubt. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Su Qianyu bowed slightly to the man in white, although he didn't recognize the other party either. But no matter what, the other party had saved his life. You just said, "What's your name?" Only to see the man in white come before Su Qianyu. His tone was quite a bit excited as he asked. At those words, Su Qianyu slightly froze. The name of the late generation is Su Qianyu, he answered honestly. Su Qianyu. Qi Yuyo immediately brightened up. That's the little guy. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inside. Luckily, he had stepped in just now in time. Otherwise, if this little guy died, he simply couldn't dare to imagine how furious the Empress would be. Sovereign and the others are here. Just then, there was another gasp from the crowd. Under everyone's gaze, the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch, Mo Yuntian, hurriedly arrived with Mu Bingjie, as well as a group of the Heavenly Sword Sect's executives. What's going on? Mo Yuntian swept a glance around and asked in a deep voice. Just now, they had served Qi Zhongyi well, but they didn't expect the other party to actually come here instantly and make such a big commotion, which caused a sudden ominous premonition to arise in his heart. Ning you speak. That elder Ning didn't dare to slow down when he heard that, and hurriedly told what had just happened. And when Mo Yuntian heard it, his expression immediately sank. What's his name? Mo Yuntian looked at Su Qianyu and asked. I think he just said it was called Su Qianyu. Elder Ning paused for a moment and hurriedly replied. At this moment, everyone didn't even dare to take a breath. They could see that Mo Yuntian was on the verge of going berserk. Patriarch, he killed my master. He killed the clan elders. Patriarch, you kill him. However, Chu Mengya seemed to have seen a life-saving straw as she hurriedly crawled to Mo Yuntian and cried loudly. The crowd was filled with contempt at the sight, but they still couldn't help shaking their heads. Just now, Su Qianyu had killed an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. This matter was definitely not that easy to lift over. That kid would still end up dying. Pop. But the next second, a clear voice rang out. Chu Mengya was directly slapped out, and her entire body once again smashed to the ground in a sorry state, both sides of her face swollen up high and full of overwhelm. It's all you're doing. Immediately following, Mo Yuntian let out an angry cry. What's the situation? Everyone was filled with doubt. Why did Mo Yuntian hit Chu Mengya? Then under their shocked gazes, Mo Yuntian unexpectedly jogged to Su Qianyu, a warm smile on his face as he asked with great concern. Little brother, are you injured? He seemed to be worried that this alone was not enough, and hurriedly said, Don't worry, little brother. I will definitely do you justice today, and all those who are related to this matter. I'll put them all at your disposal. Chapter 20 The Beat of Equality for All Beings. Everyone was stunned. The Grand Patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect was actually so concerned about talking to a brat? Moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but they always felt that there was a hint of ingratiation in Mo Yuntian's tone. Seniors, this is. At this moment, Su Qianyu was also a bit confused. In his last life, he had only seen Mo Yuntian from afar and knew that the other party was the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, but he had never thought that the other party actually cared about him so much. It's good that little brother is okay. It's good that he's okay. Mo Yuntian very self-congratulatory patted Su Qianyu's shoulder and smiled brightly. But I killed Zhao Changming. Su Qianyu blinked and said tentatively. Good kill. But unexpectedly, instead of blaming Su Qianyu, Mo Yuntian exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were wide. Good kill? Did they really hear it right? I only saw Mo Yuntian say angrily. That damned old thing. If you hadn't killed him, otherwise I would have personally slapped him into mush. He was really pissed off. Not to mention the fact that Su Qianyu was the person that Qi Yi was looking for. Just the fact that Su Qianyu possessed a battle body and had also comprehended the sword intent, these two items. The other party was the absolute genius that the Heavenly Sword sect needed the most. But that Zhao Changming actually tried to kill Su Qianyu. It was simply an unpardonable crime. Luckily, Qi Yuyo made a timely move just now. If he really let Su Qianyu die here, he estimated that the entire Heavenly Sword sect would have to follow him. So he really hated Zhao Changming with all his teeth. And if it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right now, he would have wanted to pull Zhao Changming over and whip his body. Su Qianyu was at a loss. Since when has this patriarch been so nice? Little fellow, you don't need to care about them. Follow me first. Qi Yi was about to leave with Su Qianyu at that moment. May I ask where Elder wants to take me? Divine Domain. Red Flame Divine Sect. Su Qianyu's heart shook at his words. God's Domain. The place he was currently in was called the Northern Spirit Domain, while the Divine Domain was located at the center of the entire Xianling continent, the core of the entire continent. Although he hadn't heard of the Red Flame Divine Sect, but how could a sect that could be named after a divine sect in the divine realm be any worse? In particular, he could see that Mo Yuntian was being courteous to even Chi Yuyo, and from that he could also see some clues out. Why is Senior helping me? Su Qianyu asked suspiciously. You don't know why? Chi Yi, on the other hand, looked at Su Qianyu with some surprise. The late generation indeed does not know. At those words, Chi Yuyo pondered. It looked like this little guy didn't know that the Empress had asked him to help him. It's okay, just follow me. Chi Yuyo smiled brightly. He only cared about accomplishing the task that the Empress had given him is. When the Empress returns, he can drop the ball. Cough cough. Right at this moment, before Su Qianyu could speak, he only saw that the scorched black ground just now suddenly moved twice, and then a figure with a blackened body appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was Lin Han, only now he was no longer as handsome as before. His whole body was burnt, and the corner of his mouth was still hanging with a touch of bright red. The whole person looked in a sorry state, and it was obvious that he had just walked through the ghost gate. Chi Prowler's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the palm he had just given was just a casual act, it was definitely not something that an Earthshian realm could resist, and the other party should have died a long time ago, but he didn't expect to actually be able to keep a life. Master. Lin Han dragged his heavily injured body and walked to Mubingjie with great difficulty. Even his voice became hoarse. This time, I won't be able to bail you out. Mubingjie transmitted her voice to Lin Han. At those words, the latter's face immediately turned ashen. Until now, how could he still not know what had happened? It turned out that this big shot from the divine realm was actually here to find Su Qianyu. However, Lin Han couldn't figure it out. Su Qianyu is just a mortal dynasty's prince, can be said to have no identity background, with the divine realm as even more than 8 poles cannot play the other side and how to get involved with such a big shot. Not only did he not understand, even Mubingjie did not understand. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Su Qianyu bowed once again to Chi Yiwu and said, it's just that my junior's current cultivation is still too weak, and I want to continue practicing in the Heavenly Sword sect for a while, so I can only fail Senior's good intentions. Unexpected. Everyone thought that Su Qianyu would joyfully accept Chi Yuyun's invitation, but now, Su Qianyu actually refused in public, and there was a reason why Su Qianyu refused to reject it. He was no longer so innocent after reliving his first life. He believed that there was no free lunch in the world, and that no one would be nice for no reason. As the saying goes, you can't do harm, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. Even though he didn't know why Chi Yuya wanted to help himself, he didn't actually know the other party, let alone the Red Flame Divine Sect, and the fact that the other party was suddenly so enthusiastic about himself made him feel wary in his heart. Little fellow, you don't have to worry, I won't harm you. Seemingly seeing Su Qianyu's wariness of himself, Chi Yuanyu opened his mouth to explain. Su Qianyu still shook his head. He chose to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect. In fact, there was another very important reason. That is, Lin Han is not dead yet, and his revenge has not yet been avenged. And for Lin Han, what he wanted wasn't just as simple as killing the other party. He had more important things to do. Now Chi Yuya was in a bit of a quandary. However, it was good that the Empress had said before that if Su Qianyu was not willing to go with him, he only needed to keep him alive, and he was relieved. The Empress is truly a goddess. She really anticipates things like a god. In that case, I won't force myself. After saying that, Chi Yuanyu looked at Su Qianyu and handed out a bright red orb. Take this flame bead. Consider it as my meet and greet gift to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu was not polite. Then the latecomer will respectfully comply. He took the orb in the other party's hand and asked, may I ask Senior, what is the use of this flame bead? Chi Yuyo smiled faintly. You can't underestimate this blazing flame bead. Although it doesn't look big, once it is detonated, the power that erupts is enough to level this entire Heavenly Sword sect, so it must be remembered that if you don't have to use it as a last resort, you must not use it. Su Qianyu immediately brightened up. This flame bead is a truly good thing. It can even be said that it is a thunderbolt that is countless times more powerful. No matter if it is used to kill people or to protect oneself, it is an absolute good treasure. Mo Yuntian and Mubingjie and a group of Sky Sword sect senior management. On the other hand, a piece of cold came out of their foreheads. In that case, then wouldn't their lives all be controlled by Su Qianyu? Once Su Qianyu threw out this flaming bead, at that time, the entire Heavenly Sword sect will be finished, and they will have to follow the burial. Where is this what flaming bead? This is simply the bead of equality for all beings. Immediately afterward, Chi Yuanyuan looked at Mo Yuntian and the others. This little brother of mine will be temporarily handed over to your Heavenly Sword sect from now on. If one day when I return, I find out that this little brother is in any good or bad shape, none of you will be able to run away. His voice appeared very cold, completely different from when he was talking to Su Qianyu. Don't worry, Elder Chi, We will definitely protect this little brother. Mo Yuntian's heart chilled at the words and he hurriedly patted his chest and said, all he wanted to do now was to hurry up and send this big Buddha away. I hope you do. Qi Yuyo opened his mouth indifferently. Rip. One could only see Qi Yuyo pulling his hands horizontally, and then a spatial crack instantly appeared, while he directly stepped into it and immediately disappeared. My God. What kind of counterintuitive tactic is this? Worthy of being a great man from the divine realm. Such tactics are simply appalling. Everyone was stunned by this tactic of Qi Yuyao's. They became more and more convinced that the other party was definitely an incomparable peerless powerhouse. And just now, they finally no longer had any doubts about the authenticity of that flame bead. Seeing this, Mo Yuntian finally let out a sigh of relief before looking at Su Qianyu and saying, little brother, these people are at your disposal. This statement was made. Chu Mengyao immediately turned ashen. Lin Han also clenched his fists, terrified inside. Chapter 21, Beheading Chu Mengyao. Su Qianyu first came in front of Chu Mengyao. At this moment, Chu Mengyao's entire body was covered in blood, and her entire body had long since lost its previous condescension, and her face was filled with panic, looking incomparably wretched. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, it was all my fault before, please don't kill me, I'm willing to be an ox to serve you. The moment she saw Su Qianyu, Chu Mengyao was immediately scared to the point of turning pale. She hurriedly crawled to Su Qianyu's feet and begged bitterly, if I am the one who loses this time, will you let me go? Su Qianyu's face was devoid of any expression and his voice was flat as he asked. At those words, Chu Mengyao's breath hitched. If Su Qianyu fell into her hands today, she would definitely make Su Qianyu beg for life and beg for death. But the reality is very cruel. Suddenly, Chu Mengyao seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly blurted out, Su Qianyu, you married my old ancestor. You are also my old ancestor. Please let me go. At those words, the crowd in the four corners of the room stared in disbelief. Nice one. What is this? Can't you see it yet? Chu Mengyao has put up a fight in order to stay alive, actually recognizing her ancestor directly. Su Qianyu smiled contemptuously. I don't have ungrateful grandchildren like you. He still remembered how unbeatable the Chu Mengyao of his last life was, and even more so, he wouldn't forget the shame that the other party had bestowed upon him. No, don't kill me. The breath of death completely shrouded Chu Mengyao. She hurriedly pulled Su Qianyu's clothes. I'm still intact. I'm willing to give you a concubine. Serve you as a cow. Please spare my life. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly took out a dagger emitting a biting cold light from behind her back and stabbed out towards Su Qianyu's chest without any mercy. I'm just going to die and drag you with me. Chu Mengyao's hideous face was filled with madness. She had long known that Su Qianyu would definitely not let herself go, so her plea for mercy just now was only to confuse Su Qianyu so that she could offer this fatal blow. No good. Mo Yuntian and the others' faces changed drastically. They also didn't expect Chu Mengyao to be so crazy that she actually dared to lay hands on Su Qianyu in front of so many people. Qi Yi has only just left. If they really let Su Qianyu die here, then their entire Heavenly Sword sect will be in trouble. Just as Mo Yuntian and the others were about to make a move to save them, Su Qianyu suddenly made a move. Giggle. Hot blood stormed out. The surprising sword stabbed directly into Chu Mengyao's body, while her wrist holding the dagger was also firmly clasped by Su Qianyu. You. Chu Mengyao raised her head incredulously to look at Su Qianyu, and blood kept spilling out of her mouth, making her unable to speak. Clunk! The dagger in her hand dropped with it. Su Qianyu drew his surprising sword and looked at Chu Mengyao, faintly saying, do you think I don't know this little bit of your mind? Is after all, having been reborn in his first life, he had long since become extra vigilant, and as Su Qianyu's voice fell, the breath on Chu Mengyao's body became weaker and weaker until she finally collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes were wide and filled with resignation and remorse. If he hadn't withdrawn from the marriage, if he hadn't been targeting Su Qianyu, wouldn't he have ended up like today? It's just a shame that there are no ifs in this world. Chu Mengyao is dead. The people present were beyond sighing, yet no one dared to say even one more word. After all, even Zhao Changming had been killed by Su Qianyu, and now the death of a Chu Mengyao was really nothing to be alarmed about. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu came before Lin Han. At this moment, Lin Han's entire body was scorched black and bruised. His entire body looked very wretched, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes when he saw Su Qianyu walking over. Now Chu Mengyao is dead. Will Su Qianyu try to kill him too? He knew clearly in his heart that if Su Qianyu really wanted to make a move against himself, even Mu Bingjie wouldn't dare to say a word of no. On your knees. Lin Han's head snapped up at his words. A soldier may be killed, but not dishonored. He looked angrily at Su Qianyu and whispered. However, Su Qianyu didn't say anything and was just full of teasing. Little Han, if you want to live, listen to him. Mu Bingjie, who was on the side, transmitted her voice to Lin Han inside. Lin Han's pupils dilated at his words. Of course he understood what Mu Bingjie meant, but he was also a proud son of heaven. How could he willingly kneel to Su Qianyu? Especially when he was in the Tianwu dynasty before. He even let out words that if he saw Su Qianyu again, he would make the other party's life worse than death. But now, not only did he not get what he wished for, but instead, his own life was in the hands of Su Qianyu, which made him feel immensely ashamed. Puff. However, in the next second, Lin Han still lowered his head, then knelt in front of Su Qianyu. He was roaring in his heart. Once he let himself find an opportunity, he would definitely make Su Qianyu pay 100 times the price. Looks like you're not as tough as you thought. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Lin Han raised his head fiercely, staring angrily at Su Qianyu, gritting his teeth. What do you have to be so proud of? But you're just bullying others. He attempted to regain some of his lost dignity in this way. At those words, Su Qianyu smiled. Half a month ago, when you relied on your status as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and struck out at me, why didn't you say that you were bullying others? Just now, when you relied on the fact that you had cultivated for 2 more years than me and struck out at me again, why didn't you say that you were bullying others? To put it bluntly, it's nothing more than the fact that my power is greater than yours right now. That's why you're treating yourself as the weaker party, and then standing up to accuse me on a moral level. Do you think you're worthy of that? As Su Qianyu finished speaking, Lin Han's face instantly became cloudy, and for a moment, he was unexpectedly unable to refute it. There was also a sudden afterthought from the people present. Yeah, they were still fighting for Lin Han just now, thinking that it was Su Qianyu who was bullying people, and they also thought that Su Qianyu's heart was too small. However, they had all overlooked that it was actually Lin Han who had struck out at Su Qianyu first, and Su Qianyu was now merely returning the favor in his own way. If it wasn't for someone backing you up, even if I gave you 2 more years, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Lin Han was still talking tough. He was a genius in his own right, with a pride all his own. Su Qianyu grinned. I don't think it will take 2 years. At most half a year. I'll be able to crush you in all aspects. Do you believe me? Hearing this, there was an uproar in all directions. 6 months? This is too much for him to blow. Although he possesses a battle body, senior brother Lin Han also has one. Moreover, senior brother Lin Han is still at the 9th level of the earthly Shen realm, which is more than a large realm higher than him. It's really unrealistic to want to surpass senior brother Lin Han in half a year's time. The crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect was talking. Although they recognized Su Qianyu's talent and marveled at his background, Su Qianyu wanted to surpass Lin Han in half a year. It is indeed an almost impossible thing to do. One must know that even if Su Qianyu's progress was rapid, but Lin Han could be accepted as a disciple by Mu Bingjie, his talent was definitely not weak. And while Su Qianyu was progressing, Lin Han was likewise progressing. Calculating like this, the possibility that Su Qianyu's words just now could be realized was almost negligible. Chapter 22. You have no say here. Are you insulting me? Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with scarlet eyes. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Han continued. Since you're so confident in yourself, do you dare to fight me in a life and death battle in half a year? Life and death. The crowd was shocked, but quickly realized. It seemed that Lin Han was trying to use this way to retrieve his lost dignity, and if Su Qianyu didn't dare to agree, I'm afraid that the next one to lose face would be Su Qianyu herself. Good. Su Qianyu glanced at the ancient ring in Lin Han's hand with a smirk, then laughed. Promise. I can't believe I actually said yes. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment. They originally thought that Su Qianyu was going to move a stone to hit his own feet this time, but they didn't expect Su Qianyu to actually dare to agree to it. Then it's a deal. Whoever goes back on their word will not be allowed to die. Lin Han was also slightly stunned, then laughed out a fierce laugh. He had only wanted to use this opportunity to get a little bit of face back for himself, but he hadn't expected that the other party would actually dare to agree. Since this was the case, when half a year later, one must kill the other party and return today's shame 100-fold. As for what Su Qianyu had just said about crushing himself after half a year, in his opinion, it was a complete fool's errand. Little brother, this is not a good thing, Mo Yuntian said as he looked towards Su Qianyu. He also felt that Su Qianyu was beating his face against the wall, but what really scared him was that in case Su Qianyu was not a match for Lin Han after half a year and directly sacrificed that flaming bead of equality of all beings, I'm afraid that the entire Heavenly Sword sect would have to be finished by that time. And that's what he was really worried about. Lin Han, on the other hand, mocked at this time. You wouldn't want to back out just after you've said your words, would you? He was trying to provoke Su Qianyu with a provocative method. Such a good opportunity to kill Su Qianyu. He didn't want to miss it. Pop. But the next second, Mo Yuntian directly slapped Lin Han out, and his face, which was already seriously injured, was now swollen into a pig's head. Get the hell out of my way. There's no room for you to talk here. Mo Yuntian chided, itching to immediately slap Lin Han to death. If you really annoy Su Qianyu, in case you can't think of anything else, and directly detonate the flame bead, then it will be all over. And now Lin Han actually dared to provoke Su Qianyu. This was simply joking with the lives of everyone in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, so angry that his teeth itched. Mo Yuntian then looked towards Su Qianyu. A bright smile once again appeared on his face, and said cheerfully, "Little brother, you don't even need to care about him. If there's anything in the future, just come and find me directly." Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Patriarch can rest assured, as long as it's not as a last resort, I won't use the flame bead lightly. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Han with his afterglow. The reason why he didn't kill Lin Han directly was because he knew one of Lin Han's secrets, and that was that the ring on the other party's finger hid a beautiful master with white skin and a curvy front and back. It was because of this beautiful master that Lin Han was able to travel smoothly on the path of cultivation. He even suspected that the only reason why Chiyiwu hadn't slapped Lin Han to death just now was because that beautiful master of the other party had stepped in. And what he was going to do was not only kill Lin Han, but also take that beautiful master of the other party for himself. This was the real reason why he didn't kill Lin Han. Otherwise he wouldn't have had any nonsense at all and would have just slapped Lin Han to death. That's good. That's good. Mo Yuntian also breathed a sigh of relief. As for Lin Han, who had been slapped out far away by him, his face was already swollen high, his entire expression became incomparably hideous, and his inner hatred for Su Qianyu had reached its peak. 6 months later, I want you to live as if you were dead. I want to kill you by 1,000 cuts. I want to grind your bones into ashes. Little cold, this time it might not be a bad thing for you. With his presence, you'll be able to cultivate harder. Right at this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded in Lin Han's mind. The voice did not come from Mu Bingjie. Instead, it came from that mysterious master of Lin Han's. I know master. One day, I'll make him pay back 100 times, 10,000 times. Lin Han roared in his heart. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu slowly walked away, but suddenly stopped in front of Mu Bingjie. Seeing this, Mu Bingjie's expression was a bit unnatural before she took a deep breath and said, I admit that I was the one who looked away before, but if that's all you are, I don't think your talent is that strong. Until this time, she had long understood that the dragon that she had not found before was Su Qianyu. However, in front of all eyes, it was impossible for her to be soft with Su Qianyu, a junior, so she said so. At those words, the expressions of the people present became a bit strange. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes that Su Qianyu not only possessed a powerful battle body, but also comprehended the sword intent. If such a talent wasn't considered strong, then what did they count as? Then I still say that, sooner or later, I will let you know that your vision is as bad as ever. Su Qianyu smiled and did not argue. Where is my lady? He just asked lightly. Yan Yan is still in the ice and snow mystic realm for closed-door cultivation. Su Qianyu nodded at his words and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Mo Yuntian hurriedly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Ha 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 ha, since little brother is fine, then I declare today's newcomer examination to be over. And little brother is the deserved first place winner. In addition to the original rewards, little brother is directly promoted to the core disciple of the sect, enjoying all the rights of a core disciple, and no one is allowed to neglect little brother. Otherwise don't blame me for turning the other cheek. The last sentence, Mo Yuntian almost said it in a warning tone. He was jealous not only of the flame bead in Su Qianyu's hand, but also of the powerful strength that Chi Prowler had just displayed. And the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were also divided into different ranks. Newcomers who just joined belonged to the outer disciples, and then they could advance to the inner disciples, then the elite disciples, and finally the core disciples. The crowd of newcomers were filled with envy at the words. This time, Su Qianyu not only got the first place in the newcomer examination, but also directly became a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, which was a treatment that had never passed in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect. One must know that even Lin Han was only an elite disciple up to this point, so one could imagine how big the span was. Then thank you, Sovereign. Su Qianyu thanked Mo Yuntian. Little brother, no need to be polite. In the future if there is anything you can come to me directly. Everything is negotiable. Mo Yuntian waved his hand coolly. You row, take little brother to the subterranean dragon peak to pick a residence. And by the way, take little brother to familiarize himself with the sect. As Mo Yuntian's voice fell, a blue silhouette slowly walked out from the crowd. It was a slender young woman with outstanding looks and temperament, who wore a long light blue dress and exuded a tranquil aura, giving people a sense of comfort like a spring breeze just by looking at her. Chapter 23, Mo Euro. It's senior sister Euro. The patriarch actually let senior sister Euro to accompany that brat. What a great honor. I'm so envious I'm about to explode. But I remember that senior brother Lin Han seems to be courting senior sister Yuro. I'm afraid that senior brother Lin Han will be extremely unhappy if this happens. At the sight of the woman named Yuro, the crowd present instantly stirred, and their gazes towards Su Qianyu couldn't help but become more jealous. Mo Yuro was not only Mo Yuntian's precious daughter, but also the Heavenly Sword Sect's heavenly proud daughter. No matter whether it was her appearance or talent, she was at the top in the entire Heavenly Sword Sect, and was the dream goddess in everyone's heart. And the more important point was that Lin Han had also been pursuing Mo Yuro, but now Mo Yuro was called by Mo Yuntian to accompany Su Qianyu. It was self-evident what deep meaning this had. As expected, at this moment, Lin Han's expression was gloomy to the extreme. But this was Mo Yuntian's order after all. Even how angry he was inside, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of it. Senior brother Qianyu, follow me. Only to see Mo Yuro's lotus steps gently moving, she came to Su Qianyu. Her voice was very pleasant, but maintained a sense of detachment, although she was also a little reluctant to lead the way for Su Qianyu in her heart. But in front of so many people, she still had to give face to her father. Wait for me a little. Su Qianyu opened his mouth, just as the crowd was feeling very confused, only to see Su Qianyu slowly walk to Chu Mengyao and Zhao Changming's two corpses, and then searched the storage rings in their hands, as well as their entire body before giving up. Go! After doing all this, Su Qianyu grinned with satisfaction. The pellets were returned to the warehouse. They should never be wasted. Then he followed Mo Yuro and left. Bloody hell! Lin Han gritted his teeth in anger at the sight. Ever since he entered the Heavenly Sword Sect, he had been pursuing Mo Yuro, and recently, the relationship between the two of them had not been easy to make progress. But now it was interrupted by Su Qianyu, coupled with Mo Yuntian's acquiescence. This made his hatred for Su Qianyu a few points more intense as well. Little chill. You must remember that this world will always be respected by the strong, as long as you cultivate hard. What kind of women can't you get? Suddenly, a voice gently entered Lin Han's mind. Only then did Lin Han feel better in his heart when he heard this. But if I really let that kid have his way, even if I snatch Mo Yuro back again, it'll just be broken shoes that have been played with. He was obviously still very upset. Chill, this is where you don't understand women. The voice laughed and said, although virgins are good, they are like green apples. They will be very tender to eat. A woman is only like a ripe peach when she has been sufficiently moisturized. That's the real best. Not only is there a lot of water, but it also quenches your thirst very well. Hearing this, Lin Han's eyes immediately glowed. Master is right. I was confused just now. I believe in Yuro. She definitely wouldn't betray me. Much less look at that brat. He took a deep breath, a greedy glint in his eyes, and inside he actually had one thing left unsaid. And that was, as long as he thought of his master's overwhelming beauty and that exquisite figure, he couldn't help but feel his heart on fire. He had even decided early on that one day, he would make his master his woman. In the meantime, under Mo Yuro's leadership, Su Qianyu arrived atop a towering mountain peak. Fixing his eyes, there were also three large and powerful words inscribed in the center of the peak. Subterranean Peak. This is where the sect specializes in providing residence for core disciples. You can pick any house to stay in. Mo Yuro, who was on the side, introduced softly. Only her attitude towards Su Qianyu was slightly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu nodded her head. The place was really nice and the rooms were all big. And the main thing was that there didn't seem to be many people in the neighborhood, which made it seem very quiet. I'll stay here then. Su Qianyu picked a house at random. Who knew that Mo Yuro was frowning slightly? What's the problem? Su Qianyu looked at her and asked. It's not a problem, except that if you choose this one, my house is right across from yours. Mo Yuro opened her mouth and said. At those words, Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. This really wasn't something he did on purpose. After all, in his last life he had only become an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect at best. He wasn't qualified to live in the subterranean Dragon Peak at all, and it was impossible for him to know where Mo Yuro lived. I'll stay here then. Mo Yuro sniffed inwardly with some displeasure. She had thought that after she said this, Su Qianyu would change the room, but she didn't realize that the other party's face skin was actually so thick. But in the end she didn't say anything more, but simply turned away. Senior sister Yuro. Su Qianyu suddenly opened his mouth and called him back. Anything else? Mo Yuro turned around and inquired. It's nothing much. I just want to tell senior sister Yuro that it's best to stay away from that Lin Han. Hearing this, Mo Yuro immediately furrowed her brows. It's my own business, so I don't need you to worry about it. Her voice became very cold, even with a hint of disgust. She herself had a good feeling about Lin Han. Only now Su Qianyu was bad-mouthing Lin Han in front of her. In her opinion, Su Qianyu, this is completely a villainous act. At the same time, Her inner impression of Su Qianyu was also poor to the extreme. Naturally, she also directly forgot about Mo Yuntian's command to bring Su Qianyu to familiarize himself with the sect. After Mo Euro left, Su Qianyu, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't that he was denigrating Lin Han just now, but according to his memories from his last life, Mo Euro would end up being killed by Lin Han. Seeing as Mo Euro had led the way for him, he had kindly reminded the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to dislike him instead of listening. As for the other party's attitude, he really didn't take it seriously. Even though Mo Euro did look good, he had long since seen Chu Yanran in Jiangyu, and while the three had completely different temperaments, there wasn't much of a gap in terms of looks. Su Qianyu quickly put this matter behind him and returned to his room and took out the blazing flame bead at the first opportunity. It does contain very terrifying fire attribute energy. It's really good. Su Qianyu couldn't help but let out a marvelous sigh. That senior didn't deceive himself. The energy contained in this tiny orb could be described as destructive. Saying that it could level the entire Heavenly Sword sect was not an exaggeration at all. This could be one of his biggest killer apps. As long as the flame bead was there, no one would dare to mess with him. Suddenly, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Can I refine the fire attribute energy in this and use it to awaken the fire dragon vein? His 9-dragon battle body needed to awaken 9 dragon veins, and one of them was the fire dragon vein, which just so happened to need to absorb the powerful fire attribute energy. And isn't this flame bead in front of us the best choice? Maybe give it a try. With this thought, without saying a word, Su Qianyu immediately operated the yin-yang chaos technique, then carefully probed into the flame bead. Really? Also in the next second, Su Qianyu's heart was completely agitated. He could actually really absorb the fire attribute energy in this flame bead. Keep absorbing. Su Qianyu forced down the joy within his heart and then devoted himself to cultivation. One could only see a scorching flame breath gushing out from the flame bead, which then converged into Su Qianyu's body. Before long, Su Qianyu's body was surrounded by rich fire attribute energy. Even the entire room was heating up dramatically. Chapter 24, Goodbye Chu Yanran. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. What had happened in the newcomer examination earlier had long since spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect like a gale, and Su Qianyu's name was completely known by all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and at the same time, it also became the talk of the town before and after tea. That Su Qianyu is so happy. Who says it isn't? But I heard that he even chose his residence opposite senior sister Yuro. Holy, that kid couldn't be having thoughts about senior sister Yuro. Senior brother Lin Han definitely won't let him go. In my opinion, that brat is nothing more than an empty background, and to try to surpass senior brother Lin Han in half a year is simply a fool's errand. In the meantime, on the submerged dragon peak, Su Qianyu's entire body was as motionless as an old monk in the middle of the room, but his body is surrounded by blazing flames. Looks like a fireman in general. The whole body is emitting a blazing heat. Buzz. But in the next second, the flames on Su Qianyu's entire body suddenly burned violently, and then all of them were sucked into his body. And at the same time, a huge fire dragon silhouette coalesced above Su Qianyu's head. The fire dragon vein has finally awakened. Su Qianyu violently opened his eyes, and there were even flames in his eyes that hadn't had time to dissipate. His expression was quite agitated. He didn't expect that he could actually awaken a dragon vein so quickly, so that if he did so, his combat power could be greatly enhanced again. If the current me goes all out, I should be able to have the power to fight even against an enemy of the Earth-Xian realm. Feeling the surging and raging power within his body, Su Qianyu grinned. After awakening the fire dragon vein, he would also be in control of the fire attribute energy, and he would have another means of fighting the enemy in the future. While the flaming bead in his hand did not have the slightest change, it still emitted an aura full of destruction. Although the flaming bead was absorbed by Su Qianyu with a lot of the power of the flames, but that for the flaming bead is completely just one hair of the cow, and the power that can be erupted out will not have any effect. Rather, it's time to go find Chu Yanran and settle the previous accounts. Immediately after, Su Qianyu viciously stood up, then left the room straight away. He hadn't forgotten that Chu Yanran had said earlier that she would let herself be on top if she could join the Heavenly Sword sect. He has been grudging about the previous incident, and has long wanted to wipe out the previous shame, and this time he said anything to get back his lost dignity. Soon, Su Qianyu arrived on top of a cloudy mountain peak based on his memories from his previous life. The mountain peak was surrounded by numerous holes. These were the entrances to the secret realm set up by the Heavenly Sword sect, and as long as one entered them, one could go straight to the secret realm. But today, this place was different from usual. The number of people was dozens of times more than usual, and the entire mountain peak was covered with crowds of people, with very noisy voices, making it seem extraordinarily lively. Awesome! Worthy of being the shut-in disciple that Patriarch Mu took in. It looks like it's impossible to beat her. This is a real rose with thorns, and I don't know which will be cheaper in the end. Su Qianyu squeezed into the crowd. He looked ahead above a clearing, but saw a very familiar figure. The very Chu Yanran he was looking for, only to see Chu Yanyan wearing a powerful dress that perfectly outlined her plump body. The whole person was like a heavenly fairy, attracting the fiery gazes of many people present. At this moment, opposite Chu Yanran was a young man dressed in white, his eyes similarly blazing as he stared at Chu Yanran, and at the same time he couldn't help but lick his lips, his face filled with the desire to dominate. Senior Sister Chu, today I'll come to teach you a few moves, and if I can win, I'll also ask Senior Sister Chu to keep her word. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared, transforming into a residual shadow as he swooped out towards Chu Yanran. Seeing this, Chu Yanran's delicate face did not have any expression. Easily blocking the man's attack, the two quickly battled together. This senior brother, may I ask what's going on here? Su Qianyu casually looked for a white and chubby man in front of him and asked, "Get out of here." Who knew that the fat man would not look back in anger? "What happened that you don't know to see?" Calling it so affectionate, making it sound like I know you well. Upon hearing this, Fatty continued to look towards the front without taking his eyes off the road, but he soon realized that something was wrong. How to surround yourself with people, all looking at themselves with a look of pity? Fatty's heart stuttered. It's over. Did I offend some big shot? He then looked back with a somewhat stiff neck and saw Su Qianyu standing right behind him. You. For a moment, his face was filled with horror, and even his speech became stuttering. You're that guy from a couple days ago. He instantly recognized Su Qianyu. After all, he was there during the previous rookie examination, and he had seen Su Qianyu kill Chu Mengyao and Zhao Chengming with his own eyes. At the same time, he also heard with his own ears that Mo Yuntian had ordered that no one should offend Su Qianyu. But what have you done now? Did he just tell the other guy to off? This is just like the old man hanging himself. Too long to live. I was wrong. Big brother, I really know wrong. Just now I do not know as big brother you are. Otherwise how do I dare Fatty hurriedly walked to the front of Su Qianyu, a snot and a tear to apologize. Hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Didn't you just say that you're not familiar with me? How come you're calling me big brother now? Fatty wanted to cry. Big brother, you're my own brother. Just now I said that my little one had eyes but didn't recognize him in tie. Big brother, just treat me as a fart and let me go. The four people saw the situation was full of contempt. Just now you are not such an attitude. Flip-flopping is faster than turning over the book. Su Qianyu also didn't intend to break up with the other party. So he asked, you still haven't answered my question. What's going on here? The fat man was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly explained. It's like this, big brother. That very good-looking woman is called Chu Yanran. She's Vice Patriarch Mu's recently accepted new shut-in disciple. Her talent is very strong, and it's rumored that she's also awakened her battle body. Just now Chu Yanran put out the word that as long as someone beats her at the same cultivation level, they can start courting her. So a lot of people came, but Chu Yanran is really fierce. This is already the dozenth, and not a single person has been able to defeat her yet. After the other party finished speaking, Su Qianyu understood. No wonder so many people had gathered here. With Chu Yanran's looks and charm, it was a normal thing to have so many people arrive. Just as Fatty was speaking, the battle between Chu Yanran and the man in front of her was also declared to be over. And in the end, Chu Yanran won by holding a sharp sword against the man's throat. Although Chu Yanyan's current cultivation was not too high, after awakening the Ice Phoenix battle body, her combat power had been greatly enhanced, and at least within the same rank, very few people were her opponents. You lose. You're not allowed to bother me again in the future. Chu Yanran looked at the other party with a bemused gaze and opened her mouth. Ever since she entered the Heavenly Sword sect, there were always some inexplicable people who wanted to pursue her. However, she had managed to solve the problem of her Xianing body with great difficulty and had been given such a good opportunity to cultivate. She simply did not have the heart to think about this, so she was annoyed with these suitors. Just like just now, she had just walked out of the Ice Secret Realm, and she was met with a group of people saying some sickeningly earthy words of love. This was more than enough to make her chagrin. That was why she directly put out the word that unless she could defeat herself within the same realm, she would never be allowed to harass herself again. And the man in front of him, named Fong Yuan, was already the 18th person who had lost to his hands today. Chapter 25. Make a bet. Senior Fong Yuan also lost. That's really impressive. Senior brother Fong Yuan is ranked third among the inner disciples. I didn't expect that even he actually lost to Chu Yanran. If this looks like it, I'm afraid no one will be her opponent unless an elite disciple makes a move. The crowd in all directions was in an uproar. In front, the man named Fong Yuan was even more filled with unwillingness as he looked at Chu Yanran with a pleading face. Elder sister Yanran, I really like you. can't you give me a chance? Chu Yanran frowned and ignored it. However, Fang Yuan still refused to give up as he immediately took out a small delicate box from his storage ring. After opening it, there was a crystalline and rounded elixir lying inside, which also emitted a faint fragrance. Senior Sister Yanran, this is a 4th grade elixir. Spirit Xian Dan. As long as Senior Sister Yanran is willing to give me a chance, I will give it to Senior Sister Yanran right now. Fang Yuan looked at Chu Yanran with eyes full of anticipation. Right. I forgot to mention that my father is still the lord of a city. If Sister Yan follows me, not only will she become the future wife of the city lord, but she will also be able to get more cultivation resources. Why not? Fang Yuan continued to open his mouth and pleaded. Only this time there was more arrogance and temptation in his tone. The people present couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. Spirit Xian Dan, elder brother Fang Yuan is really a big spender. I'm really envious. If Senior Fang Yuan is willing to treat me like this, I'll give Senior Fang Yuan a monkey tonight. However, despite the crowd's chatter and agitation, Chu Yanran's gaze never wavered. She didn't even look at Fang Yuan and said indifferently, I appreciate your kindness, but I must tell you that I'm actually over 100 years old, older than your city lord father. At those words, Fang Yuan hastily shook his head. It's okay, I don't mind. Fang Yuan stared at Chu Yanran with a burning gaze. Sincerely, he said, I don't care about age. As long as it's Senior Sister Yan, not to mention over 100 years old. Even if it's 400 or 500 years old I'm willing. Hearing this, Chu Yanran added, even if you don't mind, then your father definitely won't agree. Fang Yuan hastily shook his head. Definitely not. My father once told me that a female senior holds a golden brick. Yanran's senior sister is so much older than me by more than 3. I don't even know what to hold. It's so happy. Upon hearing this, the crowd stared blankly, and there were others who couldn't stop themselves from giving Fang Yuan a thumbs up. There's really no one else who can do this level of being a lickspittle. But on second thought, if being a licking dog would allow him to lick a top beauty like Chu Yanran, then it didn't seem unacceptable. Chu Yanran was speechless for a moment. She could only say helplessly, I also forgot to tell you that I'm actually already married. So please stop pestering me. At those words, the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth below rose slightly. At least now it seemed that Chu Yanran did not want to betray herself. However, Fang Yuan still refused to stop. Senior Sister Yanran, your words are definitely an excuse. He looked at Chu Yanran with an incomparable fire. Moreover, even if Yanran's sister is really already a married woman, what does it matter? Only I am worthy of Yanran's sister in this world. I'll marry Yanran's sister again, that is. Now everyone understands. All in all, it was one sentence. No matter what, Fang Yuan just wanted to marry Chu Yanran. Chu Yanran really had no choice. She shook her head with a firm gaze. I'm sorry, I don't have time to think about that right now, so please stay out of my way or don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Chu Yanran was directly about to leave. It's okay, Senior Sister Yan. I can wait for you, and when you're willing to think about all of this, it's okay for me to come back and marry you. Fang Yuan hurriedly blocked in front of Chu Yanran. But this time, Chu Yan directly raised the sharp sword in her hand and pressed it against the opponent's throat before. Yanran's senior sister. You. The sword blade emitting a cold light was less than an inch away from Fang Yuan's throat, and Fang Yuan didn't dare to get any closer at the moment. I said, don't blame me for being impolite if you come to pester me again. After saying that, Chu Yanran directly turned around. The crowd was once again talking. This didn't even take down Chu Yanran. My goodness, this is too hard. If I were a female, I would have already left with Senior Fang Yuan. Stain. First he challenged with force, then he tempted with status and resources, and finally he even played a hand of emotional cards. But Chu Yanran is just unwilling. This time it seems that no one can really take Chu Yanran. The crowd was talking. In all conscience, just now Fang Yuan's way had been perfect, and the conditions given had been very tempting, but Chu Yanran was not moved in the slightest, which made them feel Chu Yanran's ruthlessness once again. What an abomination! Seeing that Chu Yanran was about to leave, a hidden irritation and killing intent flashed through Fang Yuan's eyes. He had already put his stance so low, this old woman actually still disagreed. She really didn't know what to do. However, Su Qianyu took it all in his eyes as he smiled faintly before walking forward. Big brother, what are you going to do? The chubby white fat man from before hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. What else can I do? Of course it's to try to see if I can hold a beauty. At those words, the people present froze. Just now, for all to see, even Fang Yuan, who ranked third among the inner disciples, was defeated in the hands of Chu Yanran, and failed to succeed by all means. Could it be useful for you to go? Who the hell are you? Even if your identity is unrivaled, Chu Yenran is obviously not the kind of woman who tends to the trend, and it is also a self-inflicted humiliation to go. Fatty couldn't help but remind even more. But big brother, this Chu Yenran obviously has no intention in this regard. You went. He didn't dare say the latter. However, he saw Su Qianyu waving his hand in a very dashing manner. There's no hurry. Let's see how I'm going to subdue this thorny rose. After saying that, in the gaze of everyone, Su Qianyu slowly walked out from the crowd. Humph. Don't think for yourself. Even I failed. What's the use of you going? Fang Yuan said with a face full of disdain. At those words, Su Qianyu was not angry. He looked at Fang Yuan with a smirk. Since this senior brother is so confident, how about we make a bet? Fang Yuan sneered. What do you want to bet? Su Qianyu grinned. Then let's bet on this spirit Xian Dan in your hand. If I succeed in taking down Chu Yenran, you'll give me this Dan. At those words, Fang Yuan was still full of disdain. No problem, he agreed straight away. What about your bet? Su Qianyu took out the stunning sword. This is okay, right? Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. Upper Xian grade spirit weapon. This was even more precious than his spirit Xian Dan. It's a deal. He burst into a sardonic laugh. Although he didn't manage to take down Chu Yenran today, if he was able to harvest a Xian grade upper grade spiritual artifact, it wouldn't be considered a wasted endeavor. After all, in his opinion, there was no way he could lose this bet himself. Chapter 26, Missing my mother so much. Then it's a deal. The corners of Su Qianyu's mouth also rose slightly. He then no longer had any hesitation and directly blocked Chu Yenran with his back. And when Chu Yenran saw that someone was blocking her path again, she instantly raised her willow eyebrows. I'll say it one last time. If you get in my way again, I'll be rude. A biting coldness had filled her voice. Some people immediately gloated. If Chu Yenran really punched Su Qianyu for this, then even if Su Qianyu's skin was thicker, he probably wouldn't have the face to sue the patriarch. Humph. Jumper. Fang Yuan at the back also sneered when he saw this. To even presume to take down Chu Yenran and dare to make a bet with himself was simply being whimsical. By the looks of it, a Xian grade upper grade spirit weapon was about to arrive. This was really a silly money-giving boy. Immediately after, only Su Qianyu slowly turned around and looked at Chu Yenran and said, "This senior sister, do you want to see who I am before you speak?" As Su Qianyu turned around, Chu Yenran's entire body directly froze in place the moment she saw Su Qianyu. "It's you?" She was really surprised. Su Qianyu actually came to the Heavenly Sword sect? She had only just stepped out of the ice and snow mysterious realm today, and had been in closed-door cultivation in it for a long time before that. So naturally, she didn't know about Su Qianyu's arrival at the Heavenly Sword sect yet, which was why she was so surprised at this moment. Why can't it be me? Su Qianyu grinned as his gaze kept scanning over Chu Yenran's body. Stains. It had only been less than a month, and Chu Yenran's entire person had changed quite a bit. Not only did the skin become smoother and more delicate, even the figure seemed to be more and more plump, especially the two peaks in front of the body. According to Su Qianyu's previous experience, it was at least 1 yard larger. I just don't know if it would feel more comfortable to touch. Since you've joined the sword sect, you should cultivate properly instead of blocking my way here, Chu Yenran said indifferently after being surprised. However, Su Qianyu just smiled. I just heard that you'll go with whoever can beat you, right? Chu Yenran was expressionless, then nodded her head. In that case, I'd like to come and try. After saying that, Su Qianyu walked to Chu Yenran. You want to challenge me? Chu Yenran was a bit surprised. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Of course, if I win, you can come with me. At those words, Chu Yenran also became interested. Then I'll give you a chance. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same realm as you. As long as you can defeat me, I'll go with you. When these words came out, the crowd in the four corners of the room immediately stirred. They've known each other for a long time? Fang Yuan frowned at the sight, but soon mocked out. Even if you know each other, so what? With this kid, there's no way he can be Chu Yenran's opponent. He had just fought Chu Yenran. One had to admit that Chu Yenyan's strength was very strong. Even he was not an opponent, let alone a newcomer who was only in the true Xian realm. Even if he was in the same realm, there was absolutely no way that this kid would be Chu Yenyan's opponent. Ice palm. It was also at this moment that Chu Yenran moved. At this moment, she suppressed her cultivation to the same realm as Su Qianyu, while a blast of biting cold ice power erupted above her white palms, and then violently attacked out with a palm towards Su Qianyu. Good man, there's really no mercy at all. Su Qianyu grinned at the situation, then urged his entire body's Xianli as well as the fire attribute energy he had just absorbed, and similarly launched a palm to meet the past. Fire Dragon Palm, only to see Su Qianyu's palm above the fiery flames surrounded, arm like a fire dragon. Instantly with Chu Yenran's cold ice palm clashed together. Boo! The palms of the two men collided with a roar, and the cold and piercing ice power and the scorching and rolling flame power instantly intersected. Then a huge sonic boom erupted, as the two very different forces crazily eroded. How? But in the very next second, Chu Yenran's cold ice power was actually gradually swallowed up. At the same time, Su Qianyu also came in front of Chu Yenran. His palm was only less than an inch away from Chu Yenran's exquisite pretty face. Looks like you lost. Su Qianyu was still looking at Chu Yenran with a smile on his face. He had just awakened the fire dragon vein, and then by activating his fire attribute Xian Force to execute the yellow grade upper grade martial skill Raging Deity Palm, he was able to greatly increase its power, thus turning it into a much more lethal fire dragon palm. And based on his performance just now, his fire dragon palm had at least reached the power of the upper Xian grade, which was why he was able to defeat Chu Yenran with a single strike. This can't be right. Chu Yenran actually lost? But that kid's fire attribute Xian power is really strong. Everyone was stunned. So many people challenged Chu Yenran before and ended up losing, but now they actually lost to a newcomer? It was me who lost. It seems that during this period of time, you have gotten a great improvement. Chu Yenran also reacted. Her beautiful eyes were colorful as she looked at Su Qianyu and said, she hadn't let go of the water just now, and Su Qianyu was actually able to destroy herself, so that could only mean that the other party's strength was stronger than her own. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He stepped forward and gently lifted Chu Yenran's white chin with his hand. You weren't doing too bad just now. He was naturally referring to the matter of Chu Yenran saying that she was already a married woman just now. But this behavior of Su Qianyu directly caused the crowd to stare in disbelief. The boy! What a nerve! My god! This guy's actually dared to molest Chu Yenran. How did he dare? There was a commotion in the crowd. Although just now Su Qianyu defeated Chu Yenran, but now actually made such a light action. According to Chu Yenran's fiery temperament, it was very likely that he would directly hit Su Qianyu with his hands. That ing kid. Fang Yuan was even more furious and gritted his teeth. Chu Yenran was his goddess, and now she was actually desecrated by Su Qianyu, which made him furious. What do you do? Chu Yenran also froze slightly at this moment. She likewise did not expect Su Qianyu to be so bold and subconsciously had to avoid it. Mother, what do you think I'm doing? Su Qianyu grinned, then took advantage of Chu Yenran's inattention to pick her up by the waist. I haven't seen you for a month, but I've missed my lady so much. Su Qianyu held Chu Yenran's soft delicate body in his arms, then directly lowered his head and gently kissed on the other party's sexy red lips. This. He actually kissed Chu Yenran. God damn it. This goddamn kid. Blow up. Seeing this scene, everyone exploded. Even Chu Yenyan fell in Su Qianyu's arms, after being kissed by Su Qianyu, as if she had lost her strength. The whole person was completely soft, and above her pretty face was a scarlet color, which looked extremely attractive. That unlearned bad boy. She glared viciously at Su Qianyu, but now that it was like this, she could only take this opportunity to make the others completely dead. So Chu Yenran looked at the people present. As you can all see, he is my husband, and I am indeed married, so I hope that in the future you will leave me alone. Chapter 27, I want to do it again. Chu Yenran was still leaning in Su Qianyu's arms, and the words she said were even more heartbreaking for everyone. How is this possible? It turns out that Chu Yenran didn't lie just now. She really is already a married woman. There's really no justice. Senior brother Fan Yuan was so sincere and didn't even manage to take Chu Yenran, and actually cheapened this. The crowd didn't understand until now. It turned out that Chu Yenran really already had a man. Especially after seeing that, Chu Yenran, who had been incomparably cold before, actually had a shy expression on her face at this moment. Their hearts all shattered into crumbs at this moment, angry and envious. At the same time, they looked at Fang Yuan with faces full of pity. The other party pursued Chu Yenran for so long, and also paid so much effort. Just now was rejected by Chu Yenran without mercy also even if, but I did not expect. Chu Yenran actually has long been possessed by other men. Really lick dog. Lick to the end of nothing. This senior brother. It seems like I won this time. That 4th grade spirit Xian Dan of yours should now belong to me. Su Qianyu held the blushing Chu Yenran in his arms and came before Fang Yuan and spoke. And at that moment, Fang Yuan's face was terribly gloomy. You're working together to screw me over. How could he not understand at this time? Su Qianyu and Chu Yenran have long been husband and wife, and just now Su Qianyu was completely setting himself up. This senior brother. Your words are wrong. My lady told you a long time ago that she's a married woman, and you didn't ask me what the relationship with my lady is, so how can you say that I'm the one who's screwing you over? Su Qianyu laughed. The crowd was actually speechless. Before this, who would have thought that the always high and mighty Chu Yenran would actually be your maiden? Even until now, there are still some of them who don't believe it. You, Fang Yuan was so angry that his face turned red. Can it be that this senior brother is trying to back out? The smile on Su Qianyu's face also gradually disappeared. If that's the case, I'm still quite familiar with Patriarch Mo, so I can only go to the Patriarch to comment on it. At those words, Fang Yuan was immediately struck by a stutter. He was aware that Su Qianyu came from an extraordinary background, and even Mo Yuntian had instructed not to provoke Su Qianyu. If Su Qianyu really went to complain to Mo Yuntian, the key matter was that he was still not in a position of reason, and at that time, Mo Yuntian would most likely expel himself from the Heavenly Sword sect, and that would be more than worth the loss. Fine, I'll admit it this time. Fang Yuan furiously handed the box containing the spirit Xian Dan into Su Qianyu's hands, then angrily left directly. It's a real loss this time. Su Qianyu then smiled slightly. He looked down at Chu Yanran in his arms and said with a bad smile, "Mother, husband will take you home this time." After saying that, he walked out with large strides, and under the gaze of everyone who was shocked beyond words, he carried Chu Yanran and quickly left. Big brother, you are so powerful. The fat man from before completely regarded Su Qianyu as a big brother at this moment. His tone was marvelous, and the others were even filled with envy and jealousy. Chu Yanran, the rose with thorns, from now on has a name and a master, and their hearts are broken all over the place. Picking up cannot pick up. Soon, Su Qianyu returned to the subterranean dragon peak with Chu Yanran in his arms, but coincidentally, Su Qianyu had just gone in with Chu Yanran in his arms, and this scene was seen by Mo Euro on the opposite side of the room. That seems to be senior sister Yen Yen? Mo Euro frowned with some uncertainty. Like Chu Yanran, she was the Heavenly Sword sect's Heavenly Pride daughter, and although the two of them weren't quite acquainted, they had spoken a few words. It was just that she didn't understand why Chu Yanran would enter the house with Su Qianyu, and in such a shameful way. Could I be wrong? Just when Mo Euro was skeptical, a burst of wonderful sounds immediately came out from Su Qianyu's house on the opposite side. How is this possible? Mo Euro instantly blushed all over her face before she was completely petrified in place. Meanwhile, in Su Qianyu's house, the bed was a mess, and the clothes of men and women were thrown all over the room. After a long time, Chu Yanran lay on the bed with a scarlet face, using the quilt to cover her spring light, then glaring viciously at Su Qianyu. That's all you know how to do when you get here. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu grinned. Last time you bullied me for not having cultivation. This time it's always my turn. In order to avenge his previous revenge, Su Qianyu was very tough this time and dominated from the start. Although Chu Yanran tried to resist at first, it wasn't until later, as the delightful sensations hit her, that she gave up completely. I actually broke through again. After finishing, Chu Yanyan but violently realized that her cultivation actually got another breakthrough. Previously, her cultivation level was still only at the 9th level of the Earth Xian realm. But now, not only had she directly broken through to the Heavenly Soul realm, she had even broken through 2 levels in a row, coming to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Xian realm, a discovery that both shocked and delighted her. It must be because of you. Chu Yanran immediately looked at Su Qianyu. She herself was a Xianin body, but after double cultivation with Su Qianyu, not only had her cultivation been enhanced, even her Xianin body had turned into an Ice Phoenix battle body, and she had begun to have doubts a month ago. It wasn't until this time that she could finally be sure. The reason why he himself was able to break through his cultivation level so quickly and also awaken the Ice Phoenix battle body was all because of Su Qianyu. Hey, are you happy to be my maiden? Su Qianyu looked at Chu Yanran with a smile on his face. After this dual cultivation, not only did Chu Yanyan receive benefits, even he himself benefited greatly. His cultivation directly broke through 4 levels in a row, breaking through to the peak of the true Xian 9th realm, only 1 step away from the Earth Xian realm. More importantly, the Yin-Yang Chaos technique he cultivated had also been upgraded to the middle grade of the Xian level, becoming even more powerful. How the hell did you do that? Chu Yanran asked as she looked at Su Qianyu incredulously. She was truly stunned. She had lived for more than 100 years and had never heard that there could actually be such a cultivation method. Not doing anything, just having a single shot and having a continuous breakthrough. If others knew about this, who would still be hard at work cultivating? I'm afraid that everyone will come to Su Qianyu for dual cultivation. Once it comes to that time, does Su Qianyu still need herself? The thought made her heart tighten. It's probably because my physique is special. Su Qianyu casually found a reason. Although Chu Yanran did not seem to have any hostility towards herself from now on, this kind of thing was just too shocking. It was better not to let other people know too early. Chu Mengyao should be dead already. Chu Yanran could see that Su Qianyu didn't want to tell herself yet, but she was able to understand this and took the initiative to change the topic. Well, I killed it myself. Su Qianyu didn't hide it and directly admitted it, then looked at Chu Yanran and asked, so you want to avenge your own juniors? Chu Yanran skimmed Su Qianyu. She faintly said, I'm the root of the entire Chu family. As long as I'm still alive, the Chu family will be fine, and Chu Mengyao's death won't hurt. Su Qianyu but was a little surprised. He originally thought that Chu Yanran would more or less feel pity, but he didn't expect the other party's ideological awareness to actually be so high. However, this matter can't just be left alone. Suddenly, Chu Yanran looked coldly at Su Qianyu. So what do you want? Su Qianyu's voice had only just fallen when he saw Chu Yanran lifting the quilt covering herself, then looking at him with a face full of triumph. I'm going to do it again. After saying that, Chu Yanyan immediately rolled over to be the master and directly suppressed Su Qianyu. You're still coming? Su Qianyu instantly stared with wide eyes, not expecting that he had only just taken revenge for his shame, but was actually pushed back by Chu Yanran once again. Chapter 28 just finished and started again. Inside the house, spring is in the air. Outside the house, a peach blossom blooms. Listening to Chu Yanran's voice that was filled with intoxication and satisfaction, Mo Yuro's face was filled with blush. She gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. This horny bastard. It's obvious that it just ended, but it's actually starting again. From the moment Su Qianyu carried Chu Yanran into the room, she had been listening outside, from the beginning to the end, and before her inner petulance could dissipate, it was actually starting again now. She didn't know why she was eavesdropping outside, but the sounds Chu Yanran was making really made her shy and curious. As she listened, she became somewhat mesmerized, her face a blush. At the same time, he couldn't help but think in his mind, is it really that comfortable to do that kind of thing? Another hour. Only then did Su Qianyu end the fight with Chu Yanran. At this moment, Chu Yanran was sleeping on the bed with her whole body weak, and there was still a blush on her face that hadn't had time to fade away. The whole thing looked like a peach so ripe it was bursting with juice, and one couldn't stop being mesmerized. This is for you. Su Qianyu took out an exquisite box and handed it to Chu Yanran. This was precisely the 4th grade elixir he had won from Feng Yuan only a moment ago, the spirit Xian Dan. Why did you give it to me? Chu Yanran was surprised. This was a precious 4th grade elixir, definitely a good thing that many people could only dream of. But now Su Qianyu actually wanted to give it to himself so lightly. You're my woman. It's the same for anyone who uses it. Su Qianyu laughed. In fact, another point was that since cultivating the yin-yang chaos skill, the improvement of pills on oneself became very limited, and it was not even as fast as double cultivation with Chu Yanran. Therefore, this spirit Xian Dan didn't have much effect on him, so it would be better to give it to Chu Yanran. At those words, Chu Yanran looked deeply at Su Qianyu, a flash of complexity flashing through her beautiful eyes. Although the two were now married and had a husband and wife, in reality, they had only met a few times until now. But she didn't expect that Su Qianyu would actually be willing to leave such a precious elixir for her own use, which caused her to suddenly feel a wave of indescribable emotions towards Su Qianyu. Where are you going? Seeing Su Qianyu fully dressed, Chu Yanran hurriedly asked. I'm going to make a trip to the martial skill pavilion to find a powerful martial skill to cultivate, Su Qianyu explained. He actually still had the martial arts that he had practiced in his previous life, only that his status in the Heavenly Sword sect in his previous life was not very high, and the martial arts that he practiced were very ordinary, so what he needed most right now was a powerful martial art to boost his combat power. I'll go with you, Chu Yanran said in a hurry, but she was just about to get up when she realized that her legs had gone soft at some point and she couldn't even stand up. One could imagine how intense the battle between the two was just now. You'd better wait for me here. If you haven't left by the time I get back, we'll fight another 300 rounds. Su Qianyu grinned, then went straight out the door. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Mo Yuro who was sitting across the room and asked curiously, Senior Sister Yuro, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Mo Yuro's face was immediately filled with panic as she viciously glared at Su Qianyu. The other party suddenly came out, causing herself to be caught in the act, but Mo Yuro quickly reacted. I just got back from practicing. When she finished, she hurried into the house, then slammed the door. It's inexplicable. Su Qianyu shook his head and ignored it. It turned out that this Heavenly Sword sect's eldest miss had such an eccentric temper. How come he hadn't realized it in his last life? Soon, Su Qianyu found the Heavenly Sword sect's martial skill pavilion, which was a very imposing building divided into 5 floors. According to the rules of the Heavenly Sword sect, outer disciples only had the opportunity to enter the first level once a month, while inner disciples possessed the opportunity to enter the second level once a month, and then so on. And now that Su Qianyu's status was a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he possessed the opportunity to enter the 4th floor once a month. As for the 5th level, it required those who possessed great contributions to the clan to enter, and it was said that all of them were earth-grade techniques and martial arts. Su Qianyu's purpose this time was to enter the 4th floor to find a powerful martial art. The first place reward he received in the newcomer examination, on the other hand, was completely meaningless in front of the core disciples. After all, even the first place reward in the newcomer examination was nothing more than only being able to enter the second floor, which he simply couldn't afford to look down on right now. As Su Qianyu stepped into the martial skills pavilion, the noise inside suddenly became much less, in which there were only some people whispering softly, all about the discussion of various martial skills. In the doorway position, there sat a black-clothed old man, whose body was shaky and full of alcohol, and his hair was even more disheveled. Pavilion Master Duan, I want to enter the fourth floor, Su Qianyu said as he looked at the black-clothed old man. However, the old man looked at him with drunken eyes, his body staggering as if he was going to fall the next second, and pointing at him, he asked, "You are, which one?" Pavilion Master Duan, I'm a newcomer this year, but I'm already a core disciple now, Su Qianyu explained. This Pavilion Master Duan was still exactly the same as his last life, drunk all day long. However, at this time, Su Qianyu suddenly remembered that this Duan Pavilion Master seemed to be not long before his soul returned to his homeland. Moreover, he remembered that this Pavilion Master Duan usually looked very inconspicuous and like an alcoholic, but in fact, the other party used to be an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, very powerful, and in the end, because of irreversible injuries, he hid himself and became the head of the Pavilion of Martial Arts. This matter was still rumored in the previous life, when Pavilion Master Duan fell, and at that time, it shocked everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect. No one would have thought that such a scruffy old man would actually have such a background. Newcomer, core disciple? Su Qianyu made Pavilion Master Duan freeze. Are these two words related? Yes, my name is Su Qianyu. If Pavilion Master Duan doesn't believe it, he can ask the others or the patriarch. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was pondering the truthfulness of Su Qianyu's words. The other people in the martial arts pavilion also looked over, and then there was a commotion. It's actually him. That's right, I've seen it before. He's that Su Qianyu. It seems like he's still a core disciple now. He can enter the fourth floor to learn martial arts. He's so envious. When he heard the murmurs around him, a flash of surprise flashed in Duan Qingshan's eyes as well. Although he didn't know why Su Qianyu could become a core disciple just after joining the Heavenly Sword sect, at least the other party's identity was proven. Okay, then you go in, he said with a wave of his hand, then took another gulp of wine. Thank you, senpai. Su Qianyu bowed slightly to him, then directly passed through the second layer and arrived in the third layer. According to his previous memories, the first floor of the martial technique pavilion was filled with yellow-grade martial techniques. The second floor contained a small number of Xian-grade martial techniques, while the third floor was filled with Xian-grade martial techniques. As for the fourth level, there were a handful of earth-grade martial arts. Just as Su Qianyu arrived at the third floor, when he was about to head directly to the fourth floor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Lin Han, Chapter 29 Great Floating Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Han was wandering around in the third floor, seemingly picking out martial arts that suited him. I remember that in my last life, Lin Han seemed to be the one who searched the third floor of the martial skill pavilion for a powerful martial skill called the Great Faustian Sword Skill. Later on it was relying on this martial art to be so powerful that it defeated quite a few people. Could it be that Lin Han started picking it this time? Thinking of this, Su Qianyu immediately became interested. If Lin Han really did find that martial art at this time, then wouldn't he be able to make an early interception? In that case, that martial art is your own. Say it and do it. Su Qianyu immediately walked towards Lin Han. It's you? Lin Han seemed to have sensed someone approaching as well, and he turned to look, but he happened to see Su Qianyu with a smile on her face. What are you doing here? Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes. Ever since the last rookie assessment incident, he had hated Su Qianyu to the extreme. Plus before, Mo Euro had personally gone to lead the way for Su Qianyu, so she naturally did not have a good face when she saw Su Qianyu at this moment. I naturally came here to pick a martial art. Su Qianyu smiled faintly and didn't pay any attention to Lin Han, similarly wandering around the third floor of the martial arts pavilion, only keeping a closer distance from Lin Han. Villainous, let's see how much longer you can be arrogant. Lin Han cursed in his heart. Then he also stopped paying attention to Su Qianyu and continued to pick out martial arts. Master, this third layer amongst all of them are Xian-level martial arts. It doesn't help me much. Lin Han sighed inwardly. Although he was Mu Bingjie's disciple, he was currently only an elite disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and at most he could only enter the third floor of the martial skill pavilion, and the Xian-level martial skills here didn't hold much allure for him. No harm done. Go to the left and take a look. I remember that there is a rather special martial art there. I noticed it last time you were here. I just wasn't sure about it yet, and since you need it now, Maybe you can go and take a look at it again. That voice resounded in Lin Han's mind. Special martial arts? Lin Han was slightly stunned at his words. The third floor of the martial skill pavilion was all Shin grade martial arts. Even if it was more special, how powerful could it be? Despite this thought, he followed his master's instructions and walked towards the left. After all, this master definitely contributed to his own achievements today, and listening to the other party was quasi-correct. What have you been following me for? Just then, Lin Han turned around violently. He realized that no matter where he went, Su Qianyu would follow closely behind him. Su Qianyu skimmed Lin Han. Self-indulgence. Lin Han immediately burst into a rage. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the martial arts pavilion. Plus there was Mo Yuntian's order in front of him. Even though he was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth, he still could only turn his head away and no longer look at Su Qianyu. Doing the right thing is important. Lin Han took a deep breath. Then he followed the instructions and went to one of the leftmost bookshelves on the third floor and took out one of the ancient books that had already been covered in dust. Great Faustian sword skill? Looking at the 5 large characters on top of the ancient book, Lin Han frowned. This seems to be only a Shin grade upper grade martial skill, and it's still mutilated, so it doesn't have much value for cultivation. He really didn't understand what was so special about this martial art. Little cold. It's normal for you to have limited eyesight and not be able to see it. It's precisely because this great floating sword technique is crippled that it's now only a Shin grade upper grade. But if we can patch it up, I estimate that this great Faustian sword technique can at the very least reach the upper grade of the earth grade. When he heard the words earth grade upper grade, a light instantly flashed in Lin Han's eyes. Really? His breath caught in his throat. Earth grade upper grade martial skill, not to mention in this third floor. Even in the entire heavenly sword sect it was the topmost existence. There's absolutely no way my eyesight could be wrong. The voice said very confidently. I wasn't sure the last time you came, but this time I can be sure that there is absolutely no mistake. At those words, Lin Han's heart was ecstatic. If he could really succeed in cultivating an earth grade upper grade martial skill, then his combat power would rise in a straight line, and at that time, it would not be impossible for him to even become a core disciple in one fell swoop. But it only has the top half now. And where is the other half? Lin Han asked after calming down. Wherever the other part is, you must be right to take this top half first. Okay, I'll listen to master. Lin Han nodded. But just when he was full of excitement and ready to take down this great floating sword technique, an arm, however, suddenly took a step ahead of him, and with the speed of a thunderbolt, took this ancient book into his arms. Who is it? Lin Han was shocked and angry. Someone actually dared to rob himself? He looked back fiercely, but saw Su Qianyu holding that ancient book, looking at himself with a smile. You again? Give me my stuff back, Lin Han said as he angrily looked at Su Qianyu. The good treasure that he had managed to get his hands on with great difficulty had now been snatched by someone just like that, and it was still this brat that he hated the most. It's not your thing, why should I give it back to you? Su Qianyu said indifferently, then looked at the ancient book in his hand. Great Faustian sword technique. Word for word. It really is it. Su Qianyu's heart was suddenly agitated. In his last life, Lin Han had practically swept away the geniuses of the entire heavenly sword sect by virtue of this powerful martial art, thus being promoted to core disciple. And in this life, he was to intercept all of Lin Han's chances, which was why he had left Lin Han alive before. If he had killed Lin Han earlier, how could he find such a good thing? I got this first, give it back to me. Lin Han stared at Su Qianyu with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that he was just a little bit slower and was actually preceded by Su Qianyu. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine, Su Qianyu said with a light face without changing color. You want it? Not even the door. At the same time, he glanced at the ring in Lin Han's hand. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this time, Lin Han should have received guidance from that master, which was why he was able to precisely find this martial skill in the middle of the entire third floor of the martial skill pavilion. Otherwise, how could Lin Han let go of all the other martial arts and instead come to the corner to look? Don't you make me. Lin Han gritted his teeth and looked at Su Qianyu. Could it be that the chance he had just obtained was going to be snatched away by the other party? He would never allow that to happen. However, Su Qianyu simply ignored him and directly went downstairs. Stop right there. Lin Han's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly chased after him. Pavilion Master Duan. I want to borrow this martial skill. At this time, Su Qianyu had already arrived in front of that black-clothed old man and opened his mouth. That's mine, Lin Han shouted in annoyance, and his voice attracted the attention of the crowd around him. Looking over this way, let me see. Pavilion Master Duan shakily received the ancient book, and then a look of surprise flashed across his cloudy eyes. Chapter 30 Early Interception. Pavilion Master Duan. I was the one who originally saw this martial art first, but he snatched it, Lin Han hurriedly explained to Pavilion Master Duan. and although he was very anxious, his tone was very respectful. He had learned from his master's mouth long ago that the scruffy-looking old man in front of him was actually a superpower, and that he wouldn't be able to live much longer due to the recurrence of an old disease. That was why he had been currying favor with Pavilion Master Duan all this time, aiming to be able to obtain the other party's inheritance before Pavilion Master Duan's death as a way to enhance his own strength. Pavilion Master Duan. The rule of the martial skill pavilion is first come first served, and since this martial skill is in my hands, it's mine. Su Qianyu opened his mouth and then he looked at Lin Han with a smile on his face. Moreover, I'm a core disciple now, so you're not qualified to snatch things from me yet. Lin Han was immediately filled with embarrassment. Although Su Qianyu had only just joined the Heavenly Sword sect, because of Mo Yuntian's orders, he was now a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he did indeed oppress himself in terms of status. It's an abomination. Lin Han's veins rippled on his forehead, irritated. He couldn't figure out how. Why didn't Su Qianyu go and choose the others, but had to grab this martial skill of his? Could it be that the other party also saw the special features of this martial skill? But it shouldn't be. He was aware of the extraordinary nature of this martial art because he had been reminded of it by his own master. Otherwise he would not have been able to find this martial art, much less choose it, at all. But on what basis is Su Qianyu? Pavilion Master Duan, please also help me with this. Su Qianyu ignored the furious Lin Han and instead looked at Pavilion Master Duan and respectfully said, this martial art only has the upper part. If you can't find the lower part, the power will be greatly reduced. Do you want to go to the 4th floor to change one? Pavilion Master Duan drunkenly looked at Su Qianyu and asked. Su Qianyu shook his head. Thanks for reminding Senior, but Senior still wants to give it a try. Even though he didn't know where that lower part was, that was better than falling into Lin Han's hands. After all, after half a year, he still had to fight with the other party in a life and death battle. And if he could weaken the other party's fighting strength a little bit, then he would be making a steady profit. Since you insist on wanting this martial skill, then I'll give it to you. Duan Qingshan looked deeply at Su Qianyu before speaking. Many thanks, Pavilion Master Duan. Su Qianyu bowed to him and thanked him. What a pisser. Lin Han was so angry at the situation that his face turned green. Su Qianyu put the 4th floor of the ground-level martial arts not to choose, had to grab this incomplete martial arts with himself. Even if it was Pavilion Master Duan's words of persuasion are useless. This is not clearly is not in the wrong with oneself? Little cold. Perhaps this is also the will of heaven. It cannot be forced. There was also some regret in the tone of that mysterious voice, but she was also very confused inside. He himself was able to see the power of that martial art because of his rich experience, but Su Qianyu looked to be only in his early 20s, so how did he see it? Perhaps the other party was really just a blind cat that ran into a dead rat because they wanted to discuss Lin Han. Little cold. You don't have to worry. After he goes back and realizes that this martial art can't be cultivated at all, he might return it. The chance that should belong to you will be yours sooner or later. Then again, I see that this Pavilion Master Duan is going to have his big day in a month at most, so you can speed up your progress some more and try to get the other party's inheritance. And by then your harvest will definitely not be worse than this martial art. Lin Han sniffed and took a deep breath. I see. Only to see him walk up to Pavilion Master Duan. Only after adjusting his tone did he respectfully say, Pavilion Master Duan, my juniors have recently encountered some bottlenecks in their cultivation. I wonder if I can ask for some advice from my seniors. Duan Qingshan gave Lin Han a drunken look before taking another large gulp of wine before staggeringly nodding his head. Could be. Lin Han was overjoyed in his heart. Latecomer thanks Pavilion Master Duan. It seemed that he had given the other party a pretty good impression during this period of time, so as long as he put in more effort, he might really be able to obtain the other party's inheritance in the end. But just then, Su Qianyu suddenly stepped forward. Pavilion Master Duan. In fact, my juniors have had some confusing points recently, and I hope to receive guidance from my seniors. He remembers it very well. In his last life, Lin Han was the reason why he received the inheritance from Pavilion Master Duan, and his strength skyrocketed, becoming the top group of people in the Heavenly Sword sect, and from then on, he went to the peak of his life. At the same time, Pavilion Master Duan's identity was also exposed, and everyone was envious of Lin Han to death, regretting why they didn't make a good relationship with Pavilion Master Duan in advance and missed out on such a good opportunity. And from what we see now, Lin Han was afraid that he had long since learned from that mysterious master of the other party that Pavilion Master Duan's life would not be long, and that was why he had laid out his plans ahead of time, wanting to seek out the other party's inheritance. But since he knew about it now, he had to fight for it. Or at least he couldn't let Lin Han have his way so smoothly. Hearing this, Pavilion Master Duan's drinking motion stopped. This is ridiculous. Before Pavilion Master Duan could reply, Lin Han opened his mouth loudly and chided. You're just a newcomer who just joined the Heavenly Sword sect, and your cultivation level is only at the true Xian realm, so how could Elder Duan possibly have the time to instruct you? He was really pissed off. Su Qianyu had just snatched away his chance, and now he started this whole dead out. Could it be that he still wanted to snatch the inheritance of the Duan Pavilion Master from himself? It's just too much to bear. Pavilion Master Duan also looked at Su Qianyu with some surprise, and finally nodded his head. Anyway, the old man doesn't have much to do here on weekdays, so if you guys look up to the old man come over and talk to me, I'd be more than happy to do so. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Then the late generation will thank Pavilion Master Duan. Next to him, Lin Han's expression was as hard as eating. Once again, he had the feeling that something that should belong to him had been snatched away by Su Qianyu. Why do you have to go against me? Lin Han angrily stared at Su Qianyu and asked through gritted teeth. At this moment, his killing intent towards Su Qianyu deepened by one more point, and he even couldn't wait to kill him right now. Because, if you are not happy, I will be very happy. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. At the same time, he finally understood why Lin Han in his previous life had been able to advance so quickly. The other party was fully capable of occupying all the precedents and opportunities with the master in the ring, thus rapidly increasing his strength. It was just like the great Faustian sword skill in one's hand right now, as well as this Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance. These two chances alone were enough to turn an ordinary person into a genius. Not to mention that Lin Han's own talent wasn't bad, plus there was a powerful master who was secretly assisting him. It was impossible not to take off. However, since he was fortunate enough to live again, he would definitely not let Lin Han have such a smooth life. Opposite chance. One can only laugh at it. As the saying goes, what's mine is always mine, and what's yours is, likewise, mine. Chapter 31. Continuing deeper. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Su Qianyu returned straight to the subterranean Dragon Peak. When he pushed open the door he found that Chu Yanran had already left. Otherwise, it was estimated that the two of them would have to battle again and the sky would be dark. Immediately after, Su Qianyu took out the great floating sword skill that he had just obtained and directly began to cultivate it. A good long time. So it is. Su Qianyu opened his eyes. This great Faustian sword technique had three styles. The first style was named Great Heavenly Faustian Chop. The second style was named Faustian 10,000 Swords Kill. And the third style was named One Sword Faustian Destroy All Beings. It was only that what he had obtained now was only the first half of the great floating sword technique, so there was only the cultivation technique for the first great heavenly floating slash. If one wanted to cultivate the second and third styles, one would have to get the second half in order to do so. Otherwise, this first stance would only be able to exert the power of an Shin grade upper grade martial skill, which wasn't considered much stronger. Cultivate first. Su Qianyu didn't mind. Even if it was only the strength of the upper Xian grade, it was enough for his right now. But before that, there's still a need to get some points before that. Su Qianyu stood up and walked towards the outside. Many secret realms existed in the Heavenly Sword sect. He could absorb specific Xianli attribute energies in the secret realm, thus awakening his 9 dragon veins, which was the biggest reason why he chose to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Just like the Ice and Snow Mystery realm where Chu Yanran was before, which contained extremely strong ice attribute Xianli, which was extremely beneficial to Chu Yanran's Ice Phoenix battle body, and in which cultivation could be twice as effective with half the effort. However, if you want to enter the secret realm to cultivate, you have to use points to do so, so Su Qianyu was ready to get some points now. Mission Hall. This was the place where the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect received their quests, and it was also one of the few busiest places in the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect could pick up quests here and receive points for completing them. The points were the common currency of the Heavenly Sword sect. Not only could they buy many of the things provided by the sect, but they could also enter many of the secret realms set up by the sect, which was even more useful than the Xian crystals. At this moment, the quest hall was crowded with people, with various voices discussing and looking for suitable quests for each other. Su Qianyu stepped into it. He came straight to a very large banner filled with dense text. These were the missions issued by the sect, and depending on the difficulty of the mission, the points that could be obtained were completely different. Soon after, Su Qianyu set his eyes on a mission to go to the Great Forest of Death and hunt the 4th-rank low-grade demonic beast, Ghost-Face Demon Spider. The cultivation level of a 4th-stage low-level demonic beast won't exceed the Earth Shin triple realm, so it's a bit challenging for me, but this quest has a reward of 1,000 points, which isn't bad. Su Qianyu hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the task. His current cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the true Xian 9th realm, and he still had the Xian grade upper grade spiritual artifact surprising sword to defend himself. coupled with the fact that he had already comprehended sword intent, even if he were to deal with a low 4th-ranked demonic beast alone, he shouldn't be in too much danger. Soon, Su Qianyu once again came to the Great Forest of Death. Although the Great Forest of Death was full of crises, at the same time, there were many precious heavenly treasures in it, so it attracted many heavenly sword sect disciples to come and search for treasures. Shoo! Just as Su Qianyu was walking through the forest, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded behind him. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly before he quickly dodged to avoid it. Hiss! Looking back, it was actually a python with a dark red color all over its body. Bloodline Mang. Su Qianyu recognized it. This head of bloodline mango feet more than 10 feet long. The body is even thicker than a large tree. Not only that, its entire body is covered with dark red lines, obviously has a strong poison. And judging from the aura emanating from this blood-striped Mang, it was already comparable to the strength of a human true Xian 7th or 8th gravity. Hiss! One strike missed. The bloodline Mang spat out a crimson snake letter from its mouth, and its cold and gloomy snake pupil stared at Su Qianyu in death. Swish! Afterwards, the bloodline Mang threw out its thick tail and attacked Su Qianyu in a sweeping stance. Bang! Just a second before the opponent's snake tail was about to slam on Su Qianyu's head, he raised both hands and blocked it to death with precision and accuracy. At the same time, Su Qianyu wrapped his hands around the other party's snake tail and then threw it with force. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous amount of power erupted. The blood-stained Mang instantly lost its balance and was directly swung up by Su Qianyu, then slammed its huge body heavily onto the ground. Hiss! The bloodline Mang immediately suffered pain and let out a sharp sound. Then the snake head violently attacked towards Su Qianyu. Its open bloody mouth exuded a foul odor, and its two sharp fangs were filled with the chill of death. But Su Qianyu still didn't flash or avoid the situation, and immediately after, the bloodline Mang took a bite on Su Qianyu's arm. However, the imagined blood-soaked scene did not appear. Instead, the two sharp fangs of the bloodstained Mang were directly chipped. Hiss! Only to see the fangs of the bloodline Mang biting on top of Su Qianyu's arm. Then it actually instantly crumbled and fell to the ground. Even the venom ejected from the fangs of the bloodstained Mang had no effect at all when it splashed on Su Qianyu's body. Seeing this, the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. It seems that after breaking through to the peak of the true Xian realm, third-ranked demonic beasts simply can't break through my defenses. Even venom is equally ineffective against me. He then slammed his fist out. Boo! The bloodstained Mang was directly smashed by his fist to burst his head, and his huge body gradually went limp after struggling helplessly for a few times. Continue to go deeper. Soon, Su Qianyu arrived under a rubble-jagged cliff according to the guidelines in the quest. There seems to be movement up ahead. Just as Su Qianyu was about to search for the ghost-faced demon spider, his ears twitched slightly before he walked towards the front. At this moment, below the cliff, there were 2 men and 1 woman there, and they were standing in 3 different directions, and in front of them was a black cheetah that was very large in size and had a fierce face. This was none other than a 4th-stage low-level demonic beast, the Shadow Leopard. Ha 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 ha, now it has no way to escape. Only a smug sneer spread across the face of the man standing on the right. The 3 of them had surrounded this Shadow Leopard for a long time, but the speed of the other party was just too fast and very difficult to deal with. Now it had finally cornered it in a dead end under the cliff and was preparing to launch a final siege. Chapter 32. You could have tried. We must not take this lightly. This Shadow Leopard is extremely fast. We must not let it escape. An able-bodied man standing on the left warned. Especially Lu Shi. Your cultivation is the weakest. If this head breaks out toward your side later, it will be troublesome. In the front position was a woman in white. The woman's appearance was beautiful. Although it was not considered stunning, it was still considered a beauty. Especially the hot body. One could not help but want to look at it more. Its pair of long and slender legs were hidden, and half of that surplus waist was even exposed in the air. And what was even more blood-curdling was the flash of snowy white on her chest that was almost ready to pop out. Don't worry, I'm going to slaughter it. After the man on the right finished speaking, he carried the large sword in his hand and swooped towards the Shadow Leopard. Die for me! With a furious shout, the cultivation level that erupted from his body had already reached the earthly Shin 2nd level realm. He was only seen slashing out with an appalling sound. Roar! That Shadow Leopard let out a roar from its mouth, and its limbs snapped, instantly pouncing towards the man. Clank! The sharp greatsword clashed with the Shadow Leopard's sharp claws, and a huge force struck. Both sides were shaken back several meters at the same time. It's my turn! On the other side, the stocky man holding a long spear took the opportunity to charge from behind the Shadow Leopard. His cultivation level, he had clearly reached the earthly Shin 2nd level realm as well. This head is dead. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the faces of the 3. Ow! But right at this moment, the Shadow Leopard actually forced itself to stabilize its retreating body. and then rushed out towards the front. No good. The two men who had struck out immediately changed their faces. Ah! The white-clothed woman named Lu, she was even more frightened and let out an ear-piercing scream from her mouth. Her cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the true Xian realm, so it was impossible for her to block the shadow leopard's attack. At the moment of life and death, she didn't care if the shadow leopard would escape, and subconsciously dodged towards the side. Swish! And that shadow leopard had no intention of attacking the woman at all, directly brushing past her and quickly fleeing. Seeing this, the robust man cursed. Damn! The prey that came to hand is just gone. They had already been practicing in the Great Forest of Death for half a month, harvesting quite a few precious cultivation resources, and had even gone through a great deal of effort to block that shadow leopard into the path of death. If he could get the beast core in the shadow leopard's body, he could totally take it and sell it for a good price. But in the end, he still let it run away. No! There seems to be someone there. Suddenly, the knife-wielding man exclaimed. The three men hurriedly looked away, only to see that a figure had appeared across from them at an unknown time. And that was the direction that the shadow leopard had fled. This person was none other than Su Qianyu. Looking at the shadow leopard that was madly charging towards his side, Su Qianyu froze. He had only just rushed over, and before he had the chance to figure out what the situation was, he was actually attacked by a 4th-stage low-level demonic beast. Miso. Without hesitation, the surprising sword was instantly sheathed. Ow! Seeing that there was still someone to stop him, the shadow leopard directly opened its huge mouth and bit towards Su Qianyu's neck. Seeing this scene, the knife-wielding man let out a cold laugh. A mere peak of the true Xian realm dares to walk here, and dares to fight the shadow leopard hard. It's simply asking for death. It's too late to say. The shadow leopard attacked and killed in front of Su Qianyu in the twinkling of an eye. Clang! Su Qianyu blocked his sword across his body, deadlocking the huge mouth of the shadow leopard in the fangs that were glowing with coldness. But despite this, Su Qianyu was still shaken by the opponent's powerful impact, causing him to retreat back and forth. He bent his hands, and the shadow panther's fangs were even less than 3 inches from his face, looking to slice through his skin. Fire Dragon Palm. While Su Qianyu's body retreated, he urged the fire attribute Xianli in his body, then fiercely slapped out his palm. Boo! Searing waves of fire poured out as Su Qianyu's palm directly impacted on the body of the shadow leopard. The huge body of the shadow leopard was actually lifted out, along with its entire body being burned by the flames, and a miserable sound was emitted from its mouth. But that's not all. At the same time as the shadow leopard's body took off into the air, only to see Su Qianyu's speed suddenly skyrocket, the stunning sword cut through the void and plunged into the abdomen of the shadow leopard. Snort! A hot blood shot out, and a mournful wail escaped from the shadow leopard's mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qianyu immediately drew the surprising sword and then stabbed 3 or 4 times in a row at an extremely fast speed. And finally the shadow leopard fell heavily to the ground, too dead to die. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu quickly opened its belly and took out the beast core from the dark shadow leopard's body and pocketed it. It's fast, it's accurate, it's hard. Su Qianyu's set of movements could be described as flowing. The three of them, that stocky man and the woman in white, hadn't even reacted before Su Qianyu's side had already ended the battle. Su Qianyu directly turned around and left. Kid, stop right there. At that moment, an angry voice rang out, only to see that knife-wielding man quickly rushing over. He blocked in front of Su Qianyu and said in a deep voice, Kid, this shadow leopard is our prey. We won't agree if you just take away the beast core. Soon, the stocky man as well as the shocked white-clothed woman walked in front of Su Qianyu at the same time. Your prey? Su Qianyu raised her head slightly. But I clearly saw it had escaped from you just now. So that means it has nothing to do with you. And now that I've killed it, the beast core is naturally mine. At that, the man with the knife was unforgiving. If we hadn't exhausted its stamina, with your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of true Xian, how could you possibly kill a 4th-ranked shadow leopard? He rightfully thought that the shadow leopard was already exhausted from their fight just now, which was why it ended up being picked up by this kid in front of him. If you don't hand over the beast core, you won't be able to leave today. The man snorted coldly. At those words, a cold light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Then you can try and see if you can block me or not. At those words, the knife-wielding man burst into a rage. He waved the large sword in his hand. A mere true Xian realm actually dares to speak to me like this. I think you're impatient with life. Today I'll teach you how to behave. After saying that, he was going to do it immediately. Senior brother Lang Xian. Wait. But just then, the woman named Lu, she suddenly spoke up to stop it. Chapter 33. If you can do it, don't keep your mouth shut. What do you want? The knife-wielding man frowned. Only Lu, she slowly walked up to Su Qianyu and inquired. You are also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, aren't you? Su Qianyu nodded. I just joined the clan. The great forest of death was not far from the heavenly sword sect, and those who could appear here were almost always from the heavenly sword sect, which was why Lu Shi was so sure that Su Qianyu was also a disciple of the heavenly sword sect. So you're still new. In that case, why don't we team up together? Willow C flinched slightly, then laughed. She looked towards the sword-wielding man and the stocky man and said, Senior brother Lang Xian, senior brother Zheng Tianyuan, he is also a disciple of our sword sect. Why don't we bring him along to train with us? It could be heard that those two men were likewise disciples of the heavenly sword sect. However, Lang Xian, who was holding a large sword, became more and more disdainful in his attitude when he learned that Su Qianyu was a newcomer. It's not necessary. We don't need a newcomer waste who is only at the true Xian realm. I even suspect that he used up all his luck in his life to get here. At those words, Willow C hurriedly came up. She inadvertently rubbed her plump breasts against Lang Xian's arm as she exhaled and opened her mouth. Lang Xian's senior brother, don't say so. Since we are all disciples of the sword sect, of course we have to help each other when we go out. Moreover, one more person also has more strength. With a comfortable and soft feeling coming from him, Lang Xian instantly felt a burst of apathy, and he couldn't wait to immediately pounce on Lu Shi and rub him hard. However, he was still very disdainful of Su Qianyu. This brat is only at the peak cultivation of the true Xian realm. I can slap him to death with a single slap. Even if there's one more of him, what's the use? But senior brother Lang Xian, he directly killed the shadow leopard in seconds just now. His combat power is still very strong, Lu Shi explained. Saying that, her slender waist kept twisting, and her entire body was almost attached to Lang Xian, continuing to rub against the other party's arm. This time, Lang Xian didn't say anything more, but directly closed his eyes, full of greed, and enjoyed himself. If you like to bring it, then bring it. His death or life is none of our business anyway, Lang Xian then said. Willow Z smiled sweetly. Many thanks to senior brother Lang Xian. Senior brother Lang Xian is the best. She then looked at the sturdy man next to her and delicately said, Senior brother Zheng Tianyuan, you shouldn't be able to reject people, right? A lustful color also flashed in the robust man's eyes. He looked at Lu Shi's fiery figure and laughed. It's not impossible to let us bring this brat along, but afterwards, senior sister Lu Shi has to repay us properly. Lang Xian immediately understood Zheng Tianyuan's meaning. That's right, we brought senior sister Lu Shi out for free this time to practice. You've also gained a lot of things in this period of time. Since senior sister Lu Shi is so helpful, why don't you help us let off some steam as well? After saying that, a lewd smile appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Naturally, Lu Shi understood the meaning of their words. A disgust flashed in her eyes, but she still narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course, there's no problem. Upon hearing this, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan exchanged glances. Both of them could see the smugness in each other's eyes before nodding their heads at the same time. In that case, that's fine with us. Seeing that both of them agreed, Lu Shi then looked at Su Qianyu and said, This junior brother, it's very dangerous for you to be alone in the great forest of death. It will be much safer if you join us. After saying that, she pointed to the two men and introduced them. This is senior brother Lang Xian, and this is senior brother Zheng Tianyuan. Both of their cultivation levels are at the second level of the earthly Xian realm, and they are also inner disciples of the heavenly sword sect. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were filled with pride. Su Qianyu was only a newcomer who had just joined the heavenly sword sect. Just the 4 words filled with a sense of oppression. Inner disciple would be able to press the other party out of breath. I guess the kid should be starting to regret offending them by now, but it's too late for regrets. However, Su Qianyu's face did not change. If I join you, how about the harvest I get? Without waiting for Lu Shi to speak, Lang Xian let out a cold laugh. Of course we count ourselves. We don't want to be taken advantage of by some kid who doesn't know any better. Su Qianyu glanced at him. No problem. The reason he agreed to join the other side was because he wasn't sure where the ghost-faced demon spider was right now. If there were more people, they might be able to find what they need to target faster, and then they could just go their separate ways. Then it's a deal. Lu Shi smiled sweetly at the sight, her expression quite moving. She then looked at Su Qianyu and asked, I wonder what this senior brother's name is. After replying, Su Qianyu stopped talking, and looking at Lu Shi's bewitching smile and that incomparably seductive body. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's eyes were filled with salivation. Humph. Then let's continue to go deeper towards the great forest of death. If certain people don't have the guts, they can get lost now. Lang Xian laughed coldly. After saying that, he and Zheng Tianyuan walked at the front, followed by Lu Shi and Su Qianyu at the very back of the group. Seeing that Su Qianyu really dared to follow him, Zheng Tianyuan said disdainfully, It seems that some people really don't know the heights of heaven. Just don't expect us to come to our rescue if we encounter danger in the future. One person sneers, the other is hot. Lu Shi hurriedly turned her head to look at Su Qianyu, slightly apologizing. Senior brother Qianyu, the two senior brothers do not have any malicious intent. You should not put too much on. However, before her words could be spoken, Su Qianyu moved. Swish! The surprising sword was instantly sheathed. A biting sword light erupted. Su Qianyu had already chopped out with a sword at both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. No good. Feeling the deadly sharpness coming from behind them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were shocked at the same time. In this flash of lightning, both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan had displayed a wealth of combat experience. Both of them flashed their respective weapons in their hands at the same time, then quickly blocked them in front of themselves. Clank! Su Qianyu's attack landed heavily on top of the two men's weapons, and a surge of Xianli fluctuation erupted. Thump! The power of Su Qianyu's sword was extremely strong, coupled with the fact that it caught Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan off guard. Both of them were shocked by Su Qianyu's sword and retreated back and forth. Their figures were in great distress. Kid, you're looking for death. Reacting, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan burst into fury and glared at Su Qianyu angrily. Just now if their reaction had been a little slower, I'm afraid that they would have already been killed by Su Qianyu's sword. Senior brother Qianyu, you, Lu Shi also froze. She similarly did not expect Su Qianyu to actually dare to move against Lang Xian's two men at the drop of a hat. If you can work well together, then cut the crap. If not, then I promise you won't be so lucky next time. Su Qianyu's voice was very flat, but it was filled with sharp edges. He certainly didn't take to heart the cynicism of both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, because he doesn't want to move his mouth when he can solve things with his hands. Chapter 34 Rub it on the ground. Hearing Su Qianyu's words, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's expressions became very gloomy. They were inner disciples, and now they were actually being threatened by a newcomer who had just joined the sect. Lang Xian immediately raised the large sword in his hand. Fine, I'll kill you. He had already moved to kill Su Qianyu, senior brother Lang Xian, but just as he was about to strike, Lu Shi beside him hurriedly shouted, only to see her blocking between Lang Xian and Su Qianyu. Senior brother Lang Xian, since we've decided to cooperate with junior brother, let's stop saying these hurtful words, or I'll go back now. After saying that, she twisted her water snake waist and turned toward the back with a puff of air. Senior sister Lu Shi. Seeing this, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan glanced at each other and finally chose to compromise as the two of them quickly caught up with Lu Shi. Don't be angry. Senior sister Lu Shi. We'll listen to senior sister. Yeah, we promise not to taunt him anymore. In order to properly vent their fire afterwards, the two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, had obviously forced down the anger in their hearts. Liuzi smiled at this. I knew it. It's better to have two senior brothers. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan smiled coldly in their hearts as they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that we can have a good time, we would have stopped serving long ago, and when the time comes, we'll all go together and make sure that you don't have your head or your tail in the sand. Kid, count yourself lucky this time. Lang Xian glanced at Su Qianyu. The killing intent in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest. After he finished Lu Shi, the first thing he would kill would be this thing that was looking for death. Afterwards, the group of four once again went deeper towards the great forest of death. With that incident just now, the two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, were obviously much more honest, and didn't sneer at Su Qianyu again along the way, not even saying another word. Soon the night fell. The entire great forest of death became silent. Every now and then there were a few spine-tingling roars from the beasts. Su Qianyu's four did not continue to advance any further, but found a relatively safe valley and then dispersed to sit down. The great forest of death would be more dangerous at night, and those who entered it would choose to rest at night and wait until daytime. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, kept his distance from the three, then took out the surprising sword and practiced the great Faustian sword skill. In this great forest of death, the danger was not only from the demonic beasts, and the few people present did not have much trust in each other, so no one dared to really rest, and all of them were vigilantly observing their surroundings. At this time, Lu Shi walked to Su Qianyu with a smile on her face, a pair of charming Danfang eyes filled with winks. She had a flirty smile on her face. Senior brother Qianyu, you just joined the Heavenly Sword sect and you have a cultivation level of the peak of the true Shin 9 realm. You should have performed well in the newcomer examination, right? However, Su Qianyu had no intention of answering and cultivated the great Faustian sword skill on his own. For a moment, Lu Shi's expression was quite awkward as she immediately changed the topic. Senior brother Qianyu's background should be very powerful, right, to have such a strong combat power at such an age. She knew that Su Qianyu's combat power must be extremely strong when she saw him instantly kill a shadow leopard in seconds. Coupled with the fact that Su Qianyu had also recklessly struck out at Lang Xian and the two of them earlier, this reinforced her thoughts. On the other side, the two of them, Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan similarly tightened their hearts at the words. If Su Qianyu's background was strong, then they would have to take a good look at whether or not to ease their relationship with the other party afterward. But Su Qianyu still didn't look at Lu Shi and faintly said, "You're wrong. I don't have any background. I'm just from a small place." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was a bit surprised and asked after him, "Is senior brother Qianyu really from a small place?" If I had any powerful background, would I still come to such a dangerous place in person?" Su Qianyu asked a rhetorical question. Now, the two of them, Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, were completely relieved, while a cold smile surfaced at the corner of their mouths. As Su Qianyu said, if the other party really came from an extraordinary background, then it wouldn't be as bad as them coming to this crisis-ridden great forest of death to practice. Well, then, in the end, Willow C didn't say anything more before turning back to her position. "Does senior sister Lu Shi think that we can't protect you?" Ling Xian suddenly opened his mouth, his tone very unpleasant. Zheng Tianyuan also snorted coldly. "Humph, if that's the case, then we'll leave right now." In their view, Lu Shi was already in their pocket, and Lu Shi's behavior just now was completely testing Su Qianyu. If Su Qianyu really had some big background, then would Lu Shi just give up on them and turn to Su Qianyu's embrace? They will never allow that to happen. Lu Shi's face changed when she heard this, and she hurriedly smiled delicately. "The two senior brothers mustn't misunderstand. I'm just casually asking." Zheng Tianyuan sneered. "That would be the best." Ling Xian also said in a deep voice, "I hope senior sister Lu Shi can figure out who exactly can bring you the greatest sense of security in this great forest of death." Willow Z didn't say anything, just nodded. Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan glanced at each other when they saw this, and both saw the smugness in each other's eyes. The reason why they had brought Lu Shi out to practice this time was purely because they were salivating over the other party's hot and flirtatious body. If not, how could they possibly be willing to bring a liability into such a dangerous great forest of death? Immediately after, their gazes landed on Su Qianyu and Lu Shi, sneering in their hearts. "Humph, this Tai wannabe hoof. When I've ed you good, then I'll go and clean up that boy who doesn't know how to die." 5 days later, in the great forest of death, Su Qianyu's brows were slightly furrowed. During these 5 days, their group of 4 wandered through the great forest of death, killing hundreds of demonic beasts, and even Su Qianyu had harvested dozens of beast cores. However, what made him feel puzzled was that he had clearly arrived at the place designated for the quest, but there was actually no ghost-faced demon spider here. On the other side, Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan as well as Lu Shi also wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Their harvests in the past few days were equally not small. Suddenly, Ling Xian turned to look at Lu Shi. "Senior sister Lu Shi, we've been out for most of a month, and you've gained quite a lot. Shouldn't we go back now?" "Yes, senior sister Lu Shi, this time we brought you out to earn a lot of money. Shouldn't you return the favor to us as well?" Zheng Tianyuan followed suit. Willow Z's smile faltered slightly. She naturally heard what Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan meant, which was nothing more than wanting to have an in-depth exchange with her. "Senior brother Qianyu, what do you think?" Suddenly, Lu Shi looked at Su Qianyu in a pitiful manner and even reached out to pull Su Qianyu's arm. Until now, she still held a trace of suspicion towards Su Qianyu. If the other party really had some powerful background, perhaps he could get rid of both Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, and it was even possible to get on Su Qianyu's thigh. However, Su Qianyu did not even look at her. After the past few days together, he could be sure that this woman was very scheming, but trying to use yourself as a shield. "Do you really think you're like Ling Xian and the others, who can't walk when they see a woman? I'll do whatever I want, and if you guys are going to leave, I'll just carry on by myself." After saying that, Su Qianyu shook Lu Shi's hand away. Chapter 35, Ghost-Faced Spider. Willow C's gaze sank. She didn't expect Su Qianyu to be so ruthless, and even more so, she didn't expect the other party to actually be able to reject her beauty plan. But just as she was contemplating how she was going to respond, a dense burst of voices suddenly rang in the ears of the 4 of them. "What's that noise?" Several people rushed forward to look. "It's a ghost-faced spider." Fixing their eyes, they saw a group of very large giant spiders suddenly appear in front of them. Each spider had dozens of legs, all black in color, and their faces were even more hideous, and they were madly surging towards them at the moment. So many ghost-faced spiders. What's going to happen now? Willow C was a little pale with fear. These ghost-faced spiders had at least a dozen heads at a cursory glance, and all of them had reached the 3rd order advanced level, comparable to a human's true Xian 8 or 9 realm. Even if there were 2 Earth Xian 2nd level realms among the 4 of them, it was definitely not an easy task to escape from the ghost-faced spiders under such a large number. Since the ghost-faced spider has appeared here, then I think the ghost-faced demon spider should be nearby. Su Qianyu's eyes immediately glowed. "I've been searching for it myself for so long, and now I'm finally getting somewhere. There's no escape. We can only kill our way out. Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan's expressions also became very grave, and the former immediately removed his greatsword as his entire body exploded with Xian force. Kill! Zhang Tianyuan let out a furious cry from his mouth and took the lead in rushing out with a long spear in his hand, with Lang Xian similarly following closely behind. But I don't have enough cultivation. Lu Shi's face was filled with horror at the sight. She hastily took several steps back, but she was still surrounded by 2 or 3 ghost face spiders, and as her cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the true Xian realm, she quickly lost the upper hand against so many ghost-faced spiders and could only barely hold on. Soon, a single ghost-faced spider was blocked by Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan, but there were still several of them killing towards Su Qianyu. Each of their feet exuded a biting cold aura, piercing the ground with densely packed small holes. The sound was extremely appalling. Swish! Without saying a word, Su Qianyu took out the surprising sword, then rushed into the many ghost-faced spiders. Clank! The stunning sword heavily collided with one of the legs of the ghost-faced spider. The other party could not block the sharpness of the stunning sword. The leg was directly chopped off by Su Qianyu's sword, and then pierced through the abdomen. Blood and internal organs scattered all over the place. 1 sword. 1 second. Right at this moment, the other 2 ghost-faced spiders had also attacked from Su Qianyu's back, waving their sharp claws and attacking Su Qianyu's back. Swish! Only Su Qianyu's figure flashed. He exploded his speed to the extreme, and as he dodged, he leapt up and struck a powerful whip kick at the head of that ghost-faced spider. Bang! The body of that ghost-faced spider instantly lost its balance, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Su Qianyu didn't give the opponent the slightest chance to catch his breath, quickly rushing forward and instantly decapitating him after adding a sword. Su Qianyu then turned to look. It was discovered that both Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan were not weak in combat and were fighting with the many ghost-faced spiders, so there should be no problem in a short period of time. The most dangerous of all was Willow C. Although she had also decapitated a ghost-faced spider, there were still more and more ghost-faced spiders approaching this way, forcing her into a perilous position where she could only retreat. Just as Lu Shi was tired of dealing with it, a figure suddenly attacked from the side. Swish! Accompanied by the flashes of swordlight, a sword pierced through the ghost-faced spider that was preparing to sneak attack Lu Shi. The visitor was none other than Su Qianyu. If he had not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Lu Shi would be seriously injured at this time without dying. Thank you, thank you. Lu Shi heaved a sigh of relief at the sight. Still having palpitations in her heart, she hurriedly looked at Su Qianyu to thank him. No, I'm just for it. Su Qianyu took out the beast core inside the ghost-faced spider and shook it, said indifferently, then continued to charge towards the front. Lang Xian on the other side snorted coldly at the sight. A mere peak of the true Xian 9th realm, and you have the face to show off in front of us. When we kill these people, then we will slaughter that kid. See how arrogant he should be then. Zhang Tianyuan also said in a morose tone. Soon, the battle was over. The dozen or so ghost-faced spiders all died horribly, and a sickening stench emanated from the piled-up corpses. Lu Shi looked towards Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan, as well as the 3 of them, Su Qianyu, and said with a palpitating heart, this time, thanks to the 2 senior brothers and senior brother Qianyu, otherwise we would have been in danger. Although they were being praised by Lu Shi, the 2 of them, Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan, didn't feel much joy because Lu Shi actually put them together with Su Qianyu. No matter what, Su Qianyu was only a newcomer who had just joined the Heavenly Sword sect not long ago. Instead, they were already inner disciples, naturally high-minded and proud, and were obviously very dissatisfied with Lu Shi's behavior of putting them together with Su Qianyu to praise them. Lang Xian snorted coldly. Humph, even without him, we can still kill all the ghost-faced spiders. That's right, with or without him. Zhang Tianyuan chimed in. However, Su Qianyu acted as if he didn't expect what they said and didn't pay the slightest attention to it as he pondered where exactly the ghost-faced demon spider would be. These ghost-faced spiders, why are they attacking towards us like crazy? Su Qianyu opened his mouth and asked. Several people froze. The attack just now came too suddenly and they didn't have time to think about why. But now it was mentioned by Su Qianyu. Ghost-faced spiders are swarming demonic beasts. They usually rarely take the initiative to provoke their enemies. And just now we didn't provoke them, yet they still attacked us. So there's only one possibility now. There was an exquisite light flickering in Su Qianyu's eyes. What might? Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan also finally reacted at this moment and subconsciously opened their mouths to ask, but they regretted their words just after they had spoken them. They were the inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and now they actually had to ask a newcomer for advice on a problem. This was a disgrace to them, and they must kill this kid afterwards. That can only mean that these ghost-faced spiders are guarding something, and we just happened to step into their territory. Su Qianyu said in a loud voice. It's the only possibility that explains it. Guarding what? Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, as well as Lu Shi, froze slightly before their eyes widened violently. Something that can make so many ghost-faced spiders guarded is likely to be a very treasured heavenly treasure. Lu Shi immediately exclaimed in shock. Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan's breathing also became rapid as they similarly thought of this possibility. The Great Forest of Death already had quite a few treasures, so they wouldn't be surprised if there was a good thing that could make so many ghost-faced spiders guard it. Then should we go over and take a look? Lu Shi looked towards Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan and asked the two of them. After all, they were the ones with the strongest combat power in the team, and possessed the absolute right to make choices. If there are really good treasures, I'm afraid that there will still be quite a few ghost-faced spiders there, and it's highly likely that your life will be in danger if you go there. Lang Xian said in a deep voice after pondering for a moment. Zheng Tianyuan also nodded in agreement. The situation just now was already dangerous. If there were more ghost-faced spiders, I'm afraid that even they might not be able to deal with them. Once they were injured at that time, it was very likely that their lives would not be saved, and they were obviously not willing to take their lives as a result. Okay then. Lu Shi sighed. Even Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan both started to beat a retreat. There was nothing she could do. Suddenly, she jerked her head up. Senior brother Qianyu, where are you going? Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan also frowned as they looked, only to see Su Qianyu walk forward without looking back. Speaking faintly, since you guys are afraid, then I'll go alone. Chapter 36, Rain, Snow, and Clearing All of People's Hearts. Su Qianyu walked very firmly. Whether these people went or not, he was going to check out the situation anyway in order to fulfill his mission. That ING kid. You really don't know how to die when the time comes. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were so angry that their faces turned blue and they cursed viciously. Even they at the Earth Xian realm didn't dare to go over there, and a newcomer actually dared to say that he would go. This was completely slapping them in the face. We're going too. A killing intent flashed in Lang Xian's eyes. Yes, go and see how that kid died. Zheng Tianyuan also said in a cold voice. Under Su Qianyu's stimulation, if they left in disgrace again, they would truly have no face at all. Then I'll go too. Willow C saw this and said in a hurry. Soon, the three of them immediately followed Su Qianyu's footsteps and continued towards the Great Forest of Death. It wasn't long before the four of them carefully made their way through a large swath of jungle, and then saw a dense mass of ghost-faced spiders in front of them, as if they were asleep, some on the ground, some hanging upside down from the trees. At a cursory glance, there were at least 30 ghost-faced spiders here, and in the very center, there was a huge thing that was clearly different from the other ghost-faced spiders. Its body was 2 or 3 times bigger than a normal ghost-faced spider, and the color of its body was even black and purple. It's a 4th-rank low-grade demonic beast, the ghost-faced demon spider. Lang Xian immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Zheng Tianyuan's expression also became serious. A ghost-faced demon spider coupled with so many ghost-faced spiders, even if the four of them put their best foot forward, they would not necessarily be a match. Look, what's that? Just as the two of them were beating a retreat again, Lu Shi suddenly covered her lips lightly and exclaimed in shock. Su Qianyu and the three of them, Lang Xian, looked up, only to see that behind the ghost-faced demon spider, there was actually a crystal-clear plant that looked just like a rice ear, but which emitted a soft glow, causing one to feel refreshed just by looking at it. It's rain, snow, and clear all people. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's pupils contracted violently. Rain and snow clear all of people's hearts. This was a very precious heavenly treasure that had the effect of restoring and enhancing soul power, and if it was taken back to the Heavenly Sword sect to be sold, it could be sold for at least a sky-high price of 5,000 points. For a while, the breathing of Lang Xian's three people all became a bit rapid, and there was greed in their eyes. If they could take this strain of rain, snow, and clear all, it could be worth their harvest for the majority of the month. Want to try? Willow C opened her mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, Lang Xian immediately looked at Su Qianyu and mocked. Weren't you the fastest runner just now? Why are you wimpy now? That's right. Since you're so bold, why don't you go and try to play the lead? Otherwise don't blame us for looking down on you. Zheng Tianyuan said with the same sneer. Two losers. After Su Qianyu finished speaking, she actually directly walked out. I wanted to rip his mouth off. When it's done, I'm going to kill him myself. Being abused by Su Qianyu in such a manner, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were both a bit furious. He's on. Willow C, however, had a glint in her eye. As Su Qianyu stepped out, the huge ghost-faced demonic spider also discovered Su Qianyu's figure, and it immediately fell down from the tree. Boo! The huge body kicked up a cloud of dust, and a pair of dark, blood-craving eyes stared at Su Qianyu in death. Clank! With a sword chant, The surprising sword was instantly in his hand. Seemingly sensing Su Qianyu's provocation, the dozens of feet of the ghost-faced demonic spider densely began to move forward. Its speed was strangely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Swish! A sharp claw stabbed directly towards Su Qianyu. This guy is dead. Swish! But just as that sharp claw was about to pierce through Su Qianyu's body, Su Qianyu's figure flashed along with it. Boo! The ghost-faced demon spider's sharp claws heavily stabbed at the ground, immediately breaking open a large hole in the ground. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, brought up a blur of residual shadows and instantly arrived at the side of the ghost-faced demon spider. Breaking army slash! Su Qianyu offered a sword and chopped towards the back of the ghost-faced demon spider. Boo! But the ghost-faced magic spider's defense is very amazing. Su Qianyu, this sword went down, actually just left a not deep not shallow sword mark on its body. And this was still under the enchantment of a Xian grade upper grade spirit weapon. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to break the opponent's defense at all. Hiss! Only to see the ghost-faced demon spider eat the pain. Immediately several tentacles emitting a biting cold light attacked Su Qianyu. Boom boom boom. Seeing this, Su Qianyu hastily drew back and dodged. There's a show. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, who were hiding in the shadows, were overjoyed when they saw this. They didn't expect Su Qianyu to actually be able to tangle with the ghost-faced demon spider for 2 rounds. We're in. The two of them no longer hesitated. Their entire bodies Xianli erupted violently, and at the same time, they took out their own weapons and joined the battle. Faced with the temptation of rain, snow, and clear all of people, the two apparently decided to take the risk as well. Sweep away the thousands. Monstrous wave breaker chop. The two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, activated their martial arts and attacked the body of the ghost-faced demon spider from different directions. Boo! Immediately after that, only the sharp claws of the ghost-faced demon spider were seen to meet on top of the two men's weapons respectively, but only for the moment of contact. Lang Xian and the two of them only felt a huge force coming at them, along with their bodies trembling violently, and then they were simultaneously lifted out by one of the sharp claws of the ghost-faced demon spider and fell into a dog's poop. What a powerful force! The two of them quickly stabilized their stance, their expressions very grave. Only when they actually faced the ghost-faced demon spider did they realize just how strong the other party was. I don't believe it. Lang Xian let out a low gulp. Slaughter it, and all of rain, snow, and clear heart, all of them will be ours. At this moment, they couldn't think of anything else and rushed out again. However, the ghost-faced demon spider had dozens of sharp claws, and under the successive swings, it was incredibly powerful. And even in the face of Su Qianyu and Lang Xian as well as Zheng Tianyuan's 3-member siege, it could still cope with it with ease. After an attack, the 3 of Su Qianyu could not even enter the other party's body, much less cause substantial damage to it. Swish! It was also at this moment that Su Qianyu rushed out once again. His arm was covered in flames, and while dodging the heavy blocks of the ghost-faced demon spider, he slammed his fist on top of the other party's huge body. Fire Dragon Palm. This palm erupted with fire and light, and it actually directly blasted the ghost-faced demon spider's body to take a step back. Not only that, the fiery flames on Su Qianyu's palm even burned a charred palm mark on the body of the ghost-faced demon spider, causing its mouth to emit bursts of mournful screams. Obviously not lightly injured. How did he do it? Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were completely stunned at this scene. How could they not expect that Su Qianyu's power was actually so strong that he could inflict such considerable damage on the ghost-faced demon spider? Chapter 37, A Shot in the Dark. Good chance. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's expressions were greatly delighted. Die for me, Gale 1/. At this moment, the two of them exploded their Xian force to the extreme, simultaneously executing killing moves towards the ghost-faced demon spider. Boo! Boo! 2 explosions exploded at the same time. Only one more wound appeared on the ghost-faced demon spider's body. Although it wasn't fatal, this made it more and more furious. Ta-da-da-da-da. Its tentacles had been chopped off several times, but all of its remaining sharp claws were stabbing towards the 3 of them. Su Qianyu. Shoo! At the same time, it spat out a spider web from its mouth, paving the way from the sky. No good. The 3 of them were simultaneously startled in their hearts. If they were bound by the ghost-faced demon spider's spider web, they were afraid that they would only die today. Swish! Su Qianyu immediately dodged and evaded. At the same time, he used his afterglow to look at Lu Shi, who was hiding in the dark. Because of the 3 of them, at this moment, Lu Shi had already circled around to the back and quickly took away the strain of rain, snow, and clear heart all. Got it! Lu Shi was delighted in her heart, then hastily retreated. And this scene was also seen by both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. Rain, snow, and clear heart all have already arrived. There is no need to fight this head to the death. Let us hurry and retreat. Lang Xian immediately said. then looked toward where Su Qianyu was and sneered. As for that kid, Zheng Tianyuan instantly understood in seconds, and a morose smile appeared on his face. Had, I've long been displeased with him. Let him feed the ghost-faced demon spider here. If that kid dies, he dies. And being able to help us get the rain and snow cleansing all man is the greatest contribution he made in his life. The two hit it off. They brought Lu Shi out to train originally because they coveted each other's bodies. And now with such a precious treasure as rain, snow, clear all people, how could they possibly share it with others? Both of them smiled triumphantly at the thought, and then began to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Little scumbag, this is all yours. Good luck. Don't worry, we'll help you enjoy this rain, snow, and clear heart all people. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan quickly withdrew from the battlefield, and their smug laughter reached Su Qianyu's ears, and as the two withdrew, dozens of ghost-faced spiders, as well as that ghost-faced demonic spider had surrounded Su Qianyu, blocking all of Su Qianyu's retreats in the blink of an eye. Oh, all of you wait for me. A fierce killing intent flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. He had never trusted Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest that this situation would occur before him now. Swish! In the next second, the sharp claws of the ghost-faced demon spider cut through the void and attacked towards Su Qianyu's throat. In the nick of time, Su Qianyu quickly dodged, but the speed of the ghost-faced demon spider was also extremely fast, especially when there were more than a dozen ghost-faced spiders surrounding him, all of which were killing towards Su Qianyu at this moment. Great heavenly Faust chop! Seeing this, Su Qianyu immediately raised the stunning sword, and in an instant, the overpowering sword intent suddenly erupted, actually forming a huge sword shadow, carrying the momentum of destruction, and chopping down with a sword. Boom boom boom! The berserk to the extreme sword shadow instantly impacted on the bodies of those ghost-faced spiders, accompanied by an explosion sound, and on the spot, more than a dozen ghost-faced spiders were decapitated, exploding into a sky of blood and flesh flying across the sky. Bang! At the same time, the ghost-faced demon spider's body was also hit hard, thus losing its balance, and its huge body fell to the ground all of a sudden. It's now! A brilliant light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Immediately seizing the opportunity, he once again stabbed his sword at the ghost-faced demon spider. Shoo! Even though the ghost-faced demon spider fell to the ground, it still spat out several black spider webs, covering towards Su Qianyu. Snort! However, with the sword intent enhanced surprise sword, those spider webs were directly chopped off almost the instant they came into contact with the sharpness of the surprise sword. Boo! The surprising sword cut through dozens of spider webs one after another, then stabbed straight into the head of the ghost-faced demon spider. Hiss! Thick, green blood soared out. As the intense pain came, a piercing scream came out of the ghost-faced demon spider's mouth. Su Qianyu's movements did not stop. He quickly drew his surprising sword and then stabbed the ghost-faced demon spider several times in succession, until the gurgling black blood overflowed. The body of the ghost-faced demon spider also completely stopped moving, finally dead. Looking at the ghost-faced demonic spider in front of him, Su Qianyu heaved a sigh of relief. The cultivation of this ghost-faced demonic spider was almost comparable to the human Earth-Shin triple realm, if not for the fact that he had cultivated the great heavenly floating chop and also comprehended the sword intent. I'm afraid that he would really die here today. After taking out the beast cores of these ghost-faced spiders and ghost-faced demon spiders, his mission this time would be considered complete. Afterwards, Su Qianyu looked towards the direction where Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, as well as Lu Shi's trio had escaped earlier, his eyes filled with killing intent. Now, it's time to go collect the bill for what we just did. In the meantime, the three figures were running wildly through the great forest of death, and they didn't stop until they had completely escaped the great forest of death. Ha ha ha, rain, snow, and clear all have finally arrived. That brat should have been chewed up and pulled out bite by the ghost-faced demon spider by now. What a great joy! The two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, laughed triumphantly. They then glanced at each other again and looked at Lu Shi next to them. Senior sister Lu Shi, where is that rain, snow, and clear all of the people? Quickly bring it out. At those words, Willow C smiled flirtatiously. She straightened her full breasts and exhaled. Don't worry, just now, thanks to the two senior brothers dragging down the ghost-faced demon spider, I was able to successfully take down the rain, snow, and clear heart all man, which is right here in my storage ring. With that, she took out 2 more crystal round pills and smiled sweetly. The 2 senior brothers were injured just now when they dealt with the ghost-faced demon spider, so I have 2 third-grade healing pills here, which can quickly recover from their injuries after taking them. At those words, Lang Xian and Zhang Tianyuan's eyes lit up. The value of third-grade pills was very expensive. Even they didn't have much on them and couldn't afford to use them until the critical moment, but they didn't expect Lu Shi to actually take out 2 directly. Well. It's still senior sister Lu who knows what she's doing. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry senior sister Lu. Later on, the two of us brothers will go into battle together. And we guarantee that we will make you feel good. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were filled with excitement as they received the elixir before swallowing it in one gulp and laughing out loud at the same time. Immediately after that, the two men looked at Lu Shi with lustful colors in their eyes. Now that rain, snow, and clear all of the people have arrived. It is now natural to do something you love to do. Ha 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 ha. Senior sister Lu Shi quickly take out the rain, snow, clear heart all. We can't wait any longer. Lang Xian laughed triumphantly. This time they entered the great forest of death. Not only could they harvest so many beast cores, but they could also have a good time right away. Even the rain and snow cleansing all of them were about to get their hands on them. They were simply the biggest winners in life. Really, but there's only one rain, snow, and clear heart allium plant here. Yet there are three of us. How should we split it equally? Suddenly, Lu Shi's tone became cold, and there was more than a hint of teasing in her voice as she spoke. Chapter 38. The prettier the woman, the less she can be trusted. Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan both frowned. Lang Xian simply stopped pretending. He laughed out coldly. That's certainly very simple. You hurry up and hand over the rain and snow cleansing all people on the line. Zheng Tianyuan followed suit with a sardonic laugh. Senior sister Lu Shi, if it wasn't for us taking you into the great forest of death this time, how could you possibly have so much to gain? Hurry up and hand over the rain and snow clearing all people and serve us well. As long as you can serve our brothers well, I guarantee you will have many benefits in the future. Both men had lewd smiles on their faces and had surrounded Willow Sea before slowly approaching. Now that they were fully loaded, and rain, snow, and clear all people were about to arrive, there was no need for them to keep up the disguise. However, in the face of Lang Xian's two men's lustful and fiery gazes, Lu Shi did not change her color, and even a deep touch of mockery could be seen in her eyes. She smiled faintly at both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. You guys are right. I should indeed thank you properly. Upon hearing this, Lang Xian seemed to have been unable to suppress his inner restlessness as he walked towards Lu Hong with a lewd smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, now that you know, why don't you hurry up and take off all your clothes for me and serve? Well, but before he could finish his sentence, his body stiffened violently. Suddenly, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood from his mouth. Lang Xian, what's wrong with you? Next to him, Zheng Tianyuan's face changed when he saw this and asked in a hurry. But the voice had only just fallen, and he actually spat out a large mouthful of blood as black as ink from his mouth as well. Immediately afterward, the aura of Xianli on both of them also became withered down, and they couldn't even stand steadily, collapsing to the ground one after another. What's going on? Lang Xian's face was filled with pain. He felt as if all the organs in his body were suffering from erosion, and the veins on his forehead were rippling with cold sweat from the pain. There's something wrong with that elixir just now. Zheng Tianyuan was the first to react, and then the two of them hurriedly turned their gazes to Lu Shi in front of them. You poisoned us. They looked at Willowsy in agony. At this moment, the sarcasm on Lu Shi's face became more and more obvious as she sneered. Didn't you guys just call me, so that you guys can have a good time? What? Are you guys not cool enough now? After saying that, she squatted down with a mocking expression on her face, then removed the storage rings from the hands of both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. The two men, who had completely lost their strength, became furious at the sight. Lang Xian looked at Lu Shi angrily. You snake woman, you've been counting on us from the very beginning. It wasn't until now that they realized what Willowsy was up to. If you do this, aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Zheng Tianyuan then opened his mouth to threaten. After collecting the two people's storage rings, Lu Shi smiled contemptuously. You're right, I've only been using you guys from the beginning, and now that you've lost your usefulness, it's only natural that you should die. After saying that, killing intent surged in her eyes. Both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's faces changed drastically when they heard this, and the former hurriedly spoke up. If you kill us, after the sect traces it down, you'll die just the same. At those words, Lu Shi's expression became even more disdainful. Although you are inner disciples, dying inside the great forest of death is too normal. No one will even suspect it. And now that all of you are dead, who can prove that I killed you? Hearing the other party's words, the two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, immediately turned ashen. As the other party had said, it wasn't like anyone else had seen them here, so even if Liu Shi had killed them, no one would have known at all. I'm going to kill you. Lang Xian struggled and tried to attack Liu Shi, but he didn't have any strength in his body at the moment, and he fell on his ass before he could get up. Seeing this, Liu Shi sneered. I advise you not to make any unnecessary struggles. After taking my poison, you will never live through today, and any further struggles will just be futile. The two people, Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, who had fallen to the ground, were pale, with a blood-red color in their eyes, which were filled with remorse and unwillingness. They had thought that they had played Liushi in the palm of their hands, but now the other party had slapped them so hard that even their own lives were in the hands of the other party. You ruthless snake woman! Ling Xian stared deathly at Lu Shi and opened his mouth to curse angrily, but now he looked like this, more like he was in an impotent rage, and even though he was sad and angry, he couldn't do anything about Liushi in the slightest. Willowsy, however, didn't care. She sneered to herself. In this world of the weak and the strong, how can one live if one is not a little ruthless? With that, he looked at Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan with contempt. And you guys, you're destined to become nothing but stepping stones for me. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to her. It's just cheap for that Su Qianyu. His cultivation is obviously similar to mine, but his fighting strength is ridiculously strong. There must be something good in his body. It's just a pity that he's now become food for the ghost-faced demon spider. When she finished, she shook her head. Now then, let me send you on your way. She took out a sharp dagger and slowly approached Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. At this moment, the two men turned pale. Lu Shi, on the other hand, had a flirtatious smile on her face once again, and said in a cold voice, I hope that in your next life, you'll keep one thing in mind. The prettier the woman, the less she can be trusted. When she finished speaking, she raised the dagger in her hand high. They were right. You are indeed a snake woman. Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. At those words, Lu Shi's face changed. Then she turned back violently, and after seeing the visitor, her pupils instantly contracted. I can't believe you're not dead. She was just a little incredulous. Su Qianyu was facing such a powerful ghost-faced demon spider alone, as well as a dozen ghost-faced spiders. This was unbelievable that he hadn't died, and now he had even escaped. Not just her, even the two of them, Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, were likewise filled with astonishment and surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. If I die like this, won't I miss out on this good show? After saying that, the surprising sword suddenly appeared in its hand, then slowly walked towards Lu Shi. From the beginning, he felt that Lu Shi, this woman's heart is very deep, but he also did not expect the other party to be so serpentine. Not only used Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan two people, and even in the end to unload the donkey. Help us, Su Qianyu. Save us quickly, we will have a generous reward afterward. Ling Xian and Zheng Tianyuan rushed for help when they saw this. At this moment, their hatred for Lu Shi had long surpassed Su Qianyu, and now they only wanted to live. Lu Shi's expression became very ugly. She had seen Su Qianyu's combat power with her own eyes, and knew that she was definitely not Su Qianyu's opponent in a hard fight. So she smiled charmingly. Senior brother Qianyu, just now the two of them abandoned you with their hearts of wolves and dogs. I'm also doing this to help my senior brother take revenge. At those words, Su Qianyu seemed to be smiling. In that case, then wouldn't I have to thank you? While saying that, his footsteps did not stop. Seeing that Su Qianyu still had no intention of letting herself go, Lu Shi's face changed. Then she gritted her teeth. Rip! She actually tore the clothes on her body to shreds with one hand, and then revealed a large area of snow-white skin, as well as the underwear on her body that was only the last layer left to cover her shyness. For a moment, infinite spring light immediately appeared in front of Su Qianyu. Senior brother Qianyu, there's actually no grudge between us. I can share their two stupid things equally with you, and I can even be your woman. Willowsy threw out a wink and said in a coquettish manner. Chapter 39. You guys are so confused. With that, Lu Shi handed out a storage ring. At the same time, she also shook herself, and the large swaths of snowy whiteness on her chest were extraordinarily tantalizing, as if they were about to break free from the constraints of her clothing and jump out. Coupled with her voluptuous and hot body, this scene was enough to make many men's blood run cold. Willowsy sold her wiggles. She blinked her eyes and spoke with a blushing face. If senior brother Qianyu is willing, he can ravage me to his heart's content now. At this moment, the corners of Lu Shi's mouth rose, and her heart was incomparably pleased. She believed that no man in the world could resist her temptation. Snort! However, in the next second, Su Qianyu wore a smile on his face, and then with a swift movement, he stabbed his sword into Lu Shi's body. In an instant, hot blood instantly soared out, staining the snow-white skin on Lu Shi's body, appearing particularly blinding. At the same time, the smile on Lu Shi's face instantly froze, and the smugness in her pupils instantly turned into disbelief. Su Qianyu's gaze teasingly looked at Lu Shi. Do you think, with such a couple of pounds of meat, you can seduce me? When he finished speaking, he drew out the dagger that Liu Shi had hidden behind her back. Snake and Scorpion Woman is Snake and Scorpion Woman. Just like the Chu Mangyao before, even at the last moment she didn't die, still wanting to cause him to die. If he was really spooked just now and went up to make out with Lu Shi, I'm afraid that he would be the one stabbed right now. When you think about it that way, it's still your own maiden who smells good. Why? Lu Shi spat out large mouthfuls of blood from her mouth, quickly staining all the white skin on her body red, her appearance looking very miserable. She couldn't understand until her death why Su Qianyu could escape from the hands of the ghost-faced demon spider, and even more so, why Su Qianyu would be indifferent to her seduction. Looking at Willow Sea, who gradually collapsed to the ground, Su Qianyu spoke with an expressionless face. You didn't say one thing wrong just now. The prettier a woman is, the less she can be trusted. But what you don't know is that my maiden is much prettier than you, as Su Qianyu said. Although Lu Shi was flirtatious, but compared to Chu Yanran, who let go of everything in bed, it was simply weak and not the slightest bit attractive. In the end, Willow Sea was completely out of breath and dead. Ha ha ha, good death. And looking at the already dead Lu Shi, the two of them, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, immediately laughed up in the air. They then hurriedly looked at Su Qianyu. Senior brother Qianyu, save us. Hurry up and send us back to the clan. Maybe we can still be saved. As long as you save us, we can pay you handsomely, and in the future, we'll cover you in the heavenly sword sect master, and make sure no one dares to mess with you. Both of them were looking at Su Qianyu with burning eyes, as if they had completely forgotten how they had betrayed Su Qianyu just now. He only saw Su Qianyu go up and scavenge Lu Shi's body before looking at the two people, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan, who had collapsed on the ground. You guys are so confused. He grinned. Even if I don't save you guys, all of these things are still mine, so why would I save you guys? At those words, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan were burning with rage inside, but in order to stay alive, they could only think that they were snakes in vain. Lang Xian hurriedly opened his mouth. Okay, all of these things belong to you. I just beg you to quickly bring us back to the clan to cure the poison. Although he said that, he already had plans inside. Once they were out of danger, they immediately killed Su Qianyu and then reclaimed the rain, snow, clear heart, all man and their own storage rings. However, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. These are all afterthoughts. Let us first settle the account of you guys betraying me just now. Hearing this, Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan's faces changed. What the hell do you want? Lang Xian asked in a hurry. Snort! But in the next second, his head was directly thrown out. The blood is flowing. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled. I am, of course, trying to kill you all. Su Qianyu spoke softly. His voice was flat, but it was like a nightmare. Don't you come over. Zheng Tianyuan was so scared that his face turned white, and he wanted to stand up and escape, but he realized that he couldn't do it at all. Snort! It was followed by another sword. Zheng Tianyuan's body was also pierced through. Since then, the original group of four was now left with only Su Qianyu, and Su Qianyu was also not polite. Directly searched out all the valuable things on the two people. For this kind of people who stab themselves in the back, he absolutely could not let go. These two guys are quite rich. After counting the loot, a smile appeared on Su Qianyu's face. Not only did he complete his mission this time out, but he also harvested a precious strain of rain, snow, and clear all man. Plus there were also the storage rings of Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan. So this time was definitely considered a bumper harvest. This rain, snow, and clear heart all have come at just the right time. Seemingly thinking of something, the corners of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly before he directly turned around and left. Back to the Heavenly Sword sect. Su Qianyu went to the quest hall at the first time, and after completing the quest of killing the ghost-faced demon spider, he managed to collect 1,000 points. However, Su Qianyu didn't go directly to the secret realm to cultivate, but instead spent a whole 500 points to purchase 2 jars of peach blossom brew. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyu held a jar of peach blossom brew in one hand and came straight into the martial arts pavilion. The main thing about this gift-giving thing is a pitch. Since the last time they met, that Duan pavilion master was very fond of wine. Then he would buy wine for the other party this time. This would be correct. You came as you were. What's with this wine? Inside the martial skill pavilion, Pavilion Master Duan, still looking drunk, looked at Su Qianyu and asked. Since the late generation has a question to ask the pavilion master, it is natural that he can't come here empty-handed. Su Qianyu replied with a smile. This peach blossom brew is a good thing, so I'm going to let you break the bank. As expected, although Pavilion Master Duan said so on his lips, a smile appeared on his face when he saw the 2 jars of peach blossom brew. If you have any questions, just ask. Pavilion Master Duan didn't say anything more about the wine, and his entire body lay flat on the chair basking in the sun. Late generation has mainly encountered a bottleneck in cultivation recently, so I want to ask Pavilion Master Duan for some advice. Su Qianyu was not polite and immediately asked all the questions he didn't understand before in his head. And this one request for advice was the passage of most of the day. Until it was getting late, Su Qianyu suddenly had a feeling of great enlightenment. Pavilion Master Duan used to be worthy of being an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the questions he asked, the other party was able to answer almost all of them in great detail, and also give the most correct methods. This knowledge would allow Su Qianyu to take many fewer detours in the future, and just half a day down the line, it benefited him a lot. Many thanks to Pavilion Master Duan for answering my late generation's questions. Su Qianyu bowed slightly to Pavilion Master Duan and sincerely thanked him. Chapter 40, A spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As the saying goes, when there's an old man in the family, there's a new man in the family. This is really not wrong at all. With the explanation of Pavilion Master Duan, a lot of places that he didn't understand before all became clear. It could be said that the 500 points he had spent out was worth it just for those questions that Pavilion Master Duan had answered for himself. Although you're just a newcomer, the questions you ask are very insightful. If you cultivate well in the future, your achievements will definitely not be bad. Pavilion Master Duan's gaze towards Su Qianyu was also very satisfied. In this half day, Su Qianyu's attitude was sincere and extremely progressive and studious, making him feel very fond of him. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled. Then the latecomer will borrow the auspicious words of the Pavilion Master. He could see that Pavilion Master Duan had a pretty good impression of himself, and if he worked a little harder, he might, indeed, be able to snatch away the chance that originally belonged to Lin Han, and thus obtain Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance. But I'm curious, your identity shouldn't be simple enough to come to an old man like me to ask for advice on a problem. Suddenly, Pavilion Master Duan turned his head to look at Su Qianyu. His pale cheeks carried a faint smile, and the cloudiness in his eyes faded away. There was already quite a lot of traffic in the martial arts pavilion, even if he didn't take the initiative to ask. Just by listening to these Heavenly Sword sect's disciples discussing it, he already knew about Su Qianyu's exploits at the time of joining the Heavenly Sword sect. I don't know if Pavilion Master Duan believes it or not, but actually my identity is really simple. Su Qianyu of course knew what the other party was referring to, then said somewhat helplessly. In fact, he hadn't thought about it until now. Obviously, he had no background whatsoever, so why did Chi Prowler help himself so much at that time? He didn't think it would be because of any accident. Would someone as powerful as a big brother have nothing better to do than to run to the Heavenly Sword sect specifically to find himself? Not only did he treat himself so well, but he also took out something like the flame bead and gave it to himself. So it would be strange to say that there was no problem. Only what was the problem in it, he couldn't figure out until now. If you really don't have a background, then you still dare to agree to a life and death battle with Lin Han in half a year. That is indeed courageous. Pavilion Master Duan laughed again. Su Qianyu smiled slightly at his words. Pressure is motivation. And since we're already feuding anyway, it's better to bring things out into the open. He then stood up and bowed to Pavilion Master Duan. It's getting late. Senior needs to rest as well, so Senior will come back to visit tomorrow. Pavilion Master Duan reclined in his reclining chair and waved his hand. There you go. Su Qianyu then stopped staying and turned around to leave. He had at least left a good impression on Pavilion Master Duan this time. As for whether he could send out to get the other party's inheritance, that could only be taken one step at a time. After all, this kind of thing could not be forced. Meanwhile, Pavilion Master Duan leaned back in his chair and looked at Su Qianyu's departing back, pondering. Good one. Know me and solve my arrogance. Returning to the subterranean Dragon Peak, just as Su Qianyu was about to push the door and enter, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. He remembered closing the door tightly behind him as he left, but now the door is open a thin crack. There must be someone in there. Or perhaps someone had taken advantage of their absence to enter their room. LOL. Su Qianyu pushed open the door of the room, fixed eyes to see. The house inside all normal. Bright moonlight sprinkled in the room, surrounded by a quiet swish. But just as Su Qianyu walked into the bedroom, a shadow suddenly came from behind him. Su Qianyu, who had been prepared, turned around violently. He squeezed the arm that grabbed him from behind while his other hand slammed his fist towards the figure. What are you doing? Seemingly being pained by Su Qianyu's grip, the silhouette let out a cry of shock from its mouth, then stared angrily at Su Qianyu with eyes full of anger. It's you? Su Qianyu was slightly stunned. The person in front of him who was grabbed by his own wrist was actually Chu Yenran. At this moment, one of his hands grabbed Red Chu Yenran's white wrist, and the fist of his other hand was even less than an inch away from Chu Yenran's delicate face, almost ready to smash it. Who else can it be if not me? Chu Yenran broke away from Su Qianyu's control and said in a slightly aggrieved tone. If you came, why did you sneak into my room? Su Qianyu lowered her guard and asked. At those words, Chu Yenran's beautiful eyes glared. She looked at Su Qianyu angrily. I'm your explicitly married maiden. How come I can't enter your room? For a time, Su Qianyu was actually speechless. Chu Yanran said this as if there was really no problem at all. That's fine, Su Qianyu said helplessly. Did you seek me out for something? Chu Yanran blankly glanced at Su Qianyu, then said in a rather mournful tone, couldn't I come to you if I'm fine? Saying that, she even came in front of Su Qianyu, twitching his nose and sniffing. He said, you've been gone for so many days. Hell, I don't know if you've been hooking up with other women. Only after discovering that there was no woman smell on Su Qianyu did Chu Yanran hunt condescendingly. Still counting on you to be honest. She had actually come to look for Su Qianyu several days ago, only to find that Su Qianyu had been absent from the house, which was why she was waiting here when she came today. What are you? Jealous? Su Qianyu looked at Chu Yanran with a smile. How can? Chu Yanran was immediately about to deny it. However, before she could finish her words, her entire body was embraced by Su Qianyu. You bad guy. The moment we meet, you only know how to do this. Chu Yanran glared at Su Qianyu and said without any good humor, ma'am, have you heard that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Su Qianyu grinned before launching a fierce attack. Meanwhile, this denizen, in the middle of the opposite house, Mo Euro blushed in shame. She had been cultivating well until the commotion came from Su Qianyu's room, and she lay on the bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She couldn't even quiet her mind to cultivate. Her ears kept echoing Chu Yanran's excited yet low voice. Slowly, along with her breathing gradually became a bit rapid. It's just been a few days of cleanup, and now it's starting again. Mo Euro was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, and she couldn't wait to immediately rush out and pull out Su Qianyu and then beat him up. Chapter 41 Fighting for 2.5 hours. The next day, the sun is shining brightly. Su Qianyu slowly got up, while Chu Yanran took advantage of the early morning when no one was there to sneak away. The two had fought for a full 2.5 hours last night, and even until now, the entire room was filled with a blush-inducing aura. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyu walked out of the house, and he had only just walked out the door when he happened to see Mo Euro who had also gone out, so he took the initiative to greet her. Senior sister Euro, good morning. Only, at this time, Mo Euro's pretty face still has not had time to completely fade away the scarlet. There is even a layer of dark circles under the eyes. This kind of appearance is with was tossed all night. Chu Yanran has a high degree of similarity. I'm not good at all. Mo Euro glared viciously at Su Qianyu. Su Qianyu was filled with confusion. Could it be that he had offended the other party again sometime? Or else why did he feel that Mo Euro had a great deal of resentment towards him? I didn't mess with you. After determining that he hadn't seen Mo Euro for this period of time, Su Qianyu opened his mouth and asked, you know in your own heart what you've done? Mo Euro looked at Su Qianyu angrily, then seemed to have thought of something and ran out of the subterranean dragon peak with a red face. It's inexplicable. Seeing this, Su Qianyu shrugged his shoulders, unconcerned, and similarly left the subterranean dragon peak, heading in the direction of the martial skills pavilion. Only this time, when Su Qianyu came to the martial arts pavilion, he saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Han. At the moment, the other party was sitting to the right of Pavilion Master Duan. What are you doing here? At the same time, Lin Han also saw Su Qianyu and he frowned. Su Qianyu glanced at Lin Han and said indifferently, do I need to explain to you what I'm doing here? Lin Han was here. He didn't feel unsurprised in the slightest. The other party definitely wanted to come and get close to Pavilion Master Duan and then plot for Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance. But the more I do, the less I can let you get away with. Damn it! Hearing Su Qianyu's words that didn't leave any mercy at all, Lin Han was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Since becoming Mu Bingzhe's disciple, Su Qianyu was still the first person who dared to talk to him like this, which made him angry and furious. You're here too. Come sit down. Duan Qingshan, on the other hand, looked at Su Qianyu with a smile. Many thanks, Pavilion Master Duan. Su Qianyu responded with a smile, then sat on Duan Qingshan's left. Since then, the three have sat in a row. Duan Qingshan was smiling. Su Qianyu was also calm and composed, and only Lin Han's expression was very unnatural and somewhat gloomy. This ing guy. At this moment, he also realized in his heart that something was wrong. Pavilion Master Duan seemed to have a lot of goodwill towards Su Qianyu, and this caused him to feel a strong sense of crisis. According to his own master's speculation, this Pavilion Master Duan would be dying of immortality in half a month at most, and the other party would most likely leave behind his own legacy before he died. Therefore, he often found time to come over to accompany Duan Qingshan these days, and took great pains to curry favor with the other party. And originally he had a full grasp of being able to take the other party's inheritance. But now, Su Qianyu was suddenly killed, which made him tense up. Pavilion Master Duan was a super strong person, and the other party's inheritance was very important to him. so he definitely wouldn't allow any accidents to occur. You came over this time, is there something you don't understand again? The three of them were seated together, and Duan Qingshan took the lead to look at Su Qianyu and ask, please ask Pavilion Master Duan to not be stingy with his advice. Su Qianyu nodded. Then he told all the problems he encountered in his cultivation. Everything is as it should be. Duan Qingshan still answered all questions. No matter if Su Qianyu's questions were simple or complex, the other party was almost always able to answer them. However, Lin Han, who had been left out to dry, panicked. He didn't expect Su Qianyu, a newcomer, to be able to ask so many questions with a nose. Moreover, Duan Qingshan was so patient in explaining to Su Qianyu, which made him very tasty in his heart. Pavilion Master Duan, I've also recently encountered a bottleneck. He was equally unwilling to show weakness, and hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Duan Qingshan would get excited talking to Su Qianyu and then forget about him. So how could he still obtain the other party's inheritance? Fine. One question at a time. Duan Qingshan wore a smile on his face. He stroked his already pale beard and took great pains to answer questions for both men. It was not until the sun set that Su Qianyu stopped asking. At this moment he once again had a feeling of enlightenment. Many thanks, Pavilion Master Duan. He looked to Pavilion Master Duan from the bottom of his heart to thank him. Many thanks to Senior for answering the questions and solving the confusion. Lin Han also spoke in a hurry, while glancing viciously at Su Qianyu. This guy, it's just abominable. Oh, no harm done. Duan Qingshan had a satisfied smile on his face. He then looked at the two of them, Su Qianyu and Lin Han. The look in his eyes thoughtful. He knew that his days were numbered, and he was originally prepared to end his life so hastily. But it wasn't until the appearance of both Su Qianyu and Lin Han that he suddenly changed his mind. It's fine if he dies, but his body of learning, and the things he has not accomplished, so dust to dust, earth to earth, his heart will really feel very sorry, at a time when I'm about to die. Yet I was able to meet such excellent two little guys. Could it be that the heavens have favored me? Duan Qingshan thought so. Immediately afterward, a bright light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he made up his mind that perhaps he could pick one of these two as his successor. But after his observations over the past few days he realized, regardless of whether it was Su Qianyu or Lin Han, neither of them actually had bad talent, and both gave him a good impression, which in turn made it a bit difficult for him. You guys have been asking me for so long, so I want to ask you a question as well. Suddenly, Duan Qingshan smiled and spoke. At those words, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Here's the chance to show yourself. Senior, just ask. Senior guarantees to know everything. Lin Han was the first to speak, fearing that he would be robbed by Su Qianyu. Pavilion Master Duan, please speak. Su Qianyu also nodded, but he was significantly calmer. He knew that this question from the other party was definitely not as simple as just asking a question, most likely looking for the right inheritor. Pavilion Master Duan's gaze swept over Su Qianyu and Lin Han and asked with a smile, what are you all cultivating for? At those words, Su Qianyu and Lin Han both fell into silence. Practicing for what? This is not really a difficult question, yet it is definitely not simple. Even from the two of them's answers, perhaps Pavilion Master Duan would have a candidate in mind, and it definitely couldn't be sloppy. Lin Han thought deeply and looked at the silent Su Qianyu. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked into a smile. Then a look of confidence flashed across Lin Han's face as he took the lead and spoke. Cultivation, of course, is about reaching the peak, reaching the pinnacle. He cleared his throat and said with great bravado, cultivators of my generation, since we are fortunate enough to be able to walk in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, we naturally have to fight against the sky, against the earth, and against people. That's the only way to enjoy it, and since we've decided to embark on the path of cultivation, we must go to that highest place to have a look. Otherwise, wouldn't we be wasting our years for nothing? Chapter 42, I cultivate only for myself. Lin Han's voice was bold and passionate. There were quite a few people in the martial arts pavilion who were all impressed by its magnificent voice, and their faces showed anticipation and yearning. Everyone was a cultivator, just as Lin Han had just said. Who doesn't want to have a good time? Who doesn't want to sing with abandon? Who doesn't want to reach the top? Lin Han's words had spoken right to their hearts. Oh, good point. Duan Qingshan also had a smile on his face. He stroked his white beard inside. It's good to be young. To think that back in the day, when I was your age, I was just as grandiose as this. At those words, Lin Han was filled with smugness. He then looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of triumph, sneering in his heart. Now I'll see how you can still fight with me. His own words were absolutely flawless, and no matter how Su Qianyu argued, he could not possibly say it better than himself. You're too young to fight me, little friend. What are you cultivating for again? Immediately afterward, he only saw Duan Qingshan turn his head to look at Su Qianyu and ask, practicing for what? Su Qianyu repeated the question. He didn't rush to answer, but fell into deep thought. Seeing Su Qianyu's delayed reply, Lin Han immediately snorted coldly. If you can't answer, there's no need to be brave. After all, you're just a newcomer. What do you know about cultivation? It's normal that you can't answer. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingshan frowned slightly. He was very displeased with Lin Han's eerie words, but right at this moment, Su Qianyu suddenly laughed. I practiced just for myself. When these words came out, both Pavilion Master Duan and Lin Han were stunned. Only saw Su Qianyu laughed. Life in the world, the big dream a few thousand autumns, the pursuit of nothing more than the 7 feelings and 6 desires. Money, power, status, temptation is too much, but manpower is sometimes poor, but the desire is never ending. Saying that, Su Qianyu paused. And I cultivate only so that I can live this short life. Everything I do, although I don't seek great wealth, but I seek not to leave any regrets. If I can spend 100 years in a dashing and comfortable manner, that would already be my lifelong pursuit. Su Qianyu's voice was not loud, but the words were like heavy hammers, pounding heavily on the hearts of the crowd. For a moment, everyone in the room was quiet. If Lin Han's words just now had stirred up the high fighting spirit within them, then Su Qianyu's words had pulled them back to reality. Lin Han said that he wants to reach the top, otherwise he is wasting his time. But Su Qianyu said that in life, he does not want to be rich and famous, but only wants to have no regrets. The two men have completely different views. One might even say contrary, but when you think about it, there is nothing wrong with either man's statement. But for them, ordinary people, climbing to the top might be more appropriate as a dream in their hearts, while the medal in front of them was the reality they needed to face more now. Or, to put it another way, if everyone peaked, would it still be a true peak? Ha 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 ha, what a foolishness. You are so and so unambitious. Your whole life will be nothing. What's the difference between you and a salted fish? At those words, Lin Han laughed out loud with a face full of contempt. He looked at Su Qianyu with great disdain, as if he had a winning expression. He was sure to win this game, but in the next moment, ha 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 ha, well, what a way to leave no regrets. Duan Qingshan, however, suddenly got up and laughed out heartily. Until this moment, a sense of release suddenly arose in his heart, and among his laughter, it was filled with the vicissitudes and baptism of the years. Looking at Duan Qingshan's demeanor, Lin Han's entire body was confused. He didn't understand why the other party was so excited. On what grounds? Wasn't his answer seamless? But why? After hearing Su Qianyu's answer, did Duan Qingshan act so happy? Chill, you're not wrong. It's just that he really is better. At that moment, a voice sounded in Lin Han's mind. What you just said is exactly right, but you have ultimately set your sights too high, ignoring the ordinariness of the people in this world, and even more so, ignoring that the other party itself is just an old man who is about to be late in life. There was also a bit of helplessness in this voice. Is what Lin Han said wrong? That's right, that's exactly right. That was indeed Lin Han's innermost thoughts. However, was what Su Qianyu said wrong? The same is true, but compared to Lin Han's ambitious, Su Qianyu's ideas will be more relevant to the public a little. After all, in this world, there were too few people who could truly reach the top, and most were still ordinary, common people, and Lin Han's cultivation path was too smooth, while his eyes were set too high, forgetting that mediocrity was the norm on earth. What's more, Pavilion Master Duan was also an ordinary person, and even more so, an old man who was about to reach the end of his life, and for Lin Han to speak highly of his ambitions in front of a late old man, even if the other party could understand, it still seemed very out of place in the end. On the contrary, Su Qianyu's viewpoint is much deeper. At the same time, the gazes of the others in the martial arts pavilion became less friendly as they looked at Lin Han. What do you mean those who don't reach the top are salted fish? You're calling all of us in on this. If they couldn't afford to mess with him, they really wanted to slap Lin Han. This damned kid. It's really abominable. Hearing his master's words, Lin Han also finally reacted, and his gaze towards Su Qianyu grew angrier and angrier. At the same time, he also confirmed that Su Qianyu must have done it on purpose, and the other party must have known that Duan Qingshan was about to pass away, so he was deliberately trying to curry favor with the other party. As for the purpose, it must have wanted Duan Qingshan's inheritance. No, absolutely not. Lin Han hissed in his heart. He had long since taken Duan Qingshan's inheritance as his own, and would never allow anyone to compete with him for it. Nice. All of your ideas are very good. I believe that you will all have very brilliant futures in the future. Duan Qingshan looked at the two with a smile on his face. He was satisfied with both Su Qianyu's and Lin Han's answers, and if he had been younger, he might have preferred Lin Han's magnificent statement. However, after experiencing the storm for most of his life, His heart had long returned to peace, and he now agreed with Su Qianyu's statement even more. However, Lin Han was panicking at the moment, especially when he saw Duan Qingshan looking at Su Qianyu with a face full of appreciation. His heart suddenly became anxious. But Lin Han hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Pavilion Master Duan. I'm also a little tired right now, so you guys go back first, and in the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come over and ask me. Pavilion Master Duan poured a large mouthful of wine before waving his hand. Then I won't disturb senior's rest. Seeing this, Su Qianyu did not dwell on it and bowed before getting up to leave. The late generation also bid farewell. Although Lin Han had 10,000 unwillingness in his heart, in order not to leave a bad impression on Pavilion Master Duan, he could likewise only turn around and leave. As the two walked away, Duan Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the backs that left in two completely different directions. His eyes closed with an expression of incomparable pain. Plume, how good it would be if you were there. Chapter 43 Trying too hard to get ahead. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Su Qianyu headed in the direction he remembered and quickly arrived before a lofty standing mountain peak. Hurricane Mountain. This was the Heavenly Sword Sect, where the Hurricane Secret Realm was located. The Heavenly Sword Sect had not set up many secret realms for cultivation. Before when Su Qianyu went to find Xu Yanran, he went to the Ice and Snow Mountain, where there was the Ice and Snow Secret Realm, a good place to cultivate the water attribute or the ice attribute. As for this Hurricane Mountain, there was a Hurricane Mystery Realm in it, which was precisely the secret realm for practicing the wind attribute. His 9-dragon battle body needed to cultivate 9 dragon veins of different attributes, and he had now awakened the fire dragon vein. And among all the secret realms of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Su Qianyu was the first to choose the Hurricane Secret Realm. The reason for this was still that Su Qianyu had realized when he was in the Great Forest of Death that his speed was too slow, and that he would very easily suffer in battle, so he had to get a boost. Rumble. After paying 500 points, the huge stone door in front of the mountain peak slowly opened, and Su Qianyu's 1,000 points gained from completing the quest before was just about all zeroed out, and at the same time entered the Hurricane Mystery Realm. Fixing his eyes, the secret realm was dark and gloomy, and gusts of wind whistled past, blowing people's faces a bit raw. Not only that, there are many debris of different sizes in them attacking under the gusty winds, and if you are not careful, you can easily be injured by them. In addition to Su Qianyu, there were quite a few other Heavenly Sword Sect disciples in this Hurricane Mystery Realm, and they were seen pouring their best efforts to keep moving in the Mystery Realm as a means of dodging the debris flying in the sky. The wind attribute metaphysical power here is not bad. Su Qianyu silently felt something, then also no longer hesitated, and similarly took big steps towards the front. He remembered that the entire Hurricane Mystic Realm had a total distance of 1,000 feet, and the closer it was to the end, the denser the wind attribute metaphysical power it contained. However, with his current strength, it was impossible to go to the end of the line, so he could only cultivate here for a period of time to see if he could awaken the wind attribute dragon vein, and once he was able to awaken it, then his speed would be greatly enhanced. Swish! Su Qianyu rushed forward. The resistance of the gale was very strong, and there were many debris attacks in it, so he could only dodge around. And while exercising his speed and stance, he was also absorbing the wind attribute Xianli in this. No, I can't just sit back and wait. After Lin Han left the martial skill pavilion, he felt an unprecedented amount of trepidation within him, and his face had a very irritated expression. The great floating sword skill that should have belonged to him had already been snatched away by Su Qianyu, and now, the other party was actually going to compete with him for Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance. He would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Go get help from the master. Lin Han took a deep breath and quickly had an idea. He arrived in a large hall, then lightly pushed open the door to a secret room outside. Master, disciple has something to ask for. Lin Han snapped the door of the secret room and said softly, "Enter." An indifferent voice came from inside, and when Lin Han walked inside the secret room, he saw his master Mu Bingjie at a glance. At the moment, Mu Bingjie was only wearing a light-colored long dress made of ice silk, which perfectly set off her sexy figure and filled her with a mature and intellectual beauty. Moreover, she seemed to have just finished practicing. Her face carried a slight redness, and there were still some sweat stains on her forehead, and between her hands and feet, she gave off a feeling of being a lotus flower. Disciple has met master. Lin Han hurriedly lowered his head and saluted. Only an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He had realized from the time he had worshipped under Mu Bingjie that this master teacher of his was still charming. If you get the chance, he wanted to try out Jockey Defiant Joe. Anything? Mu Bingjie stood up and opened her mouth to ask. I would like to request master to help me put in a few more good words in front of Pavilion Master Duan. Lin Han withdrew his mind and said right to the point. At those words, Mu Bingjie's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. You're talking about that pavilion Master Duan in the martial arts pavilion? Lin Han nodded his head. Do you, by any chance, know something? Mu Bingjie asked as she gazed at Lin Han. Disciple is also just guessing. Lin Han didn't hide it. He had already thought of something to say when he came. Plus, since he wanted Mu Bingjie's help, he naturally couldn't hide anything. Mu Bingjie was silent. Not many people in the entire Heavenly Sword sect knew the true identity of Pavilion Master Duan, but she, as the Vice Sovereign, naturally knew, especially not too long ago. The senior management of the sect even held a meeting specifically because of Pavilion Master Duan, and they all knew that Pavilion Master Duan's old illness had returned, and it was estimated that he would not be able to make it this month. You want his legacy? Mu Bingjie walked up to Lin Han. Her voice couldn't be heard as happy or angry. Yes. Lin Han nodded again. After a long time, Mu Bingjie turned around. This is good. If his legacy is lost like this, it would be a loss to the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Han's heart burst with joy. I've been favored by Pavilion Master Duan before. You can mention me in front of him at that time, and perhaps he'll sell me a face. Mu Bingjie opened her mouth. Hearing this, Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. His insides relaxed completely. At the same time, a smug smile appeared on his face. With Mu Bingjie's words, Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance was almost in his pocket. But, Mu Bingjie suddenly spoke. Swish! She came in front of Lin Han once again, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and they could even feel each other's breath between them. Mastermind. Lin Han's heart tightened. I know you want to become stronger and I know your ambitions. You are my disciple. I will support you in all of these. Mu Bingjie's gaze looked straight at Lin Han. But in the future, don't ever look at me with those aggressive eyes again, and don't even think about it in your mind. Understand? At those words, Lin Han's face changed drastically. Put. He hastened to his knees. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciples just want to get ahead so badly. Cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead, so it turned out that his little thought had been in Mu Bingjie's eyes the whole time. So you just want to ride Master Defiant Joe? Mu Bingjie looked at Lin Han with cold eyes and faintly said, Disciple wouldn't dare. Lin Han's heart was filled with trepidation. Go down. Mu Bingjie didn't say much. Lin Han was instantly amazed at his words and hurriedly left in a grayish manner. It wasn't until after he had completely walked out of the great hall that he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. And the clothes on his body were already drenched in sweat. You're afraid of her? A rather teasing voice rang out. She's my senior. And even more so, the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. How could I not be afraid of her? Lin Han said in a deep voice. Ha! In fact, you don't need to be afraid at all. It's just the vice sect master of a small sect. As long as you follow me and cultivate well, I guarantee that it won't take long for you to surpass her. And at that time, you can play with her as much as you want to, and you can manipulate her into any position you like. At those words, Lin Han's eyes lit up. He seemed to have been able to imagine the scene where Mu Bingjie was crushed underneath him. Lin Han then exhaled. The priority now is still to take Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance first. Immediately afterward, something seemed to come to mind. And then we'll take that damned kid and break him into pieces. Chapter 44, Pavilion Master Duan's Inheritance. 5 days later, Su Qianyu left the Hurricane's secret realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate for a few more days, but each time he entered the secret realm, he needed 500 points and could only stay inside for 1 day at a time. He only had a total of 1,000 points, and buying 2 jars of wine as a gift for Pavilion Master Duan, plus entering the secret realm once, had already depleted the points he had just arrived with. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed both Lang Xian and Zheng Tianyuan before and had thus gained a few thousand points, he would have only been able to cultivate in the secret realm for even 1 day. There are still more than 2,000 points left. It's really not durable. Looking at the only points left in the token in his hand, Su Qianyu sighed. However, after 5 days of practicing in the Hurricane Mystic realm, he could clearly feel that his speed had gotten some improvement, but there was still a long way to go if he wanted to awaken the Wind Dragon vein. According to his estimation, when he could walk to the end of the Hurricane secret realm, he would probably be able to awaken the Wind Dragon vein. Boss, 2 jars of peach blossom brew. Immediately after, Su Qianyu once again spent 500 points and brought 2 jars of wine to the martial arts pavilion. And this time, he wasn't just doing it for Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance, but more so, he was thanking this old man from the bottom of his heart. Even though he had relived his life, after all, he did not mix well in his last life. And there were still many things he did not know about cultivation, and having the guidance of Pavilion Master Duan recently gave him a lot to gain. There you go again. But what Su Qianyu didn't expect was, When he arrived at the martial arts pavilion, Lin Han had already sat down next to Pavilion Master Duan ahead of time at the moment, and it looked like he had been here for a long time. It's not your house. Why can't I come over? Su Qianyu ignored Lin Han and walked to Pavilion Master Duan on his own before putting down the fine wine. At those words, Lin Han was so angry that his teeth itched. You're also just a newcomer, so you don't need to bring wine when you come back in the future. It's a real waste of money. Pavilion Master Duan then looked at Su Qianyu and said, the late generation understands. Su Qianyu nodded. However, he was able to notice that Pavilion Master Duan's mental state seemed to be getting worse and worse, and even his voice wasn't as loud as it was a few days ago. As Su Qianyu sat down, Pavilion Master Duan's expression gradually became serious as he glanced at the two. You should already know who I am. Su Qianyu and Lin Han were both shocked in their hearts. Both of them didn't expect Pavilion Master Duan to just open up and say it. Before they could reply, Pavilion Master Duan waved his hand. Although I am old, my mind is not yet confused. Even if you approached me with an agenda, I have seen your talent and character these past few days. Saying that, he paused. I am now approaching my end, so I can impart my life's learning to one of you. Su Qianyu and Lin Han were surprised and delighted. Immediately afterward, the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing the sparks and hostility that erupted from each other's eyes. Pavilion Master Duan has already said it just now. It was only passed on to one of them. Lin Han was the first to speak. Please, senior, hand over the inheritance to me, and I promise to carry it forward. His voice seemed incomparably excited. The late generation also wants to fight for it. Su Qianyu bowed to Pavilion Master Duan. At this point, no one will be polite anymore. At those words, Pavilion Master Duan sighed. Both of you are very good. If not for the fact that you've already set up a life and death battle, perhaps I could have considered giving the inheritance to the two of you. As he spoke, his gaze also swept over the bodies of both Su Qianyu and Lin Han as he continued. I believe that you can all see that I don't have much time left, but before I die, I still have one last regret. As if Pavilion Master Duan had fallen into a memory, a look of pain appeared on his aged face. Su Qianyu and Lin Han listened quietly, knowing that Pavilion Master Duan's next words were the main event. My injuries came from the patriarch of the 10,000 Demons sect. Back then in that battle, I was heavily injured by the other side, and my daughter was captured by the 10,000 Demons sect. No matter who of you gets my inheritance, I hope that one day, I can rescue my daughter back from the 10,000 Demons sect, Pavilion Master Duan said, as if he had aged a few dozen years again. At those words, Su Qianyu and Lin Han were both shocked. 10,000 Devils sect. This clan is just like the Heavenly Sword sect. It was also one of the three major clans in the Northern Spirit region, and its strength was not weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect in the slightest, and even more so. They didn't expect that Pavilion Master Duan actually had such a past. Don't worry, senior. As long as senior gives me the inheritance, I will definitely try my best to get senior's daughter back. Lin Han hastily patted his chest and said as if he was packing his bags. His heart had long been impatient, plus there was still Su Qianyu as a competitor, so he seemed incomparably eager. Is there really no other way that can save Elder? However, Su Qianyu's next words caused Lin Han's entire body to be struck by lightning, and the expression on his face instantly froze. That pretentious brat. Lin Han's heart was furious to the extreme. He didn't expect that it had come to this point, but instead of immediately agreeing to Pavilion Master Duan, Su Qianyu went to care for the other party. At this point in time, this move definitely qualifies as softness. It made him stop feeling a chill down his back. Would Pavilion Master Duan hand over the inheritance to Su Qianyu because of this? I had my internal organs shattered after that battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the clan treated me well and kept providing me with precious medicines to renew my life, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago, and being able to live on to this point is already the limit. Pavilion Master Duan smiled and looked at Su Qianyu with a softer gaze. Compared to Lin Han's haste, he preferred Su Qianyu's attitude, which at least made him feel very comfortable. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu nodded her head. The words he had just asked from the bottom of his heart were not a ploy as Lin Han thought, and after hearing Pavilion Master Duan's words he still felt sorry for him, even though he had started out with the same purpose as Lin Han. During this time he had truly treated the other party as an elder, and now he was facing a parting of life and death. Su Qianyu then nodded solemnly. Pavilion Master Duan, don't worry. No matter if I can get the senior's inheritance or not, if there's an opportunity in the future, the junior will definitely find a way to save the senior's daughter. The words were equally heartfelt, and it was a promise he made to this selfless old man. Think of it as, well, thanking the other person for all the teaching they've done in the meantime. However, this sounded to Lin Han. Su Qianyu's words were simply overwhelming. Why are you so good at sympathizing? Lin Han stared angrily at Su Qianyu. but he didn't dare to say anything for fear of incurring Pavilion Master Duan's displeasure. Alas! Little chill. You've lost again this time. That voice once again resounded from Lin Han's mind. Just from Lin Han and Su Qianyu's reply just now, the victory was clear. Lin Han could be said to have lost, and was seconded to the dregs. Damnable. Truly damnable. Lin Han was so angry that his face was hideous. His eyes red as he looked at Su Qianyu. Well, that's nice. Pavilion Master Duan, on the other hand, smiled with great relief and looked at Su Qianyu with a more and more amiable gaze. Ugh, he sighed. If his own daughter was here, he would even want to betroth his own daughter to Su Qianyu so that he wouldn't be torn about who to choose. Chapter 45, The Fate of the World. However, Lin Han was completely flustered at the sight. He hurriedly looked at Pavilion Master Duan and said, Pavilion Master Duan, he's just a newcomer who just joined the sect. He simply doesn't have the strength to save my junior's daughter. And all of what he said just now was just playing alone. So please don't believe him. Senior, for the sake of my master's father having a favor on Senior. Chill, you can't say that. Also, just as Lin Han was speaking, an anxious voice sounded in his mind, but he was ultimately a step too slow. Lin Han had already blurted out his words. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Pavilion Master Duan's face instantly disappeared while his brows furrowed. Even Su Qianyu almost laughed out loud. This guy, Lin Han, is a real tiger. Even if Mu Bingjie really had benefited Pavilion Master Duan, but you just gave it away like that. And there was even a hint of a threat in your words. How could Pavilion Master Duan be happy to hear that in his heart? But in fact, it was also because Lin Han's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't wait to get Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance. And with the fact that he had just lost to Su Qianyu in the gaming game, that's why he was so flustered. Whether or not it's just a game, I can still tell the difference. As expected, although Pavilion Master Duan didn't get angry on the spot, his tone had become displeased and there was more disgust in his eyes as he looked at Lin Han. No, I don't mean that. Elder Duan, please listen to my explanation. Lin Han also finally realized at this moment that he had said the wrong thing and was full of panic as he tried to remedy the situation. No need. Pavilion Master Duan, however, directly interrupted his words. He poured a large mouthful of wine, then looked at Su Qianyu on the side and said, This little friend, it's getting late now, so please return. At those words, Su Qianyu slightly froze. Pavilion Master Duan then continued to speak. In the future, you can still come and ask me anything you don't understand. But I've already decided to gift my inheritance to Lin Han, and with my body getting worse and worse, perhaps there won't be too many chances for me to be able to instruct you in the future. Hearing Pavilion Master Duan's words, Su Qianyu and Lin Han were both stunned. The former was somewhat helpless, while the latter was instantly delighted. Great! Lin Han was incomparably excited inside. He was just now worried that if he said the wrong thing, would Pavilion Master Duan hand over his inheritance to Su Qianyu? But he didn't expect that happiness would actually come so suddenly. Su Qianyu could only nod his head. Senior understands, but what I said just now still counts, and if I have the opportunity, I will definitely rescue Senior's daughter from the 10,000 Devil sect. At those words, Lin Han's face was filled with mockery. Load, and then proceed to load. No matter how much you pretend, the winner in the end will only be me. After saying that, Su Qianyu bowed to Pavilion Master Duan. No matter what, many thanks to Senior for his teachings during this period of time. He was indeed surprised, but it was only slightly lost. At the same time, he also knew that most of the reason why Pavilion Master Duan had chosen this way was because of what Lin Han had just said. Mu Bingjie had been favored by Pavilion Master Duan, which was why she had given the inheritance to Lin Han as a way to return Mu Bingjie's favor. Then the late generation will take their leave. Senior, take care. Su Qianyu gave a spontaneous smile, then turned around and left. Fate sometimes must have. Life is not time, do not force. Since the Duan Pavilion Master has already made a choice, then there is no need to do their own entanglement. It wasn't until Su Qianyu left that Lin Han looked at Pavilion Master Duan with a face full of excitement and said excitedly, Senior, are you really willing to give me the inheritance? At those words, Pavilion Master Duan slowly rose. He stood with his arms folded, his back facing Lin Han. No regrets. It's easy to say, but it's still too hard to do. Pavilion Master Duan smiled bitterly in his heart and was filled with despair. Then he said indifferently, Lin Han, it was your master who told you that I don't have much time left, and it was also you who went to Mu Bingjie about this matter, right? The reason why he had run out of gas was not because his lifespan had run out, but because the disease had returned. However, ordinary people could definitely not tell from the surface, so he guessed that Mu Bingjie must have told Lin Han about it. At those words, Lin Han's heart tightened. The news that the other party was about to pass away was told to him by his own master, not Mu Bingjie, But how was he going to explain it to the other party now? But he quickly reacted and quickly said, Master has not said anything to me. And the late generation did not know before this that senior had already said so. Naturally, he couldn't admit it. After all, he was running towards the Duan Pavilion Master's inheritance from the very beginning. His purpose was not pure at all. If he admitted it now, wouldn't that be equivalent to directly telling the other party that I'm approaching you with the intention of plotting against you? The devil knew if this old man would backtrack and not give the inheritance to himself because of this. So there was absolutely no way he would admit it. It's already this time. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Pavilion Master Duan turned around and looked at Lin Han with an increasingly disappointed gaze. I've been hiding here for more than 10 years. No one knows my identity. And the first time you came over, you acted so positively and enthusiastically. If you say you don't know about this, do you really think I'd become senile? He had fantasies about Lin Han just now. If the other party could be more honest, his heart would have less of a grudge. But Lin Han ended up letting himself down. The reason why you approached me is because you know that my big day is approaching. So you want to please me and get my inheritance, right? Pavilion Master Duan's voice was flat, yet it was undeniable. As a former powerhouse, he saw it more clearly than anyone else. At these words, Lin Han's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he quickly said, Senior Duan, please calm down. I just did it because... It was only now that he realized that he had no words to defend himself. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, I don't deny having this idea, but that Su Qianyu just now, he must have the same purpose. He has decided that even if he is dismantled, he absolutely cannot let Su Qianyu go. To die everyone dies together. Who knows? Pavilion Master Duan only nodded his head lightly. You're right. Maybe he thinks the same way you do, but I like him more than you. And you know why? Lin Han frowned. Because he has more of a red heart than you. And even more so because he won't use other people's favors to threaten me. Pavilion Master Duan spoke indifferently. Lin Han's heart was incomparably remorseful as he sniffed. He was incomparably chagrined that he had just said that asshole sentence, which had caused the other party to be so disgusted with himself now. Immediately afterward, Pavilion Master Duan turned around and said indifferently, Since I said I would give you the inheritance, I won't go back on my word. Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. Although things had some twists and turns, as long as the end result was good. The reason why I gave you the inheritance is just to repay your master for his kindness back then. From now on, Mu Bingjie and I are completely clear of each other. So remember to go back and tell her that she and I don't owe each other anything. Pavilion Master Duan's words were very flat, completely lacking the amiable and intimate feeling that the three of them had been talking and discussing before. And even, there was an additional sense of detachment in his tone, a feeling that caused Lin Han's expression to become very embarrassed. I know, but he could only accept it in silence. Go on, I'm going to rest. Pavilion Master Duan seemed to be really tired and waved his hand feebly. Chapter 46, The Furious Lin Han. Ah! Damn it all. Lin Han ran through the jungle roaring loudly, a grim expression on his face. It's all because of that damn Su Qianyu. If it wasn't for him, how could Pavilion Master Duan do this to himself? A blood-red color was born in Lin Han's eyes. At this moment, all of his anger erupted. At the same time, he also put all the reasons for all this on Su Qianyu. What do you mean? Prefer that new guy to me? What do you mean? Give me the legacy just to clear the air? And what's with that regretful tone? Could it be that I, Lin Han, am really so bad that I can't even compare to that damned newcomer? That old man really has no eyes. Lin Han was about to go crazy. He growled out loud. At this moment, his killing intent towards Su Qianyu reached its peak. Shell, calm down. Just then, the ring in Lin Han's hand flashed with a bright light. Immediately afterward, only a ray of white light surged out from the ring before transforming into a beautiful woman in a long clean white dress. The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful, with a face that looked like it was carved out of powder and jade, icy muscles and bones, and a cold and light temperament. Although she looked to be in her early 20s, her pair of deep, beautiful eyes carried a charm that could only be honed by years. With her long, shoulder-length hair, slender figure and a hint of gentleness in her bright, beautiful eyes, she appears mature and sensual. The only pity was that the woman's elegant and delicate body was just floating in the air like a piece of white mist, and there was no entity. She was none other than Lin Han's hidden master, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Little Han, this time, it was indeed you who were too hasty and said something like that, and I don't blame the other party for saying that. She sighed lightly as she looked at the annoyed Lin Han. Not knowing how to comfort him, Lin Han's expression became even more hideous as he sniffed. So what if I was hasty? That would have been what he owed my master. Shouldn't it have been? At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal's willow brows frowned slightly. She didn't expect the usually calm and collected Lin Han to actually say such words now. and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but swipe a color of disappointment. Is such a person, with such a heart, really worth aiding himself? But all of this, Lin Han didn't notice. He was still roaring to himself. And that Su Qianyu, repeatedly badgering me. I'll definitely break him into pieces. Seeing this, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was rather helpless. If it was anyone else who was this hysterical, she would have disregarded it. But Lin Han had the grace of awakening herself, and the two of them had been living together for 3 years, which forced her to think a little more for the other person. Xiao Han, you should hurry up and raise your cultivation now. Advancing to become a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect is your goal. As for that Su Qianyu, you can't do anything about him right now, so don't go and cause any more trouble. But Lin Han couldn't listen in the slightest. He said angrily, looking at the entire Northern Spirit region, how many people have better talent than me? The Heavenly Sword sect is nothing more than a stepping stone for me. Even if I change to another place, I'll still be able to make a living just the same. At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal's willow brows frowned slightly. Lin Han's words were just a little too wild, even for her, who had always been unbridled and uninhibited. She disliked them. As a seasoned powerhouse, she at least knew that arrogance required capital. If the Lin Han from before was just having high eyesight, then now it was really having low eyesight. The path of cultivation had just begun. Yet he said that the Heavenly Sword sect was just a stepping stone for himself. It was simply crazy beyond bounds. Xiao Han, you are now in the critical period of thick and thin. You should focus on cultivation. And that Su Qianyu's talent is not weaker than yours in the slightest. Perhaps you shouldn't have made an enemy of him. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal continued to persuade. At the same time, a touch of appreciation unconsciously arose in her eyes. Today Su Qianyu's performance was indeed very bright. Even with her eyesight, she could not pick any faults at all. Favoring people and doing things loosely, that was the genius she wanted to assist in her mind. However, Lin Han, who heard this, directly exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, that damned brat almost robbed me of my chance. How can you elbow your way out? He really couldn't figure it out. Why was it that the master, who had always been on his side, now actually started to help his enemy, which made his heart feel very bad, and his killing intent towards Su Qianyu increased by a few more points. At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal shook her head once again. She was very disappointed in the Lin Han who was now losing his mind. Xiao Han, don't let hatred overwhelm your mind. After all, he came from an extraordinary background, and there are still the entire Heavenly Sword sect's top management protecting him. If you kill him now, there will be a great deal of trouble if you are found out. Master doesn't have to say anymore. Lin Han, however, gritted his teeth and interrupted it. A biting killing intent then erupted from within his eyes. My mind is made up. That Su Qianyu must die. As long as it's done cleanly, no one will know it's me. And, if I really can't, when I get that old man's inheritance, I'll immediately escape from the Heavenly Sword sect and join another sect, and with my talent and means, I'll still be able to live a very dashing life at that time. Hearing Lin Han say that, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was completely speechless. You have just promised Court Duan to help each other save his daughter, and then you are ready to take the inheritance and flee the Heavenly Sword sect. This kind of behavior is really disgraceful, and is too small-minded. But she was also clear that Lin Han would definitely not be able to listen to a single word of what she said right now. And the other party had long since made killing Su Qianyu an obsession within his heart. Whatever. After the Snow Moon Sword Immortal finished speaking, she re-entered the ring. Given Lin Han's state at the moment, no matter what she said, it was impossible for the other party to listen. Even saying too much is counterproductive. Su Qianyu, I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts. The killing intent in Lin Han's eyes surged with hostility. In the meantime, after leaving the martial arts pavilion, Su Qianyu quickly adjusted her mind. There is a time in your life when you have to have it, and there is no time in your life when you don't have it, so don't force yourself to ask for it. Su Qianyu shook his head. He didn't feel too sad about Pavilion Master Duan's choice, only that there was more urgency within him. If Lin Han was really allowed to obtain Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance, the other party's cultivation would definitely increase drastically, and he had to be prepared for that. LOL. Su Qianyu pushed the door into the house. You came back willingly? Chu Yanran immediately appeared in front of him. You? Oh. But before Chu Yanran could speak again, her cherry mouth was directly blocked by Su Qianyu's very domineering blockade, and the two of their bodies were tightly pressed together. This guy, is he that impatient? Chu Yanran responded to Su Qianyu while looking at the teenager in front of her. Only until Chu Yanyan was about to suffocate did Su Qianyu slowly release Chu Yanyan's body and then hold her on the bed with one hand. Chu Yanran's pretty face was scarlet, but she didn't resist. She just quietly looked at Su Qianyu. She could feel that at the moment Su Qianyu's mood did not seem to be very good. so this time she was very cooperative. Chapter 47, it's time to grind an iron pestle into a needle. The next day, it wasn't until the sun was up that Su Qianyu woke up leisurely, and by the side of the bed, Chu Yanran was looking at him with a grudging face. Why haven't you left? Su Qianyu inquired in a daze. In the past, Chu Yanran would sneak away in the middle of the night after the big battle. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanran rolled her eyes. You heartless little guy. You put on your pants and start driving people away, right? Chu Yanran's tone was very sultry, coupled with that exquisite and absolutely beautiful face. It was incomparably heartwarming. You tossed me around so late yesterday. I just couldn't leave even if I wanted to, Chu Yanran complained. In fact, there was another point she didn't have the heart to say. That is, last night, Su Qianyu didn't know what kind of stimulation she had received. Her fighting strength was simply amazing, causing her to end up unable to stand up. Sorry, Su Qianyu smiled awkwardly. As he thought back, he did seem a bit rude yesterday. Even, he saw the side of the bed. Chu Yanran's clothes were completely torn by him, so he could imagine how violent he was last night. Tell me, what troublesome things have you encountered recently? Chu Yanran didn't say much, but put her face in front of Su Qianyu and asked. Feeling the temperature and breath coming from Chu Yanran's body, Su Qianyu inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation within his heart, and then he didn't hide it, and told the other party about what had happened in the past few days. So, Chu Yanran finally understood why Su Qianyu was not in a good mood last night. So this was the reason. That was, after all, an inheritance from a top powerhouse. One could even say that it was a heavenly chance. But in the end, it was lost to one's own heart. I'm afraid that no one would be happy about it. Senior brother Lin Han's talent is good. Plus that Pavilion Master Duan still owes a favor to Master Duan. It makes sense that he would choose that way, Chu Yanran said while looking at Su Qianyu. But you don't have to be too concerned. Even without that Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance, I'm sure your future achievements won't be bad. At those words, Su Qianyu stared at the other party's eyes. Then, do you think I can win the life and death battle in half a year? Chu Yanran immediately nodded her head. That's a sure win. It was Su Qianyu's turn to be staggered. You trust me that much? He didn't expect Chu Yanran to actually speak so decisively. I'm not trusting you. I'm trusting my own vision. Chu Yanran smiled and said, more than a month ago, when you said you wanted to marry me, I only thought you had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, and even wanted to turn you into a eunuch. But as soon as you came to the Chu family, you directly took me down. Until now I feel a bit unbelievable. You guys, although color is a bit colorful, but never do things that are not sure. So I believe in you. Listening to Chu Yanran, Su Qianyu grinned. His mood then improved a lot, and the inner haze was swept away. Right. Chu Yanyan took out a token from her storage ring and said, you've also been entering the secret realm for cultivation recently, so you should be in need of points. I have more than enough here, so I can give you some. At those words, Su Qianyu slightly raised her head. Do you have a lot of points? Chu Yanran straightened her snow-white neck. What are you kidding? I'm the vice patriarch's disciple. How could I possibly lack points? Hurry up. Big man grating. Under Chu Yanran's urging, Su Qianyu took out his identity token, only to see Chu Yanran quickly stick the two identity tokens together. With a faint Qian power fluctuation emanating out, Chu Yanran immediately withdrew her identity token. At the same time, Su Qianyu's identity token then had an additional 2,000 points. Chu Yanran waved her hand in a very bold manner. Alright, you can take these and use them first. If you run out then come back to me. However, Su Qianyu noticed just now, Chu Yanran's identity token actually had less than 5,000 points in total, and after giving him 2,000 points, there was only 2,000 left. To this he did not speak out. Mama! Su Qianyu suddenly hugged Chu Yanran. What do you want? Chu Yanran instantly changed her face. Let's fight another 300 rounds. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanran violently shivered. I can't afford it. After saying that, she hurriedly jumped up from the bed, quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on, then directly grabbed the door and fled. She really admired Su Qianyu. After tossing and turning for so long last night, even an iron pestle should have been sharpened into a needle. But Su Qianyu actually wanted to continue. If she ran any slower, she was probably going to fall into the clutches of the devil again. She was now really afraid of that Su Qianyu thing. As for that, Su Qianyu hemmed and hawed at the sight. He then dressed and left the house as well. Even if he couldn't obtain Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance, he hadn't forgotten his top priority. He had to seize the time to awaken the Wind Dragon vein before he could do so. It was a good thing that he now had a full 3,000 points, which was also enough to cultivate in the Hurricane Secret Realm for several days. However, just as Su Qianyu was on his way to the Hurricane Mystic Realm, a dry and thin man dressed in white suddenly blocked his way. May I ask if you are senior brother Su Qianyu? The man looked at Su Qianyu and asked politely, "It's me. What can I do for you?" Su Qianyu sized up the other party and asked rhetorically. The dry and thin man smiled nervously and said, "It's like this. Senior sister Yuro asked me to ask you to come over. She has something to look for you." At those words, Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. Which elder sister Yuro? Which else could it be? Of course it's the clan's eldest lady, Senior sister Mo Yuro. The man scratched his head and replied with a smile. Then why didn't she come herself? The man patiently explained. Senior sister has something she can't get away from right now. That's why she asked me to come and ask senior brother to come over. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you have any points? The man froze at his words. How does this relate to whether or not you have any points? There are some points to be had, he replied, still subconsciously. Then let's go. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Okay, I'll lead the way. The man hurriedly turned around, then led Su Qianyu in a direction. Not having walked for long, Su Qianyu suddenly opened her mouth. I still don't know what this senior brother's name is. The dry and thin man didn't turn his head back as he smiled and said, My name is Lu Xiu. If senior brother doesn't mind, just call me senior brother Lu. Su Qianyu nodded. The two walked down a wooded path. Su Qianyu opened his mouth and inquired, Senior brother Lu Xiu, do you know what senior sister Ro is looking for me for? A wide smile appeared on Rohu's face. I don't know but I feel as if senior sister Ro is in some kind of emergency. If senior brother Qianyu performs well, he might even be able to win senior sister Ro's heart. That would be simply too happy. He let out a goofy laugh as he spoke. Only, the route the two took became more and more remote, and the disciples of the surrounding Heavenly Sword sect became fewer and fewer, and almost no one was to be seen. Right at this moment, Su Qianyu suddenly stopped and asked, Senior brother Lu, how much longer do we have to walk? Where is senior sister Ro? Lu Xiu turned back, the smile on his face still sunny, and said, Almost there, almost there. Senior brother Qianyu quickly followed. However, Su Qianyu only narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Lu Xiu and mocked. If I remember correctly, this road is the path that leaves the Heavenly Sword sect. It's hard not to believe that senior sister Ro would have nothing to do after eating her fill-in outside of the sect to find me for something? Or is it? Senior brother Lu Xiu is deliberately trying to take me away from the sect? Chapter 48 Breaking Through the Earth Shin Realm. Hearing Su Qianyu's words, Lu Xiu's body gave a start. He smiled sarcastically without turning his head back. What is senior brother Qianyu talking about? I'm just helping senior sister Ro call you out. At those words, Su Qianyu but stopped her steps. It's come this far. Do you still need to keep pretending? He looked at the other party with a smirk. In the other party's eyes, perhaps he was just a newcomer who had just joined the Heavenly Sword sect. But in reality, he had cultivated in the Heavenly Sword sect for 3 years in his previous life, and had long known the routes of the Heavenly Sword sect like the back of his hand. The path they were taking now was simply the path to leave the Heavenly Sword sect, and the two of them were now on the verge of leaving the Heavenly Sword sect. He didn't believe that Mo Euro would have nothing to do but look for himself outside the Heavenly Sword sect for something. Oh, I didn't think you were smart. Lu Xiu suddenly turned around and looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes. At this moment, the bright smile on his face as well as his naive demeanor completely disappeared, and was replaced by an icy killing intent. But you still fell into my trap, and even here, I can still slaughter you. Lu Xiu sneered and instantly blocked in front of Su Qianyu, while a long spear was in his hand, emitting a biting cold aura under the reflection of the sunlight. At those words, Su Qianyu did not panic. I'm curious, how did you dare to lay a hand on me? Before, Mo Yuntian had ordered that no one from the Heavenly Sword sect would be allowed to provoke himself. But now, Lu Xiu actually dared to lure himself out and wanted his life, which was clearly not right. Humph. I don't need a reason to kill you if I want to. Lu Xiu let out a low drink. Then the Shen power of the 4th level of Di Xian realm suddenly erupted, only to see the long spear in his hand shaking, instantly killing Su Qianyu. Swish! The long spear attacked like a scurrying dragon. Su Qianyu's pupils reflected that bit of sharp and cold aura. His gaze chilled and he quickly took out the surprising sword and blocked it in front of his body. Clang! The icy cold tip of the gun heavily impacted on the center of the stunning sword's blade. Su Qianyu's arm shook, and along with the huge impulse surging out, Su Qianyu's figure kept sliding backward. Rohu frowned. I didn't expect you to actually break through to the earthly Shin realm. At this moment, the Shin power in Su Qianyu's body surged like a tide. After ending the night of crazy lingering with Chu Yenran, his cultivation had already broken through to the Earth Shin realm. Otherwise he most likely wouldn't have been able to block the other party's blow. Let me guess who sent you. Su Qianyu straightened his body, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. At those words, Lu Xiu sneered. Even if you have broken through to the Earth Shin realm, so what? You will definitely die today. With a fall, he once again attacked fiercely. Clang! Fierce bursts of arcane power. The two men's weapons clashed one after the other. Two people a retreat. An advance. Lu Hua repeatedly oppressed Su Qianyu several feet away. The hands of the lance suddenly force. Xianli bloom explosion. Boom! The space shook. A heavy ringing sound exploded in front of Su Qianyu, and that powerful force from the tip of the gun spread on top of the stunning sword. Su Qianyu took a few steps back, but his feet were still as steady as a rock. He looked at Lu Xiao, his eyes narrowing slightly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Lin Han who asked you to kill me. At those words, Lu Xiao did not answer. As I said earlier, I don't need any reason to kill you if I want to. After saying that, he attacked again. The momentum was like the wind, swift as electricity, and the tip of the powerful gun went straight for Su Qianyu's throat. Swish! Only to see Su Qianyu's feet generating wind. Quickly dodging. Bang! The roaring lance penetrated directly into a large tree at the back, and in an instant, the wood shavings burst into pieces and the tree pole was chopped in half on the spot. Su Qianyu's gaze condensed. It was a good thing that he had cultivated in the hurricane mystic realm for a few days, and his speed had been improved, or else he would not have been able to dodge the other party's strike. Miso! In the next second, the surprising sword let out a crisp sword chant, and Su Qianyu also flashed his body and killed towards Lu Xiao. Out of your depth. Seeing that Su Qianyu even dared to take the initiative to attack, Lu Xiao gave a cold snort, then swung the long spear in his hand to meet him. Boo! Immediately afterward, the amazing Xianli rushed together, bursting out a powerful air explosion. Lu Xiao immediately felt his arm slightly numb, and even the lance in his hand was shaken back. He's so powerful? Lu Xiao was a bit surprised inside. Hadn't the other party just broken through to the earthly Xin realm? Why was his power so strong? Looks like Lin Han is going to miscalculate. You can't kill me today. Su Qianyu spoke indifferently, and then the sword shadow was heavy, once again taking the initiative to attack Lu Xiao. Get thee outta here. Rohu raised his gun with both hands and crossed it in front of his body. Boom! The two men's weapons were suddenly crossed and destroyed. Immediately after, both of Lu Xiao's knees were bent a few points by Su Qianyu's attack. As for Su Qianyu, he changed his stance once again. While he suppressed the opponent's lance with his stunning sword with one hand, his left hand stored up his strength and violently offered a palm. Fire Dragon Palm. The roaring flames instantly erupted. Did you really think you'd be a match for me? Lu Xiao was also completely enraged by Su Qianyu. He similarly held his gun in one hand, then blasted his fist at Su Qianyu. Fighter's fist. Boom! In the next second, the fists and palms clashed together solidly, and the sound of a heavy hammer striking a bell actually erupted in the air. But soon, Rohu realized that he had been careless. The power contained in Su Qianyu's palm was surprisingly more domineering than his fist, and the blazing flames on the other party's palm even scorched a large portion of his palm. Aha! A pained and angry roar came out of Lu Xiao's mouth, accompanied by a huge force that struck him, and he fell back 5 or 6 meters in a row. Great heavenly Faust chop! Su Qianyu took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack. His entire body's Xian force erupted, and his majestic sword intent instantly condensed, and then he chopped at Lu Xiao with a sword. Damn it! Lu Xiao's face changed drastically. In his haste, he could only put the lance in his hand across himself for defense. Boo! With a bang, Lu Xiao whole person like a heavy blow. Together with the hands of the lance was also Su Qianyu a sword to fly. The body is crashed in a thick tree above. Even so, large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out of Lu Xiao's mouth. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath became incomparably shriveled down. Sorry, you lost. Su Qianyu looked at Lu Xiao with cold eyes. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the earthly Xin realm, and he still had the 9 dragons battle body to add to it, along with having comprehended the sword intent, even if he were to face an earthly Xin 4th realm such as Lu Xiao, he would be able to win the battle. You know why I asked you earlier if you had any points? It's because I don't want to have a fight only to have to return empty-handed, Su Qianyu said. Oh, what a carelessness. Rohu was chattering blood as he struggled to get up, but the severity of his injuries prevented him from doing so. I can give you a chance to live. Su Qianyu looked at the other party. As long as you give an honest account on the sovereign's side that it was Lin Han who asked you to kill me, I cannot kill you. However, Lu Xiao only laughed coldly. You guessed correctly. It was indeed senior brother Lin Han who asked me to come and kill you. But if you want me to betray senior brother Lin Han, that's absolutely impossible. After saying that, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and his entire body's Xian energy began to ripple. No good. Su Qianyu rushed forward, but he ended up being one step too late. The other party had already cut off his own meridians, and the entire person directly collapsed to the ground, dying of gas. What a great tactic. Seeing this, a cold aura swept across Su Qianyu's eyes. If he hadn't broken through to the Earth Xian realm today, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't be a match for Lu Xiu this time. And Lu Xiu actually preferred to die rather than give up Lin Han. Obviously he had already prepared for everything. Lin Han, since you've decided to take a shot at me, then don't blame me for not being polite as well. After saying that, Su Qianyu dragged Lu Xiu's corpse and slowly left. Chapter 49, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. What did you say? Mo Yuntian was cultivating in the Patriarch's hall, but was soon awakened from his spot by the voice of a disciple below. It's true, Patriarch, a disciple said with a face full of fear. Someone really tried to assassinate that Su Qianyu, but in the end, he was killed back by Su Qianyu. He is outside in the square. A lot of people know about this. At those words, Mo Yuntian's face changed drastically. He had previously given a public order that no one from the Heavenly Sword sect should mess with Su Qianyu, but it had only been a month and someone actually dared to openly disobey his order and lay hands on Su Qianyu? That's just not taking yourself seriously. It's good that Su Qianyu is fine this time. Otherwise, once the other party detonates that flaming bead, I'm afraid that before he knows what's going on, the Heavenly Sword sect will have been razed to the ground, and then who will he look for to reason with? I'll take care of it myself. Mo Yuntian was truly enraged. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared into the Great Hall. Right now, the Heavenly Sword sect's spacious square. Su Qianyu threw Lu Xiu's body in front of him, while he himself was sitting on a stone pier with his eyes closed, and the surrounding area had already been surrounded by a crowd. That's senior brother Lu Xiu. My goodness, how dare he actually dare to mess with this bogeyman? Before the Patriarch but said to us, no one is allowed to mess with Su Qianyu. Lu was senior brother, why want to think The crowd in the four corners of the room was talking. What an abomination. To think that even Lu Xiu didn't manage to kill him. And in the middle of the crowd, Lin Han's eyes erupted with intense anger. It was him who found Lu Xiu yesterday and asked him to assassinate Su Qianyu, but he didn't expect that Lu Xiu, with his cultivation of the fourth level of the Dixian realm, would actually miss in the end. Looks like I still underestimated this kid too much. However, he was not worried about Su Qianyu's behavior. Before explaining to Lu Hua to assassinate Su Qianyu, he had already instructed the other party not to give himself up no matter if he could succeed or not. Instead, he paid the price by treating Ruhu's family well and leaving the other family a generous death benefit. Are you okay? Chu Yanran stood beside Su Qianyu and inquired with concern. She likewise didn't expect that Su Qianyu would actually be assassinated just after she left this morning. It's okay, Su Qianyu replied with a cry. Chu Yanran then breathed a sigh of relief. So what are you going to do now? She looked at Su Qianyu and opened her mouth to ask. Based on her understanding of Su Qianyu, the other party had suffered a loss this time. It was absolutely impossible for them to be indifferent. Wait, Su Qianyu didn't open his eyes, just spit out a word faintly. Spread out, disperse, the Patriarch is coming, soon. With a flurry of agitation in the periphery, Mo Yuntian as well as Mu Bingjie and many other senior members of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived. After all, Su Qianyu's identity was too special, not to mention the fact that the other party possessed the flame bead that could make all beings equal. Let's just say that the other party's identity. Once something really happened in the Heavenly Sword sect, I'm afraid that Qi Yuan would immediately come over to ask for punishment. Cough cough. Only to see Mo Yuntian walk up to Su Qianyu. He pretended to cough majestically and then said, "Don't worry little brother. I already know what happened. I will definitely investigate this matter strictly and give little brother an explanation." Upon hearing this, Lin Han, who was hiding in the crowd, had his heart tightened. In case Mo Yuntian really tracked himself down, I was afraid that he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. No need. But what Lin Han didn't expect was that Su Qianyu opened his eyes and said faintly, "I already know who the real culprit behind this is, so Patriarch doesn't need to waste any more energy, but I have a request." At those words, Mo Yuntian froze. "Just tell me what request little brother has. No matter what, I can fulfill it." Without saying a word, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he was relieved inwardly. As long as this little ancestor didn't directly throw the flame bead, anything would be fine. For this time, I realized that inside the sect, it doesn't seem to be very safe either. So I want to ask the Patriarch to pair me up with a protector. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuntian smiled amiably. "That's certainly no problem. I was negligent before. This time even if little brother doesn't say anything, I'll still do it." With that, he gazed at a beautiful woman in a red robe behind him and said, "Sixth Elder, from now on, you'll be responsible for protecting this little brother's safety." At these words, there was an uproar in the room. My God, that's the Sixth Elder. I didn't expect the Patriarch to let the Sixth Elder go and protect that brat. No one in the clan has ever been treated like this before. There was a stirring in all directions. Everyone didn't expect that Mo Yuntian would actually let a powerful elder go as Su Qianyu's protector, which was something that had never been done before in the Heavenly Sword sect. This is going to be tough. Lin Han and the crowd frowned tightly. If this looked like this, there was no way for him to make another move against Su Qianyu. However, Patriarch doesn't need to be so polite, only to see Su Qianyu smile and continue. In fact, I already have a candidate for the protector of the way in mind. I hope that the Patriarch will agree. At those words, Mo Yuntian was slightly stunned. You already have someone in mind? He then nodded his head and smiled. Little brother, just say whatever you want. As long as you don't want me to become your protector, I'll satisfy you. Su Qianyu grinned. He swept his gaze over many of the Heavenly Sword sect's executives and finally stopped on one of the silhouettes. Then he opened his mouth and said, the candidate I have my eye on is the Patriarch's daughter, senior sister Yu. The crowd froze and their expressions became wonderful. Everyone didn't expect that the person Su Qianyu was looking at would actually be Mo Yuro. What a guy! Is that him looking for a protector? I can see tearing him apart. This kid is clearly trying to take advantage of senior sister Yu. This move is really high. The crowd in the four corners of the room were talking, and there were also people who couldn't help but give Su Qianyu a thumbs up, admiring him inwardly. What? As for Mo Yuro, who was the person in question? Her body was even directly stiffened in place. Then she seemed to have thought of something and hastily shook her head to reject it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She didn't want to become this old colorful batch's protector. In that case it would be better to just kill her. That ING kid. Lin Han was also furious and gritted his teeth. He likewise didn't expect Su Qianyu to actually let Mo Yuro become a protector. And now when he heard this, he was furious. He was pursuing Mo Yuro and was about to succeed. But now Su Qianyu actually wanted Mo Yuro to become a protector. This was completely disgusting. Mo Yuntian was similarly a bit stunned. Su Qianyu then smiled and said, as far as I know, senior sister Yu is already an expert of the Tianxian realm, so she can barely protect me as well. And since senior sister Yu lives across the street from me, she can also protect me better. At those words, Mo Yuro's pretty face turned red with anger. What do you mean you can protect you even if you barely can? When did I ever want to protect you? Immediately afterward, Mo Yuntian and Su Qianyu exchanged glances. The former seemed to come to a sudden realization before nodding his head heavily. Okay, I agree to this. Chapter 50, Sitting on the Blessings of All the People. It's a deal. I agree. Mo Yuntian was already happy in his heart. Earlier when he heard that Su Qianyu had chosen to live opposite Mo Yuro on the subterranean Dragon Peak, he had been secretly happy for a long time. He was still thinking a few days ago about how he could get Mo Yuro to have more contact with Su Qianyu. But he didn't expect that Su Qianyu would actually take the initiative now, and he was simply begging for it. And as Mo Yuntian opened his mouth in a loud voice, everyone present stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. Mo Yuntian actually did agree. That is to say, in the future, Mo Yuro will become Su Qianyu's protector. The two can be said to be forcibly bound together, and perhaps Su Qianyu can even get close to the water and hold the beauty. Thinking of this, everyone looking at Su Qianyu's gaze is filled with envy and jealousy, as well as unstoppable hatred. Father, I don't want it, Mo Yuro hurriedly said with a resistant face. Having her become this old colorful batch's protector and having to protect each other's safety was worse than killing her. Don't fool around. Listen to your father. Mo Yuntian, however, glared at Mo Yuro. In a serious tone, he said, Yuro, from now on, you will be this little brother's protector. Not only should you protect the little brother's safety, but if the little brother doesn't understand anything, you should also promptly solve the little brother's problems. Even more, you have to follow little brother without leaving his shadow. Even if little brother is going to cultivate or is sleeping, you have to be alert at all times, and absolutely not let this time happen again. Listening to Mo Yuntian's words, Mo Yuro only felt her eyes darken and her entire body was about to faint. Inseparable? Always alert? What's the difference between that and a servant? At this moment, her sky was falling. Father, she was still trying to retort. Mo Yuntian, however, directly glared back at her, and she had no choice but to look viciously at Su Qianyu. Damn it, it's just damnable. Among the crowd, Lin Han was even more furious. Let Mo Yuro follow Su Qianyu inseparably, but also at all times to protect each other's safety. This is simply with, directly to Mo Yuro betrothed to Su Qianyu are not much difference. He instantly felt like his head was glowing green, and even then, he wanted to slap himself hard. If he hadn't asked Lu Xiu to assassinate Su Qianyu wouldn't have had the chance to open this mouth. Not to mention this scene in front of him. He's literally lifting a rock and stoning himself. You really know how to enjoy yourself. letting such a big beauty serve you close to your body. Chu Yanran also reacted and looked at Su Qianyu with a smile. You're jealous? Su Qianyu inclined his head and asked, how could that be? If you can really take down Mo Euro, I'll count you as good. Chu Yanran didn't care and opened her mouth. As a person who had lived for more than 100 years, she wouldn't fight over jealousy like a little girl. Instead she felt that if Su Qianyu could really take Mo Euro, at least she wouldn't be the only one to be tossed around when the time came. Perhaps it would be better to have more people instead. Until Mo Yuntian sealed the deal, the crowd present could no longer hold back the shock in their hearts and completely boiled over. The patriarch actually agreed. You're counting colorful at best. What's the point of hating? Look at senior brother Lin Han over there. He's the one who's really miserable. That makes sense. For a time, the entire Heavenly Sword sect was agitated. Senior sister Yuro, come with me, only to see Su Qianyu walking to Mo Euro with a smile on his face. You scumbag! Mo Euro glared angrily at Su Qianyu. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and it was only at this time that Su Qianyu realized that Mo Euro was also very capitalized. He then walked over to Mo Euro and came up to the other party's ear, saying in a voice that only two people could hear, Senior sister Euro, if you obediently listen to me during this period of time, I can just let you be my protector for a year. And after a year you can regain your freedom, but if you don't listen, then I'll just have to be a despicable villain for once, and keep pestering senior sister all the time. Hearing this, Mo Euro was furious. This kid actually dared to threaten himself? But on second thought, if she wanted to get rid of Su Qianyu, this was indeed the most effective way. A year, which is not a long time to say, passed quickly. I hope you keep your words. Finally, she took a deep breath and glared viciously at Su Qianyu. I always keep my word. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He knew that Mo Euro had compromised. And at this moment, although the crowd present could not hear what Su Qianyu was saying, this scene in front of them looked like the two were flirting in general, and their demeanor appeared to be extraordinarily intimate. I'm going to kill this kid. Lin Han was even more furious that his back teeth were about to be clenched. In his opinion, Mo Euro had already been his woman long ago, but now that she was actually being taken advantage of by Su Qianyu in such a way, he was simply furious to the point of explosion. Senior sister Euro, come with me. Su Qianyu then rubbed shoulders with Mo Euro, who after a short thought struggle, still chose to follow. My god? Senior sister Euro actually agreed to it as well? What exactly did that guy say just now? Senior sister Euro was obviously so resistant just now, but she actually followed so quickly. The crowd in the room directly exploded at the sight. They could see clearly that Su Qianyu had actually taken down Mo Euro just by whispering in her ear? My goodness, it has to be that easy. How come? Lin Han's heart was even more broken. Mother, you follow. Chu Yanran sniffed and also followed Su Qianyu's right side. Since then, the two top beauties that ranked in the entire Heavenly Sword sect were just following Su Qianyu on both sides, left and right. A temperament that is high and icy. One is mature and sexy with a hot body. If Su Qianyu stretched out his hands at this time, he could even embrace the right and left and enjoy the happiness of all. This scene directly envied the onlookers, and many people's eyes were red. Immediately after that, only to see Su Qianyu walk straight out of the crowd, and finally came in front of Lin Han. Looking at Lin Han, whose eyes were about to spit fire, Su Qianyu said with a smile, can't take it anymore? Lin Han didn't reply, but if eyes could kill, I'm afraid Su Qianyu would have already died beyond death. However, Su Qianyu completely ignored Lin Han's eyes. He continued with a grin, I came to tell you that since you want to play, I'll have a good time with you. I just hope you can hold up. After saying that, Su directly turned around and left. Mo Euro and Chu Yanran followed closely behind. Yu-chan, Lin Han hurriedly shouted. He was expecting Mo Euro to turn around. However, Mo Euro only had a footstep, but in the next second, she continued to follow behind Su Qianyu. Damn it, damn it. Lin Han was completely infuriated by the situation. Retaliation. This is revenge from Su Qianyu. His eyes were scarlet red as he stared angrily at Su Qianyu's back, his heart roaring loudly. You wait for me. One day, I'm going to set you on your ass. Chapter 51 Giving Lin Han a gift. Mother, come in with me. Returning to the subterranean dragon peak, Su Qianyu pushed open the door of his room. He then turned to look at Mo Euro and flirted. If senior sister Euro also wants to come in, I warmly welcome her. At those words, Mo Euro immediately raised her willow eyebrows. There's no way in hell I'm going in there in my life. Even though she had promised Su Qianyu, she was still in a state of anger. How had she somehow become the other party's protector? Su Qianyu shrugged his shoulders, not caring. After seeing Su Qianyu walk into the room, Chu Yanran then looked towards Mo Euro with a smile on her face and softly said, Senior sister Euro, You may have some misunderstandings about my husband. In fact, he's not a bad person. Although Chu Yenran had just joined the Heavenly Sword sect not long ago, because of her relationship as Mu Bingjia's disciple, her relationship with Mo Euro was quite good. However, Mo Euro immediately looked away. I don't see where he's nice, but he's just an arrogant and domineering dude with a bit of background. At those words, Chu Yenran shook her head. Although I'm not sure why that senior is helping him. Senior Sister Euro, haven't you noticed that ever since he entered the Heavenly Sword sect, he hasn't actually been bullying anyone? Take the matter of points. He obviously could have gone directly to the sect master and believed that the sect master wouldn't fail to give it. Or even, he could have bullied his way in and directly robbed someone else's. And it's estimated that no one would dare to resist. But he didn't even do that. And instead, he chose to go and do the quests on his own to earn it. Chu Yenran spoke in a very soft voice, but Mo Euro froze directly after hearing it. She knew that what Chu Yenran said was the truth. But he was just bullying people and forcing me to become his protector just now, Mo Euro said in a hurry. At those words, Chu Yenran smiled faintly. Senior Sister Euro, even though you are now his protector, he didn't ask you to do anything excessive, right? Mo Euro was speechless. You're in league with him, surely you're toward him. She was inwardly unconvinced, and said this. Chu Yenran still only laughed lightly. Actually, I quite hope that Senior Sister Euro can get along well with my husband, so that we'll be able to be together more often. But there was one thing she didn't say. That is, if Su Qianyu really took Mo Euro down, then there would be someone who could share the pressure for himself. Otherwise, according to Su Qianyu's terrifying fighting strength yesterday, she was really afraid that she would not be able to cope with this body and bones. Mo Euro seemed to have thought of something when she heard this. Her face instantly turned red before she glared at Chu Yenran. What are you talking about? Seeing this, Chu Yenran smiled slightly. I'll go in first then. Only Mo Euro was left alone outside the room. But before long, Chu Yenran's joyful voice came out from amongst them. Hearing Mo Euro's pretty face turn red. It's happening again. She gritted her teeth in anger. Subsequently, she thought of what Chu Yenran had just said. If she was really with Su Qianyu as well, wouldn't she be with him then? Thinking like this, coupled with Chu Yenran's impassioned voice, her legs clenched slightly, and even her breathing became heavy. Blah blah blah. This is absolutely impossible. She glared viciously forward, then fled back to her house. The next day, Chu Yenran had already left in the middle of the night long ago, while Su Qianyu came to the opposite side of the house, then knocked on the door of the other party's room. What are you doing here? The door to the room opened and Mo Euro asked with a frown. Su Qianyu rolled his eyes and said, Come on, you're my protector now. Can you be more professional? At those words, Mo Euro froze slightly. She really wasn't used to the identity of being Su Qianyu's protector. So what did you want to see me about? Mo Euro asked after responding. Su Qianyu smiled. I'm going to a place right now. You as my protector. Of course you have to protect my safety. Mo Euro sniffed but directly refused. I'm not going. Her own hallowed Heavenly Sword sect senior sister. This guy actually really treats herself as a servant? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu was not infuriated, just faintly said, Yesterday you promised to listen to me. Since you've gone back on your word, then my previous words that you only need to be my protector for a year will have to be disregarded. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Mo Euro was so angry at the situation that she stomped her feet. It really pisses me off. Although she was very reluctant, she could only follow behind Su Qianyu. After all, a long pain is better than a short one. A year, hurry up and pass it. Soon, under Su Qianyu's leadership, the two of them arrived on top of a mountain with beautiful scenery. Looking around, there were still rows and rows of houses on the mountainside, as well as the walking figures of many Heavenly Sword sect disciples. What are you doing here? Mo Euro seemed to still be angry and asked in a cold voice. This was the residence of the elite disciples of the sect, and she didn't understand why Su Qianyu had to come here. Of course I came to give Lin Han some gifts. Su Qianyu spoke, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Since Lin Han had already begun to make a move against himself, it was time for him to make a move. A gift for Lin Han? Mo Euro frowned. She knew that Lin Han and Su Qianyu didn't deal with each other. The two of them could even be said to be life and death enemies. But now Su Qianyu said that he was going to come to give Lin Han a gift, which made her a bit puzzled. Where does he live? Su Qianyu didn't explain, but looked at Mo Euro and inquired. Mo Euro was half convinced, but she still pointed to a house in front of her. Su Qianyu saw this and immediately walked up and snapped the door. Who? Lin Han's voice came from it, and when he opened the door and saw Su Qianyu, his brows furrowed. What are you doing here? He looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, What bad luck! Seeing the last person you want to see first thing in the morning. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, greeted him with a smile. Am I not welcome? I've come to give you a gift this time. At those words, Lin Han smiled contemptuously. What gift can you get me? He then saw Mo Euro standing behind Su Qianyu, and his expression became more and more gloomy. Now that Mo Euro had become Su Qianyu's protector, the two of them were tantamount to being inseparable, which made him furious to the extreme. What kind of gift is it? Perhaps we can go in and talk about it, Su Qianyu said with a smile. However, Lin Han just laughed coldly. There's no need for that, just use whatever tricks you have here. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, looked at Lin Han with a smirk. Are you sure you want me to say it here? I don't have a problem with that, but I'm afraid you can't afford that consequence. At those words, Lin Han frowned, but the smile on Su Qianyu's face made him feel hairy inside, so he snorted coldly. Humph, then I'd like to see what tricks you're going to pull. After saying that, he got out of the way. Senior sister Euro, wait for me here for a moment. I won't be long before I come out. Su Qianyu looked towards Mo Euro who was about to go in and commanded, then walked directly into Lin Han's room. Seeing this, Mo Euro's pretty face turned red with anger. She could now be certain that this brat was truly treating himself as a servant. How outrageous. Chapter 52 Snow Moon Sword Immortal. What the hell are you going to say? After closing the door, Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes. I said it just now. I came this time to give you a gift, Su Qianyu said with a smile. Lin Han frowned, but before he could speak, Su Qianyu shook his head again. To be precise, it's actually not for you. It should be for that master of yours. Boom! When these words came out, Lin Han only felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and his face changed drastically. What did you say? He looked at Su Qianyu with eyes full of horror. How did the other party know that he had another master? It's its own biggest secret. Other than him and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, there was absolutely no third person who knew about this. But now why did Su Qianyu say it with such certainty? Since you didn't hear me clearly, I'll say it again. Looking at Lin Han's panicked expression, the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose. I said, I have a gift for that master of yours. Su Qianyu repeated, then took out a delicate wooden box from his storage ring and placed it on the table next to him. And when he heard Su Qianyu's words, Lin Han only felt his body go cold as he hurriedly denied. I don't know what you're talking about. My master is the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect, Mu Bingjie. If you're looking for her, you've come to the wrong place. He attempted to muddle through by using Mu Bingjie as a shield. Yes? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He turned his gaze to the ring on Lin Han's finger and said indifferently, this senior, look at who he's fooling with this expression. There's no one else here anyway. Why don't you come out and meet senior? At this moment, Lin Han felt thunderous. He looked at Su Qianyu's sharp gaze, as well as the incomparably certain words. His heart sank directly to the bottom. The other party not only knew that he had another master, but actually knew the master's hiding place. Oh, you really aren't an ordinary person. In the next second, as an ethereal and melodious female voice sounded, only the ring in Lin Han's hand flashed with an ethereal light, and then a woman's figure, as white as snow, slowly appeared in front of Su Qianyu. It had to be said that although the woman was only in a soul state, she was indeed gorgeous, with a white dress as white as snow, just like a heavenly fairy descending from the earth. Master, why have you come out? Lin Han didn't expect that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal had actually come out on her own. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, brightened up, although he had secretly seen Lin Han, the master, once in his previous life. He was still incomparably amazed when he saw him again at this moment. The other side is really beautiful, white and big. He wants it badly. If one operates properly, it may not be impossible. What are you doing out here, master? At this moment, Lin Han asked with a flustered expression. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal's active appearance suddenly made him feel very uneasy in his heart. However, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal ignored Lin Han and instead looked at Su Qianyu and inquired, I'm curious, how did you know of my existence? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Although senior can hide from others, he can't hide from me, and this time I came to pay a visit to senior. He naturally couldn't say that he was a reborn person. Then he changed the topic and asked, I wonder how this senior is addressed. Snow Moon Sword Immortal replied indifferently, you can call me the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. She quietly looked at Su Qianyu, as if she was trying to discern something, but realized that even she was somewhat unable to see through Su Qianyu, and at this moment, even though Su Qianyu's heart had prepared for this, he still felt very surprised. Nice guy, it sure wasn't easy. The opponent was actually a Sword Immortal. What do you want from me? Snow Moon Sword Immortal then looked at Su Qianyu and asked, it's not really a big deal. I came here this time because I want to cooperate with senior. Su Qianyu grinned. Hearing this, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was quite surprised. How do you want to cooperate? She looked at Su Qianyu with considerable interest. And as Lin Han listened to the two men's conversation from the side, the trepidation in his heart suddenly reached its peak. He never thought that Su Qianyu would actually hit his own master's idea. Moreover, he never thought that his own master seemed to Su Qianyu was not very repulsive. Instead, there was still want to go along with the other party to continue to talk about the meaning. Of course I want Senior's help, just like Senior helped Lin Han. To help me, Su Qianyu said unabashedly. And in exchange, I can help Senior restore his soul power. This is the little bit of sincerity I brought today. As long as Senior agrees, I promise to do my best to help Senior remake his physical body in the future. And I will never go back on my word. Saying that, Su Qianyu opened the wooden box next to him, in which a snow white plant was clearly placed. This is exactly what Su Qianyu had obtained in the Great Forest of Death. The rain, snow and clear heart all man. And its function is to replenish soul power. With the clear fragrance of rain, snow, and clear all of the people permeating out. Just taking a whiff of it made one feel relaxed and refreshed. And after hearing Su Qianyu's words, Snow Moon Sword Immortal was silent. But she wasn't thinking about whether or not to agree to Su Qianyu, but rather, she was thinking about the purpose of the other party saying these words. He himself was Lin Han's master. Moreover, Lin Han even had the grace of awakening to himself. So how could he leave Lin Han because of a few words so lightly spoken by Su Qianyu? It was impossible for Su Qianyu not to understand this point, but since the other party knew it in his heart, why might he say such a thing? Or even make a useless effort? So it is. But soon, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal figured it out. Sowing discord. Su Qianyu must be trying to provoke his relationship with Lin Han. But although she had guessed it, Lin Han, who was currently filled with fear and trepidation, could not necessarily guess it. As expected, before she could open her mouth to explain to Lin Han exploded on the spot, only to see his two eyes spitting fire as he stared angrily at Su Qianyu. You despicable and shameless villain. You snatched my martial skill in the martial skill pavilion before, and almost snatched Pavilion Master Duan's chance, and now you actually want to snatch my master. Do you still want to be shameless or not? Lin Han was really about to get mad. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal was his biggest dependence right now. If even the Snow Moon Sword Immortal left him, he would really go completely crazy. So he was actually telling the Snow Moon Sword Immortal that he couldn't live without her when he roared like a madman at the moment. In particular, he had long since developed a different kind of thought in his heart towards the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, and had long since taken the other party as his own woman, and he absolutely would not allow anyone to snatch the Snow Moon Sword Immortal away from his side. No one can. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu only smiled slightly. I didn't snatch it from you. It's just that, as the saying goes, water flows downhill, people go uphill. You are not helping Senior Snow Moon at all right now, but I can truly help Senior. So if you're really doing it for the good of Senior, it's all the more reason for you to take the initiative yourself and give Senior up to me. Su Qianyu's words were even more murderous. I'm going to kill you. Lin Han's expression instantly became hideous. His whole body couldn't stop surging with killing intent. He couldn't wait to break Su Qianyu into pieces right now. Afterwards, Lin Han hurriedly looked at the Snow Moon Sword Immortal and said, Master, he's simply farting. You mustn't believe him. Chapter 53, A Successful Provocation. Lin Han was truly flustered. If the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was really snatched away by Su Qianyu, he simply couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Chill, calm down. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal turned her head to look at Lin Han and pacified him. Her heart was also very helpless. Lin Han had not been able to see through all of this after all, and Su Qianyu had caused his Tao to be greatly disrupted with just 3 or 2 words. At the same time, she felt more and more that this person, Su Qianyu, must not be simple. You don't have to say anymore. Little Han has the grace of awakening me. I will not leave Little Han. Snow Moon Sword Immortal immediately spoke. Upon hearing this, the expression on this side of Lin Han's face soothed a bit. Then he looked at Su Qianyu in anger and growled loudly. Do you hear me? My master doesn't need you at all. Don't get lost yet. He was truly afraid that if Su Qianyu stayed here a little longer, his master would leave him. After being rejected, Su Qianyu didn't care. He continued to look at the Snow Moon Sword Immortal and said with a smile, In fact, Senior doesn't need to be in a hurry to respond to me right now. This is a matter that we can do in the future. And perhaps, it's not certain that Senior will change his mind one day. With that, he pushed the wooden box in front of him forward. As I said just now, this is a gift I prepared especially for Senior. It should be able to help Senior, no matter if Senior is willing to help me or not. This is some of my thoughts. If Senior changes his mind one day, he can come to me directly. I will definitely do my best to help Senior. And this time, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal did not refuse again. An inexplicable ripple rose in her bright, beautiful eyes. because the rain, snow, and clear heart all brought by Su Qianyu is indeed what she needs the most right now. She simply can't refuse. Seeing this, Su Qianyu faintly smiled. As the saying goes, if you don't want to give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. In order to sow discord between Lin Han and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal this time, he even took out the rain, snow, clear all people, which is worth thousands of points. And the good thing is that the effect seems to be pretty good. And that was his true purpose today, to make Lin Han lose the great help that was the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. But in fact, Su Qianyu's actions could no longer be said to be a conspiracy, but rather, it was a young conspiracy that was laid out in the open. Even though the Snow Moon Sword Immortal knew that he was stirring up trouble, so what? In the face of the temptation of rain, snow, and clear heart all, could the other party refuse? And it was just as he thought it would be. In the face of the rain, snow, and clear heart all that could enhance his soul power, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal eventually fell silent. However, at this moment, Lin Han was completely flustered. Looking at the Snow Moon Sword Immortal who was caught in hesitation, he felt like his entire world was about to collapse. He hurriedly roared, Su Qianyu, don't pretend to be sympathetic here. My master doesn't care about your things, and you don't want to hit my master's idea. If you don't get out, I'll kill you now. His voice, hysterical. There was even more fear in his voice. However, in the face of Lin Han's vocalized madness, Su Qianyu only pursed her lips and smiled. My protector of the Tao is right outside. So if you're capable of it, try moving me. These words instantly sobered Lin Han up quite a bit. Yeah, Mo Euro was still waiting outside. Even if he made a move to kill Su Qianyu in seconds now, when the time came, Mo Yuntian and the others would definitely not let himself go. What's more, Su Qianyu still had the flame bead in his hand that could level the entire Heavenly Sword sect, so unless he wanted to die with the other party, there was no way he could take Su Qianyu. No solution, truly unresolved. You, damn you! Lin Han pointed at Su Qianyu and roared. For the first time he felt powerlessness in the other man. However, Su Qianyu directly ignored him, then slightly arching his hand towards the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, he said, Senior can take his time to consider what I have just said, so I will leave you alone for now. After saying that, he simply left the room, eyes watching Su Qianyu leave. Among Snow Moon Sword Immortal's bright beautiful eyes, her expression was very complicated. Lin Han, however, had completely tensed up. His gaze tightened on the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, his voice carrying a bit of resentment in it. Master, could it be that you really want what he has? Why didn't you just throw it away in front of him just now? At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal sighed. Little cold. You know, I do need this very much right now. Although Snow Moon Sword Immortal had mixed feelings, she still patiently explained. However, Lin Han's eyes were bloodshot. If you needed to, then why didn't you just go with him straight away? Did you stay just to pity me? Also, why would he know of your existence, Master, and specifically bring this over? Could it also be that you, Master, purposely told him when I wasn't paying attention? Hearing these two words, the Rain Snow Sword Immortal froze. Shell, how could you say that about me? Even with the best of tempers, Snow Moon Sword Immortal could not help but start to get a little angry. But more than that, it was still an inner disappointment and chill. In recent times, he was doing his best to help Lin Han become stronger. And just now, he had even directly rejected Su Qianyu's solicitation. But now, what he got in return was Lin Han's ranting and questioning. Little cold, no matter what you think in your heart, I must accept this rain snow clear heart all. Snow Moon Sword Immortal spoke once again. Only this time, there was a little less softness in her voice, and she was obviously a little angry as well. In her opinion, Lin Han could no longer be said to be childish. It was simply the same as a little cutie. He had been provoked by his own enemy and still didn't realize it, but instead spoke to himself in such humiliating terms. He suddenly felt that Lin Han was a heaven and a hell compared to Su Qianyu. Even, she couldn't help but give birth to an idea in her heart. If it was Su Qianyu who woke herself up in the first place, how wonderful would that be? Also, I must remind you that Su Qianyu is definitely not simple. It might not be too late if you stop now. As Lin Han's master, it was necessary for her to remind the other party that this was her last-ditch effort. However, it was fine if the Snow Moon Sword Immortal didn't say anything. But Lin Han, who heard this, became even more furious, his veins rippling on his forehead. Unusual? Stop now? Even his own master started to speak for Su Qianyu? Lin Han hissed and roared loudly. What can he be so extraordinary? It's just a dude disciple with an empty background. One day, I'll personally break him into pieces. At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal shook her head without saying another word. She then transformed into a stream of light and returned to the ring, not paying any more attention to Lin Han, no matter how much he roared madly. Today's incident had made her disappointed in Lin Han, and at the same time, she admired Su Qianyu greatly inwardly. The other party was very successful in stirring up trouble this time. Lin Han had been led by the nose by Su Qianyu from the very beginning, and even she couldn't pull back. Chapter 54, Lin Han's mind exploded. In the meantime, after leaving Lin Han's residence, Su Qianyu only felt a burst of refreshment and was in a much better mood. In fact, he had wanted to sow discord between Lin Han and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal for a long time, and since Lin Han had already taken the lead in making a move against himself this time around, it was just the right move for him to use to strike back. That Snow Moon Sword Immortal is Lin Han's biggest card at the moment. As long as they could make Lin Han lose the help of the other party, that would be like breaking the other party's wings. Lin Han just want to fly now is estimated to be unable to fly up. Su Qianyu then sighed in his heart. It's just a pity. There might still be many opportunities left for Lin Han on Pavilion Master Duan's side. He was very sorry indeed. As a former superpower, and with a very rich cultivation comprehension, if Pavilion Master Duan was willing to help Lin Han, I'm afraid that it would also allow Lin Han's strength to be greatly enhanced. But sadly, he did his best. There was nothing he could do about the fact that Pavilion Master Duan had chosen to hand over the inheritance to Lin Han in order to repay Mu Bingji's kindness. You're done delivering gifts? Seeing Su Qianyu come out, Mo Euro asked indignantly. Su Qianyu nodded. But why do I hear that Lin Han seems to be very angry? The sound of Lin Han's roar just now was really not small, and even though she was only guarding the outside, she had likewise heard some of it, probably because I'm so happy. At those words, Su Qianyu grinned. I'll check it out. Mo Euro naturally didn't believe Su Qianyu's words. She hesitated for a moment before still walking straight into Lin Han's house. Lin Han. Mo Euro entered the house. She saw Lin Han at a glance, and then she froze slightly, only to see that at this moment, Lin Han's face was filled with a hideous and gruesome face. His body was radiating biting killing intent, and the whole person looked to be on the verge of going berserk. What's wrong with you? Mo Euro didn't expect that Su Qianyu just came in for less than a quarter of an hour and made Lin Han so furious. It's all because of that damned brat. Sooner or later, I'm going to break him into pieces and thwart his bones. Lin Han turned back with scarlet eyes. Mo Euro didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the other party. Previously, when Lin Han was courting her, he could be described as graceful and suave, completely different from the epileptic to the extreme Lin Han in front of her, making her feel very strange. Suddenly, Lin Han seemed to have thought of something. He fiercely looked at Mo Euro, then stepped forward and grabbed Mo Euro's shoulders, saying, Euro, help me. Now that you are that kid's protector and are inseparable from him, you can totally find a chance to slaughter him. He had completely lost his mind now and only wanted to kill Su Qianyu immediately, even at any cost. Are you crazy? Mo Euro pushed him away with a face full of disappointment. I'm Su Qianyu's protector and need to keep him safe. But you want me to kill him? Moreover, aren't you unaware of his background? Are you asking me to kill him because you want to bring about the destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect? Lin Han sniffed but was filled with madness. It doesn't matter. As long as you kill him, we'll leave the Heavenly Sword sect, and with our talents, we'll be able to make a good living wherever we go. Hearing this, Mo Euro became more and more disappointed in Lin Han. You're unbelievable. She immediately chided. Lin Han was doing this with complete disregard for the survival of the Heavenly Sword sect, which made her angry as well. You row, even you won't help me anymore? Lin Han's eyes had long been bloodshot, and even his voice had become very hoarse. At this moment, he was completely insane. Mo Euro, on the other hand, was completely disappointed with Lin Han when she heard that such a man actually wanted to pursue herself. Thanks to the fact that she had some good feelings for Lin Han before, it was good that she had seen the other party's true colors as early as possible. Mo Euro didn't explain too much. She said in a cold voice, I've come over this time to bring you a message on behalf of my father. Yesterday you had Lu Xiu assassinate Su Qianyu. For the sake of Clan Master Mu, my father will not pursue the matter. But if there is a next time, there will be no leniency. Although Lin Han had done it seamlessly, in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, other than Lin Han having a grudge against Su Qianyu, there was no one else to be found. What's more, Lu Xiu had no grievances with Su Qianyu. So, as long as it's not a little cutie, one could guess that Lu Xiu must have been instructed by Lin Han to go ahead and assassinate Su Qianyu. Oh, ha 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 ha. Lin Han sniffed and burst out laughing maniacally, his hoarse voice causing Mo Euro to frown. Do yourself a favor. After saying that, Mo Euro directly turned around and left. Great. All of you don't help me. All of you turn toward that little scumbag. That's really good. In the middle of the room, only Lin Han's creepy hissing sound remained. Mo Euro walked out of the house. She exhaled deeply, already disappointed in her heart with Lin Han's performance just now. She even felt that Su Qianyu was indeed more than one grade better compared to Lin Han, and his only drawback was that he was too colorful. Where is he? However, when Mo Euro looked around, she realized that Su Qianyu's figure had long since disappeared from this place. The other party actually just left without waiting for her. What an abomination! Mo Euro was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other hand, Su Qianyu came straight to the Hurricane's secret realm. Together with the loot from killing Lu Xiu before, there are now a total of more than 5,000 points. Enough for me to cultivate for 10 days. Su Qianyu looked at the identity token in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. 10 days, that's not enough time at all. After entering the Hurricane mysterious realm, a fierce wind came, which was accompanied by flying sand and stones, making it impossible to even open one's eyes. Looking around, the entire passageway of the Hurricane mystic realm was still dotted with quite a few figures, each of them trying their best to resist the headwinds, dodging the incoming rocks between the flickering of their silhouettes. However, there are still many people in the secret realm of the bitter persistence, but still difficult to inch, and even some people failed to avoid the attack of the boulder, was smashed to the face, can only be resentful return. Now that I've broken through to the earthly Xian realm, I can try to see how far I can go in the Hurricane mysterious realm. Su Qianyu took a big step forward. The entire Hurricane mystery realm has a total distance of 500 feet, and the closer you get to the end, the stronger the pressure as well as the attacks you feel will be, and the test of your own speed will be even more demanding. That's why most people stop 200 feet in front of them, and very few were able to exceed that distance. Swish! Su Qianyu flashed his body longitudinally, and while dodging a boulder, his right leg stomped hard, and the whole person instantly rushed out. After breaking through to the earthly Xian realm, his speed was also improved, and it didn't take long for him to come to a distance of 50 feet, and on and on. Su Qianyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. The last time he entered the Hurricane mystic realm, he was about to reach his limit when he came to a distance of 50 feet, but this time, he could clearly feel that he still had some power left. Chapter 55, Tongxian Tower. 10 days later, Su Qianyu slowly walked out of the Hurricane mystic realm with a bitter smile on his face that was still unfulfilled. In these 10 days, he had been able to reach a distance of roughly 100 feet from the Hurricane mystic realm, and whether it was his own speed, or his reflexes, they had all been greatly improved. Becoming a pauper again, looking at the token in his hand with less than 300 points left, Su Qianyu helplessly shook his head. It seems like we still have to go and take a mission before we can do so, otherwise the points are simply not enough. Suddenly, Su Qianyu jerked his head up. How did I forget about that place? A smile gradually appeared on his face. Soon, Su Qianyu arrived at a wide square in the Heavenly Sword sect, and in front of him stood a tall black tower. Fixing his eyes, the tower had a total of 10 floors, and at this moment, there were still quite a few disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect surrounding the tower who were watching. Some people are excited. Someone sighed. I should be able to get quite a few points here today. Looking at the tall tower in front of him, the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. This tower is called Tongxian Tower. Not only was it a very powerful earth-grade upper-grade spiritual artifact in its own right, but it was also one of the most authoritative places in the Heavenly Sword sect to test the combat prowess of its disciples. When one entered the Tongxian Tower, one would be able to fight with 10 tower guards of the same cultivation level as oneself, and these 10 people represented the 10 people with the strongest combat power in the same realm in the Heavenly Sword sect. By defeating your opponents, you can take their place as the tower guardian of the corresponding tier, while enjoying the tower guardian's corresponding benefits, as if one could become a tower guardian of the first floor, then one would automatically gain 120 points per day, and if one became a tower guardian of the second floor, one could add 20 points, gaining 140 points per day. Then by analogy, as long as you defeat the previous person, you can move up and continue the challenge, and if you can become the guardian of the 10th floor of the tower, you will automatically receive 300 points every day. Not only that, but more importantly, as long as one could defeat the tower guardian, one could also receive half of the points that the other party had previously accumulated. It was like if Su Qianyu defeated the tower guard on the first floor, assuming that the other party had accumulated 1,000 points, then Su Qianyu could directly take away 500 points, and this was true for every floor, and this led to the fact that the Tongxian Tower was very popular in the Heavenly Sword sect. As long as there was a little bit of strength, people would come to challenge it, and the competition was very fierce. However, until now, every floor of every level had been occupied by almost a fixed number of people, and very few people had been able to succeed in their challenges. It just so happens that I can also test my current combat power. Su Qianyu smiled faintly before stepping into the Tongxian Tower without hesitation. At the same time, the others around Tongxian Tower also noticed Su Qianyu's movements, and their faces showed surprise. Look everyone, it's that guy. He actually came to the Tongshan Tower. It seems he's short of points to use. However, although this guy's background is terrifying, it's really hard to say what his fighting strength is. But don't let it be a watered-down one. The crowd was talking. Su Qianyu had definitely become a big celebrity in the Heavenly Sword sect recently. First, joining the Heavenly Sword sect in a bombastic manner, then successfully taking down Chu Yenran, and then not too long ago, making Mo Euro a protector of the Dao. All of these events were still fresh in the minds of the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples. However, as someone had just said, they all knew that Su Qianyu's background was very terrifying. But no one knew what Su Qianyu's combat strength was so far, and this had also aroused the curiosity of the crowd. Before long, there were more and more Heavenly Sword sect disciples rushing towards the side, all wanting to see how Su Qianyu's fighting strength really was. At the same time, Su Qianyu also entered the Tongshan Tower. The first floor of the Tongshan Tower was empty. Su Qianyu was not in a hurry and quietly sat in place waiting. When he entered here, the tower guards on the first floor would receive a signal, and the opponent had to come over within an hour, or else he would be considered to have forfeited and lost, automatically admitting defeat. So, in general, the tower keeper would come quickly, or his place would be taken. As expected, Su Qianyu didn't wait long before someone appeared in front of him, a man in white brocade clothes. He looked at Su Qianyu in front of him, frowned and said, "I know you, you're that newcomer this year." Obviously, he recognized Su Qianyu. Su Qianyu didn't say anything, just slowly got up. Seeing this, the brocade-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Although you have a strong background, I will not show mercy here." With points at stake, he didn't want to lose this excellent position of earning money by the day, not even if Su Qianyu came to challenge him. "I must remind you that although I ranked 10th in the first realm of Earth's Xin, that was only my result a month ago. I am now." Swish. However, before he could finish his words, Su Qianyu's figure had already disappeared in place. Miso. With a flash of cold light, the surprising sword was instantly sheathed. No good. The brocade-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk, and when he looked at Su Qianyu again, the tip of the cold sword was already at his throat. "Sorry, you lose." Su Qianyu looked at the other party and faintly said, "By the way, what were you going to say?" he inquired as he teasingly looked at the other man. "You sneak attack," the brocade-clad man said angrily. Just now, Su Qianyu's speed was too fast, and before he was even ready to fight, he had already been grasped by Su Qianyu in life and death. "The Tongshan Tower's challenge rule is that as long as I come in, the battle will be considered to have begun. You call this a sneak attack?" Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. He didn't understand why someone always liked to talk a bunch of useless crap before everyone else. It is really incomprehensible. "You," the man in the brocade suit was red in the face. He was indeed very surprised when he saw Su Qianyu, and even more so, he didn't expect the other party to strike at the drop of a hat, and at such a fast speed, which was what caused him to lose without reacting. "Hand over the points." Su Qianyu looked behind the man. A number was recorded there, 3,600. This meant that the other party had already stayed amongst the first level of the Tongshan Tower for a month, gaining 3,600 points. And if he won now, that meant that he would be able to share 1,800 points from it. At those words, the brocade-clothed man's expression was a bit ugly. "I really had bad luck in 8 lifetimes when I met you." In the next second, he directly cursed. However, thinking of Mo Yuntian's previous order, he still could only helplessly shake his head before taking out his identity token and allocating the corresponding points to Su Qianyu. In an instant, 1,800 points arrived, and it only took less than a second to earn nearly 2,000 points, which was incredibly fast. "Wait." Seeing that Su Qianyu did not turn his head back and was going to continue to challenge upwards, the brocade-clothed man hurriedly called him back. Chapter 56, Another Unlucky Son. "Anything?" Su Qianyu looked back. "Nothing much, just wanted to chat with you." A friendly smile appeared on the brocade-clothed man's face. "No time." Su Qianyu, however, directly turned around, not at all wanting to take care of the other party. "There are still 9 layers of points waiting for me to get in front of me. Where is the time to chat blindly with you here?" "Ugh. Wait." The brocade-clothed man was instantly anxious at the sight. The reason why he called out to Su Qianyu was because he was really losing too fast, and he realized when he came that there were so many people watching outside. If those people knew that he had lost without even holding on for a second, then he really wouldn't be able to mix in the Heavenly Sword sect in the future. 1,000 points. "I'll give you 1,000 points for staying here with me and nagging me." Seeing that Su Qianyu still had no intention of stopping, the brocade-clothed man hurriedly said. Sure enough, Su Qianyu's footsteps lurched. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes before he turned back and held out 2 fingers. 2,000 points. The man in the brocade suit rolled his eyes in dismay. Hey, you don't bargain like that. Su Qianyu turned around and left. Deal. The brocade-clad man shouted again in a hurry. He was furious in his heart. This guy was completely taking advantage of the fire. And even more furious that he was actually so careless just now, which led to such a mess now. Give the points first. Su Qianyu once again took out his identity token. Make it sound like I'm going to renege. The brocade-clad man rolled his eyes again at that. He once again gave Su Qianyu 2,000 points, and although he acted lightly, he still had some hidden meat pain in his heart. He had lost 4,000 points in one go this time, which was definitely a loss to his grandma's house. What do you want to talk about? Only after seeing the points arrive did Su Qianyu grin. The brocade-clothed man sized up Su Qianyu. Then he held out a hand and said, "My name is by phone. Perhaps we can make friends." At those words, Su Qianyu seemed to be smiling. "Do I get points for being your friend?" By phone was furious. He looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of grudges. "You've already screwed me over by 4,000 points. Su Qianyu raised an eyebrow. "So I'll refund you 2,000 points and leave now?" At those words, Bai Feng's face instantly collapsed. "That's very nice of you." He then hastily changed the topic and looked at Su Qianyu and said, "Just now, your sword was very fast, worthy of being a sword cultivator." Su Qianyu nodded. "You're not so bad." Bai Feng stumbled and almost didn't fall down. He didn't even have a chance to strike just now. "Not bad what? You can leave it out if you don't know how to talk." It's clearly a typical read and messed up reply. "By the way, Senior Brother Qianyu, I heard that you and Senior Brother Lin Han have a life and death battle in half a year?" Bai Feng then took the initiative to find a topic and said, he had already spent 2,000 points. He must drag Su Qianyu for a while longer. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss. "Aha." Su Qianyu nodded. "Although Senior Brother your strength is good. Senior Brother Lin Han's fighting strength is also extremely strong. And in the Tongxian Tower in the first level of the Earth Xian realm, he happens to be on the 10th floor. So I don't know if you can make it that far." "Senior Brother," Bai Feng said to himself, "Lin Han is on the 10th floor?" Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. "I didn't realize that Lin Han was actually the Tongxian Tower's Earthxian First Realm Guardian, so perhaps it would be possible for him to cross paths with Lin Han once today." "Of course it is." Bai Feng nodded his head and continued. "Senior Brother Lin Han's strength is at the top in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, occupying many 10th floors." Su Qianyu smiled faintly. In the Tongxian Tower, even if Lin Han came, his cultivation would be suppressed to the first level of the Earthxian realm. And under the same realm, he wouldn't fear anyone. "By the way, Senior Brother Qianyu, it is said that Senior Sister Chu Yenran is your maiden. Senior Brother is really blessed with a lot of lust. I'm really envious. And also, it's said that now Senior Sister Yu Ro has also become your protector. With two great beauties by your side, it's simply a winner in life." White Maple is blathering on a whole lot more here, in an effort to stall a little longer. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Su Qianyu spoke out and interrupted the other party's self-talk. He looked at the other party and said, "This Senior Brother Bai Feng, may I ask if you still want to renew your fee? I'll be leaving if I don't renew." At those words, Bai Feng's face was full of grudges. "That's just it, just go ahead." He dragged it out hard for a quarter of an hour, so even if he went out on his own now, it shouldn't be too humiliating. "Farewell." Su Qianyu grinned. Then he directly ascended to the second floor, which was still empty, so he continued to wait up. "I should get out too." Bai Feng walked out of the Tongxian Tower with a satisfied heart. "Out. Senior Brother Bai Feng, how is that kid's fighting strength?" "Yeah, it's said that he's also comprehended sword intent, and he even lasted this long in the hands of Senior Brother Bai Feng, so it shouldn't be bad." Seeing Bai Feng come out, the people in the four corners of the room opened their mouths to inquire. "I'm the one who lost." Bai Feng shook his head in mock helplessness. "That Senior Brother Qianyu's strength is very good. I fought with him for 300 rounds, and in the end, I still lost by one move," he explained without blushing. The crowd in the room was in an uproar when these words came out. Senior Brother Bai Feng actually lost. Looks like that guy's pretty good, but if he can only barely win against Senior Brother Bai Feng, I'm afraid that he won't be able to challenge for long before he's beaten down by the other senior brothers and sisters. Cough cough. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Bai Feng's face was a little hot. It was good that he was smart and dragged his feet for a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, if he really let these people know that he had been killed by Su Qianyu in seconds, then he would really lose his face. When you think about it like that, those 2,000 points were well spent. Humph. Bai Feng, it seems like you're getting more and more alive. You actually can't even deal with a newcomer. Let's see me go and blow him out. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. The crowd sniffed and looked back, realizing that the speaker was a tall, white-clothed woman with slender legs. "It's Senior Sister Ouyang. I remember." Senior sister Ouyang is the Tongshan Tower, the guardian of the second level of the Earthshian First Realm. Oh, but I heard that senior sister Ouyang has broken through to the fifth level of the Earthly Xian realm. With her out there, that kid inside will definitely be finished. In the midst of the crowd's gasps of surprise, the woman in white walked past by phone with an expressionless face. She had also gotten the news that Su Qianyu had challenged the Tongshan Tower, and as the guardian of the second floor, she naturally came. Ouyang Qian. Suddenly, by phone called him to a halt. Anything? The woman in white turned around and inquired. As a friend, it's necessary for me to remind you that you'd better not be too gullible. By phone spoke. At those words, Ouyang Qian smiled disdainfully. You don't think that I'm as useless as you, do you? After saying that, she directly stepped into the Tongshan Tower. Seeing this, Bai Feng shrugged. He thought rather gloatingly, another unlucky son is about to be born in this world. Following that, he took out a reclining chair from his storage ring as if he was doing a magic trick, and then directly lay down, with a face full of watching the show. The other side, Ouyang Qian stepped into the Tongshan Tower with an expressionless face. That trash Bai Feng. He actually couldn't even take down a newcomer. He's really practiced to the dogs all these years. While laughing coldly, she directly stepped into the second level of the Tongshan Tower. Me so, but in the next moment, with the sound of a crisp sword chant, only to see an extremely fast sword light flash by. The stunning sword was against the front of Ouyang Qian's snow-white neck. This senior sister. Sorry, you lost. Su Qianyu held the stunning sword and looked at the other party with a smile. Ouyang Qian. Chapter 57. This woman wants to whore for nothing. What's the situation? We just met and we have to say goodbye? You're sneaking up on me. Ouyang Qian glared angrily at Su Qianyu. She hadn't even prepared herself yet, and Su Qianyu had directly attacked her, which made her feel incredibly angry. This senior sister. It is clearly stated in the rules of Tongshan Tower that as long as the challenger and the tower guardian appear at the same time, the battle will be counted as starting. So how can I not be considered a sneak attack? Su Qianyu still had this set of words. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian's expression was very ugly, but she was dumbfounded by Su Qianyu's words. Senior sister, you should give me points, Su Qianyu said as he looked at the other party with a smile. And behind the woman, there was clearly a number, 6,720, over 6,000 points. Half of that works out to 3,360 points, and this time it was the same, not even a second was used. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian had a fire she couldn't send out, and could only say in a deep voice, I can give you points, but you have to talk to me for a while. Su Qianyu hastily shook his head. This woman actually wants to whore herself out for nothing. That senior brother by phone just now is just like you. He also wanted to chat with me for a while, but I charged him 2,000 points. When he finished speaking, he looked at the other party with a smirk. Ouyang Qian was slightly stunned. Could it be the same for Bai Feng? Su Qianyu glanced at her and asked rhetorically, could it be that he didn't tell you outside? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian suddenly thought of what Bai Feng had just told her, and then, after associating it with Bai Feng's gloating expression, she instantly understood what was going on here. That Bai Feng kid still had the cheek to say that he fought with you for 300 rounds and only lost slightly. So that's how it was. Ouyang Qian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She angrily said, that damn. When I go out I must make him look good. If Bai Feng had explained the situation to himself in advance, he definitely wouldn't have been unprepared and then lost so badly. Senior sister, you'd better give me the points first. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, didn't care and directly extended his hand. Ouyang Qian was helpless, but she still took out her identity token. Willing to gamble? This time it's you who win. This is 3,360 points, plus the 2,000 points for you chatting with me for a while, totaling 5,360 points, with more than 5,000 points into the account. Su Qianyu heart happy flowers. This to points speed, not than hard work to do the task much faster? Alright, so what do you want to talk about, sister? Su Qianyu was not in a hurry to leave and asked with a smile. I don't want to talk to you. However, Ouyang Qian just glared viciously at Su Qianyu. If it wasn't because it was too humiliating to go out just like that, how could she spend 2,000 points? And she wasn't familiar with Su Qianyu in the first place, so there was really nothing to talk about. If you don't say it, you don't say it. Su Qianyu skimmed his mouth. Women can be such fickle creatures. It was clearly the other person who initiated the conversation. And then this. But he was happy to be comfortable with that. A quarter of an hour later, Su Qianyu directly turned around. Then I'll continue first. Feel free, senior sister. After saying that, Su Qianyu walked towards the third floor. What a pisser. Ouyang Qian was furious, then walked out of the Tongshan Tower. Senior sister Ouyang has come out. I'll go. Did even senior sister Ouyang lose? It can't be. That kid can at most be an equal to senior brother by phone. He shouldn't be senior sister Ouyang's opponent. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Ouyang Qian's expression became very ugly, and when she was in the middle of seeing the leisurely lying by phone, the anger she had received just now completely erupted at this moment. Asterisk 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 die for me. She directly drew her sharp sword and killed toward by phone. It is this that made herself lose more than 5,000 points. It is really hateful. Hey, don't mess around. By phone, who had just been lying on a chair, leisurely, saw this and immediately got up in a carp roll, running several feet away in the twinkling of an eye. Ouyang Qian was unforgiving and said in a cold voice, "Don't you like to fight for 300 rounds? I'll satisfy you now." After saying that, he immediately chased after them. The two men, one fleeing in front in a sorry state, and one chasing after them in anger. This scene directly fooled the people present. What's going on here? Numerous eaters were puzzled. Yet they could see that Ouyang Qian seemed to have lost as well. Holy, there's something about that kid. But the tower guard on the third floor seems to be senior brother Cui Yin. That guy is definitely going to be blasted out. In the meantime, Su Qianyu had already entered the third floor. It's still faster to get points this way. Looking at the nearly 10,000 extra points on the token, Su Qianyu grinned. Even if he ended the challenge now, these points would be enough for him to cultivate in the Hurricane Mystic realm for a long time. The next thing is, wait. This time, they didn't have to wait too long before a black figure appeared in the middle of the third floor. It was a young man. It was also at this moment that Su Qianyu once again disappeared in place, but the difference was that this time, he directly executed a martial art. Great heavenly Faust chop. The berserk sword chi instantly erupted, and the man's eyes widened at the sight, and he lost his voice. "You kid doesn't talk about martial arts. Me so." The tip of the stunning sword landed on top of the man's head, less than an inch from his scalp. "This senior brother, you lost," Su Qianyu said to him seriously. Black men. For a moment, he was speechless. He had only just come in. He hadn't even seen the person clearly yet. And he had actually lost like that? Need to talk to me? Only 2,000 points. Su Qianyu asked lightly. However, the other shook his head. I don't need to. Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. Isn't he afraid of being embarrassed? Count yourself as a winner this time. I can give you 2,000 points. But you have to fight me squarely, Cui Yin said as he looked at Su Qianyu with a burning gaze. He had heard before he came in that the challenger this time was Su Qianyu, and driven by curiosity, he was originally prepared to have a good fight with him, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually be so unkind to martial arts. As for being embarrassed by going out so soon, he didn't care at all. Okay, Su Qianyu nodded. He hadn't intended to keep winning this way this time in, and since there were points to be earned now, he was happy to accompany them. Come on then. A low drink, only to see Cui Yan's hand instantly appeared a large knife. Then he pushed his body's Xian force to the extreme, then slashed at Su Qianyu. Blade breaks the Qiankuan. Because of the Tongxian Tower, his cultivation was also suppressed at the first level of the Earth Xian realm. Plus he had just seen the power of Su Qianyu's sword, so he did not show the slightest bit of mercy. And the moment he struck, it was a masterstroke. Let's settle this with one move. The berserk sword dangles instantly attacked, blowing Su Qianyu's hair to fly recklessly, and then quickly condensed Xianli to swing a sword. In the next second, the two men's attacks heavily clashed together, erupting in a deafening explosion. Boom! The swords and knives docked, and the Xian energy was like a tidal wave. Chapter 58. The pattern opens up at once. Tongxian Tower. In the middle of the third floor, the rolling dust and smoke gradually cleared. The two figures slowly became clear, only to see that the large sword in Cui Yan's hand had fallen to the ground, and even his tiger's mouth had crimson blood flowing unstoppably. On the contrary, Su Qianyu was still holding the surprising sword and looked as normal. I'm the one who lost, Cui Yin said, shaking his head. He had already poured out all his strength with that slash just now, but under the same realm, he was completely no match for Su Qianyu and was completely crushed. This time, he lost convincingly. Senior brother Qianyu's fighting strength is indeed amazing. Cui Yin smiled, then directly took out his own identity token and allocated Su Qianyu a whole 6,000 points. Understood. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. After saying that, he directly walked towards the fourth floor, and looking at Su Qianyu's back, a curious color flashed in Cui Yan's eyes. If I remember correctly, the guardian of the 10th floor of the earthly Xian first realm is none other than Lin Han. There's really something to look forward to. He then left the Tongxian Tower straight afterwards as well. Senior brother Cui Yan also lost. My god, it's only been a few minutes, hasn't it? This isn't right. Before senior brother Bai Feng and senior sister Ouyang were able to hold out for a quarter of an hour. How come senior brother Chui Yen lost so quickly? The crowd was in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Chui Yen looked at Bai Feng and Ouyang Qian on the opposite side of the room, and then thought of what Su Qianyu had said just now. These two guys were afraid that they were also seconded by Su Qianyu, only bribing each other so that the others didn't find out the end. At this time, Bai Feng and Ouyang Qian also stopped chasing. Only everyone can see clearly. Bai Feng's face has an extra slap mark. Senior brother Chui Yen, how are you? Only to see Bai Feng very comically covering his face as he walked over and asked tentatively, what can I do? Just like you guys. At those words, Bai Feng and Ouyang Qian were simultaneously startled. The latter hurriedly came forward and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Chui Yen, could it be that even you have been seconded? But they knew that Chui Yen's fighting strength was strong, or at least stronger than all of them. But I didn't expect to lose to that guy as well. So, you bribed that kid to come out as well? Bai Feng said with a squeeze, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Chui Yen shook his head. I fought him again back there. But not only is that guy extremely fast, even his attacks are very strong. Under the same realm, I'm not his match at all. At those words, Bai Feng and Ouyang Qian were slightly stunned. The three of them then glanced at each other, all of them seeing a color of surprise in each other's eyes. What a demon! Originally they were just like everyone else. They all had the same idea that Su Qianyu was just an empty background, not useful. But now, they realized that they were very wrong. Even if Su Qianyu didn't have a background, with such a terrifying fighting strength, sooner or later, he would still be able to rise to prominence. Soon, Su Qianyu arrived at the 4th floor. It's the same old rule. Wait for someone. Big brother. Big brother. It wasn't long before a voice full of surprise suddenly came. Su Qianyu looked back and found a white and chubby figure rushing over and crashing straight towards him. Swish! Su Qianyu hastily drew back and flashed, which dodged. Otherwise he was afraid that he would be directly knocked out by the other party. Why you? Su Qianyu recognized the visitor. Wasn't this the same little fatty he had encountered earlier when he was in the ice and snow mystic realm, searching for Chu Yanran? Hey! Hey! Of course it's me. The fat man stopped his body and smiled nervously. I heard them say that big brother you were challenging the Tongshan Tower, and that you were still in the first level of the Earth Xian realm. So I immediately came. Su Qianyu's expression was a bit strange. So, you're the tower guardian of the 4th floor? The fat man hemmed and hawed. He slapped his chest and said, as good as it gets. Seeing this, Su Qianyu also came back to his senses. Me so. The surprising sword was once again sheathed. Then come straight to battle. However, Fatty shook his head hastily. Big brother is really outgoing. If big brother wants this position, I'll just give it to big brother directly. Where is the need for such trouble? At those words, Su Qianyu raised his eyebrows. You're so nice? He did have some surprises in mind. This was the 4th floor of the Tongshan Tower, where 180 points could be gained automatically every day. Definitely a good place that most of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples could only dream of. The other guy actually gave it up willingly? Hey, big brother doesn't know. Actually, I still have positions in the other realms of the Tongshan Tower, so it doesn't matter to me if I want this position or not, the little fat man said with a smile. At those words, Su Qianyu then remembered. The Tongshan Tower had different guardians in each realm depending on the realm, and while those who were truly powerful certainly wouldn't have only one position in the Tongshan Tower, the Tongshan Tower's daily rewards didn't stack, but rather were calculated according to the best one position. So you're going to admit defeat? Su Qianyu looked at little fatty and asked. Of course, consider this as my filial honor to big brother, the little fat man said in a hurry. The meat on his face squeezed together, looking very comical. If you do this, the pattern will open up all of a sudden. Su Qianyu couldn't help but sniff and tease. The little fat man sniffed and hemmed and hawed. He patted his chest. That's of course. It's my honor to help big brother. Then he seemed to think of something. But big brother should be careful of the next guy. He's not easy to deal with. Su Qianyu nodded. Then get yourself out. After saying that, he walked towards the 5th floor. Ugh huh. You don't want your points, big brother? Little fatty hurriedly shouted after him. Keep it to yourself. Su Qianyu waved his hand. Since the other party honored himself for 1 point, then he would not take advantage of the other party. This was his principle of dealing with people. Soon, Su Qianyu came to the 5th floor. Da. This time Su Qianyu didn't have to wait long. Only a tall figure was seen walking slowly. It's a bit unexpected that you actually made it this far. I hope that you won't let me down next. The visitor was a man in a black robe. His hands were cupped with 2 daggers emitting a cold light, and the daggers kept turning in the palms of the other party's hands like vipers that chose to devour people. And seeing this person, Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized it. He himself was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect in his last life after all. although there were tens of thousands of disciples among them, and it was impossible for him to recognize them all. But the man in front of him impressed him. Chapter 59. Let Lin Han come in personally. Looking at this person, Su Qianyu had a lot of thoughts. The other party's name was Qin Shao. His character was very tyrannical. In the entire Heavenly Sword sect was famous for his ruthlessness. But whenever anyone messed with him, the lightest end was to fall into disability. In his last life, Qin Shao had looked at himself with displeasure, often provoking him for no reason, and the two of them had fought over a dozen times, both big and small. As a result, it was only that one's combat power in his last life was really inferior to the other parties, so he always suffered a loss in every fight. But I didn't expect to meet each other again here today. Only, times are different now. Qin Shao looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of teasing. The cold light of the dagger in his hand was bitter, although the patriarch said that you should not be offended. But this time it is you who sent it up yourself, so you can't blame me. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. So, Qin Shao's face showed a fierce light. That's why I must remind you that I can't stop fighting. So I advise you, you'd better walk out obediently on your own, or don't blame me for not being polite. Facing Qin Shao's threat, Su Qianyu raised the stunning sword in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword straight at the opponent. That's a coincidence. I'm the same. At this moment, Su Qianyu was sharp. The losses he had suffered in his last life, let's make up for them in this life. Humph, don't know how to die. Qin Shao snorted coldly at the sight. Swish, the moment his voice fell, his figure directly disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Miso, only to see two daggers cut through the void and arrived in an instant, the coldness pointing straight at Su Qianyu's throat. Qin Shao wore a cold smile on his face. His cultivation had long since arrived at the 7th level of the earthly Shen realm. And although he would be suppressed to the 1st level of the earthly Shen realm in this Tongshan Tower, his combat experience and skills would not be suppressed by the Tongshan Tower. Dealing with just a newcomer with an empty background was more than enough for him. Clank! Su Qianyu placed his surprising sword across his body and blocked the attack of Qin Shao's two daggers. In an instant, sharp blades exchanged destruction and fire splashed everywhere. You think this is safe? Qin Shao smiled contemptuously. His body actually made a steep pirouette, and then came behind Su Qianyu in a swift manner. Swish! The sharp dagger killed Su Qianyu's back. It's over. Qin Shao was very pleased inside. His speed was definitely at the top amongst the disciples of the entire Heavenly Sword sect, and this newcomer in front of him could not possibly be a match for himself. Are you sure? But just a second before the dagger in Qin Shao's hand was about to slice through Su Qianyu's back, Su Qianyu's mocking voice suddenly sounded. Clank! The surprising sword once again blocked Qin Shao's attack. How is that possible? Qin Shao froze, only to see Su Qianyu, without turning his head back, backhanding the surprising sword across his back. He blocked his attack with unerring precision. But how is that possible? Not to mention that his attack speed was extremely fast, even if Su Qianyu could react. But how did the other party predict the trajectory of his attack? Swish! He turned his body again and stabbed out. However, Su Qianyu did not hesitate at all, and while quickly taking 2 steps back, a sword swept out towards the side. Bam bam bam! Qin Shao hastily retreated when he saw this. His eyes were filled with horror. It was as if the opponent had eyes behind him as well, actually able to anticipate his attacks very accurately. Now, it's my turn. Su Qianyu took a step forward with the shocking sword in his hand. In his previous life, he hadn't fought with Qin Shao much and had long since figured out the characteristics of his opponent's attacks. That's why it's possible to do just as well without looking at the opponent's offense at all. Miso! Sword intent erupted from the surprising sword as it chopped down angrily. Seeing this, Qin Shao sneered. Humph! If you want to defeat me, I'm not those 4 losers in front of you. With a falling voice, only to see his speed steeply surging. After dodging Su Qianyu's sword attack, he instantly appeared behind Su Qianyu, the 2 daggers in his hands flowing with Shen energy. 2 dragons out of the sea. His body descended from the sky, and his 2 sharp daggers turned into streams of light, pointing straight at Su Qianyu's rear heart socket. At this moment, a touch of smugness appeared on Qin Shao's face, as if he had already seen the scene of Su Qianyu's defeat. However, imagination is always beautiful. Just when his attack was about to land on Su Qianyu, what happened just now played out once again. Su Qianyu just slightly sidestepped and dodged Qin Shao's attack, and then the sword light of the stunning sword appeared in Qin Shao's pupils. How can it be? That angle just now was very tricky. But, that happened to be the only thing that broke his move. Giggle! In the next second, sword light flashed, blood exploded out, and one of Qin Shao's arms flew out directly. Ah! The pain of a broken arm came and Qin Shao's facial expression was distorted by it, but he still looked at Su Qianyu in disbelief. As far as I'm concerned, You're not even as good as the 4 people in front of you. So if they're trash, what are you? Su Qianyu looked at Qin Xiao with a calm gaze and spoke faintly. At those words, Qin Xiao's expression became more and more ugly. He raised his head and looked questioningly. How could you possibly know the break in my move? He was genuinely stunned. From the very beginning to the end of the battle, every move and every style of his was perfectly cracked by Su Qianyu. It was as if the other party was so familiar with his moves that he could tell how he was going to make a move with his eyes closed. But he had clearly only met Su Qianyu for the first time, and at the same time, it was also the first time he had exchanged blows. This was simply not possible. You might as well hand over your points first. Su Qianyu did not answer. At those words, Qin Xiao's expression was very gloomy. Although he didn't care about this amount of points, this short period of time of less than half a quarter of an hour, he had lost, and he had also had one of his arms wasted by Su Qianyu, which made him furious to the extreme. You wait. Qin Xiao took a deep breath. After he forcefully endured the severe pain and handed over the points, he was ready to pick up the broken arm on the ground and leave. If he could get timely medical treatment, maybe his arm could be reattached. But just then, Miso, a sword chi tore through the air and directly chopped the broken arm of Qin Xiao to pieces. What are you doing? Qin Xiao's eyes reddened when he saw this. His broken arm was destroyed, and he would only have one arm for the rest of his life. Go back and tell Lin Han that if he wants to deal with me, he can come personally. There's no need to let a fool like you be cannon fodder. Su Qianyu spoke indifferently. At those words, Qin Xiao's body trembled. How do you know? Before entering the Tongshan Tower, Lin Han had indeed approached himself and told him to come in and teach Su Qianyu a lesson, and that he would be able to receive Lin Han's care after the deed was done. It was something he agreed to after a moment's hesitation. However, he had underestimated the strength of Su Qianyu's senior brother, and instead of teaching Su Qianyu a lesson, he had lost an arm himself. What was even more unexpected was that Su Qianyu actually broke the matter with a single word. Seeing that Su Qianyu had no intention of answering, Qin Xiao could only leave Tongshan Tower with a face full of resentment. And from then on, he would be the one-armed warrior, until the other guy leaves. Su Qianyu raised his head and looked upwards. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's best if you're here. Originally, he had no grievances or hatred with Qin Xiao in his own life, and he did not want to retaliate against the other party in this way. However, Qin Xiao wanted to deal with himself as soon as he came in, and he couldn't think of any other reason other than Lin Han instructing him. In that case, he would show no mercy. And now that Lin Han had made his move, he was bound to fight his opponent today. Chapter 60 Lin Han. Arrival. In the meantime, Qin Xiao rushed out of the Tongshan Tower in a sorry state. Someone's coming out. Holy, what the hell? Senior brother Qin Xiao actually had an arm broken. The outside of the Tongshan Tower had already been surrounded, and many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had heard about it. And when they were in a position to see Qin Xiao's tragic state, everyone was stunned and froze dumbfounded in place. Qin Xiao was famously ruthless in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, and many people were as afraid of him as a tiger. But now, Qin Xiao had actually had his arm chopped off by a newcomer, Su Qianyu, which was simply unbelievable. And when Bai Feng and Ouyang Qian and the others standing in the crowd saw this, they glanced at each other, their gazes incomparably complicated. So that guy is so ferocious. Fortunately I didn't provoke him, Bai Feng said with some fear. He was very glad that he didn't make things difficult for Su Qianyu before. Otherwise he probably wouldn't be any better than Qin Xiao. Thinking like this, he felt more and more that his 2,000 points had been well spent. Ouyang Qian and Cui Yan nodded in deep sympathy. Not only is this guy horny, he's also so ruthless. Among the crowd, Mo Euro, however, frowned tightly. She actually didn't want to come when she learned that Su Qianyu was challenging the Tongshan Tower. You don't even wait for me, and you want me to come to you? Go to your daydreams. But, Mo Euro could only grit her teeth and come over once she thought that she was now Su Qianyu's protector. But she didn't expect that. Su Qianyu actually struck out so viciously, just challenging Tongshan Tower. He actually chopped off one of Qin Xiao's arms. This kind of ruthless behavior made her feel displeased. The sun sets and the night follows. However, at this moment, the outside of the Tongshan Tower was bustling with noisy chatter. Not long after, a stocky man with a bitter smile on his face walked out from the Tongshan Tower. It's Senior Brother Wang. How is this possible? Could it be that even Senior Brother Wang? Oh my god, that guy has won 8 in a row now. Right, that's too strong. The people in the 4 corners of the room were filled with astonishment. Senior Brother Wang, how are you doing? Bai Feng hurriedly walked up and opened his mouth to ask. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he was still overwhelmed. The man sighed. I lost too. He shook his head with great emotion. That Senior Brother Thousand Feathers not only awakened his battle body, but also comprehended sword intent. Under the same realm, I'm no match for him. I lost in less than 10 rounds. It's really a disgrace to everyone. At those words, the crowd was silent. This senior brother Wang was precisely the guardian of the 8th floor of the Tongshan Tower's Earthshan 1 realm, belonging to the top geniuses in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, but he didn't expect that the other party actually lost in Su Qianyu's hands as well. To be able to become a Tongshan Tower guardian, none of the columns are from the 4 directions of the stunning and outstanding generation. But now, Su Qianyu had actually defeated 8 such geniuses in a single day. What an afterlife! A woman in a dainty red robe exclaimed. When they heard this, the crowd turned around to look, and their faces changed. 6th Elder. The many Heavenly Sword sect disciples present bowed in unison. The red-robed woman was none other than the 6th Elder that Mo Yuntian had previously designated to become Su Qianyu's protector. Named Zhao Ningxuang. Senior, what brings you here? Bai Feng hurriedly jogged over to salute. Zhao Ningxuang was none other than his senior. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. I just came over to take a look as well. Zhao Ningxuang smiled and spoke. She was originally dealing with sect affairs, but when she heard that Su Qianyu was actually challenging the Tongshan Tower, coupled with the fact that Su Qianyu had previously refused to become the other party's protector, she suddenly became interested. Suddenly, Zhao Ningxuang seemed to have thought of something. I remember that the one on the 9th floor doesn't seem to be in the clan. Bai Feng nodded his head in a hurry. Senior sister Yun has been guarding the border and hasn't returned to the clan for a long time. And that senior brother Qian Yu is probably going to have a turn at the 9th floor. The crowd then remembered, and then stared at the same time. Senior sister Yun definitely can't come back. So doesn't that mean, according to the rules of the Tongshan Tower, if the tower guardian was unable to come, then the challenger would win without a fight? Oh my god, then wouldn't he be able to rush straight to the 9th floor? This is not the most important. The most frightening thing is that I remember that the tower keeper of the 10th floor is, hiss, the man didn't finish his sentence. However, the crowd present violently sucked in a breath of cool air. They naturally knew who the tower guardian on the 10th floor was. Lin Chill. They were no strangers to the name. Although Lin Han had only joined the Heavenly Sword sect for 3 years, the other party had awakened his battle body and had been accepted as a disciple by the Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjie, which made Lin Han extremely well known throughout the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, Lin Han's combat power was even stronger. Just from what they knew, Lin Han alone had dominated the position of tower keeper on the 10th floor of the Tongshan Tower for no less than 10 realms. Such a brilliant deed was unique in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, thus showing Lin Han's terrifying fighting strength. And now, Su Qianyu was about to break into the 10th floor. Coupled with the fact that Lin Han and Su Qianyu already had a deep-seated grudge, this was something that almost all of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples knew about. Once the two were allowed to officially meet, they couldn't even dare to imagine how explosive the picture would be. Has Lin Han come? Zhao Ningxuang opened her mouth and asked. Not yet. Bai Feng shook his head. But I have a feeling that he definitely won't miss this opportunity. Also at the moment his voice fell, a figure whose entire body emitted a fierce aura slowly came from outside. The people present seemed to sense something as they turned around and looked towards the back. Then their expressions instantly became wonderful. Lin Han, coming. Holy, it's actually here. Now, I'm afraid a dragon fight can't be avoided. The crowd automatically parted the way. Lin Han walked over from outside with an expressionless face. Behind him, there was also Qin Xiao, who had already stopped the bleeding and bandaged up his broken arm. But at this moment, Qin Xiao's expression was very fierce, and he hated Su Qianyu even more to the extreme. Why is it that out of the 8, only he had his arm chopped off and the other 7 were unharmed? He's not happy about it. Now that Lin Han was here, that kid wouldn't be able to be arrogant for long. Only Lin Han stopped before the Tongshan Tower, and at the same time, an extreme killing intent flashed through his eyes. How many levels has he reached? Lin Han opened his mouth to inquire, but the crowd could hear that the other party's voice was actually a bit hoarse. He's almost at the 9th floor, but senior sister Yin Xian at the 9th floor is guarding the border and won't be able to come back for a while, so he should go straight to the 10th floor, Qin Xiao said viciously. Upon hearing this, Lin Han raised his gaze slightly. Wow! Immediately afterward, a cold killing intent spread in all directions, and in an instant, even the surrounding temperature was lowered by several degrees. What terrifying strength! The hearts of everyone present were shaken. Just the aura that emanated from Lin Han's body caused many people to feel palpitations. Afterwards, Lin Han looked at Zhao Ningxuang. 6th Elder, I have a favor to ask. Zhao Ningxuang's face was expressionless and she just nodded her head. You say. Lin Han was Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjie's disciple, so as long as the request made wasn't excessive, she more or less had to give the other party some face. I hope that when I go in, the 6th Elder will be able to open the internal view of the Tongshan Tower, and I will completely crush him in front of everyone. As soon as these words came out, The expressions of the people present changed again and again. The meaning of Lin Han's words was obvious. Not only did he come this time, but he also wanted to let everyone see how he defeated Su Qianyu. It was nakedly provocative and at the same time a sign of utmost confidence. Could be. Zhao Ningxuang nodded her head after a moment of hesitation. Ooh, this is going to be a good show. I have a feeling that there will be a dragon fight today. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene was completely triggered, and everyone began to look forward to it. Chapter 61 Kneel. In the meantime, inside the Tongshan Tower, Su Qianyu waited quietly. The tower guard on the 9th floor seems to be senior sister Yun Xian, but she seems to be on guard at the border, so she most likely won't be able to come. From the mouths of the tower guards on the previous floors, Su Qianyu had already learned that the tower guard on the 9th floor was none other than that extremely renowned female heroine in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, senior sister Yun Xian. Thinking of the other party, Su Qianyu's mind immediately conjured up a valiant figure wearing a strong suit and holding a long spear. But I also have to find an opportunity to make a trip to the border before I can do so. Su Qianyu was thoughtful. When he earned enough points in the Tongshan Tower, he could even directly live in the hurricane mysterious realm until he succeeded in cultivating the wind dragon vein before coming out again. When that time came, it would be time for him to find a way to awaken the next dragon vein. At the border of the Heavenly Sword sect, there was exactly one heavy earth abyss, which contained the majestic earth attribute Xianli, and was definitely an excellent place for him to cultivate the earth dragon vein. It was also while Su Qianyu was thinking. Thump, thump, a low footstep came. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly stood up. You seem to be early. Su Qianyu looked at the visitor and spoke faintly. Not too early. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The visitor's footsteps did not stop, and the killing intent in his voice was not concealed in the slightest. At those words, the corners of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. Swish, he leapt to the 10th floor. Taking a look at the points displayed in front of him, he smiled contentedly. A whole 60,000 plus points. What do you say? How can I thank you? Bang! Next, Lin Han also landed heavily on the 10th floor, and underneath the rolling dust and smoke, his eyes had been colored with a touch of blood red. He looked at Su Qianyu. His whole body killing intent could not stop surging, then laughed out. Of course it is with your head. The two men looked at each other with hidden flames bursting out. At the same time, outside the Tongshan Tower, many Heavenly Sword sect disciples all raised their heads and looked toward that 10th floor location. Under Zhao Ningxuan's operation, the originally pitch-black Tongshan Tower had become transparent, and they could clearly see the scene inside even from outside. What a terrifying pressure. Worthy of being senior brother Lin Han, this sense of oppression alone is too much. Even if that Su Qianyu can win 8 games in a row, when he meets senior brother Lin Han, he's still a bit inadequate after all. The crowd in all directions, murmurs rose and fell. Mo Rowan Bai Feng and the others were similarly filled with anticipation as they looked toward the two people in the Tongshan Tower. They knew that one mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, not to mention that these two people were deadly rivals themselves, and when they met today, they were bound to win or lose. Senior sister Yuro, who do you favor more? Bai Feng suddenly looked at Mo Yuro and asked. Hearing this, Mo Yuro replied without thinking. Although Lin Han's cultivation will be suppressed to the first level of the Earth Xian realm inside the Tongshan Tower, he has a great deal of combat experience and many tricks up his sleeve, so the chances of Su Qianyu trying to win are slim to none. Obviously, she was more optimistic about Lin Han. It's not about anything else, it's simply about doing a battle comparison. The other people present also nodded their heads. They thought exactly the same as Mo Yuro. Even though Su Qianyu had brought them a lot of surprises today, Lin Han was just too strong. It wasn't something that could be defeated so easily. I believe him. Just then, someone spoke up. Mo Yuro looked back. Actually Chu Yanran did not know when to come here, and the he in her mouth naturally refers to Su Qianyu. You are his mother. Of course you believe him, Mo Yuro said somewhat unconvincingly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanran did not explain. She smiled faintly. It is precisely because he is my husband that I trust him more. After saying that, she then looked at Su Qianyu in the Tongshan Tower, a stunning smile appearing on her delicate face. She had a premonition that perhaps today, Su Qianyu could surprise everyone, just like before when everyone thought it was impossible for her to marry Su Qianyu, and ended up ruthlessly stunning the crowd. Then wait and see. Mo Yuro skimmed her mouth when she saw this. Inside the Tongshan Tower, Lin Han's eyes were scarlet as he looked at Su Qianyu and said in a caricatured voice, I've already asked the 6th elder to turn on the view inside the tower. Next, I'll let them see with their own eyes how you're being trampled under my feet. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself. Buzz. Also at the instant Su Qianyu's voice fell, Lin Han's entire body's Xian energy surged out, and a terrifying pressure swept in all directions. Trying to kill you is as simple as crushing an ant to me. Today I will let you know the price of offending me. Lin Han's voice was filled with anger. Whether it was a new grudge or an old one, he was on the verge of not being able to suppress the killing intent within him. Su Qianyu's face was fearless. You could have come and tried. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his battle spirit was surging. Die for me! Lin Chen let out a furious cry. Only his figure instantly disappeared in place before fiercely blasting his palm towards Su Qianyu's head. This strike was incomparably wild. In an instant, all of Su Qianyu's retreating paths were blocked. It's just horrible. This is still just a palm casually offered by senior brother Lin Han, but it actually has such amazing power. The crowd outside the arena changed color. Even though Lin Han's cultivation had been suppressed to the first earthly Xian realm, the power of the other party's palm was already no weaker than the third earthly Xian realm. However, Su Qianyu did not have the slightest intention of dodging, but chose to meet it head-on with a punch. Boo! In the next second, the palms exchanged destruction, and the dark energy hedged against each other. Lin Han only felt a shock in his arm and his brows furrowed deeply. He didn't expect Su Qianyu to be able to block his blow. Immediately after that, he raised his foot and attacked Su Qianyu. But Su Qianyu had prepared for this, and without waiting for Lin Han to attack, he blocked his opponent's attack with a leg in advance. Bang! With the onslaught of a fierce and domineering force, Lin Han only felt a numbness in his legs, and his figure immediately became a little unsteady. No matter how much you struggle today, you'll have to pay the price. Lin Han stared angrily at Su Qianyu, but before he could react, Su Qianyu suddenly rolled over and then landed a heavy leg downward chop that landed solidly on Lin Han's shoulder. Boo! With a near-splitting bang. On your knees. Su Qianyu drank lowly from his mouth. Immediately afterward, the surging Xian force instantly erupted, and Lin Han actually directly landed on one knee, heavily kneeling in front of Su Qianyu. In an instant, the faces of the crowd of onlookers outside the Tongshan Tower all changed drastically as they stared with wide eyes and faces full of disbelief. How is that possible? Those who were still thinking that Lin Han could win just now all closed their mouths at this moment, and the scene fell into a dead silence. Su Qianyu's kick not only slammed into Lin Han's body, but also stepped on their hearts. How come? Mou Ro lightly covered her red lips, her pretty face covered in shock. She had just seen clearly that Lin Han was actually knocked to his knees by Su Qianyu in a single shot, which was beyond everyone's expectations. His power, it's not weaker than Lin Han's at all. Zhao Ningxuang similarly looked surprised as she opened her mouth. The crowd was inwardly shocked, but before they could react, Zhao Ningxuang said again, even more so, his power is even stronger than Lin Han's. Everyone's eyes widened at these words. Su Qianyu is stronger than Lin Han? What a niche statement that is. However, this came from the mouth of the sixth elder, and even if they were unwilling to believe it, they had to believe it. I knew it. The corners of Chu Yanran's mouth rose in a smile. She didn't think Su Qianyu would be worse than Lin Han from the start. Hearing this, Mo Euro's heart however began to shake a little. Could it be that Su Qianyu could really win this dragon fight today? Chapter 62 Stimulating Battle with Lin Han. At this very moment, in the 10th layer of the Tongshan Tower, Su Qianyu stepped on Lin Han with one foot. I seem to remember that just now, someone said that they wanted everyone to see that I was being stepped on. But now? These words completely enraged Lin Han. Only just now, he had said that he would trample Su Qianyu under his feet in front of everyone. But now, the person being stepped on was actually him. I want you to die. Lin Han got up violently. The berserk Xianli in his body exploded out without reservation, and at the same time, a biting sword light flashed by. Miso, the icy cold sword blade instantly attacked towards Su Qianyu, and Lin Han's eyes were filled with deadly killing intent. In the next second, the arc moon-shaped sword chi was like a death scythe, mercilessly slicing through Su Qianyu's torso. That's dead? The crowd outside the tower froze. No, that's just a remnant, Zhao Ningxuang reminded with a grave expression on her face. The crowd hurriedly looked, only to see that Su Qianyu had already appeared behind Lin Han. The battle intent in his eyes was high, and the surprising sword was already in his hand. Now, it's my turn to attack. The voice fell. Accompanied by a wild wind raging, Su Qianyu disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Seeing Su Qianyu killing, Lin Han immediately crossed his sword to block. Clank! Huge forces collided, creating a turbulent buzz between the two of them, while Lin Han actually failed to completely block Su Qianyu's attack and took several steps back. Clank! 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 Su Qianyu's attack was unceasing. He surrounded Lin Han in all directions, attacking his opponent with sword after sword. Lin Han could only passively defend. Phantom Sword Shield. Suddenly, Lin Han thrust his rapier into the ground. Then a sword shield actually coalesced around him. protecting his entire body. Boom boom boom. Attack after attack landed on the shield in front of Lin Han. But Lin Han's defense was equally amazing, and actually completely blocked all of Su Qianyu's attacks. No matter how Su Qianyu attacked, the sword shield was solid as gold. Seeing this, Lin Han let out a cold laugh and mocked. You can't even break through my defense. How can you still fight me? Seeing this scene, the people outside the tower sighed. That phantom sword shield is a Xin grade extreme grade martial skill. It already possesses a powerful defense. Plus it was still executed by senior brother Lin Han. Under the same realm, no one can break it at all. Yes, now the victory is clear. Senior brother Lin Han is already in an undefeated position. Even if we can still consume that guy to death. I have to say, senior brother Lin Han is really strong. At the same time, Mo Yuro was also very nervous as she watched the two men fighting furiously in the tower, and as she watched Lin Han in the upper hand, she couldn't help but look at Chu Yenran. Do you still trust him that much now? Perhaps out of the competitive nature between women, she preferred for Lin Han to win this battle. Did you guys forget about? At those words, Chu Yenran only smiled faintly. What? Mo Yuro subconsciously asked. My husband, but he has comprehended. Sword intent. At those words, Mo Yuro's pupils contracted violently. Inside the tower, Lin Han's face was full of mockery. Even if I stand here and don't move, you won't be able to break my defense for the rest of your life. At this moment, he was incomparably complacent. At those words, Su Qianyu suddenly smiled. Are you sure? After saying that, Su Qianyu suddenly raised his sword. Buzz. Immediately afterward, a stern aura suddenly erupted. Sword intent. Lin Han's face changed drastically, as he was also a sword cultivator. He deeply understood what comprehending sword intent represented. That represented that Su Qianyu had already ascended to the level of a true sword cultivator in terms of his attainments in the Tao of the sword. And that is something that even he doesn't have. So what if you have comprehended sword intent? You won't be able to break through my defense just the same, he said through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu laughed recklessly. Ha 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 ha. Then open your dog's eyes wide and watch well. It was a moment of dominance. Su Qianyu then raised the surprising sword high, accompanied by the outbreak of overwhelming sword intent. This sword actually turned into a shocking sword shadow and chopped down. Buzz off. Immediately afterward, terrifying sword chi poured out, solidly impacting on the sword shield in front of Lin Han. Rumble. Deafening sounds came out. Then, under the gaze of everyone who was shocked to the core, the sword shield outside Lin Han's body was instantly chopped up. Clunk. The originally impenetrable sword shield suddenly collapsed into fragments all over the sky. Lin Han's face changed, while his entire body was even sent flying out, hitting heavily on top of the wall of the Tongshan Tower. A trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. The defense that he had been proud of just a moment ago was unexpectedly shattered by Su Qianyu in a sweeping and invincible manner, and his face was once again slapped by Su Qianyu. What? He actually broke through. Worthy of sword intent, it's just too fierce. Not only him, the crowd outside the tower was equally shocked. Just now, they were certain that Su Qianyu couldn't break through Lin Han's defense, but they didn't expect that the slap in the face would actually come so quickly. Amazing. Just amazing. Bai Feng directly shook his head back and forth, too shocked to speak, and Ouyang Qian and Cui Yan and the others were even more complex. Compared to him, we're just scum. It was only now that they realized that when they challenged Su Qianyu, the other party had always left their strength behind. Otherwise, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to hold up a single move, which made their hearts feel very frustrated. Well, Chu Yenran looked at Mo Yuro. At those words, Mo Yuro was silent. He looked at Su Qianyu's figure within the tower, his beautiful eyes gradually losing some of their concentration. In this battle, perhaps he can really win. Next to her, Zhao Ningxuang spoke Mo Yuro's heart. But, how is this possible? It seems that your confidence is a bit overdone. Inside the Tongshan Tower, Su Qianyu slowly walked towards Lin Han. At those words, Lin Han stood up from the ground. His face had long been a grimace, and then an even more powerful Xian force suddenly erupted. I want you dead. Only to see Lin Han hissing and roaring, while the Xian Li on his body actually gradually condensed and transformed into a white tiger behind him. In an instant, the intimidating power that erupted from Lin Han's body had at least doubled or tripled, raging to the extreme. It's the white tiger battle body. It seems that senior brother Lin Han is truly furious. The white tiger battle body can increase senior brother Lin Han's strength and speed by several times. Don't look at the fact that he's still only at the first level of the Earth Xian realm, but his true fighting strength can already rival the fourth level of the Earth Xian realm. The crowd outside the tower once again cried out in shock. It was well known that Lin Han's most powerful was none other than the white tiger battle body, which was a powerful battle body that everyone envied. Lin Han had also defeated an unknown number of heavenly sword sects heavenly prides with the power of his battle body to achieve his current status. With this sword, I want your life. Lin Han's entire body was raging with killing intent as he stared angrily at Su Qianyu. Roar! Immediately afterward, ferocious and shocking sounds spread out of the Tongshan Tower, striking the eardrums of everyone present. White Tiger heaven-breaking strike. Then that huge white tiger was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and the sharp sword carried a shocking huge force as it chopped towards Su Qianyu. What a terrifying power. Heavens! Senior brother Lin Han has even executed an earth-grade martial skill. No. This sword is just too exaggerated. Senior brother Lin Han is really too powerful. All the people in the four corners of the room were once again shocked by the power that Lin Han had erupted with, and many of them even shook their heads in regret. There was one thing to say. Although Su Qianyu's performance today had been very bright, Lin Han had not only exploded his white tiger battle body, but he had also executed a powerful earth-grade martial skill. With this sword, it was impossible for Su Qianyu to block it. Yes, that's it. Go to hell, ha ha ha. Among the crowd, Qin Shao covered the place of his broken arm and laughed hideously. He couldn't wait for Lin Han to directly kill Su Qianyu. That way, his revenge for his broken arm would be considered avenged. Who do you think will win? Suddenly, Zhao Ningxuan opened her mouth and asked. Next to her, Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjie had walked over at some point and was looking expressionlessly at the two people within the Tongshan Tower. My disciple will not lose. Chapter 63, It's getting fierce. Mu Bingjie's voice was very flat but full of confidence. She had dropped everything and rushed over the moment she got the news that Su Qianyu was about to face Lin Han. Lin Han was her disciple, and she was most aware of the other party's true strength. It was simply impossible to lose to a newcomer. You're quite confident. It's just a bit of a shame. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ningxuan didn't retort, but only sighed, and was ready to save the day at any time. She could see that Lin Han's sword was running to take Su Qianyu's life, but she couldn't let Su Qianyu die just like that. So as long as Su Qianyu lost later, he would immediately rush up to save him. It's not considered a pity that he lost to Lin Han. Mu Bingjie spoke again, and in her words, she held Lin Han in high regard. This time Zhao Ningxuan didn't say anything, although she also felt that Su Qianyu's chances of winning were very small. But the battle hadn't come to an end yet, so who could be sure he doesn't lose? By this time, I'm afraid that the only person present who was still willing to believe Su Qianyu was Chu Yanran. Although Mu Bingjie was her master teacher, she was just her. Even if none of the people were willing to believe Su Qianyu, she would stand firmly on Su Qianyu's side. Meanwhile, inside the Tongshan Tower, looking at the Lin Han whose aura was soaring, as well as the overwhelming strike that was fatal enough to kill, the battle intent in Su Qianyu's eyes was likewise burning brightly. In his last life, he died tragically at the hands of Lin Han. Not long ago, Lin Han bullied him into having a low cultivation level. And now, finally, there was a relatively fair showdown, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu raised the stunning sword in his hand high. Buzz, Xian power, sword intent, swept in. Then an attack that was also filled with a destructive aura suddenly erupted. Great heavenly Faust chop, above Su Qianyu's head. One after another sword shadows suddenly condensed, then overlapped together and chopped down furiously towards the front. Body of war. You're not the only one who has it. With Su Qianyu's voice ringing in the ears of the crowd. The next second, the attacks of the two also violently rushed together. White Tiger battle body versus Nine Dragon battle body. At this moment, the ultimate killing move staged the final showdown. The hearts of the people present were also incredibly tense, their eyes tightly watching the tower. Even Zhao Ningxuan and Mu Ningxuan's expressions became grave. They knew that victory or defeat would soon be decided. Was Lin Han, the Vice Patriarch's disciple, strong and unbeatable, or was that Su Qianyu with his heaven-defying background even better? Boom! The next second, a deafening pop came. The stream of swords transformed by the white tiger swooped down. The giant sword shadow flowed against the current, and then the two raging forces knotted and blasted against each other. Tension, expectations. The crowd outside the tower were all wide-eyed, staring at the figures of those two people, fearing that they would miss any of the wonderful moments. Boo! Another shocking blast. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that the sword shadow that erupted from Su Qianyu actually directly shattered the white tiger's shadow. Tom. The tower was suddenly bursting with sword chi, and the air currents were wildly chaotic. In an instant, Lin Han's face changed drastically. How is this? How is this possible? His eyes were shaken to the core. He himself actually lost to Su Qianyu at full strength and still under the same realm prerequisite. Bang! In the next second, he was swept across by the sword intent that erupted from the stunning sword, and along with his chest, a crimson sword mark was cut out. and his entire body flew out directly backwards. Fresh blood continued to gush out of Lin Han's mouth, and his breath became incomparably shriveled at this moment. But that's not all. Su Qianyu quickly swooped out, then arrived in front of Lin Han and slapped out. Pop! This slap slapped heavily on Lin Han's face, and the latter's cheeks immediately turned red and swelled up, and even a few teeth flew out from it, looking very miserable. I told you earlier that I would return that slap to you. Su Qianyu's voice was incomparably flat, allowing Lin Han to smash to the ground with a face full of rage, and this scene completely stunned the crowd outside the tower. Senior brother Lin Han. Actually, no way. This is absolutely impossible. My goodness. He actually defeated senior brother Lin Han. The crowd outside the tower was instantly in chaos. Everyone's faces filled with disbelief, their expressions incomparably dumbfounded. What was happening in front of them was so shocking, but it seemed so unreal to them as they watched. The Heavenly Sword Sect's top genius, Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjia's personal disciple, and Lin Han, who had also executed the White Tiger battle body, as well as an Earth-grade martial skill, had actually lost to a newcomer who had just joined the sect within a few months. This brat, he's really getting more and more fierce. Xu Yanran had a stunning smile on her face. At the same time, she was relieved in her heart, seeing Su Qianyu fight head-on with Lin Han just now. She was also under a lot of pressure. But fortunately, Su Qianyu had once again performed a miracle. He really won. For a while, Mo Euro looked at Su Qianyu's slender body in the tower a little out of her mind. He's won. Su Qianyu has really won. It was something she had never thought about before this. But now, Su Qianyu had defeated the unrivaled Lin Han in front of everyone, with an incomparable arrogance. She suddenly felt that Su Qianyu seemed really good, except for being too horny. I am so strangely Ed. Bai Feng also reacted from his shock and directly exploded. Then with wide eyes, he couldn't help but say, but, Lin Han is completely lifting a stone to hit his own foot. Ouyang Qian and the others also had very strange expressions. From the very beginning, it was Lin Han who had taken the initiative to ask Zhao Ningxuang to make the Tongxin Tower transparent, in order to let everyone see how Su Qianyu had been defeated by him. But now, on the contrary, the scene where he was slapped by Su Qianyu was clearly seen by everyone. It could really be called a self-inflicted punishment. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The only one present was Qin Xiao, whose face was white with terror as he watched the scene. Lin Han lost. Lin Han actually lost to Su Qianyu. Then wouldn't there be no way to avenge his broken arm? At this moment, his heart completely collapsed, and he had begun to regret agreeing to Lin Han to deal with Su Qianyu. If he hadn't had to die, he wouldn't have become the one-armed warrior he was now. And now that even Lin Han had been defeated, would Su Qianyu come back to settle the score with him afterwards? When he thought of this, he was ashen. I'll beat you to death. On the other side, Ouyang Qian suddenly slammed her fist towards Bai Feng. I said, big sister, why are you hitting me again? Bai Feng narrowly dodged it and said angrily, who was the one who was shameless before, saying that he fought with senior brother Qianyu for 300 rounds and only lost by one move? Ouyang Qian questioned. At those words, Bai Feng smiled resentfully. He scratched his head, full of embarrassment. Then I didn't know at the time that Qiyu Shidi was so strong and I don't want to lose face There was a blank stare from the crowd. Now they finally understood that Bai Feng's ability to last a quarter of an hour in Su Qianyu's hands before must have been due to cheating. Otherwise, Bai Feng definitely wouldn't even be able to catch a single sword from Su Qianyu. What a surprise! Zhao Ningxuang was equally shocked in her eyes. Originally, she had already arrived outside the Tongxin Tower and was just about to go in to save the people. But she never expected that in the end, Su Qianyu actually won, and also won so completely. His battle body is stronger than Lin Han's. Zhao Ningxuang opened her mouth and said that at her level, she could see more clearly. Next to him, Mu Bingjie looked at this scene, simply unable to accept the fact that Lin Han would lose to Su Qianyu. When looking into the tower again, at the figure that stood erect, it was as if she had returned to a month or so ago. At that time, Su Qianyu questioned why she asserted the other's future, and she was dismissive. But now, under the same realm, Su Qianyu actually strongly defeated the disciple he had taught. Could it be that he really looked away? Chapter 64, Jesty. Inside the Tongxin Tower, Su Qianyu slowly walked up to Lin Han. At this moment, Lin Han's face was swollen up a large area, and the whole person was no longer the arrogant image he had before. His appearance looked very wretched. Swish! Without waiting for Su Qianyu to speak, a figure suddenly appeared between him and Lin Han. Mu Bingjie came in. She looked at Su Qianyu with a complicated gaze. Let there be forgiveness. Mu Bingjie spoke, her voice flat. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu laughed. Vice Patriarch, if I was the one who lost just now, do you think that he would have spared the others? Mu Bingjie shook her head. Even if you lose, you'll be fine. With Zhao Ningxuan guarding outside, whether Su Qianyu lost or won this battle, Lin Han couldn't hurt Su Qianyu. So what if I don't have a background? Su Qianyu looked at the other party with a teasing face. And this time, Mu Bingjie stopped talking. Seeing this, the teasing on Su Qianyu's face became more and more intense. He no longer looked at Mu Bingjie, and he walked straight towards Lin Han. Don't worry, Vice Patriarch. I won't kill him just yet. Just as Mu Bingjie hesitated to stop Su Qianyu, Su Qianyu slowly opened his mouth. Mu Bingjie turned around and didn't block again. Hand over the points. Su Qianyu walked up to Lin Han and spoke faintly. However, Lin Han jerked his head up to look at Su Qianyu. His face was filled with madness, and there was a deep mockery in his eyes. So what if you win against me? With my master here, you can't do anything about me. He was full of scorn. Mu Bingjie on the side frowned. Lin Han's incompetent and barking appearance made her very unhappy. Little scumbag. There's no way the master in my ring will look at you, and Pavilion Master Duan's legacy is about to fall into my hands, so I'll kill you sooner or later. These words, Lin Han was transmitted into Su Qianyu's ears through voice transmission, and his tone seemed very resentful. He lost, but he was not willing, attempting to find dignity in this way. Su Qianyu, however, didn't have the slightest intention of being annoyed. His gaze was flat as he looked at Lin Han. There's no rush on this. We'll have a long time to come. If he wanted to, he could have beheaded Lin Han right now, but Lin Han wasn't the same as Chu Mengyao, and he wanted more than just Lin Han's life right now. Since you won't voluntarily hand it over, then I'll have to do it myself. After saying that, Su Qianyu slapped Lin Han out again. I'm going to kill you. Even though Lin Han was trembling with anger, he could only take out his identity token and allocate the corresponding points to Su Qianyu. Taking it out earlier wouldn't have gotten you slapped. What a? With another 30,000 plus points arriving, Su Qianyu smiled with satisfaction. He had bloodily earned over 100,000 points this time when he came to Tongxian Tower. This is definitely a very scary number. And these points were already enough for him to cultivate in the Hurricane Mysterious Realm until the end of time. And he no longer had to worry about not having any points. Hearing Su Qianyu's words, Lin Han's expression became even more ugly. However, Su Qianyu had already walked out of the Tongxian Tower. After he saw that the outside was surrounded, he was also slightly stunned. It seemed that there were not so many people when he came. Right? Big brother, you're too strong. After a brief moment of silence, a round figure immediately rushed out from the crowd and pounced towards Su Qianyu. You want to run me over? Su Qianyu hastily dodged it and rolled her eyes. Big brother, just now your sword was really handsome. The little fatty looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of admiration, and couldn't help but gesture a few times with his hands. The hearts of the others present could not be calmed for a long time. Even until now, they still did not expect that Su Qianyu could actually win over Lin Han. Just then, a figure suddenly walked up. Su Qianyu. Only Mo Euro came in front of Su Qianyu. Even if you are powerful, but we are all brothers from the same sect. Why were you so ruthless as to chop off Qin Zhao's arm? She looked at Su Qianyu and questioned. At those words, Su Qianyu frowned. Does it matter to you? His voice was flat and he wasn't going to explain. Seeing Su Qianyu's attitude, Mo Euro grew angrier and said, it's a fact that your talent is powerful, but it's not the enemy you're facing. So why are you so ruthless and heartless? She was indeed surprised at Su Qianyu's powerful fighting strength, but the fact that Su Qianyu had directly chopped off Qin Zhao's arm made her think that perhaps Su Qianyu was just a grassy murderer. Seeing this scene, Lin Han, who had walked out of the Tongxian Tower, suddenly blurted out, someone with such a vicious heart doesn't deserve to enter the Heavenly Sword sect at all. When he finished speaking, he laughed coldly in his heart. Didn't you want to pursue Mo Euro? Now I'll see how you can explain. He knew Mo Euro too well. With this incident, the kind-hearted Mo Euro will definitely have a grudge against Su Qianyu, and it will be impossible to be with Su Qianyu at that time. What he couldn't get, Su Qianyu wouldn't be able to get either. None of your business. However, Su Qianyu's voice remained indifferent. Mo Euro was even more exasperated by Su Qianyu's words and her pretty face turned red. Puff! But just as Su Qianyu was about to leave, a figure rushed out and then directly knelt in front of Su Qianyu. Fixing his eyes, this person was none other than Qin Shao. Senior brother Qianyu. I'm wrong, it's all my fault. Please senior brother Qianyu, please forgive me this time. Only to see Qin Shao kneeling in front of Su Qianyu with a face full of terror, begging for mercy with a snotty nose and tears. At those words, Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. Do you have any complaints when I chop off one of your arms? Qin Shao hurriedly shook his head and exclaimed, this is all my own doing. I have absolutely no complaints. The crowd froze. Self-inflicted? What's going on here? Is there a hidden agenda behind this? Only to see Qin Xiao turn around violently and cry out loudly. It's all because of Lin Han. He's the one who told me to deal with senior brother Qianyu. Otherwise, even if I were given 10 guts, I wouldn't have dared to make a move against senior brother Qianyu. Wow. There was a flurry of agitation at these words. So it is. I told you why Qin Xiao was so bold and dared to take action against senior brother Qianyu. So it was Lin Han who was instructing him. I've long since realized that something is wrong. Senior brother Qianyu defeated a total of 8 people in front of him. Yet he only injured Qin Xiao. That's already very telling. In an instant, the truth came out. Even Mo Euro froze in place. I can't believe this. She had just stood on the moral high ground and blamed Su Qianyu. But she didn't realize that there was a reason for all of this. Qin Xiao purposely tried to deal with Su Qianyu and ended up getting one of his arms chopped off by Su Qianyu instead. And this made perfect sense. It turned out that she was the one who had wronged Su Qianyu. In an instant, Mo Euro only felt her pretty face burning. She didn't even dare to look at Su Qianyu again, wishing to find a crack in the ground. Yeah, sorry. Mo Euro lowered her head and opened her mouth to apologize. Boobs. Su Qianyu skimmed her. You are vulgar. Mo Euro instantly blushed, angry and shy as she glared angrily at Su Qianyu. However, Su Qianyu didn't care about her at all. He was wondering how he hadn't realized in his last life that Mo Euro was still a stupid white sweet. Bloody hell. At this moment, Lin Han was filled with violent anger. He did not expect Qin Xiao to actually dare to betray himself, and the strange gazes coming from all around him made him feel like a man on his back. He knew that his persona in the Heavenly Sword sect would completely collapse after today. Thinking of this, Lin Han's gaze towards Su Qianyu became even more resentful. Senior brother Qianyu, I know I'm wrong. Lin Han made me do all of this. Please, senior brother Qianyu, spare me once. Qin Xiao was still bitterly begging for mercy. The crowd on all sides, however, showed no mercy. After learning the truth, Qin Xiao had indeed brought this upon himself. I can give you a chance. Suddenly, Su Qianyu spoke. Whoever instructed you, go and slap whoever you want, and I'll forget about it afterward. Chapter 65. There's another place. Hearing Su Qianyu's words, Qin Xiao froze. Pop. Immediately afterward, without waiting for the crowd to react, Qin Xiao suddenly stormed out and threw a heavy slap at Lin Han's face. How dare you hit me? This time, Lin Han was dumbfounded. He was actually beaten by his own lapdog, and in front of so many people. However, Qin Xiao was filled with rage. If it wasn't for you, how could I have offended senior brother Qianyu? You deserved it. He was really scared. Compared to Lin Han, he was now more afraid of Su Qianyu, especially after Lin Han lost to Su Qianyu. He knew that Su Qianyu would definitely soar to the heavens, and even Lin Han wouldn't be able to stop him. So he made a quick decision. Even if he offended Lin Han, he definitely couldn't offend Su Qianyu. Damn you! Lin Han stared angrily at Qin Xiao, killing intent surging in his eyes. However, Qin Xiao directly ignored it and instead continued to look at Su Qianyu, begging for mercy. Senior brother Qianyu, please give me a chance. Su Qianyu nodded. I just said that as long as you slap him, I'll forget about it. After saying that, he turned around and left. In fact, he didn't expect Qin Xiao to be so decisive, but it seemed nice to have these two guys dog eat dog. At those words, Qin Xiao's expression was greatly delighted. Many thanks to senior brother Qianyu. He hastily fell to his knees and thanked him again. This scene instantly made many people's hearts feel emotional. Even a tricky character like Qin Xiao was actually so afraid of Su Qianyu, which also made them once again firm up their resolve to never provoke Su Qianyu. Wait! Suddenly, Jianing Shuang opened her mouth to call Su Qianyu to stop. At midnight, come and meet me at the Bibo courtyard. P.S. The evening sub-hour is from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Hearing this, everyone present stared blankly. At midnight? What's going on here? Jianing Shuang had actually allowed Su Qianyu, at such an evocative time, to look for her. What the hell does that mean? The crowd rushed to look at Jianing Shuang, only to see that the other party was wearing a red dress, with a smile on her mature and delicate face, and with an incomparably plump figure and long legs. At first glance, it's quite a sight. I remember that the sixth elder lost his husband at an early age, and it has been a long time. Geez, when you say it like that, it suddenly makes sense to me. Hiss. In an instant, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It really wasn't that they had dirty minds, and it was really hard not to want to be crooked with Jianing Shuang's words. What are you going to do? Even Mu Bingjie was filled with surprise as she looked at Jianing Shuang and asked. Jianing Shuang smiled faintly. Of course I want to talk to him. In depth. When these words came out, everyone was once again dumbstruck. You're really hungry. Mu Bingjie was actually speechless and could only shake her head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Following that, my phone rushed over. He looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of strangeness and said, "Senior brother Qianyu, you won't directly go from being my senior brother to my master in the future, right?" At those words, Su Qianyu skimmed him. "You don't?" Bai Feng wanted to cry. "Actually, my master is quite good to me." Su Qianyu raised his eyebrows slightly. "What the hell are you trying to say?" "I'd like to say, senior brother Qiyu, can you be a little gentler to my master? Tonight." Even Su Qianyu froze. Could it be that the sixth elder was really horny? Is he going? Or does? Go back to the room. You've been a bully today. Chu Yanran looked at Su Qianyu with a smirk. At those words, Su Qianyu wrapped him in his arms. Then he handed out his identity token and laughed. "The prestige and everything is fake. My challenge to the Tangshan Tower this time is entirely for the points. This time, little master, I'm also finally a tycoon." With that, he handed the token to Chu Yanran. "I have over 100,000 points here. I'll split half of them with you." Chu Yanran blinked. "This half is tens of thousands of points. You're that willing to part with it?" Hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled evilly. He came to Chu Yanran's snow-white neck and whispered in his ear, "Mother, your whole person is mine. Your whole body has been touched by me. Do you still care about this point?" Chu Yanran was immediately filled with blush, but at the same time, she was also very touched inwardly that Su Qianyu had not forgotten herself. In the next second, she suddenly lowered her head and whispered, "Actually, there's another place you haven't touched." Su Qianyu raised his eyebrows. "Which place?" Chu Yanran's cheeks were red, as if it was a bit difficult to speak, then slowly turned around. "This place. Just remember, be gentle." Su Qianyu's eyes flashed a brilliant light when he saw this, and there was even a blazing flame burning in his heart. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Why hadn't he thought of this place before? He then quickly undressed and the two were instantly honest. "Mistress, I'm coming." "Oh." As Su Qianyu's voice fell, the two almost simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss. Su Qianyu's eyes widened. Chu Yanran, on the other hand, had a red face and was shy in her heart. In the meantime, in the house opposite Su Qianyu, Mo Euro sat on the bed with a face full of tangles, tossing and turning. Could it really be that I've misunderstood him and he really is a good person? She had just been thinking a lot. Thinking about Su Qianyu's performance today and what the other party had done since joining the Heavenly Sword sect. She was suddenly at a loss. Su Qianyu, it seems, is not as bad as he thought. Mo Euro then exhaled a deep breath. Perhaps, it's really because I'm prejudiced against him. Thinking of this, her red lips tightened. But I even wronged him in public today. Should I go apologize to him? After some internal struggle, Mo Euro still stood up. It's not just apologizing and admitting fault. What's there to be afraid of? Just go. She no longer hesitates and walks directly out of the room. However, she had only taken a few steps out and was just about to open the door to her room when a blush-inducing sound came out from the middle of Su Qianyu's room. In an instant, Mo Euro's body froze, and the top of her pretty face instantly turned red. This deadbeat old colorist. She clenched her silver teeth, then ran away as if she had fled. Bang! Mo Euro closed the door to her room tightly, but the scarlet on her face grew redder and redder. Chapter 66, Why don't you give your body to me? The night is tantalizing. Spring has sprung and everything is revived. Chu Yanyan was lying on Su Qianyu's body like a kitten, and because she had just finished the battle, her face still had a scarlet red that hadn't dissipated. You broke through again? Looking at Su Qianyu whose breath was surging on his body, Chu Yanran had a puzzled look in her eyes. She could now confirm that Su Qianyu seemed to really be able to cultivate by doing such things. Keep this matter quiet. Su Qianyu uttered a command. After a great battle with Chu Yanran, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the Earth Shen second level realm, only that the Yin-Yang Chaos skill that he cultivated was still at the middle Shen level, and hadn't been upgraded for a long time. Su Qianyu guessed that perhaps it was because he had been double cultivating with Chu Yanran recently, and if he wanted to raise his level, he might need to double cultivate with someone else in order to do so. It gave him a major headache. Where are you going to find someone else to double-cross? I'm not stupid. Chu Yanran rolled her eyes. Then she suddenly thought of something and narrowed her eyes and asked, Do you think I'm busty? As she said that, she also proudly puffed out her chest. Su Qianyu glanced at it. The waves are raging, and there is a great deal of excitement. The first two words suit you better. At those words, Chu Yanran then let out a delicate hum. Then she pulled over the quilt and covered herself, waved her hand and said, The sixth elder is still waiting for you, so go on. I'm going to sleep too. Su Qianyu's expression was a bit strange. You say, what exactly does the sixth elder want to do by calling me over at this time? At this, he was equally very puzzled. It couldn't really be that the sixth elder was horny and wanted to have a deeper exchange with himself, could it? But why him? You won't know if you go. Chu Yanran seemed to be really tossed around by Su Qianyu. Sleepiness hit her, and her voice became a little smaller. Then what if the sixth elder really has his eye on me? Su Qianyu let out a bitter smile. In his memory, the sixth elder's age was quite a bit older than Chu Yanran. In case the other party really looked at himself, he didn't even know how to mess up. What else can I do? You just steal the joy. After saying that, Chu Yanran fell into a deep sleep with an overworked look. Su Qianyu hemmed and hawed at the sight. Then he got dressed and walked straight out of the room. The moonlight was bright and spilled down. The entire heavenly sword sect looked very quiet under the night. Swish! Su Qianyu traveled through the forest paths and soon came to a quiet courtyard. Bibo Courtyard. This was exactly where sixth elder Zhao Ningxuan lived. Su Qianyu looked around and suddenly saw that at the edge of the sparkling lake, there was a stunningly beautiful back standing. Disciple Su Qianyu, meet the sixth elder. Su Qianyu immediately walked over and slightly arched his hand. Swish! Zhao Ningxuan, however, suddenly turned around. She reached out her hands and tightly clasped both of Su Qianyu's shoulders. You're finally here. Only Zhao Ningxuan's beautiful eyes gazed at Su Qianyu, with a faint smile on her face. Sixth elder. Su Qianyu's face changed. What are you trying to say? Zhao Ningxuan seemed to be smiling. Sixth elder. Don't use force. Zhao Ningxuan's pair of Danfeng eyes narrowed slightly. So what if I just have to use force? At those words, Su Qianyu took a deep breath. With a look of righteousness, he spoke. Then I can only reluctantly cooperate with the sixth elder. After saying that, he simply closed his eyes. Put. Looking at Su Qianyu in this painful and happy appearance, Zhao Ningxuan finally failed to hold back and let out a giggle. You're really thinking about it. She let go of Su Qianyu's shoulders and spoke. I called you over this time. Indeed, I want to have an in-depth conversation with you. Saying that, she glared at Su Qianyu. But not the kind of in-depth communication you're thinking of. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu hemmed and hawed. The sixth elder can just say what he has to say. There's no need to scare me. Zhao Ningxuan rolled her eyes as she moved in front of Su Qianyu. Smiling but not laughing. Was I really that scary just now? Su Qianyu smiled resentfully. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Zhao Ningxuan continued. What about my calling you here this time? There are mainly two things. For one, I want to tell you that even though you refused me to be your protector before, the patriarch was still worried about your safety. So he put me in charge of protecting you in the dark, and I'm now formally informing you of this. Su Qianyu nodded. Mo Yuntian was obviously doing this because he was worried that the last time he was assassinated would happen again, and that's why he asked the sixth elder to protect him. As for one more thing, Zhao Ningxuan looked at Su Qianyu and said, Today, I saw that you seem to have used wind attribute Xian force when you were fighting Lin Han. Hearing this, Su Qianyu did not hide it. My awakened nine-dragon battle body has currently begun cultivating in the hurricane mysterious realm, all possessing some wind attribute Xian power. Zhao Ningxuan nodded. Nine dragons battle body. This kind of physique is considered the top among all battle bodies. No wonder Lin Han is not your opponent at the same realm. But don't be complacent just yet. Your strength is indeed strong, but your speed still needs to be improved. Saying that, Zhao Ningxuan immediately poured cold water. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, nodded his head in deep thought. This I know, so I'm going to spend the next part of my life cultivating in the middle of the hurricane mysterious realm until I awaken the wind dragon vein. He certainly understood that speed was his shortcoming. That was why he had been trying to gather enough points to go to the hurricane mystic realm to cultivate, also so that he could make up for this shortcoming. Other than the hurricane mystic realm, I have another method here that will allow you to increase your speed, and that's the second thing I just said. As Zhao Ningxuan spoke, she flipped her palm and took out a pure white tome and threw it to Su Qianyu. Chasing clouds and stepping on the moon? Su Qianyu immediately brightened up after checking it out. This was actually an earth-grade lower-grade body technique martial skill. Cultivating this cloud-chasing moon-treading step, your stance will be greatly improved. And this martial art can also explode into even more extreme speed in the middle of the night. So if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat in the future, there is absolutely no problem using it to run away. Zhao Ningxuan opened her mouth and introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu's heart was instantly ecstatic. What he himself lacked the most right now was a body technique martial skill. In fact, he had cultivated a yellow grade extreme grade body technique martial skill in his last life, but because the grade was too low, the improvement to himself was not obvious, so he did not cultivate it in this life. And now, an earth grade lower grade body technique martial skill could perfectly solve this problem. Even more, if he awakened the wind dragon vein, the boost he would receive would be even more terrifying. Thank you, sixth elder. Su Qianyu beautifully took it in. Cultivating the cloud chasing and moon treading steps under the moonlight will be more effective. You can try cultivating it now, Zhao Ningxuan said with a smile. The reason why she gave this martial art to Su Qianyu was so that he could have better self-protection ability. After all, Su Qianyu's life and death was related to the safety of the Heavenly Sword sect, so she had to treat it carefully. The second was that she had seen Su Qianyu's terrifying talent today, so she had moved to love her talent. And only then would she give all of her famous techniques to Su Qianyu to cultivate. If she didn't know that Su Qianyu's background was strong, she would even want to accept Su Qianyu as a disciple. And at this moment, Su Qianyu could not wait to start practicing the cloud chasing and moon treading steps. His figure seemed to be empowered in the night, drifting without a trace, coming and going without a shadow. So it's because of this reason that Sixth Elder asked me to come to her at the hour. Su Qianyu also understood Zhao Ningxuan's intentions. Swish! Soon, Su Qianyu arrived in front of Zhao Ningxuan. Many thanks to Sixth Elder for the gift. Su Qianyu sincerely thanked him. Zhao Ningxuan was suddenly playful and flirted. Then don't just move your mouth. Tell me how you want to thank me? Su Qianyu took a deep breath and said solemnly. Sixth Elder's great kindness, the late generation is unable to repay. Or, I'll give my body in return? Zhao Ningxuan sniffed and rolled her eyes. You're thinking pretty well, but I'm not interested in little dolls like you. Su Qianyu looked up slyly. I'm actually not small. Zhao Ningxuan's beautiful eyes flashed. So pull it out and take a look? Su Qianyu instantly showed a difficult expression. This isn't very good, is it? Zhao Ningxuan raised an eyebrow. If it can satisfy me, perhaps I can actually have some in-depth communication with you. Oh, she said with a seductive look on her face. Su Qianyu's expression instantly froze. Stain. A little kid still wants to fight me. He's still a little too young. Zhao Ningxuan smiled smugly when she saw this. Alright, go back by yourself. I'm going to rest too. When she finished, she waved her hand. Su Qianyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings to the Sixth Elder. When he finished speaking, he likewise turned to leave. Senior brother Qiyu. However, Su Qianyu had only just walked out of the Bibo courtyard when a voice suddenly came out from the side. Looking back, the visitor was surprisingly Bai Feng, only to see that he was sneaking around, burrowing out of a thick patch of grass. It looked like he had been waiting here for a long time. What are you doing? Bai Feng hurriedly ran over, circled around Su Qianyu a few times, and twitched his nose to sniff. Qiyu, senior brother, how about you and my master? Hearing this, Su Qianyu was angry and amused. So, you've been hiding here for so long just for this? Bai Feng was filled with complexity. Master has known me well, and if she really has her eye on you, I can only. Su Qianyu raised his eyebrows. How can it only be? As if he had made up his mind, Bai Feng said seriously. Big deal. I'll call you master, but you mustn't fail my master. Otherwise I. Looking at the other party's determined expression, Su Qianyu was really close to suffocating his internal injuries, but still pretended to be angry. How about otherwise? Do you still want to hit me? At those words, Bai Feng was instantly absent, giving him 100 guts. He wouldn't dare to make a move against Su Qianyu. Brother, you're my own brother. Is it not okay for me to kneel down for you? After saying that, he actually did directly kneel down for Su Qianyu. Fortunately, Su Qianyu was quick to assist him. Alright, I'm just kidding you. The Sixth Elder called me here just to tell me something. It's not what you think at all. Bai Feng instantly blushed with joy. Really? Su Qianyu shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Sixth Elder yourself. Now Bai Feng was completely convinced, and at the same time was so excited that he burst into tears. Su Qianyu. He let go of the other man as soon as he could. Put. Bai Feng knelt down in front of Su Qianyu in a flash. White Maple. Chapter 67, Entering the Devil. The night is thick. There was silence in all directions. The bright moonlight spills over the world, but there are eventually some places that even the moonlight cannot reflect. Heavenly Sword Sect. A dark forest. That damn Su Qianyu. I even slapped Lin Han. He shouldn't come after me again, right? Xin Xiao walked in the middle of the forest, looking at his empty broken arm. A look of resentment once again appeared on his face. Both of you wait for me. When I have the strength, I will definitely make you two dog bastards pay for your blood. Whether it was Su Qianyu, the culprit, or Lin Han, who had instructed him to do it, he hated both of them to the extreme. Hoo. Gust of wind. The birds and animals in the forest scattered in terror. Xin Xiao directly cursed at the sight. What a Thai weather. With that, he sped up, but at that moment, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be an additional looming silhouette in front of him. What man? Xin Xiao stopped in his tracks. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he frowned. Who's pretending to be there? He uttered a chortle. Suddenly, the figure moved. Swish! An overcast wind swept through. The shadowy black figure actually arrived in front of Qin Xiao in an instant and reached out a hand to squeeze Qin Xiao's neck to death. It's you, Lin Han. Looking at the hideous and incomparable face of the person in front of him, Qin Shao fiercely widened his eyes. Finally, it's time for you. Lin Han opened his mouth with a hoarse voice, and his voice was very cold, as if it came from the underworld. Senior brother Lin Han, you can't blame me. At that time I was really afraid of that Su Qianyu. He forced me to hit you. Qin Shao could only beg for mercy as he was strangled. He knew that Lin Han must be harboring a grudge because he had slapped the other party during the daytime. I don't blame you. Lin Han looked at Qin Shao in front of him. Suddenly, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and the muscles on his face actually began to twist. How can I blame you? Another gust of cloudy wind struck, rustling the entire forest, along with the moonlight, which was completely obscured. Senior brother Lin Han, what are you doing? Looking at the bizarre scene in front of him, Qin Shao was filled with horror. Of course I'm going to eat you up. Lin Han stared at Qin Shao with a face full of grimace, and immediately after, he covered the other party's mouth with one hand in death. Then, he lowered his head and took a bite on Qin Shao's neck. Giggle. Blood instantly shot out. Qin Shao's face instantly turned pale as his body trembled violently, but he was held by Lin Han so tightly that he couldn't even scream. No, don't. Qin Shao struggled for help. His pupils reflected Lin Han's hideous and ghastly face, and he only felt that his whole body was freezing cold, and he was terrified to the extreme inside. Devil, you're the devil. The hot blood soaked all of Qin Shao's body. Ho ho ho. Lin Han ignored the struggling Qin Shao. He lowered his head and bit the other party's neck to death, his entire body unexpectedly emitting gusts of black mist, and the expression on his face was both hideous and insane. You're. Qin Shao became more and more alarmed, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. In the end, his body went completely limp, instantly collapsing onto the blood-covered ground, to the point of death. He stared wide-eyed. Ho ho ho. Lin Han slowly got up as he looked at Qin Shao's corpse, but the color of madness in his eyes did not dissipate in the slightest. Eat up. I will eat up all those who have offended me. All of them. The winds are howling and the clouds are covering the moon. The bright moon was completely obscured, and even the sky seemed to be tinted with a scarlet blood color. And in the midst of this dense forest, a hoarse sound rang out that was creepy to hear. Little chill. You have entered the devil. The next day, Su Qianyu was cultivating in the hurricane secret realm. Since he had more than 100,000 points, Su Qianyu came directly to the hurricane secret realm the next day. The current him was incomparably rich, and even living in the middle of the hurricane mystic realm didn't pose any problems. Su Qianyu. Just then, a hurried voice rang out. Su Qianyu looked back as Mo Euro arrived with a face full of gravity. You asked for me? Su Qianyu asked. However, it could be heard that compared to before, Su Qianyu's attitude towards Mo Euro was much colder. What do you mean by that tone? Mo Euro naturally heard it and questioned. If you have something to say, don't hold me up. Su Qianyu, however, had absolutely no intention of answering the other party. Yesterday, Mo Euro indiscriminately stood on the moral high ground and accused himself, and although he didn't hold a grudge, he was still a bit diabolical. Mo Euro's pretty face was slightly angry. However, when she thought of the bizarre incident she had just seen, she still forced down the emotions in her heart and explained in a deep voice. Qin Shao is dead. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. What's going on? Mo Euro stared tightly at Su Qianyu. Upon seeing that the other party seemed genuinely unaware of the situation, for some reason, her originally tightened heart suddenly loosened up. Are you sure you didn't kill him? Still, she questioned. Gamely, Su Qianyu directly turned around. If you say some more nonsense, please stop wasting my time. Hearing this, Mo Euro's eyes immediately turned a little red, and inwardly she only felt incomparably aggrieved. Isn't it just wrong to blame you? I was ready to apologize to you yesterday. Obviously you had to do that yourself, so I didn't dare to come over. It's so petty. Immediately afterward, she took a deep breath anyway. When Qin Shao's body was found, it had already been gnawed to the point of being nothing but scraps. There wasn't even a single piece of good meat on his body, and the scene was so bloody that no one would have been able to recognize it if it wasn't for his storage ring. At those words, Su Qianyu frowned. So, he had a sudden sense of foreboding. Mo Euro looked at Su Qianyu and said, this matter has caused a very strong panic in the sect. The sixth elder has taken over this matter and is in the middle of the investigation. But you and Lin Han are the most suspicious. Su Qianyu didn't say anything. Yesterday, Qin Shao had offended himself and at the same time slapped Lin Han in public. But now Qin Shao was dead. In that case, he and Lin Han were indeed the most suspicious. The sixth elder told you to come to me? Su Qianyu looked at Mo Euro and inquired. Someone has gone to look for Lin Han. The sixth elder asked you to go as well. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu pondered for a moment. Then still, he turned around and left the hurricane's secret realm. No matter what, he was under suspicion. Plus the matter was under the responsibility of the sixth elder. So he had to give the sixth elder a face in any case. You really didn't kill Qin Shao? Mo Euro followed behind Su Qianyu and asked again. I don't have that kind of fetish. Su Qianyu spoke faintly. Mo Euro then breathed a sigh of relief. She saw the crime scene with her own eyes. The scene can be described as extremely bloody and brutal. Qin Shao's whole person was gnawed without a piece of good meat, and even the bones were broken section by section. The real dead body. But suddenly, Mo Euro stopped in her tracks. Her face was filled with shock and panic. Her voice trembling. If it's not you, then there's only one person left. Chapter 68 The Sting Before the Hungry Wolf Pounces. Law Enforcement Hall. The atmosphere was very solemn. Sixth Elder Zhao Ningxuan was seated high above him. There were also quite a few disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Law Enforcement Hall around. And at this moment, everyone's expressions looked extremely grave, even a little panicked. The Heavenly Sword Sect's regulations never allowed the occurrence of sect disciples killing each other. But now, Qin Shao was dead, and it's still in pieces and dead. It was different from the last time Su Qianyu killed Lu Xiu. If Su Qianyu killing Lu Xiu was extenuating, then this time, Qin Shao being brutally killed had completely touched the bottom line of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Su Qianyu and Lin Han have arrived. As one person spoke in a deep voice, several silhouettes stepped into the law enforcement hall from outside at the same time. Only Lin Han, dressed in a black suit, with a faint smile on his face, came forward without haste. Su Qianyu followed closely behind, but as he brushed past Lin Han, Su Qianyu's brows furrowed as he sensed a very distasteful aura from the other party. What were you all doing last night? As the two arrived, Zhao Ningxuan swept her gaze around and opened the door to ask. Back to the sixth elder. I had been cultivating in my mansion last night and didn't leave by half a step. Lin Han replied with a smile on his face and arched his hand. Zhao Ningxuan raised her head slightly. May I have a witness? Lin Han shook his head. I don't know then. Anyway, I didn't see anyone else when I returned to the mansion yesterday. At those words, Zhao Ningxuan didn't say anything. She then looked at Su Qianyu on the other side. According to her investigation, she found that the time of Qin Zhao's death should be in the early hours of last night, and at that time, it happened to be the time that she let Su Qianyu leave. Plus Su Qianyu already had a problem with Qin Shao. After I left the Baibo courtyard last night, I went straight back to the mansion and didn't go anywhere else. Su Qianyu spoke indifferently. May I have a witness? Zhao Ningxuan similarly inquired. I don't know. Su Qianyu shook his head. He'd gotten back late yesterday, and he wasn't sure if anyone had seen him on the road. At those words, the expressions of the people in the four corners of the room became more and more grave. Su Qianyu and Lin Han is the biggest suspect in this matter, but one after another open-mouthed denial, and no witnesses. In the end, is one of them lying, or that the murderer is really someone else? Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Just as Zhao Ningxuan was pondering, Lin Han below suddenly spoke. The crowd looked at him. Lin Han wore a smile on his face as he spoke. I know that right now. Senior brother Su Qianyu and I are the biggest suspects. Since that's the case, then I'm willing to accept the sect's punishment and voluntarily go to the border to kill the enemy and prove my innocence. At those words, the crowd was a bit surprised. The Heavenly Sword Sect has a clear provision for the punishment of killing a disciple of the same sect privately, with the lighter one being sent to the border to kill the enemy in battle, and the heavier one being beheaded directly. And the punishment of being sent to the border was definitely something that all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were unwilling to accept. After all, if one was within the sect, not only could one enjoy the various benefits of the sect, but more crucially, there would be no danger to one's life. But traveling to the border is a whole different story. There's war, and there's death. Once you go to the border, then you really need to go into battle and kill the enemy. And that means that at any time, you may lose your life on the battlefield. This was why being sent to the border was the most severe punishment in the Heavenly Sword Sect besides being beheaded on the spot. And for Lin Han to voluntarily accept the punishment of being sent to the border now when he was still only a suspect was indeed a form of self-incrimination. Following that, Lin Han continued with a smile. But then, whether or not senior brother Qianyu was willing to do the same, then I don't know. Zhao Ningxuan could hear it. Lin Han was forcing Su Qianyu. The two were equally the biggest suspects, and Lin Han had taken the initiative to travel to the border to prove his innocence. So if Su Qianyu was unwilling, wouldn't that mean there was a ghost in his heart? Just as the crowd landed their gazes on Su Qianyu, he suddenly laughed and smiled very brightly. He had been wondering when he would make a trip to the border, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come this way. He then looked at Lin Han. You don't need to play such boring tricks in front of me. Isn't it just going to the border? I'll just go with you. Everyone froze. Su Qianyu is actually willing to go to the border as well? At those words, Zhao Ningxuang frowned slightly. She looked at Su Qianyu and Lin Han and said, now that the murderer hasn't been found, I'm not trying to punish you. After all, Su Qianyu's identity was special. Once an accident happened on the battlefield, under the wrath of that powerful person from the divine realm, it would be a disaster for the entire Heavenly Sword sect. So Zhao Ningxuang didn't want Su Qianyu to go to the border. Let's say a month then. And when a month passes, if the sixth elder hasn't found the murderer, then I'm willing to travel to the border and prove my innocence. Su Qianyu said with a smile. 1 month is enough time for him to fully awaken the wind dragon vein, and then he will go to the border to cultivate the earth dragon vein in the heavy earth abyss. Why do you have to go to the border? After leaving the law enforcement hall, Mo Yuro followed behind Su Qianyu and asked with some doubts. Originally, Zhao Ningxuang was not prepared to agree, but under the insistence of both Su Qianyu and Lin Han, she finally agreed. She spends a month tracking it down, and if she can't find out who the murderer is, Su Qianyu and Lin Han will head to the border together to prove their innocence. Don't you think that Lin Han is a bit strange today? Su Qianyu didn't explain to the other party, but asked in return. At those words, Mo Yuro froze slightly. What's strange? Su Qianyu's eyes were deep. Lin Han today seems to be particularly quiet. From the moment he saw Lin Han today, the other party had always seemed very calm and spoke very naturally, even giving the impression that he had premeditated in advance. Hearing this, Mo Yuro was thoughtful. What's wrong with that? She still didn't understand what Su Qianyu meant. Hearing this, Su Qianyu sideways skimmed Mo Yuro, and from his angle, he could just see the proud capital on Mo Yuro's chest. Where are your eyes looking, you old colorful bastard? Mo Yuro's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly blocked herself with her hands while glaring angrily at Su Qianyu. Stains. Su Qianyu smiled and shook his head. Damn rascal. Mo Yuro cursed. But suddenly, the expression froze instantly. She seemed to know why Su Qianyu was looking at herself like that. Chesty. She could almost see these 4 words that made her ashamed and annoyed from among Su Qianyu's eyes just now. Stop right there. Mo Yuro had a red face and quickly chased after her. I know I was wrong about you yesterday, but it's not like I didn't mean it, so can't I just apologize to you? At those words, Su Qianyu stopped her steps. He looked at Mo Yuro and said indifferently, if apologizing is useful, what's the point of the sect opening the law enforcement hall? You'd better think about how to compensate me. Looking at Su Qianyu's gaze, Mo Yuro's pretty face became more and more flushed. This guy wouldn't be trying to make himself give his body to her, right? Blah blah blah. Dream on. I can give you points. Su Qianyu shook his head. You know, I'm not short on points right now. At those words, Mo Yuro's expression looked even more constricted. So what do you want? She glared viciously at Su Qianyu. I can forgive you, but you have to promise me one thing, Su Qianyu said as he looked at the other party. What is it? I haven't figured out exactly what yet, but when I do, you can't say no. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuro still nodded her head after struggling internally. Su Qianyu was a bit surprised to see this. He didn't think that Mo Yuro would actually agree to himself, so he waved his hand. Okay, then I forgive you. Mo Yuro was anxious and angry, and hurriedly pursued. You still haven't said why Lin Han is strange. Su Qianyu's footsteps did not stop. Faintly speaking, his current state is more like a kind of hibernation before a hungry wolf pounces. Chapter 69, Pavilion Master Duan's Decision. Time passes slowly. During this time Su Qianyu had been cultivating in the hurricane mystic realm. Even though there was more than a gale in it, Su Qianyu's speed and stability had improved a lot more than before. Plus, he had also cultivated the cloud-chasing moon treading steps now, and was already able to walk up to 300 feet in the hurricane mysterious realm. According to my current progress, it's estimated that it won't take more than a month before I can completely awaken the wind dragon vein. Essence flickered in Su Qianyu's eyes. If I cultivate the cloud-chasing and moon treading steps to a great completion again, I will be able to far surpass those in the same realm in terms of speed alone. And then I will be able to go to the border to cultivate the earthen dragon vein and be relatively safe. Just as Su Qianyu was trying to cultivate, a man in a long white coat walked over. This should be senior brother Qianyu, right? The man looked at Su Qianyu and asked with a smile on his face. You are? Su Qianyu looked back. The other party's appearance looked somewhat familiar. I'm from the martial technique pavilion. If senior brother doesn't mind, you can call me senior brother Wang. It's Pavilion Master Duan who asked me to invite senior brother Qianyu to come over, the man said in a friendly manner. Su Qianyu was a little surprised at what he heard. Pavilion Master Duan actually had something to look for himself? Since the last time Pavilion Master Duan rejected himself, he had gone to the other party a few more times, but they had never mentioned the matter of the inheritance, and had simply asked for advice on some issues in cultivation. Senior brother Wang, Did Pavilion Master Duan say what it was about? The man shook his head. The Pavilion Master did not say. Just let me come to invite the senior brother to go over for a while. But, said the man with a somewhat sad sigh. I see. Su Qianyu nodded. Then the two of them left the Hurricane Mystic Realm together and walked towards the direction where the Martial Skill Pavilion was located. Pavilion Master Duan is probably dying. He probably understood why the other man sighed. According to the time calculation, Pavilion Master Duan was indeed about to reach his end. And this time when he was called to go over, it was very likely that it was related to the other party's inheritance. Could it be that Pavilion Master Duan changed his mind temporarily? Su Qianyu thought this in his heart. If he could really obtain the inheritance of Pavilion Master Duan, it would be even better. Soon, under the man's leadership, the two came to the Martial Skills Pavilion. Only that today's Martial Skills Pavilion appeared exceptionally cold and clear, with not a single person inside. Stepping into it, Su Qianyu saw Pavilion Master Duan at a glance. Only today's Duan Pavilion Master even became gray hair. Physical appearance appears old. Eyes are incomparably cloudy. There you are. After seeing Su Qianyu, Pavilion Master Duan's very weak voice rang out. This is just after less than a month time. Su Qianyu did not expect the other party has undergone such a big change. Even the voice has become a little hoarse, completely no longer before the wanton spontaneity. The life force in its body had almost completely disappeared, like a weak fire candle swaying in the wind and snow that could go out at any time. And here, he also saw Lin Han. The other party had obviously arrived before him, and was currently sitting beside Pavilion Master Duan, looking at himself with teasing eyes. However, Su Qianyu simply ignored the other party and instead bowed to Pavilion Master Duan. Late generation Su Qianyu, meet Pavilion Master Duan. At those words, Pavilion Master Duan gently waved his hand. You sit down too. Su Qianyu had no problem sitting on the other side of Pavilion Master Duan. Seeing this, that senior brother Wang walked out, and at the same time closed the door completely, leaving only Su Qianyu and Lin Han, as well as Pavilion Master Duan, in the large martial arts pavilion. I called you all here today because I'm dying, and even though my life is full of regrets, I still want to leave my legacy behind, to prove, at least, that I've existed in this world. Pavilion Master Duan opened the door and said. At those words, a brilliant light flashed in Lin Han's eyes. The other party was obviously arranging for the aftermath. As long as he could obtain the other party's inheritance, his strength would definitely be qualitatively improved. Although Su Qianyu also had some expectations, he was also very emotional. Even as strong as Pavilion Master Duan, he also could not escape the fate of old age and death. Pavilion Master Duan, then quickly give me the inheritance. I will definitely carry it forward and find a chance to rescue your daughter from the 10,000 Devils sect. Lin Han looked solemnly at Pavilion Master Duan. While saying that, he also looked at Su Qianyu with a gaze full of provocation. It seemed to be mocking the other party's failure and incompetence. After all, Pavilion Master Duan had personally said before that he would leave the inheritance to himself. However, this time, Pavilion Master Duan did not speak. He just surveyed the two with a calm gaze, then looked at Lin Han and said, Before, it was you who sent someone to assassinate Su Qianyu, right? At those words, Lin Han's face changed. Pavilion Master Duan, you must have misunderstood me. How could I possibly do such a thing? He hurriedly explained. He hadn't gotten the other party's inheritance yet, so he must not leave a bad impression on the other party. However, Pavilion Master Duan didn't even look at him and only spoke faintly. Do you really think that I'm senile? I just scolded you earlier, and Su Qianyu was assassinated the next day. Do you think I don't know anything just because I live deep in this place? Facing Pavilion Master Duan's questioning, Lin Han was speechless. He knew that he had still underestimated Pavilion Master Duan's methods, as well as the other party's intelligence, and could only remain silent. I had already promised to leave you all the inheritance at that time, but why did you still be so ruthless and put Su Qianyu to death? Pavilion Master Duan looked up at Lin Han, his tone filled with disappointment. Lin Han remained silent. Seeing that the other party bowed his head and didn't speak, Pavilion Master Duan sighed. Your talent is indeed good. At least it's better than me. With that, its words changed. But your character is too vile for me to tolerate my heritage falling into the hands of such a villain. That's why I've decided that even if I go back on my word today, I won't hand over the inheritance to you. When these words came out, Lin Han was instantly dumbfounded. What? He hastened to look at the other man. Pavilion Master Duan, you're joking, right? You clearly promised me before. How can you? Panic. He was genuinely panicking. Originally, when he saw Su Qianyu here, he had a bad premonition in his heart. And now that Pavilion Master Duan himself said these words, it made him feel like he was being bombarded by thunder. Even Su Qianyu was surprised. I'm not joking with you. This time, I called Su Qianyu over just to give him the inheritance. Pavilion Master Duan continued to speak, his voice indifferent. At those words, Lin Han only felt cold all over. He looked at Pavilion Master Duan angrily, his voice trembling as he spoke. You clearly promised to give me the inheritance before, and my master is still gracious to you. How can you go back on your word? Lin Han was angry and furious. How could he not expect that Pavilion Master Duan would actually change his mind at the last minute? In that case, all his schemes would be in vain. Chapter 70, The Peak. Hearing Lin Han's words, Pavilion Master Duan was even more disappointed, slowly opened his mouth and said, I promised you right before, and Mu Bingjie did have a favor with me, but your fault is that you shouldn't have been so vindictive as to do something so outrageous. I've already imparted some things to you in the past few days. It's also worthy of you and Mu Bingjie's kindness. As for my inheritance, you should stop thinking about it. Cough cough. After Pavilion Master Duan finished speaking, he suddenly coughed violently. Obviously, he was in very bad shape and was down to the wire. Ha 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 ha, I get it. Suddenly, Lin Han laughed maniacally, his eyes becoming bloodshot as he stared deathly at Pavilion Master Duan and Su Qianyu. I get it all. You old thing. You never wanted to give me the inheritance from the beginning. You're in cahoots. You're all in cahoots to cheat me. His expression was hideous, his voice was hoarse, and his tone was filled with violent anger and resentment. He had originally thought that the other party's inheritance was within his reach, but this sudden change caught him off guard, even to the point that his Dao heart collapsed. He had plotted for so long, but in the end, it was actually a basket case. You go. Seeing Lin Han in this state, Pavilion Master Duan no longer had the heart to explain. Fine, all of you. Lin Han panted heavily, his eyes looked at Su Qianyu with rage before slamming the door. Until Lin Han left. Only then did Pavilion Master Duan look at Su Qianyu. You should have guessed that I called you here this time to leave you my inheritance. At those words, Su Qianyu's heart was delighted. Many thanks, Pavilion Master Duan. He bowed to Pavilion Master Duan. There's no need to thank me. Just now I already said that if Lin Han hadn't sent someone to assassinate you, I wouldn't have changed my mind. Pavilion Master Duan shook his head. As he had said, although he loved Su Qianyu more out of the two of them, Su Qianyu and Lin Han's master had after all been kind to him, so he had previously chosen to hand over all of his life's learning to Lin Han. However, what Lin Han had done really disliked him, which was why he decided to follow his heart's choice and had that scene just now. At those words, Su Qianyu smiled. He also didn't expect things to take such a turn for the worse, and this can only be blamed on Lin Han himself. The so-called self-inflicted sins cannot live. This is the truth. Pavilion Master Duan then handed Su Qianyu a storage ring. I don't have much time left and can't continue to instruct you. This contains my life's work and all of my savings. It should be of some help to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu could not be happy for a while. Latecomer thanks Pavilion Master Duan. He slowly accepted the storage ring and thanked him again. Cough cough cough. Pavilion Master Duan laughed and laughed, then coughed violently again. Su Qianyu rushed forward to gently caress the other party's back so that it was slightly better, but it was obvious that Pavilion Master Duan was really close to running out of gas. In fact, there is another reason why I left the inheritance to you. What you said before touched me greatly. I have too many regrets in my life. I don't want to continue to add new regrets before I die. Pavilion Master Duan's voice seemed hoarse and weak. Hearing this, Su Qianyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although all of this sounded like a coincidence, if he wasn't more sincere than Lin Han, I'm afraid that this good thing wouldn't have ended up on his head. Can you promise me one thing? Pavilion Master Duan raised his head with difficulty, and there was a faint light in his eyes that flickered on and off. Su Qianyu knew what the other party wanted to say. He nodded without hesitation and said, Don't worry, Pavilion Master Duan. As I said before, no matter what, if there is a chance, I will definitely find a way to save Senior's daughter. Upon hearing this, a smile of relief surfaced on Pavilion Master Duan's pale face. Be good. Take me out to bask in the sun. Su Qianyu didn't say anything. He pushed the seat underneath Pavilion Master Duan and carefully brought him outside the martial arts pavilion to bask in the sunlight. A good long time. The breeze is blowing and the sun is setting. Even the brightest and hottest sun has to set sometime. Pavilion Master Duan's eyes were only left with a thin slit, and his breath became very weak, as if he was a candle in the wind. During this time, Su Qianyu spoke a lot of words to this old man, but the other party seemed to be unable to even make a reply, just listening quietly. There you go. Pavilion Master Duan's voice was already thin and inaudible. Elder, precious. Su Qianyu's heart was complicated as he bowed to him once again. He turned to leave. The waning sun stretched his shadow. Pavilion Master Duan sat on the reclining chair, struggling to open his eyes as he looked at Su Qianyu's increasingly blurred back, his lips moving slightly. I have no regrets before I die. As the remnants of the sun disappeared completely, his eyes closed completely. The Su Qianyu in front seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly stopped in his tracks as he retraced his steps back to Pavilion Master Duan's side. Looking at the amiable old man in front of him, he whispered softly, "Since Senior believes in me, let me send Senior on his last journey." Duan Court Master passed away. It didn't take long for things to happen before Mo Yuntian and Zhao Ningxuang and a bunch of other Heavenly Sword Sect executives arrived, and they looked at the old man's body for a long time without words. Elder Duan, have a good trip. Mo Yuntian placed the old man's body into a coffin, then gave Su Qianyu a deep look and led his men away. Only Su Qianyu and Zhao Ningxuang were left here. Elder Duan should have given you his inheritance. Zhao Ningxuang's interest didn't seem to be high either as she looked at Su Qianyu and asked. Su Qianyu nodded. Then, did Elder Duan tell you about Red Plume? Seeing that Su Qianyu seemed unclear, Zhao Ningxuang sighed. 12 years ago, during a great battle with the 10,000 Devil Sect, Elder Duan was seriously injured by the 10,000 Devil Sect's patriarch's sneak attack, and her daughter, Duan Hongling, was captured by the 10,000 Devil Sect, and has not been able to be rescued to this day. Since then, Elder Duan could have recuperated properly, but he couldn't stay idle, so the patriarch allowed him to take up the position of Pavilion Master in the Martial Skills Pavilion. Except that we all know that Elder Duan's most assured worry is still that Nini Hongling. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu then understood the old man's past, and at the same time, he also kept the name Duan Hongling close to his heart. Since Elder Duan chose you, then I also believe in Elder Duan's vision. Zhao Ningxuang similarly turned around to leave after she finished speaking. Soon, the news of Pavilion Master Duan's immortal death spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sword Sect, and the other party's true identity was officially made public. Pavilion Master Duan was actually the third elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This news was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly creating a sensation. Many people were very chagrined, regretting that they hadn't been able to curry favor with the other party during Pavilion Master Duan's lifetime, or else they would have been able to gain some benefits in any case. I've got a lot of eyes. No wonder. When I went to the Martial Skill Pavilion earlier, I still saw Senior Brother Lin Han talking and laughing with Pavilion Master Duan. Maybe Senior Brother Lin Han knew about Pavilion Master Duan's true identity a long time ago. I saw it too. Now that Pavilion Master Duan passed away, the inheritance will most likely be handed over to Senior Brother Lin Han. I'm really envious. Chapter 71 Birdshot for Cannon. The next day, the funeral of Lord Duan Ge was held. Heavenly Sword Sect, in a very white square. White flower pots were arranged as if they were a sea of flowers. In the center of that sea of flowers, Pavilion Master Duan was quietly lying inside his coffin, his face kind and benevolent. Mo Yuntian and Zhao Ningxuang and other Heavenly Sword Sect executives arrived as much as they could, and Su Qianyu also stood in the middle of the crowd of many Heavenly Sword Sect disciples with a solemn expression. After attending Lord Duan's funeral, Su Qianyu went straight back to his room. The state of the world is not separated from within life and death, and the dream soul is mostly in parting. After inwardly sighing, Su Qianyu shook his head. Life and death was a matter of fate, and the only thing he could do now was to find a chance to fulfill what he had promised Pavilion Master Duan. Su Qianyu then took out the storage ring that Pavilion Master Duan had handed over to him and carefully looked through it. Soon afterward, he burst out with a great deal of joy. These are the last two stanzas of the Great Faustian Sword Technique. Earlier, he had snatched a martial skill that was only of the upper Xian grade from Lin Han, and it was none other than the Great Faustian Sword skill. After checking it out, he realized that the Great Faustian Sword Technique had three styles, the first being Great Heavenly Faustian Chop, the second being Faustian 10,000 Swords Kill, and the third being One Sword Faustian Destroy All Beings. And when he obtained this martial art, it was designated as a Xian grade upper grade because it was missing the last two stanzas. But now he had actually found the cultivation method for the last two stanzas of the Great Faustian Sword Technique in Pavilion Master Duan's storage ring, completing it. Not only that, Su Qianyu also found the words that Pavilion Master Duan had left for himself during his lifetime, from which he learned that the grade of this great floating sword skill had actually reached a terrifying earth grade upper grade, and was Pavilion Master Duan's specialty. Su Qianyu continued to check. He then found an earth grade lower grade martial skill called the Mad Dragon Flame Fist, a martial skill with a very impressive killing power. With the addition of this martial art, my fire attribute Xian power will be able to fully explode. Essence light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. Previously, his Fire Dragon Palm was based on the evolution of the yellow grade upper grade martial skill, Raging Deity Palm, and since the martial skill itself was not of a high grade, the power that erupted from it was relatively limited. But this earth grade lower grade Mad Dragon Flame Fist solved this problem perfectly. Its itself was a fire attribute martial skill, and after he awakened the fire dragon vein, he was able to utilize 100% of the power of this martial skill. What is it? Suddenly, Su Qianyu let out a light eep. From it he removed a light blue curved pendant with a soft white glow still emanating from it. Heart of the Shallow Moon. Soon, Su Qianyu learned from Pavilion Master Duan's words that this was actually a Xian grade extreme grade spiritual artifact. This Heart of the Shallow Moon can always protect the wearer's spirit from harm. As long as it is not too strong a spiritual attack, the Heart of the Shallow Moon can defend the wearer. Great stuff! Su Qianyu's eyes glowed. To a cultivator, spiritual power was very important. If the spirit was attacked, it would be delirious if it was light, or it would directly turn into an idiot if it was heavy. After all, even if the cultivator's cultivation was strong, that didn't mean that the spiritual power was also strong. And now that Su Qianyu had this Heart of the Shallow Moon, he was at least able to ensure that his spiritual power wasn't crushed by someone. It's a real bird in the hand this time. After putting everything away, the smile on Su Qianyu's face was incomparably bright, and he was even more excited inside. In addition to the goodies up front, Pavilion Master Duan's storage ring also contained his lifelong cultivation tips, as well as a dazzling array of Xian crystals and pills. Unceremoniously speaking, Su Qianyu from this moment onwards, directly from a beggar, turned into a rich and wealthy landlord. With the latter two stances of the great floating sword technique, as well as that mad dragon flame fist, plus this Heart of the Shallow Moon, in terms of combat power alone, it had at least increased by more than 50%. Don't look at the fact that he's only at the second level of the D Xian realm. However, once he exploded into full strength, even if he was allowed to fight against someone at the 6th level of the earthly Xian realm, he would be able to have a fight. No wonder Lin Han grew so fast in his last life. His luck was just a little too good. Su Qianyu couldn't help but lament. According to the original trajectory, Pavilion Master Duan's inheritance would eventually be obtained by Lin Han. And with these things added on, it would be impossible for Lin Han to become stronger even if he didn't want to. Only in this life, he had gripped Lin Han bald. Not only did he snatch the great floating sword technique, but even the inheritance of the Duan Pavilion Master fell into his hands, completely changing the course of the story. Su Qianyu was also very thankful. It was a good thing that he hadn't killed Lin Han earlier, or else he really wouldn't have been able to obtain these things. Most of the month rushed by. During this period of time, Su Qianyu directly lived in the Hurricane's secret realm, and while absorbing the wind attribute Xian force, he was also practicing the various martial arts that he had just recently obtained, such as the clouds chasing moon treading steps as well as the mad dragon blazing flame fist. As for the great Faustian sword technique, he didn't cultivate it in public. After all, that martial arts skill was really too strong, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be mischievous when seen by others. The reasoning of not revealing one's wealth, Su Qianyu still understands. On the other hand, the sect's deliberation hall, Mo Yuntian and Mu Bingjie, as well as many of the Heavenly Sword sect's executives had taken their seats, except that everyone's expressions looked very grave. I called everyone here today because I have two things to say. After Mo Yuntian finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Ningxuang next to him. A month ago, Qin Shao was broken into pieces. And after my recent investigation, said Zhao Ningxuang, pausing and continuing in a deep voice, on Qin Zhao's corpse, there is a trace of demonic qi remaining. When these words came out, the people present were shocked. What? It's someone from the 10,000 Devils sect. But, why did they kill Qin Shao? The faces of many Heavenly Sword sect executives were all changed for a second. The two words demonic qi were absolutely taboo in the Heavenly Sword sect. In the Northern Spirit domain, there were three major super sects. In addition to the Heavenly Sword sect, there was also the 10,000 Devils sect, as well as the Purple Cloud Hall. The three great sects had maintained a relatively stable balance over the centuries, with the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect being completely hostile. The two sides often erupted into conflicts and battles, adding up to countless dead and injured disciples over the years. With an indelible blood feud, the Purple Cloud Hall was in a neutral position, not interfering in the war between the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Demons sect. And it was because of this that the three great sects had remained relatively stable, with no large-scale wars breaking out. There must be spies from the 10,000 Devils sect inside the sect. An elder clapped his hands and spoke angrily. The crowd nodded. This kind of thing is all too normal. Even they had planted undercover agents in the 10,000 Devils sect. Did you find out who killed Qin Shao? Mu Bingjie, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhao Ningxuang shook her head helplessly. I've checked all the suspicious people, and even identified a few spies from the 10,000 Demons sect, but other than that residual demonic aura, I still haven't found the murderer. At those words, the expressions of the crowd grew more and more grave. Could it be those few spies of the 10,000 Demons sect that were caught out? Someone frowned and guessed. Don't rule it out. Zhao Ningxuang said with an expressionless face. It would be nice if it was really those spies. Fear. Suddenly, someone jerked his head up. What about that Su Qianyu and Lin Han? Didn't they say before that they were the most suspicious? Zhao Ningxuang sighed in her heart. She was really afraid of what would come. Chapter 72, Having a Monkey. As this elder spoke out, the atmosphere in the hall also grew heavier and heavier. Lin Han was a once-in-a-century genius of the Heavenly Sword sect, and was the personal disciple of Vice Patriarch Mubingjie. Su Qianyu was even suspected to have a background of a super clan in the divine realm, and even had a blazing flame bead in its own right that could make all beings equal. It can be said that both of them are very special beings. If that murderer who killed Qin Shao was among these two, no matter who it was, the consequences would be very tricky. After my investigation, both of these people are suspected. Only there is no conclusive evidence yet. Zhao Ningxuang spoke in a deep voice. The crowd was silent. That's the worst case scenario. Both of them, however, intend to head to the border as a way to prove their innocence. Zhao Ningxuang added another sentence. Everyone in the hall was shaking their heads. This was a very tricky matter. Once it was not handled well, it would have repercussions for the Heavenly Sword sect. So what is the sovereign's plan? An elder looked at Mo Yuntian and asked. Only Mo Yuntian's fingers gently tapped the reclining chair as he spoke. This is the second thing I'm going to say. A few days ago, news came from Jinbei Pass that they had discovered a huge top-grade Shen mine underground ahead. At those words, the faces of the people were delighted. The Shen mine was exactly where Shen crystals were produced. And a top-grade Shen mine meant that most of the Shen crystals produced in it were top-grade Shen crystals of very good quality. To be able to be described by Mo Yuntian with the word huge meant that this Shen mine was extremely productive. And if it could be taken down, it would be a heavenly good for the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Once they were able to occupy a few more of these Shen mines, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect would be able to share more cultivation resources, thus enhancing the overall strength of all the disciples, which was of great significance. Did you take the Shen mine? Mu Bingjie opened her mouth and asked. Mo Yuntian shook his head. That Shen mine has also been discovered by the 10,000 devil sex people, and they are fighting us for it. And just yesterday, General Xia's men broke out into several battles with them, and both sides lost hundreds of disciples, and they still couldn't take it. In order to minimize casualties, the two sides finally agreed to use a competition between the disciples within the clan to determine the ownership of the Shen mine. So General Xia sent a message back asking me to send him 2 disciples with strong cultivation over to support the battle. As Mo Yuntian finished speaking, the people present realized the seriousness of the problem. A Shen mine that could produce a large amount of top-grade Shen crystals could definitely get the attention of both sects. This Shen mine must be taken. Someone stood up at once and said. The rest of the crowd nodded their heads similarly. This matter was of great importance, and they absolutely could not surrender such a Shen mineral to the 10,000 demons sect. Otherwise, that's growing an enemy against yourself. Mo Yuntian then said. It just so happens that Lin Han and Su Qianyu both have the intention of going to the border. So my idea is to let Lin Han and Mo Yuro go forward to participate in the battle, and let Su Qianyu go to observe the battle. Mo Yuntian didn't finish his sentence, but the crowd understood the meaning of the other's words. Letting Lin Han and Su Qianyu go forward to confront the people of the 10,000 demons sect, or even participate in a battle. In this way, if there really was a spy from the 10,000 devils sect among the two, they might be able to reveal some clues. I'm fine with that. Mu Bingjie was the first to speak. I think so. I don't see a problem with that either. Numerous elders then took a stand. Mo Yuntian's idea was really good. Anyway, he couldn't find out anything within the sect, so he might as well use an opportunity to pull Su Qianyu and Lin Han out to try it out. Then it's decided. 6th elder, go and make the arrangements. But one thing, try to ensure everyone's safety. Mo Yuntian sealed the deal. Good. Zhao Ningxuang nodded. She herself needed to protect Su Qianyu, so this time, it couldn't be better for her to lead the team. A few days later, Su Qianyu walked out of the Hurricane Secret Realm with a smile on his face, finally awakening the Wind Dragon vein. After a month of bitter cultivation in the Hurricane Mystic Realm, he had finally reached the end of the line and had successfully awakened the Wind Dragon vein. Now he walks with the wind. The speed had even increased by more than 1 notch, and although his cultivation level was still at the 2nd level of the Earth Shen realm, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was far superior to people of the same level. In particular, he had also fully cultivated the cloud-chasing moon-treading steps, as well as the Mad Dragon Flaming Fist, and his combat power had been qualitatively improved. You're out. Just as Su Qianyu was about to leave this place, a clear voice suddenly rang out. When he looked up, it was actually Zhao Ningxuang. The 6th elder is waiting for me? Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. A month is up. Zhao Ningxuang opened her mouth to give an explanation. Has the sixth elder found out the murderer? Zhao Ningxuang shook her head. Then the sixth elder is waiting for me. Is it because he wants me to go to the border? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Now that he had awakened the wind dragon vein, it was time to go to the border to cultivate the earth dragon vein. Yes and no. Zhao Ningxuang then roughly told the news of the discovery of Xian minerals in Jinbei Pass, but concealed the matter of the demonic qi. At those words, Su Qianyu frowned. I'm just going to watch the fight? Zhao Ningxuang nodded her head and said, Lin Han needs to go to the battle, but your cultivation doesn't qualify, so you'll only be able to observe the battle. Su Qianyu pondered for a moment, then nodded. No problem, he was just going to the border anyway, it didn't matter what exactly he was going to do. Then you can go back and prepare tonight. We'll leave for Jinbei Pass at noon tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Ningxuang directly left. It's night. Su Qianyu returned to the houses. You're finally willing to come back? Only to see Chu Yanran wearing only a toe-like long skirt. She was lying on the bed with an enchanting figure, a pair of slender legs full of temptation. Her white skin as well as her sexy figure was hidden. But I've been waiting here for you for a few days, so you're willing to let me stay alone? Chu Yanran blinked her eyes and pretended to be pitiful as she delicately said. It had to be said that Chu Yanran was like a ripe peach. Her entire body exuded a very mature charm, especially under the other party's deliberate teasing. Every move was full of extreme temptation. Then isn't this me missing my mother? Su Qianyu had also not touched Chu Yanran for a long time. Under the other party's seduction, it was even more so that the flame in his heart was completely ignited, and like a hungry wolf, he directly pounced on top of Chu Yanran's delicate body. Ah! Chu Yanran let out an exclamation of surprise from her mouth. Woo woo woo. But soon, her cherry mouth was blocked by Su Qianyu's very domineering blockage, and then crazily demanded. At the same time, Su Qianyu's hands were not idle, directly exerting his heaven-grade extreme martial skill of good interpretation, and in 3 strikes, he stripped Chu Yanran clean. Chu Yanran also twisted her body and tried her best to cater to it. Ma'am, let's have another 300 rounds tonight, preferably to give me a monkey. Su Qianyu smiled evilly, and then the two of them were like dry wood meeting a blazing fire, burning up. Aha! Husband, be more vigorous. No need to pity people. Aw, it's so comfortable. I want to give my husband a monkey. Chu Yanran's wonderful voice once again echoed in the midst of the night, causing Mo Euro, who had originally entered a state of cultivation on the opposite side, to instantly break her defense. Especially the words Chu Yanran said made her feel flushed and her whole body was burning. Ah! I just can't take it anymore. Chapter 73, Jiang Yu's arrival. The following day, the sun shone brightly. The heavenly sword sect loomed above the steep steps. A slender silhouette was slowly walking towards the top. Fixing his eyes, it was a young woman wearing a purple sarong, looking about 20 years old, with very snow-white skin. And the most conspicuous thing was that the 2 snowy peaks in front of the other party's body appeared to be very protruding, and the thin gauze clothes could not cover them at all. If Su Qianyu was here, he might have immediately dropped his jaw. This person was actually Jiang Yu. What man? With the woman coming upwards, 2 heavenly sword sect disciples immediately stopped him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These breasts are so white. These legs are so big. Ah no. Is this the legend? Looks thin. Should not be thin, place is really not thin at all. Ah. The 2 heavenly sword sect disciples looked directly dumbfounded. The so-called waves are not as big as they are tolerant. Look away. My ass. What a loser. And stop it. White Maple, who was at the side, looked back at the 2 guys who were still drooling and rolled his eyes. He then straightened his attire. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Jiang Yu and opened her mouth to ask, "This young and beautiful girl, may I ask, what is your business in the Heavenly Sword Sect?" The 2 Heavenly Sword Sect disciples just now stared wide-eyed at the situation. Good. So much for playing it right. You rushed up there on your own ass, and you had the nerve to talk about us just now. I want to join the Heavenly Sword Sect. Jiang Yu raised her head slightly and said in a soft voice. Her voice was very soft, like a trickle of water. Mesmerizing. Bai Feng was even listening to his heart swinging, and he hurriedly wiped his mouth before not making a fool of himself in front of the beauty. This girl, although I would love to become senior siblings with a beautiful woman like you, our Heavenly Sword Sect's enrollment ceremony for this year has already ended, so you can wait until next year to give it a try. Bai Feng looked at Jiang Yu and spoke. No, I must join the Heavenly Sword Sect. Jiang Yu stubbornly raised her head. She knew that her husband was right here, and she definitely couldn't give up so easily. Let's put it this way then. Our Heavenly Sword Sect isn't something that everyone can join, but pretty girl, you're so good looking. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can touch me for a bit, I'll let you join the Heavenly Sword Sect, Bai Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, The two Heavenly Sword sect disciples couldn't help but shake their heads as they cursed Bai Feng for being shameless. Bai Feng was the disciple of 6th elder Zhao Ningxuan, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the earthly Xian realm, which was considered top-notch in the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The woman in front of her, in addition to the waves in front of her body, other places thin arms and legs. How to see how it is not possible to be the opponent of Bai Feng. Even touch do not want to touch Bai Feng. The reason why Bai Feng had said that was purely because he wanted to find a reason to make the other party know what to do. Really? Zhang Yu asked with a face full of anticipation. Of course it's true. Bai Feng patted his chest in assurance. Okay then. The look on Zhang Yu's slightly childishly pretty face was nonetheless very determined. Ugh. That's a bit of a bummer. Bai Feng sighed in his heart. He seemed to have been able to foresee how heartbroken Zhang Yu would be after her failure later on. He didn't want to ruin the wishes of such a beautiful woman. But it couldn't be helped. The clan's rules were here, so he could only be the bad guy for once. Go ahead, girl. After Bai Feng finished speaking, he stood in place with an old-fashioned demeanor while striking what he thought was a very dashing pose. Then I'm going to attack Zhang Yu said with a soft voice. Come on. As long as you can touch me for a second, I'll lose. Bai Feng was smiling and full of pride. Seeing this, Zhang Yu no longer hesitated. She slowly raised her slender hands, and also in the very next second, a violent and fiery fire attribute Xian force suddenly erupted. Only Zhang Yu's palm was surrounded by fiery flames, which then coalesced into a huge flaming palm that shrouded the sky towards Bai Feng. What? The smile on Bai Feng's face instantly froze. Heaven, Tian Xian realm. Holy, don't play like that. His mouth was wide open, both eyes filled with shock, and his entire body was even frozen in place in shock. Boo! There was a loud bang and the birds and animals scattered. And the place where Bai Feng had been a moment ago already had an additional huge charred pit, from which rolling smoke was still emanating. Senior brother Bai Feng. The two Heavenly Sword sect disciples immediately changed their faces when they saw this. Zhang Yu's face likewise turned slightly white when she saw this. I didn't mean it. I just didn't realize he was so weak. Master, I'm not living. Bai Feng was really close to tears. At the moment, his body was burnt to a crisp. His whole body was smoking black. His appearance looked wretched, covering his face all the way. Running to Zhao Ningxuan. What's going on with you? Looking at the Bai Feng in front of her, Zhao Ningxuan almost didn't recognize him. Bai Feng cried with a snotty nose and tears. How could he not have expected that the young beauty who looked so soft and cuddly to have reached the Tianxian realm in cultivation? Just now, when Zhang Yu's palm came down, if it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a defensive spirit artifact, he would have almost hiccuped. What? A Tianxian realm under 20 years old? After hearing Bai Feng's words, Zhao Ningxuan also sat up in shock. 1,000 times over. Master, that little ancestor is waiting outside. Bai Feng wanted to cry. Only now did he realize that he had been deceived by Zhang Yu's soft appearance. Go out and look. Zhao Ningxuan couldn't sit still either and got up in a hurry. In the meantime, above the square of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhang Yu stood timidly in the center, her expression constrained, like a child who had done something wrong. Around her, there were already people surrounding her, and everyone's face was filled with shock and skepticism. She's in the Tianxian realm? But it doesn't look like that to me. There's still a lie to this. It said that senior brother Bai Feng was just slapped by her and cried out. Soon, Mo Yuntian and Zhao Ningxuan and the others quickly arrived, and when they saw Zhang Yu, waves of shock were similarly set off within them. A less than 20-year-old Tianxian realm. They couldn't believe their ears. But it was such a heaven-defying genius that actually wanted to take the initiative to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhao Ningxuan took a deep breath. A smile appeared on her face as she looked towards Zhang Yu and inquired. Don't be afraid, little girl. I'm the 6th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Can you let me take a look at your cultivation? At those words, Zhang Yu took a step back as she looked at Zhao Ningxuan, seemingly confirming that the other party was not a bad person before nodding. Immediately afterward, a fiery and surging Xianli aura instantly filled the air, along with the surrounding air being incinerated. She really is in the Tianxian realm, and there's such pure fire attribute Xian power. My goodness, no wonder even senior brother Bai Feng was defeated. This is too terrifying. The crowd gasped. The scene was extremely agitated, and everyone was completely nonplussed. This is the Vermilion Bird Battle Body. No way. No way. I've picked up a treasure this time. Mo Yuntian, Zhao Ningxuan, and the rest of the senior staff glanced at each other, all of them filled with shock. Perhaps the disciples present couldn't see it, but they could see clearly that the woman in front of them had a very domineering fire attribute Xian force that was exactly like that Vermilion Bird Battle Body, one of the legendary 4 divine beasts battle bodies. Carrying the Vermilion Bird Battle Body, coupled with the other party's terrifying cultivation talent, it was simply an unparalleled genius that would rarely be encountered in 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. Good thing. Really good thing. Mo Yuntian laughed very cheerfully. To have such a demonic genius join the sect, it was a great joy for the entire Heavenly Sword sect. As far as regulations and whatnot, it all depends on the person. Chapter 74 Left and Right. Ha 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 ha. That's great. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. I'm going after this beauty. You fart. How can someone like you be worthy? Of course I'm the only one who's worthy. The many Heavenly Sword sect disciples were immediately filled with fire, their eyes glowing as they looked at Jiang Yu. If you can chase this beauty in front of you, not only will you have a mouthful of good fortune, but you might even be able to eat a bowl of fragrant soft rice. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at this? What do you all mean? Just then, Bai Feng suddenly walked out. He pointed at the injuries on his body while looking at the crowd with a face full of anger and questioned. I was injured like this by her just now, and you guys can still say these words? At those words, the crowd lowered their heads. They knew that right now, Bai Feng was still holding a bellyful of anger, and none of them dared to come out of this mold. But in the next moment, it said that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Since she hit me, she must like me. After saying that, Bai Feng rushed towards Jiang Yu with a smile on his face. This little senior sister. My name is Bai Feng. You can call me senior brother Bai Feng. Or you can call me brother Bai Feng. All present. His grandmother. How can anyone be so shameless? I've never seen such shamelessness. This rebel. Zhao Ningxuan was angry and wanted to laugh at the situation, but her heart was very happy to have such a supreme genius join the sect. Will she have any problems? Suddenly, an elder spoke up. After the previous incident of discovering the demonic qi, the crowd seemed to have become much more cautious. I'll ask. After saying that, Zhao Ningxuan once again came before Jiang Yu. Little girl, why do you want to join the Heavenly Sword sect? Bai Feng also chimed in with a smile on his face. Right. Junior sister hasn't said why she must join the Heavenly Sword sect, but don't worry, junior sister. We'll be a family from now on. You can tell me whatever you need. I'll help you with anything. The people present hated his face as they watched him in this manner. Just now, he was beaten so badly by the other party, but now he started to offer his services. Or not. Jiang Yu blinked her big, watery eyes at her words, a stunning, incomparable smile appearing on her face as she said, I'm here to find my husband. For a moment, the world was quiet. The smile on Bai Feng's face is even more frozen together. The whole person is dumbfounded. Looks like a clown. Su Qianyu, you old colorful bastard. Come out for me. On the subterranean dragon peak, Su Qianyu had just told Chu Yanran about his trip to the border when a dainty voice suddenly sounded. What's all the yelling about? Su Qianyu frowned and opened the door, only to see that outside the door, Mo Euro was glaring at him with a face full of anger, and Bai Feng was even looking at himself with a grimace. Seeing Su Qianyu come out, and with Chu Yanran still beside her, Mo Euro became even more enraged. The affair debt that you yourself have caused outside. You go and settle it yourself. She thought before that she was really wrong about Su Qianyu. Maybe the other party was really a good person. But now, that little loli is not even 20 years old. As a result, he was scourged by Su Qianyu early on. Senior brother Qianyu, you left me without love. Bai Feng also cried out, his eyes full of grudges, like a disgruntled woman who had been abandoned. What are you all talking about? Hearing this, Su Qianyu only felt puzzled. Perhaps something has happened. Let's go and take a look. Chu Yanran seemed to have seen something and opened her mouth. Soon, under Mo Euro's leadership, Su Qianyu and Chu Yanran arrived at the square of the Heavenly Sword sect together. Husband, the moment she saw Su Qianyu, Jiang Yu directly jumped up. Then, Su Qianyu could then only watch as those two rounded meatballs, trembling, crashed over, and then felt an amazing softness. Husband, I've finally found you. Only to see Jiang Yu rushing into Su Qianyu's arms, her petite body hugging Su Qianyu tightly, her face still brimming with a happy smile. At this moment, the square resounded with bursts of heartbreaking sounds, and the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples sighed more than a few times. It was so hard to come up with a new disciple who was talented and good-looking, but it turned out that the name was already taken, and that person is still Su Qianyu. They were utterly dead to the idea. Looking at the two people hugging each other, Bai Feng could not cry. He turned around with gusto. I managed to work up the courage to take the initiative for once, but I didn't think that what I'd get in return was a lifetime of introversion. Crowd. What a tragedy for a man. What brings you here? Su Qianyu was also surprised by Jiang Yu's arrival. I really miss husband too much, so I came. Husband, don't blame concubine, okay? Jiang Yu was like a little rabbit, shrinking in Su Qianyu's arms, softly saying. Seeing this, the crowd present was filled with envy and jealousy. They couldn't wait to replace Su Qianyu immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu thought a lot, then gently patted Jiang Yu's back. Good. I don't blame you. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately smiled with joy. Husband is so nice. She raised her snow-white neck, then kissed Su Qianyu's face. A scarlet red burst above her pretty face. The crowd in the four corners of the room was so envious that their eyes were red. Subsequently, Jiang Yu saw Chu Yanran standing behind Su Qianyu, and her expression immediately changed. Elder ancestor. She hurriedly walked over to Chu Yanran, her face flustered. Chu Yanran was the Chu family's oldest ancestor, and Jiang Yu was Chu Han's illegitimate daughter, so she naturally knew Chu Yanran. You're finally here. Just as Jiang Yu was tense, Chu Yanran smiled gently and pulled her to her side. I've heard my husband talk about you before. You're also a bitter person. I was negligent in the Chu family before. Now that we're all family, in the future we'll refer to each other as sisters. She had long wanted to have one more person to deal with Su Qianyu together, and now it just so happened that Jiang Yu had arrived. Just what she wanted. At least in the future, he didn't have to be tossed around by Su Qianyu alone. At those words, Jiang Yu was instantly filled with joy. Thank you, elder ancestor. She was just so moved. Originally, she thought that Chu Yanran would drive herself away, but she didn't expect that in addition to her husband, there was now another person who was good to her. My God, this is a real winner in life. It's hard not to be convinced. The people in the room were so envious that their mouths soured with envy. At this moment, Su Qianyu's left arm was wrapped around the mature and sexy Chu Yanran. His right hand was holding the gentle and lovely Jiang Yu, and beside him stood the youthful and beautiful Mo Euro. These three beauties were definitely the top of the line regardless of their looks or temperament, but now they were actually all surrounding Su Qianyu. It could be said to have fulfilled the dreams of all the male disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. This little guy is something. Mo Yuntian and Zhao Ningxuang and the others were also incomparably surprised. How could they not expect that Jiang Yu was actually here to find Su Qianyu? But then, my Yu Rou will have another competitor. Mo Yuntian thought thoughtfully. No, I have to find time to talk to Euro. We can't fall behind too many people. Su Qianyu also felt the sour gazes around him. So he said, there are many people here. Let's go back and talk about it. Chu Yanran and Jiang Yu naturally did not have any opinions. Then Su Qianyu embraced his left and right and turned around to leave with Chu Yanran and Jiang Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone present was envious, except Mo Euro, who was so angry that she stomped her feet. This old colorful bastard. One wasn't enough. And now another one. Don't even think about stopping in the future. It's better to drain and dry. Chapter 75. Is there any regression in technology? Take your time to communicate. I'll leave you to it. Chu Yanran did not enter the house with Su Qianyu and Jiang Yu, but instead looked at Su Qianyu with a smile. You're warmly welcome to join me if you want to. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanran instantly had a slightly reddened pretty face, then viciously glared at Su Qianyu. You wish. With that, he turned and walked away. Come in. Su Qianyu then pushed open the door of the room and Jiang Yu followed. Husband, my concubine misses you so much. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Yu crashed into Su Qianyu's arms, and her entire body was even directly hanging on Su Qianyu. In an instant, the aroma was overwhelming and the beauty was there. How did you get to the Tianxian realm? Su Qianyu asked incredulously as he took a closer look at Jiang Yu. He remembered that he did give the other party a yellow level technique as well as some Xian crystals before. But just with those things, breaking through to the true Xian realm was hard enough, and the Tianxian realm was even more impossible. Then how the hell did Jiang Yu do it? I don't know. It seems like I broke through after practicing. Jiang Yu lowered her head and explained in a small voice. At those words, Su Qianyu was actually speechless for a moment. He had previously discovered that Jiang Yu seemed to have a bit of cultivation talent, but now it seemed that this was more than just a bit of talent. It was simply an absolute genius. Husband, you're tired. Let me squeeze your shoulders. Seeing Su Qianyu's delay in speaking, Jiang Yu hurriedly walked behind Su Qianyu and gently massaged him. Jiang Yu's small hand was placed on Su Qianyu's shoulder, and the soft touch caused a wave of relief and pleasure, especially after smelling the fragrance emanating from Jiang Yu's body. An evil fire burned within him. Su Qianyu suddenly turned around. Husband, what are you doing? Jiang Yu was full of shyness and didn't dare to look at Su Qianyu. I haven't seen you for so long. Of course I want to check if your mother's skills have regressed. Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. In 3 tries, he teased Jiang Yu to the point of blushing. Husband. Jiang Yu's big watery eyes looked at Su Qianyu, her eyes full of anticipation. Come on. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is better than a new marriage. And the two of them are now even more dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Burning up. What's going on? But in the next second, Su Qianyu directly froze. He habitually operated the yin-yang chaos technique, but he didn't expect that a very pure and dense Xian Li surged into his body from Jiang Yu's body. Immediately following, Earth Xian Triple Realm, Earth Xian 5 Realm, Earthly Xian 8th Realm. In just a few short breaths of time, the extremely dense Xianli madly surged in, directly causing Su Qianyu's cultivation to break through 6 levels in a row, breaking through to the Earth Xian 8th level realm. Not only that, even the Yin-Yang Chaos technique, which he hadn't upgraded for a long time, had directly risen 2 levels in a row to the Xian grade extreme grade. This is outrageous. If I'm going to screw up like this, what the hell am I going to practice? Su Qianyu's entire body was dumbfounded. You have such power from just one shot yourself? It was barely even different from the first time he did it with Chu Yenran. Husband, what's wrong with you? Is it because my concubine didn't serve you well? Seeing Su Qianyu suddenly stop moving, Jiang Yu hurriedly turned around and asked. Saying that, she was afraid that Su Qianyu would think that her technique had gone backwards. Then she actually moved by herself. Su Qianyu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yu seriously. Mother, today we'll fight for 300 rounds. Jiang Yu immediately blushed. Concubines all listened to their husbands. 2.5 hours later, the sun is shining outside the house, and it's springtime inside. Jiang Yuexin snuggled in Su Qianyu's arms with overflowing feet, a happy smile on her face. I'm going to leave immediately to leave the sect for a trip. You stay in the sect and follow Chu Yenran to familiarize yourself with the sect first. Su Qianyu opened his mouth and said. He had not forgotten that he was leaving for the border today. That fast? Jiang Yu's face was filled with loss at her words. Can I go? She looked at Su Qianyu with an expectant face. No. You must stay in the sect. Just wait for me to return. Su Qianyu touched the other party's small head. Jiang Yu's expression grew more and more disappointed. She had only just met Su Qianyu and didn't expect to be separated again so soon. Then my concubine listens to my husband. Even though her heart was lost, Jiang Yu still said in a soft voice, inside are some Xian crystals and my identity token. There are also tens of thousands of points in it. You can first cultivate seriously in the sect and wait for me to return. Su Qianyu put down a storage ring, then gently kissed the other party's white forehead, then dressed up and walked out of the house. I'll be good and wait for my husband's return, Jiang Yu said with a serious face. However, just at the moment Su Qianyu left, the original Jiang Yu's face, which was filled with loss and reluctance, instantly turned into one of shame and indignation. What you just did makes me sick. Jiang Yu frowned and gritted her teeth, but in the next second, her frown unfurled. Gently and forcefully, he said, you promised me before. The first 2 months let you manipulate your body, and these 2 months' time belongs to me. She was Jiang Yu and also the Red Flame Empress. The two share the same body, but there are 2 completely different personalities residing in it. One was the original Jiang Yu, and the other was the Red Flame Empress. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the Red Flame Empress fell silent. In 2 months, I'll kill him with my own hands, so that you can completely die of this. Jiang Yu's face changed, but she still stubbornly raised her head. As long as I'm around, you're not allowed to harm your husband. Su Qianyu came straight to the square. Zhao Ningxuang and Mo Euro, as well as Lin Han, who he hadn't seen for several days. The 3 of them were already waiting early. At the sight of Su Qianyu, a flash of biting killing intent flashed through Lin Han's eyes, while Mo Euro glared viciously at Su Qianyu. She didn't need to think about it to know what Su Qianyu went to do just now, and one screw was 2 or 3 hours. Simply the world's first old colorful batch. Everyone's here, so let's go. After saying that, Zhao Ningxuang blew a crisp whistle. Fresh. A sharp eagle cry suddenly came from above the heads of the crowd. Su Qianyu raised his head to look, only to see an eagle with a huge body and a ghostly black body, swooping towards them. It's the Windbreaker Hawk. Su Qianyu recognized it. The Windbreaker Eagle was a 4th-order demonic beast. Its combat power wasn't outstanding, but its flight speed was tops among the 4th-order demonic beasts. So many sects would choose to start domesticating it from a young age and grow up to become a mount for transportation. Soon, the Windbreaker Eagle set off a spreading hurricane, then landed steadily in front of the crowd. Let's go. After saying that, Zhao Ningxuang took the lead in riding on the Windbreaker Eagle's body, followed by several people who also landed on the Windbreaker Eagle's back. Fresh. The Windbreaker Eagle once again let out a sharp eagle cry, its huge wings spreading out as it directly shot up into the sky. It wasn't long before the figures of the Windbreaker Eagle and a few others gradually disappeared into the sky, rushing towards the distance. Chapter 76, Wang Tang. Hoo hoo hoo. The whistling gusts of wind blew over the bodies of Su Qianyu's several people. The Windbreaker Eagle was like a black arrow that sped towards the front. 6th Elder. What is our mission to the border this time? Mo Euro looked at Zhao Ningxuang and asked. She only knew that she had a very difficult mission this time when she went to the border with Lin Han, but she didn't know exactly what it was. Go and fight the 10,000 Devil sect for the Xian mineral. Zhao Ningxuang's expression also became grave, and then she carefully explained the mission this time. It's actually a top-grade Xian mineral. Then we must win this time. Mo Euro burst out in shock after hearing this and said in a hurry, as the eldest lady of the Heavenly Sword sect, he knew very well how important a huge top-grade Shin mine was to the sect. What the sovereign means is that it's naturally best to win, but you must ensure your own safety, Zhao Ningxuang added. At those words, Su Qianyu was thoughtful. Among his memories from his previous life, such an event did happen in the clan at this point in time. At that time, Lin Han was transferred to the border because of this incident, but it wasn't led by Zhao Ningxuang, and Mo Euro didn't follow along. I think this life should be because of myself, so it causes some places to be off. However, he deeply remembered that this time the Heavenly Sword sect lost to the 10,000 Devils sect. Not only did they even lose the top-grade Shin mineral, even the few Heavenly Sword sect disciples who participated in the duel died, except for Lin Chill. After that battle, the Heavenly Sword sect could be said to have lost a wife and a soldier, causing the conflict between the two sides to intensify even more. Su Qianyu glanced at Lin Han, who didn't say a word beside him, and opened his mouth to ask, "Am I just going to watch the battle this time?" Zhao Ningxuang nodded. "Your cultivation isn't enough, just go and watch the battle this time." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Han again. It's a good thing that this time Lin Han's cultivation broke through to the Tianxian realm, so our chances are a little bit better again. Just a few days ago, Lin Han had come out of seclusion and his cultivation had broken through to the Tianxian realm, which was considered an unexpected blessing for their operation this time. Hearing this, Su Qianyu stopped speaking. With his current vision, he was afraid that this mission would not be that simple. One day later, fresh, the windbreaker hawk circled in the air. A sharp and loud eagle cry came out of his mouth, and Zhao Ningxuang, who was standing at the very front, also stood up. Jinbei Pass, it's here. Su Qianyu looked downward. The Jinbei Pass covered a very vast area, at a glance, stretching for dozens of miles without seeing the end. Moreover, its city wall was nearly 20 feet high, emitting a thick and dark light, giving people a feeling of impregnability, and on that wall, there were quite a few silhouettes walking around at the moment. The windbreaker eagle quickly cut through the clouds and swooped downward at great speed, and after landing, Su Qianyu looked around. There were also many heavily armed soldiers with eyes as sharp as blades guarding the city walls, and the aura of Shin energy emanating from these people was that the weakest of them were at the Earth Shin realm. Greetings to the sixth elder. The guards here hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Zhao Ningxuang. Aha! Zhao Ningxuang nodded. The many guards then retreated to their respective duties. You guys are finally here. At this moment, a rough voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Su Qianyu turned to look. It was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure, wearing thick black armor. Behind the man, there was a man and a woman. What a heavy killing aura. Su Qianyu couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He sensed an incomparably dense aura of fury from the man. An aura that could only be possessed by killing countless people. What's the situation now? Zhao Ningxuang didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Just waiting for you to bring someone. The man laughed, then looked at Mo Euro and the others behind Zhao Ningxuang, and a brilliant light flashed before his eyes. Good. I didn't expect that even Mo Euro and Lin Han would come this time, so our chances of winning this time are a few points greater. Suddenly, he saw Su Qianyu. And this little brother is? The man asked with some confusion. His name is Su Qianyu. You don't need to care about him, he's just here to watch the battle this time. Zhao Ningxuang didn't have any intention of explaining and said indifferently, okay. The man didn't look deeper. In his opinion, just having Mo Euro and Lin Han arrive this time was already enough. This is General Yunyan of the Jinbei Pass. His combat strength can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire clan. Zhao Ningxuang looked at the lanky man and introduced him. He then looked at the man and woman behind Yunyan. This is General Yunyan's daughter, Yun Xian. A tiger's father has no dog daughter. Following General Yunyan's perennial defense of the border, he has made great achievements. This is General Yunyan's personal disciple, Wang Tong, who is also a core disciple of the sect, with the same outstanding battle achievements. At those words, Su Qianyu took a step forward. Disciple Su Qianyu, meet General Yunyan, senior sister Yun Xian, and senior brother Wang Tang. Yun Xian nodded gently and did not say anything. Humph, another dude, Wang Tang sneered, his tone filled with contempt. In his opinion, Su Qianyu must have followed Zhao Ningxuang over to gain knowledge through the back door, and he despised such people the most. However, General Yunyan looked at Su Qianyu one more time. Whether it was Mo Euro or Lin Han, they definitely knew them. In which case, Zhao Ningxuang could only possibly be specifically introducing Su Qianyu. It was just that he had been guarding the border for many years and didn't know much about some of the things that happened within the sect, so he didn't know Su Qianyu's identity. Hearing Wang Tang's words, Zhao Ningxuang frowned slightly, but she didn't explain Su Qianyu's identity. After all, the more people knew, the less safe Su Qianyu would be. Are there any movements on the side of the 10,000 demons sect? Zhao Ningxuang then looked at Yun Yan and asked, and it could be seen that everyone's expressions had become very grave. They are arrogant as hell, saying that they will kill as many of us as we go. General Yun Yan snorted coldly. Wow! Even though these words came from General Yun Yan's mouth, the crowd still felt a great provocation. These guys from the 10,000 demons sect are really crazy. Wang Tang spoke in a deep voice. The valiant Yun Xian also clenched her fists. I'll make sure they know the price of arrogance after this. A shocking killing intent erupted from both of them at the same time. Obviously, even before the people on both sides had officially met, the smell of gunpowder was already very strong. Zhao Ningxuan's expression was quite grave. In that case, let's go straight there. Together with Su Qianyu, a group of 7 people led by General Yun Yan walked out of Jinbei Pass through a huge suspension bridge. That Xian mine isn't far from us, but right now the people from the 10,000 demons sect are stationed there as well, and they won't give up easily unless we win the duel. So, having said that, General Yun Yan did not continue. So, we must win this time. These words were picked up by Yun Xian, her heroic face filled with determination. The crowd's hearts couldn't help but tense up. Afterwards, Wang Tang smiled smugly. Don't worry, senior sister Yun Xian. This time we have such a luxurious lineup. It's simply impossible for us to lose. Chapter 77, one more to go. Soon, Su Qianyu's group of 7 people passed through an inch of grassless Gobi, and their sight suddenly opened up. Ahead of them was a gravelly, jagged wasteland with very open terrain, and in the middle of the wasteland, there were black and white tents of different colors stationed separately, and the two sides were probably separated by less than 50 feet. Outside the tents of both sides there were also quite a number of soldiers emitting a powerful Shanli aura guarding the camps, their gazes alertly staring at the other side's camp. Just after walking here, Su Qianyu and the others felt a tense atmosphere that could erupt at any time. Even this air seemed to hide endless killing intent. General Yun is back. At that moment, a number of people quickly ran out from among the white camps nearer to them to greet them. General Yun Yan waved his hand as his gaze first looked at the camp on the opposite side before asking, any movement from the 10,000 demon sex people? One of the men replied in a hurry with a face full of anger. Reporting to General Yun, they're just too arrogant, saying that we haven't had anyone come for so long, asking if we're afraid, and saying that if they don't come tonight, they'll just launch an attack. At those words, a cold light flashed in Yun Yan's eyes. I know. After saying that, he walked towards the location of the opposite camp and let out a low shout from his mouth. Situ Hao, since you guys can't wait any longer, let's start now. General Yun Yan's voice was as powerful as a torrent. With just a low drink, a surging battle spirit was born within the hearts of the Heavenly Sword sex people, and the worries and tensions from just now were all swept away. Immediately after that, the camp behind them even more quickly assembled a team of neatly arranged soldiers. Sound and loud fish line out. Ha 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 ha. I thought that you guys had been so scared that you fled back to your lair and became shrunken turtles, not daring to come out. Suddenly, a contemptuous and mocking voice came. Swish. The crowd fixed their eyes. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a slightly dry body type, and the other party still wore a very piercing scorn on his face. This person was none other than one of the hall masters of the 10,000 Devils sect, Situ Hao. Along with his appearance, a team of soldiers filled with biting killing intent all over their bodies also quickly assembled in the opposite camp, eyeing Su Qianyu and the others intently. For a while, swords were drawn. The killing intent that filled the air was even more intense. Humph. You guys aren't qualified for that. General Yun Yan threw out his sleeve robe and returned fire in the most direct language. Then he spoke in a cold voice. Cut the crap. Since everyone is here, let's get started. After saying that, Wang Tang and the 4 of them, Mo Euro, stepped forward. Situ Hao saw this but sneered. You're one short. General Yun Yan's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice. There are exactly 4 of us here. How can we be less? Situ Hao wore a mocking face. Sorry, I'm backtracking now. It has to be 5 people to participate in the duel. At those words, Yun Yan's expression was very ugly. It was clearly agreed before that 4 people would have a duel. As early as half a month ago, they had agreed to use a duel between 4 sect disciples to determine the ownership of the Xian mineral, but now the other party was openly backtracking on the deal, which caused him to feel incomparably annoyed. I said it's for 5 disciples now. If you don't want to, you can just gun yourself. Situ Hao clasped his hands on his chest, his face full of cold smiles, not putting General Yun Yan and the others in his eyes in the slightest. It's an abomination. General Yun Yan cursed angrily. Zhao Ningxuan's willow eyebrows were also slightly furrowed. Previously, General Yun Yan had only asked the clan for 2 people, so she had only brought Mo Ro and Lin Han with her this time in addition to Su Qianyu, and I'm afraid that if she asked the clan for people now, she would already be too late. Don't worry. I've only added a disciple of the Earth Xian realm this time. Look how scared you guys are. Situhao looked at General Yun Yan with a face full of mockery. And the words that came out were even more fiery. Do we need to go back and call someone again? Although General Yun Yan was annoyed, he still looked at Zhao Ningxuang and asked, if the other party had only added a new Earth Xian realm, and it didn't have much of an impact on the battlefield, then there was indeed nothing to worry about. If he really couldn't, he would just transfer another powerful earthly Xian realm disciple from the Jinbei Pass. Sixth Elder. Actually, we are here, and there are exactly 5 of us. Just as Zhao Ningxuang was about to nod, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned around to look, and the speaker was none other than Lin Han. You mean him? Wang Tong seemed to understand Lin Han's meaning, then turned his gaze to Su Qianyu next to him and said indifferently, with his skinny arms and legs, how could he possibly participate in the duel with us? Zhao Ningxuang similarly shook her head. Su Qianyu's identity was special, and this time he was only here to observe the battle. He absolutely couldn't let the other party go to the battlefield, or else if there was an accident, I'm afraid that it would bring about the end of all of Heavenly Sword Sect. Doesn't he want to prove his innocence? Now is the best chance. Lin Han once again spoke in a cold voice. Zhao Ningxuang frowned at his words. Lin Han clearly knew Su Qianyu's special nature, yet he was still fanning the flames here, which in her opinion was a complete lack of concern for the safety of the clan. No, and he only has the first level of the Earth Xian realm. He doesn't match. But not before she finished her sentence. Buzz! The aura on Su Qianyu's body suddenly exploded. Zhao Ningxuang froze on the spot. How is that possible? Not only her, but also Mo Euro was dumbstruck. More than a month ago, when Su Qianyu broke through the Tongxian Tower, he was clearly only at the first Earth Xian realm. But now, Su Qianyu had actually broken through to the 8th Earth Xian realm. How the hell did this guy do that? In addition to being tortured by the sounds coming from inside Su Qianyu's house every night, she hadn't seen how hard Su Qianyu had been cultivating What's so surprising about the 8th level of the Earth Xian realm? Wang Tang was disdainful. With such a cultivation level, he could beat 10 of them with one hand. More than a month ago, he was only at the first level of the Earth Xian realm. Mo Euro said quietly. What? Wang Tang and Yun Xian were shocked at the same time. Even General Yun Yan's eyes widened. Breaking 7 minor ranks in a row in just over a month. Even if you're high every day, you don't have to be this hard. Let me have the last one. Su Qianyu didn't explain, but smiled and said, 6th Elder, trust me, even if something happens, I can still protect myself. Based on the experience of his last life, the Heavenly Sword Sect would lose the duel, and in the end, only Lin Han would come out alive. A more crucial point was that he remembered that in his last life, when the 2 great sects faced off, there were indeed only 4 people. However, this time, the people from the 10,000 Demon Sect suddenly reversed themselves and increased the number of participants from both sides to 5. Plus, Lin Han hadn't said a word since he left the Heavenly Sword Sect, but just now he had taken the initiative to open his mouth to allow himself to participate in the duel. So to say that there wasn't something fishy going on, he simply wouldn't believe it. Since he knew that there was something wrong with this duel, he couldn't just watch Mo Euro die here like this. Though the other side has boobs at times. But no matter what, Mo Euro was also her own protector. Or Mo Yuntian's daughter. It would be a bit of a pity if she died just like that. If not, according to his character, he wouldn't have done such a thankless thing at all. Chapter 78, Needle to Needle. Well, then, Zhao Ningxuang was eventually convinced by Su Qianyu. Upon hearing this, a strange black light flashed in Lin Han's eyes. He was also surprised that Su Qianyu had actually broken through to the 8th level of the Earthly Xian realm so quickly. But that's okay. After today, the other guy is a dead man. Since we've chosen a good person, let's start straight away. Situhao laughed coldly at the situation, then waved his hand. Immediately after, 5 figures slowly walked out from the opposing camp, then stood straight across from Su Qianyu's 5 people. Among them, 3 men and 2 women. Everyone had a proudly teasing expression on their faces, looking at Su Qianyu and the others as if they were looking at prey. Check the cultivation. Situhao spoke faintly. Immediately after that, the breath of the 5 people from the 10,000 Demons Sect erupted at the same time. There was a Tianxian 2nd realm, 3 Tianxian 1st realm, and a Peak Earth Xian 9th realm. It's our turn. Wang Tang smiled smugly and took the lead in releasing his breath. Tianxian 2nd realm. Subsequently, Mo Euro and Lin Han, as well as Yun Xian also displayed their cultivation at the same time, and all 3 of them were at the Tianxian 1st realm. In this way, other than Su Qianyu being at the 8th level of the Earth Xian realm, weaker than the woman on the opposite side who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Xian realm, the combat power of both sides was almost equal. There's a forest in front of us. 5 disciples from both sides will go in at the same time. and before the sun goes down, whichever side has more living people left, the Xian mineral will belong to whichever side, Situhao said as he pointed to a forest in front of him. The rules were set by both sides a long time ago. Very simple, but also very rough. Once the duel began, both sides are immortal. Now then, General Yun Yan and Situhao spoke at the same time. For a time, all 5 people on both sides were facing each other tit for tat. Right at this moment, Zhao Ningxuang's gaze moved and she suddenly said, "After you guys go in, you'll listen to Su Qianyu's command in everything." At those words, the crowd froze. What? We're going to listen to him? Wang Tang and Yun Xian were both filled with confusion. Among the 5 people present, the highest cultivation is obviously Wang Tang. Even if it is not listening to Wang Tang, then how should not listen to Su Qianyu? 6th Elder. Are you mistaken? Wang Tang frowned and looked at Zhao Ningxuang to inquire. Obey orders. Zhao Ningxuang didn't explain, but Wang Tang wanted to say something else. However, after seeing Zhao Ningxuang's gaze, he eventually gave up, but his eyes were filled with defiance. At this time, a white-haired man among the 5 people from the 10,000 demon sect suddenly looked at Su Qianyu and the others. I hope you guys can hold out a bit longer after this meeting, otherwise it will be too boring. When he finished, he smiled broadly and led the way into the forest. What arrogance! Wang Tang was filled with anger at the sight. We're going too. He took the same big step forward. As several people turned around, Zhao Ningxuang transmitted her voice to Mo Euro. You can lose this duel, but Su Qianyu must not be okay. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro solemnly nodded her head. She was certainly aware of what was at stake. Immediately afterward, under the nervous gaze of the crowd, the 5 disciples from both sides entered at the same time, and this pinnacle duel between the genius disciples of the 2 great sects was officially declared to have begun. Situhao looked at General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang. I advise you to say goodbye to them properly, otherwise you won't have a chance. At those words, General Yun Yan's gaze was a bit gloomy. I'll give you the same for this one. Needlepoint and fireworks. In the meantime, Su Qianyu and the others quickly entered the dense forest. With my understanding of the 10,000 Devils sect, they will definitely split their troops into 2 this time. As soon as he entered, Wang Tang spoke. At those words, the crowd stopped in their tracks. So what do you mean? Yun Xian looked at the other party. She and Wang Tang had been comrades for many years, and she had more or less guessed what the other party was thinking at this moment. I propose that we can also split into 2 paths and then kill them as fast as possible to take the victory. Wang Tang's eyes flashed with brilliance. This time, the Xin mine was extremely important to the Heavenly Sword sect, and if they could achieve victory under their own leadership, it would be a great achievement. No, just as Wang Tang was thinking so, Su Qianyu suddenly opened his mouth. If they really split up, then we can slowly find them out and break them down one by one. Even if they don't, everyone together can still have a lookout for each other without too many casualties. However, in the face of Su Qianyu's refusal, Wang Tang just said in a cold voice, if you're afraid of death, you can get out now. The 4 of us are completely enough. In his opinion, what Su Qianyu had just said was completely greedy for life and death, which made him loathe the other party even more. Although I don't know what on earth the 6th Elder was thinking to let you take command, but this duel is a matter of great importance, and there is no way that I would listen to the orders of a person who is greedy for life and death. Wang Tang continued. He then looked at Yun Xian and Lin Han, as well as the 3 of them. Mo Euro? Come with me if you're willing to listen to me, and I won't force myself if you're not. Mo Euro's willow brows were furrowed. Do you want to disobey the 6th Elder's order? Wang Tang, however, did not care and said proudly, after I win this duel, 6th Elder will naturally know that her decision was wrong. Mo Euro was instantly furious. Wang Tang, if there is an accident during the battle, can you take the blame? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang let out a scornful laugh. All I know is that if we can't even win with the 4 of us, then even if we add him, a mere Earth-Xian realm, it won't be of any use. His tone was very dismissive. Didn't put Su Qianyu in his eyes in the slightest. Come with me if you want to win. Those who want to follow that kid as a shrinking violet will sit and wait for surrender. After saying that, Wang Tang directly turned around and left. Seeing this, Mo Euro's expression was very ugly. Senior sister Euro, trust Wang Tang. Yun Xian glanced at Mo Euro and Su Qianyu before chasing after him towards Wang Tang. She and Wang Tang had been comrades for many years, and since Wang Tang had the strongest cultivation amongst the 5, she trusted the former more than Su Qianyu, who was only at the Earth-Xian realm. It seems no one wants to listen to you. Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of mockery, and after he finished speaking, he also quickly followed him. Only Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were left in the spot. How could they? Mo Euro was so angry that her pretty face turned red for a while. Let them go. Su Qianyu spoke faintly. I've done what needs to be done. But good words are hard to persuade ghosts who want to die. So now it's up to them to die. At those words, Mo Euro's face was filled with loss. But what are we going to do now? The battle hadn't even begun and they were already falling apart internally. Was there really any hope of winning this duel? It's probably a good thing that we don't have them. Just as Mo Euro was lost in thought, Su Qianyu had already walked forward. What? Mo Euro reacted. She looked at the back of Su Qianyu in front of her, whose body was upright and his breath was stern, just like a sharp sword with a deep blade. For a moment, she looked a little smitten. Chapter 79, This is kind of stupid. Senior sister Lu Mei, if we move separately, will we be broken by the heavenly sword sex people one by one? In the middle of the dense jungle, a red and a white figure walked slowly. Precisely the two women from the 10,000 Demons sect who had participated in the battle. So what if they find it? Even if they find it, it should be them who should be worried. The woman in white snorted coldly and said with confidence, That's true. Just those few guys from the Heavenly Sword sector definitely no match for senior sister Lu Mei and senior brother Mu Yun. I only hope that those guys from the Heavenly Sword sect aren't too weak. Otherwise it would be too meaningless. The woman in red said smugly. The very moment her voice fell, her body suddenly froze. At the same time, Mo Euro and Su Qianyu also stopped their steps. The four looked at the same time, with only a patch of haystack separating the two sides. It's them! The woman in red exclaimed. Prepare for battle. Mo Euro hastily took out her weapon. Swish! But in the very next second, Su Qianyu's figure instantly disappeared in place. Giggle! Only the blistering wind suddenly rose and the swordlight flashed. A round head was directly thrown up, and warm blood shot out, instantly staining the ground. Fixing his eyes, the woman in red who was still exclaiming in shock just now had now turned into a headless corpse, falling limply to the ground. This is kind of stupid. Seeing the enemy and still grinding. Who will die if she doesn't? Su Qianyu retrieved the already blood-stained shocking sword and laughed lightly. Woman in white. Mo Euro. What just happened? Didn't they just meet? How is it that Su Qianyu has already killed one person? You seek death. It wasn't until now that the woman in white reacted. She looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of anger while taking several steps back. It's just too fast. Just now, she only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the teammate beside her actually died just like that. This guy, kind of handsome. Mo Euro's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was equally surprised inside. She didn't expect Su Qianyu to strike so decisively. She had even just taken out her weapon and the other party had already killed a person. It was a pity that the cultivation level of the woman in red just now was only at the Earth Xian realm. If it was at the Heaven Xian realm, then they would have made a fortune this time. Su Qianyu then looked at the woman in white again. As long as I kill you again, things will be much simpler. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill this Tian Xian realm white woman just now, but the other party had similarly chosen to take a weapon at the first opportunity when she saw herself and Mo Euro. Even if he chose the other party, he would probably only be able to return without any success. So it would be better to kill an Earth Xian realm first. I'll deal with her. Mo Euro walked forward with a blue sharp sword in her hand. She was in the same Tian Xian first realm as that white-clothed woman. As Su Qianyu said, as long as they could take down their opponent, then they could be said to have won half of this duel. Swish! It seemed that she had received the true transmission from Su Qianyu. This time Mo Euro didn't have any nonsense and directly rushed out towards the enemy with a blue sharp sword in her hand. Starfall sword fall. Mo Euro slashed out with her sword, her Xian energy surging and overpowering. This move had definitely reached the level of an Earth-grade martial skill, and looking at the biting coldness above its blade, it was at least an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. TSK, worthy of being the daughter of the patriarch, striking out with an Earth-grade martial skill plus an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. What an extravagance. Su Qianyu watched in wonder from the back. Humph. It's not that easy to kill me. The white-clothed woman on the opposite side also reacted at this moment, only to see her palms flip as her body quickly retreated. In the next second, a palm-sized black bell appeared in her hand and then shook it. Ring ring ring. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. No good. Mo Euro immediately changed her face. It's a mental attack. She leaned in trying to back away. It's too late if you want to leave now. The woman in white sneered, then quickly rushed out towards Mo Euro. Xianli armor. Condense. Mo Euro forced herself to endure the intense pain coming from her mind, then coalesced a layer of armor glowing with dazzling light on her body. Xian power armor. This was a means unique to the Heavenly Xian realm. Only after breaking through to the Heavenly Xian realm could one use Xian energy to condense Xian energy armor on his body for defense, which was very powerful and could serve as a very effective defense. However, the woman in white only laughed coldly when she saw this. In front of my soul-devouring bell. The Xian force armor is just for show. The bell she held in her hand was a Xian Great Extreme Spirit weapon that could ignore all physical defenses. launch mental attacks, and manipulate other people. And this was the secret weapon that Sito Ho had given her in advance in order to win the duel, and now it seemed to be working very well indeed. Su Qianyu, run away. As expected, Mo Euro's figure was instantly unsteady. Ignoring her injuries, she hurriedly looked behind her and shouted at Su Qianyu. She knew she had been careless this time, but even if I die here, Su Qianyu absolutely can't be okay either. Hey, do you want to play like that? Su Qianyu directly looked stupid. You hand holding a piece of ground-level spiritual weapon, imposing up. The result is even people have not yet touched the defeat? Mo Euro smiled bitterly. She didn't even expect her opponent to use a mental attack. All of you today, none of you will be able to escape. A touch of smugness appeared on the white-robed woman's face as she once again shook the soul-devouring bell in her hand. Move! Mo Euro shouted with a face full of pain. But the next second, her whole body became frozen. Become my puppet. The woman in white laughed triumphantly. And then Mo Euro actually did stand still. Is there any mistake? This is controlled? Su Qianyu's eyes widened at once. He had a sudden urge to curse. You're a great lady of a clan and your cultivation is still at the Tianxian realm. You're not such a weakling, are you? However, he also knew that spiritual power attacks were the most feared attack means of all cultivators. It's pervasive and defenseless. Once invaded, even those with the strongest cultivation would immediately lose their power of resistance. Now it's your turn. The white-clothed woman looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of anger. Jingle bells. She shook the soul-devouring bell in her hand once again. Su Qianyu couldn't react in time, and her entire body instantly became stiff. Humph. It's unbearable. Looking at the two who were completely controlled, the woman in white smiled disdainfully. She then looked at Su Qianyu, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. I will avenge Shaolin now. She took out a sharp dagger and aimed it at Su Qianyu's throat. But suddenly, she put the dagger back. Instead of killing you now, I'd rather turn you into my puppets and kill those other three. Thinking of this, the white-clothed woman smiled with satisfaction. I believe that by that time, their expressions will definitely be very wonderful. When she finished speaking, she immediately turned around. My puppets. Follow. Mo Euro and Su Qianyu heard the words and immediately took steps. Numbness of the expression followed the other party, just like a walking corpse. I hope the people of the Heavenly Sword sect will like this great gift from me. The woman in white laughed out loud while rushing forward, but she didn't see it. The heart of the shallow moon that was hidden in Su Qianyu's arms is now emitting bursts of gentle light, bright and dark. Chapter 80 acting is pretty good. In the middle of the wasteland, at the camp where the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect were located, the atmosphere was still tense with swords drawn and killing intent filled the air. The two great sects were already in an undying relationship, and if they hadn't agreed to face each other, it wouldn't have been possible for them to be so harmonious. Suddenly, Situhao looked at Yun Yan and smiled coldly. One of those 5 people just now is your patriarch's daughter, isn't she? She's quite good looking. What a pity. She's going to die here today. Yun Yan frowned and said indifferently, you're not afraid that your breath will be too big and flash your tongue. As a battle-hardened general, regardless of the outcome of the match, the momentum should never be weak. At those words, Situhao was about to continue saying something. Right at this moment, a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect ran over and looked at Situhao with an inquiring gaze. Straight to the point, Situhao spoke faintly. That disciple no longer hesitated and immediately said, the contestants from both sides have met and fought. The crowd's insides tightened. Already fighting. How was the battle? Situhao continued to ask, his expression calm and unhurried. Our side lost to Peak Earthshian Realm senior sister Zhao Lin, but senior sister Lu Mei captured 2 of the opposing team alive and had them under complete control. Hearing this, Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuan's faces changed. You guys used a spirit attack type spirit weapon. Zhao Ningxuan quickly thought of the reason and glared angrily at the other party. Careless. They were actually prepared before they came, but they didn't expect that the other party would actually use a spirit attack type spirit weapon. Ha 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 ha. It's already too late for you guys to realize that now. Situhao laughed triumphantly. At the same time, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect side hurried over to report on the battle. Both sides had placed observers in them, in order to keep abreast of the battle in them, as well as to prevent the other side from cheating. And who are the 2 people being controlled? As that Heavenly Sword sect disciple described his appearance, General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuan's expressions immediately became grave. It was actually Su Qianyu and Mo Euro. Now we can only look at Wang Tang and the others. General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuan glanced at each other, both seeing the tension and worry in the other's eyes. In the meantime, in the deepest part of the forest, Wang Tang and Yun Xian, the 3 of them, were confronting the 3 men on the opposite side. Oh, I really didn't guess wrong. Wang Tang looked at the other party with a cold smile on his face. The 5 people from the 10,000 Demons sect did split into 2. 3 on 3, the advantage is mine. He had already begun to fantasize about winning this duel under his own leadership, and then going out in style to tell Zhao Ningxuan what a stupid thing it was to let that Earth-Xian realm guy command the battle. Then, a white-haired man walked out from among the 3 people from the 10,000 Demons sect. This person was none other than the other party's Tianxian second-level realm. He looked at Wang Tang's trio and said with a face full of mockery, "With just a few of you losers, you actually dare to split your troops into 2? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang became furious. "I'm going to kill you and see who's the punk." As the voice fell, a large sword glowing with cold light suddenly came into his hand, and his entire body instantly rushed up. The waves break. As soon as Wang Tang made his move, he directly executed a powerful martial skill, obviously wanting to have a quick battle. Too weak. However, the white-haired man only sneered. Buzz. He then offered a fist in which golden light blossomed. Boo! In the next second, the man's fist directly smashed on top of the large sword in Wang Tang's hand, shocking a terrifying explosion of Xian force. How? Wang Tang was in a bit of disbelief. The opponent had actually caught his killing move so easily. Just as he was about to retreat back, the white-haired man clasped his wrist, and the golden light above his fist shone brightly. Vajra fist. A low and icy voice entered Wang Tang's ears, and the white-haired man had already blasted his fist over. Arcane power armor. Wang Tang's face changed drastically, and he hastily condensed a thick layer of Xianli armor to cover himself for defense. Boom! A popping sound. The white-haired man's punch smashed heavily on top of Wang Tang's Xianli armor, and a circle of golden light quickly spread out. Put! Immediately afterward, Wang Tang's face flushed red before he spat out a large mouthful of crimson blood, and his entire body was even completely knocked out. Boom boom boom! Wang Tang's body was like a kite with broken strings, crashing through several thick trees one after another, and finally collapsing to the ground in a sorry state. Wang Tang! Yun Xian's face instantly changed dramatically. Wang Tang, who was also at the Tianxian second-level realm, actually lost his combat power without even holding on for a single glance. He has a war body. Wang Tang raised his head with great difficulty, and there was more than enough blood in his mouth. Under the same realm, to be able to seriously injure him with a single punch. The other party definitely possessed a special physique, and it was still an extremely powerful battle body. If he hadn't condensed his Xian force armor at the critical moment and counteracted part of the impact of the force, I'm afraid that he would have died by now. So unbeatable. What an unmitigated waste. The white-haired man shook his head in disappointment at the sight. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Mu Yun is too strong. It seems like none of us need to make a move this time. These heavenly sword sect trash are really weak. The other 2 disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect laughed in triumph. Upon hearing this, Yun Xian's expression was very angry as she looked at Lin Han beside her and said, "Let's go together." Lin Han nodded his head. Good. Only no one noticed the teasing glint in his eyes that was hidden deep in his eyes. The dragon of the broken sky. Yun Xian erupted with all her might, and with a long spear in her hand, she instantly swooped out towards Mu Yun. Jedi sword slash. Lin Han similarly took out a sharp sword and charged towards the white-haired man at an extremely high speed. The 2 were left and right. The berserk Xianli instantly locked Mu Yun in place. Oh, so much for 2 losers. Mu Yun sneered, and then he slowly stretched out his hands. Only golden light bloomed above his arm, and he actually used his flesh and blood to catch Yun Xian's lance, as well as Lin Han's sharp sword. How is this possible? Yun Xian's face instantly turned pale. She sensed an extremely strong metallic power from the other party's body, a power that even gave her an invincible fear. Bang! With a fling of his arm, Mu Yun directly brought the gun with him, slamming Yun Xian's entire body heavily onto the ground. Lin Han! Dodge! Yun Xian didn't forget to yell out as she was injured. As far as she knew, among the 5 people they had entered the battle, only Lin Han possessed a battle body. Now that she and Wang Tang were both defeated, and Mo Euro was more than likely no match for the other party, Lin Han was now their only hope. I can't break free. Only to see that the sharp sword in Lin Han's hand was tightly pinched by Mu Yun, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Drop the sword, Yun Xian hurriedly reminded loudly, but at this moment, Lin Han was as if he had been stunned, and his entire body froze in place. This guy's a pretty good actor. Mu Yun sneered in his heart. You go accompany them as well. He then let out a low shout and similarly threw Lin Han out, smashing him heavily on the ground. For a while, dust and smoke rose. What a meaningless game. Mu Yun looked at the 3 people who had fallen to the ground and was filled with contempt. Wang Tang's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He had indeed guessed that the other party would split their troops into 2, but he had overestimated his own strength. It's over. Completely over. Yun Xian was similarly pale and ashen. The white-haired man whose entire body emanated golden light was like an insurmountable mountain that pressed down on them. This showdown had only just begun, and they were already in a losing battle. Chapter 81 is really wonderful. Oh, what a bummer. This has only just begun, and it's actually over. It seems that the people of the Heavenly Sword sect are all a bunch of useless trash. Hearing the mockery of the two people of the 10,000 Demons sect, Wang Tang's three people's expression was very suffocating. But more is despair. Now that Wang Tang was seriously injured and lost his fighting strength, Yun Xian and Lin Han were similarly injured, making it even more impossible for them to be a match for that white-haired man. But the other three, all of them were well preserved. Even if Su Qianyu and Mo Ro came, it would not help. This duel had now become a certain death. Muyan slowly walked up with a teasing look on his face. Since you guys are so unbeatable, why don't we play a game? With that, he swept his gaze over the three Wangtung people. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Muyan pinched Yun Xian's neck and lifted her up. Following closely, his gaze fell on Wang Tung. With a face full of teasing, he said, "The rule of this game is that I will let her go as long as you can take a punch from me. Isn't that a good deal?" Upon hearing this, all of them turned their gazes towards Wang Tang. As long as they could receive a punch from the other party, Yun Xian would be able to live. However, Wang Tang sniffed but turned pale. Just now, he had already learned the power of the other party's punch, and he had failed to catch it even with all his strength, not to mention the fact that he was now severely injured, making it even more impossible for him to catch it. Seeing Wang Tung scowling, Yun Xian, who had been pinched by Mu Yun's neck, turned even paler, her heart completely filled with despair. "Don't dare?" Mu Yun smiled contemptuously. "Since you don't dare, I'll lower the difficulty a little bit more. I'll only use half of my strength, and I'll let her go regardless of whether you can catch it or not." At those words, a color of hope flashed in Yun Xian's eyes. "Senior brother Wang Tang, save me." It was true that Wang Tang had failed to catch the other party's punch just now, but if the other party had only used half of his strength, Wang Tang would have had no problem at all. However, Yun Xian, saw Wang Tang's body trembling. Yes, she wasn't mistaken. The previously unbeatable Wang Tang, at this moment, his body was actually trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were covered with fear. Yun Xian opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. "He's lying, he's definitely lying," only to see Wang Tang's face full of panic, along with his voice also became trembling. "I can't catch it. The one who can't catch it and die is me." He's scared. He was utterly terrified. Even if the other party said that he would only use half of his power, he still didn't dare. His confidence had been completely destroyed by the white-haired man's punch, and now he didn't even have the courage to face his enemy directly. Yun Xian's face was filled with despair at the sight, her face ashen. "Done. It's completely over." Wang Tung, the strongest cultivator among them, had completely lost his fighting spirit and did not even have the courage to resist. "Boring, just boring." Mu Yun shook his head in contempt to the extreme. The other two from the 10,000 Demons sect followed suit and burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Is this the genius of the Heavenly Sword sect? So this is what it looks like. Today really opened my eyes. The ultimate taunt. Endless humiliation." Yun Xian closed her eyes in despair. Sometimes it's not the failure that hurts the most, but the dignity that has been trampled on so wantonly that it's worthless. Then Mu Yun let out a fierce smile. "Since you Heavenly Sword sect are all a bunch of cowards, there's no need to play anymore. Just end it. No, don't kill me." Wang Tang was scared pale on the spot and desperately begged for forgiveness, while Yun Xian on the side was incomparably broken inside. Seeing this, a flash of disdain also swept across Lin Han's eyes, but his prey today was not just a Wang Tang. "Go to hell." A golden light blossomed above Mu Yun's arm, and he was about to blast Wang Tang with his fist between surges of Xian energy. But just then, "I seem to have missed something wonderful." A faint voice came, and the crowd hurriedly turned around to look. Only a woman in white walked slowly, and behind her, there were two stiff and numb figures. Mu Yun looked back at the other party. "Lu Mei, you're too late. These people have already been taken care of by me." At those words, the woman in white smiled contemptuously. "That's just boring." Then Mu Yun frowned. "Where's Zhao Lin?" Lu Mei sidestepped and pointed at Su Qianyu. Zhao Lin was killed by the damned brat's sneak attack. Mu Yun's brows furrowed. He had originally planned to take down the Heavenly Sword sect without a single death, but now that one had actually died, it caused his gaze towards Su Qianyu to be filled with biting killing intent. And at this moment, Yun Xian's gaze landed on Mo Ro and Su Qianyu's bodies. An ray of hope immediately flashed in her eyes. "Senior sister Uro, save us." At this time, Mo Ro had become the only hope. Even Wang Tung hurriedly looked at Mo Ro. However, Lu Mei, however, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, they are already struggling to protect themselves now, and you actually want them to come and save you? Yun Xian's face changed at his words. A faint smile appeared on Mu Yun's face as he asked, "These two are under your control?" At those words, Lu Mei smiled smugly. "They're one of my dogs now." Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing more and more disdainful. What? As her laughter fell, Yun Xian quickly realized it, and at the same time became more desperate inside. Actually, even Mou Ro and Su Qianyu were also controlled by the other party, which meant that they were really all wiped out this time. Lu Mei smiled even more smugly as she turned to look at Su Qianyu. "Now then, they'll be left to you to take care of." At those words, the crowd from the 10,000 Demons sect immediately became interested. Wonderful, just wonderful. After receiving the order, Su Qianyu walked towards Wang Tang and Yun Xian with an expressionless face. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang and Yun Xian's faces turned pale for a while. "I'm not convinced." Wang Tang looked at Su Qianyu with a mixture of shock and anger. "I didn't expect that I would actually end up dying in your hands." "I'm not convinced." Yun Xian also closed her eyes in despair. But just then, "Do you have any regrets?" It was Su Qianyu's voice. At those words, Wang Tang raised his head violently. "What did you say?" Su Qianyu's gaze remained calm. "I had thought you would be more or less useful, but I didn't realize you were such a waste." Hearing Su Qianyu's sarcastic words, Wang Tang burst into a rage. "What are you? Are you also qualified to taunt me here? Do you think you can win with you? What a heavenly joke." A series of 3 rhetorical questions vented all the humiliation in Wang Tang's heart, and at this moment he perfectly interpreted what was called impotent rage. And seeing this scene, the 10,000 Demons sect's Mu Yun and the others all came to be interested, looking on with teasing faces. It's really a wonderful show. Before killing these people from the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be a beautiful thing to see them taunting each other. Facing Wang Tang's questioning, Su Qianyu said with a calm face, "Until now, you are still unwilling to admit your incompetence." At those words, Wang Tang was furious. "You shut up. You don't have any qualifications to taunt me, even if I'm incompetent." It was a dignified defeat. "While you can only be a dog of the 10,000 Devil sect now, you're even more pathetic than me, have to say." At this moment of life and death, Wang Tang's language was nevertheless very sharp. "If you're really capable, then save us from turning the tide against the wind. Otherwise you're just a useless piece of trash." Wang Tang was still there in an unrelenting rage. What a laugh. The 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect burst out laughing coldly. "Still want to turn the tables? It's simply a fool's errand. In this situation today, it's useless even if the God of Heaven comes." And hearing Wang Tang's words, Su Qianyu's eyebrows suddenly raised as he slowly spoke. "I am not interested in saving you." A biting sharpness flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. "But, I'm interested in the whole flipping against the wind thing." Chapter 82 Fighting is fighting. So much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wow! Su Qianyu's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. Without waiting for them to react, a surging aura of Xian force erupted from Su Qianyu's body. At the same time, cold killing intent instantly descended. No good. Lu Mei was the first to react. Clank. Afterwards, loud and clear sword chants resounded in all directions. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the surprising sword stabbed directly into Lu Mei's body. Bam bam bam. A tremendous force erupted, instantly nailing the other party to a large, thick tree in the back, her eyes filled with pain and unwillingness. Why? Lu Mei's mouth overflowed with blood, staining her all-white clothes blood red, but she was still puzzled as she asked, why would Su Qianyu, who was so obedient just now, suddenly rise up and kill someone? And the person he killed was still from the 10,000 Demons sect? Not just her, but everyone in the room froze. I'm supposed to be pretty good at acting, right? Su Qianyu didn't answer, but instead grinned. He had the protection of the heart of the shallow moon, so he hadn't been controlled from the start, and he pretended that he had been controlled in order to find a surprising moment to strike. It seems to be working very well now. I hate it. Lu Mei struggled unwillingly. Then his body went limp and he collapsed and died. Swish! Immediately after, Su Qianyu took the soul-devouring bell in the other party's hand and then drew out the surprising sword. Tick-tock! Crimson blood dripped to the ground. The crisp sound was chilling to the back, and the change that occurred in that split second caught everyone present somewhat off guard. At this moment, the two of them, Wang Tang and Yun Xian, were also stunned, but Lin Han, who was on the side, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Qianyu with an even darker gaze. You, unforgivable. Just then, a low voice rang out. Ma Gung. He looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of anger. Go on, break him into pieces. Swish, shoo. Hearing Mu Yun's order, the two people beside him instantly rushed out. Kid, dare to kill someone from my 10,000 Devils sect, you're dead. No need for nonsense. Just take him down. I want him dead. Both of them were extremely fast, directly blocking all of Su Qianyu's retreating paths and offering their weapons. However, facing two Tianxian first realm enemies at the same time, Su Qianyu's face didn't change as he raised his surprising sword high before slashing out. Great heavenly Faust chop. Seeing this, one of them was filled with mockery. A mere 8th level of the Earthxian realm, and you dare to make a move against us? The other man sneered likewise. Tianxian realm and Earthxian realm were just like their names. They could be considered as worlds apart. Even though Su Qianyu came in a fierce manner, they still didn't put it in their eyes. Go to hell. Then, both of them shot out to meet each other at the same time. Clank. Boo. But the next, a shocking scene took place, only to see that Su Qianyu's sword had actually destroyed the attack of the two people from the 10,000 Demons sect with a destructive momentum. Giggle. Afterwards, the shocking sword instantly pierced through the two men's bodies, and rolling blood soared out wildly. Those two disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect didn't even manage to let out a scream before their bodies were chopped into two. There was even a mocking smile on their faces, but they were already too dead to die. Tianxian realm. It seems like that's all, Su Qianyu said indifferently as he held the shocking sword. One sword. Instantaneous seconds for two people. They didn't even have time to condense their Xianli armor before they instantly died under Su Qianyu's sword. In this flash of lightning, 3 people from the originally well-preserved lineup of the 10,000 Demons sect fell to their deaths. At this moment, the world was completely silent. Su Qianyu slowly turned around and looked at the only remaining Muyun. Now I declare that the real showdown has just begun. Wow! An invisible pressure spread out in all directions. Wang Tang and Yun Xian's hearts trembled violently at his words as they stared blankly at Su Qianyu, unable to speak. Just a moment ago, when they were in despair and thought that this duel was over, Su Qianyu suddenly stood out. He killed the 3 people from the 10,000 Devils sect in seconds with an absolute crushing force, and then declared in a domineering manner that the duel had only just begun. But if the showdown was just now beginning, what was all they had done before? Well. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm going to tear you into pieces. A furious voice fell, and Mu Yun rushed towards Su Qianyu like a beast radiating ferocious might. Vajra fist. His face was filled with cold killing intent, and his berserk metallic Xianli instantly erupted, striking out with the deadliest killing moves. The previous Wang Tang was defeated by this punch. Clunk! With a crunching sound, Mu Yun's golden fist smashed heavily on top of the stunning sword's blade. However, this unrivaled punch of Mu Yun's was blocked by Su Qianyu at this moment, preventing him from taking another step forward. How? Mu Yun frowned. His Vajra battle body was extremely strong, and he used to be invincible, but now it was actually blocked by a kid who was only at the 8th level of the Dixian realm? Take another punch from me. Mak Yun released a sardonic laugh. Vajra Buster Fist. This move was even more furious than the punch just now. Mad Dragon Flaming Fist. Su Qianyu's face did not change its color. His arm was covered in flames, and he met him head-on with a fist. Comparing strength with me? You really don't know how to die. To the point where the other party actually dared to get tough with him. Mu Yun's face was filled with mockery. Yes? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Yes. Mu Yun shouted loudly and coldly. Next. Boom. The fists of the two men collided heavily, detonating with a loud bang, only to see channels of golden light and blazing flames explode in all directions, erupting a terrifying shockwave, and debris flew underneath the feet of both sides. Mu Yun's body shuddered violently before his entire body was shaken back 3 steps. How can your power be so strong? He looked at Su Qianyu incredulously, and the other party was still standing in place, not moving an inch. Fighting is fighting. What a lot of bull ********. Su Qianyu had no intention of making small talk with the other party, holding the shocking sword and killing towards the other party once again. He has always held one principle. If you have anything to say, kill the other person first. You seek death. Mu Yun was furious and once again fought with Su Qianyu in a fierce battle. He's so strong. At this moment, Yun Xian in the periphery was stunned. She didn't expect Su Qianyu's fighting strength to be so strong that he was even able to battle that white-haired man back and forth. Damn it, I actually got hit before. After losing the effect of the soul-devouring bell, Mo Euro finally came to her senses. Her face filled with palpitations. She then looked at Su Qianyu with a very complex expression. Although she had just been controlled, she had seen everything. She knew that it was Su Qianyu who had saved them, and it was also Su Qianyu who had pulled back this duel, which was bound to be lost. Hard. Looking at Su Qianyu and Mu Yun who were in the middle of a fierce battle, Wang Tong, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly shouted, "Impossible! There's no way he can win!" At those words, Mo Euro and Yun Xian froze at the same time. What are you talking about? Mo Euro frowned and chided. But now Wang Tong had gone completely crazy, As he looked at Su Qianyu's back, only hatred remained in his eyes. Dare to call me a loser. He will definitely die, ha ha ha. Wang Tang laughed maniacally. He had long ago put the winning and losing of this duel behind him. Right now, he only wanted to see Su Qianyu being beheaded by the other party. Only then could he prove that the failure of this duel had nothing to do with him. Wang Tang, you bastard. Mo Yuro's pretty face turned red with anger. She didn't expect Wang Tang to not only finish disgracing the Heavenly Sword sect just now, but now he was actually this bad. Chapter 83, it makes sense, doesn't it? In the camps of both sides, General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang and the others were still anxiously waiting for the outcome of the duel. Just then, a soldier from the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect hurriedly ran over, and the hearts of the crowd tightened at the sight. The latest battle is coming up. How's the situation? Are all the people on their side dead? Situ Hao asked directly. General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang were instantly enraged. The 10,000 Demon Sect soldier spoke excitedly. Paul Master, we've captured 2 of the other side alive. The remaining 3 all lost to senior brother Mu Yun, and we're still intact, not a single injured person. Upon hearing these words, General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang, as well as the people from the Heavenly Sword sect, immediately changed their faces. What the hell is going on? General Yun Yan hurriedly looked at the Heavenly Sword sect soldier and asked in a deep voice. The soldier replied painfully. General Yun Yan, 6th Elder, we've lost. Zhao Ningxuang took a deep breath. Defeated how? Subsequently, the soldier told all of what had just happened. And when they heard that Wang Tang actually did not have the courage to even connect a punch to the enemy, the many people from the Heavenly Sword sect present immediately felt a fiery pain on their faces. It's so humiliating. It's a shame. Ha ha ha. That was brilliant. This is their Heavenly Sword sect's true colors. Laughing my ass off. The duel just started and it's over? Looks like the Heavenly Sword sect is really dying. In the next second, the crowd from the 10,000 Demons sect burst into laughter, their faces filled with smugness. How did this happen? The people of the Heavenly Sword sect, including General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang, only felt a pang like an on their backs, and the great shame even made it impossible for them to raise their heads. They can afford to lose, but could not bear to have their dignity so trampled upon. But now, their dignity was trampled to nothing by the 10,000 Devils sect under Wang Tang's cowardice. For a while, everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect held their red faces, angry and furious, and their morale was all gone. A good long time. Good news. Good news. A Heavenly Sword sect disciple came running with a face full of ecstasy. What's the good news? General Yun Yan asked breathlessly. Of the 5 men they had engaged in the battle, 2 had been captured alive and the remaining 3 had already fallen. So what good news could there be? Flipped. We flipped. The soldier was so excited that he danced around. At those words, everyone present froze, only to see the soldier's face full of excitement. That young man is not controlled. He killed 3 people from the 10,000 Devil sect in seconds with a single strike. And this is going to be a fierce battle with the last person on the other side. When they heard this, everyone froze in their tracks. How can it be? Situ Hao was filled with shock. It's Su Qianyu. Zhao Ningxuang's beautiful eyes were wide, with strange colors in them. That young man who was only at the 8th level of the Dixian realm? General Yun Yan was even more shocked and delighted. Above the battlefield, Boo! Mu Yun crashed on top of a large tree, and the huge impact directly snapped the tree at the waist, and his figure was in an incomparable mess. You're pissing me off. He stared at Su Qianyu with a face full of violent anger. The 2 of them had a fierce battle, and they had actually fallen behind themselves. Mo Ro? Yun Xian and the others present were even more dumbfounded by the sight. That white-haired man is not only the Tianqian second realm, but also has a powerful metallic battle body. Even the same level of Wang Tang is not the other party's one enemy. But Su Qianyu is only in the 8th level of the Earth's Xian realm. The scene in front of them simply overturned their perceptions. Boo! Berserk Xian Li erupted. Only the clothes on Mu Yun's body were shattered, exposing the dark golden skin on his body, which took on a metallic luster. With this strike, I want you to die without a burial place. Mu Yun disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Su Qianyu, while a sword slashed down furiously. Raging Vajra Slash. This was an extremely lethal Earth-grade martial skill, and at this moment, he had pushed the power of his Vajra battle body to the extreme, which was also his strongest strike. Great Heavenly Faust Chop. Su Qianyu did not flash or dodge, and met him with the same sword. Seeing this scene, everyone tensed up. They knew that the winner would soon be revealed. Victory or defeat was at stake. Seeing this, Wang Tang suddenly laughed out loud. It can't be blocked. He definitely can't be blocked. He's going to die soon. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Mo Ro and Yun Xian were furious at the same time. You shut the up. Yun Xian couldn't help but break into a direct curse. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang looked at the other party with a face full of disbelief. Yun Xian, you actually scolded me for an outsider? He and Yun Xian had been guarding Jinbei Pass all year round, and the two of them had participated in dozens of battles, large and small, together, so it could be said that they were each other's most trusted comrades. But now, Yun Xian was actually looking at herself with such disgusting eyes, and she was also scolding herself unmercifully for an outsider. Shut up! Yun Xian looked at Wang Tang with cold eyes. All I know is that he's the one who saved us all, and you should be thanking him for saving your life, not being ungrateful here. At those words, Wang Tang's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Yun Xian, on the other hand, simply turned her head away, no longer paying the slightest attention to the other party. Mo Euro stared at the battlefield, inwardly incomparably nervous. Su Qianyu, you must win. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stunning sword in Su Qianyu's hand finally collided with Mu Yun's great sword. Boo! Berserk Xianli, brazenly colliding. Next, Mu Yun's attack was instantly crushed by a powerful sword intent. Giggle! Immediately after that, the stunning sword ran through his chest, and his entire body was even directly fixed in place. You're like a swordsman. Blood spilled from Mu Yun's mouth as he looked at Su Qianyu in front of him, and the golden light on his body gradually began to dissipate. Guessed correctly. This is your reward. Su Qianyu smiled faintly, then pulled out the surprising sword and stabbed several more swords towards the other party's body. It was only until Mu Yun's body was all stabbed into a sieve and blood flowed out that he laughed contentedly. I'm sorry, I'm a timid person, so I'll just have to give you a little bit of a hard time. Bang! Mu Yun's body collapsed with a loud bang, splattering a cloud of dust as he gazed in the direction where Lin Han was, dead in his eyes. Su Qianyu then picked up the storage rings of Mu Yun and Lu Mei and the others and smiled contentedly. It would be pointless to kill someone if it wasn't for the sake of taking the treasure. I now announce that this duel is flipped against the wind. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyu's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Mo Ro and Yun Xian's hearts shook. At this moment, they cried tears of joy. Just a short while ago, Wang Tang had told Su Qianyu that if he had the ability, he would turn the tide against the wind. But it had only been less than a quarter of an hour, and Su Qianyu had actually done it. Say flop, flop. With his own strength, he killed 3 Tianxian First Realm geniuses of the 10,000 Demons sect one after another, as well as the incomparably strong Mu Yun, saving the day. We won, ha ha ha. In the next second, Yun Xian let out a loud laugh. Mo Euro looked at Su Qianyu with the same complex expression. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? However, Wang Tang, who was also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, did not feel the slightest bit happy at this moment, but instead was filled with panic. The stronger Su Qianyu was, the more stupid his previous decision was, so all he wanted just now was for the people of the 10,000 Demons sect to hurry up and kill Su Qianyu. But how could he not expect that Su Qianyu was actually so strong? You're not convinced? Su Qianyu walked over. No, I didn't. Wang Tang saw this and hurriedly denied it. I was wrong. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have disobeyed your order. Please spare me once. He dragged his badly injured body and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I am General Yun Yan's disciple. You can't kill me. Giggle. In the next second, Wang Tang's head flew up high and blood flowed out. Su Qianyu put away the stunning sword and smiled faintly. He was deeply convinced of his sins, so he committed suicide in fear of committing a crime. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Yun Xian, Mo Euro. The crowd watching the battle from the shadows. Chapter 84 can't even scream. Sunset. At this moment, in the camps of both sides, General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang and the others were filled with anticipation, and even with their hardiness, they were feeling incredibly nervous inside at the moment. On the opposite side, the originally arrogant Sito Hao didn't say a word. His expression was very gloomy, and a dangerous cold aura flashed in his eyes. They're out. At that moment, one person's exclamation of surprise rang out. Everyone looked towards the forest in front of them, only to see 4 figures slowly appear in the crowd's line of sight. It's Yun Xian and the others. Ha ha ha. We won. Great. We're the ones who won, ha ha ha. After taking a good look at the 4 people's appearance, everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect were all so excited that they directly stood up and cheered. Their gazes blazed at the 4, as if they were looking at heroes, especially the slender figure walking in the center. This little guy is quite handsome. The whole thing has made me a little heartbroken. How can this be? Zhao Ningxuang heaved a sigh of relief, and a stunning smile appeared on her charming face, her beautiful eyes complex in color. Ha 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 ha. What a fearful later generation. General Yun Yan also laughed openly. They had long since gotten the battle in it, and now that they saw Su Qianyu and the others return safely, they naturally knew that they were the ones who had won the duel. What's more, Not only did they win the duel, but they also wiped out all 5 of their opponents, which was a huge victory. And all of this was due to that Su Qianyu, who was only in the Earth-Xian realm, at a time when everyone was in despair. It was this most inconspicuous existence that saved the day and claimed victory with his own strength. At this moment, Su Qianyu was the hero of the Heavenly Sword sect. As for Wang Tang, they didn't even have the face to collect each other's corpses. Lin Han, don't you do it yet. Just as the crowd was cheering, Sito suddenly stood up and let out an angry low cry. The crowd froze. Swish, the residual shadow flickered. When the crowd looked again, they saw Lin Han holding a sharp sword against the front of Mo Yuro's white neck. This scene really happened too fast, so fast that everyone present was at a loss for words. Lin Han, what are you doing? Zhao Ningxuang's face changed when she saw this and she shouted angrily. At the same time, a very heavy thought arose within her. The corners of Lin Han's mouth rose slightly, an icy smile appearing on his face. Of course I'm doing what I should be doing. Hearing this, Zhao Ningxuang instantly understood. She looked angrily at Lin Han and shouted, "You're a spy of the 10,000 Devil sect. You're the one who killed Qin Shao." In an instant, all the Heavenly Sword sect disciples present were confused. What? Senior brother Lin Han is actually a spy of the 10,000 Devil sect. My goodness, he's Vice Patriarch Mu's disciple. How could he be a spy of the 10,000 Devil sect? The faces of the people changed drastically. Even though the matter was so unbelievable, the fact was now before them, and they were not allowed to disbelieve it. It's too late to realize that. Lin Han let out a cold laugh as he tightly clasped Mo Yuro's delicate body. The blade of the sword in his hand was less than an inch away from Mo Yuro's neck. Then he looked coldly at Su Qianyu. I deliberately killed Qin Shao before so that I could lure you out of the Heavenly Sword sect and then slaughter you. Originally, I didn't want to be exposed so early, but I really didn't expect that your strength would actually increase so quickly. Saying that, a flash of fear welled up in the depths of his eyes. As he said, Su Qianyu's strength had increased too quickly. Originally, when he first met with Su Qianyu, the other party was still just a weak ant that he could destroy with his own hands. But now, it had only been less than 3 months, and Su Qianyu's cultivation had already broken through to the 8th level of the Earthly Xian realm, and had even been able to kill Mu Yun, who was in the 2nd level of the Heavenly Xian realm. It made him feel a deep sense of unease and fear. Thinking of the half-year duel he had previously agreed with Su Qianyu, he was now almost certain that if he really waited until half a year later, he would definitely not be Su Qianyu's opponent. So, he couldn't hold back any longer. Now you only have one choice. Disable your own cultivation and roll over. I can consider releasing her. Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu with a teasing face before holding Mo Yuro hostage and walking into the camp of the 10,000 Devil sect. This Xian mine, you Heavenly Sword sect don't want it either, Sito Hao also said with a gloomy face. Originally, he had wanted to take this Xian mine by having Mu Yun and the others, as well as Lin Han, the undercover agent, win this duel without bloodshed. But how could he not expect that a Su Qianyu would actually be killed halfway, directly disrupting all of his plans, and even losing 5 of the top geniuses of the 10,000 Demons sect? In order to obtain this Xian mine, he could only allow Lin Han to be exposed early. You 10,000 Demons sect really deserve to die. General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuang were furious, but when they saw Mo Yuro, who was being held hostage by Lin Han, their expressions became very ugly again. Mo Yuro was the daughter of Patriarch Mo Yuntian. Once she really fell into the hands of the 10,000 Demons sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Su Qianyu and that Xian mine were equally related, and for a while, they couldn't make up their minds. Lin Chen, so you've been a traitor to the 10,000 Devils sect all along. Mo Yuro's face was filled with anger as she angrily scolded Lin Han. Just a short while ago, Lin Han was still pursuing herself, and at that time, she even felt that Lin Han was not bad and almost agreed. But now it seemed that same was just Lin Han's plot, and he had actually been tricked by the other party for so long. Lin Han, you despicable villain. Just now during the battle you were also deliberately acting. Yun Xian was equally enraged. Until this time, the truth of it all came out. Lin Han, you really deserve to die. The crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect suddenly came to a realization. With the existence of Lin Han as a spy, this duel of theirs had long been doomed to failure, and if it wasn't for Su Qianyu stepping forward to save the day, they wouldn't have been able to win no matter what. In the face of the anger of the crowd, Lin Han didn't care. He looked at Mo Yuro and said teasingly, if you don't want to die, you should go and persuade that brat right now to hurry up and scrap his own cultivation and roll over. At those words, everyone looked at Su Qianyu, but suddenly, they froze at once. Only Su Qianyu was yawning with a sleepy face, as if he hadn't noticed the tense atmosphere in the arena at all. What are you looking at me for? Su Qianyu looked up at the crowd. Little scum, if you don't want her to die, Hurry up and scrap your own cultivation and roll over, Lin Chen said smugly. With mo euro in hand, he was almost invincible. Will you grow a brain? However, Su Qianyu smiled contemptuously. Then he looked at Lin Han with a gaze that looked at him. You captured her. On what grounds did you make me cripple my own cultivation? Lin Han froze on the spot, obviously not expecting Su Qianyu to actually say this, but soon let out a cold laugh. Don't you dare to pretend here. Don't think I don't know that you and her have been having an adulterous affair for a long time. How could you not save her? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu simply sat down directly. You're right. I've been banging her for a long time, but I'm really disappointed. The girl has nothing but bigger boobs, no ass at all, and a brain problem. Su Qianyu paused, the expression on his face growing more and more disgusted. Most importantly, she's like a dead fish in bed. She can't even scream. So why should I waste my own cultivation to save her? Chapter 85, What's wrong with your ass? Silence. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone froze. They had thought of many kinds of reactions from Su Qianyu, but they only never thought that Su Qianyu would actually say this. For a while, the eyes of the crowd looking at Su Qianyu and mo euro all changed, becoming very strange and ambiguous. Su Qianyu, I'm going to kill you. After a brief moment of stupefaction, mo euro's face turned red with anger. She even disregarded the fact that she was being held hostage by Lin Han and struggled to rush up to fight Su Qianyu. Don't move! Lin Han hurriedly grabbed mo euro. At the same time, he also looked at Su Qianyu with a bewildered face. Could it be that the other party really didn't care at all about mo euro's death? Even General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuan looked odd. And hearing mo euro's rant, Su Qianyu impatiently waved his hand. Noisy, if you want to kill, just do it. With that, he stood up. When you've killed her, it's time to settle the score between us. Hearing this, Lin Han's face clouded over. He originally thought that he could easily pin down Su Qianyu after he had captured mo euro, but he didn't expect that in the end, this would actually be the case. Don't listen to his nonsense. Since he refuses to scrap his own cultivation, then just do it. Situ Hao, who was on the side, suddenly let out a furious cry. He didn't even want to care if he could take down Su Qianyu or not. The current priority was to first take care of Yin Yan and Zhao Ningxuan and the others and take down the Xian mine. As long as I slaughter you too, today won't be a loss. Situ Hao let out a cold smile. Then a majestic Xian force instantly erupted and killed towards General Yin Yan and Zhao Ningxuan. You hold off Situ Hao. I'll go protect the two little ones, Zhao Ningxuan said with a grave gaze. She didn't forget that she also had to protect Su Qianyu's safety. Yes. General Yun Yan immediately rushed out and fought fiercely with Situ Hao. Jia. You stay too. Just as Zhao Ningxuan was about to go and support Su Qianyu and the others, an icy voice suddenly rang out. Seeing the black figure blocking in front of her, Zhao Ningxuan's heart immediately sank to the bottom. I didn't realize that there was an existence above the heavenly Xian realm hidden amongst the other party's crowd. Jia. As a piercing cold laugh rang out, Zhao Ningxuan was also dragged down by her opponent. Boom boom boom. The terrifying Xianli fluctuation shook the four directions, and the nearby people's faces changed drastically when they saw this, and they hurriedly distanced themselves from the four people. All four of them were above the Tianxian realm cultivation. Such a battle, even if it was just the aftermath, was not something they could withstand. Kill, all together. Slaughter these despicable dog scum. For a while, the disciples of the two major sects also had red eyes, and then they fought together in a chaotic manner. Xian power spread crazily, and the great battle between the two sides suddenly erupted. Now, it's our turn. Su Qianyu took out the surprising sword and walked towards Lin Han. If you come any closer, I'll kill her right now. Lin Han seemed to be unbelieving. The sharp sword in his hand was placed directly on top of mo euro's neck. A trace of blood directly spilled out. If you want to kill, hurry up and do it. There's so much bull *******. However, Su Qianyu had no intention of stopping at all, and even rushed over at an extremely fast speed after cursing. ******. Lin Han's face changed drastically. This guy really didn't care about mo euro's death at all. Fine. I'll kill you. Lin Han was also completely enraged by Su Qianyu. His entire body's Xian power exploded, and his cultivation unexpectedly reached the Tianxian triple realm. Now do you know how powerful I am? Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu in triumph. Obviously, he had been hiding his cultivation before. Die for me. Seeing Su Qianyu completely ignoring him, Lin Han became more and more furious as he took out a sharp sword and chopped at Su Qianyu. Swish! But right at this moment, Su Qianyu's speed suddenly soared. He slightly sidestepped, and as he brushed past Lin Han, he spoke out in mockery. Powerful I didn't feel, but you are truly stupid. Lin Han's expression changed drastically. You tricked me? It was also at this moment that Su Qianyu instantly rushed out, then picked up Mo Euro by the waist and ran forward furiously without looking back. Lin Han, you punk! Situ Hao, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with General Yun Yen, was so angry that he directly cursed when he saw this. That's a fool's errand to let the other side get people out of the way. What a brain this kid has. Zhao Ningxuan also finally understood at this moment. What Su Qianyu did just now was completely paralyzing Lin Han in order to save Mo Euro. It had to be said that Su Qianyu's acting skills were really good, even fooling everyone present, and in the end, he even managed to save Mo Euro. Situ Hao looked at the few people below and shouted, "Right and left guardians, you few go together. You must bring them back to me." Yes, the two figures below immediately responded. Subsequently, a full 8 people instantly chased after Su Qianyu and Mo Euro in the direction that the two of them had fled. "I'm going to break you into pieces." Lin Han's expression was even harder to see as he similarly followed behind those 8 people and chased after them together. "You 10,000 demons sect. You really deserve to die." Seeing that Su Qianyu and Mo Euro managed to escape, General Yun Yan and Zhao Ningxuan also breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them erupted into an all-out attack, determined to kill their opponents. In the meantime, Su Qianyu was holding Mo Euro in his arms as he flew away. "What did you mean by those words just now?" Mo Euro lay in Su Qianyu's arms, angrily glaring at Su Qianyu questioningly. "I say Missy, you don't look at what time it is. Do you still care about this?" Su Qianyu said without any good humor. "Can I save you if I go and don't say that?" He then looked back. It's a shock not to look at it. Fine. Plus Lin Han there are a total of 9 people. The lowest is Tianxian realm, and among them there are 2 Tianxian 9 realm. They really look up to me. Su Qianyu's heart sank to the bottom, immediately exerting his full strength to use the cloud-chasing moon-treading steps, darting towards the front. "Then you can't say those things." Mo Euro's face was still red, especially when she thought about what Su Qianyu said. She was furious. She took advantage of Su Qianyu's inattention and quietly touched her butt, her expression growing more and more unconvinced. "What's wrong with your own ass? Also, she does bark. You two will surely die today." Immediately after that, Lin Han's exasperated voice came from behind him. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were desperately fleeing in front of them, while Lin Han and the other 8 experts of the 10,000 demon sect poured out their best efforts to chase after them. The distance between the two sides was also getting closer. "Let's run in the direction of Jinbei Pass. As long as we enter Jinbei Pass, we'll be safe." Sensing the pursuers behind her, Mo Euro hurriedly said, "No." Su Qianyu vetoed it in one breath. "They must have prepared early this time. If we run towards Jinbei Pass, we will most likely fall into their trap." At those words, Mo Euro's face changed. What then? She had never been chased before, and at this moment, she was directly disorganized. "I've got a great place to go." Suddenly, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. He then glanced back and frowned. Their speed is too fast. If it continues like this, it won't be long before they catch up. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro hurriedly took out a bottle of pills. "Eat this." "What is it?" "5th grade elixir. Light spirit pill. After eating it you can increase your speed in a short period of time." After saying that, Mo Euro directly swallowed it in one gulp. Subsequently, her speed actually did become much faster. What a little rich girl. Su Qianyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. "Want it? Don't for nothing." Su Qianyu grinned and similarly ate a light spirit pill as the two of them quickly ran in one direction. Chapter 86, What can you do to me? Where are you going to go? Mo Euro glanced at the pursuers behind her and asked. "Heavy Earth Abyss." Su Qianyu spoke faintly. "And you know about the Heavy Earth Abyss?" Mo Euro was a bit surprised by Su Qianyu's answer. "I heard the others say it before when I was in the sect." Su Qianyu casually found a reason. "But there are also people from the 10,000 Devils sect in the Heavy Earth Abyss." Mo Euro still had a worried look on her face. "So where else do you think?" Su Qianyu asked an expressionless rhetorical question. According to their speed, it wouldn't take long for Lin Han and the others to catch up, and by then they would definitely be no match for the other party. And the Heavy Earth Abyss wasn't far from here, so it was definitely the best place to go. Plus, his main purpose of coming to the border this time was to go to the Heavy Earth Abyss, which was also considered a worthwhile trip. Suddenly, Su Qianyu spoke. "However, before that, one has to find a way to them once before that." Mo Euro's face changed slightly at his words. "Are you crazy? We're running for our lives now. What else do you want to do?" She didn't expect that in the face of such a powerful pursuer, Su Qianyu could actually give birth to the idea of wanting to fight back. Even you can't think of it, then they will think of it even less. This is our chance. The corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. After saying that, he used his sword to carve out a row of large characters on the ground, and then led Mo Euro headlong into a patch of bushes in front of him. Swish swish. Not long after, Several figures quickly came to the location where Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were just now. These two guys are actually so fast. Humph. They must be high on drugs. I'd like to see how long their drug effects last. The two 10,000 demon sect men snorted coldly. Lin Han also arrived quickly. And then the crowd saw the words left behind by Su Qianyu. What can 8 losers and 1 idiot do to me? At this moment, all 9 people fell silent at the same time. I'm going to skin that kid. In the next second, Lin Han almost growled out. One of the black-clothed men said in an equally cold voice, "This shrubbery isn't very big. Let's search for them separately. We must catch them today." He was also angered by Su Qianyu's words. Soon, the 9 people immediately split into 3 teams, heading in different directions into the shrubbery to search. That kid is really arrogant. Only 3 silhouettes were seen walking through the jungle, searching carefully while saying in a cold voice, "If you ask me, Lin Han does have enough stupidity. Obviously the person is in hand. But in the end, he was still saved by that kid." The other man sneered. "Lin Han may be stupid, but this is good. If we can catch those 2 guys, it's a great achievement." At those words, the crowd lit up. "Look ahead, you guys." Just then, one of them exclaimed. The other 2 hurriedly looked, only to see a panting figure leaning against a large tree in front of them. If that's not Su Qianyu, who else could it be? It's that kid. The 3 of them simultaneously had expressions of great joy. Su Qianyu turned back violently, and was instantly filled with panic at the sight of those 3 people. "Damn, why are you guys so fast? I just can't run anymore." Hearing Su Qianyu's words, the 3 people from the 10,000 demons sect burst out laughing. That's right, a mere Earthshian realm brat, who had been running wildly all the way for so long, should have been exhausted a long time ago. "Kid, this little me will see where you still run. Weren't you arrogant just now, calling us trash? Ha ha, hurry up and take him down. Go back and ask for a reward from Hall Master Situ." The 3 of them immediately had a smug smile on their faces before slowly approaching towards Su Qianyu. "I'm warning you, don't you come any closer or I'll be rude." Su Qianyu retreated while taking out the surprising sword and staring closely at the 3. "Oh, you're still talking tough when you're dying. I'd like to see how you, an Earthshian realm, are going to be impolite to us." The 3 of them were filled with disdain, then simultaneously rushed out towards Su Qianyu. 1 heavenly Xian 4th realm, 2 heavenly Xian 2nd realm. The majestic aura instantly locked Su Qianyu in place. It was also at this moment that the panic on Su Qianyu's face was replaced by a bearish battle intent. Faust, 10,000 swords kill. In an instant, Xianli surged and sword intent roared. Buzz. One could only see a channel of berserk Xianli and overpowering sword intent converging crazily, and then thousands of sharp sword shadows were formed above Su Qianyu's head, each of which was filled with a deadly sharpness. This was precisely the second stance of the great floating sword technique. How is that possible? Feeling the terrifying power of Su Qianyu's move, the 3 people from the 10,000 demons sect had their faces changed drastically. Was this really the power that could be erupted by an Earthshian realm? They simply couldn't believe it. "Get out of the way!" That Tianshian 4th realm man hurriedly shouted, but it was still too late. Besides him, the other 2 men had already been completely enveloped by the roiling sword shadows. Boom boom boom. Heavy sword shadows fell like a river of stars, detonating waves of extreme sword chi, and the radiant sword shadows dispersed the night completely. In the next second, dust and smoke rose and the ground shook. Fixing his eyes, he only saw that the 2 Tianshian 2nd level realm men had long been bloodied and dead at this moment. Even the man of the Tianshian 4th realm was similarly grimy and had a wretched appearance. However, his reaction was extremely fast and he avoided the sharpness of Su Qianyu's move in advance, and only then was he spared. Seeing this, Su Qianyu sighed. "I told you guys long ago not to come over. Listen to me. Now dead." Satisfied, he was secretly happy in his heart. Even he did not expect that the power that erupted from the second stance of the great floating sword technique would actually be so terrifying. Hearing this, the only remaining man from the 10,000 devils sect was instantly furious. "Damn you, little scumbag. How could he not expect that Su Qianyu actually dared to strike at them and killed both of them? Even he almost died in the hands of the other party. Catch me first." Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Then without any hesitation, he directly turned around and ran. "When did you become so strong?" Mo Euro, who had come over in support, was also looking at Su Qianyu with a face full of shock at the moment. She had just seen clearly that Su Qianyu had killed 2 Tianshian 2nd level realm people from the 10,000 devils sect in a single move, which had simply refreshed her perception of Su Qianyu. "Missy, you'd better run." After Su Qianyu finished speaking, the 2 of them immediately ran wildly towards the front. The battle just now had definitely attracted Lin Han's attention, and if they didn't run, they really wouldn't be able to run away. "What do you do for food?" As expected, after seeing the 2 people who had died tragically, A man in the 10,000 demons sect in the Tianxian ninth realm was filled with violent anger. Left protector, right protector, that kid's combat power is very powerful. I almost suffered a loss. The man from earlier hurriedly said in a sincere manner. It seems we underestimated him, a woman said in a deep voice. She was none other than one of the two Tianxian 9 realms that the 10,000 demons sect had chased after this time, and was Sito Hao's right protector. At those words, a biting killing intent flashed through that black-clothed man's eyes. Keep chasing me. No one is going back until we catch them. He was Sito Hao's left protector, also at the Tianxian 9 realm cultivation level. With his order, the remaining 6 people of the 10,000 demons sect immediately chased after Su Qianyu in the direction that the two of them had fled. Damn kid! Lin Han stood in place, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Chill, it's not too late for you to stop now. An empty, ghostly voice sounded in his head. At those words, Lin Han's expression twisted. Ever since he was provoked by Su Qianyu earlier, Snow Moon Sword Immortal had never spoken to him again. However, now, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was telling him to stop as soon as he opened his mouth, which made him even more enraged. The less you let me kill him, the more I will. I'm just going to prove to you that you have a very bad eye and that he's no match for me. After saying that, a flash of extreme madness surged in Lin Han's eyes before he ate a speed-enhancing elixir and quickly chased after him. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal no longer spoke. She had done all she could do. If Lin Han had to die, she couldn't stop him. Chapter 87. How could you? In the meantime, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were running furiously all the way. I can't, they're catching up. Mo Euro looked back and her face changed slightly. The people from the 10,000 demons sect were following closely behind them, and 2 of the Tianxian 9th realm powerhouses were even faster, and they were about to catch up. They won't be able to catch us anytime soon. Why? Mo Euro asked in disbelief. Su Qianyu slowly raised his head and looked towards the full moon in the night sky. Because it's dark now. After saying that, Su Qianyu looked back and her lips moved slightly. Then he picked up Mo Euro by the waist, while his speed actually doubled more than twice, directly transforming into a series of residual shadows as he sped towards the front. How is that possible? The crowd of the 10,000 devil sect in the back was instantly dumbfounded. The speed that Su Qianyu erupted at this moment was not even close to the 2 protectors. But that kid is clearly only at the Earth Xin realm. That ING kid. The left protector cursed in exasperation. Just now, Su Qianyu turned around and said a few words to them. Although they didn't hear it, they could see what Su Qianyu said, a bunch of trash. These 4 words instantly made everyone explode in rage. All get high and chase. The left and right guardians immediately ordered. Ahead. Su Qianyu hugged Mo Euro and ran wildly with the wind. He had already awakened the wind dragon vein, and with the Yin-Yang chaos skill having broken through to the Xin grade extreme grade, his speed had been greatly enhanced. What's more, now that it was nighttime, he could utilize his cloud-chasing moon-treading steps to the extreme, which was why his speed was so surprising. The 6th elder actually gave you all the cloud-chasing moon-treading steps, Mo Euro said with a complicated expression. She naturally recognized the 6th elder's unique technique of chasing clouds and treading the moon steps, but she did not expect that the 6th elder had actually taught all of his own skills to Su Qianyu. If she didn't teach me, we would have died a long time ago, Su Qianyu said without a trace of anger. Mo Euro stopped talking, but suddenly, she froze slightly. What is this thing? At this moment, she was held in Su Qianyu's arms, but she always felt that something was wrong. Hearing this, Su Qianyu did not reply. Why don't you say something? Seeing that Su Qianyu did not say a word, Mo Euro asked again. I advise you to pry less into the affairs of the road, Su Qianyu said with a bit of a heartbeat. Humph. The more you say that, the more I want to see what it is. Mo Euro's face was full of defiance. Then she tilted her head to look, but when she took a good look, her pretty face blushed. How can you? Mo Euro blared at Su Qianyu in exasperation. It's you who had to see it. Don't blame me. Su Qianyu rolled her eyes and said. At this moment, he held Mo Euro in his arms, and when he was running the 2 of their bodies would inevitably have some touching, and he naturally reacted. Beauty is in your arms, but behind you are pursuers. It's a feeling that just kills me. Damn rascal. Mo Euro moved her body in a hurry, but the strange sensation coming from her still caused her face to blush crimson. Even her breathing became heavy. They're almost upon us. Just as Mo Euro was shy and angry inside, Su Qianyu's heavy voice suddenly sounded. The 2 men looked back in a hurry, only to see that the 2 10,000 demon sect protectors had already swooped in ahead of the others, less than 200 feet away from them. They could even make out the sneer on the other's face. The heavy earth abyss is just ahead. Su Qianyu then looked back to the front. Their destination this time was not far ahead. As long as they went in, they would be safe. Little scumbag, let's see where you're going to run this time. The left protector's cold and piercing voice came from the back. Their goal is the heavy earth abyss. They must be stopped in a hurry. The right protector also spoke up. After saying that, the two of them pushed their speed to the extreme. 150 feet. 120 feet. 80 feet. The two figures came speeding in. The sharp sound of breaking winds seemed incomparably shrill at this moment, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. It's too late. Su Qianyu's heart sank to the bottom. Damn. It was so close at the end. The heavy earth abyss was right in front of him, and he could reach it in at most a dozen more breaths of time. But the two people in the back were clearly not prepared to give him this opportunity. Kid, die for me. The left protector had a cold smile on his face, and at this moment, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro had already entered his attack range. Immediately, he took out a battle knife that emitted a cold and chilling aura, then condensed his Xian force to slash out towards the front. Buzz! This blade instantly transformed into a huge blade astral, directly tearing through the void and chopping towards Su Qianyu and Mo Euro with a destructive might. Get out of the way! Su Qianyu's face changed drastically. This strike from a Tianxian 9th realm powerhouse was simply not something that he and Mo Euro could resist. Su Qianyu pushed Mo Euro away towards the right. At the same time, he also raised his speed to the extreme and poured all his efforts to dodge to the left, but it was slow in the end. This blade had already enveloped Su Qianyu and Mo Euro in. It can only be fought. Su Qianyu clenched his teeth. He took out the surprising sword and condensed his entire body's Xian force together before transforming it into an overwhelming sword. Great heavenly Faust chop. This sword heavily impacted on top of that blade astral, but after only resisting for a split second, Su Qianyu's strike was directly crushed by the other party, while lifting Su Qianyu's entire body out. Good thing he was fast enough. At this moment, he had already come to the edge of this knife of the other party, avoiding the front, although he was not lightly injured, but at least he survived. However, Mo Euro wasn't that lucky. Her entire body was completely enveloped in this blade from the other party. Cough cough. Su Qianyu was sent flying backwards a dozen feet. The ground was pulled out of a deep gully by him before he could barely stabilize himself. He looked across the room for the first time. The ground there was directly chopped out of a huge deep pit by the other party's slash, in which black smoke was still rising. This stupid woman isn't going to die, is she? Su Qianyu said with some uncertainty. If it was an ordinary Tianxian first realm, being hit head-on by that blade would definitely not have any possibility of survival. But just then, Su Qianyu, are you alright? An anxious figure ran out from that deep pit. It was none other than Mo Euro, only to see that she actually ran to Su Qianyu's side unharmed. And seeing that Su Qianyu was injured, she hurriedly took out a healing elixir and fed it into his mouth. How come you're not doing anything at all? Su Qianyu looked at her incredulously. He had just been scraped by the other party's slash, and he had also performed a martial art that counteracted some of the power, and he ended up being injured. But Mo Euro actually didn't have any problems at all. I have the Earth Grade Upper Grade Spiritual Artifact Golden Silk Soft Armor given to me by my father, which can withstand the vast majority of attacks. Mo Euro gave an explanation. At those words, Su Qianyu was actually speechless. It's really possible to have money to do whatever you want, and it's even better to save your life. This actually didn't even die. But it's good. I just happened to bring you guys back alive. Right at this moment, two figures appeared in front of Su Qianyu and Mo Euro. The left and right guardians have arrived. Swish swish swish. Subsequently, Lin Han and the other 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect arrived just as quickly and completely surrounded the two of them. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro. Chapter 88, A Sword of the Sword Immortal. Keep running, why don't you? The crowd of the 10,000 Demons sect completely surrounded Su Qianyu and Mo Euro while gnashing their teeth in anger. These two damned guys, not only did they let them chase them for the whole night, but they also killed 2 of their companions. It was really hateful. I told you long ago that sooner or later, I'm going to break you into pieces. At this moment, Lin Han slowly walked out, the killing intent in his eyes already uncontainable. Su Qianyu skimmed him. Come one-on-one if you can. At those words, Lin Han immediately blanched. Su Qianyu had only killed 2 Tianxian second-level realms in seconds in front of him, plus the fact that he had already lost to Su Qianyu once. Even if he was arrogant, he did not have the certainty of defeating Su Qianyu now. Waste. Su Qianyu smiled disdainfully. The left and right protectors, as well as the other 4, were similarly displeased. You, a Tianxian triple realm with a battle body, actually dare not fight a kid who was only at the Earthxian realm one-on-one. Quite a waste indeed. I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Lin Han's eyes were red, and his face was already filled with a scowl. The left protector stepped forward. Arrest them and bring them back. Mo Euro's face changed as she took out her rapier. Even if I die, I won't let you guys have your way. She then turned back to Su Qianyu and gave a bitter smile. I'm your protector, but I'm sorry, I can't protect you today, so let me die in front of you. After saying that, she blocked in front of Su Qianyu. But just now it was also me who kept running with you. When did you ever protect me? Su Qianyu skimmed her mouth. Euro. She was actually speechless. If this was not the wrong time, she really wanted to pry Su Qianyu's brain open to see what was inside. The left protector just sneered at the situation. I didn't expect it to be a bitter couple. But don't worry, none of you will be able to run away today. After saying that, he grabbed Euro. I'll go first. Euro's entire body exploded with Xian energy. But just as she was preparing to fight to the death, Su Qianyu suddenly stepped forward. The slender body blocked in front of her and spoke. Actually, it hasn't come to that yet. You don't need to make it look like a life and death parting. At those words, Euro froze slightly. At this point in time, it's still not a death separation? Only Su Qianyu took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth. Senior, what I said before still counts. I hope that senior can come to the aid of my predecessor, and I will definitely return the favor later on. Su Qianyu's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. What's this kid talking about? Is it begging us for mercy? Even calling seniors? I thought how tough this kid was. But this? The crowd of the 10,000 demon sect spoke out in mockery. Only Lin Han knew the meaning of Su Qianyu's words. With a face full of mockery, he transmitted his voice to Su Qianyu. You don't think that my master will show up to save you, do you? It's simply delusional. However, just as his voice fell, a dazzling white light suddenly blossomed from the storage ring on his finger, and in the end, an indistinct white silhouette slowly formed. It was a woman with a plump figure, long flowing hair, and an exquisite and elegant appearance, with an illusory figure that looked like a fairy descending to the earth. Master, what are you doing out here? Lin Han froze on the spot because the silhouette that appeared was none other than his master, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. He gave me a rain snow clear heart ritual before, and in return, I will step in to save his life. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal looked towards Su Qianyu and spoke faintly. When these words came out, Lin Han's expression instantly became ugly to the extreme. Master, look closely. He is my enemy. Mortal enemy. Lin Han's eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. He couldn't believe his ears. I told you, he helped me. Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice was flat and unquestionable. For a moment, Lin Han was trembling with anger. How could he not have thought that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal would actually want to help his sworn enemy? This is a slap in the face. If you save him today, I won't have you as a master. With these words, Lin Han practically roared out with all his strength. However, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal didn't even look at him before nodding her head indifferently. Fine. From now on, you no longer have anything to do with me. There was indifference in her eyes. Being just good-tempered yourself doesn't mean you don't have a temper. Now that Lin Han actually dared to threaten herself with her words, then she wouldn't say any more nonsense to the other party. Lin Han was furious. He almost died with a headlong rush. Surprisingly, it's a remnant soul. At this moment, the left protector gazed at the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. I don't care how strong you were in the past, but now you are just a lingering soul body, and you presume to save people from us? Snow Moon Sword Immortal's delicate face was expressionless. You guys can try. After saying that, she looked at Su Qianyu behind her and said, You sent me a rain snow clear heart rue before. Today, I will send you a sword. At those words, the left protector frowned. Playing God. We're all in this together. The right protector followed with a cold smile. Since you want to meddle in our business, don't blame us for beating your soul to death. In an instant, Berserk Xianli suddenly erupted as the two guardians, one on the left and one on the right, took out their weapons and killed Snow Moon Sword Immortal at the same time. Ungrateful old thing. Go to hell. Go to hell for me. Lin Han laughed maniacally at the sight. His eyes were covered in blood, and even his body emitted a bizarre demonic aura. The departure of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal sent him into a complete frenzy. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the two guardians killed in front of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. But it was at this moment, only to see the Snow Moon Sword Immortal lightly waving her jade hand, a heart-palpitatingly stern sword intent suddenly erupted. Buzz! For just a moment, the world seemed to stand still. The crowd then saw that the forest around them was actually being blown by an inexplicable force. Windflower! Snow Moon Sword Immortal's gaze was calm and indifferent. In the next second, the trees in a 10-mile radius were uprooted, then flew up into the sky and coalesced into a huge sword above the Snow Moon Sword Immortal's head. All over the world, it was as if only this sword was left. Sword Fairy! She's a sword fairy! Seeing this scene, the two guardians instantly turned pale. This soul body in front of them was actually the legendary Sword Immortal. And under this sword of the other party, they couldn't give birth to a trace of resistance. All they had was a heart full of fear. Rocky Mountain Shield. The left protector hurriedly took out a black shield, then made it bigger to stand in front of him, blocking him and the right protector behind the shield. Judging from the aura emanating from the top of the shield, this was actually an Earth-grade medium-grade defense spiritual artifact. Not only that, they immediately activated their entire body's Xianli and condensed a thick layer of Xianli armor on themselves. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion sounded, and the crowd only felt that the ground was shaking violently, as if a landslide was occurring. When they looked again, the ground where the right and left guardians were just now had completely collapsed, leaving only a gully that was miles across and looked shocking. The two protectors had long since died without a body, and along with that Earth-grade medium-grade defense spiritual weapon, it had also turned into a pile of pitch-black scrap metal. Two great Tianqian 9th realm powerhouses instantly died violently. Gulp! The remaining 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect were filled with panic and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, their foreheads filled with cold sweat. That sword just now, even if they were just watching, they all felt like they had walked through the gates of hell, and didn't dare to have any resistance at all. Is this the sword immortal? Su Qianyu looked at this scene, and the light in his eyes flickered. He could see very clearly that Snow Moon's sword immortal didn't have a trace of Xianli aura on her body, much less a substantial weapon. And that sword just now was completely condensed from pure sword intent. Even so, it still killed the 2 Tianqian 9 realms who were hiding behind the Earth-grade defensive spirit artifacts in seconds. A sword of the sword immortal was as terrifying as it was powerful. Chapter 89, The Sword Comes. Big Climax. Elder, spare your life. We were wrong. I beg Senior Sword Immortal to spare our lives. If we had known that Senior Sword Immortal was here, we wouldn't have dared to chase after him even if we had 100 more guts. The remaining 4 people of the 10,000 Demons sect were filled with panic. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and they hurriedly knelt down towards the Snow Moon Sword Immortal to beg for forgiveness. Even the 2 Tianqian 9 realm protectors were killed by the other party in a single sword stroke to the point where their corpses remained. So they simply didn't dare to make any more advances. So strong. Mo Euro was equally overwhelmed at this moment. The person in front of her was actually a legendary sword immortal. She then realized that no wonder Lin Han could grow up in such a short period of time. So it turned out that the other party had a sword immortal master secretly assisting him. The whole room was silent. Only the kowtowing and begging of the 4 members of the 10,000 Demons sect remained. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment rang out. One could only see Lin Han's face full of hideousness. His eyes had long been blood red, and his entire body was emitting a bizarre demonic aura. He's possessed, Mo Euro said in a deep voice. At this moment, Lin Han's state was completely insane. Why? He robbed me of my Earth-grade martial skills and that old thing's inheritance. Why even you are abandoning me now? Lin Shen didn't seem to be afraid of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal at all as he took one step at a time towards Su Qianyu, a hoarse roar coming out of his mouth. Listening to the other party's hate-filled questioning, Snow Moon Sword Immortal spoke expressionlessly. Because your heart is not right. At those words, Lin Han threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, it's you who have the eyes to see. The eyes to see. As he laughed, the fury in his body grew more and more intense. Seeing this, Snow Moon Sword Immortal no longer explained. She transmitted her voice to Su Qianyu. That sword just now has used up all my strength. I won't be able to hold on any longer. So hurry up and take the people away. With the intimidation of her sword just now, the 4 people of the 10,000 Demons sect had already been scared out of their wits, and it was the perfect time for Su Qianyu and Mo Euro to escape. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu looked up and saw that Snow Moon Sword Immortal's already illusory body had indeed become even more transparent and hidden. That sword. It was enough. Su Qianyu murmured in a low voice. Then he looked ahead at Lin Han who looked like a madman, and a surging battle intent suddenly erupted from his body. Let's put an end to the old and new grudges today. He could just leave now. But there's no longer that need. Miso. Stunning sword. Sheath. Swish. The biting sword blade was pointed directly at Lin Han. What are you going to do? Mo Euro's face changed. She didn't expect Su Qianyu to actually not leave, but instead rushed towards Lin Han, who was already possessed. All by herself. Ha ha give ha. I'll kill you. Looking at the rapidly approaching Su Qianyu, the murderous intent and fury in Lin Han's body could no longer be contained, and completely erupted at this moment. Clang! The 2 men's sharp swords clashed fiercely, and flames shot out in all directions. Boo! Berserk Xianli shook out. Su Qianyu and Lin Han each took 2 steps back, but soon after, both of them raised their heads almost simultaneously before rushing out again. One man was raging with wariness. One was full of madness. Clanking. In just a few breaths of time, the 2 had already exchanged dozens of rounds, with gusts of terrifying shockwaves spreading in all directions. No! Lin Han is already in the Tianqian triple realm. Plus he's already possessed a demon. His true fighting power is already comparable to the Tianxian quadruple realm. Mo Euro was anxious inside. Su Qianyu's cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Dixian realm. The gap between the two sides was really too great, and she was very worried that Su Qianyu would have any accidents. Boo! There was another pop. Su Qianyu and Lin Han once again pulled apart. White Tiger cracking mountain fist. Lin Han didn't stop for a second as a huge fierce tiger shadow coalesced behind him before he slammed his fist towards Su Qianyu. Only, his fierce tiger that was originally supposed to be white had turned all black, with a demonic aura overflowing, looking very bizarre. The demonic chi has affected his white tiger battle body. Mo Euro's face was full of gravity when she saw this, so she could imagine just how maniacal Lin Han's heart was at this moment. Mad Dragon Flaming Fist. At the same time, Su Qianyu's right arm was surrounded by flames, still not flickering and meeting a fist head-on. Tom. The fists of the two men clashed brazenly. Searing flames and icy demonic chi were charging against each other. Bang! In the next second, both of them simultaneously had their bodies shaken, and were directly lifted out by the violent airwaves. Lin Han slammed heavily on the ground. Ho! He spat out a mouthful of black blood, but he was completely unaware of the pain as if he was looking up at Su Qianyu once again. Kill you! I'll kill you! Even though he had already become a demon at this point, this had become an obsession within him, and the monstrous hatred in his heart caused him to stand up once again. White Tiger Heaven Breaking Strike. He raised the sharp sword in his hand high, and the white tiger behind him let out an angry roar from its mouth, then slashed down furiously at Su Qianyu. Mo Euro immediately changed her face. With the white tiger battle body's enhancement, Lin Han's combat power already exceeds the Tianxian 5th realm. I'm going to save him. Mo Euro made a snap decision and instantly rushed out. Stay back. But she had only just made a move when Su Qianyu's firm voice entered her ears. Great heavenly Faust chop. Just as Mo Euro was lost in thought, the stunning sword in Su Qianyu's hand erupted with a stern sword intent and once again met him head-on with a sword. Clank! For a time, the two men's sharp swords once again fiercely exchanged blows, bursting out bursts of brilliant sparks. Put! Berserk sword chi surged into Lin Han's body. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was once again sent flying by Su Qianyu's sword. However, clunk! The stunning sword in Su Qianyu's hand broke. This is a disaster. Mo Euro looked full of anxiety. The sword in Lin Han's hand was given to him by Mu Bingjie and was called the Jedi Shadow Sword, a true Earth-grade lower-grade spiritual artifact. The surprising sword in Su Qianyu's hand was also from Mu Bingjie's hand, but the grade was only Xian grade upper grade. Under such an intense battle between the two, the amazing sword was finally overwhelmed and completely broke into two. Ho! Lin Han got up upside down. His body was already covered with bloody sword marks. Black blood was flowing from his mouth, and his entire body was even more pudgy, looking like a madman. Lin Han looked at Su Qianyu, his voice hoarse as he laughed out loud. As a sword cultivator, you even broke your sword. How can you still fight me? Even though he was already seriously injured, he was still approaching towards Su Qianyu step by step. The Jedi Shadow Sword in his hand was overflowing with demonic aura. Su Qianyu, take the sword. Mo Euro threw her sword out with one hand. Boo! But before her sword could fall into Su Qianyu's hands, it was directly sent flying by Lin Han's sword, thrusting heavily into the ground. You will, in the end, die by my hand. At this moment, Lin Han's eyes completely turned black and red as he laughed and stabbed his sword at Su Qianyu. He won. It's about to be won. He'll get his revenge soon. However, looking at the sword blade that came to take his life, Su Qianyu suddenly had a bright smile on his face. He stretched out a hand, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. You're wrong. As a sword cultivator, how could you not have a sword? Wind and flower. Sword come. In an instant, strong air currents began to gather from all directions, gradually forming a transparent long sword in Su Qianyu's hand. Chapter 90, Beheading Lin Han. How can it be? Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 people of the 10,000 Demons sect were all confused. Isn't this the same technique that the Sword Immortal used just now? How come this kid can do it now? Could it be that Sword Immortal wasn't Lin Han's master at all, but this kid's? How did he do it? Mo Euro similarly froze in place, looking at Su Qianyu who was surrounded by sword intent. Her heart shook fiercely. This guy, what a genius! Snow Moon Sword Immortal's illusory and delicate face was also very moved. The sword she had just executed, Wind Flower Snow Moon, was actually not a martial art, but rather a technique in the way of the sword. Only when one's attainments in the way of the sword had broken through to the level of King of Swords could one achieve the ability to use everything as a sword, and everything could be chopped. That's why when she struck earlier, she said, I'll send you a sword. This sword was both chopping at the 2 guardians of the 10,000 Demons sect, and also wanted Su Qianyu to enhance his sense of the Tao of the sword from this sword of his. But how could she not expect that Su Qianyu would simply watch himself perform it once and then directly replicate it? It's almost as if it's a case of learning now and then, and straight away she can't even do the whole thing. I want you to die. Die for me. Just as the crowd was still in shock, Lin Chen's cold and furious voice sounded once again. He completely disregarded the stern aura of Su Qianyu's body. His eyes were scarlet, and the only thing left in his heart was the obsession to kill the other party. It is you who will die today. After saying that, the transparent sharp sword in Su Qianyu's hand instantly chopped down. Clang! This time, Lin Han didn't have any resistance. His attack was crushed almost instantly, and the Jedi Shadow Sword in his hand was sent flying heavily by Su Qianyu, falling into the ground and emitting a gurgling tremor. Clank! The transparent sword blade then went straight through Lin Han's chest, heavily nailing him into the earth beneath him. Boom! Debris splattered and blood rained down. Only a crack blossomed from beneath Lin Han, like a devil's claw spreading out, stinging the visual nerves of everyone present. At this moment, all is silent. The sharp and transparent sword blade in Su Qianyu's hand completely buried Lin Han's vitality before it gradually began to dissipate. Ho ho ho! Lin Han's expression was dumbfounded and his mouth once again spat out large mouthfuls of black blood. But he couldn't stand up anymore this time. I hate it so much. He looked at Su Qianyu with a fierce face until he died. The world then returned to peace. Everyone present watching this scene did not speak again. Or rather, were all too shocked to speak. He really did it. Mo Euro stared blankly at this scene. That heavenly sword sect's top disciple, Vice Patriarch Mu's personal disciple, a super genius with a white tiger battle body, was nailed to the ground by Su Qianyu just like a dead dog. And at this moment, Su Qianyu's body was surging with Xian energy. His sword intent was overpowering, and his slender and upright body was like an absolute god of war. It was also at this moment that Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice suddenly entered Su Qianyu's ears. Little fellow, I can't hold on any longer. Next, it's up to you. As her voice fell, the body that was already almost close to transparent gradually dissipated and finally turned into a stream of light that flew into the storage ring in Su Qianyu's hand. She was only in the state of her soul, and that sword just now had used up all of her power, and at this moment, she was finally at her limit. Where's that sword fairy? The 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect were slightly stunned, but someone quickly reacted. Ha 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 ha, she definitely can't make it. The 2 protectors are right. She's just a soul body. It's impossible for her to exist for a long time. I was almost bluffed by her. Since that's the case, let's strike together to take down the damned brat and avenge the 2 protectors. With a fall, the 4 of them simultaneously looked at Su Qianyu across the room, their eyes filled with biting killing intent and deep scorn. They had all seen Su Qianyu's performance just now, and the other party's talent even made them feel fear. Since he had now offended him and the other party was still from the Heavenly Sword sect, he had to be nipped in the bud. Kid, take your life. Now I'll see who else can save you. In an instant, the 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect struck out at the same time, killing towards Su Qianyu. Tianxian Quadruple Realm. Tianxian 5th Realm, Tianxian 6th Realm, Tianxian 7th Realm. The cultivation of the 4 was neatly organized. In just a blink of an eye, they had already killed in front of Su Qianyu, and the violent Xian Li immediately locked Su Qianyu. I'll hold them off. You go. Mo Euro even reacted faster than the other party. She looked determined and blocked in front of Su Qianyu. However, her voice had only just dropped when a strong, powerful arm pulled her back. Fighting is for men. Women just watch. Su Qianyu took a step forward, facing the 4 people who were killing in unison. The corners of his mouth sketched out a shallow arc. You guys don't really think that I'm afraid of you, do you? After saying that, he flipped his palm. Swish! A black bell suddenly appeared in its hand. Ring ring ring, a crisp bell rang. No good. Those 4 people from the 10,000 Demons sect immediately changed their faces. It's the soul-devouring bell. Ah! My head hurts. As the bell rang, the bodies of the 4 members of the 10,000 Demons sect instantly stiffened in place, clutching their heads in agony. After chasing me for so long, it's my turn now. A deadly sharpness flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. 10,000 swords floating massacre, only to see a surge of air currents, biting sword intent whistling. Then thousands of sharp sword shadows coalesced above Su Qianyu's head. Swish swish swish. Swords rained down from the sky, chopping down. Under Mo Euro's shocked to the core gaze, a powerful sword light was declared and Su Qianyu's figure instantly disappeared. Miso. In the next second, Su Qianyu resumed his original position in the same posture as he had taken out his sword, his back facing the 4 people of the 10,000 Demons sect, his face expressionless. In your next life, pay more attention. Su Qianyu's voice was cold and piercing, and behind him, blood rained down. and the remaining 4 people of the 10,000 demons sect were all slaughtered. Their corpses, equally neat and tidy. Under a frontal confrontation, Su Qianyu was definitely not the opponent of the other 4, but his unexpected use of the soul-devouring bell for a spiritual attack, coupled with his extremely fast speed, which instantly killed the 4. Looking around, the ground around the 2 had long since been leveled, leaving nothing but devastation. That sword I just used, was it handsome? Su Qianyu turned to look at Mo Euro and asked. Cool. Mo Euro subconsciously nodded her head. I think so. So you're going to give yourself to me? Mo Euro froze. Su Qianyu hemmed and hawed, then turned around and collected all the storage rings of those people just now. These are a great asset and must not be wasted. Looking at Su Qianyu's back, Mo Euro was a little lost in thought. At this moment, the most shocking thing in her mind was not Su Qianyu's stunning and incomparable sword just now. Rather, Su Qianyu pulled her behind him and uttered the words, "Fighting is a man's business. A woman can just watch." She knew that she would never forget those words for the rest of her life. Yeah. Mo Euro suddenly laughed. This smile was like a spring breeze in peach blossoms. However, when she looked again, Su Qianyu had already walked towards the front and did not hear her words. Chapter 91, This is my line. Until Su Qianyu and Mo Euro left, it wasn't long before 2 figures came this way one after the other. The 2 were none other than Zhao Ningxuang and Sita Hao. What intense battle marks. Looking at the mess in front of her, Zhao Ningxuang's beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk. Ever since Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were chased, she immediately got rid of her opponents and chased after them, but seeing the tragic situation before her, she knew she was still too late. Ha 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 ha. I've already said that those 2 guys have already been taken down by my people. Sita Hao walked up and laughed triumphantly. He had sent out his right and left protectors, 2 Tianqian 9 realms, to take down 2 guys who had practically just reached the Tianqian realm. It was simply a handful. Don't be too happy. There are still several corpses of your 10,000 demons sect here. Zhao Ningxuang spoke in a low voice. On her way to follow the trail, she had seen the 2 people who were killed by Su Qianyu, and now she had found the corpses of the 4 people from the 10,000 devils sect, which was tantamount to saying that the other side had a total of 8 people, and 6 of them had already died. Lin Han is also dead. She also saw Lin Han's corpse, and there wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in her eyes. Such a traitor is not worthy of death. There are still 2 Tianqian 9 realms missing, and the corpses of Su Qianyu and Yu Rou aren't there either. Zhao Ningxuang subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't see the corpses of the 2 Su Qianyu, there was still hope for everything. At least the outcome wasn't too bad. Humph. You don't think that the 2 of them, brats who have just reached the Tianqian realm, will still be able to survive with 2 Tianqian 9 realms chasing after them, do you? Sita Hao snorted. However, he was also a little puzzled. Since his left and right guardians had taken down those 2 guys, why didn't they bring them here? And where did they go? Stuart Ho. Right at this moment, Zhao Ningxuang suddenly opened her mouth. Only, her voice had turned cold and piercing. What are you going to do? Sita Hao's face instantly changed. Only Zhao Ningxuang's eyes were scarlet as she raised the sharp sword in her hand, and a wave filled with a destructive aura emanated from it. Mad demon // Are you crazy? Sita Hao looked at Zhao Ningxuang with a face full of shock. Even just now, when both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, Zhao Ningxuang hadn't used this forbidden martial skill that killed 1,000 enemies and harmed 800, but now the other party actually didn't hesitate to cast it out. Sita Hao cursed angrily while condensing his Xianli armor to draw back and dodge. Boom boom boom. In the next second, as Zhao Ningxuang chopped down with the sword, the already devastated ground shook violently once again, and dust and smoke flew wildly in the sky. As for Zhao Ningxuang, she was still standing in the same spot, her long hair flowing freely in the rolling clouds of smoke, just like a demonic god. Cough cough. Sita Hao coughed violently a few times, then stood up with difficulty. It was only that his entire body was in a sorry state at the moment, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and even the Xianli armor on his body was shattered with a loud bang. You crazy? He looked at Zhao Ningxuang, his eyes full of scorn. If he hadn't run fast just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to stand up now. If anything happens to them, I will fight to the death and make you bury them with me. Zhao Ningxuang's long hair flew and her gaze was cold and piercing. With that, she turned to leave. The crimson blood on its fingertips slowly dripped down, but she was generally unaware of anything, and a slender and upright figure emerged within her blood-red pupils. Dawn broke the following day. In the middle of the heavy earth abyss, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were walking in a wide underground passageway, while there were quite a few other people walking around them. Why don't you go back to the clan Orjinbei Pass? Mo Euro inclined her head to look at Su Qianyu and asked. I'm going to practice here. At those words, Mo Euro smiled faintly. I had forgotten that you possess the 9-dragon battle body. And in the middle of the heavy earth abyss, You can just absorb the earth attribute energy in it. She thought for a moment and continued. The heavy earth abyss is a heavenly blessing that contains very rich earth attribute energy. A blessing that everyone dreams of. But it is located in the center of the borders of the three great sections. Once the three great clans broke out into a dozen battles in order to claim it as their own. And in the end, no one took advantage of it. So in order to minimize casualties, they made a rule that the heavy earth abyss does not belong to any party. And that no matter if it's someone from one of the three great clans or a casual cultivator from the northern spirit region, they can all come in to cultivate. Mo Euro introduced softly from the side, and Su Qianyu was listening attentively. After all, he hadn't really come to the heavy earth abyss in his last life. It's just that the heavy earth abyss has a very powerful geomagnetic gravity, and at most, it can only accommodate people in the Tianxian realm. And once someone above the Tianxian realm comes in, their cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of the Tianxian 9 realm. Not only that, in the midst of the heavy earth abyss, all spirit weapons will be rendered useless and unusable. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu took out the soul-devouring bell. He tried to shake it up, but just as Mo Euro had said earlier, it was completely ineffective. It's rather amazing. Su Qianyu looked around. The people walking around were divided into roughly 4 categories. White, black, purple, and all sorts of different clothes. According to his understanding, those wearing white uniforms were disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, those wearing black represented the 10,000 Demons sect, and the purple clothes represented the Purple Cloud Hall. And those who wore non-uniform clothes should be the scattered cultivators from various places. Let's go. There are our people in the heavy earth abyss. At least here, we are safe, Mo Euro said with a smile. The two made their way forward. The heavy earth abyss is constructed underground and is so wide that it doesn't feel crowded even if there are a lot of people here. But they hadn't gotten very far when a clamor came from the front. And a large group of people seemed to be crowding around something. Go over there. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro looked at each other before squeezing into the crowd. In the center of the crowd, 2 groups of people were facing each other. Only a dry and thin man in a long black coat was looking at a robust man across the street with a face full of contempt. How dare you talk back to me? Are you tired of living? He stepped forward, completely ignoring the angry look in the other man's eyes, then nonchalantly reached out and slapped the man in the face a few times. The gesture, highly insulting. Don't you bully me too much. The robust man wore a white coat, a head taller than the black man in front of him, and glared at him angrily. Pop. But his voice had only just fallen when the man in black threw a heavy slap on his face, sending his cheeks into a reddish color. I'll bully you too much. So what can you do? The black-clothed man's face was filled with mockery. If you dare to fight back today, 3 days from now when the abyssal land opens, I guarantee that I'll make your Heavenly Sword sect people return empty-handed. Hearing this, the robust man who had originally had his veins rippling from anger and his fists pinched to the point of creaking suddenly changed his face. He was like a deflated balloon. And even though he was trembling inside from anger, he could only stand in place. Alas, the guy from the Heavenly Sword sect is too miserable. However, the people from the 10,000 Demons sect are just a little too arrogant. What can be done about that? Inside this heavy earth abyss, the 10,000 Demons sect does have arrogant capital. The people present were talking about this scene. Su Qianyu frowned at the sight. He could see that the black-clothed man from the 10,000 Demons sect was at the cultivation level of Tianxian First Realm. And that day, the robust man from the Sword sect, who was clearly at the cultivation level of the Tianxian Triple Realm, why did he allow the other party to bully him? What's the use of growing so big? Coming out to mix is about background. And you, Heavenly Sword sect, just can't. Only to see that black-clothed man sneer before slamming his fist towards the other party again. Stop. Right at this moment, a dainty voice rang out. The man in black stopped moving, and the people present turned to look. Only to see Mo Euro striding out and blocking in front of that Heavenly Sword sect disciple R. Who are you? The man in black looked at Mo Euro, but Mo Euro didn't even have the intention of answering him. Instead she turned to look at that Heavenly Sword sect disciple and said, to be a human being, one must have dignity. At those words, the stocky man froze slightly, then his face was filled with bitterness. Why would he not want to defend his dignity? But in this heavy earth abyss, the 10,000 Demons sect was the emperor of the earth. And they couldn't afford to offend them at all. I'm asking you. Seeing that Mo Euro didn't even look at herself, the man in black suddenly became furious and was about to make a move. Swish! But in the next second, Mo Euro's figure instantly disappeared in place. Pop! She slapped the black-clothes man out, and the other party's entire face immediately became red and swollen, and even several bloodied teeth flew out. Fighting is fighting. What a lot of bull *******. Mo Euro looked at the other party's wretched figure and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu in the crowd instantly shook his tiger. Is there any mistake? This seems to be my line? Chapter 92, 9 out of 10 is wrong. Su Qianyu skimmed his mouth. It seemed that because Mo Euro had had more contact with herself, she was now doing things in a thunderous manner, and had gotten a few of her own true passages. How dare you hit me? The man in black fell to the ground in a sorry state, his eyes bloodshot as he stared angrily at Mo Euro. The expressions of the surrounding crowd followed suit. To strike out at the people of the 10,000 Devils sect in the heavy earth abyss. Where did this woman come from to be so raw? Since Su Qianyu and Mo Euro didn't wear the Heavenly Sword sect's unified clothing this time out, they didn't treat them as disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Let's go. Mo Euro ignored the other party and instead looked at the stocky man and Su Qianyu and said, to beat up my 10,000 Devil sex people and just walk away like that, do you think it's possible? At this moment, a low voice rang out. Turning around to look, that same man in 10,000 Demons sect attire was looking at Mo Euro with cold eyes. Senior brother Tan Yuan. Seeing the visitor, the 10,000 Devil sect disciple who had been knocked down by Mo Euro instantly became ecstatic and shouted, Senior brother Tan Yuan, you have to avenge me. The man named Tan Yuan nodded. Then he walked up to Mo Euro and spoke in a cold voice. No matter what you are today, if you beat up my 10,000 Devil sex disciple, you don't want to leave. As for his body, his Xian energy was surging and raging, and he had already reached the Tian Xian triple realm. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro's willow brows frowned slightly. When did you people from the 10,000 Demons sect become so arrogant? She wasn't afraid of the other party, she just didn't understand why the people from the 10,000 Demons sect dared to be so reckless in the middle of the heavy earth abyss. Arrogance requires capital, and my 10,000 Devils sect just happens to have it. Tan Yuan sneered before slamming his fist towards Mo Euro's face. Mo Euro's face changed, and just as she was about to strike, a figure blocked in front of her. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two fists clashed heavily together, and Tan Yuan's body instantly shook as he took several steps back. And who are you? Tan Yuan frowned as he looked at Su Qianyu, who had suddenly appeared. He was in the Tianxian triple realm, while the aura emanating from the other party was clearly only in the Earth Xian 8th realm, and he was actually able to repel himself? You don't need to care who I am, but I don't see the so-called principle in your mouth. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. You seek death. Tan Yuan burst into a rage. Demon Shadow Fist. This time he erupted with all his strength. The majestic Xianli pounced on Su Qianyu like a wave, determined to kill the other party with a single punch. Mad Dragon Flaming Fist, only to see Su Qianyu's hands surrounded by flames. His right hand was pulled back, and then a fist was blasted out from the front. Something that doesn't know how to die. Tan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. His own cultivation level was several levels higher than the other parties, of which he had even crossed a Tianxian realm. This kid was still trying to get tough with himself. He was simply looking for death. Boo! In the next second, the two fists once again collided solidly together, detonating an explosive and heavy sound. And then Tan Yuan realized that he was wrong. The power contained in the other party's fist was even more domineering than his. A strong fist force and flames penetrated his palm and arm, and then with a click, his arm was actually broken on the spot. Aha! Tan Yuan let out a roar of pain and anger from his mouth as he retreated a dozen steps in a row before finally falling to the ground in a sorry state. But before he had time to react, a blur of residual shadow swept in instantly before punching his chest. Arrogance needs to be exchanged with a life, and you happen to have one, but it's gone now. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He didn't have a good impression of the people of the 10,000 Devils sect, plus the fact that the other party came out with a life-threatening strike. Then he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. However, he still had some regrets. The yin-yang chaos skill that he cultivated was still only at the extreme Shen level. If he could raise it to the Earth level, I'm afraid that he wouldn't need to make up for this punch at all, and he would be able to directly kill his opponent in seconds. It seems like I still have to go back earlier and make out with Yanran and Jiang Yumor before I can do so. Su Qianyu's heart sighed with emotion. What? However, the crowd present was dumbfounded. What did they see? A kid who was only at the 8th level of the Earth Xian realm actually instantly killed Tan Yuan, who was at the 3rd level of the Tian Xian realm. Is he really only at the Earth Xian realm? That's not important. What's important is that he actually dared to kill someone from the 10,000 Devils sect. In the heavy earth abyss, even the Heavenly Sword sect and the Purple Cloud Palace wouldn't dare to mess with the 10,000 Demons sect. This kid is finished. The faces of the people in the four corners of the room changed again and again. Senior brother Tan Yuan, dead? The 10,000 Demons sect disciple from before was even more pale. He simply couldn't believe that in the heavy earth abyss, someone actually dared to lay their hands on them. Dare to kill our 10,000 Demon sects people. You're dead. He looked at Su Qianyu and Mo Euro in horror and said viciously, two fellow Taoists, you should quickly leave the heavy earth abyss. If we let the people from the 10,000 Devils sect arrive, we won't be able to leave. The stocky Heavenly Sword sect disciple also spoke anxiously. Hearing this, Mo Euro became more and more incomprehensible. Why are you guys so afraid of the 10,000 Demons sect? Su Qianyu also cannot understand. The same are the North Spirit region of one of the three major clans. And the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect is originally a mortal enemy. The two sides of the disciples should be a mortal relationship is right. But after his observation just now, it seemed that every single disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect here was very afraid of the people from the 10,000 Demons sect. You guys should have just entered the heavy earth abyss and don't know the situation here. In short, you guys better go, the man said in a hurry. It could be seen that he was really anxious. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro looked at each other and both realized that something was wrong. 9 out of 10 are not right. It's too late to leave now. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out. The crowd hurriedly turned around to look. A middle-aged man in a long black robe was running wildly towards this side. It's Yin Fei Yang. I can't believe even he's here. Now those two guys are dead. A gasp of surprise came from the crowd in all directions. Su Qianyu's expression also became grave. The cultivation of the person who came this time had actually reached the Tianxian ninth realm. Swish! It was also at this moment that a white figure suddenly flickered away from Su Qianyu and Mo Euro. Yin Fei Yang, your uncle, accompanied by a furious curse. The two speeding figures instantly faced off against each other. Boom! The crowd rushed to look, only to see two figures, one black and one white, clashing fiercely against each other, their fists erupting with heavy concussions of Xian force. It's Gulong from the Heavenly Sword sect. Well, I didn't realize that even Chrysanthemum Man had come out. But offending the 10,000 Demons sect at this point in time doesn't seem like a wise choice. In the midst of the crowd's murmuring, the two figures simultaneously retreated a step back, and then the man named Yin Fei Yang raised his head with cold eyes. Gulong, you want to meddle? Until this time, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro could not see the other party's appearance clearly. It's black clothes that were as black as ink, and there was a very hideous-looking scar on his face. What's going on? The white-robed man named Gulong inquired without looking back. Senior brother Gulong. They were the ones who bullied me too much. These two fellow Taoists killed the people from the 10,000 Devils sect in order to protect me. The Heavenly Sword sect disciple from before hurriedly told what had just happened. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Fei Yang on the opposite side said in a deep voice, Gulong, are you sure you want to make an enemy of me at this time for the sake of two loose cultivators? He saw that Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were dressed very plainly, so he took them as casual cultivators, and for a casual cultivator to dare to kill his own people, this was simply provoking the majesty of their 10,000 Demons sect. At those words, Gulong raised his eyebrows. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. They are also called casual cultivators? After saying that, he turned to look at Su Qianyu and Mo Euro, then grinned at Mo Euro. Senior sister Euro, long time no see. Chapter 93, Chrysanthemums exploding all over the mountain. The crowd froze. Senior sister? Could it be that these two are from the Heavenly Sword sect? Right at this moment, I don't know who in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, I recognize that woman. She's the daughter of the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch. Everyone's eyes widened at these words. Yin Fei Yang from the opposite side of the 10,000 Demons sect also frowned. His gaze towards Mo Euro became morose. If he could capture the eldest miss of the Heavenly Sword sect back, it would definitely be a great achievement. Many thanks to senior brother Gulong for coming to the rescue. Mo Euro looked at the white-clothed man and opened her mouth to thank him. At the same time, she was also relieved inside. With the Gulong of Tianxian ninth realm here, she and Su Qianyu would be considered safe. Let's settle things here first. Gulong nodded, then once again looked at Yin Fei Yang across the room. I'll take these two away. There was no doubt in his tone. No matter why Mo Euro appeared here, he had to ensure the safety of the other party. Yin Fei Yang was silent for a moment and pointed at Su Qianyu. I don't care about that woman, but that brat killed my 10,000 Devil sex people. He must stay. At those words, Gulong actually broke into tears. Are your ing ears bad? I just said that I'm taking both of these people. If you dare to beep one more time, I'll make your asshole explode all over the mountain right now. The atmosphere in the four corners of the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. The crowd of onlookers couldn't even help but take a few steps back. They looked at Gulong with a very horrified expression. In the entire heavy earth abyss, the only one who dared to scold Yin Fei Yang like that was Chrysanthemum Man, senior brother Gulong's character. Still so, Frank, Mo Euro whispered in Su Qianyu's ear. Su Qianyu nodded deeply. Look out. At this moment, Yin Fei Yang's expression was even more unsightly. Are you, sure, being scolded so angrily by Gulong? His expression also turned icy cold. You should know what the consequences of doing so are. Gulong smiled disdainfully. Come at me if you can. I'll be there anytime, provided your asshole is firm enough. Senior sister Yuro. This senior brother. Follow me. After saying that, he directly turned around and left with Su Qianyu and Mo Yuro. Well. I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Yin Fei Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Go inform Temple Master Situ. Say that the daughter of the Heavenly Sword sect leader has arrived at the Heavy Earth Abyss, and ask him for support. And try to take her down after the abyssal land opens. Yes. A 10,000 demons sect disciple immediately led the order and left the Heavy Earth Abyss. Looking at the backs of the three as they left, a biting killing intent flashed through Yin Fei Yang's eyes. 3 days from now, I will make you pay the price of blood. This is senior brother Gulong. He was already practicing in the sect when I was first born, and is now the Heavy Earth Abyss's subduer. On the way, Mo Yuro introduced Su Qianyu to Gulong at the same time. However, she only said some basic information about Su Qianyu, while other important information was not mentioned. Senior brother Qianyu was already a core disciple at such a young age. He is really young and talented, Gulong said with emotion. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly before arching his hand at Gulong. Thank you senior brother Gulong for your help just now. In fact, he wanted to ask the other party, that chrysanthemum man nickname in the end how to come, but think too presumptuous, so did not ask out. Gulong didn't know what Su Qianyu was thinking and waved his hand without any concern. Then inquired, we are all masters and brothers, this is all what I should do. But how did you come to the Heavy Earth Abyss? Mo Yuro then roughly told the other party the whole story, but hid the matter of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, which Su Qianyu had explained long ago. Damn 10,000 devils sect, an entire clan of treacherous people. Sooner or later, I'll blow all of their chrysanthemums. Upon hearing that Su Qianyu and Mo Yuro almost died in the hands of the people of the 10,000 devils sect, Gulong was instantly enraged. I'll send someone to inform General Yunyan so that he can send someone to pick you up. Gulong didn't dare to delay in the slightest, and hurriedly called for a Heavenly Sword sect disciple to go to Jinbei Pass to report the news. However, Su Qianyu could see that although Gulong had been greatly grinning, his brows had been tightly locked, as if he had something to worry about. You guys have been fighting all day, you must be tired. I'll go arrange a room for you to rest. After saying that, Gulong led the two of them to a place under a mountain rock, and as far as the eye could see, there were rows and rows of rooms. Our Heavenly Sword sect seems to have only one last room left. Why don't we give this room to senior sister Yuro, and senior brother Qianyu and I can squeeze in a bit? Arriving outside a room, Gulong opened his mouth and said. Su Qianyu nodded. I can do both. However, Mo Yuro suddenly shook her head. No need. I'll just squeeze in with him. At those words, Su Qianyu and Gulong both froze. But, Gulong wanted to say something else, but in the next second, he saw Mo Yuro blinking frantically at him. I just don't want to disturb senior brother Gulong, Mo Yuro explained while eyeing Gulong. That's fine. Gulong seemed to understand something as he looked at Mo Yuro incredulously before nodding his head in agreement. Then you guys rest, I'll leave you to it. After he finished speaking, he purposely handed Su Qianyu a look that men who understand, and transmitted his voice. Senior brother Qianyu, you're blessed with a lot of lust. Su Qianyu did not reply, but he kept a safe distance from Gulong, especially when he thought of the other party's nickname of Chrysanthemum Man. His chrysanthemums tightened. After saying that, Gulong hurriedly turned around and left. No, why do you have to share a room with me? Su Qianyu asked as he looked at Mo Yuro without any good humor. Hasn't this stupid woman always hated herself? Why does she seem like a different person today? I just said that I'm only doing this so as not to disturb senior brother Gulong, so don't flatter yourself here, Mo Yuro said indifferently. She then walked straight into the room. Only Su Qianyu did not see that Mo Yuro's pretty face was already scarlet above her face when she turned around. Inexplicable. Su Qianyu shook his head and followed closely behind. But fortunately, although this was only one room, it was separated into two chambers, and he immediately entered the one that was empty, and then closed the door behind him. Elder Snow Moon, are you still there? Su Qianyu sat down cross-legged and spoke softly. An empty, ghostly voice sounded in his head. However, Su Qianyu could hear that Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice was very tired, obviously due to overexertion. Elder Snow Moon, I have some things here to restore soul power. Just see which ones can be used and absorb them all. With that, he took out a dozen or so storage rings, which were all his recent loot. Good. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal didn't push back, and she instantly erupted a weak suction force that absorbed the contents. 1 hour later, how is Senior's recovery going? Looking at the heavenly material treasure in front of him, which was only a pile of residue, Su Qianyu did not feel the slightest heartache and opened his mouth to ask. Not as weak, but you can't strike like before yet. Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice was clearly a bit crisper than earlier. That's good. Su Qianyu nodded. This time, I really thank Senior. Not only did he save my life, but he also allowed me to further my comprehension in the sword path. At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal fell silent. She hadn't figured out until now why Su Qianyu had been promoted to become a Sword King just by watching himself perform it once. How long have you been practicing the way of the sword? Su Qianyu was slightly stunned. 2 or 3 years, counting the time before he was reborn. He had indeed been practicing the sword Dao for 2 or 3 years. This time Snow Moon Sword Immortal completely stopped talking. One must know that when she became a Sword King, it had taken her a full 6 or 7 years to be named the youngest Sword King in the Divine Realm. But now Su Qianyu told her that the other party had become a Sword King in only 2 or 3 years, which shattered her pride to pieces. Elder, why don't you say anything? Seeing that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was silent, Su Qianyu opened his mouth to inquire. I want to be quiet. Su Qianyu. Chapter 94 Women are human beings. Elder means that I am now a Sword King? Su Qianyu blinked, somewhat surprised. You've become a Sword King? The standard for becoming a sword cultivator is to be able to condense sword intent, and the standard for becoming a Sword King is that you need to be able to use everything as a sword. You can now fight by transforming your sword intent into a form, and you are barely considered to have reached the threshold of a Sword King. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu then understood. When he had fought Lin Han last night, he had formed a weapon through his sword intent, thus cutting him down. And this should be the meaning of sword intent transformation. What about the Sword Fairy? To become a Sword Immortal, you must first condense your own sword domain, Sword Immortal Snow Moon explained. Su Qianyu nodded and asked, what realm is above the heavenly Xian realm? He had only cultivated to the earthly Xian realm in his last life, and now that he was already in the 8th earthly Xian realm, he was about to break through to the heavenly Xian realm. But he still didn't know what realm was above the heavenly Xian realm. Above Tianxian is for king, above Wangxian is emperor, and above Huangxian is immortal. As for above Xianxian, you will know later. Su Qianyu nodded. I promised Senior before that if Senior was willing to help me, I would do my best to help Senior recover his soul and physical body. So I want to know what it would take to recover Senior's physical body? At those words, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was very pleased. The fact that Su Qianyu could take the initiative to bring it up showed that the other party was not the kind of ungrateful person like Lin Han, which made her feel a little more favorable towards Su Qianyu. The best way to remake a physical body is to find a physical body that suits you and then occupy it. This method is also called seizing a body. Su Qianyu thoughtfully opened his mouth and asked, could it be that Senior hasn't found a suitable physical body in such a long time? Do you think it's easy to find a suitable physical body? And for the effect to be optimal, it also needs to be the willingness of the person whose body is being taken over. Otherwise it will most likely fail, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal said without any good humor. Now Su Qianyu understood. Finding a suitable physical body was already very difficult, and it also required the willingness of the person being taken, which was an even more nearly impossible thing to do. I'll do my best to help Senior, Su Qianyu said in a very firm tone. Last night, if it wasn't for the Snow Moon Sword Immortal's help, I'm afraid that he really could only use that flame bead. And once the flame bead exploded, he and Mo Euro would definitely be directly blown up as well, which was why he hadn't used it. You're so actively trying to help me recover my physical body. It can't be that you're trying to do something bad after helping me recover my physical body, right? At this moment, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal suddenly spoke. No, absolutely not. Su Qianyu's face stiffened and he hurriedly denied it. Then how do I remember? You said last night but later and gush. Are you sure you didn't mean something else? At those words, Su Qianyu was filled with embarrassment. Elder, you're overthinking it. There was nothing wrong with his words at all. So how did they come out in the other party's mouth and become completely tainted? A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. You think I'll believe it? Snow Moon Sword Immortal bristled. Then he added, however, if you can really restore my flesh, I can consider rewarding you. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Snow Moon Sword Fairy. She had sort of realized that no matter if it was the previous Lin Han or the current Su Qianyu, these two guys didn't seem to have much respect for themselves. Afterward, Su Qianyu stood up. Senior brother Gulong obviously had some concerns just now. I'll go find Mo Euro and ask about the situation first. After saying that, he walked towards Mo Euro's room across the street. But just as he was about to knock on the door, he realized that the other side's door was actually left open with a crack. Through the doorway, Su Qianyu's body instantly froze, then saw a scene that shocked him. In the middle of the room, only a scarlet and shy color emerged on Mo Euro's delicate face. This. Su Qianyu's eyes widened. Mo Euro is actually at. Don't make such a fuss. Women are also human and will have normal needs, Snow Moon Sword Immortal said quietly. I didn't expect that. Su Qianyu's expression also got weird. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. He then turned away in a hurry. It's not a good time to be here yourself. But just as he turned around, Mo Euro inside the room suddenly let out a low humming sound. Senior brother Qianyu. In an instant, Su Qianyu's footsteps were like a thunderclap. I Lulua grass. Her masturbation object is actually me? There's no mistaking it. Hasn't Mo Euro always hated herself and often called herself a hooligan? Why? Off the mark. Women are such fickle creatures. She seems to need you a lot right now. Don't you have a heart? Snowmoon soared immortal seduced with a compelling tone. Forget it. I guess she just thinks I'm handsome. I'll forgive her. Su Qianyu shook his head and sighed long and hard. Snowmoon soared fairy. The next day, Mo Euro knocked on Su Qianyu's room door early. Come out. Let's go find senior brother Gulong to find out about the heavy earth abyss. Su Qianyu slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that Mo Euro had also discovered that something was wrong with senior brother Gulong yesterday. Walking out of the room, Su Qianyu looked at Mo Euro and said with feigned surprise, "What did you do last night? Why do you look radiant today?" At this moment, Mo Euro's face was rosy and glossy, and her large watery eyes looked very spirited. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro's pretty face slightly reddened. "You definitely have spirit after a good rest," she said with a still expressionless face. Su Qianyu couldn't help but laugh at once. This woman really does not blush when she lies. What are you laughing at? Mo Euro glared at Su Qianyu. Nothing, hurry up. The two immediately left the room and then found Gulong under the guidance of a Heavenly Sword sect disciple. At this moment, the other party was looking at a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples with a solemn expression as they lectured, and it was obvious that all the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were a bit worried, until Gulong dismissed the Heavenly Sword sect disciples present, then looked at Su Qianyu and Mo Euro with a smile. Senior sister Euro. Senior brother Qianyu, did you have a good rest last night? Su Qianyu calmly nodded his head. On the contrary, it was Mo Euro who seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was a bit unnatural, but in the end, she nodded her head as if nothing had happened. Senior brother Gulong, did something happen? Mo Euro looked at Gulong and asked, why do I feel that the people inside the heavy earth abyss seem to be quite afraid of the 10,000 demons sect? Why is that? Su Qianyu also asked the question in his heart. As they were coming over, they realized that no matter if it was the Heavenly Sword sect, the people from the Purple Cloud Hall, or those scattered cultivators, they all seemed to be very afraid of the people from the 10,000 demons sect. Upon hearing this, Gulong sighed. Actually, we're not afraid of the 10,000 demons sect, but of the weapons in their hands. Chapter 95, Fooled. Weapons? Mo Euro was slightly stunned. Aren't all spirit weapons unavailable in the heavy earth abyss? Where did they get the weapons? Gulong let out a bitter laugh. It was indeed like this before, but it's different now. The 10,000 demons sect has a master refiner who has forged a spiritual weapon that can be used in the heavy earth abyss. Mo Euro's willow brows frowned slightly. But even so, you shouldn't be so afraid, should you? Gulong sighed. If it's just that they can use weapons, we wouldn't be afraid. But the key is that they can enter the abyssal land and use that kind of weapon, thus killing the earth turtles with ease. Seeing that Su Qianyu and Mo Euro were still puzzled, Gulong continued to explain. The heavy earth abyss contains rich earth attribute energies, but those earth attribute energies can't be directly absorbed. Those energies gather in the land of the abyss, and over the years they will form a kind of earth tortoise energy body, and only by killing these earth tortoises can we draw the earth attribute energy from them. And the defense of those earth turtles is amazing. Plus the fact that you can't use spirit weapons in the heavy earth abyss, so it's very difficult to kill even just the lowest level earth turtles. But ever since the people of the 10,000 demons sect got that special weapon, the speed at which they kill earth turtles has increased drastically, and that's why they're so arrogant and we can't do anything about them. As Gulong finished speaking, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro both fell silent. So the people of the 10,000 demons sect can enter the abyssal land to kill and even plunder with that kind of weapon? Su Qianyu understood the key point. That's right. The abyssal land opens once a month, and every time, the people from the 10,000 demons sect can use that special weapon to easily kill the earth turtles. The rest of us, we can only go up and fight with our bare hands, and we have to be wary of whether or not the 10,000 demons sect people will come over to fight for it. So no one is willing to offend the 10,000 demons sect in the heavy earth abyss. Gulong sighed once more. Originally, their relationship with the 10,000 devils sect was not good, and yesterday, they had even angered Yin Fei Yang because of Mo Euro and Su Qianyu. So I'm afraid that the other party would not let up after the abyssal land opened this time. The 10,000 demons sect is cheating. Can't we just react to the upper echelons of the sect? Mo Euro asked unconvincingly. Gulong still shook his head. It's useless. The 10,000 demons sect will only say that we're incompetent. The Purple Cloud Hall has always been neutral. As long as the 10,000 demons sect doesn't target them, they won't speak for us either. No solution. Truly unresolved. Su Qianyu's expression became grave. No wonder the people of the 10,000 Demons sect were so arrogant and domineering in the heavy earth abyss. It turned out that they had mastered the attribution of the earth attribute energy in it. As long as you want to absorb the energy in it, you must not offend the people of the 10,000 Demons sect, or else they can come and rob you, or even leave you empty-handed. That way, it takes the lifeblood of everyone. But don't worry, the abyssal land will open in 2 more days. So if you follow me then, I'll make sure that you can absorb the earth attribute energy, Gulong said with a smile. But it was obvious that Gulong was speaking very reluctantly, and he also felt powerless in the face of the 10,000 Demons sect's oppression. Su Qianyu's heart was also very heavy. He needed a large amount of earth attribute energy to awaken the earth dragon vein, but now it seemed like it probably wouldn't be that easy. Have you forgotten that you are now a sword king? Just as Su Qianyu was pondering, Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What do you mean? Su Qianyu was slightly stunned. Although you can't use spirit weapons here, you've mastered the sword intent transformation now, so what's there to worry about? At those words, Su Qianyu was surprised and delighted. He had tried it before, and a weapon coalesced with sword intent was not inferior to an earth-level spiritual weapon, and the heavy earth abyss could only disable spiritual weapons, but his own that was sword intent. It will not be affected in any way. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. I've already sent someone to inform General Yunyan. I believe it won't be long before they come to pick you up. Gulong continued. Infian has most likely already set his sights on you, so for safety's sake, it's best if you don't move around for the next 2 days. After saying that, Gulong left, while Su Qianyu and Mo Yuro re-entered the room. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Along the way, Mo Yuro frowned a little at Su Qianyu's strange expression. Nothing. Su Qianyu smiled evilly. Without waiting for Mo Yuro to react, she walked into her room and then took out a bunch of top-grade Xian crystals to cultivate. Previously, he had harvested a dozen storage rings, the most of which were Xian crystals, and now he was absolutely rich. The night is late and the people are quiet. Su Qianyu, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and his expression became very odd. It's starting again? He had just heard some strange noises. It was tiny, but he certainly hadn't misheard. That stupid woman wouldn't be deliberately seducing me, right? Su Qianyu thought like this. Otherwise, Mo Yuro's needs would be too great. Obviously it was released last night. Want to go over and take a look? The two were already alone in a room, and then heard Mo Yuro's voice full of temptation. The heart was like a cat's claw. It was really a little topsy-turvy. Forget it, just think of it as going to remind her. After saying that, Su Qianyu walked towards the room where Mo Yuro was. At the same time, the other's voice grew more and more intense, as if it was about to reach some critical moment. I'm getting a little impatient. Su Qianyu, who was about to knock on the door, suddenly stopped his movement. How did it feel? A bit unethical to interrupt it at this time. That's just it. Just bear with it. Su Qianyu shook his head and was ready to leave. LOL. But just then, the door, it's open. Mo Yuro looked at Su Qianyu with misty eyebrows. Her clothes were messy, and her pretty face still had a touch of heartwarming blush above it. Su Qianyu was immediately filled with embarrassment. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing through? Mo Yuro blinked and didn't say anything. The greatest fear. The air suddenly quiet. So what? Go ahead. Su Qianyu wanted to run away after saying that. Having come, don't want to leave. Mo Yuro pulled Su Qianyu into the room with one hand, then pushed him down on the bed. What do you want to do? Su Qianyu subconsciously clasped her hands to her chest. At this moment, Mo Yuro's pretty face was scarlet, and her clothes were incomparably messy, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin. What do you say? Mo Yuro looked at Su Qianyu with mesmerized eyes, then slowly retreated the already pitifully small amount of clothing on her body. In an instant, a concave, convex and flawless body was presented in front of Su Qianyu. At this time, Su Qianyu's eyes widened. You did it on purpose yesterday and today. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuro's face revealed a smug smile. Only now do you realize that you're not very smart either. She then walked to Su Qianyu and exhaled in his ear. I'll see if you still dare to say I have big breasts in the future. Looking at the nearly perfect body in front of him, as well as the delicate smile on the other party's face, Su Qianyu wanted to cry. Fooled. Everything Mo Yuro did yesterday and just now was a deliberate attempt to lure himself. And he actually did fall for it. Chapter 96, Planted in Grandma's House. Su Qianyu man was numb. He didn't expect Mo Yuro to be so vindictive. Just because he had said that he had big boobs before, the other party actually used this way to lure him. Why don't you say something? Mo Yuro stared straight at Su Qianyu, then placed Su Qianyu's hand behind herself. Pry? Her eyes were mesmerized and her face was like a peach blossom. Pry? Su Qianyu subconsciously nodded her head. At this moment, Mo Euro's flawless and delicate body was visible. Until this time, Su Qianyu finally understood. The matter of whether or not the other guy had any brains was debatable, but it was indeed very informative. And he hadn't been wrong from the start. Aha! Then, a burst of seductive sound came out of Mo Euro's mouth, instantly causing Su Qianyu to shiver all over. Is it good? Mo Yu softly asked. Her eyes were even so gentle that one couldn't help but be forever enraptured. Good to hear. Su Qianyu nodded again. But soon, his head snapped up. Then he saw the increasingly complacent Mo Euro. Retaliation. It's definitely retaliation. He had only previously said that Mo Euro's ass wasn't prying and that it wouldn't scream. And the other party was giving it all back to him at this moment. This time it's really planted in Grandma's house. Are you for real? Afterwards, Su Qianyu looked at the other party seriously. At this moment, Mo Euro's pretty face was a blush. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complacency and ecstasy, and her body was still smoking hot. My innocence was ruined by you a long time ago, don't you think? Mo Euro said in a rather mournful tone. At those words, Su Qianyu was momentarily speechless. He knew that the other party was talking about the thing he said earlier in front of Zhao Ningxuang and General Yin Yan and the others, that he had banged Mo Euro. But it was a special circumstance at the time. After all, even if I went to someone else now, I don't think anyone would want me. Saying that, Mo Euro slowly pressed her face against Su Qianyu's chest and said softly, And, do you want me to go find someone else? Hearing this, Su Qianyu subconsciously shook her head. He had also spent so much time with Mo Euro. If the other party really made out with other people, he would indeed resist inwardly. Well, that's just it. Mo Euro exhaled in Su Qianyu's ear. For a moment, Su Qianyu unexpectedly did not know whether the other party was teasing herself or really wanted it. But that's out of the question now. Then don't you regret it? After saying that, Su Qianyu instantly turned over. He never felt that he was a saint who could sit on his hands. He only knew that if the other party was so proactive and he was still indifferent, then it would seem that he was the one who was not understanding. Come on, come on. Mo Euro's voice had begun to become enthusiastic. What a leprechaun. Su Qianyu's heart was also incomparably hot when he saw this. In the past, Mo Euro always looked like a big sister in front of outsiders. But who would have thought that the other side would have such an open stance? Come on. This time, he couldn't help it at all. Mo Euro lightly bit her red lips in winks. But the next second, she suddenly froze. I broke through? Her cultivation level had unexpectedly broken through to the Tianxian second realm. I won half. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. Another breakthrough? Mo Euro was filled with disbelief. Tianxian triple realm now. Broken 2 times in a row. Patchouli. Tianxian quadruple realm. Am I dreaming? Mo Euro was at a loss. She then tried to move herself. Tianxian 5th realm. Really broke through again. What the hell is going on here? Mo Euro's entire body was dumbfounded. She then raised her head and looked at Su Qianyu. Because of you? Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. Here's your reward. At those words, Mo Euro's beautiful eyes widened. Her heart shocked beyond words. The fact that he was able to break through was actually really because of Su Qianyu. In just a few clicks of effort, she had actually broken 4 weights in a row, which had at least saved her at least 1 or 2 years of cultivation time. I finally know why both senior sister Yanran and Jiangyu like you so much, Mo Euro said quietly. For a moment, she suddenly regretted very much why she hadn't been with Su Qianyu earlier. No, I want to make it up. Mo Euro's beautiful eyes looked warmly at Su Qianyu, and then completely let herself go, and the battle between the two became more and more intense. 2.5 hours later, Mo Euro's entire body had long been dripping with sweat, but she was still happily continuing. After the fact, I actually only broke through to the Tianxian realm 1st level realm. Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. Previously, when he did it with Jiang Yu, he had directly broken through 6 levels in a row himself, but this time, he had only broken through 2 levels. But think about it. After all, Jiang Yu's cultivation level was quite a bit higher than Mo Euro's, plus she also possessed the vermilion bird battle body, and was stronger than Mo Euro in terms of talent, so the effect was naturally quite a bit better. As for why Mo Euro was able to break through 4 weights in a row, it was quite understandable. After all, he himself possessed the 9-dragon battle body, and also awakened the 2 dragon veins of wind and fire, so Mo Euro naturally received more enhancements than he did. But fortunately, the yin-yang chaos skill that Su Qianyu had been thinking about finally broke through to the lower grade of the earth level at this moment. He now felt that his whole body was full of strength, and he could even fight another 300 rounds. Of course, Mo Euro probably can't. You really are not simple. Afterward, Mo Euro lay powerlessly in Su Qianyu's arms and opened her mouth. She could sense that Su Qianyu's cultivation level had also broken through. and to raise her cultivation level through this method was simply unheard of before. Don't tell. Su Qianyu did not explain. I'm not stupid. You already have two people now. Senior sister Yan Yan and senior sister Jiangyu. If I were to talk to another woman, then I don't know when it would be my turn, Mo Euro said quietly. Hearing this, Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. It seems that he can't say that the other party has big boobs in the future. Right. Mo Euro suddenly looked up at Su Qianyu and asked with great curiosity. You can raise your cultivation with a woman like this. What about with men? She winked playfully. Su Qianyu, I see you're looking for another fight. Chapter 97, Instant Explosion. 2 days later, Su Qianyu and Mo Euro met Gulong again. Only this time, in addition to Gulong, there were numerous Heavenly Sword sect disciples wearing uniforms. Almost 200 to 300 of them. On the opposite side of them, the 10,000 Demons sect and the Purple Cloud Palace had also gathered several hundred people. And there were also quite a few loose cultivators who were all rubbing their fists and eager to try. The abyssal land will open soon. Gulong's expression was very grave. But suddenly, he wiped his eyes incredulously. It's not right. Your cultivation. He clearly remembered that 2 days ago, Su Qianyu's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Dixian realm, and Mo Euro was only at the 1st level of the Tianxian realm. But now, one of the two had broken through to the Tianxian 1st level realm, and the other had even broken through to the Tianxian 5th level realm. What were they doing? Mo Euro blushed slightly at his words and hurriedly changed the topic. Senior brother Gulong, tell us about the rules of the abyssal land. Senior brother Qianyu and I aren't clear about it. Looking at Mo Euro, whose face was rosy and glowing, Gulong seemed to understand something, and immediately threw Su Qianyu an admiring look. Then he said, the abyssal land opens once a month, and after going in, you can kill the earth turtles in it, thus absorbing the earth attribute energy, and the higher the level of the earth turtles, the stronger the energy provided. After he finished speaking, he reminded, General Yun Yan has already written back. They'll be coming over to pick you up soon. Just follow me afterward. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro nodded at the same time. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a huge stone door in front of them suddenly opened. The abyssal land is open. Strive to absorb enough earth attribute energy this time. It would be great if we can condense a golden battle armor. You're afraid you're not dreaming. How many of all the people who entered the heavy earth abyss and ended up being able to coalesce a golden battle armor? There was a gasp from the crowd present. Go! Gulong waved his hand, and a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples poured into it, with the others following similarly. Looking at the backs of Gulong and the others, Yin Fei Yang wore a cold smile. Today, I will not only make you return empty-handed, but I will also make you bleed. Into the land of the abyss. The light in it dimmed instantly. Su Qianyu looked around, and in front of them was a very wide open space, and on top of the clearing, there was a group of yellow turtles of different sizes. The smaller ones were only half the size of a man, while the larger ones were as big as a house. At this time, Gulong suddenly pulled out a stick and laughed. Senior sister Euro. Senior brother Qianyu, watch. I'll demonstrate it for you. Swish. He was extremely fast and then, a stick was stabbed into the butthole of a turtle in front of him. Mo Euro and Su Qianyu stared at the same time. It's called Demo. Boo. Only to see that little earth turtle's body instantly explode, then turn into a faint yellow light that surged into Gulong's body. Ah, cool. That's what it feels like. Gulong let out an unusually soothing sound from his mouth. Su Qianyu, Mo Euro, all present. Everyone just came in and was dumbfounded. I finally know where Senior Gulong's nickname, Chrysanthemum Man, came from, Su Qianyu said with some scalp numbness. Mo Euro was similarly silent. I know that Senior Brother Gulong is very out of tune, but this, for a moment, all the people who came in were scared out of their chrysanthemums by Gulong's behavior and hurriedly kept a safe distance from him. This is just atrocious. Gulong Bien, however, was still saying if no one else. Senior sister Euro. Senior brother Qianyu, did you guys see clearly? Just like what I did just now. As long as you kill the earth turtles, you can obtain their earth attribute energy. After he finished speaking, he continued to raise the stick in his hand, fearing that the two would not understand. Shall I demonstrate again? Mo Euro and Su Qianyu hurriedly shook their heads. No need. The picture was so beautiful that they just couldn't bear to look at it. Seeing the two of them shaking their heads, Gulong then put away the steel rod in his hand with great interest before pointing at a light screen above the heads of the crowd. This is the number of earth turtles in the land of the abyss, and how many more there are can be seen here. Su Qianyu looked up and saw that there were indeed rows and rows of densely packed small characters written above the light screen. Level 1 tortoises, 3, 891. Level 2 tortoises, 3, 144. Grade 9 tortoises, 12. Level 10 earth turtle, 3, the larger the size, the higher the grade of the earth turtle, and the more earth attribute energy it contains. But relatively speaking, the higher the grade, the more amazing the earth turtle's defense is, making it very difficult to kill. Gulong explained from the side. Su Qianyu and Mo Euro nodded their heads in understanding. Gulong then pointed at the people from the opposite side of the 10,000 Demons sect. That's the special weapon made by the 10,000 Demons sect, called the Earth Spirit Sword, which itself is only a Xian grade lower grade spirit weapon that doesn't possess much offensive power, but it can cause very considerable damage to the earth turtles here. At those words, Su Qianyu fixed her eyes and looked. At this moment, there were already quite a few people who had begun to kill the earth turtles, only to see a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect holding a sharp sword that emitted a yellow blow. He very easily pierced through the carapace of an earth turtle and absorbed its earth attribute energy. Looking at the others who didn't have an earth spirit sword, even though they were at the same cultivation level, they had to go through a great deal of trouble in order to kill an earth tortoise of the same level. So it is. Now Su Qianyu and Mo Euro finally understood why the people of the 10,000 Demons sect were so complacent in the heavy earth abyss. With such a special spirit artifact, the speed of killing earth turtles would be greatly increased, thus gaining an absolute advantage. But I realized that there are quite a few people here who don't possess earth attribute Xian power. Why are they so crazy too? Su Qianyu opened his mouth and asked. Gulong smiled and said, because the earth attribute Xianli here can also be used to enhance the defensive power of Xianli armor. If one can absorb enough earth attribute Xianli, one can even upgrade the Xianli armor to become a golden battle armor, and one's defense will be increased by 3 or 4 times. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. The Xian force armor already required the Tianxian realm to coalesce, and the effect was very good. If the defensive power was doubled by 3 or 4 times, he simply didn't dare to imagine how strong it would be. Moreover, he himself needed the earth attribute Xian power here, plus he had now broken through to the Tianxian realm, so if he could coalesce that golden battle armor, then his combat power would rise in a straight line. How many people have successfully condensed the golden battle armor in total? Mo Euro asked curiously. Until now, only 2 people in the entire northern spirit domain have succeeded, the young master of the 10,000 Devil sect, and the holy maiden of the Purple Cloud Palace. I've been here for 7 or 8 years without succeeding. It's really shameful to say it. After that, Gulong shook his head and laughed. You guys follow me? I'm going to go on a killing spree. He then rushed out again and drove another stick into the anus of an earth turtle. With a muffled bang, the earth turtle instantly exploded, and then a wave of yellow energy erupted from the earth turtle's asshole. Senior sister Yuro, senior brother Qianyu, you guys come and absorb it's comfortable. Gulong looked back at the two with a hefty smile. Su Qianyu, Mo Euro. Chapter 98, the chrysanthemums are broken, and the ground is full of wounds. The land of the abyss. Nearly 1,000 people were active in it, all working feverishly to kill the earth turtles and absorb the energy in them. In addition to the disciples of the 3 major sects, there were teams of casual cultivators, and the 4 camps were clearly separated. Bang! Su Qianyu blasted out with a punch. The body of a 3rd-grade earth turtle in front of him shook, but it didn't explode right away, and Su Qianyu added another palm to burst it. The defense of these earth turtles is truly amazing. Su Qianyu sighed after absorbing the earth attribute energy provided by this earth turtle. Although his current cultivation level was only at the Tianxian 1st realm, that punch just now was enough to seriously injure someone at the Tianxian 3rd realm, and he was actually unable to kill an earth turtle that was only at the 3rd level. I also wonder what the effect will be if I use a weapon condensed from sword intent. Just as Su Qianyu was thinking this and was ready to give it a try, Gulong's voice suddenly rang out. There's a big guy here. Su Qianyu looked back. It was an earth turtle with a body size of more than 10 feet tall, and its body was emitting a very dense earth attribute energy. Level 6 earth turtle. Gulong shouted, "Come here, everyone, and slaughter it." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Heavenly Sword sect disciples approached, and Su Qianyu followed. You guys stop it. I'll stab it in the butthole. As Gulong laughed out loud, the crowd rolled their eyes and then dispersed. There was only one thought within them now, and that was that they must never turn their backs on Gulong, or else it would be too terrifying. Eagle grip, mountain destroying palm, desperate sword. Subsequently, numerous Heavenly Sword sect disciples struck out at the same time, and all sorts of martial arts techniques instantly erupted, blasting towards the earth turtle. Although spiritual weapons would lose their effectiveness here, their own sharpness would not be affected, so there were quite a few people still holding weapons. Boom boom boom. There was a heavy detonation of. However, that rank 6 earth turtle actually didn't do anything at all. This defense is too terrifying. Although the crowd had expected this, they were still surprised by the other party's almost perverted defense at this moment. Rumble. And the earth turtle seemed to be frightened. striding its huge body to escape. Stop it! A group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples struck again. Luckily, although the Earth Turtle's defense was amazing, its attack power and speed were not outstanding, and the crowd quickly dragged it down. Hey, it's my turn to strike. Gulong grinned at the sight, then raised the steel rod in his hand high. The chrysanthemums are broken, and the ground is full of wounds. He bellowed under his breath, then struck the yellow dragon with a straight stick. Rumble! This strike directly toppled the Earth Turtle's huge body to the ground. However, even when Gulong, who was in the Tianxian ninth realm, made a move, he failed to kill it, which was enough to see how strong the defense of a level 6 Earth Tortoise was. Everyone continue. Gulong wasn't surprised in the slightest and let out another low cry. In an instant, more than a dozen Heavenly Sword sect disciples, including Su Qianyu and Mo Euro, struck out. This time, the Earth Turtle finally broke defense, and its huge body instantly exploded into a large mass of yellow energy that floated in front of the crowd. Finally dead. Worthy of being a level 6 Earth Tortoise? It's so hard to kill. What a dense Earth attribute energy. This one head already has more energy than hundreds of first-grade Earth Turtles. Amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, Gulong suddenly let out a light eep. Could I be wrong? He seemed to have just seen that the power of Su Qianyu's punch had already reached the Tianxian 5th realm, but the other party was clearly only in the Tianxian 1st realm. It was really strange. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he said, the energy of this Earth Turtle will be given to senior sister Uro first, and we'll continue to distribute it next. Does everyone have any opinions? The crowd shook their heads. Of course there's no problem. Senior sister Uro made a lot of effort just now. It's only right. The crowd laughed and opened their mouths. Senior brother Gulong, you don't need to take care of me. Mo Euro hastily shook her head. She didn't want to take advantage of this. You'll have to continue to help contribute after you take this energy. I'm not taking care of you. Gulong smiled slightly. Yes, senior sister Uro. Just take it. Senior sister Uro, don't be polite. It's just the beginning. Only after Gulong and a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples insisted did Mo Euro agree to take the energy of this Earth Turtle. The crowd was happy and laughing. Thank you all then. She gave her thanks and then walked over to the large mass of Earth attribute energy. Swish! But just as she was about to absorb it, a residual shadow suddenly flashed past. Since you guys are so humble, why don't you let me have it? The crowd froze slightly, and when they looked again, the dense mass of Earth attribute energy had already been clutched in the hands of a woman wearing a black robe with bright red lips. Ji Qingxue, what do you do? Hand over the stuff. The crowd of Heavenly Sword sect disciples were furious when they saw this. Cluck cluck cluck. How can you blame people when it's obvious that you don't want them? The black-clothed woman's voice was soft and delicate, but it was very uncomfortable to listen to, as if she was purposely speaking with her voice clamped. She then gazed at Mo Euro and mocked. Big miss of the Heavenly Sword sect. You're really just as pretentious as before. At those words, Mo Euro's expression was slightly angry. You traitor. Hurry up and hand over the energy. The woman in black smiled contemptuously. If you're capable, snatch it back yourself. But don't forget, you're my underdog. At those words, the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect was filled with anger. Ji Qingxue, how dare you rob my things? Gulong stepped forward and looked at the other party with cold eyes. Seeing Gulong step forward, the black-clothed woman named Ji Qingxue's expression only slightly tightened, but she still sneered. Gulong, in this heavy earth abyss, it's not a place where you can be arrogant. At those words, Gulong's face did not change. Considering the fact that you were once a fellow disciple, if you hand over the energy, I can forget about it. However, Ji Qingxue was still full of disdain. The thing I regret the most is that I joined the Heavenly Sword sect in the past, and now when I think about it I only feel bad luck. Hearing this, the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples were enraged. You are not allowed to insult the Heavenly Sword sect. Mo Euro took a step forward, her pretty face filled with anger. The other party was originally a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and had received the full cultivation of the Heavenly Sword sect, but a year ago, because he had hooked up with a disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect, he had betrayed the Heavenly Sword sect and joined the 10,000 Devils sect. Am I wrong? If I hadn't left that Thai place early, I'm afraid I'd still be the same as you. A loser. Ji Qingxue became more and more complacent. The current me has not only broken through to the Tianxian triple realm in terms of cultivation, but I have also absorbed quite a bit of Earth attribute energy. So what are you? A waste of a big miss. Going to compare with me? Mo Euro was so angry that her pretty face turned red and she was about to make a move. Gulong took a step forward and said in a deep voice, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the energy or don't blame me for not being polite. However, before Ji Qingxue could reply, a cold and teasing voice suddenly rang out. Today I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to my woman. As the crowd looked, It was two men wearing the clothes of the 10,000 Demons sect, and one of them was none other than the 10,000 Demons sect's town guard, Yin Fei Yang. The other person was the disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect that Ji Qingxue had hooked up with, Yan Gang. Chapter 99. The Heart is Beautiful. With the arrival of the two, the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect was like an enemy. Yin Fian, what exactly are you guys trying to do? Gulong stepped forward and blocked in front of Mo Euro. You just said that you're going to be rude to my woman and asked what we're going to do. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yan Gang had a mocking expression on his face. At those words, Gulong stepped forward once again. She robbed us. Who knows? Yan Gang was not the least bit afraid, and then said with a face full of pride, good grab. It would be an honor for my woman to rob you. At those words, Ji Qingxue was instantly filled with petulance. The whole person directly affixed to Yan Gang's body, clamping her voice. Brother Yan Gang is really so domineering. I like it so much. The many Heavenly Sword sect disciples who heard this were instantly furious, and Gulong's expression turned icy cold. Hurry up and hand over the stuff. There was extreme anger in his voice. Oh, and what if we don't pay? Yin Fei Yang and Yan Gang stepped forward at the same time with contempt on their faces. For a while, both sides were at swords drawn. The gazes of the other people around them also looked over, and they all felt a cold killing intent. Ji Qingxue suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Alright, it's not just that she wants energy. The Heavenly Sword sect's eldest young lady will come over and take it herself. At those words, Mo Euro slowly walked forward. Gulong and the others had taken out their weapons and were ready to fight. Give me the stuff. Mo Euro walked to the other side. Here you go. Yeah. Ji Qingxue gave a mocking smile. She then handed out the dense mass of Earth attribute energy. Buzz. But just as Mo Euro was about to take it away, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from Ji Qingxue's body, instantly absorbing all of that mass of energy. What do you do? Mo Euro's expression changed drastically at once. The energy obtained from a dozen of them joining forces and killing a rank 6 Earth turtle with great difficulty was unexpectedly absorbed by the other party in its entirety. I'm just going to rob you in front of everyone. So what can you do to me? The Heavenly Sword sect's eldest miss? The mocking look on Ji Qingxue's face became more and more obvious. The energy of a level 6 Earth turtle is really dense. You losers of the Heavenly Sword sect don't deserve it at all. Upon hearing this, Gulong and the others instantly became furious. Deception. A Heavenly Sword sect disciple instantly drew his sword and swooped out. Come on, as long as you dare to make a move, I guarantee that I will make all of you return home empty-handed today. Yin Fei Yang laughed out coldly. Come back, Gulong suddenly shouted. The body of that Heavenly Sword sect disciple who had just rushed out stiffened, gritting his teeth and roaring lowly. Senior brother Gulong. It's them who are bullying people too much. Gulong's forehead was bruised. I know. Why wouldn't he be angry? He couldn't wait to stab everyone in the 10,000 Devil sect in the ass right now. But in the land of the abyss, they simply couldn't rob the 10,000 Devil sect. Once the two sides fought, the people from the 10,000 Demons sect could completely utilize the advantage of the Earth Spirit Sword to make them granulate in the abyssal land. Energy can be found again when it's gone. Gulong clenched his fists and spoke in a hoarse voice. For a moment, the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples only felt a deep shame rush straight to their hearts. They knew that Gulong was holding back so much so that he could continue to collect energy afterward, but the contemptuous smile on the other party's face almost drowned them out. Holding back, harboring, but here, it seems, they can only compromise. Ji Qingxue laughed out loud with a smug expression. She then looked at Yan Gang beside her and delicately said, Brother Yan Gang, you won't blame me for doing this, right? Yan Gang smiled faintly, stroking Ji Qingxue's head, and said lightly, of course not. It's just the energy of a level 6 Earth turtle. If you grab it, as long as my woman is happy. At those words, Ji Qingxue became more and more complacent. She walked to Mo Euro with a haughty face, looking at the other party's exquisite and flawless appearance. Deep jealousy welled up in her eyes. Great miss of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's no use just looking this good. The important thing is to find a man with strength. Hearing the other party's words, Mo Euro was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth. And the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples were even more enraged. Let's go. Gulong spoke in a deep voice. If he didn't leave again, he was really afraid that he would go out of his way to stab these people in the ass. Oh, what a bunch of losers. Ji Qingxue was still out there mocking, and Yin Fei Yang and Yan Gang, as well as a group of 10,000 Demon sect disciples had the same disdain on their faces. But as the crowd prepared to leave, swish, Su Qianyu, who hadn't said anything, moved. Pop, pop. With the sudden sound of two clear and loud voices, everyone present froze. They looked incredulously, only to see that Ji Qingxue, who had been full of mockery just a moment ago, had been knocked to the ground at this moment. Not only that, her mouth was overflowing with threads of blood, and her face, which was originally quite good-looking, was directly smashed, and she no longer even had a human form. I didn't want to make a move, but this woman is just too cheap. After saying that, Su Qianyu continued to add a sentence. And it's a dead clamp, which is disgusting to hear. Gu Long could tolerate it for the sake of the big picture, but he really couldn't stand to see this woman's face. Plus now that Mo Euro was considered his own woman, he was even less likely to allow the other party to be humiliated by a woman like this. Great job! Numerous Heavenly Sword sect disciples shouted. They had wanted to do this for a long time, and Su Qianyu's 2 slaps went down, directly venting all the fire they were holding inside. Mo Euro looked at Su Qianyu's back, also froze. She did not expect Su Qianyu to give would be so decisive out of the blue. She was beautiful inside. Aha! It wasn't until then that Ji Qingxue reacted, the intense pain causing her to scream out loud. How dare you disfigure my face? I'm going to kill you! Ah! She stood up with a hideous face, her entire face oozing pus. How dare you? At this moment, Yan Gang's gaze instantly became gloomy. His own woman was actually beaten up like this by a nameless disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother Yan Gang, kill him! Aha! I'm going to break him into pieces. Ji Qingxue covered her mouth and face in severe pain, her voice hoarse and shouting, little scumbag, I want your life. In an instant, Yan Gang instantly rushed towards Su Qianyu. Go away! You guys! Gu Long, who had been prepared, rushed forward. Things have come to this point. They no longer have a way back. The only way is to fight. Swish! Fei Yang met Gu Long. Not only will that kid die today, but none of you from the Heavenly Sword sect will be able to absorb a single bit of energy. Upon hearing this, Gu Long directly broke into tears. If I don't blow your asshole out, I won't be called Gu. After saying that, the two immediately battled together. Dare to hit my woman. No one can save you today. At the same time, Yan Gang also instantly attacked and killed in front of Su Qianyu, whose cultivation had already reached the Tianxian 6th realm. Get out of the way. Mo Euro's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly reminded. However, Su Qianyu always kept his face unchanged, looking at Yan Gang who came before him. The corner of his mouth hooked out a touch of mockery. Not only do I want to beat up your woman, I also want to see just how much strength you have to dare let her run amok here. Chapter 100. What can you do? A drop. Su Qianyu's entire body's Xian energy suddenly erupted. Buzz. He threw a punch and a sonic boom rang out. I don't know what to do. Yan Gang sneered at the sight. A mere Tianxian 1st level realm, and you dare to get tough with yourself? Bang! The two men's fists clashed, detonating heavy tremors. How? Yan Gang was very surprised. This punch of his own was enough to kill anyone below the Tianxian 5th realm in seconds. But this kid in front of him actually caught it? Swish! Both of them took a step back at the same time. Su Qianyu tightened his fists and the corners of his mouth rose. After the yin-yang chaos technique broke through to the earth level, his own combat power was also greatly improved. If he went all out, even if it was an enemy of the Tianxian 6th realm, he now had the power to fight on his own. Kill him. He must be killed. Ji Qingxue was still yelling from the side, touching her face which was completely rotten. She was going crazy. Good fellow. Senior brother Qianyu is so fierce? Gu Long, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Fei Yang, also stared wide-eyed. He had just pinched a sweat for Su Qianyu, but he didn't expect that Su Qianyu actually didn't have a problem. No matter how evil you are, you're bound to die today. Hearing Ji Qingxue's voice, Yan Gang once again attacked Su Qianyu. Supreme Hado Fist. It was impossible to use spirit weapons here, so he directly erupted the martial arts skills on his fists and feet and attacked Su Qianyu with all his might. Mad Dragon Flaming Fist. Su Qianyu similarly offered a fist. Boo! Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, Yan Gang's attack was actually quickly defeated, along with his body being somewhat unsteady. Asterisk. Yan Gang cursed and dodged in a hurry. Can you escape? However, Su Qianyu's cold and teasing voice suddenly entered his ears. What? Yan Gang finally changed color, only to see Su Qianyu's speed actually suddenly increased greatly, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of him and heavily kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Yan Gang's body instantly lost balance. The whole person directly threw up. Before he could stabilize his body, Su Qianyu once again came in front of him, and then blasted out with a fist. Arcane Power Armor. Seeing this, Yan Gang immediately gathered Xianli from his entire body and condensed a thick layer of Xianli armor on his body for defense. Bang! The punch landed on Yan Gang's chest, and although most of the force was blocked by the other party's Xianli armor, it still slammed him heavily into the ground. That's not all. Su Qianyu preempted the opponent's landing point, then waved his hand and slapped out. The Xianli armor could block the rest of the body, but not the face. Pop. This slap was solidly slapped on Yin Gang's face, and the other party's entire face was distorted, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and finally smashed on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Everyone in the room was stunned. Yin Gang, who had been incomparably domineering and arrogant just now, was actually being rubbed on the ground at this moment, and was also beaten so miserably. Ji Qingxue, who was yelling and screaming, was also directly dumbfounded. She simply couldn't believe that the man who was domineering and mighty in her own mind was actually being crushed by a kid from the Heavenly Sword sect who was only in the Tianqian First Realm at this moment. How is it possible for you? Yin Gang raised his head in great distress, his eyes filled with shock. Su Qianyu stomped on his opponent. Stand up. Let me see how much strength you have to run over here and clamor. What qualifications you have to dare to look down on the Heavenly Sword sect, and how much power you have to dare to let that stupid woman run rampant. How much strength? What are the qualifications? How much power? These, instead of inquiries, are interrogations. Every word was filled with Su Qianyu's contempt and provocation. Damn you! Being so humiliated by Su Qianyu, Yin Gang's eyes filled with blood, but in answer, a shoe bigger than his face stomped heavily on his face. Bang! Su Qianyu kicked the other party in the abdomen again, kicking him out like a dead dog. This time he completely lost the ability to move. Even speaking became incredibly difficult. Then, under everyone's shocked to death gazes, Su Qianyu slowly walked towards Ji Qingxue on the other side. Know why I didn't kill you just now? Because I'm just going to let you see with your own eyes whether or not the man you call powerful can protect you or not. Saying that, Su Qianyu smiled faintly, but now it seems that he can't let you do whatever you want, much less protect you. Ji Qingxue's face turned pale when she heard this. No, don't you come over here. Su Qianyu simply ignored it. He came in front of the other party and continued. Now then, it's time for us to settle the score for you robbing us just now. The moment she touched Su Qianyu's eyes, Ji Qingxue's expression changed drastically, and she felt that her entire being was completely enveloped in despair. The object of one's dependence was lying on the ground in a sorry state, covered in blood and unable to protect itself. Escape! Hurry up! That was all that was left in her mind at the moment. But just as Ji Qingxue was about to escape, a figure instantly blocked her retreat as Su Qianyu pinched her neck and lifted her straight up. You quick! Get off me! Ji Qingxue struggled desperately, but to no avail. Move again and I promise you'll die before he does. As Su Qianyu's icy cold voice entered her ears, she was instantly scared and didn't dare to move anymore. Immediately after, Su Qianyu mentioned her in front of Yin Gang, then slapped Ji Qingxue's face. With a loud sound, the other party's already rotten face was once again red and swollen, and there was even blood spilling out. What can you do if I beat your woman in front of you? Su Qianyu asked while holding Ji Qingxue in one hand and looking at Yin Gang. Pop! Another slap out. At this moment, Ji Qingxue no longer had the arrogance and dominance she had before. She covered her cheeks in despair and helplessness, tears streaming down her face. Please, let me go. I know I'm wrong. She looked up to Su Qianyu, begging for mercy with a crying voice. Su Qianyu remained expressionless. When you robbed us earlier and mocked the Heavenly Sword sect, how come you didn't know that you were doing wrong? And I forgot to mention that not only do I hate your disgusting voice that clips your speech, but I hate traitors. Ji Qingxue was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, blood mixed with tears falling from her face that had long since become hideous and gruesome. You, that Yin Gang, who was lying on the ground, could only watch with his eyes as well, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Boo! Suddenly there was a loud bang. Su Qianyu directly crushed and exploded one of Ji Qingxue's arms. Ah! Ji Qingxue immediately screamed out miserably. Brother Yin Gang, save me. She looked to Yin Gang on the ground with a pained expression, but Yin Gang, who had been doting on her before, could now only watch her being tormented, unable to help in any way. What can you do when I'm in your face and I've also wasted your woman? Su Qianyu still carried Ji Qingxue and continued to look at Yin Gang to send out soul torture. Although Yin Gang couldn't speak or move a bit, he saw it all clearly. Humiliation, contempt, provocation. At this moment, he felt that his dignity, his woman, his everything, was being rubbed on the ground by Su Qianyu. Chapter 101, What a handsome man. Cool, so cool, ha 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 ha, it's such a relief. This senior brother did a great job. Let them be so arrogant just now. Now they know to be afraid. Seeing this scene, all of the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples couldn't help but get excited and clapped their hands. For Ji Qingxue and Yin Gang's arrogant behavior, they had long since grown tired of seeing it, but they didn't dare to make a move due to the other party's threat. But now, Su Qianyu had done all the things they wanted to do. What a handsome man. I've fallen again. Mo Euro's heart is also cool. Looking at Su Qianyu's figure becomes softer. And anticipation. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Qianyu, you're fiercer than me. Gulong also let out a hearty laugh. The shame that the 10,000 demons sect had just given them was now repaid 100-fold by Su Qianyu. Now he also no longer wants to care about being able to absorb energy. First try these one devil sect essay. Hiss. This is a big deal. But then again, that heavenly sword sect guy is really fierce. The surrounding crowd of onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as well, their expressions gradually becoming grave as they marveled at Su Qianyu's power. The 10,000 demons sect had suffered such a huge loss this time, and based on their understanding of Yin Fei Yang, there was absolutely no way that the other party would let it go. Little scum, you deserve to die. As expected, Yin Fei Yang, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Gulong, already had an expression so gloomy that it could drip water as he roared loudly. His whole body was filled with killing intent. If he hadn't been held back by Gulong and had to be wary of the other party bursting his ass with a stick, he would have long ago gone to decapitate Su Qianyu. I'll give you one last chance to leave your body intact. Hurry up and let go of her. Yin Fian shouted angrily once again. At those words, Su Qianyu suddenly smiled. He lifted Ji Qingshuet in the direction where Yin Fian was, then smiled faintly. Let her go. Is that it? As the voice fell, Su Qianyu's palm suddenly fired. Boo! Accompanied by the sky of blood storming, Ji Qingshue's neck was directly pinched and exploded by Su Qianyu, while her body also collapsed powerlessly. Ji Qingxue died tragically on the spot. This shocking scene in front of him startled Yan Gang's body not far away, and he felt a violent fear inside. My god, so this guy is the meanest. The crowd of onlookers present were similarly shocked by Su Qianyu's behavior and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples didn't expect Su Qianyu to be so decisive and kill Ji Qingshui without the slightest delay. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyu stepped forward. He squatted in front of Yan Gang and spoke. Now that I killed your woman in front of you, what can you do to me? That's a murderous statement. But this time, Yan Gang was completely scared. He had already been scared out of his wits by Su Qianyu's devilish tactics just now. He was more afraid that he would be the next to die. It doesn't matter. If she's dead, she's dead. Please, spare me. Yan Gang slumped to the ground, using his last ounce of strength, looking at Su Qianyu with a supplicating face to beg for mercy. I'm sorry to say that you're not going to live this life. Su Qianyu smiled faintly at him. Pay attention in your next life and don't look for a woman that's stupid. Hearing this, Yan Gang immediately changed his face. Little scum, how dare you? Yin Fei Yang rebuked in a violent and incomparable rage. Are you questioning me? Su Qianyu looked towards Yin Fei Yang. Everyone was holding their breath at this moment. In the next second, Su Qianyu had a teasing expression on his face before stepping out with one foot. Boo! With this kick, it directly stomped Yan Gang's body completely, turning it into a puddle of broken and unbearable flesh and blood. Yan Gang, who had been arrogant and unbeatable in front, died in this way, and in such an extremely explosive manner. For a moment, the world was quiet. Looking at that arrogant and unruly figure, everyone present was shocked beyond words. Well. Just as the crowd was in shock, Yin Fei Yang's furious voice rang out. 10,000 demon sect disciples, listen to the order. Never let the people from the Heavenly Sword sect absorb a bit of energy. I'm going to let them know the price of offending me. When these words came out, the scene was instantly chaotic. The disciples of the 10,000 demon sect and the Heavenly Sword sect glared angrily at each other, and a great battle was about to break out. Yin Fei Yang is smart. He didn't fight with the Heavenly Sword sect. Instead, he had the people from the 10,000 demons sect use the Earth Spirit Sword to stop the people from the Heavenly Sword sect from killing the Earth Turtle. After all, there was not much difference between the two sides' comprehensive strength, so if they really had to fight, they would not be able to take advantage of it, but would instead give the others an opportunity to take advantage of it. Yin Fei Yan looked at Su Qianyu again and shouted in annoyance. Especially that little scumbag. I want him to not be able to suck in any energy at all. As his voice had just fallen, dozens of 10,000 demon sect disciples instantly surrounded Su Qianyu. Only, they had seen Su Qianyu's ruthless methods, so they just surrounded but did not fight. Their mission was to stop Su Qianyu from killing the Earth Turtle and absorbing the energy. Gulong's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His worst fears had come true after all. Fixing their eyes, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were almost all being targeted by the people of the 10,000 Devils sect, and once someone went to kill the Earth Turtle, there would be people from the 10,000 Devils sect wielding the Earth Spirit Sword, who would directly snatch the Earth Turtle away. In this way, their people couldn't even kill a level 1 Earth Turtle, but the people from the 10,000 Demon sect could directly kill the Earth Turtle in seconds with their Earth Spirit Sword and then absorb the energy in it. It's an abomination. Gulong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Then he raised the long stick in his hand high and stabbed straight at Yin Fei Yang. Chrysanthemums are broken, and the ground is full of wounds. In the meantime, originally, Some of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were dealing with the Earth Turtle, and as they were about to successfully kill it, a person from the 10,000 Demons sect holding an Earth Spirit Sword would suddenly kill it, killing the Earth Turtle and then quickly absorbing its energy. What are you doing? The Heavenly Sword sect disciples were enraged. He, you guys won't be able to absorb a bit of energy today. The person from the 10,000 Devil sect on the opposite side laughed coldly. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts, and both sides immediately fought together. And this scene is playing out everywhere. Bloody hell! These 10,000 demon sects. Everyone, don't strike down the Earth Turtles. Let's exterminate these dog scum first. Accompanied by the roars of the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples, the battle between the two sides instantly erupted, and the scene was once chaotic. The other side. Mo Euro came to Su Qianyu's side. She looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of excitement and opened her mouth to ask, "Were you standing up for me just now?" Su Qianyu smiled faintly. "And how are you going to repay me?" Hearing this, the smile on Mo Euro's face became more and more beautiful. She came to Su Qianyu's ear and whispered, "Next time I'll help you use your mouth." Su Qianyu immediately brightened up. This is good. Chapter 102. Who are you looking down on? Damn rascal. Mo Euro blanked Su Qianyu. Then he looked at the people of the surrounding 10,000 Demons sect and whispered, "However, I'm afraid you won't be able to absorb the Earth attribute energy today." Su Qianyu had killed both Yan Gang and Ji Qing Shui, which was considered to have completely angered the 10,000 Devil sect. Plus the other party still had the advantage of the Earth Spirit Sword. They were probably going to return empty-handed when they entered the Abyssal Land this time. That's not true. Su Qianyu faintly smiled, then stepped forward and found a third-grade Earth Turtle that was probably about the same height as himself. "With us here, you'll never be able to kill an Earth Turtle." The surrounding dozen or so 10,000 Demon sect disciples immediately walked up when they saw this and surrounded Su Qianyu, ready to strike at any time. "You, too, are worthy?" Su Qianyu completely ignored the people from the 10,000 Devils sect, only to see him walk up to that Earth Turtle, his gaze gradually becoming stern. "Sword come!" With a low shout, the air around him flowed violently, then condensed into a transparent sharp sword in Su Qianyu's hand, and seeing this scene, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Some people look like they've seen a ghost. Sword intent transformed. There was also someone who stretched out his hand in horror and pointed at Su Qianyu. "He's a sword king, king of swords." Those two words seemed so harsh. Looking at the entire Northern Spirit region, there were only 4 people who could be called Sword King, and none of those 4 people were super powerhouses that had shaken the Northern Spirit region. But now, what do they see? This guy in front of him, who looked like he was clearly only in his 20s, was actually able to achieve sword intent transformation and was a true Sword King. Swish! Just when everyone was still in shock, Su Qianyu had already rushed out and he stabbed his sword into the body of that Earth Turtle. The Earth Turtle's body trembled and then exploded. Boo! It's just a moment. Even Su Qianyu himself didn't react. This Earth Turtle that was about the same size as himself directly exploded. So brittle? Su Qianyu was also a bit surprised. He had long guessed that the weapon he had transformed into with his sword intent should be able to serve a good purpose, but he had never expected that it would actually work so well. This. 1 sword in seconds? Am I really not mistaken? In an instant, everyone was nonplussed. They hadn't even regained their senses from the shock of Su Qianyu being a Sword King before they saw a Grade 3 Earth Turtle being killed by Su Qianyu in seconds. Especially those from the 10,000 Devils sect were wide-eyed and at a loss for words. Even if they attacked a level 3 Earth Tortoise with an Earth Spirit Sword in hand, it would take several swords to kill it. But in Su Qianyu's case, 1 sword was gone. Swish! Su Qianyu moved again. This time he was staring at an Earth Turtle that was several times larger than himself, and directly stabbed out with his sword. That's a level 5 Earth Turtle. Boo! 1 sword. 1 second. The defense of a 5th level Earth Turtle couldn't even block a single sword from Su Qianyu. Clank! There was another sword chant. Su Qianyu once again launched his sword. This time his target was an even more gigantic 7th level Earth Turtle. Boo! A sword was offered. The huge body exploded on the spot. A level 7 Earth Turtle was once again killed by Su Qianyu in seconds. As the rich Earth attribute energy was inhaled into his body, Su Qianyu immediately felt a wave of refreshment. From this moment onward, the entire land of the Abyss was plunged into extreme dead silence, and the nearly 1,000 people who entered it were all silent. Senior brother Qianyu, you're the real fierce man. Even Gu Long and Yin Fei Yang stopped fighting, and the former couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as he looked at Su Qianyu's back. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Yin Fei Yang's mind exploded. He couldn't imagine that killing a 7th level Earth Turtle in a second with a single sword was actually happening right in front of his eyes. One must know that even if it was a group of them going up to slash with their Earth Spirit Swords, It would take a long time before they could break through the defense of a level 7 earth tortoise, but now it was actually given a second with a single sword. What kind of holy god is this? He's clearly only at the Tianqian first realm, yet he was able to kill Yen Gang of the Tianqian sixth realm in seconds, and he's also a sword king. He's definitely not simple. But when did the Heavenly Sword sect produce such a figure? Why is there no news at all? Looking at Su Qianyu's performance, everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Heavenly Sword sect looked at each other with bewilderment. They knew absolutely nothing about Su Qianyu except that he had entered the heavy earth abyss with Mo Euro. What are you guys waiting for? Go stop him. Just then, Yin Fei Yang's exasperated voice rang out. Only then did the many disciples of the 10,000 demons sect react, and then they all gritted their teeth and rushed towards Su Qianyu. Stop it. So what if he's a sword king? But his cultivation is only at the Tianqian first realm, so let's go together and we can definitely slaughter him. A dozen or so 10,000 demon sect disciples killed at the same time. However, Su Qianyu slowly turned back when he saw this, the corner of his mouth raising an icy smile. A dozen or so people want to kill me. Who are you looking down on? His gaze instantly became sharp, and then his sword intent roared out, slashing out towards the dozen or so 10,000 demon sect disciples. Great heavenly Faust chop. This sword came in an instant. No good. Hurry up and defend. The many disciples of the 10,000 demon sect immediately changed their faces when they saw this and hurriedly condensed their Xianli armor for defense. Boom boom boom. However, under the sword intent, the Xianli armor that had just been condensed on their bodies was actually directly chopped to pieces. Ah! A dozen or so people let out gurgling screams, and together with their bodies, they were also chopped in half by Su Qianyu's sword. Blood rained out in torrents, and more than a dozen 10,000 demon sect disciples died tragically on the spot. Go! After killing these people, without the slightest hesitation, Su Qianyu immediately took Mo Euro's hand and rushed towards the inside of the abyssal land. Since he possessed the ability to kill a high-level earth turtle in seconds, he absolutely couldn't waste it, and tried to absorb enough earth attribute energy in one go. Striving to coalesce that golden battle armor today, he's going to the deepest part. My god, could it be that he wants to hit the earth turtles above level 8? You're not talking out of your ass. He can even second a rank 7 earth turtle. It's not impossible for him to kill a rank 8 earth turtle. The crowd was an afterthought, but when they reacted, everyone was inwardly shocked. Look up there. I don't know who exclaimed. They hurriedly looked up, only to see that the numbers had begun to change above the light screen that recorded the number of earth turtles. There's another class 7 earth tortoise missing. Just now, there were a dozen or so rank 6 earth turtles missing at once. Level 8, 8th level. He killed another rank 8 earth turtle. My god. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They stood frozen in place, watching the numbers above that light screen rapidly diminishing, all of them dumbfounded. Chapter 103, what a good judge of character. This is a really nice place. Su Qianyu killed an 8th level earth turtle with his sword. Feeling the rich earth attribute energy in it, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. According to this quality, he would only need to absorb the energy of at most another 100 or so grade 8 earth turtles before he could directly awaken the earth dragon vein. If you want to take it, take the best. Su Qianyu grinned, then turned his gaze to a big guy in front of him, that same yellow earth turtle. However, the other party's size was as big as a room, and the turtle shell on its exterior exuded an indestructible aura. Class 9 earth turtle. Mo Euro beside her let out a cry of surprise. The entire abyssal land only had a dozen or so level 9 earth turtles, and they didn't expect that they would encounter one so soon. Up! Su Qianyu instantly rushed out, and directly behind him, Yin Fian stopped fighting. All give chase. Never let him continue. He risked getting his ass blown off by Gulong and immediately distanced himself from the other party before leading a group of people from the 10,000 Devils sect to chase after Su Qianyu. We're going too. Gulong similarly led his men after him. Big brother, what do we do? On the side of the Purple Cloud Hall, a man hurriedly asked. What to do? Of course it's to hurry up and follow them. After saying that, a man wearing purple brocade clothes instantly chased after him towards the front. That's a sword king. If we can follow him closely, we might be able to have a mouthful of soup too. At those words, the people of the Purple Cloud Hall froze. But aren't we neutral and not helping anyone? The man instantly turned around and cursed with hatred. You pig brains. Of course it's fine for us to be neutral when there's no good thing going on. But now that kid can bring us good things, then he's my own big brother. The crowd was instantly petrified. Clank! Sword chants rang out suddenly. Su Qianyu held a transparent sharp sword. Then he leaped high into the air and stabbed the sword into the mouth of that earth turtle. Mo Euro instantly changed her face. The bad guy must have done it on purpose. She glared viciously at Su Qianyu. Gulong watched the scene from afar and immediately burst out laughing. Senior brother Qianyu, you really do understand me. However, The defense of this 9th level earth turtle was truly amazing. And the sword that could have killed an 8th level earth turtle in seconds was actually blocked. Again, Su Qianyu was undiscouraged. Chop. This time, he jumped higher. Another sword stabbed into the opponent's mouth. Gulong and Yin Fei Yang and the others also rushed over at this moment, and then saw the most terrifying thing in their lives. Boo! With an explosive sound, that huge 9th level earth turtle unexpectedly trembled all over its body, hastily moving its body in an attempt to escape. Bring it on you! Su Qianyu let out a loud laugh. Then a sword directly split the earth turtle in half. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions went off. A 9th level earth turtle. Just gone. Only a large mass of extremely dense earth attribute energy was left to erupt. And then it was absorbed cleanly by Su Qianyu, who was filled with light. Hiccup. After inhaling, Su Qianyu also couldn't help but burp. What a blast. He was now beginning to somewhat understand why Gulong's expression was so enjoyable when he was absorbing energy earlier. And after Su Qianyu landed on the ground in a cloud, the expressions of everyone present became horrified. Aha! Thousands of people blew up at the same time. For a while, it was impossible to hear what they were yelling, and one could only see those people's eyeballs, almost squeezing out of their sockets, hanging in mid-air, almost falling. 9. Several people's tongues felt as if they were tied in knots. Their words burned their mouths, and they could only slur out this one number without being able to say what followed. Ah! That's a 9th level earth turtle. There are only a dozen or so in the entire heavy earth abyss. Jesus Christ, am I really reading this right? Finally someone cried out, a crashing voice resounding. Su Qianyu's sword didn't just kill a 9th level earth turtle, it also completely shattered their worldview. One must know that even Gulong and Yin Fei Yang, two top powerhouses of the Tianxian 9 realm, could only kill an 8th level earth turtle at the highest, and that was still under the prerequisite of having an earth spirit sword. Otherwise it would be impossible to kill even an 8th level earth turtle. But now, Su Qianyu had actually killed a 9th level earth turtle in 3 or 2 swords, which completely overturned their imagination. Thousands of people just felt their brains buzzing. He's starting to condense his golden battle armor. At that moment, there was another hoarse exclamation of surprise. The crowd hurriedly looked and found that on Su Qianyu's body, a faint layer of golden armor had already coalesced, only the color was still relatively light. But this, once again, shocked everyone. My god, this has already coalesced into a fledgling form? I've been practicing hard here for 3 years. Do you guys know how I've come through these 3 years? But now I can't even compare to him. A newcomer who just came in. Everyone, dumbfounded. Looking at that figure, many people's minds exploded. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Qianyu is awesome. Too awesome. Gulong was the first to react, then burst out laughing. He had cultivated in the heavy earth abyss for 7 or 8 years and was only a little better than the current Su Qianyu. But Su Qianyu had only just come in. Simply cry. The energy here is really good. The corners of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly as he looked around at the earth turtles with 2 eyes. You don't think that you're thinking of absorbing all the earth turtles here, do you? Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Su Qianyu shook his head. Does Senior have some misunderstanding about me? This heavy earth abyss is a public resource. If I eat all the earth turtles, then how can other people play? The Snow Moon Sword Immortal looked up with some surprise. But if you suck up all the earth turtles here, your earth dragon vein will be fully awakened and you will have the most extreme defense. Saying that, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal flirted. I just thought that you were this kind of person. I didn't think that I would actually have a time when I looked away. Su Qianyu's eyes widened when he heard this. He took a deep breath and grinned. Senior, you're a good judge of character. Snow Moon Sword Fairy. In the next second, Su Qianyu no longer hesitated and rushed out again. And his movements held the eyes of everyone in the room at the moment. He's moving again. No. He's going inside again. He, too. What? The hearts of thousands of people trembled as they stared at Su Qianyu in death. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyu was seen running to an incomparably huge earth turtle and leaping up. This fellow was even bigger than the rank 9 earth turtle from earlier. So there was only one possibility. This was a rank 10 earth turtle. Big baby, I'm coming. Su Qianyu grinned, but not before he made his move. What everyone didn't expect was that after seeing Su Qianyu, that level 10 earth tortoise immediately turned around and fled, with a sound coming out of its mouth that seemed to say, "Don't come over here." Su Qianyu froze. This thing knows fear? Want to run? No way. Su Qianyu quickly reacted, then quickly chased after him and directly pierced the huge body of the 10th level earth turtle with a sword. Boo! There was an explosion and all was silent. Chapter 104. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at it? Boo! A 10th level earth turtle died tragically under Su Qianyu's sword. Great stuff! Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. The energy provided by the 10th level Earth Turtle was much at least 100 times stronger than the previous 6th level one. In a matter of moments, Su Qianyu absorbed all of the Earth attribute energy burst out from the Earth Turtle, leaving nothing behind. Aha! My level 10 Earth Turtle, how is it possible? How could he kill a 10th level Earth Turtle? In the land of the abyss, nearly 1,000 people had their jaws dropped and their hearts were dripping blood, as if they saw Su Qianyu forcibly take their most beloved girl. The entire heavy Earth abyss only had a total of 3 level 10 Earth Turtles, which had always existed since the beginning, but because of their perverse defense, no one had ever been able to kill them. But now, as they watched, Su Qianyu directly killed one head with a single sword and sucked it clean. Stop it! Yin Fei Yang gritted his teeth in anger. He had wanted to make Su Qianyu unable to absorb any energy at all, so that the other party would return empty-handed, but now Su Qianyu's performance had slapped him so hard that it hurt. If he allowed Su Qianyu to continue absorbing it, he simply couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. However, in the face of Yin Fei Yang's rant, Su Qianyu said without turning his head, "If you say stop, then won't I lose face?" When he finished, he reversed direction again. Boo! With one sword, an 8th level Earth Turtle instantly exploded. The less you let me absorb it, the more I'll show you how I do it. Boom boom boom. Su Qianyu ran wildly all the way. All the Earth Turtles that were targeted by him directly exploded and then turned into pure energy, which was all absorbed by Su Qianyu. Ah! Another rank 8 Earth Turtle. How can he? How can he? Each of Su Qianyu's swords seemed to stab into the bodies of the nearly 1,000 people present, their hearts dripping blood viciously. In the blink of an eye, several more level 8 Earth Turtles died under Su Qianyu's sword. All of them were sucked clean. They didn't even have time to differentiate between the ranks of the Earth Turtles. But the numbers in the light curtain above their heads kept changing, and just in these few breaths of time, there were several more rank 8 Earth Turtles missing. At the same time, the color of gold on Su Qianyu's body became even more intense, and the outline of a set of armor could be vaguely seen. Don't kill it, please have mercy, you could at least leave us a little bit. A little bit. The people present wailed loudly. Su Qianyu wind swept the general attack. Speed even if it is fast. And every sword can kill an Earth Turtle in seconds. They follow Su Qianyu ass. Even soup cannot drink a little. Mercy? Su Qianyu stopped. Just when the crowd thought that Su Qianyu had a clear conscience, he suddenly laughed. Mercy is out of the question. Not in this lifetime. It's the only way to make me happy. After saying that, he offered another sword. Boom! A 9th level Earth Turtle exploded in response. Elder sister, you suck it this time. Su Qianyu looked at Mo Euro who was on the side. Me? Mo Euro was surprised and delighted. The energy provided by this 9th level Earth Turtle was nearly 100 times more than the energy from the previous 6th level Earth Turtle. Then whoever I forget, it's impossible for me to forget you. Su Qianyu grinned. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro's heart was filled with joy and excitement. Then without hesitation, she stepped forward and completely absorbed the energy of this 9th level Earth Turtle. After inhaling, Mo Euro's body also glowed with a starry golden light. Obviously the harvest was not small. Just like that, it surpassed at least half of the people present, and many people's eyes directly reddened at the sight. Cool. Su Qianyu wore a smile on his face. Yes. Mo Euro nodded heavily. Her eyes were full of little stars when she looked at Su Qianyu. If it wasn't for the crowd here, she would have wanted to rush up and kiss Su Qianyu. The people in the room could not cry at the words. You guys are cool, but we still got nothing. Hey, it gets even better. After saying that, Su Qianyu chopped out a sword chi. Boom boom boom. All the Earth Turtles around, no matter what level they were, under the sword of Su Qianyu, all of them exploded into a mass of pure energy, which was dazzling to watch. These are yours. Su Qianyu waved his big hand. Mo Euro's whole body was confused. She only felt that she was smashed by this sudden happiness. Now she finally realizes that. Why was Ji Qingxue so complacent before? With such a domineering man working for his own benefit, who wouldn't be confused when looking at him? The only difference was that Yen Gang had long since cooled off. But Su Qianyu was still going strong. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with envy. Some women even couldn't wait to immediately strip naked and stick up towards Su Qianyu, just begging Su Qianyu to give them the energy of an Earth Turtle. Boom boom boom. Su Qianyu swept his sword again, and the bodies of a large group of Earth Turtles exploded once again, turning into a large area of dense energy. Senior brother Gulong, you guys come too. This time, Su Qianyu looked at the many heavenly sword sect disciples. At those words, Gulong and the others were ecstatic. We're in on it? They were still envious of Mo Euro just now, but they didn't expect that Su Qianyu would let them go as well now, so they were simply ecstatic. What are you waiting for? Go! Gulong laughed soundly. and the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples could no longer hold back their temptation and rushed up like hungry wolves. Ha 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 ha, that was awesome. This senior brother. You are my god. This handsome senior brother. Do you still lack a Taoist couple? I have a big ass and am very fertile. The crowd of Heavenly Sword sect disciples all went crazy, but Gulong didn't move. Instead he stared at Yin Fei Yang closely. He had to make sure that his opponent didn't have a chance to strike. Little scum. My 10,000 devils sect is at war with you. Yin Fei Yang's face darkened with anger at the sight. How could he not have expected this to be the case before entering the heavy earth abyss? You suck it in first. I'll go in return. After saying that, Su Qianyu's body flashed and immediately rushed in another direction. What are you going to do? Under everyone's gaze, only Su Qianyu came behind a disciple of the 10,000 demons sect. It'll kill in a minute. At this moment, the other party was holding the Earth Spirit Sword and attacking a Grade 3 Earth Tortoise with all his might. Not noticing Su Qianyu who had already arrived behind him, he was very smart and avoided the direction of Su Qianyu's sweep and hid on this side to sneakily attack the Earth Turtle. Even if you can't eat meat, even if you have some soup, it's okay. Go to hell. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the Earth Turtle, a sword light suddenly flashed by. Boo! The Earth Turtle exploded on the spot, and the energy in it was instantly absorbed, leaving him staring at the spot. Who is it? He was outright furious. Someone actually dared to come and rob himself? Are you not living? He snapped his head back and cursed out angrily, but he was only halfway through cursing when he was instantly dumbfounded. You. He looked at the smiling Su Qianyu as if he had seen a ghost. Why did you take my Earth Turtle? Su Qianyu smiled contemptuously. Are you only allowed to rob others and not allow others to rob you? After saying that, he once again disappeared into thin air. Ah! My Earth Turtle is gone. God damn it. This goddamn kid. This was followed by a series of screams. Some of the 10,000 Devils sect disciples who were working hard to kill the Earth Tortoise were about to get their hands on it, but they were hardened and snatched away by Su Qianyu. Grainless. It's a real granola. Originally, Yin Fei Yang and the others were prepared to make it so that the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't be able to suck in any energy at all. But now, the victim had become them. Chapter 105, Afraid of a Hammer. Little scum. You deserve to die. Yin Fei Yang was so angry at the situation that he gritted his teeth and cursed. The heavy earth abyss is a blessed place for everyone in the Northern Spirit region, and for you to suck up so much energy by yourself is simply unforgivable. His words directly placed Su Qianyu on the opposite side of all cultivators in the Northern Spirit domain. Very clever. And the effect achieved was quite good. Along with the many disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall, as well as quite a few loose cultivators looked at Su Qianyu's gaze changed. From the initial shock, it turned into hatred. If they continued at Su Qianyu's speed, the Earth Turtles in the Abyssal Land would be drastically reduced, which would only be bad for them. In response, Su Qianyu just smiled contemptuously. No one said that these Earth Turtles can't be killed by one person, right? Can't I? Alone, top one of your clan? Su Qianyu said as he spoke. Then under the stifled and furious gazes of the many disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect, he once again absorbed the energy of a 9th level Earth Turtle. Ah! Kill him now. If we let him continue, the Earth Turtles will all die out. The many disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect wailed loudly. Everyone's insides were bleeding. Although the Earth Turtle here is an energy body, but that also needs to accumulate over time to be formed. If they really let Su Qianyu kill off the Earth Turtle, they will not want to see another Earth Turtle for decades at the very least. Little scum. Die for me. Yin Fei Yang could not hold back any longer. His entire body exploded with killing intent as he directly rushed out towards Su Qianyu. Dog. I've been waiting for you. But before he could get close to Su Qianyu, a thick long stick stabbed towards his asshole. Kill me. Yin Fei Yang was enraged and once again gave the order to kill while fighting with Gulong. Who's afraid? Brothers, kill for me. Gulong also stopped holding back, and as his voice fell, the people from the two great sects completely let go this time and fought furiously together. That's why you're angry? Don't be anxious. There's more behind. Su Qianyu laughed again at the sight. Everyone in the room suddenly got a chill down their spine. There's more back there? What he's up to, don't you? No. Right at the moment when countless people screamed in misery, Su Qianyu chopped at a big guy in front of him with his sword. That was clearly another level 10 Earth Turtle. Boo! Next, a 10th level Earth Turtle instantly exploded. The dense Earth attribute energy spread in all directions, but before they could react, it was sucked clean by Su Qianyu. No! He sucked in 2 level 10 Earth Turtles by himself. Please, leave some down for us to remember. The many 10,000 demons sect broke into a rage, while some of the casual cultivators who didn't dare to offend the Heavenly Sword sect could only beg bitterly. Big brother, what do we do? A disciple of the Purple Cloud Hall immediately shivered and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. He was afraid that if he didn't act, the high-grade earth turtles here would really be killed off by that horrible guy. Now, there is only one way. The man in the purple robe took a deep breath and said with a grave expression. What? The people of the Purple Cloud Hall had sacrificed their weapons. Swish! Only to see that man instantly transform into a residual shadow, rushing out in the direction where Su Qianyu was. Senior brother Qianyu, be careful. Gulong, who had been fighting Yin Fei Yang, changed his face when he saw this, and hurriedly shouted out a reminder. He had long guessed that the Purple Cloud Palace and a group of loose cultivators would not just stand by and watch Su Qianyu eat alone. Ha 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 ha, Shenchanga, go kill the kid. Yin Fei Yan laughed in triumph. Now that Su Qianyu had committed public anger, even if he was stopped, there were just as many people who wanted to kill the other party. Can't help it at last? Su Qianyu also sensed a powerful aura whose cultivation had reached the Tianxian 9 realm, and it was most likely the same township guard from the Purple Cloud Hall. Scared? Afraid of a hammer? Since he dared to do so, he had long been prepared to face all enemies. Great heavenly Faust chop! He made a violent turn and slashed out with his sword with all his might. What a fast speed! What a powerful attack! Shinchanga's heart felt incomparably shocked, and he hurriedly blurted out, "Brother, don't do it. I don't mean any harm." But he was too late after all. Su Qianyu's sword had already fallen. Ouch! Shinchanga hurriedly drew back. Boom! As this sword fell, the ground was chopped out of a huge gully on the spot, along with the ground shaking violently. Is this the destructive power of the Sword King? The pupils of Shinchanga, who had dodged the sharp edge, shrunk. What were you going to say? Su Qianyu held a transparent sharp sword, his gaze indifferent. Shinchanga hurriedly opened his mouth. This little brother, our Purple Cloud Palace has no enmity with you. If you finish killing the earth turtles here, then we, and these loose cultivators, will only be able to drink the northwest wind. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu nodded her head. I can leave some for you, but you must promise me that you will never let the people of the 10,000 Devil sect suck in even a single ounce of energy. Although he also wanted to keep all the earth turtles here for himself, or only let the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect absorb them. But that was really unrealistic. If they really wanted to do that, the Purple Cloud Hall and these loose cultivators would definitely riot, and then the loss would outweigh the gain. Shinchanga was a bit hesitant. The Purple Cloud Palace was a notoriously neutral faction that didn't help anyone, so if he agreed to Su Qianyu, it would be like going against the 10,000 Devils sect. If you don't want to, then I'll go and kill all the earth turtles above level 5 now, Su Qianyu said indifferently. Deal. Shinchanga hurriedly agreed. He then looked at the crowd of the Purple Cloud Palace, as well as the many loose cultivators. Brothers, you've heard it all. Look after yourselves. After saying that, he directly left and led a group of disciples from the Purple Cloud Hall to start rounding up a rank 7 earth turtle. As for those 10,000 Devil sect disciples who wanted to sneak around and kill the earth turtle, they were either snatched away by Su Qianyu or stopped by the Purple Cloud Mansion and the scattered cultivators, each of them suffocating to the point where their faces turned red. They really want to cry. The entire 200 to 300 people could only watch the others kill the earth turtle, but they themselves didn't even dare to move. A Purple Cloud Hall disciple walked up to Shinchanga and whispered, Big brother, I thought you were going to make a move on that kid just now. Upon hearing this, Shinchanga cursed. You pig brain. I just said, that's my own brother. How could I possibly take a shot at him? When he finished, he paused. Cut the crap and hurry up to kill the earth turtle, or else you really won't even get a bit of soup. On the other side, Mo Yuro also rushed to Su Qianyu's side. I've heard of that Shinchanga. He's the most outstanding genius of the Purple Cloud Palace in the past few years. It's estimated that even senior brother Gulong isn't a match for him, but he actually agreed to do it. Saying that, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If Shinchanga had made a move against Su Qianyu just now, I'm afraid that it would really be a big trouble. Do you think he's really that nice? Su Qianyu's gaze was calm. He was just now always on guard against the other party and chopped out a sword with all his might at the first moment the other party rushed over. If it wasn't for the fact that his sword had intimidated the other party, it probably wouldn't be in this situation. He always believed in the saying that dignity was only above the blade. If he hadn't shown his strength, how could the other party take a bite out of his little brother and would have already made a direct move? Damn it! Yin Fei Yang's face became very ugly when he saw this. With the addition of the Purple Cloud Palace and those loose cultivators, they really couldn't absorb any energy at all. But just then, Yin Fei Yang, where is that kid from the Heavenly Sword sect? Only a low voice could be heard. And then a large group of figures dressed in black quickly rushed into the land of the abyss. At those words, Yin Fei Yang's expression was delighted. Our support has arrived. Chapter 106. Who dares to touch my husband? The crowd turned around. One could only see a group of people wearing the costumes of the 10,000 Demon sect quickly rushing over and then walking over to Yin Fei Yang's side, with a middle-aged man in the lead emitting a very surging aura of Xianli. It's senior brother Pei Xiu. Ha 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 ha. With senior brother Pei Xiu here, those guys from the Heavenly Sword sect are dead. Especially the damned kid. Killing him now won't undo the loss of so many earth turtles. It's really hateful. The crowd of the 10,000 Demon sect was beaming with joy. After seeing that man, it was as if he saw a savior, while at the same time looking viciously at Su Qianyu. After all, even if he killed Su Qianyu now, he couldn't make up for the loss of so many earth turtles. It was really irritating and hateful. Gulong's face changed drastically when he saw this. That Pei Xiu is Sitohao's chief great disciple. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Heavenly Xian 9th realm and is infinitely close to the King Xian realm. This is big trouble. Although he had also passed on the news that Mo Ro and Su Qianyu were here to General Yin Yan and the others, it was now obvious that the other party's people had arrived first, and it was still such a tricky one. In the heavy earth abyss, a cultivation at the peak of the Heavenly Xian 9 realms was an absolute king. Senior sister Yu Ro, senior brother Qianyu, come here. Gulong quickly got rid of Yin Fei Yang's entanglement and protected in front of the two of them. Yin Fei Yang, my master asked us to come in and support you. Where is that brat man? Pei Xiu's gaze swept around and faintly said. Immediately after getting the news passed on by Yin Fei Yang, Sitohao sent in more than 100 people, including him, to support him, and gave a deadly order that Su Qianyu and Mo Ro must be captured alive. Senior Pei Xiu, you finally arrived. While Yin Feiyan was overjoyed, he pointed at Su Qianyu. It's that damned brat. As Yin Fei Yang's teeth-gnashing voice rang out, everyone's gazes once again gathered on Su Qianyu's body. Temple Master Situ has ordered that they be captured alive. Pei Xiu's expression was proud as he gave an order, and the many disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect instantly rushed towards Su Qianyu and the others. Seeing this, Gulong's face changed drastically. Protect senior sister Yu Ro and senior brother Qianyu. In an instant, the disciples on both sides once again erupted into a tragic battle, but this time, the 10,000 Demon sect had an absolute numerical advantage, and the Heavenly Sword sect side quickly fell into passivity. Kill. Fight them. Don't be afraid. Everyone, our backup will be here soon. Under Gulong's leadership, the people of the Heavenly Sword sect resisted with all their might, along with Mo Ro taking the initiative to meet the two Tianxian 6th realm enemies. Although she was only at the Tianxian 5th realm, she was after all the eldest lady of the Heavenly Sword sect, practicing all kinds of martial arts that were at the top of the game. Even if she fought two Tianxian 6th realms alone, she could likewise not lose. Big brother, should we go help? A Purple Cloud Hall disciple looked at Shinchanga and asked. You're such a pig brain. Who knows? Shinchanga fiercely kicked him and said angrily, have you forgotten that we are a neutral faction? Who are you going to help? The man immediately looked aggrieved. But big brother, obviously you just said. That kid is your own big brother. Shinchanga was instantly furious. Are you really stupid? Just now, if you follow him and have meat to eat, then naturally you're my own big brother. But now that kid is having a hard time protecting himself. What are you still getting together for? At those words, the people of the Purple Cloud Hall didn't dare to speak again. The other side. Great heavenly Faust chop. Su Qianyu swept his sword across the room, instantly killing several 10,000 Devil Sect disciples who came to him. All of them were split in half. It's actually still a Sword King? Seeing this scene, Pei Xiu's eyes narrowed. Yin Fei Yang also gritted his teeth and said, Senior Pei Xiu, it's that damned brat. Relying on himself as the Sword King, he killed a lot of high-level earth turtles here. He really didn't deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiu smiled faintly. A mere Tianxian first realm, so what if he's a Sword King? Let's see me capture him alive with one move. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Ha 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 ha, with senior brother Pei Xiu taking action. That brat will definitely die today. Yin Feiyang was overjoyed in his heart at the sight. If you want to touch senior brother Chen Yu, go through me first. At the same time, Gulong also saw Pei Xiu, who was speeding towards him, and he instantly erupted with all his strength before swinging his stick out fiercely. Out of your depth. Pei Xiu sneered as he directly offered a palm. Boo! Accompanied by a violent Xian force tremor, the long stick in Gulong's hand was actually directly knocked away by the other party, and then a palm hit Gulong's chest. Put! In an instant, Gulong spat out blood from his mouth. The aura on his body immediately withered down, and even though he had gathered his Xianli armor in time for defense, he still fell to the ground with serious injuries. Senior brother Gulong. The faces of the many Heavenly Sword sect disciples changed drastically. Now that even the most powerful Gulong on their side had been defeated, who else could hold back the enemy's attack? Kid, don't presume to resist. Bind your hands. Pei Xiu crossed over Gulong and formed a claw with one hand, grabbing straight at Su Qianyu. 10,000 swords floating massacre. But what responded to him was the heavy sword shadows that instantly coalesced, and the overwhelming sharpness instantly enveloped Pei Xiu in. Truly worthy of being a sword king. If your cultivation was a bit stronger, maybe I wouldn't really be your opponent. Pei Xiu's gaze was slightly grave, but immediately afterward, he let out a cold laugh and said, "But it's really a pity, you're still too tender now." After saying that, he once again offered a palm. Mad Demon turning heavenly seal. A huge black palm print instantly rose up into the sky. Boom boom boom. Only to see the thousands of sword shadows, like rain, impacting heavily on top of the huge black palm print, detonating heavy explosions. Even though Su Qianyu had already used his strongest strike, the cultivation gap between the two sides was just too great, and until the last sword shadow fell, it still failed to break through Pei Xiu's defense. As the other party had said, if Su Qianyu's cultivation could be a little stronger, perhaps the victory or defeat would be hard to predict. But Su Qianyu was only in the Tianxian first realm after all, and the gap between the two sides was simply too great to be above the same level. Do you know the gap between us now? Pei Xiu laughed out in triumph, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Little scum, weren't you arrogant just now? Yin Fei Yang smiled coldly at the sight. After taking down Su Qianyu, he would make sure that this kid could not beg for his life and could not beg for his death. It's a pity for such a young sword king. Shen Chang'e sighed and shook his head in regret. Once this young sword king was allowed to fall into the hands of the 10,000 demons sect, it would definitely not end well. Senior brother Chiyu. Seeing this scene, Gulong and Mo Euro were in a rage, but no one could stop Pei Xiu anymore. But just then, who dares to touch my husband? Anyone who touches my husband will be killed without pardon. Two dainty voices sounded almost simultaneously in the land of the abyss. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose, an extremely cold and chilling current came, followed by a fiery blaze that swept through the air. The crowd rushed to look back, but all they could see were two red and blue figures, as well as two huge behemoths. It was an ice blue ice phoenix, as well as a reddish-red vermilion bird with its entire body, and the two gigantic figures arrived instantly, carrying a monstrous pressure that completely shrouded the entire land of the abyss. This is, in an instant, everyone froze. Chapter 107, People Can Leave. Chrysanthemums Stay. Ice phoenix and vermilion bird. A blue and a red figure arrived instantly, and everyone present was shocked by the scene before them. What the hell is going on here? It's senior sister Yen Yen and the others. Seeing this, Mo Euro's expression was overjoyed. The support from the Heavenly Sword sect had finally arrived. Miles of ice, only to see Chu Yenran and Jiang Yu arrived at the same time. The former's gaze was icy cold. As she waved her hand, the crowd only felt a chill in the sky, and that Pei Xiu's entire person was directly frozen into a humanoid ice sculpture. How is that possible? Pei Xiu's expression instantly changed dramatically. Red flame vermilion bird slash. In the next second, Jiang Yu's petite body similarly arrived. She held a crimson longsword that was even larger than her own body before she leapt up and chopped down on Pei Xiu's head. Boom! In an instant, the ice sculpture that Pei Xiu had transformed into exploded, and without even a bit of flesh and blood left behind, it was instantly melted by the scorching heat. Gulp! Seeing this, the people present were dumbstruck and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Pei Xiu, the brash and overbearing Pei Xiu who was just a moment ago, this Situhao's chief great disciple, was gone just like that? They see it clearly. Under the combined efforts of these two women, Pei Xiu, who was at the peak of the Tianxian ninth realm, was instantly decapitated without even the slightest resistance. Husband, we finally found you. What made people's jaws drop even more was that Chu Yanyan and Jiang Yu simultaneously jumped into Su Qianyu's arms after killing Pei Xiu in seconds. What brings you here? Su Qianyu embraced the left and right, stroking the hair of the two women. We received a message from the sixth elder. She said that you and senior sister Yu Ro might be in danger here, so we immediately came. Chu Yanran leaned in Su Qianyu's arms and opened her mouth to explain. Husband, my concubine misses you so much. Jiang Yu even squeezed towards Su Qianyu, itching to merge herself and Su Qianyu into one. And at the sight of this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This. What can that boy do? One of those two women possesses an Ice Phoenix battle body and the other possesses a Vermilion Bird battle body, and their cultivation levels are both in the Tianxian ninth realm. But, in an instant, everyone was nonplussed. The moment Chu Yanyan and Jiang Yu appeared just now, they directly killed Sidahao's chief great disciple Pei Xiu. But before they could marvel, the two women actually jumped on the guy together, left to embrace, and two women with such superb looks. What's more, the talent of those two women was even more frighteningly strong. Gulong stood up and shook his head in some confusion, his face full of envy. My goodness, senior brother Qian Yu is the winner in life. On the other side, looking at Chu Yenran and Jiang Yu who were held in Su Qianyu's arms, a touch of loss surfaced in Mo Euro's beautiful eyes. She didn't mind Su Qianyu embracing left and right. After all, counting, she was the later. She was lost in the fact that Chu Yenran and Jiang Yu's talents were so strong, yet she couldn't do anything herself. Senior brother Pei Xiu, dead? At this moment, Yin Fei Yang's entire body was confused. Just now, he had already thought about how to torture Su Qianyu, but how could he not expect that the two beautiful women with battle bodies that would suddenly kill him would actually second Pei Xiu with a single strike? Such a reversal caught him off guard. Immediately afterward, Chu Yanyan looked at the surrounding 10,000 devil sect disciples. A flash of cold light swept through her eyes, and her entire body's Xian energy suddenly erupted. You let's avenge our husband together. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded heavily as she reluctantly broke away from Su Qianyu's embrace and once again raised the huge red sword in her hand. No good. Everyone run. Quickly go out and inform Temple Master Situ. In an instant, the faces of the crowd from the 10,000 demon sect changed drastically, and they routed towards the outside with all their might. Even Pei Xiu, who was at the peak of the heavenly Xian 9 realm, had been seconded by these two women, and they didn't even have the slightest bit of courage to resist. Miles of ice. Chu Yenran's jade hand lightly waved, and a cold and bone-piercing ice power erupted, and those 10,000 demon sect disciples who hadn't yet had the time to escape were instantly completely frozen, unable to move. The vermilion bird descends. A gigantic vermilion bird silhouette coalesced behind Jiang Yu, and as a scorching aura filled the air, the entire abyssal land was in a complete state of ice and fire. No, don't. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The many disciples of the 10,000 devils sect who were frozen screamed and wailed. But no matter if it was Chu Yenran or Jiang Yu, they were all indifferent. In their eyes, Su Qianyu was everything to them. All those who dared to take a shot at Su Qianyu, they would not spare a single one. Boom boom boom. The huge vermilion bird shadow descended from the sky before detonating a heavy fiery eruption, and the entire land of the abyss shook violently. Retreat! Numerous disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall, as well as some loose cultivators, all had drastically changed expressions at this moment, hastily scattering towards the surroundings, their faces filled with panic. Rumble! There was an explosion that shook the sky. The entire land of the abyss set off a wave of frenzy, as ice and fire erupted at the same time at this moment, detonating a heavy white mist. When the dense fog dissipated, the crowd looked again, only to see that the ground that had been impacted just now had created an additional huge deep pit, which was scorched black and full of wounds. The hundreds of 10,000 demon sect disciples that were there just now, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving nothing behind but a mess all over the place. Hiss! My God! At the scene, there was only a sound of cold air being sucked in. Hundreds of disciples of the 10,000 devils sect, under the combined efforts of those two women, just went up in smoke? And what was even more horrifying was that those two gorgeous women, both of whom seemed to be the Brat's maidens, did so only to take it out on each other. The thought soured all the men in the room. Such a woman is the pride of heaven wherever she is. Having one is already a great blessing, but that guy can actually embrace the right and the left. Run! Yin Fian was directly stunned. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he ran fast, coupled with the fact that Chu Yenran and Jiang Yu didn't consider him as their main target, he would probably be dead by now as well. Escape! Half of the remaining 10,000 devil sect disciples once again routed, this time faster than just a moment ago, only hating that their parents didn't give them an extra leg. People can go. Leave your asshole behind. Just as Yin Fian was about to reach the exit, an angry shout suddenly sounded behind him. Gulong! Yin Fian looked back and was horrified. Boo! In the next second, the long stick in Gulong's hand directly stabbed into Yin Fei Yang's asshole, then instantly exploded. Together with the yellow and white things in the sky, as well as the flying blood, Yin Fei Yang's entire person completely disappeared from the sight of the crowd, and as Gulong stood in place, he actually completely ignored the yellowish-white things that emitted a foul odor as a smile appeared on his face. I've been telling you for a long time, I'm bound to make your asshole explode all over the mountain today. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Immediately after, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman, hastily pulled away from Gulong. Chapter 108, Condensing the Golden Battle Armor. Yin Fei Yang is dead, died in an extremely sad manner. Gulong stood still, stroking the long stick in his hand with a wide smile on his face. Only, there was no longer a single figure around him. From this moment on, his title of Chrysanthemum Warrior will be completely realized, and he will be feared. Husband, let's go out. Sixth Elder and General Yunyan are waiting for us outside. Chu Yenran and Jiang Yu looked at Su Qianyu and said, there's no rush. There's still good stuff here. Su Qianyu shook his head. The people from the scene of the 10,000 demons sect died and fled. Finally no one could disturb himself. Clank! With a sword chant, Su Qianyu immediately slashed out with his sword, and this time, his target was clearly a very large earth turtle in front of him. Level 10 earth turtle. That's already the last level 10 earth turtle. My goodness, he is really not leaving us anything at all. Originally, there were only 3 level 10 earth turtles in total in the Abyssal Land, and Su Qianyu had already killed 2 of them before. And now, he aimed his blade at the last rank 10 earth turtle. Boo! As Su Qianyu swept out his sword, the 10th level earth turtle instantly exploded and turned into a huge ball of earth attribute energy. The people present only felt that their hearts were bleeding. The last level 10 earth turtle was gone. This was a complete loss. Suck! Su Qianyu didn't have any politeness and directly began to absorb it. Then under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the golden light on Su Qianyu's body once again became brilliant. The whole person was like a small sun, emitting a piercing and eye-catching light, like a heavenly god descending to earth. It's the golden battle armor. He really condensed a golden battle armor. My goodness, this is the first time he's come in here. At this moment, everyone in the land of the abyss was shocked, and even envious to the point that Koan was purple with envy. From the occasion of the birth of the heavy earth abyss until now, there were only 2 people in the entire northern spirit domain who had managed to condense the golden battle armor. But now, they witnessed a third person appear. Is this the golden battle armor? It's really not bad. Su Qianyu looked at this domineering and mighty set of armor on his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had already broken through to the heavenly Xian realm and already possessed the ability to coalesce Xian force armor, but his current golden battle armor was at least 6 or 7 times stronger than ordinary Xian force armor in terms of defensive power alone. Not only that, his earth dragon vein had also fully awakened, and his defense had been greatly improved. This was why, when other people condensed their golden armor, they could only increase their defense by 3 or 4 times, but he could increase it by 6 or 7 times. You guys come too. Afterwards, Su Qianyu looked towards Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu, as well as Mo Yuro and Gu Long and the others. He had now awakened the Earth Dragon Vein, and even if he continued to absorb the Earth attribute energy here, the benefits he would receive would not be much, so it would be better to let the others coalesce the golden battle armor as well. 10,000 swords floating massacre. Su Qianyu offered a move. Along with the sword shadows falling from the sky, all the Earth turtles in a few miles radius centered on him all exploded. With just this move, at least thousands of Earth turtles instantly vaporized, leaving behind only a mass of pure and dense energy. These are yours. Su Qianyu looked towards the many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Ha! Many thanks to senior brother Qianyu. Ha ha ha, what are you all waiting for? First come, first served. In an instant, hundreds of Heavenly Sword sect disciples all went crazy and ran towards those energies with their asses in the air. Su Qianyu looked towards Chu Yanran and the others and smiled. You guys also go and absorb a little bit more, and strive to condense the golden battle armor. Thank you, husband. Zhang Yi's little face was filled with joy above her face. Then she barked on Su Qianyu's face before running off to absorb the energy. You're quite handsome as you are now. Chu Yanran also walked in front of Su Qianyu, looking at Su Qianyu whose whole body was emitting a golden light and said with a smile, when we go back, I'll show you a more handsome one. Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. Chu Yanran didn't care at all. Instead, she came to Su Qianyu's ear and whispered, I've helped you take Yuer down. When the time comes, I'll see if you're able to fight 2 against 1. Or not. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Any time. Chu Yanran blankly glanced at Su Qianyu, then turned around and started to follow the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect to absorb the energy. Why don't you go, Missy? Su Qianyu suddenly looked at Mo Yuro on the side. Let them suck it up first. Mo Yuro opened her mouth in an excited manner. Hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly as he moved to the other party's ear and said, you shouldn't be jealous, right? Mo Yuro glared at Su Qianyu, but she didn't say anything, apparently acquiescing. Just now, Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu had displayed very powerful strength as soon as they struck out, and they were really too useless compared to each other. Don't worry, since you are now my woman, then I will definitely find a way for you to catch up, but if you are not willing to become stronger yourself, then there is nothing I can do, Su Qianyu said with a smile. At those words, Mo Yuro raised her head slightly. It suddenly occurred to her that as long as she did more lovey-dovey things with Su Qianyu, her cultivation would be able to rapidly increase, and at least in terms of cultivation, she wouldn't lag behind both Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu. Count on you having a conscience. Mo Yuro flavorfully skimmed a glance at Su Qianyu, then casting aside the distractions in her mind, she similarly began to go forward to absorb the energy. At the same time, she also made up her mind that she must get in touch with Su Qianyu more often and strive to catch up with Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu as soon as possible. At this time, Shin Changde came in front of Su Qianyu. with a warm smile on his face. He said, "Congratulations to this little brother, for becoming the third genius in the entire Northern Spirit region to coalesce a golden battle armor. I am truly impressed." Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. "Just tell me what's going on." Shinchanga smiled awkwardly, then spoke, "Since little brother is also a generous person, I'll be straightforward. Now that the people from the 10,000 Demons sect have been driven away, could little brother leave us some soup?" At those words, Su Qianyu seemed to be smiling. "But I didn't see you come over to help when I was surrounded just now, and why should I leave food for you?" Shinchanga smiled and explained, "This little brother doesn't know. Our Purple Cloud Palace loves peace, and there are rules in the sect that do not allow participation in other sects' fights, so please ask little brother to be able to understand." Su Qianyu laughed. Lightly, he said, "Of course I understand, but this abyssal land is a public resource, so how much you can eat is all up to you, so that should be fine, right?" The smile on Shinchanga's face gradually froze, but he still reacted quickly and smiled bitterly. "In that case, then I will take my leave." After saying that, he turned around and left, then immediately led the many disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall to start killing the remaining earth turtles, but their efficiency is really not high, especially when they see the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect can get something for nothing. It is envious and drooling. Love of peace? Really think I'm a cutie? Any more? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. How could he not know what Shinchanga was thinking in his heart? It was just that he was unhappy to see him eating alone, and wanted the 10,000 Devils sect to fight with themselves to the point of losing, and then step forward to pick up the advantage. Now that he's won, he's coming up for soup instead, and he's lucky he hasn't lifted the table. Chapter 109 gives you a chance. Boom boom boom. Su Qianyu was holding a transparent sharp sword. As he charged all the way through, large swaths of earth turtles were instantly decimated and turned into clumps of pure energy. Behind him was a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples who were filled with ecstasy and dancing with their hands as they followed behind Su Qianyu, sucking desperately. Senior brother Gulong has condensed a golden battle armor. It didn't take long for a gasp to come from the crowd. Only a golden light shone brightly on Gulong's body. A layer of domineering golden battle armor covered him, and his entire aura changed. "Ha ha 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 ha, I've finally condensed my golden battle armor." Gulong laughed up at the sky, excited like a child. He had been in the heavy earth abyss for 7 or 8 years, but he hadn't been able to successfully condense his golden battle armor, and with the help of Su Qianyu, he had finally succeeded. "Senior brother Qiyu, come give me a hug." Gulong excitedly ran towards Su Qianyu. "Better not." Su Qianyu hurriedly dodged at the sight. The sight of Gulong killing Yin Fei Yang just now was still fresh in his mind, and he was really unwilling to let Gulong near him. "Hey!" Gulong, on the other hand, giggled. But that wasn't the end of it. As Gulong condensed his golden battle armor, it didn't take long for 2 more golden lights to flash up. We made it too. The 2 of them, Chu Yanran and Jianyu, were similarly covered in golden light, especially when the 2 of them stood together, as if they were fairies descending to the earth. Immediately after, Mo Yuro looked at her body covered with a layer of golden light of Xianli armor, her pretty face slightly red with excitement. "I made it too." She looked towards Chu Yanran and Jianyu, and a sudden wave of defiance arose within her that she was one step closer to the other party. It wasn't just Mo Yuro and the others, along with some of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples who were also emitting a golden light on their bodies at this time. Clearly not a small harvest. My god, it's like a dream. In just 1 day's time, 5 more people have coalesced the golden battle armor. So what's the point of us being here all these years? Seeing the golden splendor of the Heavenly Sword sect's crowd, all the others present were envious. One must know that since the emergence of the heavy earth abyss, it had been several decades until now, and there were only a total of 2 people who had coalesced the golden battle armor before today. But today, in 1 day, there are 5 more. They then looked up and realized that above that curtain of light, the earth tortoises of level 5 and above had actually been killed in their entirety, leaving no one behind. Even the earth turtles below the 5th level had shrunk drastically, and looking at them, their hearts were strangled, and some even directly cried out with a wow. It could be predicted that if the abyssal land wanted to reach the scale before today, it was estimated that it would need to wait until at least 100 years later. At the thought, the crowd collectively burst into tears. Congratulations! Su Qianyu walked forward and looked at Mo Euro. Several people, after they condensed their golden battle armor, their ability to protect themselves could be greatly enhanced, and they themselves could be slightly more at ease. It's all because of husband. Jiang Yu was the most spirited. Her little face flushed red and she rushed up, crashing into Su Qianyu's arms. There was a burst of envy from everyone present. Who wouldn't like a little loli that's not only good looking, but also terribly talented and so loaded? Chu Yanran and Mo Euro also walked over. The former came to Su Qianyu's ear and said with a smile, It seems like you haven't been idle for a while, and have taken down senior sister Yuro. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Wouldn't it be fun to help you get some more sisters? Chu Yanran skimmed her mouth. You might want to think about whether you can eat it first. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled. Chu Yanyan had obviously underestimated his fighting strength. With his current state, even if he fought 1 against 10, he wouldn't have any problems. We should get out now too. Immediately after that, Su Qianyu then spoke. His primary purpose of entering the heavy earth abyss this time was to awaken the earth dragon vein, and now that he had not only reached his goal, but had even coalesced the golden battle armor, it was definitely a great harvest. Good. 6th Elder and General Yunyan are waiting for us outside. Chu Yanran nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu nodded her head. He could understand why the 6th Elder and General Yunyan didn't come in. After all, in the heavy earth abyss, those above the Tianqian realm would have their cultivation suppressed. In case they came in, and after their cultivation was suppressed, they were besieged by people from other clans. I'm afraid that they would be suffocated to death alive at that time. The people from the 10,000 Demons sect should be here as well. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes and there was no need to think about it to know that Sitahao must be waiting for himself outside as well. The other party had sent people after him for so long, and several times he had almost driven himself to his death. He had long been very unhappy. Steeply, a very crazy idea came to his mind. Outside the heavy earth abyss, Zhao Ningxuang and General Yunyan were waiting quietly. Across from them, hearing the report from those 10,000 devil sect disciples who had fled out in a hurry, Situhao's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. That ing kid. Originally, he thought that his left and right protectors had already taken down Su Qianyu and Mo Euro, but now it seemed that his 2 protectors had probably cooled off a long time ago. Moreover, this time in the heavy earth abyss, they had suffered heavy losses, and even their own great disciple had died, plus the fact that his plan failed before was also due to the sudden killing out of a Su Qianyu. At this moment, the murderous thoughts in Situhao's heart towards Su Qianyu had reached its peak. They're out. The crowd fixed their eyes, only to see Su Qianyu and Chu Yanran and the others slowly walking out. Zhao Ningxuang and General Yunyan hurriedly blocked a few people behind them. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. After seeing that Su Qianyu was fine, a smile of relief appeared on Zhao Ningxuang's charming face. Good boy. Good job this time. General Yunyan did not mince words in his praise either. What Su Qianyu had just done in the land of the abyss they already all knew, and even if it was them, their hearts likewise couldn't calm down for a long time. Little scum. You wait for me. On the opposite side, Situhao stared angrily at Su Qianyu, but could only turn around with gritted teeth. With Zhao Ningxuang and General Yunyan here, he couldn't do anything with Su Qianyu, and instead of being impotent and furious here, he should leave. Don't go. I can give you a chance to kill me. Just as Situhao turned around, Su Qianyu's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd froze. Don't be a hero. Chu Yanyan hurriedly opened her mouth. Zhang Yu and Mo Euro also walked up. You can rest assured it is. Su Qianyu faintly smiled, then stepped forward, looking towards Situhao. He spoke. Don't you want to kill me? It just so happens that I also really want your dog's head. So let's fight one-on-one. Everyone froze at these words. What do I hear? This kid actually wants to fight with Temple Master Situ one-on-one? I think he's tired of living. Does he really think he's invincible? The remaining disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect spoke out in mockery, and even the many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were similarly filled with shock. You don't want to be impulsive. Zhao Ningxuang hurriedly pulled Su Qianyu back. Situhao was a top powerhouse of the Wangxian realm, and was simply not something Su Qianyu could match up to right now. Don't worry, I'm not really stupid. Su Qianyu smiled, then looked at Situhao. Old dog, enter the heavy earth abyss if you have the ability. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Chapter 110 One Sword Faust destroys all beings. Only then did the crowd understand Su Qianyu's thoughts. The opponent didn't really want to fight Sito Ho one-on-one. Rather, he wanted to use the special characteristics of the heavy earth abyss to suppress Situhao's cultivation at the Tianqian realm before fighting. Fine. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Situhao was angry and furious at his words. This ignorant brat wouldn't be naive enough to think that he could provoke himself just because his cultivation was suppressed at the Tianqian realm. Would he? But it was an opportunity he was begging for, just to catch the damn little one while he could. Come on. Su Qianyu laughed out loud and once again entered the heavy earth abyss. Seek death. Seeing this, Situhao revealed a cold smile on his face and similarly entered it. Why didn't you stop him? General Yunyan's face changed and he looked anxiously at Zhao Ningxuang. I believe him. Zhao Ningxuang, however, suddenly became calm. No, where did you all get the courage? General Yunyan smiled bitterly as he held his forehead at his words. Su Qianyu was young and vigorous, and was also a sword cultivator. A little bit of arrogance he could understand. But why? Even Zhao Ningxuang, who had always been mature and stable, had become so intentional? Zhao Ningxuang looked at Su Qianyu's back. Her beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of anticipation as she murmured softly, "Because today's moon is very good." Heavy earth abyss. Su Qianyu and Sito Hao looked at each other. The former's eyes were sharp and the latter's face was full of sardonic smiles. "There's a way to heaven you don't go. There's no door to hell you throw yourself in. Today I'll use your head to sacrifice my disciples." As Sito Hao let out a furious cry, then his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Swish! Even though Sito Hao's cultivation was suppressed at the peak of the Tianqian ninth realm, the aura that erupted from his body had far surpassed Pei Xiu from before. Buzz! He offered a palm with a great sound. Mad Dragon Flaming Palm. Su Qianyu met it with the same palm. Bang! A popping sound. This originally invincible attack of Su Qianyu unexpectedly did not last long before it was strongly defeated by Sito Hao. "Kid, go to hell." Sito Hao laughed triumphantly at the sight. "Husband." Seeing this scene, Chu Yanran and the others immediately changed in color. And Jian Yu's eyes even burned with a burning flame. Boo! Under everyone's gaze, Sito Hao's palm hit Su Qianyu squarely in the chest. However, just when the crowd thought that Su Qianyu was bound to die a tragic death, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed up. That? The crowd was wide-eyed. "Old dog, this strength of yours doesn't work either." Su Qianyu's figure retreated dozens of steps backward, but he wore a mocking face and didn't even have a single injury on his body. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Su Qianyu had taken a slap from Sito Hao head-on and actually acted like a person who was fine. It's the golden battle armor. But that shouldn't be. Even if he had condensed a golden battle armor protector, it would be impossible for him to completely block this strike, right? Although the golden battle armor could enhance the defensive power of the Xian force armor, Su Qianyu's cultivation level was only at the Tianxian first realm. Sito Hao was a genuine Wang Xian realm powerhouse. Even if his cultivation was suppressed at the Tianxian realm, he should still be able to kill Su Qianyu in seconds. Fine. I'll break you into pieces. Sito Hao was also called out of real fire by Su Qianyu's mouthful of old dogs. Mad demon turning heavenly seal. A huge palm print with a monstrous demonic aura coalesced in front of him and crushed towards Su Qianyu. That kid is dead. Seeing that Sito Hao had actually executed a martial skill, the hearts of the crowd of the 10,000 demons sect were greatly relieved. Great Faustian sword slash. Su Qianyu still did not retreat an inch. The sword intent on top of his palm whistled, forming a sharp sword in chopping out. Boom! There was another explosive sound, and Su Qianyu's imposing sword only resisted for less than a breath of time before it was completely crushed. So what if you're a sword king? You'll definitely die today. Sito Hao smiled disdainfully. Boo! The huge black palm print landed on Su Qianyu's body, but as a golden light blossomed, the layer of golden radiant armor on his body directly offset most of the power of the palm print. In the next second, the golden light and demonic aura shook violently, and when the crowd looked again, Su Qianyu remained unharmed. How? This time Sito Hao was also not calm. He had even used his martial arts skills, but he still couldn't hurt this kid? Old dog, have you lived your entire life as a dog? The corner of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. The reason why he dared to propose a one-on-one fight with Sito Hao was also because he wanted to experiment with how good the defense of his golden battle armor really was. And now, it seemed that after he had condensed his golden battle armor, as long as it was below the King Xian realm, he couldn't do much damage to himself. Great! Chu Yanran and the others on the periphery were all relieved to see this. Senior brother Qianyu is too good. Gu Long was so envious that he stared directly into his eyes. In this way, Sito Hao could not hurt Su Qianyu at all, and Su Qianyu was already in an invincible position. Old dog, it's my turn to attack now. Su Qianyu's voice fell and his entire person instantly disappeared. What speed? Sito Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the moonlight's enhancement, Su Qianyu executed the cloud-chasing and moon-treading steps, and his speed was already not slower than Sito Hao at all. Did you think you could hurt me? Sito Hao sneered and quickly drew back. The weapon in Su Qianyu's hand was condensed from sword intent, and he didn't dare to take it hard when all his spiritual weapons were ineffective. Boo! A sword blast. The place where Sito Hao had just been instantly had an additional deep sword mark, which was frightening to see. Swish! Right at this moment, Sito Hao suddenly appeared behind Su Qianyu and offered a punch to the back of Su Qianyu's head. Die! Sito Hao had a sardonic smile on his face. He was very experienced in battle and knew that even if he attacked Su Qianyu's other places again, it would be very difficult to break through Su Qianyu's defense. Therefore, he chose to attack Su Qianyu's head. The punch came in an instant. However, with the enhancement of the cloud-chasing moon-treading steps, Su Qianyu's speed was also extremely fast, and while dodging this fatal blow from his opponent, he kicked out with a leg. and the target of this leg was Sitohao's crotch. Kid, you don't speak martial arts. Sitohao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. If this really lets Su Qianyu kicked, death is not to say first, but his life is not expected to be a man. Why don't you say that your cultivation is so much stronger than me? Su Qianyu said while his movements did not stop at all. Swish! Sitohao narrowly dodged this broken leg, but he was still kicked in the chest by Su Qianyu, and his entire body was directly kicked out. Bang! Only to see Sitohao landing heavily. Although Su Qianyu's leg failed to cause any damage to him, it made the other party become very wretched. The crowd outside the arena was even more dumbfounded. How could they not expect that Sitohao, as the hall master of the 10,000 Devils sect, would actually be beaten by Su Qianyu in such a sorry state? Although the tricks that Su Qianyu had used were somewhat sinister, the two were after all nearly one big level apart. Ah, little scum, you've completely enraged me. Sitohao only felt a total loss of face, and his face was even more furious. Buzz off! But when he looked up, his pupils plummeted. Only Su Qianyu's long hair was flying, and her eyes were ice cold. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and his entire body erupted with a stern and violent aura, transforming into a heavy sword shadow that chopped down blatantly. One sword Faust destroys all beings. Chapter 111, Beheading Sitohao. Take advantage of your illness. This has always been Su Qianyu's life creed, so he directly executed his most powerful strike, the final move of the great Faustian sword technique. One sword Faustian destroying all beings. What a terrifying power. Feeling the terrifying aura of this sword, Zhao Ningxuang and the others watching the battle outside the arena were all shaken. Just by talking about Su Qianyu's sword alone, its power was already no weaker than a full-force strike from the heavenly Xin 9 realm. Boom! With a pop, the whole world fell silent. The people outside the arena were all shocked to the point of numbness as they watched the storms and smoke that kept tumbling in the heavy earth abyss. With the full force of the 9 dragons' battle body and the addition of sword intent, Su Qianyu's sword completely shocked everyone. Your Highness! The people of the 10,000 demons sect began to panic. They all stared wide-eyed and hurriedly looked into the thick smoke, but they were soon pushed away by the violent shockwave. This kid, is he really only just at the Tianqian realm? General Yun Yan was similarly shocked beyond words. Zhao Ningxuang and Xu Yanran and the others were even staring tightly inside the heavy earth abyss, their beautiful eyes filled with tension. With this heaven-destroying sword going down, even if one was as strong as Sitohao, he should die, right? Cough cough. A coughing fit suddenly broke out. The many heavenly sword sect disciples immediately changed their faces. It's not even dead? Su Qianyu was a bit of a pity. That sword just now was already the strongest strike he had ever made, but in the end, he still failed to kill Sitohao. Worthy of being a top powerhouse above the Tianqian realm, his life was indeed hard. Little scumbag, you wait for me. Sitohao's exasperated voice came out. The crowd fixed their eyes and immediately couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, only to see that the Xianli armor on Sitohao's body had completely shattered, along with the body carrying a sword mark above it, dripping with blood. It could be seen that if the cultivation gap between the two sides wasn't too great, I'm afraid that Su Qianyu's sword just now had already taken Sitohao's life. This is definitely a very scary thing. Su Qianyu raised the sharp sword in his hand once again and said indifferently, if one sword doesn't work, then let's have another sword. At those words, Sitohao instantly panicked. That sword just now had already injured him quite a bit, and if it came back that way, he would definitely die. This little, Sitohao cursed angrily, then actually turned around and ran towards the exit of the heavy earth abyss. He was really scared. It was imperative to hurry up and leave this place that was suppressing his cultivation, or else he really might capsize in the gutter today. Old dog, I'll take your dog's head. Seeing this, Su Qianyu exploded out his cloud-chasing moon-treading steps with all his strength and chased out towards Sitohao. The opportunity could not be missed. The time would not come again. Now was the best chance to decapitate the other party. He must not miss it. Run away? This. What the hell is wrong with the world? This behavior of Sitohao and Su Qianyu instantly triggered the shock of everyone present. Who would have thought that the hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Devils sect would actually be beaten by a Tianqian first-level realm? Moreover, Su Qianyu was still chasing after Sitohao, and his mouth was even saying that he wanted to behead the other party, which simply overturned their cognition. Inverted Big Dipper. It is really the inverse of the Big Dipper. Everyone in the room looked stunned. Little, when I go out I need to break you into pieces. Looking at Su Qianyu who was chasing after him, Sitohao's face was suddenly filled with grimace. Strange shame. It's really a strange shame. You don't have that chance. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, while Su Qianyu's speed soared once again, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Sitohao. Great heavenly Faust chop. With this sword, he likewise poured out his strength. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qianyu's sword transformed into a 10,000-foot sword shadow and chopped down towards Sito Hao. Almost. It was close. Just a little bit closer he could have broken out of the heavy earth abyss, recovered his cultivation, and shattered this damned brat into pieces. I'm not happy about it. In the next second, Sito Hao's shocked and terrified voice rang out. But soon, it was completely annihilated in the deafening explosions. Boo! Blood rainstorm. Sito Hao's body was directly chopped to pieces by Su Qianyu's sword, exploding into a crimson blood mist floating in the air. Buzz! The hearts of the people present were wildly shaken. Everyone froze in place? Frozen in place. Sito Hao is dead, killed by Su Qianyu, who was only in the Tianxian first-level realm, and still died without a body in such a suffocating manner. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be quiet, and the crowd's ears were still echoing with Sito Hao's terrified voice, but they knew that Sito Hao was too dead to die. How come? No way. Absolutely no way. That's our Hall Master. The disciples of the 10,000 Devils sect were all dumbfounded. Their Hall Master, just suffocated and died? Do it! Not a single person from the 10,000 Demon sect will be left behind. Zhao Ningxuan was the first to react and immediately gave the order to kill. Now that Sito Hao was dead, the remaining disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect were simply not enough to be feared, so it was just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to execute them. And she did it more to protect Su Qianyu. Kill. General Yun Yan was also an afterthought. He immediately led the Heavenly Sword sect disciples to kill them. Soon, under General Yun Yan's leadership, several hundred disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect were defenseless, and all of them were killed on the spot, only to see Su Qianyu slowly walking in the midst of the bloody rain drifting, his body still carrying a touch of blood that hadn't dried up. Husband, are you hurt? Xu Yanran and Jiang Yu both rushed out in a hurry. Upon realizing that Su Qianyu really wasn't in any serious trouble, but only had his Xian force somewhat depleted, everyone went completely crazy. What an eye-opener. General Yunyan looked at Su Qianyu as if he had seen a ghost. He had been fighting with Sito Hao for decades and had not been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. As a result, he was actually killed by Su Qianyu today. You've done a great job this time. Zhao Ningxuan also looked at Su Qianyu. Her beautiful eyes were full of color. Such a powerful and domineering man. It was really hard for people not to love him. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. So what's the reward? Zhao Ningxuan nodded. You can have whatever reward you want. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Really anything? He said, his gaze traveling over the other man's sultry body. Zhao Ningxuan, on the other hand, looked at Su Qianyu with a smile, then nodded with a smile. Anything, but what about? She came over to Su Qianyu's side and flirted softly. I'm afraid that certain people have a colorful heart but no colorful guts. At those words, Su Qianyu immediately lost the battle. Cough cough cough. Sixth Elder is overthinking it. He had wanted to flirt with the other party, but forgot that the other party's age had at least doubled his own several times, and was actually flirted with by the other party instead. Let's go. I'll take you guys back to the clan first. Afterwards, Zhao Ningxuan waved her hand, and the crowd immediately set off after returning to Jinbei Pass, heading back towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Chapter 112, again? 2.5 days later, Su Qianyu and Xu Yanran and the others were about to arrive at the Heavenly Sword sect by riding the Windbreaker Eagle, and when they looked around, the lofty and majestic mountain gate of the Heavenly Sword sect was faintly visible. Little fellow, this time you'll become a big celebrity of the sect. Any thoughts? Zhao Ningxuan looked at Su Qianyu and laughed. Long before she set off, she had already transmitted what happened to Su Qianyu in the heavy earth abyss back to the sect. When they returned, Su Qianyu's fame would definitely reach a peak. I've always kept a low profile. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Does anyone believe that? Zhao Ningxuan rolled her eyes. Xu Yanran and the others similarly covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Not only did you scourge almost all of the earth turtles in the heavy earth abyss, but you also very strongly ed a 10,000 demon sex hall master to death. And now you're here talking about keeping a low profile? Believe you, damn it. Fresh. Accompanied by a sharp cry of the Windbreaker Eagle, Su Qianyu and the others slowly landed on top of the central square of the Heavenly Sword sect. Looking downwards, the entire square was densely packed with heads, and there were quite a few of the Heavenly Sword sect's top brass among them as well. And the same thing was that the eyes of each of them looking at Su Qianyu were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. They're back. Have you guys heard? That senior brother Qianyu decapitated a hall master of the 10,000 demons sect. This still needs you to say ah. This matter has been spread throughout the entire sect. Senior brother Qianyu is really too fierce ah. The crowd in the four corners of the room kept exclaiming in shock. Their gazes towards Su Qianyu all became very excited. If it wasn't for someone stopping them, it was estimated that there were already quite a few young girl disciples who directly pounced on them. Senior brother Qiyu, Bai Feng rushed out of the crowd in a hurry. With a look of excitement on his face, he circled around Su Qianyu several times before finally shaking his head and sighing. Senior brother Qianyu, you're so fierce, how can you embarrass us old disciples of the sect? The crowd around them nodded in deep sympathy. Su Qianyu had only joined the Heavenly Sword sect for a few months only, and most of them were considered Su Qianyu's senior brothers and sisters. But now, without mentioning anything else, just the glorious battle of beheading a 10,000 demons sect hall master had killed them all in seconds to the point where there was no dregs left. It's really the people who are worse than the people. Qi, I don't see that you're embarrassed either. Su Qianyu looked at Bai Feng and said in a good-natured manner. At those words, Bai Feng heatedly smiled. Then you're not my big brother. You're so fierce, my little brother's face will also be honored. Su Qianyu smiled and didn't say anything. When did he become the other guy's big brother? Let's go. But just as Su Qianyu was preparing to go back to rest, the crowd in front of him suddenly parted a path, followed by a figure slowly walking. Upon getting a clear look at the visitor's appearance, the noisy sounds around them suddenly disappeared, and the expressions of the crowd changed. It didn't take long for the entire square to become silent as an inexplicable atmosphere began to spread. Vice Patriarch Mu, what is it that you are looking for me for? Su Qianyu looked at the other party with a calm expression and opened his mouth to ask. The person who came was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Sovereign, Mu Bingjie. At this moment, everyone was quiet. Not only did they know that Su Qianyu had beheaded Sita Hao, they also knew that Lin Han had also died at Su Qianyu's hands. As for Lin Han, he was Mu Bingjie's disciple. Even though Lin Han's identity as an undercover agent of the 10,000 Devils sect had been exposed, Mu Bingjie's appearance here at this moment with an icy expression on her face made it hard not to think more. Master, you can't blame my husband for this matter. Chu Yanran steadfastly blocked in front of Su Qianyu. Zhang Yu and Mo Euro similarly took a step forward when they saw this. Vice Patriarch, I hope you won't be impulsive. Zhang Ningxuang also looked at Mu Bingjie and opened her mouth. Silence in all directions. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Bingjie. I don't need you guys to remind me. Suddenly, Mu Bingjie opened her mouth expressionlessly. She then turned her eyes to Su Qianyu. Lin Han is a traitor. It's only right that you kill him. I won't hold it against you. Su Qianyu smiled faintly, but before he could speak, Mu Bingjie continued. I admit that I was the one who looked away before, and I now formally apologize to you. At those words, Su Qianyu felt a little surprised. He didn't expect Mu Bingjie to admit that she had looked away in front of so many people. It's all over. Su Qianyu smiled. Since the other party was so sincere, he was not a calculating person. Mu Bingjie looked deeply at Su Qianyu. She likewise didn't expect that in just a few months' time, a little guy whom she had once considered to be an ignorant mole cricket had now actually grown to a level that shocked her. If possible, I would like to take you as my close disciple, and as long as you agree, I will teach you all my skills. The people present were filled with envy when they heard this. Originally, with Mu Bingjie's status, apologizing to Su Qianyu in public, they were already surprised. But they didn't expect Mu Bingjie to actually want to accept Su Qianyu as a close disciple. But Zhao Ningxuang could see it. Su Qianyu's talent had already been displayed. It was not too much to describe it as astonishing, and it was a completely understandable thing for Mu Bingjie to want to accept Su Qianyu as a disciple. Vice Patriarch Mu, you don't understand first come, first served, but I offered to make him my disciple a long time ago, and he hasn't agreed to me yet. Zhao Ningxuang suddenly said with a smile. For a while, the atmosphere became rather strange. The surrounding crowd was full of envy as they looked at Su Qianyu. The two of them, Mu Bingjie and Zhao Ningxuang, actually fought over accepting Su Qianyu as their disciple. Who do you want to choose, little one? Zhao Ningxuang looked at Su Qianyu with a smile like a flower. Sixth elder, your old man shouldn't tease me. Su Qianyu rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner, then looked at Mu Bingjie and Zhao Ningxuang. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to worship a master at the moment, so I'll have to disappoint the two seniors' good intentions. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingjie remained expressionless. She should have long been prepared that Su Qianyu would refuse. After all, she really didn't have a good relationship with Su Qianyu before, and the reason why she would ask was just to try her luck. Since that's the case, then I won't force myself. This is a little compensation I'm giving you. With that, Mu Bingjie handed out a storage ring. Su Qianyu shook his head. Vice Patriarch Mu doesn't need to be like this. You don't owe me anything, and I really don't hold a grudge against you, much less need to make amends. Looking at Su Qianyu's firm expression, Mu Bingjie retracted her arm with a complex expression and finally nodded her head. If you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. After leaving those words, she turned to leave. Afterwards, Zhao Ningxuang looked at Su Qianyu with a smile. Little fellow, it seems like you can still withstand temptation. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Strictly speaking, Mu Bingjie had no grudges against herself. The other party was only looking down on herself in the beginning, but it was human nature, and he really didn't take it too seriously. Then we'll go ahead. Just as Su Qianyu was about to take Chu Yanran and the others away, Zhao Ningxuang suddenly called him back. I'll still be waiting for you at the Bibo court at midnight. After saying that, Zhao Ningxuang turned around and left, only leaving Su Qianyu with a charming back. Again? Su Qianyu's movements froze. Chapter 113, coming at the right time. Su Qianyu brought Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu back to subterranean Dragon Peak, while Mo Euro fled into her room. Although she had already identified Su Qianyu, Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu were still here, so she was really embarrassed to follow along. Then you guys go in and chat slowly. I'll leave first. At the entrance of the house, Chu Yanran was ready to slip away after she finished speaking, but this time she was pulled by Su Qianyu's arm. Last time I let you get away. Where else do you want to run this time? At those words, Chu Yanran's pretty face immediately blushed. Before she could speak, Zhang Yu took her other hand. Senior sister Yanran, we are all family. Of course we should be together. Su Qianyu heatedly smiled. It's still Zhang Yu, this little loli who understands herself. But, Chu Yanran wanted to say something else, but the next second, she was pulled into the house by Su Qianyu and then closed the door. Husband, I missed you so much. Entering the room, Zhang Yu directly affixed herself, like a sticky kitten, snuggling tightly in Su Qianyu's arms. Su Qianyu gently caressed Zhang Yu's hair and smiled faintly before looking at Chu Yanran next to him. You say why can't you learn? You're over 100 years old. Why don't you know better than a little girl? Upon hearing this, Chu Yanran glared at Su Qianyu. Don't think I don't know the little dirty thoughts in your heart. Thinking about what might happen next, even with her mind of over 100 years, she couldn't help but feel a burn on her face. Since you already know all about it, then I'm not going to be polite. Su Qianyu grinned, looking at Chu Yanran, who had a face like a peach blossom and a beautiful face, and Zhang Yu, who was full of impatience. He finally couldn't help himself. As night falls, spring is in the air. Afterwards, Zhang Yu directly fell asleep, and it was obvious that she was really tossed around. Are you satisfied now? Chu Yanran looked at Su Qianyu with a grudging gaze. Aren't you quite happy with that? Su Qianyu hemmed and hawed. Very satisfied. Next time, I'll call senior sister Yu Ro over as well. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Chu Yanran said viciously. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Please. He really wanted to try what it was like to add Mo Euro together again. But thinking about it with the other party's character, he probably wouldn't agree. Now Chu Yanran was completely at a loss. The sixth elder is still waiting for you, so hurry up and go. Su Qianyu nodded, put on her clothes and prepared to go out. He hadn't forgotten that the sixth elder had asked him to go to the other side at the stroke of midnight, and he had just had too much fun, and it was now almost past the hour. The sixth elder probably hasn't tasted a man in a long time. You have to take it easy, don't get drained. Suddenly, Chu Yanran said rather gloatingly. Su Qianyu rolled her eyes without any good reason. What are you thinking? The sixth elder is probably going to give me something good again. At those words, Chu Yanran was unimpressed. You still don't understand women too well. The sixth elder may not have had any other ideas last time, but that's not necessarily the case this time. Su Qianyu was slightly stunned, but still shook his head and went out to leave. The last time the sixth elder had let himself over at this point in time as well, he had been prepared to lose his chastity. But it turned out that it was only to pass on his martial arts skills. Actually, when you think about it, it's kind of a shame. Su Qianyu sped along, and soon came to a courtyard with beautiful scenery under the moonlight. Sixth elder? Su Qianyu softly shouted, but the next second, he froze outright, only to see that in a pond in front of the courtyard, sixth elder Zhao Ningxuang was immersed in it without a single piece of clothing, only revealing a pair of white and fragrant shoulders, and under the reflection of the moonlight, Zhao Ningxuang's body in the water was hidden, giving people a hazy beauty that they couldn't stop thinking about. I seem to have come at a bad time. Su Qianyu reacted and was ready to leave. No, you're just in time. Just then, Zhao Ningxuang in the water suddenly spoke. Wow! She lightly waved her jade hand, and a water current instantly rushed out, then impacted on Su Qianyu, directly knocking him into the pond. What do you do? Su Qianyu ventured out and looked at the other party. Zhao Ningxuang smiled and said softly, didn't you say before that you wanted to give your body in return? I just thought about it and it's actually not impossible. Su Qianyu's body froze. Could it be that Chu Yanran had really been right, and that the sixth elder really had something else in mind when he called himself over this time? I was just talking off the top of my head before. Zhao Ningxuang, however, didn't care and came to Su Qianyu and said with a smile, as a man, you can't go back on your word. At those words, Su Qianyu was actually speechless for a moment. And what's worse, Zhao Ningxuang had already leaned over at this time, and the other party's plump figure under the moonlight reflection was also clearly seen by Su Qianyu, especially Zhao Ningxuang's pretty face that was still charming, as well as her mature temperament that was even better than Chu Yanran's, and the deep groove that was exposed to the surface of the water. All of them were mesmerizing, and it was impossible to get out of it. Sixth Elder, don't use force. Until finally, Su Qianyu seemed to have given up resisting and only held back one sentence. However, this made Zhao Ningxuang come even more excited as she reached out her hand to lightly caress Su Qianyu's chest. The more you say that, then the more I'm going to make you feel what it's like to be forced by a woman. After saying that, without waiting for Su Qianyu to resist, Zhao Ningxuang slowly leaned over. In an instant, Su Qianyu's eyes widened. Well, Zhao Ningxuang looked at Su Qianyu with a smile. It's great, Su Qianyu subconsciously replied. The moon is enchanting and reflects in all directions. In the middle of the pond, two figures were hidden, and a ripple kept spreading towards the periphery. Originally, Su Qianyu had been in a state of confusion until he reacted. Then he couldn't care less. In an instant, the water is sparkling with swimming dragons and phoenixes. I don't know how long it's been. Su Qianyu's movements suddenly stopped. You wouldn't be? Zhao Ningxuang seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful eyes looked at Su Qianyu rather sadly. Too excited to hold back for a moment, Su Qianyu wrapped her arms around the other party and replied somewhat heartily. You fellow, you really aren't polite at all. She glared at Su Qianyu without a good mood. You obviously started it. Su Qianyu smiled resentfully, and his gaze towards Zhao Ningxuang gradually changed. Although he had some premonition in his heart just now, it still gave him an unreal feeling when it became a fact. Chapter 114 Mad Demon / Wow! Zhao Ningxuang leaped out of the water. Her snow-white skin still carried a water stain above it, extraordinarily crystal clear under the moonlight, then slowly put on her clothes. Seeing this, Su Qianyu also found a new set of clothes from his storage ring and changed into them. Then the two of them sat opposite each other in the courtyard. What's that look on your face? Zhao Ningxuang was still smiling as she looked at Su Qianyu. Didn't you say before that you don't like small ones? Su Qianyu looked at the other party and asked rhetorically. I'm backtracking, and I've been holding it in for too long. Can't I get a taste of what it's like to be young? Zhao Ningxuang laughed. But your performance today has satisfied me. This is a reward for you. With that, she handed out a red tome. Su Qianyu took a look. The book was engraved with 5 big, blood-colored words, Mad Demon / This is one of the clan's forbidden martial arts of the Earth Grade Extreme Grade, with a killing power even stronger than your one-sword floating slaughter to destroy all beings. But after using it, it will cause a certain amount of damage to the body, and it will also cause people to briefly lose their sanity. This belongs to the category of martial arts that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800, and must not be used if it is not a last resort. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. It was actually stronger than his own one-sword floating slaughter destroying all beings, so the might of this martial skill must be comparable to destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Good stuff. Su Qianyu was ungracious and accepted it directly. Seeing this, Zhao Ningxuang continued. The rewards from my side have already been given to you. As for the rest, the patriarch should be looking for you tomorrow. At that time, what do you want to directly ask for? The patriarch definitely won't refuse. When she finished, she waved her hand. It's okay now. You're on your own. Su Qianyu skimmed his mouth as he looked at the other party for a while longer before he still turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhao Ningxuang suddenly spoke. I'm your protector, but I failed to protect you these few times. It's my dereliction of duty. Next time I'll make sure to protect you well. At those words, Su Qianyu shrugged. Both of my Dao protectors don't seem to be very reliable. I'd better rely on myself from now on. Zhao Ningxuang didn't argue. She looked seriously at Su Qianyu and said solemnly, then you have to promise me one thing. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Su Qianyu turned around. He looked at Zhao Ningxuang's charming face bathed in the moonlight, then nodded his head. Don't worry, I'm a stickler for life. When he finished speaking, he stopped staying and turned around to leave. He didn't know why Zhao Ningxuang was being like this today, but he knew that the other party was definitely concerned about him, and this was a sentiment he had to keep in mind. Zhao Ningxuang sat in the middle of the courtyard and looked up at the moon, then opened her mouth expressionlessly and faintly. Been watching this for so long. You're still not coming out? And as her voice fell, a figure slowly walked over, and she stood in front of Zhao Ningxuang with a complicated expression. Why are you doing this? Mu Bingjie looked at Zhao Ningxuang and spoke out. Just by the fact that he's handsome and has an okay talent, can't he? Zhao Ningxuang shrugged and replied. Mu Bingjie was a bit surprised. Just because of that? At those words, Zhao Ningxuang turned sideways, and under the moonlight, a stunning smile surfaced on her face. It was, but now there's another reason. Mu Bingjie still looked at the other party in disbelief. Zhao Ningxuang suddenly laughed, seemingly recalling something, and said with quite a bit of intent, his kung fu was very good. Mu Bingjie, you really are hungry. If you weren't hungry, then why did you peek just now? Zhao Ningxuang retorted in disbelief. At those words, Mu Bingjie was speechless. If that little guy is willing, I recommend that you give it a try as well. Zhao Ningxuang continued. I don't like small ones. After saying that, Mu Bingjie turned around. Zhao Ningxuang's voice continued. Don't look at his young age, but his dick is not small at all. Mu Bingjie. She really thought Zhao Ningxuang was bewitched. Soon, until the four of them were quiet again, Zhao Ningxuang slowly got up, and then the expression on her face became very wonderful. I actually broke through? Early the next morning, Mo Yuro knocked on Su Qianyu's room door. My father sent me to ask you to come over. With that, she sniffled and said in a hushed voice, the room is full of that smell. Can't you stop? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Isn't that still your house? I'll go find you tonight. At those words, Mo Yuro instantly reddened her cheeks. Dream on. Although she said this, but in her heart, she actually vaguely began to look forward to it. After teasing Mo Yuro, Su Qianyu walked straight towards the patriarch's hall. The sixth elder was indeed right. The patriarch looking for me so early. Su Qianyu squeezed his fist, feeling the majestic Xian force in his body. A touch of joy appeared on his face. Last night, after double cultivating with the sixth elder, his cultivation directly broke through 3 levels in a row, breaking through to the Tianxian fourth realm. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that the Yin-Yang Chaos Techniques grade hadn't been upgraded, and it was still an Earth grade lower grade. It was thought that it should be that as one's cultivation level got higher, the higher the level of the Gongfu, the more difficult it would be to raise it, or else after dual cultivation with Zhao Ningxuang, there shouldn't only be this much of a raise. Soon, Su Qianyu arrived at the patriarch's hall and walked in under the guidance of a receiving disciple. Ha ha ha, little fellow, I really didn't misjudge you. The moment he saw Su Qianyu, Mo Yuntian let out a loud laugh and walked over to heavily pat Su Qianyu's shoulder. Patriarch is polite. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Looking at the teenager in front of him, Mo Yuntian simply liked him more and more the more he looked at him, then opened the door and said, it's also very simple for me to call you over this time. You've made a great achievement for the sect this time. What reward do you want to directly say? I guarantee that all of them will satisfy you. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu let out a flirtatious cry. Really anything? Mo Yuntian, however, nodded heavily. Even if you just want to be the patriarch, I will never frown. And incidentally betroth that girl you wrote to you again. Su Qianyu almost didn't laugh in anger. You have every thought written on your face and you're still pretending. I don't really have anything I want. If it's possible, I hope that patriarch will promise me one thing. Su Qianyu opened his mouth after some thought. He had killed quite a few people before. The loot was too much to count. Even Sitohao's storage ring he hadn't had the time to take it out and check it out yet. And now it was truly lacking in nothing. What is it? Just say it. Mo Yuntian waved his hand and said with great bravado. I hope that patriarch can send someone to protect my father and the others. It would be even better if we can pick them up. Su Qianyu said solemnly. He had left the Tianwu dynasty for almost half a year and had never gone back. Plus he had now offended the 10,000 Devils sect. If he let the other party find out about his background, perhaps Su Longyuan and the others would be in danger. This was also why, after Su Qianyu killed Sitahao, Zhao Ningxuan wanted to eliminate all the remaining 10,000 Devil sect disciples, in order to prevent it from being known by the 10,000 Devil sect people, thus exposing Su Qianyu's information. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuntian smiled brightly. I've thought of this long ago. I've already sent someone to the Tianwu dynasty yesterday, asking them to pick up your father and the others. Su Qianyu gave a thank you to the other party. Then I don't have anything I want. If the patriarch thinks it's not possible, you can owe it first and bring it up later when I have something I want. Mo Yuntian laughed, then nodded his head. In that case, it's up to you. He then came back to Su Qianyu and said with a smile, but you kid, hurry up and tell me. In the end, is there any progress with you, Ro? He was in a real hurry. A genius like Su Qianyu. Not only was his talent strong, but he also had a background in the divine domain. He couldn't wait for Mo Yuro to hurry up and combine with Su Qianyu. If he could get someone killed, he could wake up laughing in his dreams. She didn't tell you? Su Qianyu sniffed and asked back. No, she didn't say anything when she came back. Mo Yuntian had just said it when his eyes suddenly widened. What do you mean? Su Qianyu shrugged and turned to leave. Ha 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 ha, that girl has finally gotten the hang of it. Immediately afterward, Mo Yuntian's hearty laughter came from behind him. Chapter 115 9 Revolutions Life and Death Pill. Back to the room. Chu Yenran and Jian Yu had already left. Su Qianyu took out a black storage ring, which was precisely the loot he had killed Sitohao. Now he had up to dozens of storage rings on him, but the one he was most looking forward to was the one from Sitohao. The other party was, after all, the Hall Master of the 10,000 Devils sect, and there must be quite a few good things in it. Su Qianyu flipped his palm. An exquisite and compact box appeared in his palm, which also emitted a soft aura of Xianli. To be placed in the deepest part by Sitohao and kept in such a good box, it must not be simple. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Opening the box, what was reflected in Su Qianyu's eyes was a rounded elixir that was white in color and had 3 lines on it. What kind of potion is this? Su Qianyu took a closer look but didn't recognize it at all. Suddenly, Snow Moon Sword Immortal's alarmed voice sounded in his mind. This seems to be a defective 9 Revolutions life and death pill. Su Qianyu was slightly stunned. He had never really heard of this elixir. The 9 Revolutions life and death pill is a true 9th grade pill that is very rare even in the divine realm, and serves to renew the life of someone who was about to die for 9 days. It is a pill that can truly save one's life. Su Qianyu immediately brightened up. 9th grade elixir. It can also forcefully renew the life of someone who was about to die. Knowing that it was estimated that the entire northern spirit region would not necessarily have a 9th grade elixir, this was simply a legendary divine elixir. You shouldn't be too happy either. The real 9 Revolutions life and death pill should have 9 lines. This 9 Revolutions life and death pill only has 3 lines on it. It's obviously a defective product. It's not bad if it can renew your life for 3 days. Snow Moon Sword Immortal splashed cold water. Su Qianyu, however, was unconcerned. That's already enough too. For a person who was about to die, there wasn't much difference between renewing one's life for 3 days and 9 days. But with this 9 Revolutions life and death pill, one might be able to save one's life at some point. As for why Sitohao didn't use it before he died, it was entirely because the other party was suppressed in cultivation at that time. Even if he used this elixir, it wouldn't help. And in the end, he was beheaded by himself, which was cheaper instead. Su Qianyu then found many more Xian crystals from his storage ring, as well as some other pills and spirit weapons. At the same time, Su Qianyu also found a Xian grade extreme grade technique, as well as many martial arts of notable power, and he put them all away. It was evident that Sitohao was indeed fat as the Hall Master of the 10,000 Devils sect. When father comes, he can give these to them to use. After checking out the loot, Su Qianyu took out the one that Zhao Ningxuan had given him, the Mad Demon 1//, and directly began to cultivate. Time is gradually passing. In the blink of an eye, half a month rushed by. Su Qianyu only did 2 things during this time. Either concentrating on practicing Mad Demon / or exchanging feelings with Chu Yenran and the others. The small life was quite nourishing. The only pity was that, just as he thought, Mo Euro was dead set against joining everyone in the congregation, which made him feel very sorry. On a mountain peak, Su Qianyu put away his weapon. The power of this Mad Demon / is truly amazing, but the side effects are also great, so try not to use it in the future. Su Qianyu sighed, but just as he was about to leave, a silhouette slowly came. What did you come to find me for? Did you figure it out? Seeing Mo Euro come over, Su Qianyu asked with a bad smile on his face. In your dreams, Mo Euro said viciously. She also made out with Su Qianyu several times in the past few days, but every time Su Qianyu offered to sleep with several people under the same blanket, but she refused. That kind of thing makes me blush just thinking about it. But soon Mo Euro's expression became grave. My father told me to come to you, and I heard him speak in a serious tone, so something may have happened. At those words, Su Qianyu frowned. A sudden sense of foreboding arose within him. Only some time ago, Mo Yuntian promised himself that he had already sent someone to pick up Su Longyuan and the others, and counting the time he should have already picked them up, but there was no news until now. Coupled with the fact that Mo Yuntian had called himself over at this time, it was likely that something had gone wrong with his father and the others. Go over there. Under Mo Euro's leadership, the 2 of them followed quickly to the Patriarch's hall. Here, Su Qianyu saw Mo Yuntian, as well as Vice Patriarch Mu Bingjie and 6th Elder Zhao Ningxuan, as well as a few Sky Sword sect executives who looked somewhat familiar to him, and the expressions of all the people were so solemn that even the atmosphere in the Great Hall seemed a bit grave. Father, what's going on? Mo Euro walked forward and looked at Mo Yuntian to inquire. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuntian looked towards Su Qianyu and said in a deep voice, the matter of you guys beheading Sitohao in the heavy earth abyss is still known by the 10,000 Demons sect. Su Qianyu's heart tightened. It was really similar to what he had guessed. They went to the Tianwu dynasty ahead of time and captured your father and the others. And the people I sent there were all killed as well, and told you to go ahead alone to rescue them. Hearing this, Su Qianyu's heart sank to the bottom. At that time, we clearly eradicated the remnants of the 10,000 Devils sect and had spread the news back to the sect in the first hour after the incident. How could their movements be even faster than ours? At this time, Zhao Ningxuang said in a cold voice, "Unless there are still traitors inside the clan." When these words came out, the expressions of everyone present became very ugly. The news that Lin Han was a traitor had surprised them greatly before, and now that it seemed to have such consequences because of the traitor, they only felt a chill down their backs. Not really. Su Qianyu suddenly spoke. His gaze was very sharp. When we beheaded Sito Hao, there was a third party present besides us and the 10,000 devil sex people. At those words, Zhao Ningxuang quickly understood. You mean, there's a possibility that someone from the Purple Cloud Hall tipped off the 10,000 devils sect? Su Qianyu nodded his head and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. But hasn't the Purple Cloud Hall always remained neutral? Why would they do that? Mo Euro asked with some confusion. Doesn't rule it out. Mo Yuntian agreed with what Su Qianyu said. Then he coldly snorted. Although the Purple Cloud Palace has always remained neutral, that's only because there's no interest that can move them. If there was, they would definitely go for it in desperation. The crowd fell silent. The matter is clear enough. And there are only two reasons. Either there was still an undercover agent from the 10,000 demons sect inside the sect, or someone from the Purple Cloud Hall had tipped them off. But no matter which reason it wasn't good for them. Patriarch, I request to bring people to the rescue. Zhao Ningxuang stood up and said with a firm tone as she looked at Mo Yuntian. I'll go too. Mu Bingjie spoke with her. This was a bit of a surprise to the crowd. Mo Yuntian nodded. Then looked at Su Qianyu. Don't worry. I called you over this time just to send someone with you to rescue the people. At those words, Su Qianyu bowed to Mo Yuntian. Thank you, Sovereign. He didn't refuse Mo Yuntian's help, and he didn't listen to the 10,000 devils sect and foolishly run off by himself to save people. Su Qianyu knew very well that by relying on his strength alone, not only would he not be able to save the person, but he would also likely put his own life on the line. Mo Yuntian then looked at Mu Bingjie and Zhao Ningxuang. Bingjie, you will lead the team this time. The sixth elder will also go along with you, and bring along some of the clan's disciples. Make sure to save the people back. Mu Bingjie and Zhao Ningxuang nodded at the same time. I'm going too, Mo Euro said in a hurry. Could be. Mo Yuntian nodded in agreement. Chapter 116 Seconds. After leaving the Great Hall, Mu Bingjie looked at Su Qianyu. I'm going to gather the disciples now. You go and get ready as well. And meet at the square in a quarter of an hour. Su Qianyu nodded his head, then returned to the subterranean dragon peak. Husband, you're back? My concubine missed you so much. The moment she saw Su Qianyu, Jiang Yu immediately pounced on her, her entire body clinging to Su Qianyu's arms. Did something happen? The attentive Chu Yanran, however, discovered the touch of murderous aura in Su Qianyu's eyes and asked softly, I'm going out. Su Qianyu told the two women about the matter roughly. Damnable 10,000 devil sect. I'll go back with you. The first sentence was said by Jiang Yu, while the latter sentence was said by Chu Yanran, revealing the two women's different personalities. I'm going too. Jiang Yu hastily added. Yuer and I are both at the Heavenly Xian 9th Realm cultivation level, and we also possess a battle body, so we can definitely help. Seeing that Su Qianyu seemed to be about to refuse, Chu Yanran said. Su Qianyu finally nodded. Now then, the three of them quickly arrived above the square. Not long after, under Mu Bingjie's leadership, 50 to 60 Heavenly Sword sect disciples also rushed over. Among them, there were several familiar faces, Zhao Ningxuang's disciple Bai Feng and the little fat man from before both came. Since everyone is here, let's get going. With Mu Bingjie's order, dozens of people landed on top of the bodies of the two huge wind-breaking eagles, and then quickly rushed towards the direction where the Tianwu dynasty was located. Count me as owing you a favor this time. If you believe it, I will definitely return it to you in the future. Above the broad back of the windbreaker eagle, Su Qianyu looked at Mu Bingjie and thanked him. This time, Mo Yuntian was willing to let Mu Bingjie, who was the vice patriarch, lead the team, which was enough to see the importance attached to him, and Mu Bingjie even took the initiative to offer to help himself, a favor he had to keep in mind. Don't thank me, consider it compensation for you. Mu Bingjie turned her back to Su Qianyu and said expressionlessly, Don't worry, senior brother Qianyu, with so many of us stepping in, we guarantee to kill all those people from the 10,000 demons sect and save your father. Bai Feng also said with a smile behind him. On the way here, Mu Bingjie had already told them the reason for what happened. Yes, senior brother Qianyu, you don't have to worry too much, it will definitely be fine. That's right, those damn things from the 10,000 demons sect always like to do some sneaky things. Let's see us go and kill the out of them this time. The crowd spoke out to comfort Su Qianyu. Although Su Qianyu had only just joined the Heavenly Sword sect a short while ago, he had already become famous throughout the entire sect. Plus, there were also some disciples among them who had returned from the heavy earth abyss. where they had been favored by Su Qianyu and had absorbed many earth attribute energies. Even if Mu Bingjie didn't call them, they were willing to help Su Qianyu with this favor. So all of them were on the same page at the moment. I'm here to thank you all. Su Qianyu turned back and thanked him again. The crowd could clearly see the killing intent in Su Qianyu's eyes, and they knew that the youngest Sword King in front of them had been completely moved to anger. The wind whistled past. Even with the speed of the windbreaker eagle, it took several days of non-stop flying around the clock to reach the Tianwu dynasty. Fresh, the windbreaker eagle let out a shrill cry. Bang! Before the windbreaker eagle fully landed, Su Qianyu's entire body leapt up, then heavily stepped on the ground. A wild ride. He took the lead in rushing into the imperial city of the Tianwu dynasty. Everyone follow. Mu Bingjie waved her hand, and the people of the Heavenly Sword sect followed similarly. They all saw Su Qianyu's impatience and uneasiness, and 50 to 60 people followed Su Qianyu with murderous vigor. The original hustle and bustle of the imperial city. But at this moment, there was not even a single silhouette, and it was terribly quiet. More like the calm before the storm. Father, wait for me. Su Qianyu's eyes were as stern as swords, and his fierce aura rushed to the sky. Swish! Su Qianyu quickly rushed into the palace. His eyes passed through a wide square and he saw dozens of silhouettes that were standing at the center of the palace. He didn't recognize any of these people, and all of them were wearing black robes representing the 10,000 Demons sect. It's that kid. Looks like our prey has arrived. It's just that I'm curious. Can he really kill Hall Master Situ? At the sight of Su Qianyu, the crowd of the 10,000 Demons sect immediately let out a burst of disdain and contempt. I'll go take him down. Afterward, a young man wearing a black robe stepped out. Swish! He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Kid, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. So you can go die now. A fierce smile surfaced on his face filled with mockery. Buzz! The man offered a fist, striking Su Qianyu directly in the face. Boom! Immediately afterward, a popping sound ensued. Aha! Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, only to see that the 10,000 Demon sect disciples' attack was actually crushed by Su Qianyu's punch, and then heavily impacted on his chest. Boo! In the next second, his chest instantly exploded, accompanied by a burst of hot blood, as well as fragmented flesh and blood exploding in all directions. A living person was killed by Su Qianyu in a single blow in such a gruesome manner. How? Seeing this frightening scene, the faces of the 10,000 Demon sect's crowd changed slightly. Just now, that person was at the cultivation level of the Tianxian 9th realm, and he was actually blown away with a single punch just like that without any dignity? Where are my father and the others? Su Qianyu raised her head, her voice cold and piercing. A very arrogant brat indeed. In the crowd of the 10,000 Demon sect, a middle-aged man standing in the center slowly stepped out. This person was none other than the third elder of the 10,000 Demon sect, Qin Shengyang. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a large door next to him slammed open. Su Qianyu fixed his eyes. Behind that gate was none other than Su Longyuan and the others who were tied up with 5 flowers. Among them were Su Qianyu's other siblings, as well as quite a few civil officials and military generals of the Tianwu dynasty. Shifuyu, run! They're coming for you! The moment Su Longyuan saw Su Qianyu, he hurriedly shouted. Half a month ago, Qin Zhengyang had brought people to the Tianwu dynasty in a strong manner, and facing the crowd of the 10,000 Demon sect, they were all imprisoned without even the slightest chance of resistance. It was only now that he finally realized that the real target of these people was Su Qianyu. The person is right here, but whether or not he can be rescued depends on your skill. Qin Zhengyang looked at Su Qianyu expressionlessly. Hearing this, the killing intent in Su Qianyu's eyes became more and more dense. His entire body's Xianli surged as he took large steps forward. Qin Zhengyang, I didn't expect it to be you who came. Just as Su Qianyu walked forward, Mu Bingjie's figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Behind him, Zhao Ningxuang and Chu Yanyan, as well as numerous Heavenly Sword sect disciples, likewise quickly followed and formed a confrontation with the people from the 10,000 Demon sect. Oh, Mu Bingjie, it's really been a long time. Qin Zhengyang's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Mu Bingjie, and he spoke faintly. Chapter 117, Those who stand in my husband's way will be killed without pardon. Looking across at Qin Zhengyang, Mu Bingjie's expression gradually became grave. Qin Zhengyang was the third elder of the 10,000 Devil sect, a position of great power, and was not weaker than himself in the slightest. She didn't expect the 10,000 Demon sect to be so mobilized in order to capture Su Qianyu. Even Qin Zhengyang was personally present. In that case, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for them to save anyone else. You should know who he is. Mu Bingjie withdrew her mind and said faintly, You mean, God's domain? Qin Zhengyang's expression didn't change much. As early as when they learned that Sita Hao died at the hands of Su Qianyu, They quickly launched an investigation and quickly found out all the things about Su Qianyu, which naturally included the previous Qi prosperity matter. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and release the person and then get out immediately? Mu Bingjie directly spoke out to rebuke. Qin Zhengyang, however, only smiled contemptuously. Not only that kid, even the entire Tianwu dynasty I've carefully checked. They're just a bunch of mole crickets. There's no way they could be related to the people of the divine realm. Do you think I'd be so easy to fool? At those words, Mu Bingjie's face showed mockery. So, do you think that the superpower was a fake at that time? The Heavenly Sword sect had also conducted a thorough investigation into Su Qianyu's identity after Qi Prowler had appeared in the first place. But in the end, they had likewise failed to find out any information related to the divine realm. If Qi Yi hadn't shown up, I'm afraid that even the people of the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't believe that Su Qianyu could be associated with the people of the divine realm. And who is to say for sure that it was not a blindfold that you made? Qin Zhengyang smiled faintly and continued. Even if this brat really has a relationship with the powerhouses of the divine realm, when I bring him back and search his soul with the soul suppressor bell, I'll know everything. At those words, Mu Bingjie's willow brows frowned. You dream. Zhao Ningxuan instantly rebuked angrily. The soul suppression bell was the 10,000 devils sect's treasure, and one of its functions was that it could forcibly search people's souls, so that there would be no place to hide all the secrets at that time. The soul-devouring bell that Su Qianyu had seized too from the people of the 10,000 devils sect before was inspired through the soul-suppressing bell. And once a person's soul is forcibly searched by the soul suppressor bell, the person's spirit will be greatly impacted, and there is a high probability that the person will lose his or her sanity and turn into a walking corpse, or even die directly. Whether I'm dreaming or not, we'll see soon. Qin Zhengyang smiled faintly. Wow! The moment Qin Zhengyang said this, the atmosphere of the scene instantly froze. The people from both the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect looked at each other angrily, and then took out their weapons one after another. Swords drawn. Suddenly, Qin Zhengyang looked at Mu Bingjie. Since even you are here today, then you and I don't need to put up a fight. Let's see who really dies. A voice fell, and he waved his hand violently. Bring me the man. As he let out a low shout, the crowd of the 10,000 demons sect immediately moved. Kill. Take that boy. Avenge Temple Master Situ. Kill. Slaughter these. Haters gonna hate each other. In an instant, the men from both sides immediately killed. Boom boom boom. Berserk Xianli, as well as various deadly martial arts techniques instantly erupted, and hundreds of people from both sides immediately rushed to kill each other. Shouts, crashes, and screams abound. Let's all make a move together and take down that kid. Suddenly, a dozen or so disciples of the 10,000 demons sect formed an encircling circle and quickly drew closer towards Su Qianyu. Kid, you're dead. A 10,000 demon sect disciple immediately laughed out coldly. I'd like to see just how much skill you have to kill Hall Master Situ. Among the dozen or so of them, the lowest cultivation level was at the Tianxian 5th realm, and there were even several at the Tianxian 9th realm and the peak of the 9th realm, which was simply more than enough to take down Su Qianyu. Kill. A dozen people arrived at the same time. The Berserk Xianli even caused the air to become distorted. At the same time, the killing intent in Su Qianyu's eyes instantly erupted, but just as he was about to strike, a dainty voice suddenly rang out. Husband, you go save the people. Leave this place to us. Only to see Chu Yanran and Zhang Yu, as well as the three of them, Mo. They directly crossed over Su Qianyu and met the attacks of the dozen or so people in front of them head-on. Miles of ice. Chu Yanran lightly waved her jade hand. Immediately afterward, a cold and piercing ice power instantly erupted, spreading crazily towards the surroundings. Click 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 click. In the next second, the speed of those dozen or so 10,000 demon sect disciples began to slow down rapidly, along with a thick layer of ice forming on top of their bodies. Immediately after, Zhang Yu came holding a huge red sword that was a head taller than his own body, blazing vermilion bird slash. Her petite longitudinal body leapt up, and then she slashed down with a sword in a furious manner, with a violent and overbearing sound. Star rain sword fall. Mo rushed behind the two women, instantly condensing the shadows of hundreds of sharp swords, and as she let out a low cry, the rain of swords in the sky fell at the same time. Boom boom boom. In the next second, the three women's attacks erupted at the same time, instantly triggering heavy palpitating Xianli fluctuations spreading towards the 8 directions. Ice chips splash everywhere. Flames rise. Sword rain roams the sky. In this instant, the battlefield where the three women were seemed to have been transformed into a Shura hell, and the violent shockwaves spread rapidly. At the same time, the entire battlefield was shaken, and the others present all looked over with shocked faces. How is that possible? Could it be that I'm blind? For a moment, the crowd of the 10,000 demon sect were all dumbfounded. They fixed their eyes to see, only to see just now also clamored to take down Su Qianyu. The dozen or so 10,000 Devil's Sect disciples, at this moment has all disappeared, only remaining blood everywhere, as well as a variety of mutilated limbs and broken arms. Hiss! Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. A dozen or so geniuses from the 10,000 Demons Sect had died tragically in an instant, without even the slightest chance of resistance. And this bloody to the extreme scene deeply stimulated the visual nerves of the crowd as they looked at the three Chu Yenran girls with fear in their eyes. With this amount of strength you want to injure our husband? Delusional! Jiang Yu put her giant sword up in front of her and spoke with great disdain. The many disciples of the 10,000 Devils Sect immediately stared with wide eyes at the words. These three women with such brutal methods were actually all that kid's women? In an instant, the expression they looked at Su Qianyu changed again and again, horrified and full of envy at the same time. Not only were the three women all beautiful, even their talent and battle power were so powerful, but they were all Su Qianyu's women, which was simply the ultimate dream of all the men present. You're looking for death. Just then, an angry voice rang out. Swish! One could only see a black figure instantly rushing towards the three women, and the aura of Xian power on its body had already reached the King Xian realm. This was clearly another Hall Master of the 10,000 Devils Sect. Your opponent is me. In the next second, Zhao Ningxuan also moved. She charged out head-on towards the Qianwang realm on the other side, and the two of them soon battled together. The furious and intense battle directly opening up a separate battlefield. As far as the eye could see, the entire Tianwu Imperial Palace had turned into a battlefield, with everyone on both sides except for Qin Zhengyang and Mu Bingjie fiercely engaged in battle. You go save the people first, leave this place to us, Chu Yenran said as she turned back to Su Qianyu. Those who stand in my husband's way will be killed without pardon. Jiang Yu once again raised the red flame giant sword in her hand, her entire body burning with blazing flames, and her petite figure contained great power. Chapter 118 Husband, you are invincible. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu nodded her head. Chu Yenran's three people's fighting strength was not weak, and all three women had condensed a golden battle armor. Even on the battlefield, they possessed a strong ability to protect themselves, so he didn't have to worry at all. Swish! The cloud-chasing and moon-treading steps instantly erupted, and Su Qianyu's entire body transformed into a series of residual shadows and rushed out towards the front. Oh, out of your depth. Qin Zhengyang, who saw the scene, only laughed coldly, although he and Mu Bingjie were checking each other and neither side had a chance to strike. Su Qianyu would be underestimating him if he wanted to save someone so easily. Kid, tie your hands. Two figures linked up. They took one left and one right and surrounded Su Qianyu in the center, while throwing out a thick chain at the same time. Wow! The two chains crossed out and wrapped around Su Qianyu like a python, and in the blink of an eye, they tightly bound Su Qianyu. It worked! Neither can this kid. Seeing this, the expressions of the two men were greatly pleased, but in the next second, they saw the heart-palpitating, biting, killing intent in Su Qianyu's eyes. Boo! Su Qianyu's hands violently pulled the chains, and the powerful force actually forced those two disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect to pull them over. Boo-hoo! Two explosions sounded almost simultaneously. Those two disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect were actually directly punched by Su Qianyu and blew out their heads, instantly dying a tragic death. The blood in the sky stormed, and Su Qianyu's body was also dyed with a layer of blinding blood-red color, making his entire person look incomparably hideous. Altogether, he's only at the 4th Tianxian realm. He's simply not enough to fear. This bloody scene stimulated all the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect, who once again formed a group of a dozen or so people to kill Su Qianyu. He who stands in my way dies. At this moment, Su Qianyu raised his head like an angry beast. The killing intent in his eyes completely erupted at this moment. Miso! The sound of the sword chanting was crisp and pleasant. A long white sword appeared steeply in Su Qianyu's hand. His previous surprising sword had been destroyed during the battle against Lin Han, while this sword was Lin Han's weapon at the time, named Jade Shadow, a true earth-grade lower-grade spiritual artifact. Swish! Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Su Qianyu's figure instantly disappeared in place and then traveled through the crowd. Hiss! Giggle! In the twinkling of an eye, Su Qianyu made several swords in a row. The harsh sword light was like a pouncing god of death. The sword light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, several people were killed at the same time, in a kind of shattered image, waving hot blood. Swish! With a stirring sword chant entering his ears, another figure was pierced through the chest by the Jade Shadow Sword. Ah! The gorgeous rain of blood and the mournful screams seemed to resonate at this moment, and Su Qianyu's gaze was cold and dark. In the next second, he dodged again. Giggle! Another disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect failed to react, and the icy sword blade mercilessly slashed across his throat. His pupils shook violently, but all he could see in his eyes was a wisp of black shadow, and then his head flew up high and blood flowed out. Killing! at this moment, kicked off. With the enhancement of the cloud-chasing moon-treading steps, Su Qianyu's speed had already surpassed a group of people in the Tianxian Ninth Realm. He rushed across the crowd, and the people of the 10,000 Demons sect could not find Su Qianyu's figure at all, and could only see the cold light that was as fast as lightning, as well as the scarlet rain of blood and flying limbs and broken arms. It's not right. It's not right. How can he be so strong? No, we're no match for him at all. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 10,000 Demon sect disciples died tragically under Su Qianyu's sword, while they were not even able to touch the corner of Su Qianyu's coat. They're finally scared. The rest of the group started backing up. It's too late to leave now. Su Qianyu suddenly raised his head as he raised his Jedi Shadow Sword. Faustus 10,000 swords kill. In the next second, with him as the center, the majestic sword intent spread out in all directions, and those remaining people were all enveloped in it. Swish swish swish. One could only see a sword shadow falling. The ultimate sword stance, setting off an unparalleled blood-colored wind and splendor at this moment. Sword shadows whistled and screams were heard. After a miserable scream, all sounds came to a screeching halt, and after this sword, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. More than a dozen people, in such a short period of time of a few breaths, all of them were transformed into the dead souls under Su Qianyu's sword. Husband, it's too strong. Jiang Yu, who saw this scene, exclaimed loudly. This guy, he's already invincible under the King Xin realm. Mo Euro's beautiful eyes were equally filled with shock. Worthy of being a sword king, it's really powerful. Although Qin Zhangyang said this on his lips, his expression was very gloomy. Until now, they had lost more than 30 Tianxian realm geniuses. These could be the mainstay of the sect, but now instead of being able to take down Su Qianyu, they had lost so much. In particular, he saw a great threat originating from Su Qianyu. Cultivation was only at the Tianxian 4th realm, yet he was able to decimate so many Tianxian 9th realm like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs, and he was also such a young sword king. For such a person to become an enemy would definitely be a nightmare for the entire 10,000 demon sect. It seems like you guys, today, are destined to lose both your wife and your army. Mu Bingjie didn't forget to taunt the other party while she was inwardly surprised. However, a sardonic smile suddenly surfaced on Qin Zhengyang's face. Do you think that this is the end? Mu Bingjie frowned slightly. She turned her head to look, only to see Su Qianyu running wildly all the way. Almost no one dared to stop him again on the way, and soon arrived before Su Longyuan and the others. Boo! But just at this moment, a heavy black hammer suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Su Qianyu, blocking him, killing so many people from my 10,000 devils sect. I want you to pay in blood. An icy cold voice came from a man wearing a black robe, who raised a heavy black hammer and pointed it straight at Su Qianyu. It's senior brother Lu Changkong. Great! Now I'll see how arrogant that kid can still be. Senior brother Lu Changkong is a true King Xian realm. With him out there, that kid is dead. The crowd of 10,000 demon sect disciples were filled with excitement. Lu Changkong was the third son of the 10,000 devil sect's patriarch. Not only was his talent powerful, his cultivation had even broken through to the Wang Xian realm. Taking down a kid who was only at the 4th Tian Xian realm was definitely a handful. I advise you to cut off your own arms and legs now. I can let you suffer less, Lu Changkong said calmly. Swish! But just as he finished speaking, Su Qianyu moved. Great heavenly Faust chop. There was no fear in his eyes as he came across the sky with a sword. So what if it's the King Xian realm? Even if the King of Heaven came, he would still kill him. I don't know what to do. Lu Changkong snorted coldly and raised the heavy hammer in his hand to swing it out. Even though you can be invincible under the King Xian realm, in front of a true King Xian realm, you're just a pathetic mole cricket. Heavy hammers and sharp swords rubbed out splendid sparks. Boo! Explosive Xianli shook out. Many people in the surroundings changed color. Just the shockwave made them unsteady on their feet. The power of the Wang Xian realm was thus evident. However, Lu Changkong's imagined scenario of hitting Su Qianyu hard with one blow didn't happen, but instead caused him to feel a powerful shock. Invincible under the King Xian realm. Who are you looking down on? Su Qianyu's gaze locked with Lu Changkong, and at the same time, his arrogant and unruly words rang in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 119, do you think it's over? What? He actually blocked it? Calling him invincible under the King Xian realm, and he even said that it was looking down on him. It's really too arrogant. The crowd of the 10,000 demon sect were shocked. They had thought that with Lu Changkong, a true King Xian realm, Su Qianyu would surely suffer an instant defeat. But now, Su Qianyu had actually blocked Lu Changkong's attack and said such arrogant words. You're looking for death. Lu Changkong frowned. With a furious cry, he struck out continuously, the heavy hammer in his hand impacting on Su Qianyu one after another. Boom! 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 Dang! 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 However, What rang out was a fierce pop, only to see Su Qianyu's body blossomed with dazzling golden light. He just stood in place, let Lu Changkong how to attack. His body always loomed. Not even a little injury. It's the golden battle armor. Even the golden battle armor shouldn't be this strong? Something's not right. This kid is too evil. The crowd of the 10,000 demons sect's faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. A fellow who was only in the 4th Tianqian realm was standing motionless and letting an expert in the 1st Wangxian realm attack, and he was still unharmed. This simply overturned their perceptions. You think this is the end? Lu Changkong's expression also became very gloomy when he saw this. His arms were raised high and the sledgehammer in his hand erupted with destructive power. Heavy hammer blast. With a bellowing cry, the black heavy hammer declared a horrifyingly huge force, and slammed down angrily towards Su Qianyu. Mad Dragon Flaming Fist. Su Qianyu unexpectedly didn't even use a weapon this time. His whole body was brilliantly golden. Flames surrounded his arm, and he blatantly blasted out with a fist. Boo! Berserk Xianlian flames splashed in all directions, while Lu Changkong's raging hammer was actually caught by Su Qianyu's bare hands again. Swish! With a flash of sword light, Su Qianyu took the initiative to attack. Fasta's 10,000 swords kill. Sword shadows filled the sky and surfaced once again. Get thee outta here! Lu Changkong was also enraged by Su Qianyu's provocation. He raised the heavy hammer in his hand and slammed it down angrily towards Su Qianyu. Boom boom boom. Heavy sword shadows impacted on top of the huge heavy hammer. But Lu Changkong was worthy of being a true King Xian realm. His attacks were exceptionally violent, directly destroying all the falling sword shadows. Die! With a heavy hammer in his hand, he quickly came to Su Qianyu and swung heavily towards his head. Su Qianyu crossed his sword in front of him and received this hammer hard. Clank! However, the power of the King Xian realm was too terrifying. Su Qianyu's entire body was instantly sent flying out dozens of steps, along with the golden light on his body seemed to have become somewhat dimmed. Husband! Xu Yanran and the others' faces changed when they saw this. They wanted to come and help, but they were held back by the rest of the 10,000 demons sect and were unable to get away. I told you long ago. You're just an ant that can be crushed with your hand in front of me. Lu Changkong laughed out sarcastically at the sight. He did not give Su Qianyu the slightest chance to catch his breath and killed again. One sword Faust destroys all beings. Suddenly, a majestic sword intent erupted. Su Qianyu's gaze was as sharp as a sharp sword, and the jade shadow sword in his hand even blossomed into an unprecedented sharpness. Buzz off! Under the roaring of the gale, Su Qianyu had already swung his sword eastward. What? Lu Changkong's pupils suddenly shrunk. He felt a deadly threat from this sword of his opponent. Rumble! The majestic and raging sword intent instantly cut a huge gully where Lu Changkong was. Even the ground was shaking violently, and the spreading sword chi aftermath was causing the surrounding crowd to feel a palpitation. The people around them even gave up the fight as they retreated and retreated. Even Mu Bingjie and Qin Zhanyang and the others had a look of gravity on their faces. It was unbelievable to know that Su Qianyu was only in the 4th Tianqian realm, but the power of this sword was already enough to be comparable to the Wangxian realm. Is this the destructive power of the Sword King? Someone couldn't help but gulp, shocked beyond words. How is the battle going? Senior brother Lu Changkong should be fine, right? After seeing the terrifying power of Su Qianyu's sword, the crowd of the 10,000 demons sect no longer believed that Lu Changkong could win steadily. As they looked around, the ground of the square had completely shattered, and a blurry silhouette could be vaguely seen in it, only to see Lu Changkong's whole body clothes had long since gone up in smoke, but there was an extra layer of ghostly armor on his body, and hundreds of densely packed sword marks were spread all over the armor, which was extremely visually impactful. It's an Earth-grade defense spiritual artifact. Xu Yanran and the others' expressions gradually became grave. Lu Changkong had obviously relied on that one piece of armor on his body to block Su Qianyu's sword-killing move just now. However, this would make it even more impossible for Su Qianyu to win. Now, what are you going to do about it? Lu Changkong looked at Su Qianyu and spoke with a mocking face. What a villain! The 10,000 demons sects really are all a bunch of. Obviously, his cultivation is far beyond that of senior brother Qianyu, but he's actually so shameless as to use a defensive spirit artifact. The people on the Heavenly Sword sect side immediately cursed out in anger. They were almost certain that if Lu Changkong wasn't protected by a defensive spirit artifact, that sword of Su Qianyu's just now would have seriously injured him even if he couldn't kill the other party. However, Lu Changkong was oblivious, and his gaze towards Su Qianyu was also filled with biting killing intent. Since you're at your wit's end, then go to hell. He gripped the heavy hammer with both hands, and his majestic Xian power suddenly erupted. Tornado storm. He let out a furious cry under his breath, only to see a black auger dragon rising up into the sky, following the attack of the heavy hammer and pouncing towards Su Qianyu. The faces of the people in the arena changed drastically when they saw this, and they all retreated backward. fearing that they would accidentally be affected by this terrifying attack. Husband, dodge! Su Qianyu, hurry up and run! Chu Yanran and Zhao Ningxuang and the others hurriedly warned loudly. They could see that Lu Changkong was already furious and had executed an absolute killing move, and it was impossible for Su Qianyu's cultivation of the Tianqian Fourth Realm to block it. Where can he escape to? Oh, that kid is dead. Senior brother Lu Changkong made a move. His end was already predetermined. The crowd of the 10,000 Demons sect had a mocking expression on their faces, along with a smile surfacing on Qin Jingyan's face. Lu Changkong had already pronounced the death sentence for Su Qianyu in advance when he offered this overwhelming move. What makes you think that killing me is possible? Right at this moment, Su Qianyu's eyes suddenly flushed red, and a monstrous fierce aura emanated from his entire body. That? Mu Bingjie and Zhao Ningxuang were shocked at the same time. Buzz off! Su Qianyu raised his weapon once again, but this time, the sword intent flowing through his body, and even the jade shadow sword itself, all turned blood red. Mad demon slash. Su Qianyu's entire body's blood chi surged as he chopped down with his sword, and the terrifying blood-colored sword chi directly tore through the void and swept across. The earth in front of him was instantly exploded, and the chaotic airflow whistled, and countless debris flew in the sky. Boom boom boom. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the black auger dragon and the blood-colored sword chi impacted together head-on, detonating a shocking explosion. In the next second, the blood-colored jade shadow sword directly decapitated the black scaly dragon and penetrated Lu Changkong's outer armor, and the berserk sword intent instantly rushed into his body. Ah! Lu Changkong's mournful scream pierced everyone's eardrums as the blood-colored longsword ran through his front and back. Boo! As a cloud of blood mist exploded. This third son of the 10,000 Devil Sect's patriarch at the King Xian realm was actually hardened and split in half. Chapter 120, I promise you. Boo! The screams came to an abrupt end. Above the battlefield, blood flew. Regardless of whether it was the people from the Heavenly Sword sect or the 10,000 Demons sect, all of them were staring wide-eyed at the moment, and they only felt their brains go blank. One sword. Just one sword. Su Qianyu then beheaded Lu Changkong of the King Xian realm. How appalling is this? And what a marvelous talent. Husband, it's so handsome. The little lowly Jianyu hurriedly shouted out. This guy, he's really getting fierce. Chu Yanran's face was also hard to hide her astonishment. Only the words that came out made Mo Euro next to her not hold back from looking at her one more time. He is indeed a top genius that is hard to come across in 1,000 years. Mo Euro then exhaled a breath and said with deep conviction. If someone were to look over right now, they would be able to notice that the gazes that the three women were looking at Su Qianyu at this moment were on the verge of being stretched. Damn you! Suddenly, Qin Zhengyang let out an angry roar. His face had become extremely ugly, and his eyes looking at Su Qianyu were filled with extreme killing intent. Lu Changkong is dead. The sovereign's third son died just like that, and it was still in front of him. Just like that. He couldn't believe his eyes when he was split in half by a sword. Swish! Qin Zhengyang was just about to make a move when Mu Bingjie blocked his way. Your opponent is me. At those words, Qin Zhengyang was enraged. Kill for me. This time he couldn't stand idly by and led the crowd of the 10,000 Devils sect in a frantic attack. Kill! The great battle between the two sides once again broke out. Su Qianyu slowly got up. His eyes were still scarlet, and his entire body emitted a furious Xianli aura. As the Heavenly Sword sect's forbidden martial skill, the madness / was terrifyingly powerful while having equally serious side effects. At this moment, Su Qianyu felt unable to control his body in general. A most primitive urge to kill filled his heart. Right now, all he wanted to do was kill. I'll hold it down for you. You go save the day. Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice rang in his head. Afterwards, Su Qianyu felt a cool soul power surging into his body, causing the violent aura in his body to be suppressed. Thanks a lot. The scarlet in Su Qianyu's eyes gradually faded, then quickly rushed towards the direction where Su Long Yuan and the others were. This time, no one dared to stand in the way. Shifuyu, you've suffered. Looking at the young man in front of him, who had an upright figure and was covered in blood, Su Long Yuan's expression became extremely complicated. He didn't expect that in just a few months' time, the teenager who had once been withdrawn from marriage had grown to such a terrifying extent. If Chu Mengyao was still alive, she would probably be able to directly repent to death. Father, I'll take you. Su Qianyu quickly untied Su Long Yuan and the others. Me so. But right at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded behind Su Qianyu. Shifuyu, watch out. Su Long Yuan's face instantly changed drastically. Giggle. In the next second, blood stormed out. Su Qianyu suddenly froze in place. He looked down and saw that he was unharmed. But when he turned around, he saw Zhao Ningxuang's plump figure, like a shield, blocking behind him. Her abdomen, on the other hand, had been penetrated by a large knife. and gurgling warm blood was rapidly overflowing from the wound. In this moment, time seemed to freeze. Humph. Nosy woman. In front of Zhao Ningxuang, a man in black retrieved his large sword, his face filled with indifference and contempt. Sixth Elder. The crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect exclaimed loudly at the sight. King Xian realm. It was another Wang Xian realm from the 10,000 Demons sect. If he added Lu Changkong, who had just been decapitated by Su Qianyu, this was already the fourth Wang Xian realm of the 10,000 Demons sect. The other party has been hiding in the crowd before did not appear. Just now suddenly shot sneak attack. If not Zhao Ningxuang blocked this knife, then now, the one who will be attacked will be Su Qianyu. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, and Mu Bingjia's face changed even more when she saw it. You are despicable. She angrily rebuked the Qin Zhengyang in front of her. It's called soldiering. Qin Zhengyang's face revealed an icy sardonic smile. No need to hide anymore. Come out. As his voice fell, hundreds of disciples from the 10,000 Demons sect instantly rushed out of the Tianwu dynasty's imperial city. Not heavenly demon formation. In the next second, hundreds of 10,000 Demon sect disciples surrounded the Heavenly Sword sect's people before simultaneously activating their Xian force. Buzz. Only to see a black formation rapidly take shape, enveloping all the people of the Heavenly Sword sect in it. The immense pressure coming from the formation caused the faces of the people of the Heavenly Sword sect to change drastically, as they tried to break through the formation, only to realize that they were already trapped in it, and couldn't get out at all. No good. We've been ambushed. They actually came with so many people. Seeing this scene, Mu Bingjia's expression changed again and again. Your purpose this time is not Su Qianyu at all. She stared angrily at Qin Zhengyang, her heart hitting rock bottom. Ha 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 ha. What makes that brat worthy of me personally? I brought people here this time just to wipe you all out. Qin Zhengyang laughed triumphantly. Rather, I didn't expect it. Even you, the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, have come. As long as I catch you, I won't be at a loss this time. When these words came out, Mu Bingjie instantly understood. No wonder Qin Zhengyang would personally arrive. It turned out that the 10,000 Demons sect was rushing at them this time, and the capture of Su Qianyu's loved ones was just a bait thrown out by the 10,000 Demons sect. Kill out. Mu Bingjie immediately ordered. It's too late to say anything now. The only thing to do is to fight to the death. Put. At this moment, Zhao Ningxuang spat out large mouthfuls of blood from her mouth, and her entire body collapsed straight down as if she had lost her strength. Sixth Elder. Su Qianyu hurriedly held him in his arms. You go. Zhao Ningxuan looked at Su Qianyu as the wounds in her mouth and abdomen kept spilling blood, quickly staining the clothes on her and Su Qianyu red. Looking at the pale Zhao Ningxuan, Su Qianyu felt overwhelmed for the first time, along with his mind going blank. I'll take you back to the sect for medical treatment. He hurriedly took out clothes to plug the wounds on Zhao Ningxuan's body before picking her up by the waist. I can't. You have to go. Zhao Ningxuan's face went pale for a moment, and her voice became unusually weak. No, it won't. Su Qianyu desperately shook his head. I said before that I'm your protector, and this time I'll help you block a knife, so I can be considered worthy of this name. Zhao Ningxuan lay powerless in Su Qianyu's arms, a desolate smile on her face. She was really dying. That slash from the Wang Xian realm had completely obliterated all her vitality. At those words, Su Qianyu's emotions completely lost control. It won't. I said it won't. His eyes once again coalesced with a touch of scarlet red, even more so than just a moment ago. Zhao Ningxuan's mouth was overflowing with blood, but her gaze was very gentle as she looked at Su Qianyu. You have to remember that you promised me that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and this time you broke your promise, so you must do it in the future. Okay? She finished the sentence breathlessly, her breath getting weaker and weaker, even her vision gradually becoming blurred. I promise you everything, but you can't die. Su Qianyu's voice began to become hoarse at this moment, and the violent aura that had just been suppressed instantly exploded exponentially. Chapter 121, Never a Gentleman. Above the battlefield, fierce battles were still erupting. Not only did the people from the 10,000 Demons sect have the numerical advantage, but they also had the added benefit of the formation, and they quickly gained the upper hand completely. Despite the fact that the people of the Heavenly Sword sect put all their efforts into resisting, they were still outnumbered, and the original 50 to 60 people were left with only the last dozen or so people left from the intense battle. Master! Bai Feng's face was full of scorn. He already had several more bloody wounds on his body, but he was charging all the way towards this side as if he didn't know the pain. You return my master's life. Looking at the dying Zhao Ningxuang, Bai Feng's heart completely collapsed as he frantically raised his rapier and killed the 10,000 Demon sect's Wang Xian realm man. I don't know what to do. The man smiled contemptuously. Clank! He offered a blade. Bai Feng was defenseless. His chest was instantly pierced by the flying greatsword. and then he collapsed helplessly to the ground, crimson blood gushing out. Mastermind. Before he died, his eyes still looked tightly at Zhao Ningxuan, and then with difficulty, he moved his eyes towards Su Qianyu, with that hopeful look, as if he was requesting Su Qianyu to definitely save his master. White Maple is dead, died with a monstrous rage. At this moment, Su Qianyu was holding Zhao Ningxuan. He could clearly feel that the vitality in the other party's body was rapidly draining away. His eyes were closed tightly, and he was even so weak that he couldn't even speak. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Su Qianyu's eyes were scarlet as he hissed in rage. It was as if only he and Zhao Ningxuan were left on the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, Su Qianyu seemed to have thought of something. 9 revolutions life and death pill. I still have the 9 revolutions of life and death pill. As if he had grabbed the last straw, he hurriedly took out that box and poured out the pills in it. You have to think clearly. There is only one of this potion. If you give it to her now, then you won't have any to use in the future. Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice resounded in his mind. Moreover, even if you give it to her, it won't necessarily save her life. No emotion could be heard in her voice. However, Su Qianyu acted as if he didn't hear it. If she hadn't taught me the cloud chasing and moon treading steps, I would have already died. If she hadn't taught me the mad demon slash, I wouldn't have been able to kill my enemies at all. If she hadn't blocked the knife for me, I'd be the one dead right now. Su Qianyu muttered, but his tone was incomparably firm. Then without hesitation, he fed the 9 revolutions life and death pill into Zhao Ningxuan's mouth. Seeing this, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal seemed relieved. I really wasn't wrong about you. The words she said just now were entirely to test Su Qianyu. If Su Qianyu chose to see death, then she should also consider how she would get along with Su Qianyu in the future. However, Su Qianyu's approach surprised her greatly. An elixir that could renew one's life was definitely a heavenly temptation. But Su Qianyu preferred to give up this chance in order to save Zhao Ningxuan. It also allowed Snow Moon Sword Immortal to truly understand that Su Qianyu was indeed a person who valued love and justice. At least she could trust the other party without reservation. It worked. As the 9 revolutions life and death pill was taken by the dying Zhao Ningxuan, the wounds on her body began to stop bleeding, and the rapidly flowing vitality gradually stopped. However, Zhao Ningxuan passed out due to her serious injuries, while her face remained as white as paper, lying quietly in Su Qianyu's arms. No need to be sad. It's your turn next. That Wangxian realm man from the 10,000 demons sect slowly walked towards Su Qianyu after he had beheaded Bai Feng. What a stupid woman. Obviously she could have stayed alive, but she had to block herself up. It really kills me with laughter. He was still sneering non-stop. Husband, come here. Jiang Yu and the others hurriedly shouted when they saw the scene. They wanted to go and help Su Qianyu, but there were simply too many people from the 10,000 devils sect, and they simply couldn't spare their hands to help. At that moment, Su Qianyu suddenly moved. He gently placed Zhao Ningxuan on the ground. The moment he stood up, his eyes were completely dyed red with the color of blood, and his entire body erupted with an astonishingly fierce aura, as if the entire person had walked out of hell. The man's face changed drastically when he saw this. Su Qianyu's gaze actually caused him to have the feeling of being stared at by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. Buzz! Su Qianyu's body's qi and blood surged. His robes lifted and danced, and the depths of his eyes glowed with an extreme blood color. Afterward, he held the sword with both hands, and endless killing qi and blood qi were poured into the Jedi Shadow Sword as much as possible. Mad Demon Slash. Su Qianyu once again chopped down with a sword, the terrifying sword on like a blood-colored waterfall. Storming out, the forbidden martial skill, once again, was activated. Even more than just now, the power was even more violent and ferocious. The earth in front of them was instantly rushed and exploded as the deadly attack arrived. But that man from the 10,000 demons sect wore a mocking face. Did you think I'd be defenseless? He had just hidden in the crowd and saw Su Qianyu use this move to decapitate Lu Changkong with his own eyes, and had already had a plan to deal with it. Even the most powerful sword moves that can't hit someone are just futile. With a cold laugh, he was ready to perform a stance to dodge. As long as he dodged this fatal sword of his opponent, he would win steadily. But in the next second, he suddenly realized that he was completely imprisoned by a strong sword intent, unable to move even one step. No! He cried out in horror. Berserk sword chi instantly swept through the 8 directions, and the blood-colored sword aura slayed all the way through to the end, completely impacting on him. Ah! The man's eyes rounded and he let out a mournful scream. The blood-colored sword blade sliced directly into his chest and then penetrated out of his back, a scarlet rain of blood spilling out in an extraordinarily gaudy manner. How is it possible? How could I lose? He stumbled backward, his face filled with panic. He didn't understand why. At the last moment, his movements were confined, leading to his tragic death here without any dignity. That's all I can do to help. Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice sounded in Su Qianyu's mind. Just now, it was her who made a move to restrict the opponent's movement, which allowed Su Qianyu's overwhelming sword to hit with precision and cut him down. Su Qianyu did not say anything. He looked towards a few other battlefields, only to see that the entire palace had been reduced to a cultivation ground, with crimson blood, as well as mutilated limbs and broken arms all over the place. And under the imprisonment of the heavenly demon formation, the crowd of the heavenly sword sect simply had no way to escape, and the 50 or 60 people who had originally come over were now less than 10. Even Chu Yanyan and Jiang Yu and the others had suffered considerable injuries under the siege of the 10,000 Devils sect. The war situation has reached the most critical juncture. If it continued, in at most half a quarter of an hour, the heavenly sword sect would be completely wiped out except for the strongest Mubingjie. Just as Su Qianyu looked over, an angry roar came out of Qin Zhengyang's mouth. Little scumbag, you deserve to die for your crime. Another one dead. He was about to blow a gasket. They had come with 4 Wang Xian realms this time, and now a full 2 had died under Su Qianyu's sword. However, Su Qianyu suddenly laughed, laughing maniacally. He put away the bloodstained jade shadow sword in his hand, then picked up Zhao Ningxuang and walked towards the center of the battlefield. Elder Snow Moon, can you help me protect them? I know what you want to do, but I'm sorry, my soul power hasn't recovered yet and I can't help you. Snow Moon Sword Immortal replied in a low voice. She added, I can help you tear a hole in this formation. You should be able to escape alone, but they definitely won't be able to. No need. Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. He glanced down at Zhao Ningxuang, who was lying in his arms. I promise you that a gentleman is not a gentleman, but you still do not know me well enough. I have never been a gentleman. His face, covered in madness. Chapter 122. Everyone, see you in the next life. Wow! A biting killing intent came to his face. Su Qianyu walked towards the center battlefield and looked towards Mu Bingjie's crowd. Are you afraid to die? Hearing this, Mu Bingjie and the others seemed to understand something, but they actually nodded their heads at the same time. Husband, I'm not afraid. Chu Yanran took the lead and smiled. Now that you've decided, come on. Mu Bingjie, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Qin Zhengyang, followed and spoke. Sooner or later, it's all a death. To die with so many of them, we've earned it a long time ago. Mo Euro similarly smiled as she made her decision. Whatever you do, I'm with you. Su Longyuan also stood up and smiled broadly with pride on his face. At those words, Su Qianyu suddenly smiled. What are you going to do? Qin Zhengyang, however, looked at Su Qianyu in astonishment. His words had only just fallen, when a crimson orb appeared in Su Qianyu's hand, and the berserk aura contained within it was such that even those as strong as Mu Bingjie and Qin Zhengyang felt a deadly threat. Suddenly, Qin Zhengyang seemed to have remembered something terrible, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Really? That's actually true? No good. Everyone retreat. Get the hell away from that maniac. In an instant, Qin Zhengyang couldn't care in the slightest about dealing with Mu Bingjie, and hurriedly hissed out 3 cries at the top of his voice. Swish! He was even more desperate to escape. Afterward, Su Qianyu looked at the surrounding crowd. He saw the exhausted Mu Bingjie, the injured Chu Yanran and Jiang Yu and the others, and also saw Su Longyuan, who was full of relief, as well as the crowd of the 10,000 Devils sect, who were still at a loss for words. The battlefield was a bloody mess, and the rest of the people all turned their gazes to Su Qianyu. Everyone, see you in the next life. Su Qianyu faintly smiled, then threw out the crimson orb in his hand. The orb drew a beautiful arc and flew high into the sky. Mu Bingjie and the others saw this and had a look of death on their faces. Su Qianyu also quickly turned around and hugged Zhao Ningxuang in his arms tightly before condensing his golden battle armor and using his physical body as a shield. He didn't expect himself to live, but he wanted Zhao Ningxuang to live, even if it was only for the last 3 days. Rumble! A heaven-destroying aura erupted from the inconspicuous orb, which then turned into a violent shockwave that swept in all directions. Boom boom boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire imperial palace of the Tianwu dynasty, no matter what it used to be like, was all leveled to the ground in a deafening explosion, with not an inch of grass left to grow. Along with the entire ground, it was blown out into a dozens of feet deep pit, scorched and blackened by the terrifying flames. Ahaha! Those hundreds of 10,000 demon sect disciples who didn't have the time to escape also all went up in smoke in the explosion. Not even a single remnant was left behind. I'm not willing to do this. Qin Zhengyang, who had already escaped for several miles, was likewise unable to escape the destructive shockwave. Even though he had condensed his Xianli armor and even used several defensive spirit weapons, it still had no effect. He died a horrible death on the spot and was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Even from a distance of dozens of miles, one could still see the huge mushroom clouds rising up here. as if heaven and earth were shaking with rage. I don't know how long it took, but the whole world seemed to go quiet. Dozens of miles in every direction had been leveled, and as far as the eye could see, all that was left was a desolate and charred land. The flame bead truly made all beings equal, and under its fury, nothing in the world could be spared. However, I don't seem to be dead. A voice with a complex tone suddenly rang out. Mu Bingjie was still standing in place. She looked down and saw that under such a terrifying shockwave, she was actually unharmed. I don't seem to be dead either. Chu Yenran and the others also spoke up. They hurriedly looked around, but were shocked to find that the remaining few people from the Heavenly Sword sect were actually all unharmed. But how is that possible? With so many people from the 10,000 Demons sect, even Qin Zhengyang of the King's Xian realm had died. Why were they not hurt at all? Husband, are you okay? Chu Yenran hurriedly looked at Su Qianyu. Shifuyu, Su Longyuan and the others also rushed over, only to see Su Qianyu still holding Zhao Ningxuang tightly, also unharmed, and Zhao Ningxuang in his arms was even less affected by any waves. What's going on? Su Qianyu looked up with a face full of puzzlement. Elder Snow Moon, are you helping? Right now. The only person he could think of was the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. It wasn't me, and I said there was no way to help you. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal opened her mouth to deny it, but her tone was filled with very complicated emotions, as if she had encountered something unexpected. Hearing this, Su Qianyu became even more puzzled. Since it wasn't the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, who else could it be? Who else was so capable of bailing out so many of them? All of them? From such a terrifying shockwave? At this time, Snow Moon Sword Immortal suddenly spoke. Do you really understand those confidants of yours? Su Qianyu was slightly stunned at his words, but before he could think and answer, Mu Bingjie had already reacted and looked at the crowd. Since everyone is fine, that's a good thing. Looking around, there were only 9 people left in the room combined, and everyone's face was filled with the joy of having survived a robbery. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Ha 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 ha. Those from the 10,000 Demons sect are dead. The crowd cheered. They originally thought that they would surely die this time, but they didn't expect to miraculously survive in the end. But 6th Elder, Mo Euro looked at Zhao Ningxuang in Su Qianyu's arms, and her eyes gradually moistened. At this moment, Zhao Ningxuang was like sleeping, just lying quietly in Su Qianyu's arms. Her breath was very weak, like a candle in the wind. The crowd was also silent at the words. The joy of a moment ago was suddenly gone. Senior, come and see how the 6th Elder is doing. Chu Yenran hurriedly looked at Mu Bingjie to inquire. Su Qianyu also looked up at the other party. Mu Bingjie walked forward and after checking Zhao Ningxuang's physical condition, her tone became very grave. She was fatally wounded, yet there is a pure life force in her body that is keeping her alive, but this force should only last for about 3 days before it is completely exhausted. At those words, the crowd was both happy and sad. The joy was that Zhao Ningxuang was still alive, and the sorrow was that there were only the last 2 or 3 days left. I have very good healing pills here. Mo Euro hurriedly took out her own storage ring, from which she took out a large handful of various pills. It's useless. Mu Bingjie shook her head. Her injuries are too severe to be treated by ordinary pills. Upon hearing this, Mo Euro became even more anxious, tears already swirling in her eyes. Then let's hurry and send the 6th Elder back to the clan for medical treatment. It's too late. Mu Bingjie sighed. To rush back to the clan from here, even if one travels at full speed day and night, it will take at least 5 or 6 days. It's simply too late. At those words, the crowd immediately turned ashen. How did this happen? How did this happen? Chu Yenran and Mo Euro turned pale and sobbed uncontrollably. In other words, they could only watch the 6th Elder die now, but could do nothing. The crowd looked at Su Qianyu again. Just now, quite a few of them had seen clearly that Zhao Ningxuang had lost her life in order to block that knife for Su Qianyu. At this time, the one who had the hardest time must be Su Qianyu. Is there really no way out? Su Qianyu asked in a hoarse voice as he hugged Zhao Ningxuang and felt the other party's slightly cool body temperature. His eyes were scarlet. Even his body couldn't stop shaking. The silence was mingled with despair, and all hearts were saddened. Mu Bingjie pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Actually, there is one last way. Chapter 123 The Only Chance. What way? Hearing Mu Bingjie's words, Su Qianyu looked up sharply. Chu Yenran and the others similarly looked at Mu Bingjie with anticipation on their faces. Our place isn't too far from the Purple Cloud Palace. We should be able to arrive in 2 days if we hurry at full speed. Mu Bingjie explained. The crowd froze. What's the point of going to the Purple Cloud Palace? Mu Bingjie looked at Zhao Ningxuang and said, the Purple Cloud Palace has a kind of supreme treasure called the Taichu Xian fruit, which is said to be able to truly live the dead, flesh and bones, and as long as there's still a breath left in one's body, it can pull one back from the ghost gate. At those words, the crowd's faces were suddenly delighted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go to the Purple Cloud Hall, Mo Euro said impatiently. A flash of light was also born in Su Qianyu's eyes. Zhao Ningxuang, however, added in a grave tone, as far as I know, the Purple Cloud Hall only has a total of 2 Taichu Xian fruits, which are very precious, and they won't necessarily be willing to give them to us. The hearts of the crowd sank to the bottom once again. A supreme treasure that could live dead in flesh-white bones. This was definitely the existence of a town treasure even for a super clan like the Purple Cloud Palace. Even if they went, the other side was afraid that they wouldn't give it to them so easily. Something that could have been expected long ago. I'm going to the Purple Cloud Palace. Su Qianyu spoke again, but there was 1 point less hoarse and a few more points of determination in his voice. Looking at Zhao Ningxuang in his arms, all the anger inside him was transformed into hope. As long as there was still a chance of survival, he would never give up. Okay, then I'll go with you. After Mu Bingjie finished speaking, she looked at Chu Yanran and the others and said, you guys return to the sect first and tell the patriarch what happened here. The crowd nodded. Chu Yanran and Mo Euro originally wanted to go with Su Qianyu, but in the end, they were rejected by Su Qianyu. He didn't want anyone else to get hurt again. No, Yuer is gone. Right at this moment, Chu Yanran suddenly cried out in alarm. The crowd rushed to look and searched around for a while, but there was no sign of Zhang Yu. Just now, they had only focused on the joy of surviving the robbery and immersing themselves in the pathos of the sixth elder's serious injury, but they hadn't paid attention to the fact that Zhang Yu had disappeared at some point. Where did she go? Su Qianyu asked in a hurry. I don't know. She was still there before. She seemed to have disappeared after the flame bead exploded. Mo Euro also frowned. Where the hell is Zhang Yu? A living, breathing human being disappeared into thin air? Mu Bingjie immediately ordered. Let's split into 3. Let the 2 of us take Su Qianyu's father and them back to the sect first to report. I'll make a trip to the Purple Cloud Hall with Su Qianyu, and the rest of us will look for Zhang Yu in the vicinity. This was undoubtedly the most effective approach at the moment, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, 2 disciples immediately rode the Windbreaker Eagle and led Su Longyuan and the others in the direction where the Heavenly Sword sect was located. Qian Yu, you must come back alive. Su Longyuan sat on the back of the Windbreaker Eagle and shouted loudly towards Su Qianyu below. Chu Yanran and Mo Euro and the others stayed behind and began to call out Zhang Yu's name in all directions, scattering to search for her. Let's go too. Mu Bingjie looked at Su Qianyu. Fresh. The Windbreaker Eagle broke through the air. Su Qianyu held Zhao Ningxuang and sat on the back of the Windbreaker Eagle, and the 3 of them sped off in another direction. Scramble. They're in a race against death. Under Mu Bingjie's control, the Windbreaker Eagle's speed was pushed to the extreme, like a black lightning bolt cutting through the sky. She really wasn't wrong about you. Mu Bingjie sat in front and said in a complicated tone. When she examined Zhao Ningxuang's body, she sensed a very strong breath of life, and it was because of that energy that she was able to maintain Zhao Ningxuang's vitality. She understood that it was definitely Su Qianyu's handiwork, and the cost was definitely not small, and it wouldn't even be much worse than the Taichu Xian fruit of the Purple Cloud Hall. Su Qianyu didn't answer. He quietly looked at Zhao Ningxuang. Even though the other party's face was pale and bloodless, it was still hard to hide the delicate features. I'll get you back. For sure. 2 days passed in a hurry. Su Qianyu and Mu Bingjie moved forward at full speed. And finally, as dawn broke, they saw a majestic and spectacular mountain gate in front of them. Purple Cloud Palace, here it is. Mu Bingjie stood up and spoke slowly. She looked behind her at Su Qianyu. The other party was still holding Zhao Ningxuang, and seemed to have kept this position for the past few days, not moving a muscle, not even saying another word. If everything goes well, perhaps you can enter the Star Sea of the Purple Cloud Palace, which possesses very dense water attribute energy that can help you awaken your water attribute dragon vein, Mu Bingjie suddenly said. However, Su Qianyu acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't want to think about any water dragon veins right now. He only wanted to hurry up and get the Taichu Xian fruit to save Zhao Ningxuang. Fresh. With a sharp cry from the Windbreaker Eagle, Su Qianyu finally came back to his senses and looked at the lofty mountain gate in front of him, slowly standing up straight. Today is the last day. If Zhao Ningxuang still could not be saved, the 9 revolutions life and death pill would completely lose its effect, and Zhao Ningxuang would die completely. So anyway, he all must get the Taichu Xian fruit. Who are you people? Su Qianyu and Mu Bingjie had just descended from the sky when they were surrounded by a dozen people dressed in purple, their gazes vigilant as they looked at them. I am the Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Sovereign, and I have come to your hall to discuss important matters, so you guys go and inform me. Mu Bingjie spoke faintly. At those words, the crowd of the Violet Cloud Hall was incomparably shocked. Just a moment, both of you. A few people didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and rushed up the mountain to inform them. Su Qianyu hugged Mu Bingjie, not saying a word, but inwardly, he gradually became impatient with the passage of time. Ha ha ha, what kind of wind is this today that actually blew the famous vice patriarch Mu here? Soon after, a bright voice suddenly rang out. Su Qianyu looked up. It was a middle-aged man who was about 40 to 50 years old, wearing purple brocade clothes all over his body, with a warm smile on his face. Seeing the visitor, Mu Bingjie introduced in a low voice, he is the Grand Elder of the Purple Cloud Hall, Xing Wudao. Su Qianyu nodded. Elder Xing, I came here uninvited this time because I have an important matter that I would like to ask for Elder Xing's help. Mu Bingjie stepped forward and opened the door. Upon hearing this, Xing Wudao smiled faintly. Since Vice Patriarch Mu is so anxious, there's no harm in saying so. Mu Bingjie reached out and pointed to Zhao Ningxuang in Su Qianyu's arms and said, she is an elder of my Heavenly Sword sect, who is now seriously injured, and I've come this time because I want to purchase a Taichu Xian fruit from your hall. After she finished speaking, she looked towards Xing Wudao. Even with her heart nature, it was inevitable that she was a bit nervous at this moment. Su Qianyu was even staring at the other party in death. Mu Bingjie's life breath in her arms was getting weaker and weaker. There was not much time left, and getting the Taichu Xian fruit was the only chance they had now. Chapter 124, Dashed Hopes. You guys want the Taichu Xian fruit? Xing Wudao looked at Mu Bingjie with some surprise. That's right, we're willing to exchange 1 top-grade Xian mine, plus 2 earth-grade martial skills, and 3 earth-grade spirit weapons. Mu Bingjie nodded her head. The offer is definitely very tempting. The value of a top-grade Xian mine alone was incalculable, and to exchange it for a Taichu Xian fruit wasn't exactly taking advantage of it. I hope Elder Xing can cut his losses and sell it to me. Mu Bingjie once again looked solemnly at the other party. Upon hearing this, Xing Wudao didn't answer at first, but instead opened his mouth to inquire. This elder of yours, by whom was he injured? Sneak attacked by someone from the 10,000 Devils sect. Mu Bingjie's face did not change, but she knew in her heart that Xing Wudao had asked this. So I'm afraid that the matter was not that simple. As expected, Xing Wudao just smiled at his words. Vice Patriarch Mu, you should know that our Purple Cloud Palace never gets involved in your affairs with the 10,000 Demons sect. If I sell you a Taichu Xian fruit this time, I'm afraid that there will be a misunderstanding on the 10,000 Demons sect side. Mu Bingjie's heart sank. But still, he continued, I will naturally go to the 10,000 Demons sect side to settle the score with them. They can't threaten your hall, so I still ask Elder Xing to be able to make it work. However, Xing Wudao still shook his head. My Purple Cloud Palace also only has 2 Taichu Xian fruits only, and there aren't enough people in this palace yet, so I really can't sell them to you. He's kind of politely declining. Mu Bingjie's heart immediately sank to the bottom. If she couldn't get the Taichu Xian fruit today, then Zhao Ningxuan would truly die for sure. Elder Xing, if you're not satisfied with this price, we can continue to talk. More. Mu Bingjie continued. No need to talk about it. Xing Wudao, however, directly interrupted it. Our Purple Cloud Hall has never had a precedent of selling a Taichu Xian fruit, and we also don't want to get involved in your fight with the 10,000 Demons sect, so Vice Patriarch Mu might as well please return. He was outright refusing this time. Mu Bingjie's breathing stuttered and her face turned a little pale. The other party's refusal also meant that their last hope was declared dead. Elder Xing, please wait. Just as Xing Wudao turned around and prepared to leave, Su Qianyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Xing Wudao looked towards Su Qianyu. Since the latecomer happened to come to your hall this time, it just so happens that he wants to learn a few moves from the geniuses of your hall. While speaking, Su Qianyu handed over Zhao Ningxuang in his arms to Mu Bingjie. At those words, Xing Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of responding, he looked at Mu Bingjie. He is one of the most talented disciples of my Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Bingjie seemed to understand what Su Qianyu meant and spoke. Xing Wudao laughed. As long as we don't mention the primordial Xian fruit, everything else is fine. And since you've all opened your mouths, it's a good idea to give each other some pointers. After saying that, he waved his hand. The Purple Cloud Hall disciples behind him immediately understood and rushed forward to call for people. And before long, quite a few Purple Cloud Hall disciples had gathered here. Is this the kid who's calling the shots? That's right. I heard that he's also the most talented disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Ha 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 ha. How strong can it be? Dare to run above our territory and clamor. I promise to make him go back crying. Numerous Purple Cloud Hall disciples looked at Su Qianyu, making a cacophony of noises, some curious, some surprised, and more still disdainful. Afterward, Su Qianyu stepped forward. His gaze became stern once again at this moment. Remember to be merciful and watch your step. Mu Bingjie hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out to remind. Aha! Su Qianyu nodded. Are you guys looking down on my Purple Cloud Hall? However, the conversation between the two caused Xing Wudao to feel very upset. Mercy? In his mind, It was completely humiliating to them. You have as much skill as you want to use. There is no need to be merciful, as long as you don't end up getting hurt and relying on it. Xing Wudao looked at Su Qianyu and faintly opened his mouth. At those words, Mu Bingjie really wanted to laugh a little. If Xing Wudao knew about Su Qianyu's brilliant battle record, he would probably very much regret saying those words. But this is good. The more these people look down on Su Qianyu now, the better the effect will be. Heavenly Sword Sect Su Qianyu, please enlighten us. Su Qianyu arrived before the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Hall, and a voice without any emotion resounded. I'll meet you. It was a young man around 30 years old, dressed in a purple suit, while the aura on his body was clearly also at the Tianxian Fourth Realm. Obviously, they were prepared to have a fair, just an open fight. Swish, the man swooped out. The large fist struck Su Qianyu straight in the face. However, Su Qianyu's body loomed large until the other party came in front of him. Then he lightly launched a palm. Boo! Fists and palms collide. That man from the Purple Cloud Hall was immediately struck by lightning, and his entire body was directly sent flying out a dozen feet away. In a sorry state. What? The people of the Purple Cloud Hall were shocked. A palm finish. Under the exact same cultivation level, Su Qianyu actually achieved a strong victory with a devastating momentum. Next, Su Qianyu spoke faintly. So it's a bit of strength. Let me ask you for a few moves. After Su Qianyu finished speaking, another man in a purple robe walked out. He was very fast and rushed over in an instant, his body exuding the cultivation of the Tianxian Sixth Realm. Purple Yuan Palm. This man had learned to be smart. He directly offered a martial skill as soon as he struck, aiming to completely crush Su Qianyu, only to see the other party's body purple chi rising, then quickly condensed a huge palm, crushing towards Su Qianyu. Su Qianyu still only casually slapped his hand. Bang! The palms of the two men blasted against each other. The man only felt a surge of surging Shin power instantly knock out his attack before it surged into his body, instantly lifting him out of the air. How is that possible? The man's expression was very ugly. He had just said that he would ask Su Qianyu to teach him a few moves, but now he was just like the man just now, not even able to survive a single move. It's really a shame. Oh yo? There's something about this kid, worthy of being the most gifted genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He really does have two skills. Seeing Su Qianyu casually defeat the two, the many disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall once again murmured. Only this time, no matter their tone or expression, there were a few more points of respect, and this was the kind of treatment that only the strong and geniuses had. Next, Su Qianyu spoke again. There was really only one reason why he proposed to challenge the crowd of the Purple Cloud Hall after Xing Wudao rejected Mu Bingjie. That's showing your worth. Since Xing Wudao had already explicitly rejected Mu Bingjie's request to purchase the primordial Shen fruit, he had no choice but to find another way, but only if he could get the other party's approval first. Could he have the qualifications to negotiate with them? And before that, he would need to show his value. So, he stepped up. Since this brother is the most gifted genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect, don't blame me for bullying the small with the big. At this time, a person once again walked out of the Purple Cloud Hall. This person's stature was very tall, like a small mountain, and the other party's gaze was like a torch. His whole body was filled with a complete sense of oppression. It's Senior Brother Ran Yuan. I didn't expect Senior Brother Ran Yuan to be here as well. Senior Brother Ran Yuan is at the 8th level of the Tianxian realm. With him taking action, that kid is finished. Chapter 125, He's invincible. Feel free to do as you please. The people of the Purple Cloud Hall were filled with joy. This man named Ran Yuan clearly had a not-so-low status in the Purple Cloud Hall. Xing Wudao, on the other hand, looked at Mu Bingjie. Your most talented disciple is indeed good. You shouldn't mind if they bully the young with the big, right? Before he started, he didn't even expect that Su Qianyu would actually defeat two geniuses on his side in the blink of an eye. But for the sake of the Purple Cloud Hall's reputation, he had to make the other party lose, even if it was without a care in the world. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingjie just smiled faintly. He's invincible. Feel free to do as you please. Hearing this, the corner of Xing Wudao's eyes twitched. He hadn't heard such arrogant words in a long time, and it was still coming from the Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Patriarch. Since they are so confident, then you guys don't have to be polite anymore. Xing Wudao looked at the group of Purple Cloud Hall disciples and spoke in a deep voice. Wow! As an icy breath erupted, the man named Ran Yuan walked up to Su Qianyu. I want to see just how invincible you are. With a single word, Ran Yuan directly struck out, his cultivation at the 8th level of the Tianxian realm suddenly erupting. At the same time, it was also accompanied by a heart-freezing cold ice power instantly erupting and sweeping. Cold ice palm, only to see Ran Yuan slap out a palm. A palm of cold ice that was more than 10 feet long instantly broke through the air and pushed horizontally towards Su Qianyu. Wherever the cold ice palm passed, Endless frost spread, along with the entire mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Hall. It was like being in a cold winter month. Senior brother Ran Yuan is awesome. Ha ha ha, this is a solid round. Seeing the power of Ran Yuan's poem, all the people of the Purple Cloud Hall were all shaken in spirit and masked with joy. It was as if they had already seen the scene where Su Qianyu on the opposite side was directly and seriously injured by this poem. But Su Qianyu still casually slapped his hand. Boo! An explosion. In the midst of everyone's shocked to death gazes, that cold ice palm unexpectedly instantly collapsed into a sky full of ice slag. How is that possible? Ran Yuan looked directly dumbfounded. He instantly felt his mind go blank. More fighting? Su Qianyu spoke faintly. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Ran Yuan let out a bitter smile and turned to leave. His strongest strike was casually crushed by the other party, so even if he fought any longer, he would only be humiliating himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk? That's a loss. Senior brother Ran Yuan is in the Tianxian 8th realm. That kid actually managed to win easily across 4 levels? The crowd of the Purple Cloud Palace exploded. They looked at Su Qianyu's slender figure, their faces full of disbelief. It really is a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. Xing Wudao also finally reacted and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He saw it. Su Qianyu had never really put up a fight from the beginning to the end, and every time he just casually struck. Yet he was able to powerfully defeat their Purple Cloud Hall's people. This showed that Su Qianyu's true strength far exceeded the realm shown on the surface. I told you, he's invincible. Mu Bingjie also had a light smile on her face. Now she seemed to somewhat understand why Zhao Ningxuan liked Su Qianyu so much. You guys, get it together. Right at this moment, Su Qianyu's voice sounded once again. Wow! An invisible air current instantly surged. This time, it wasn't just the disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall who froze. Even Xing Wudao's expression became a bit gloomy. This guy is so arrogant. He actually wants us to come together? He doesn't really think that he's invincible, does he? Despite the fact that Su Qianyu had just displayed a strong combat power, hearing these words from the other party at this moment instantly made them flaming. It's nakedly humiliating to them. In that case, you will satisfy him. Xing Wudao spoke in a deep voice. Facing this provocation from Su Qianyu, they now had no choice but to meet the battle. All together. Give this ungrateful brat a long memory. I'll show him that our Purple Cloud Palace isn't a vegetarian either. With Xing Wudao's order, a dozen or so disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall rushed out with great strides, taking out their weapons and attacking towards Su Qianyu. Fire Cloud Palm. Flying flowers by the moon. Purple Xian breaking slash. A dozen people. A dozen or so furious martial arts moves. At this moment, Su Qianyu was already deeply surrounded. Aren't you going to save the day? Xing Wudao looked at Mu Bingjie and asked. In his opinion, no matter how strong Su Qianyu was, facing the full force siege of a dozen or so people, there was only a way to die. Don't use it. Mu Bingjie was still smiling. That's a shame. Xing Wudao frowned, then sneered. Even if they missed and killed Su Qianyu this time, Mu Bingjie and the Heavenly Sword sect could only hold their noses and admit it. Boom boom boom. A series of pops followed. Where Su Qianyu was just now, rolling smoke rose up, and even the ground was blasted out into a huge deep pit. Is the boy dead yet? That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You must be dead. Humph. This is the price of being too arrogant. It's not our fault. A dozen or so people spoke out, with smug smiles on their faces. After all, to be able to kill a supreme genius with one's own hands, that was a very fulfilling thing. But in the next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed. The faces of the people present changed. This golden light was just too dazzling, causing them to not even be able to open their eyes, so they could only squint to see. There, a slender and upright figure stood in place, a layer of mighty and domineering golden armor coalescing on its body, just like a heavenly god. He's not dead. There was a sudden gasp of surprise. Then, everyone was nonplussed, only to see Su Qianyu still standing in place. He didn't even seem to move a bit, but all over his body, he actually didn't have anything at all. How? The people of the Purple Cloud Hall were instantly petrified. A dozen of them had just executed martial arts techniques all together, and they had definitely all hit each other. But this kid was actually unharmed. Is that a defense spirit weapon? Someone asked uncertainly, trying to find a shred of dignity in doing so. No, it's not. That's golden battle armor. He actually condensed a golden battle armor. Soon, some people recognized the armor on Su Qianyu's body and let out bursts of incredulous exclamations. This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing them to feel a wave of dizziness and a feeling of frustration. If that was a powerful defensive spirit artifact, they would still be able to accept it, but it was a golden battle armor, which instantly shattered the pride in their hearts. Thoroughly convinced. It's a no-brainer. They didn't understand until now that Su Qianyu, who possessed the golden battle armor, was indeed an invincible existence under the King Xian realm. His golden battle armor. How is it even more powerful than Hin Yu's? Xing Wudao frowned as he looked at Su Qianyu, whose entire body was radiant with golden light. Their holy maiden of the Purple Cloud Hall had also condensed a golden battle armor, but the feeling Su Qianyu gave him at this moment was clearly much stronger than their holy maiden's golden battle armor. Your heavenly sword sect has really taken in a supreme genius this time, Xing Wudao said sourly as he looked toward Mu Bingjie. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingjie's face was filled with a smile with honor. She was equally overwhelmed with emotion at the sight. It was really hard to imagine just how she had looked away before, but not before she spoke. Su Qianyu once again looked at the people of the Purple Cloud Hall. Next, come to the King Xian realm. When these words came out, the faces of the people changed again and again. Chapter 126, Turning the Other Cheek. Come to Wang Xian realm. These 5 simple words turned into the most ear-piercing provocation in the ears of the people of the Purple Cloud Hall. So arrogant. I really can't stand it. Is he bullying no one in my Purple Cloud Palace? Xing Wudao's face was similarly gloomy as he spoke in a cold voice. Crimson Rain. Since he said so, then go and ask him for a few moves. In the face of Su Qianyu's arrogance, he likewise couldn't help himself. If he couldn't teach the other party a lesson this time, then the face of his Purple Cloud Hall would be disgraced, and he would never allow that to happen. Let me meet you. As a dainty voice rang out, a graceful figure was seen quickly stepping out from the crowd. It was a young woman with purple clothes and red hair. The woman's age was not big, about 18 or 19 years old, but the other party's figure was very hot, especially the pair of purple pupils, which added a point of demonic beauty to the other party. It's the Holy Virgin. The Holy Maiden is going to make a move. That kid will definitely lose this time. Seeing the visitor, the people of the Purple Cloud Hall were overjoyed, looking at the silhouette with both adoration and love in their eyes. This woman was none other than the holy daughter of the Purple Cloud Palace, Purple Crimson Rain. If you can catch one of my swords, count me out. The woman looked at Su Qianyu without any nonsense, and a sharp long sword appeared in her hand at first glance. Miso. The sharp sword was sheathed, and the sword intent whistled. Spirit sword body? Mu Bingjie raised her willow eyebrows slightly. This holy maiden of the Purple Cloud Hall was not only a sword cultivator, but she also possessed the specialized physique of a sword cultivator. This kind of physique would allow one to have a deeper understanding of the sword path, making it easier to go farther on the sword path. Xing Wudao snorted coldly. Humph. It's his own arrogance that precedes him, so don't blame us for winning. At those words, Mu Bingjie but smiled. A prerequisite for winning is to win. Xing Wudao laughed similarly. Crimson Rain is not only in the first level of the King Xian realm, she is also a true sword cultivator, plus her spirit sword body. How do you think she's going to lose? Mu Bingjie didn't return again, but she suddenly felt that she was afraid that Xing Wudao was going to be played by Su Qianyu next, but that was the effect they wanted. Purple breath comes from the east. Between the two of them discussing, Z Scarlet Rain raised the sharp sword in her hand with both of her hands, and a strand of purple sword intent gathered rapidly. Chop! Thousands of strands of sword intent condensed into a purple sharp sword silhouette, chopping at Su Qianyu with the momentum of opening up the sky. A huge sword, chopping down angrily. But the next, Su Qianyu extended a palm. Blast! A word came out of his mouth. The people in the room all froze. Ha 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 ha. What is this kid pretending? What a laugh. I just realized that this kid has a bit of a talent for funny in him. He doesn't think that by striking this pose and saying another word, he can block this move by the Holy Maiden. Does he? The crowd of the Purple Cloud Hall laughed. May suddenly. Boo! A popping sound. Everyone froze. They froze and looked up, and then dumbfounded. They realized that the sharp sword silhouette that Purple Crimson Rain had chopped out actually exploded the instant Su Qianyu's voice fell. He's the Sword King. Xing Wudao's voice was trembling. At this moment, he felt like a clown. He now finally understood why Mu Bingjie was so confident and asked Su Qianyu to show mercy. It really isn't about humiliating them or provoking them, but really looking out for them. What? He's actually a Sword King? How could it be? How could he be a Sword King? The crowd of the Purple Cloud Hall even directly exploded at the words, and everyone's jaws dropped. How did you? Zi Xiangyu opposite Su Qianyu was equally confused and clueless. He actually played with a sword in front of a Sword King. This was simply a class act. Thud! The shockwave of the explosion swept through, and Su Qianyu took several steps back. He didn't look at Z Scarlet Rain, but instead looked at Xing Wudao on the opposite side of the room and said, "The Holy Maiden of the Purple Cloud Hall is really powerful. I've learned a lesson today, so how about this match as a draw?" At those words, the crowd froze. This little fellow has taken the human condition to death. Hearing these words, Mu Bingjie was once again impressed with Su Qianyu. She had personally seen Su Qianyu decapitate the Wang Xian realm. Not to mention that Zihan Yu was also a sword cultivator, and was inherently suppressed by Su Qianyu, and if the two of them really fought, Su Qianyu would definitely be able to win. And the reason why Su Qianyu had to say that it would end in a draw when he had the complete upper hand was entirely to save face for the Purple Cloud Palace and not embarrass the other party too much. Fine. Then it's a draw. Xing Wudao also reacted and spoke without blushing, even though everyone could see it. Since Su Qianyu was willing to give himself a step, he also went down very smoothly. However, the rest of the Purple Cloud Hall crowd did not have such thick skin, and they all felt their faces burning. Such a draw made them all not dare to look directly at Su Qianyu, especially Zi Xiangyu. At this moment, she only felt groundless. She reddened her face and glared at Su Qianyu, then fled back to the crowd. Little guy, there's a bright future ahead. Xing Wudao looked up squarely at Su Qianyu this time and said with a smile, originally, there were only 4 sword kings in the entire northern spirit region, but now that there was an additional one, it was definitely a matter that was enough to cause a stir. Senior is polite. Su Qianyu gave a slight salute. Continuing, he said, regarding the matter of the Taichu Xian fruit, in addition to the conditions mentioned by Vice Patriarch Mu just now, if Senior is willing to trust me, Senior can promise the Purple Cloud Hall 3 more things. Mu Bingjie also looked at Xing Wudao once again, her face showing anticipation. Just now, Su Qianyu had already shown his talent and value, initially possessing the qualifications to talk to the other party, and with such generous conditions, the other party would most likely come around. However, Xing Wudao shook his head without hesitation. I still can't promise you guys. At those words, Mu Bingjie's face changed slightly. She couldn't figure it out. Even though the value of a single Taichu Xian fruit was not high, the conditions they offered were already very sincere. Plus there was the promise made by a genius like Su Qianyu. Xing Wudao must have known the potential value of it and shouldn't have refused it. There's no reason for that. Please return, both of you. Leaving these words behind, Xing Wudao turned around and left. In an instant, Mu Bingjie was like falling into an ice cave. Senior, you can ask for anything you need. We really need the Taichu Xian fruit. Su Qianyu hurriedly added after him. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he didn't get the Taichu Xian fruit today. But suddenly, Xing Wudao turned around violently. Buzz! With a wave of his sleeve, mighty and violent Xianli instantly erupted. Su Qianyu only felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Humph! Don't think that just because you have a few talents, you can be reckless in front of me. If you dare to clamor again, don't blame me for being impolite. Xing Wudao's sudden flip-flop caused Mu Bingjie's face to change drastically. What are you doing? She immediately blocked in front of Su Qianyu, and the pressure on the latter was much less. If you dare to entangle yourselves again, you won't be able to leave. With a cold snort, Xing Wudao directly turned around and left, finally disappearing from the sight of the two. Deception. Mu Bingjie gritted her teeth in anger. Then, there was a deep wave of despair surging through the heart. They had done everything they could. Su Qianyu had put in so much effort, but Xing Wudao was still unwilling to exchange the primordial Xian fruit, and even flipped out. This also meant that they could only watch Zhao Ningxuan die now. You did your best. Mu Bingjie looked at Su Qianyu. She saw that the other party's eyes had flushed red. Strands of blood began to spread, and her body's aura was gradually becoming violent and crazy at this moment. Su Qianyu stood still, not saying a word. He looked at Zhao Ningxuan and Mu Bingjie's arms and thought of the care the other party had taken when he passed on his cloud-chasing moon-treading steps. I thought of the other party's arrogance when he was lingering with himself in the pond. And even more so, I thought of the other party's smile when he blocked the knife for himself. Anger, despair, the two emotions were caught together at the moment, almost tearing his chest alive. But just then, husband, a shout suddenly rang out. Chapter 127 I never need evidence to kill someone. Husband, a familiar voice rang out. Mu Bingjie looked back and it was actually Jian Yu who was running quickly. Husband, what's wrong with you? Her small face flushed red. She hurriedly ran to Su Qianyu and asked with a worried face. However, Su Qianyu was as if he hadn't heard it, and his entire body was like a statue, standing motionless in place. Let him be alone. Mu Bingjie even forgot to ask where Jian Yu had just gone and said in a low voice, Sixth Elder seems to be injured. I have pills here. Jian Yu looked at Zhao Ningxuan, who was lying in Mu Bingjie's arms, and hastily took out a medicine bottle and spoke. Mu Bingjie shook her head helplessly. Her injuries are so severe that ordinary elixirs are useless. Jian Yu, however, was very firm and handed out an elixir. This elixir was given to me by an old grandpa who said it could save lives. Why don't you give it to the sixth elder to try? Mu Bingjie was slightly stunned, but she didn't get her hopes up. If any elixir could save Zhao Ningxuan, then they wouldn't have needed to come to the Purple Cloud Hall so humbly to beg for the Taichu Xian fruit. Are you telling the truth? Suddenly, Su Qianyu looked at Jiang Yu. His voice was a little hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. Of course it's true. Jiang Yu hurriedly nodded solemnly. Give it to me. Su Qianyu took the elixir, and he felt a very dense life force from it. Mu Bingjie hesitated and didn't stop. Although she didn't believe that this elixir of Jiang Yu's could really save Zhao Ningxuang, it was at least a ray of hope, and she couldn't bear to break it. Gollum. Su Qianyu carefully fed the elixir into Zhao Ningxuang's mouth. Then his expression couldn't help but become tense. How could he not be struggling on the brink of collapse when the only thing he could do now was pray for a miracle? Soon, as the elixir entered Zhao Ningxuang's body, a stream of pure life force instantly erupted and traveled through Zhao Ningxuang's 5 organs and 6 bowels. Miraculously, the breath in Zhao Ningxuang's body that had been about to be depleted was actually revitalized. It actually works. Mu Bingjie was directly stunned. She could very clearly feel the lush vitality that flourished within Zhao Ningxuang's body. Even Zhao Ningxuang's heartbeat and pulse became strong, and the pallor on her face gradually dissipated and began to turn red. All of this showed that Zhao Ningxuang was really recovering quickly. That's great. Mu Bingjie also showed joy on her face. She didn't expect such a turnaround at the most desperate time. Afterwards, Mu Bingjie looked at Jiang Yu inquiringly with great shock. Where did you get this elixir from? One didn't need to think about it to know that an elixir that could have such an effect was definitely no worse than the Taichu Xin fruit. But where did Jiang Yu get it from? An old grandpa used to give it to me. Jiang Yu said casually without much explanation. Is she really okay? Su Qianyu inquired nervously inside. It's fine. At most, we'll be able to awaken after a period of cultivation. Snow Moon Sword Immortal gave an affirmative reply. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, he felt more relaxed than ever before, as if 1,000 pounds of burden had been lifted. Let's get back then. Mu Bingjie was equally relieved. Vice Patriarch, take the 6th elder and Yuera back first. I still have to go do one more thing. Su Qianyu suddenly opened his mouth. At those words, Mu Bingjie stared at him. You don't need to persuade me. I know very well what I'm doing. Su Qianyu similarly looked straight at the other party. I'm not trying to persuade you. Mu Bingjie, however, suddenly smiled. Anything you want to do, go ahead and do it. All the consequences. I'll help you cover the bottom. Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. Are you sure it's anything? I'm sure. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu also smiled. He suddenly felt that today's Mu Bingjie didn't seem to be looking so upsetting. Afterwards, Su Qianyu redirected his gaze towards the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Hall, his eyes once again resuming their usual sternness. Purple Cloud Palace. His roar resounded throughout the entire Purple Cloud Hall. You're not leaving yet? Soon, Xing Wudao's figure reappeared. He looked at Mu Bingjie and Su Qianyu with an icy gaze and said in a deep voice, could it be that you really think that I don't dare to make a move to drive you away? Mu Bingjie didn't say anything. However, the surging Xianli in her body had already begun to darken. I came here this time to find someone. Su Qianyu looked straight at Xing Wudao with an expressionless face. Who are you looking for? Shenchanga. Su Qianyu spat out a name. What do you want with him? Xing Wudao's brows furrowed. Su Qianyu took a step forward. He didn't look at Xing Wudao, but rather looked into the crowd of that Purple Cloud Hall disciples. How much longer are you going to hide? As Su Qianyu's voice fell, a figure immediately stepped out, and this person was none other than Shenchanga, whom Su Qianyu had previously met in the heavy earth abyss. This little brother, are you looking for me for something? Shenchanga looked at Su Qianyu and opened his mouth to ask. Su Qianyu looked straight at the other party. You're the one who told the 10,000 Devil sect, right? When he had beheaded Sito Hao in the heavy earth abyss, Zhao Ningxuang and General Yunyan had silenced all the people from the 10,000 Devil sect. However, the 10,000 Devil sect still learned of the news in the first place and took one step ahead of the Heavenly Sword sect, capturing his father and the others, causing Zhao Ningxuang to be sneak attacked in the end and almost die completely. This revenge, he had to take. According to his previous speculation, it was likely that someone from the Purple Cloud Hall had leaked the information to the 10,000 Devils sect, and Shenchanga was the Purple Cloud Hall supporter in the heavy earth abyss at that time. So Su Qianyu guessed that the informer was most likely Shenchanga. I don't understand what you're talking about. A flash of shock and panic flashed within Shenchanga's eyes, but he still replied without changing his face. Su Qianyu smiled. I'll make you understand. Hearing this, Xing Wudao's brows furrowed. Kid, you don't want to try to show off in my Purple Cloud Hall's territory. But his words had only just fallen when Su Qianyu moved. Swish, chasing clouds and stepping on the moon steps catalyzed to the extreme. Su Qianyu's entire body instantly disappeared in place. Boy, how dare you! Xing Wudao was completely enraged. This kid actually dared to ignore his own words. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you here. Xing Wudao's speed was even faster as he directly cut through the void and attacked Su Qianyu with a palm. He did not show the slightest bit of mercy with this strike, killing intent surging in his eyes as he headed straight for Su Qianyu's life. Get the outta here. At this moment, Mu Bingjie suddenly blocked between Su Qianyu and Xing Wudao and completely blocked Xing Wudao's attack. Mu Bingjie, if you guys are doing this, do you want to declare war with my purple cloud hall? Xing Wudao's face changed as he hurriedly rebuked. If you want to fight, then fight. Mu Bingjie's face didn't change color as she replied lightly. Great Elder, save me. Shinchanga's terrified voice suddenly rang out. Without Xing Wudao's block, and with the fact that the rest of the purple cloud hall hadn't reacted yet, Su Qianyu arrived in front of Shinchanga in the blink of an eye. I don't want to die. Someone help me. Even though Shinchanga had a peak cultivation of Tianqian Ninth Realm, he had just seen Su Qianyu's terrifying battle power, and at this moment, he could not raise any resistance at all, and could only lose his voice and beg for help. Little scum, if you dare to kill him, I will slaughter you. Xing Wudao's exasperated voice sounded once again. However, no, Jin, a loud and clear dragon roar. Su Qianyu held his sword in one hand, his gaze cold and piercing. You have no proof. You can't kill me. Shinchanga's eyes reflected the image of death, and she hurriedly shouted, Giggle! In the next second, hot blood stormed out, and Shinchanga's head flew up high with it. I kill people. I never need proof. Su Qianyu retrieved the sharp sword, and behind him, 3 different colored, but equally domineering dragon shadows were tumbling and roaring. Chapter 128. Where are the curmudgeons here to act recklessly? Miso. The sword whistles, the dragon roars. Shinchanga's head traced a blood-colored arc in the air and finally landed heavily on the ground, his eyes still wide open, which were filled with panic and unwillingness. Dead. Senior brother Shinchanga is dead. Bold. This kid is just too arrogant. In an instant, the crowd of the Purple Cloud Hall was shocked and terrified. They had long since seen Su Qianyu's powerful fighting strength, but now Su Qianyu had actually beheaded Shinchanga in front of Xing Wudao. This kid, indeed, is quite handsome. Mu Bingjie didn't know whether to cry or laugh, but she knew that this was a big deal today. Su Qianyu raised his head again without the slightest regret in his eyes. The reason why he must kill Shinchanga was because he suspected that the other party had snitched to the 10,000 demon sect, which had led to what was happening now. Secondly, he has a grudge in his heart. Even if Xing Wudao had no excuse for not giving them the Taichu Xian fruit, but as he had said before, he had never been a gentleman himself, and could not do so with an open heart, especially when, having given the other party face in advance, he still chose to see death, or even turned his face away. If Jiang Yu hadn't sent the elixir in time, he couldn't imagine what he would end up with today, so his heart needed to vent. Little scum, you deserve to die. Xing Wudao let out a shocking roar from his mouth. He stared at Su Qianyu with a deadly stare, his whole body surging with killing intent. If I don't break you into pieces today, I'll eat upside down on the spot. As the voice fell, a furious and majestic aura suddenly erupted. Mu Bingjie saw the situation and blocked in front of Su Qianyu. She said that no matter what Su Qianyu did, she would have her to cover the bottom. Death to all of you. Xing Wudao's Shen power surged and condensed a huge palm print crushing towards Su Qianyu and Mu Bingjie. Rumble. Berserk Xian power erupted, pressurizing everyone present. Mu Bingjie's eyes stared at the situation. Stay close to me. She didn't choose to fight the other party, but instead, she waved her palm and threw out a piece of white jade. Boo! The jade instantly exploded, while the space in front of Mu Bingjie actually became distorted. Afterwards, she quickly brought Su Qianyu and Jiang Yu and stepped in towards the twisted space. Space stone. Xing Wudao, who saw the scene, was quite a bit furious. A space stone was a very precious treasure that served to tear through space and instantly transfer a person to another place. This was also the reason why Mu Bingjie dared to say that no matter what Su Qianyu did, she would be able to cover the bottom. Damn it! Xing Wudao became more and more furious. His attack fell short, and it was too late to stop it. Ha 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 ha, I seem to have come just in time. However, just as Mu Bingjie and the others stepped into the distorted space, a loud, morose laugh suddenly rang out. Who? Mu Bingjie's face changed. She looked back, but saw a black figure rapidly coming this way and condensing a black palm to grab it. Boom! The black palm impacted in the distorted space, and despite Mu Bingjie's defense in advance, the huge impact still knocked the 3 out of it. Buzz! The twisted space then disappeared, and Mu Bingjie's expression became very grave. It's someone from the 10,000 Devils sect, only to see that black figure come with a big smile. Mu Bingjie, we haven't seen each other for a long time as well. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It was a thin man with shadowy eyes. Wait Song. Mu Bingjie's heart sank. The person who came was none other than an elder of the 10,000 Demons sect. Now that Xing Wudao was on the defensive, coupled with Wei Song of the 10,000 Demons sect blocking their retreat, They were afraid that they really wouldn't be able to leave today. Looks like I'm going to get a surprise today. The thin man's gaze was morose as he looked toward Mu Bingjie and the others, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He had wanted to go searching for Qin Zhenyang this time, asking the other party why no news had come back for so long. However, when he went to the Tianwu dynasty he found that the entire Tianwu dynasty had actually been razed to the ground and Qin Zhenyang and the others had disappeared. Thus, he thought of the Purple Cloud Hall and rushed over on his way to take a look, not realizing that he happened to run into Mu Bingjie and the others who were being attacked by Xing Wudao. And with both parties being arch-rivals, he was naturally willing to make a move to stop them. I'll hold them off. You guys go first. Mu Bingjie's face did not change as she looked towards Su Qianyu and the others, still wanting to leave. Are you treating me like a poser? Xing Wudao quickly arrived in front of several people. Buzz! He threw out a purple mantle, then it quickly grew in size in mid-air, enveloping Mu Bingjie and Su Qianyu and the others head-on. Tom-tom! Accompanied by muffled sounds and dust, Mu Bingjie and the others were completely trapped by the purple mantle, unable to get out. Xing Wudao sneered, trapped by my purple spirit bowl, even if you have more space stones, you won't be able to escape. At those words, Mu Bingjie's heart tightened. This purple mantle of the opponent was clearly an Earth-grade extreme spiritual artifact. Not only did it have amazing defense, it actually blocked space, rendering her space stone useless. Wei Song, who was on the side, similarly laughed out loud when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Mu Bingjie, you're afraid that you've never thought that you'd have today. The Purple Cloud Palace had always been neutral, and although he didn't know why Xing Wudao had taken action against Mu Bingjie and the others, this was definitely a very rare opportunity, and he just happened to catch this opportunity, so he might even be able to make a move to take it down and give the Heavenly Sword sect a heavy blow. With this thought, Wei Song immediately looked at Xing Wudao. Elder Xing, your Purple Cloud Hall shouldn't want to offend the Heavenly Sword sect yet. How about handing them over to me? Xing Wudao nodded his head. Yes, but I have to behead that brat myself. Indeed, he didn't want to completely tear his face off with the Heavenly Sword sect, and since Wei Song was now willing to help, it was exactly what he wanted. No problem. Wei Song also had a sardonic smile on his face. I really picked myself up for nothing this time. Xing Wudao then looked at Su Qianyu. Kid, I've said it before, talent is not the capital for your arrogance and hubris. I'm sending you to hell. Immediately, Wei Song also walked towards Mu Bingjie with a cold smile on his face. It seems that I've been very lucky today, to be able to capture you, the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect, back to the 10,000 Demons sect. It's really exciting to think about it. As the voice fell, the two struck out at the same time. You guys hide behind me. Mu Bingjie let out a low cry, preparing to fight the two powerhouses alone. Miso, Su Qianyu, however, directly took out the Jade Shadow Sword without any fear in his eyes, and next to her, Jiang Yu held the unconscious Xiaoning Shuang as a flash of crimson crossed her beautiful eyes. Little scum, go to hell. At this moment, the two major powerhouses had already arrived in front of them. What kind of youngster dares to act recklessly here? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Several people looked up. A huge purple palm print fell from the sky. No! Wei Song's expression changed drastically. Boo! A huge collision sound rang out. Wei Song's entire body was directly knocked out by the purple palm print, crashing through several large trees one after another, and finally embedded deeply into the cliff before stopping. Who the hell is tired of living and dares to sneak attack me? Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His figure was in a sorry state, and an angry low roar came out of his mouth. Wei Song was directly dumbfounded. His eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He was an elder of the 10,000 Demons sect. Who would dare to hit him like that? Afterward, only a middle-aged man wearing purple brocade clothes with an unruffled face was seen walking slowly. You have a problem with that? The man looked at Wei Song with cold eyes. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Your Highness? Xing Wudao was also dumbfounded. It was because this person was none other than the Hall Master of the Purple Cloud Hall, Purple Wuji. Chapter 129. What are you afraid of? Xing Wudao was filled with doubt. At this moment, there were 10,000 big question marks in his heart. Why did His Highness want to lay such a heavy hand on Wei Song? He is the Hall Master of the Purple Cloud Hall, and also one of the 4 great sword kings of the Northern Spirit Domain. A notoriously good old man. Mu Bingjie transmitted her voice to Su Qianyu and introduced him. Soon, more Purple Cloud Hall disciples, as well as some Purple Cloud Hall executives all heard the sound and came. Seeing this scene in front of them were all wide-eyed. Xing Wudao hurriedly walked up and said to Zi Wuji, Hall Master, did you hit the wrong person? Just now it was someone from the Heavenly Sword sect. In his opinion, Su Qianyu had killed Shinchanga and provoked the majesty of the Purple Cloud Palace. So how come Zi Wuji should be the one to take action against Mu Bingjie and the others? But he hadn't finished his sentence. Pop! Zi Wuji slapped out violently, directly sending Xing Wudao's entire body flying out, his cheeks instantly red and swollen, and this scene completely stunned the crowd. Not only was Wei Song, who had just stumbled to his feet, dumbfounded, even Mu Bingjie and Su Qianyu and the others froze along with him. This Hall Master of the Purple Cloud Hall. Something seemed off? Hall Master, what are you doing hitting me for? Xing Wudao covered his face with an aggrieved expression and looked at Zi Wuji. You stupid thing. Violet Wuji suddenly cursed at Xing Wudao. Have you forgotten that our Purple Cloud Hall's purpose is to remain neutral? Xing Wudao sniffed and became more and more aggravated. Hall Master, it was clearly that little scumbag from the Heavenly Sword sect. He made the first move to kill our disciple before I did. Violet Wuji was still filled with anger. Do you think I didn't see what happened just now? If you injure the Vice Sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect, wouldn't you be drawing war on us? Xing Wudao was completely confused. He looked at Violet Wuji to say something. If he could, he really wanted to say something. You just injured Wei Song of the 10,000 Devils sect with a single slap. Isn't that not leading to war? As expected, Wei Song wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Violet Wuji with great anger. Questioning, Violet Hall Master, what do you mean by this? However, Pop! Zi Wuji slapped again, and even directly slapped Wei Song, who had only just stabilized, flying out again. Everyone present was dumbfounded. That's the idea, Violet Wuji said in a flat voice. Are you crazy? Wei Song stood up, his face full of shock. He similarly covered his face and looked at Violet Wuji in disbelief. One must know that a large part of the reason why the Violet Cloud Palace had always remained neutral was because Violet Wuji was courteous to everyone. But today, he didn't know what kind of madness Purple Wuji had gone through, actually beating himself up without the slightest bit of mercy. At this moment, Mu Bingjie was also in shock. Although she knew Zi Wuji, she hadn't had too many encounters with either the other party or the Purple Cloud Palace, so why would the other party help them? Thank you, Violet Hall Master, for your help. Mu Bingjie still stepped forward and sincerely thanked him, regardless of why the other party did that, but at least it really helped them to defuse the crisis. Otherwise they would have been in real danger just now. However, something even more shocking happened. Ha 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 ha, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Vice Patriarch Mu doesn't have to be so polite, only to see Zi Wuji laugh cheerfully, a warm smile actually appearing on his originally angry face. What's going on here? Hall Master? Xing Wudao was dumbfounded. Wei Song was even more dumbfounded, and even the crowd of Purple Cloud Hall disciples who were watching at the mountain gate were filled with incomprehension. Wasn't the speed of this change in Zi Wuji's face a bit too fast? But it shouldn't be. Just now, they all saw clearly. It was obviously Su Qianyu who killed Xinchanga, and Wei Song who stopped Mu Bingjie and the others who were preparing to escape. No matter what, Zi Wuji shouldn't have this kind of attitude. Where exactly did this go wrong? Violet Hall Master, I need a reason. Wei Song looked at Violet Wuji in anger. He was really about to explode with rage. He was obviously just passing by and even helped Xing Wudao in passing. But in the end, he actually received 2 slaps from Zi Wuji. Zi Wuji, have acted in my life. Why do I need to give others an explanation? Zi Wuji's gaze was bland and domineering. At those words, Wei Song almost spat out blood. Purple Wuji, who used to be the best talker and the one who liked to be a peacemaker the most, how come today it was as if he had been beaten with chicken blood and had to go against himself? He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Violet Hall Master, can I understand that you are declaring war with my 10,000 Devils sect? Xing Wudao's face immediately changed. Their Purple Cloud Hall had maintained a neutral attitude for hundreds of years, and once they really declared war with another super sect, it would definitely be a stone-cold event. Hall Masters should have a sense of propriety. Xing Wudao thought this in his heart, and at the same time, he was slightly more relieved. But declaring war is as good as declaring war. Do you think I'm intimidated? If you dare to gabble one more word here, I'll kill you right now. Violet Wuji shouted in anger and rage. This time, everyone present was dumbfounded as they all looked at Violet Wuji in bewilderment and confusion. Xing Wudao's heart, which had just been put down, directly shattered. ******* in hell. If you want to fight, let's fight. I've long seen that you guys are not happy. Whoever dares to wimp out today, whoever TM is a grandson. Subsequently, Zi Wuji pointed at Wei Song and cursed without the slightest regard for his image. And when these words came out, the entire room was even more dead silent. Even the brains of those present were numb. In their eyes, Zi Wuji, who had always been gentle and peaceful, actually broke the mold today by being so unimaginative, and also personally said that he wanted to declare war with the 10,000 Devils sect. One must know that the Purple Cloud Palace had remained neutral because of the presence of this good old man, Purple Wuji. But now, Violet Wuji actually declared war on the 10,000 Devils sect in public. Purple Wuji, are you sure? Wei Song climbed up with an iron color on his face. With his teeth clenched in death, he said, are you sure you want to declare war with us for these few people from the Heavenly Sword sect? Scram! His words had only just finished when Zi Wuji slapped him again, once again sending him flying dozens of feet away. Pass the order down. From today onwards, the Purple Cloud Palace officially declares war on the 10,000 Devils sect. The disciples within the palace will prepare for war with all their might, and those who dare to come to violate the law will be executed even though they are far away. The moment these words came out, the minds of the many people of the Purple Cloud Hall went blank. Did you hear all that? Violet Wuji spoke loudly once again. Here. The people of the Purple Cloud Hall were suddenly at a loss, with odd colors in their eyes, and mixed feelings in their hearts, so they could only hasten to answer in the affirmative. Sheng Wudao gritted his teeth and persuaded, Hall Master, this is a big deal. Should we confer again? At those words, Violet Wuji flung his sleeve robe. What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight with him? The 10,000 demon sex people are hitting our doorsteps. If we don't even dare to let out a single fart, if this spreads out, do I, Zi Wuji, still want to continue to mix? When he finished, he gave Sheng Wudao another hard glare. Purple Cloud Hall crowd, and it was a moment of true silence. Su Qianyu looked at Mu Bingjie. Her blank eyes seemed to be asking, is this the good old man you talk about? Mu Bingjie's expression was also very awkward. She likewise didn't understand why Zi Wuji's temperament had changed drastically today. Well, I will definitely relay this to our patriarch. Wei Song was so angry that his face was full of grimace. He could only give a harsh word and then ran away in ashes. Zi Wuji's meaning was already obvious. He was afraid that if he continued to stay here, the other party would really dare to kill him, until Wei Song's gray-headed figure completely disappeared. The expressions on the faces of the people of the Purple Cloud Hall still looked very dull. Their Purple Cloud Palace had been neutral for hundreds of years, and they just hastily declared war with the 10,000 Devils sect? It was like a dream. Chapter 130, Gotta add money. Why don't you hurry up and put away the purple spirit bowl? Zi Wuji coldly looked at Sheng Wudao again. Sheng Wudao wanted to explain further, but when he saw the other party's majestic eyes, he shut his mouth and obediently did as he was told. A smile appeared on Violet Wuji's face once again. Looking towards Mu Bingjie and Su Qianyu, several people softly said, just now, it was my poor hospitality that caused several people to misunderstand. Please bear with me. This time, even Mu Bingjie felt like a dream. Although she was the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Sword sect, she was still one rank below Zi Wuji in terms of status. But why was the other party so polite? Violet Hall Master, you actually don't have to be like this. Mu Bingjie looked at Violet Wuji in disbelief. Zi Wuji, however, laughed cheerfully without caring. Ha, our Purple Cloud Palace has always been on good terms with the Heavenly Sword sect, so this matter is simply not enough to worry about. He then sidled up and said, as an indemnity, this time, I will personally take a few of you to the palace to rest. He didn't even look like the head of a temple with this behavior down. The hearts of the people present became even more numb. At this moment, Zi Wuji's treatment of Mu Bingjie's several people was simply two extremes from the way he treated Wei Song just now. Could it be that they've really reached some kind of consensus with the Heavenly Sword sect? But I haven't heard about it either. We still have urgent matters to return to the sect, so we don't need to trouble the Violet Hall Master. In the end, Mu Bingjie politely declined the other party's invitation. At those words, Zi Wuji had a look of regret on his face. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. But I still ask Vice Patriarch Mu to make sure to keep this little brother. Zi Wuji's words caused both Mu Bingjie and Su Qianyu to freeze. Violet Hall Master, what do you mean by this? Mu Bingjie became alert and sidestepped to block Su Qianyu behind herself. Purple Wuji gave a slight cry and said with affection, Vice Patriarch Mu, don't misunderstand. Truth be told, this little brother's talent is the only thing I've ever seen in my life, and his achievements in the future will definitely be extraordinary. What happened just now was indeed something we didn't do well, and as compensation, that's why I wanted to invite little brother to stay in our Purple Cloud Palace for a few days, and also let us do our duty as a landlord. At those words, Mu Bingjie didn't make a sound. Su Qianyu's talent and potential was obvious to all, and after what had just happened, it made sense that Zi Wuji's heart would be worried. I'm not staying. Su Qianyu, however, directly refused and asked rhetorically, you don't think that I would joke with my own life, do you? Upon hearing this, Purple Wuji was quite a bit embarrassed and continued to explain. This little brother has misunderstood. I really have no malicious intent. But not before he finished his sentence. Gotta add money. Su Qianyu spoke again. Purple Wunderkind. Mu Bingjie. All of the people present couldn't help but have their eyelids jumping wildly. God damn, it has to add money. You just said you wouldn't joke about your life, and it's just for a raise? Ha 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 ha. Little brother is really funny. Just say what you want directly. Zi Wuji laughed again after reacting. Su Qianyu raised her head slightly. Finally, his gaze landed on Xing Wudao. That purple mantle of his just now is quite good. I have my eye on it. Xing Wudao's expression changed slightly. You dream, and then break into a fit of rage. The purple spirit bowl was an Earth-grade extreme spiritual artifact. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was his lifeblood, and Su Qianyu had actually hit the idea on himself. Since you won't, goodbye. Su Qianyu directly turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Violet Wuji suddenly spoke. Elder Xing, give the violet spirit bowl to this little brother. Xing Wudao's face immediately changed drastically. Your Highness, this must not be allowed. He looked at Violet Wuji, his eyes wide and on the verge of tears. Even Mu Bingjie looked at Zi Wuji with great surprise. Even with the family belongings of the Purple Cloud Palace, I'm afraid that there weren't too many Earth-grade extreme spirit weapons, and the other party was actually really willing to give Su Qianyu one? As I said, Vice Patriarch Mu and this little brother are honored guests of our Purple Cloud Palace, and the Purple Spirit Mantle will be taken as an indemnity for the disrespect you showed to the two of you just now. At those words, Xing Wudao's eyes instantly turned red. But Your Highness, he looked at Violet Wuji incredulously, as if he was trying to find a hint of a joke on the other party's face. But he soon despaired. There's no buts. Do you want to offend a genius who will most likely achieve Sword Immortal in the future? Violet Wuji's voice gradually sharpened. Xing Wudao's expression froze. Ken Shin. It was an existence that existed only in legend. There were a total of 4 Sword Kings in the entire Northern Spirit Domain, but there wasn't even a single Sword Immortal. And for Su Qianyu to become a Sword King at such a young age, it was indeed very likely that he would achieve Sword Immortal status in the future. The people present seemed to somewhat understand why Zi Wuji was doing this. It was in fear of Su Qianyu's terrifying potential. Here, in the end, Xing Wudao could only obey with tears in his eyes, handing out a palm-sized purple mantle towards Su Qianyu. Then I'm welcome. Su Qianyu took it and put it into his storage ring. This purple spirit mantle will be taken as an indemnity for little brother. And please don't care about the unpleasantness just now, Purple Wuji said smilingly. At this moment, Xing Wudao's heart was dripping blood. However, Su Qianyu was not prepared to let the other party go just like that, and faintly said, I remember. Before, someone but said that if you can't kill me today, you have to eat upside down on the spot? At those words, Xing Wudao's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, and his gaze towards Su Qianyu was almost ready to spit out fire. Numerous Purple Cloud Hall disciples also looked at Xing Wudao with strange expressions. The other party did say such a sentence just now. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. It's all you're doing. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to this little brother? Zi Wuji looked at Xing Wudao and chided. The latter is even more grief-stricken. Right. No. Just now. I did wrong. Xing Wudao practically gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence word by word. His face suffocated in a burst of distended redness. It was evident that he was already furious to the extreme inside. Su Qianyu remained expressionless. Compared to apologizing, I'm still more interested in seeing you perform how to eat upside down. Deceiving people too much. Xing Wudao's forehead veins rippled, and his fists clenched and creaked. When you struck out at me earlier, why didn't you say that you were too deceitful? Su Qianyu's face showed mockery. Zi Wuji hurriedly changed the topic and looked at Mu Bingjie. My Purple Cloud Hall has already declared war with the 10,000 Devils sect, so I would also like to ask Vice Patriarch Mu to go back and talk to Patriarch Mo, so that perhaps we can discuss a joint strategy. Mu Bingjie was overjoyed in her heart. The Purple Cloud Hall had always remained neutral, and if the other party could really join forces with them against the 10,000 Demons sect, it would be a heavenly good thing for them. I'll pass it on. Mu Bingjie nodded solemnly. Zi Wuji, on the other hand, looked at Su Qianyu once again and said, I wonder if this little brother, can you give me face? Since the Violet Hall Master has invited me so graciously, then I will respectfully comply. Su Qianyu nodded. Mu Bingjie, however, was a bit hesitant. If Vice Patriarch Mu is still uneasy, he can come back in a few days to pick up this little brother, and in the meantime, I guarantee that this little brother won't be harmed in any way. Violet Wuji continued to laugh. Only then did Mu Bingjie nod her head. Then she looked at Su Qianyu and handed out a storage ring, and transmitted a voice, keep an extra eye out. Don't trust them too much. There are 2 space stones in here. If you encounter danger, immediately crush them and return to the clan. We'll have our backs for you in all things. Su Qianyu did not move and put it away. Husband, actually Jiang Yu also looked towards Su Qianyu, her big watery eyes filled with reluctance. wanting to speak. Don't worry. I'm fine. Wait for me to get back. Su Qianyu touched the other party's head and laughed. Seeing this, Mu Bingjie looked towards Zi Wuji and Xing Wudo. I'll be back to pick him up in half a month at the most. And I'll say one more thing. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure that the entire Purple Cloud Palace pays an unbearable price. After saying that, she picked up Zhao Ningxuang, who was still in a deep sleep, and quickly left with Jiang Yu. Chapter 131, Spanking If You Don't Listen. Ha ha ha, this little brother. Follow me. After Mu Bingjie left, a warm smile appeared on Zi Wuji's face once again. Afterward, under the exasperated gaze of Xing Wudo and the incredulous gazes of the crowd of Purple Cloud Hall disciples, Su Qianyu followed behind Zi Wuji and walked into the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Hall. After not walking for long, Zi Wuji suddenly stopped after asking Su Qianyu his name. He solemnly looked at Su Qianyu and said, "Little brother, I'm prepared to betroth my daughter to you. What do you think?" The crowd was filled with shock. "Father, what are you talking about?" Purple Crimson Rain hurriedly came forward and looked at Purple Wuji incredulously. Her purple pupils filled with resistance. Even Su Qianyu was not going to be whole by the other party's sudden words and refused. Violet Hall Master. I already have a Dao couple. Violet Wuji, however, waved her hand very boldly. What does it matter? A supreme genius like you will certainly achieve extraordinary things in the future. Marry a few more to match your status. At those words, Zi Xiangyu's face changed drastically. Father, I don't even know him well. Violet Wuji just smiled calmly. As the saying goes, once you're born, twice you're familiar. You've just fought with little brother Qianyu, and now that you've met again, you're already an acquaintance. The people present were instantly petrified on the spot. What kind of divine logic is that? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I don't want it. Purple Crimson Rain was even more anxious with tears in her eyes. There's no need to say anymore. It's decided. I'll personally solemnize your wedding in half a month. Violet Wuji didn't give the crowd a chance to react at all and directly clapped his hands. Zi Xiangyu stared wide-eyed. She couldn't believe it. She had obviously done nothing and she was just married off? This. The many senior members of the Purple Cloud Hall similarly looked at each other in dismay as they understood that Zi Wuji was trying to walk down one path. But is it worth it to do this for a genius? Many bowed their heads, fell silent, and their hearts turned upside down. Oh, our saintly daughter. The crowd of Purple Cloud Hall disciples were even more heartbroken, looking at Su Qianyu as if they were looking at their father's murderer. Su Qianyu was also confused. He obviously did nothing. So he picked up a daughter-in-law for nothing? Purple Temple Master. In fact, Su Qianyu wants to try harder. I get it. I get it all. Zi Wuji looked at Su Qianyu solemnly. With so many people here you two really can't let go. Let's go now. When he finished, he glared at the crowd around him. Get the hell out of here. All of you. For a moment, the surrounding area was instantly empty. Only then did Zi Wuji look at Su Qianyu and Zi. Then I won't disturb your lovemaking. You properly take your as-you-wish gentleman for a stroll around. After saying that, he directly turned around and left, leaving only the dumbfounded Su Qianyu and the incredulous Zi Xiangyu in place. So what? Why don't you take me for a walk? Su Qianyu was the first to look at the other party and opened his mouth, but Zi Xiangyu looked at him angrily. I'm telling you, my father was just confused for a moment. There's no way I'm marrying you. After that, she was about to leave. But in the next second, the already disappeared Zi Wuji actually reappeared and carried Zi Scarlet Rain back in front of Su Qianyu. Then he looked at Su Qianyu and smiled. You don't have to be polite. Xian's son-in-law, she's your maiden now. If she doesn't listen, you can just spank her. At those words, Zi Xianyu instantly made a big red face. Father, what on earth are you talking about? We've only met a few times, and you're shouting at your son-in-law? And you let a man beat your ass? She just felt like the sky was falling. Zi Wuji glared at her. Crimson Rain. Don't fool around. You guys should cultivate your relationship first, and you'll get married in half a month. Father, I don't want it. Purple Crimson Rain stomped her feet in a hurry, but Purple Wuji turned his eyes and disappeared again. Su Qianyu, what the hell is this? Now you're always willing to show me around, right? He could only look at Violet Crimson Rain again and ask. You dream. Purple Crimson Rain still stared angrily. Pop. Su Qianyu slapped on top of the other party's arse. The feel of the hand was so good, it almost didn't bounce off his hand. Ah! Purple Crimson Rain instantly let out a scream, her eyes misty with tears. How dare you hit me? She looked at Su Qianyu anxiously and shyly. It was the first time I had been spanked by a man myself. This is what your father said. Don't blame me. If you are still unwilling, then I can only continue to fight. Su Qianyu shrugged his shoulders. You're shameless and nasty. Purple Crimson Rain was so angry that her pretty face blushed. In the end, She compromised, because she could see that Su Qianyu really dared to hit her again. Along the way, Zi Xiangyu walked in front with a puff of anger, while Su Qianyu looked around idly, very cozy. Suddenly, Su Qianyu stopped his steps, then pointed at a pavilion in front of him and asked, "What is this place?" Purple Crimson Rain still had a peach blossom face. She really didn't want to answer Su Qianyu's question, but she was afraid that Su Qianyu would spank her again. In the end, he still gritted his teeth and replied, "This is the book pavilion, the place where the disciples in the temple select their feats and martial arts." Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Then he took a big step forward. "What do you do?" Purple Crimson Rain rushed to catch up. "Of course I'm going in to pick out a martial art." Su Qianyu inclined her head and answered rightfully, "You're afraid you're not daydreaming." Z Scarlet Rain glared fiercely at Su Qianyu and said, "You're not even a disciple of our hall. How can we let you in?" Su Qianyu, however, didn't bother. He stepped straight into the book depository. "Stop the comber." Soon, a middle-aged man blocked Su Qianyu. He was the administrator of the book collection pavilion, elder son. Just now when Su Qianyu was outside the mountain gate, he also ran to watch the fun and knew that Su Qianyu was not a disciple of the Purple Cloud Hall. So naturally it was impossible to allow Su Qianyu to enter the book collection pavilion now. "Just now, it was your hall master who told me to wander around, but he didn't say that I couldn't enter here," Su Qianyu replied without changing his face. At those words, the crowd immediately froze. "When you think about it, it seems to be true. You're being forceful," Z Scarlet Rain said as she angrily looked at Su Qianyu. Pop. Another slap. Soft and buckled and popped, with a really nice feel. "If you yell at me again, next time I'll take your pants off before I beat you," Su Qianyu said indifferently. Zi Xiangyu's entire body instantly froze with tears in her eyes. She was actually spanked by Su Qianyu in front of so many people, and she even said that she would strip her pants. The people present couldn't help but have their eyelids jumping wildly as well. This is their holy maiden. Who wouldn't treat her with courtesy and love when they see her in normal times? But this guy is so unaware of the lack of compassion. What an arrogant brat. Just then, a low voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned around to look, only to see a young man in a purple brocade robe with a handsome face walking over. Seeing this person, Zi Xiangyu cried out with a wow. Chapter 132, Give him more monkeys. The young lord is here. The crowd rushed to make way. The brocade-robed man in front of him was none other than the young master of the Purple Cloud Palace. Zi Yang. "Brother, you have to do it for me." Purple Crimson Rain hurriedly ran up and cried, "I heard all about what just happened." Zi Yang looked at Su Qianyu with cold eyes and walked slowly. "My father is only temporarily blinded. But this is the Purple Cloud Palace. It's not your turn for an outsider to be arrogant. And there's absolutely no way my sister will marry you." Su Qianyu raised her head slightly. "Okay, I'll go then." Without any hesitation, he turned and walked away. "Humph, making a fool of yourself." Violet Crimson Rain skimmed her lips at the sight, a triumphant smile on her face. Now finally no one has the guts to beat their own ass. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace didn't stop them. It was best if this brat left. Perhaps they could go back and persuade Violet Wuji to hastily withdraw his decision to declare war with the 10,000 Devil Sect. "You rebellious son!" Right at this moment, an exasperated voice suddenly rang out. The crowd rushed to look, but they saw that Violet Wuji, who had clearly left a moment ago, had actually reappeared. "Father, what are you scolding me for?" Zi Yang looked at the other party with a face full of confusion. "Cursing you. It's good that I didn't beat you up," Zi Wuji said viciously, not waiting for the crowd to react. He looked at Su Qianyu again and said with a smile on his face, "Xian's son-in-law, your great-uncle doesn't know any better. Don't take it seriously." At those words, Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. "He's right. I am indeed just an outsider and it's really not appropriate for me to stay here any longer. So I'd better go." When he finished, he turned straight around. "Wait." Violet Wuji suddenly spoke. "You're the honored guest I invited. You can go to the entire Purple Cloud Palace, naturally including this book collection pavilion." At those words, the crowd was shocked. "Father, on what grounds is he?" Ziyang asked in a hurry. The book collection pavilion was definitely one of the most central places in the entire Purple Cloud Palace, and even he couldn't go in and out at will. But now, Zi Wuji actually agreed to let Su Qianyu, an outsider, he couldn't figure it out no matter what. Just because he's the Sword King, Zi Wuji blew his beard and eyes out. So what? Zi Yang was unwilling to meet his eyes. Even if he is the Sword King, what does it have to do with us? You actually declared war with the 10,000 Devils sect for his sake. This is joking with the lives and future of the entire Purple Cloud Hall disciples. The people in the room agreed. The young lord is right. Hall Master, this matter indeed needs to be discussed in the long run. The Violet Cloud Hall never participated in the struggle between the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Devils sect, but today, Violet Wuji had publicly declared war on the 10,000 Devils sect, and that meant that they would be involved in the war as well. And there are wars, then there are casualties. They were all used to living a peaceful life, and naturally they were not willing to have more things that could threaten their lives for no reason, which was why they were so resistant. Shut up, all of you. Violet Wuji let out a low shout. This little brother has become a sword king at such an early age. It's not too much to say that he's a heavenly talent. Doesn't that speak for itself? Why are you all so short-sighted? Now is the time when little brother needs help the most. If we don't help him at this time, are we going to wait until he achieves sword immortal in the future? When it comes down to it, you can't even eat before it's hot. Why can't you guys figure that out? Violet Wuji spoke with hatred. The crowd was silent. Violet Wuji was right, but they still felt like they were dreaming. Father. Xiang wanted to say more. No need for words. Purple Wuji flung his sleeve robe. Sage son-in-law, I'll accompany you up. And if you have any eye-catching techniques in martial arts, you can just take them and cultivate them directly. The crowd was in a state of shock. Zi Wuji, a mouthful of a virtuous son-in-law. This is really to madly invest in Su Qianyue. However, Su Qianyue just shook his head. It seems that the hall master also treats me as an outsider. I'd better leave. Violet Wuji froze, but he quickly reacted and smiled broadly. How about this then? Little brother, you can just go in by yourself, but remember that martial arts skills are in the essence and not in the abundance. You can't chew too much if you're greedy. Only then did Su Qianyue nod. Latecomer honors the teachings of the Violet Hall Master. After saying that, under the shocked and envious gazes of the crowd, he walked into the book collection pavilion with great strides. Damn it! Zi Yang gritted his teeth in anger at the sight. Sheng Wudao, who was on the side, took this opportunity to look at Zi Wuji in great confusion and asked, Hall Master, he's not one of our own after all. You declared war with the 10,000 Devils sect for him. Is it really worth it to do so? The crowd also looked over. They've been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Su Qianyue's talent is obvious to all. It is indeed a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years, yes, but after all, it is not a disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace. This has a chicken feather relationship with them, just because an outsider had strong talent. Was it worth it for Zi Wuji to make this decision to go against his ancestor and even gamble on the future of the entire Zi Yun Palace? Worth it, very worth it, Zi Wuji said with a burning gaze, as if he was pumped with chicken blood. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. If we give him help and preferential treatment at this time, when he's strong, he definitely won't forget our kindness. Moreover, my Purple Cloud Hall has not been weak for generations, but now the 10,000 Demons sect dares to come to my door openly. I can't swallow this breath. At those words, the crowd grew more and more silent. You're right about everything, but that's too impulsive. Zi Himyu immediately cried and said, Then I really want to marry him? Marry? You must. If you marry him, then the Purple Cloud Palace will be half of his home, especially if you give him a few more monkeys, so he won't be able to run away in the future. Violet Wuji's attitude was very strong. Crowd, I think you're senile. Xiang was so angry that he directly spat out Fengyang. The other side, Su Qianyue had already ascended to the book depository. He roughly looked around. There were 4 floors here, and the things on the first 3 floors just couldn't catch his eye right now, so he went straight to the 4th floor. The 4th level was much narrower than the following 3 levels, and there weren't many feats of martial arts in it, adding up to only a dozen or so in total. Earth grade, lower grade martial skill, Earth escape technique. Good stuff. Take it away. Earth grade, medium grade technique. Xian Yuan shattering star technique. Good stuff. Take it away. Earth grade, upper grade spiritual power martial skill. Purple phantom demon pupil. Good stuff. Take it away. Browsing through the various feats and martial arts in front of him, Su Qianyue's eyes lit up. It could be said that the entire Purple Cloud Hall's most powerful underpinnings of the last 1,000 years since its establishment were all here. It's all good stuff. Now it's all mine. Su Qianyue grinned as he topographed all the feats and martial arts here before he clapped his hands in satisfaction. As for what Zi Wuji said just now, in essence not in excess, greedy and chewing too much such words, he completely took it as a whisper. All he knew was, I can't know how to do it, but I definitely can't do without it. As for whether or not doing so would be sorry for Zi Wuji's trust, that would be very simple. If the other party was really sincere to himself, the big deal was that he would find another opportunity to return it. But if the other party has bad intentions, it's not his fault. Soon, Su Qianyue went downstairs and saw Zi Wuji, who was still tongue-tied, as well as the many weeping Zi Yun Hall people. Wise son-in-law, you're here. Violet Wuji immediately greeted him. Sage son-in-law, What martial arts skill do you have your eye on? Su Qianyu casually handed out a martial art. I think this martial art is quite suitable for me. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Fortunately, it was only an earth grade lower grade martial skill, which was barely acceptable. It seems that this kid knows his stuff and is very aware of what status he is in. Chapter 133, The Little Lotus only shows its sharp horns. Ha 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 ha. What suits you is the best. Zi Wuji also patted Su Qianyu's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. On the contrary, Zi Yang looked at this scene full of gloom. Without knowing, he thought that Su Qianyu was the young master of the Purple Cloud Palace. Violet Wuji spoke again next. It's just right to announce here that I'm going to open the Star Sea tomorrow, and all disciples above the Tianqian realm and the temple can sign up to participate. Saying that, he looked at Su Qianyu smilingly. Of course, this virtuous son-in-law of mine can also participate. The crowd was shocked at the words. What? Sea of Stars? Isn't there still half a year until the next opening? Facing the crowd's questions, Violet Wuji was expressionless. Since we've declared war on the 10,000 Devil sect, we must prepare in advance. So I decided to open the Sea of Stars half a year earlier. So let's all take this opportunity to prepare for the battle with all our might. The people of the Purple Cloud Hall looked at each other in dismay. They were now completely convinced that Purple Wuji had come for real this time. Zi Wuji then looked at Zi Himonyu again. Alright, it's getting late now. So hurry up and take your asinine husband and go back to Ziwei house to rest. At those words, Zi Xiangyu's face instantly collapsed. Why should I let him live in my house? Zi Wuji glared at her. He's your fiancé now. What's wrong with sleeping with you? Purple Crimson Rain wanted to cry. Immediately after that, Zi Wuji heatedly smiled at Su Qianyu again and transmitted his voice. Xian son-in-law. Ah, I've prepared all the chances for you. Don't be polite at night, and work harder to create a few more. Su Qianyu, break it all up. Purple Wuji gave an order and the crowd left. There was so much going on today, so much that was so unexpected, that they needed to prepare for it as well. Take me to your room. Su Qianyu looked towards Xianyu. You wish. Her words only just came out of her mouth. Then she saw Su Qianyu's raised slap and jumped away like a frightened rabbit. You wait. In the end, she could only succumb to Su Qianyu's lustful authority and let him into a building with a pleasant view. You'll live on the east side and never run west without my permission. With a warning, Zi Xianyu huffed and puffed and left. It was a good thing that her own Ziwei building was big enough. Otherwise she would have fought Su Qianyu to the death. But there was no way she would have let the other party live in. That's quite a haul today. After Zi Scarlet Rain left, Su Qianyu sat down cross-legged. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he took out the purple spirit bowl that he had obtained from Xing Wu Dao and refined it completely. Worthy of being an earth-grade upper-grade spiritual artifact, it's really powerful. This purple spirit bowl not only had an extremely strong defense of its own, but also possessed a very outstanding ability to retain people. And if it wasn't for the timely arrival of Purple Wuji today, it was estimated that even Mu Bingjie wouldn't necessarily be able to break through its confinement. With this item, my self-protection ability, as well as my combat power can be enhanced. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. He then identified an earth-grade upper-grade martial skill called Purple Phantom Demon Pupil from the dozen or so feats and martial skills he had just searched. The reason why he had taken out this martial art was because it had a special label on it. It was a mental power attack martial art. This should be a kind of pupil art. And after you succeed in practicing it, not only will it enhance your spiritual power, but it will also allow your eyes to erupt into attacks that can cause damage to the spirit. As if knowing that Su Qianyu definitely did not understand, Snow Moon Sword Immortal explained in his mind in time. So it is. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten that when he had dueled with the 10,000 Devils sect before, the other party had used a spiritual attack, causing Mo Euro to lose her mind. If he hadn't been protected by the heart of the shallow moon at the time, he probably would have been struck as well. Su Qianyu then immediately flipped through it. The content therein was indeed almost identical to what the Snow Moon Sword Immortal had said, that after cultivating the Purple Phantom Demon Pupil, one could use both eyes to launch a spiritual attack, and that one could also pierce through many illusions. What a treat! Su Qianyu couldn't help but marvel, not to mention the other dozen or so earth-grade martial skills. Just the Purple Spirit Bowl and Purple Phantom Demon Pupil were two items that could increase his combat power by at least 30%. This time it was simply earning hemp. However, Su Qianyu did not immediately cultivate the Purple Phantom Demon Pupil, and walked towards the direction where Zi Scarlet Rain had just left. Previously, he had learned from Mu Bingjie that Starsea could awaken the water dragon Vain in himself, so he had to go and ask about the Starsea first. Are you there? There's something I want to ask you. Su Qianyu quickly came to a room in the west and found that the door was half open and half hidden, so he pushed the door in. Wow! Purple Crimson Rain subconsciously stood up from the bath and hurriedly tried to reach for the clothes hanging nearby, but it was too late. Su Qianyu froze immediately. Only see purple scarlet rain body naked standing in the bathtub. And this angle just the other party's upper body all sea light. Ah! Then, an ear-piercing scream resounded throughout the Z-Way building. Purple crimson rain is full of red face. A moment to cover the top. A moment to cover the bottom. But in the end, they were all seen by Su Qianyu. Why don't you just sit down? Seeing this, Su Qianyu said in a good-natured manner. Wow! Purple crimson rain hurriedly sat down in the bath, revealing only a small head. You hurry up and get out of here. She glared angrily at Su Qianyu, her eyes tearing up and on the verge of tears. She is still an unmarried yellow flower girl, actually so by a man who just met a day to see naked. Then hurry up and get out. Su Qianyu turned around and left after saying that. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around abruptly. You despicable, shameless and nasty villain. Still looking. Seeing Su Qianyu turn back, Zihinyu was so angry that she was trembling. Don't get me wrong. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. I just want to say that your little lotus is just showing its tip. There's really nothing to cover. At those words, Zihinyu was immediately struck by lightning. Get thee outta here. She almost growled. Boo! Su Qianyu immediately closed the door. In the bath, Zi Xiangyu looked down and directly cried. Outside the door, Su Qianyu looked up at the full moon in the night sky, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, then hemmed and hawed. It's still my Yuer who's good. It had to be said that after eating the mountainous delicacies of Jiangyu and the others themselves, when they saw other people's delicacies, they simply couldn't work up an appetite and only felt tasteless. Yuli, the ever-dropping god. It didn't take long for Zihinyu to walk out fully dressed, a pair of purple pupils glaring viciously at Su Qianyu. You denizen. If his eyes could kill, Su Qianyu would probably be dead beyond death, but he directly ignored the other party's anger and curses. If he remembered correctly, in the past, Mo Euro also scolded herself like this. But what about now? She wasn't still conquered by her own personality just the same. I came to ask you what's going on with that star sea. Su Qianyu opened the door and asked. Who am I to tell you? Purple crimson rain was still filled with anger. Pop. A slap. Fresh from the shower is different. More moisturized and bouncy. I'm going to kill you. Now. Purple crimson rain completely broke her defenses and lunged over with her teeth and claws open. Su Qianyu raised his palm again. Chapter 134, Su Qianyu Must Die. Rising Sun Building. This was the residence of the young master of the Purple Cloud Palace, Zi Yang. At this moment, the bright moon was high in the sky, and there was silence in all directions. Zi Yang was sitting on a stone bench, his expression looking very gloomy, and across from him, there were three young men sitting. Young lord, I still can't figure it out. One of the men was the first to speak. Why would the Hall Master declare war with the 10,000 Devil sect for a not yet fully grown boy? His name was Duan Muyen, and not only was he one of the top geniuses of the Purple Cloud Palace, he was also a close friend of Zi Yang. The other two likewise spoke in agreement. Yes, wouldn't your highness be too hasty in doing so? It's more than being impatient. It's totally gambling with the fate of all of us. What if that kid sucks? What happened today was so unbelievable that they weren't prepared for it at all. Not to mention you guys. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Purple Cloud Palace knows exactly what my father means, Zi Yang said in a cold voice. The three were silent. Then we're just going to watch the Holy Maiden marry that kid and then have to go to war with the 10,000 Devils sect? Duan Muyen said unwillingly. As soon as the word war came out, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Now there's another way. Zi Yang raised his head to look at the moon, his voice murderous. My father is nothing more than a man who sees the boy's talent and wants to invest in him before he grows up. But if a dead genius is worth nothing. At those words, the three of them were shocked. What does the young lord mean? Zi Yang's face was expressionless, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Tomorrow is the Star Seas quota selection competition. That kid will definitely participate. By then the swords will not be able to help. If he gets injured or dies, all problems will be solved. The three of them instantly understood what Zi Yang meant. As long as that Su Qianyu died, everything that happened today would turn into a dream, and Zi Wuji would definitely not declare war with the 10,000 Devil sect again. However, if that brat dies in our place, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Sword sect side will not be able to give a good explanation. Someone worried. Zi Yang sneered. Even if we offend the Heavenly Sword sect, so what? 10,000 demons sect is already enough of a headache for them. Do they still dare to provoke us again? The three of them came to a realization. Then what does young lord mean is that we will strike tomorrow? Duan Muyan's voice became equally cold. That's right. The three of you are all at the King Xian realm. You definitely won't have any problems dealing with that kid. A cold smile appeared on Zi Yang's face. Right now, in the entire hall, except for my father, everyone is itching for him to die early. So as long as he is slaughtered, everything will wind down. As the young master of the Purple Cloud Palace, he absolutely would not allow the Purple Cloud Palace to get involved in a war because of a brat, adding casualties in vain. Therefore, Su Qianyu must die. The three Duanmuyan people nodded at the same time. Good. Leave the matter to us. Ziyang laughed along with him. Once you succeed, you will be the heroes of the Purple Cloud Palace. On the other side, the Violet House. Can we talk now? It wasn't until after Zi Xiangyu stopped crying that Su Qianyu faintly opened his mouth. You asshole. Purple Crimson Rain cursed angrily. In the end, she still reddened her eyes and slowly said, the Star Sea is a secret realm unique to our Purple Cloud Palace, which contains very dense water attribute energy and Xian power, and only opens once every 3 years. Saying that, she looked viciously at Su Qianyu. I really don't know what kind of madness father has gone through, actually willing to declare war with the 10,000 devil sect for you, and opening the Star Sea half a year in advance. Su Qianyu directly ignored the other party's attitude. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In that case, there was a real possibility that he could awaken the water dragon vein in that Star Sea. At that time, one's strength would be enhanced once again. Seeing this, Z Scarlet Rain huffed and said, don't be too happy. You won't even be able to pass tomorrow's audition. Su Qianyu raised her head slightly. There are still tryouts? That's for sure. After entering the Star Sea, there will be 7 best cultivation positions, which are to be fought for in the auditions. Saying that, Ziyimyu looked at Su Qianyu proudly. At that time, not to mention these 7 best positions, you won't even be able to enter the Sea of Stars if you're targeted. She didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be someone targeting Su Qianyu in tomorrow's audition, and as long as someone could defeat this guy, then it would prove that the other party wasn't very powerful either, and then she wouldn't have to marry. Hearing this, Su Qianyu just smiled. Instead of worrying about whether or not I can get in, why don't you figure out how to invest in yourself, or you'll really be hopeless. Purple Crimson Rain was slightly stunned, but when she saw Su Qianyu's gaze fall on a certain place on her body, her cheeks instantly turned red. I don't need you to mind my business, she screamed at the top of her lungs, then went inside and slammed the door behind her. The next day, under the reluctant lead of Zi Xiangyu, Su Qianyu walked straight into a spacious and bright hall. In the main hall, besides Zi Wuji and Zi Yang, there was Xing Wu Dao and a bunch of other senior members of the Purple Cloud Hall. Only, these people were all filled with displeasure when they saw Su Qianyu. Even as Su Qianyu made this journey, he encountered hundreds of Purple Cloud Hall disciples on the way, and the gazes these people looked at him with were hardly the least bit kind. After all, in the eyes of those people, it was all because of himself that the Purple Cloud Hall was involved in the war, so it was naturally impossible to give him a good face. But Su Qianyu laughed it all off. Soon, a number of people had gathered in the hall. Everyone's here. Let's start the audition straight away. In the center of the grand hall, Violet Wuji sat on it and opened his mouth with a smile. I want to state beforehand that everyone in this audition is on point and will never be allowed to intentionally injure anyone. Violators will be disqualified from entering the Sea of Stars. Violet Wuji's voice grew serious. The 3 people beside Zi Yan laughed coldly in their hearts. As long as they killed that scourge, even if they were disqualified from entering the Astral Sea, they would still make a solid profit. Even, as Zi Yang had said, they would be able to become the heroes of the entire Purple Cloud Hall by then. Thinking of this, the eyes they looked at Su Qianyu became even colder, and an icy killing intent gradually began to fill the air. Now then, let the competition for the best 7 positions begin. Violet Wuji gave the order, and the atmosphere instantly became agitated. The crowd's eyes burned as they looked toward the 7 futons in front of them. As long as one sat firmly on it, one would be able to get the best position to cultivate in the Sea of Stars, which was a symbol of strength and honor. Since everyone is so polite, I'll choose first. Zi Yan walked towards the front and occupied one of the futons. No one has a problem with that. Not only was Zi Yang the young lord of the Purple Cloud Palace, his cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Wangxian realm, so it could be said that he deserved it. Seek your own fortune. Zi Scarlet Rain gave Su Qianyu a vicious look and similarly walked forward to occupy a futon. This time, still no one spoke, leaving aside the fact that Ziyimyu herself was at the 1st level of the Wangxian realm cultivation, and was also a powerful sword cultivator. Just because of the other party's exquisite and flawless appearance, it was too late for the crowd to curry favor, so how could they possibly go looking for trouble? With Zi Yang and Zi Scarlet Rain occupying 2 bushels, there were only 5 of the 7 best positions left. The crowd in attendance jumped at the chance. If you don't make a move, the position will be gone. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and very naturally came to a futon before sitting on his butt. The crowd froze. Their gazes fluttered. Don't all look at me, ah. You guys continue. Just do what you need to do. Su Qianyu looked at the crowd and grinned. Chapter 135, One person suppresses a clan. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere changed abruptly. Everyone's gazes fell on Su Qianyu, and their eyes all became strange. This guy, just strutting around, rightfully so, taking one of the 5 remaining spots? Who gave him the courage? Kid, get down here. Duan Muyan immediately stepped in to rebuke. He looked at Su Qianyu with an icy gaze and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. When he left Ziyang's place last night, he was still thinking about how he was going to find trouble with this kid. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to send him up today. That's right, it's already a heavenly gift for the Hall Master to let you enter the Star Sea. It's not a place for you to sit. A dry and thin man similarly stood out and said in a cold voice, if you want to occupy the best position, it depends on whether or not you have that skill. Then, another man stepped out. They were the very same 3 people who had promised Ziyan last night that they would take the opportunity to strike today and finish off Su Qianyu. And right now, it's the perfect opportunity. That's right, get him down. It's a fool's errand for even a black sheep like him to want to enter the Sea of Stars. The best seat, even if it is given to a dog to sit on, should never be allowed to be occupied by a scourge. With Duan Muyan's 3 top geniuses of the Purple Cloud Hall stepping out, the rest of the crowd were also filled with righteous indignation and stared angrily at Su Qianyu. Obviously, Su Qianyu was not popular in the Purple Cloud Palace. Let's see how arrogant you still are. Zi Xiangyu also bloated as she looked at Su Qianyu. Father, throughout history, the 7 best positions have been taken by those who can, and since this brat is so confident, I ask father not to interfere. Zi Yang immediately looked at Zi Wuji and said. At the same time in his heart he laughed coldly. Now everyone was starting to turn on Su Qianyu, and there were also the 3 Duan Muyan who had made a move. As long as one of them got their hands on him, this would be a success today. You can challenge, but remember not to hurt anyone. Violet Wuji's face was expressionless and his voice was flat as he spoke. As his voice fell, Duan Muyan immediately stepped out and took out a sharp battle knife pointing straight at Su Qianyu. You, get your ass down here. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was incomparably austere. Countless pairs of hostile gazes fell on Su Qianyu. However, Su Qianyu only slightly raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, is he the only one? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? At those words, those other 2 from last night also stepped forward. And us. All 3 of them were emanating the aura of the Wangxian realm. Not only that, as the 3 of them walked out, the rest of the Purple Cloud Hall crowd all stirred. And me. Add me to the list. You're all on. Count me in. At one point, dozens of people spoke up. Many of them knew that they were no match for Su Qianyu, but they still stood out and verbally attacked him. So what if I can't beat you? There's always someone who can. Anyway, watch the fun. You, an outsider, still wanting to occupy an optimal cultivation position, are simply daydreaming. Everyone who wants to challenge line up and come one by one. Duan Muyan also had a sardonic smile on his face as he opened his mouth. However, Su Qianyu suddenly stood up from the futon and faintly said, no need to be so troublesome. You guys go together. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly exploded. The expressions of the people present changed even more. What an arrogant brat. Too arrogant. Just too arrogant. Together? How many of us does he want together? Could it be that he wants to be alone and challenge all of us? All 4 were shocked. Everyone was furious. Duan Muyan's expression became even more gloomy. In his opinion, Su Qianyu's words were completely humiliating. This guy isn't afraid of flashing his tongue by talking big. Zi Xiangyu was also amused by Su Qianyu. If he has said so, then you guys should go together. Zi Yang was the first to react and immediately said excitedly. He was originally worried about whether or not Duan Muyan's trio would be able to take down the other party, but he didn't expect Su Qianyu to give him a surprise once again. Violet Wuji didn't say anything, and the color in her eyes was inexplicable. Since you seek death, then we will fulfill you. Duan Muyan was burning with rage, and the other 2 had equally ugly expressions. Go! With a furious shout, the 3 of them struck out at the same time. Duan Muyan was at the 2nd level of Wangxian realm, while the other 2 were at the 1st level of Wangxian realm, and the 3 of them instantly took out their weapons and attacked Su Qianyu. Gale Chop, Meteor Moon Shattering Star, Dark Elemental Dragon Scroll Break. Although they were angry inside, they weren't swept away, and at this moment, they were the ultimate killing moves, and they were determined to kill Su Qianyu on the spot. The crowd in the 4 corners of the room changed color. 3 Wangxian realm geniuses struck out at the same time, and the strong sense of oppression caused them all to feel a palpitation. Go to hell! Zi Yang sneered in his heart. The combined killing moves of the 3 Duan Muyan were definitely not something that a kid who was only at the Tianxian realm could block. As long as the other side is dead, everything is over. One sword Faust destroys all beings. At that moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. The wind and clouds in the hall suddenly changed. And the whistling sword intent instantly coalesced towards the absolute shadow sword in Su Qianyu's hand, which then transformed into a sharp giant sword. Rumble! This sword chopped out, shocking the world. And then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Su Qianyu's sword collided with the attacks of the Duanmuyan trio. Boom boom boom. The series of explosions was deafening. But in the next second, Duanmuyan's expression changed drastically. How can it be? He watched as their joint attack was instantly destroyed by Su Qianyu, and then was sent flying out defenselessly. Put! The three of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air at the same time, and then slammed heavily on top of the wall, unable to snap out of it. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They stared at this scene with wide eyes, their hearts shocked beyond words, their mouths wide open but unable to say a single word. How come? Zi Yang's entire body was dumbfounded. He had just confidently thought that Su Qianyu would definitely die under the joint efforts of the three Duanmuyan. But now, how was it completely different from what he had imagined? He's actually this strong? Purple Crimson Rain was equally devastated inside. Only now did she realize that when Su Qianyu fought against her yesterday, he didn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise she wouldn't be an opponent at all. Anyone else want to challenge me now? Su Qianyu held the Jade Shadow Sword as he swept his gaze across the crowd present. Only this time, but those who were touched by his line of sight, all could not stop their backs from shivering, and hastily took several steps back. No, 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 no more challenges. I'm done. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything just now. Everyone was scared out of their wits by Su Qianyu's sword, backing up while hastily waving their hands, their expressions shocked and terrified. They only hated Su Qianyu, and just now it was only because someone had taken the lead, so they made a scene. They didn't really want to die. The hall instantly fell into a dead silence. One man presses a clan, under one sword. It pressured all the disciples of the Purple Cloud Hall to raise their heads, and their gazes toward Su Qianyu had 1 point less of mockery and a hint more of awe. Snap! Suddenly, Zi Wuji stood up. He looked at Su Qianyu with a face full of relief and clapped his hands. Ha 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 ha, I really didn't look at the wrong person. My virtuous son-in-law is truly a supreme heavenly pride. Your Highness is flattered. Su Qianyu put away the Jade Shadow Sword and smiled faintly. He didn't really want to bother with things that could be solved with a single sword, and he also saved himself from having ungrateful people jump out to mess with him in the future. The many Purple Cloud Hall disciples under the four were all silent. So many of them were scared by Su Qianyu alone. Losing face. Behind him, Duanmuyan's face was full of scorn. It's too lousy. The three of them at the King Xian realm had joined forces and actually lost to a mere heavenly Xian realm. He had never suffered such a great loss before. He raised his head violently and looked at Su Qianyu's arrogant and unruly back. Killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes. An outsider from the Heavenly Sword sect. Someone who was about to push the Purple Cloud Hall into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. What gives you the right to ask us to go and fight to the death against the 10,000 demon sect? And what gives you the right to disturb the peace we've enjoyed for so many years? Duanmuyan roared hysterically. Once you're dead, it's over. After saying that, he poured out his strength to stab out. The furious and deadly attack instantly penetrated towards the back of Su Qianyu's heart. When the people present saw this, they were shocked. Haha, well, make sure you kill him. Zi Yangwei shouted in excitement in his heart. If Duanmuyan could kill Su Qianyu with this slash, then they hadn't lost yet. Chapter 136, is this pill proper? Unbridled. Violet Wuji burst into a rage. Miso. But just as he was about to strike, Su Qianyu's breakthrough brushed past him, and along with a loud and clear sword chant ringing out, time seemed to suddenly stand still. Giggle. Su Qianyu dodged Duanmuyan's slash, and the Jedi Shadow Sword in his hand stabbed straight into the other party's chest, and blood immediately flowed. You want to be a hero? Su Qianyu looked straight at the other party. Duanmuyan's mouth overflowed with blood and he couldn't speak. Unfortunately, ain't. With a fall, Su Qianyu put away his sword and sheathed it. His words could be described as murderous, shattering what was left of Duanmuyan's pride. Then with deep despair and unwillingness, he completely collapsed to the ground and died. You dare to kill my Purple Cloud Hall disciples. Zi Yang was instantly enraged at the sight and slapped his head. Can it be that only he can sneak attack me and I can't fight back? Su Qianyu's gaze was flat, looking straight at the other party. You seek death. Zi Yang was enraged and got up to strike. Enough! Violet Wuji let out a low shout. The crowd in the four corners of the room was silenced. Father, he killed our disciple. Zi Yang also stopped, panting heavily and looking at Su Qianyu with a gaze that was almost ready to spit out fire. Good kill. Who knows? Purple Wuji let out a low shout. To make a sneak attack after losing a battle. Isn't that humiliating enough? When has my Purple Cloud Palace ever seen such scum? He then looked at Su Qianyu and said, Sage son-in-law, there must be one of these 7 best positions for you. Just wait to enter the sea of stars. At those words, Zi Yang was so angry that he was trembling. His own good brother actually died in front of him just like that, and he couldn't avenge the other party. Auditions continue. Violet Wuji spoke again. All the people stopped talking and looked sad. The competition for the 7 best positions continued, but with Duan Muyan's death, the atmosphere in the hall seemed very depressing. Su Qianyu, on the other hand, sat leisurely on the futon. No one came to find his trouble anymore, and he was happy to be free. Afterward, Zi Wuji walked up and said, "Sage son-in-law, you can't be blamed for what you did just now. You don't need to feel self-blame." Su Qianyu had some amusement in his heart. Do I look like I'm blaming myself? But that was certainly not to be said. Just a faint nod. Violet Wuji suddenly handed out a thumb-sized purple elixir and said, "This is a 6th grade elixir, the Hongmeng Purple Qi Dan. It will greatly benefit you after you eat it. As compensation for this matter." In an instant, the hall was silent. Everyone was dumbstruck at this moment. Even Xing Wudao and the rest of the Violet Cloud Hall's group of executives were similarly filled with shock. 6th grade elixir. Hongmeng Ziki Dan. This kind of elixir was not much even in the entire Purple Cloud Palace. And on weekdays, only those who had made great contributions to the palace had the opportunity to obtain it. And it was very precious. But now, Zi Wuji actually gave it to Su Qianyu so lightly? Father, what gives him the right? Ziyang hissed and yelled. He's not convinced. Pissed off enough to explode. His own good brother was killed, and instead of Su Qianyu getting the punishment he deserved, Zi Wuji instead had to compensate the other party with a purple Qi Hongmeng Dan, which was simply a great shame for him. Hall Master, the Hongmeng Violet Qi pill is really too expensive. Why don't we change it to another pill? Xing Wudao also hastened to persuade. Not only was Zi Yan unconvinced, everyone present was unconvinced. In these 2 days, Zi Wuji's attitude towards Su Qianyu was much better than treating his own son. They really couldn't understand it. Needless to say, Violet Wuji once again argued forcefully. He's my son-in-law. He's truly one of our own. There's no problem with giving him a Hongmeng Purple Qi Dan. The crowd's hearts broke at the words. Zi Yang even looked at Su Qianyu, the killing intent in his eyes almost overflowing. Afterward, Zi Wuji looked at Su Qianyu. Smilingly, he said, "Sage son-in-law, you take it now, and I'll help you refine the medicinal effects." Su Qianyu took the elixir. Elder Snow Moon, is this potion decent? There is no problem with the elixir itself, but there is something extra unclean in it. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal smiled as if she had come to a realization. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that edible? Eat whatever you want. I'll make sure you're fine. There was more than a hint of gloating in Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice. The corners of Su Qianyu's mouth rose slightly. With Snow Moon Sword Immortal's words he was relieved. He then looked at Zi Wuji and said solemnly, "Your Highness is so sincere to me. I will certainly not let down your Highness's trust. When I achieve the Sword Immortal, it will be the day when the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Purple Cloud Hall reach the top together." After saying that, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Ha ha ha, good. Then I'll wait for that day to come. Now I'll help my virtuous son-in-law refine it first. Zi Wuji also laughed very happily. He then placed his hands on Su Qianyu's back, running his Xian force to help him absorb the medicinal effects in the elixir. Bloody hell! Zi Yang kept roaring inwardly at the sight, and the gazes of the people present looking at Su Qianyu were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. To be able to obtain a Hongmeng Purple Qi Dan that they could only dream of was even more than that, and there was also the palace master himself helping to refine it, which was something they didn't even dare to think about. Ryoko, the 7 best positions have been chosen. In addition to the 2 Ziyang siblings and Su Qianyu, the 2 Wangxian First Realm members who had challenged Su Qianyu earlier were also selected, and the remaining 2 were also at the Wangxian First Realm. At the same time, Su Qianyu, with the help of Zi Wuji, quickly absorbed the medicinal effect of that Hongmeng Purple Qi Dan. Buzz! Su Qianyu's body shook as his cultivation broke through from the Tianxian 4th Realm to the Tianxian 5th Realm. Ha! That's weird! Violet Wuji suddenly let out a light eep. According to your cultivation level, a single Hongmeng Purple Qi pill should at least allow you to break through 2 levels. How come you've only broken through 1 level? I still left a part of my Xian power unrefined, so I'll refine it when I have time. Su Qianyu casually explained. So it is. Violet Wuji had no doubts. Latecomer thanks the hall master. Su Qianyu slightly arched his hand at him. You're my son-in-law. You don't have to be polite to me. Violet Wuji patted his shoulder with emotion. It's really heaven's favor to meet a supreme genius like you. If you were a disciple of my Purple Cloud Hall, how good it would be. Don't worry, Your Highness. Su Qianyu raised his head. Even if I'm not a disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace, as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely fight for the Purple Cloud Palace. 9 deaths to spare. At those words, Violet Wuji burst out laughing. Good, good, good. It's rare to find a confidant in life, and to have such a virtuous son-in-law is truly one of life's great fortunes. He then stood up with a red face and looked at the crowd. Since the candidates have all been selected, let Elder Xing lead the team and enter the Star Sea. He spoke very freely, but the crowd couldn't be happier. Looking at Zi Wuji's expression of hating each other and completely treating Su Qianyu as a confidant, they were jealous to death inside. Chapter 137, Congratulations. All come with me. Xing Wudao spoke in a deep voice and walked at the front. The crowd in the temple had the hindsight to follow in a hurry. While walking, Zi Scarlet Rain looked at Su Qianyu and said through gritted teeth, I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you filled my father with. She could sort of see it. Zi Wuji that is itching to directly worship with Su Qianyu. She definitely can't escape the life of marrying Su Qianyu. You can ask him yourself. A ghostly light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. What an attitude you have. She was infuriated, her chest heaving, but even so, it's still flat there. Soon, under Xing Wudao's leadership, dozens of people arrived on top of a mountain peak and stopped at a cave entrance. The Star Sea opens for a full day. You must come out immediately after the time is up. Now everyone enter in order. Xing Wudao stood next to him and said in a deep voice. The crowd could see that he didn't seem to be very interested, so they lined up and disappeared after going through the hole. Su Qianyu didn't have any politeness and stepped into it. Just as Zi Yang was about to go in, Xing Wudao's voice filled with resentment suddenly entered his ears. In the Sea of Stars, you can do whatever you want and there won't be anyone to disturb you. At those words, killing intent flickered in Zi Yang's eyes. I know. What he understood, Xing Wudao naturally knew as well. When they were outside, with Zi Wuji protecting Su Qianyu, they couldn't do anything to take the other party. But in the Sea of Stars, that was his world. At the same time, it's the only chance they have right now. Buzz. Zi Yang took a big step forward. Soon, dozens of people completely disappeared from the spot, leaving Xing Wudao standing alone at the entrance of the cave, killing intent surging in his eyes. Going to war with the 10,000 Devil sect for an outsider? Impossible. It's impossible in this lifetime. There was a whirlwind of heaven and earth. Su Qianyu opened his eyes again. At this moment he was already in the middle of a grassland, surrounded by a very dense light blue water mist. Is this the Sea of Stars? Su Qianyu was a little surprised. Originally he thought that the Star Sea would be an ocean, but he didn't expect that it would actually be an endless grassland. Humph, didn't expect that. Zi Scarlet Rain appeared next to her. The Sea of Stars isn't really an ocean, but an ocean made up of the purest water attribute energy, as well as Xian force. Su Qianyu ignored it. He looked ahead, where there was what looked like a spring with a very thick blue mist of water bubbling out of it, and around the spring, there were 7 futons, which should be the so-called 7 best cultivation positions. At this moment, there were already quite a number of Purple Cloud Hall disciples who came to the surroundings of that spring and began to sit down cross-legged to cultivate. Su Qianyu directly crossed over the crowd and sat on top of a futon. His whole body suction force erupted and absorbed the surrounding water attribute energy and Xian power. Very thick and moist. After just one inhalation, I felt my whole body and mind relaxing, with a sense of coolness from a long drought. A day of cultivation here is worth a year outside, especially in his position, very close to the spring. He could absorb much more energy than the crowd behind him. At the same time, the 2 siblings, Zi Yang and Zi Scarlet Rain, as well as the other 4 also sat down, absorbing the energy and Xian power around them. Although there is a lot of energy here, there are also a lot of people, so I'm afraid it's not enough if I want to awaken the water dragon vein in one day. Su Qianyu frowned. The Star Sea only opened once every 3 years, and if he couldn't awaken the water dragon vein this time, I was afraid that he would never have a second chance to come in. Just as Su Qianyu pondered, do it. A low drink instantly triggered the killing intent. Die for me, you scourge, go to hell. Berserk Xianli immediately pounced on his face. The 5 people of the Purple Cloud Hall, including Xiang, erupted their strongest strikes as they surrounded Su Qianyu, especially Zi Yang, whose cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Wangxian realm. He offered his sword, causing heavy air blasts and chopping at Su Qianyu's head. Go to hell. The 5 men whispered in unison. Rumble. Extreme outbursts. Instant catharsis. The place where Su Qianyu's futon was just now. Only a huge deep pit remained, in which gusts of black smoke were still rising. Fixing his eyes, there wasn't even a single person inside. Ha ha ha, that kid is finally dead. Humph. He's turned into scum. Now the hall master will always come around. What kind of bull supreme geniuses don't end up dying in our hands all the same? We are all heroes of the Purple Cloud Palace. Several people laughed heartily at the sight. There was a smug and contemptuous smile on his face. As early as when they entered the Sea of Stars, Zi Yang had sent a message to prepare them to attack and kill Su Qianyu at any time. And now, it's just not too easy. That's dead? Purple Crimson Rain was a bit surprised. She also didn't expect Xiang and the others to be so decisive. Ha ha ha, good death, good death. This time there's finally no need to go to war with the 10,000 Devil sect. The rest of the uninformed Purple Cloud Hall disciples saw this as an afterthought, and then similarly revealed a look of ecstasy. Not a single person in the entire Purple Cloud Palace liked Su Qianyu. All of them treated him as a scourge. Now that it's dead, it can be a real blast. What are you laughing at? Right at this moment, a voice without the slightest bit of emotion rang out behind a dry and thin man, celebrating the death of that scourge at last. Of course, the man said without looking back, laughing. That's true. Congratulations. The man was so excited that he danced around. Ditto ditto ditto. But the next, no, your voice. His expression changed drastically and he turned back violently. Giggle. Without waiting for the man to see who was really behind him, his head rolled straight to the ground, hot blood splashing out. What? The sudden change immediately stunned the crowd. They hurriedly looked, only to see an upright figure with an icy gaze standing in the middle of them. He's not dead. He's actually not dead. How can this be? How can he not die from this? Everyone was completely dumbfounded and looked at Su Qianyu as if they had seen a ghost. How can you possibly be alive? Zi Yang questioned with an equally incredulous face. That's a question you can go down and ask Hades yourselves. Swish! The moment the voice fell, Su Qianyu suddenly disappeared in place, and then the crowd saw a head flying high. Another Wang Xian realm died tragically. He didn't even see Su Qianyu's movements. Since then, 2 of the 5 people who had just teamed up to sneak attack Su Qianyu had already turned into headless corpses. There are still 3 left. Su Qianyu gently wiped off the blood remaining on the blade of his sword and grinned at the Xiang trio. Gulp! When the 3 of them saw the smile on Su Qianyu's face, they only felt a numbness in their scalp and trembling in their heart. Chapter 138, A Full-Blown Hypocrite. In the meantime, Purple Cloud Palace, the foot of the mountain. A blurry silhouette flickered away. Did you guys see anything earlier? Suddenly, the brow of one of the mountain guard disciples furrowed. Where is there anything? You're afraid you're not blind. The others laughed in disbelief. Okay then. The man smiled resentfully. But have you all heard? The palace master actually did declare war with the 10,000 Devil sect. It's better to be careful these days. Who says it isn't? I don't know what the hell the palace master was thinking, actually being so impulsive for an outsider. If the 3 great sects really fight, the entire northern spirit region will be in chaos, and people like us will most likely only have the fate of becoming cannon fodder. The crowd sighed. The news that Zi Wuji had declared war on the 10,000 Devils sect had already begun to spread outwards, and the entire Purple Cloud Hall disciples were all at risk and complaining. Just then, inside a large hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, a gust of wind swept by, and the door of the room that was originally tightly closed suddenly opened with a bang. Violet Wuji frowned. Who? He sprang to his feet. I came to ask for an explanation. Only a blurry figure stood in front of him. It was a middle-aged man whose entire body was hidden under a black robe, only revealing a pair of eyes. You came quite quickly, Patriarch Lu. Seeing this person, Zi Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party was none other than the patriarch of the 10,000 Devil sect, Lu Yuanshan. I said I need an explanation. Lu Yuanshan spoke again, his voice a little hoarse. You should know that I'm not really declaring war with you guys. A ghostly light flashed in Violet Wuji's eyes as he said calmly. Lu Yuanshan's eyes were ancient. I don't care if you really declared war with me or not, but that kid killed one of my hall masters and my son. I want him dead. Violet Wuji's face did not change. There's no way I'm giving him to you. Lu Yuanshan took a step forward, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. So you're provoking me? The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point, and the air seemed to freeze. Violet Wuji, however, smiled faintly. Half a month later, Mu Bingjie of the Heavenly Sword sect will come over. As compensation, at that time, we can work together inside and outside, and they, the Vice Patriarch, will become your prisoner. But that boy, I won't give it to you. Silence fell upon the hall. Suddenly, Lu Yuanshan smiled. So you declared war with my 10,000 Devils sect, and let that kid enter the Star Sea, and even willingly sacrificed your own daughter. All of this is just an illusion. So what is your true purpose? Violet Wuji's face was expressionless. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to send someone to cooperate with me in this good show and then heavily damage the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan's face revealed a cold smile. They say that you, Zi Wuji, are a righteous man, a notorious good old man, but in my opinion, you are a complete hypocrite. In the face of Lu Yuanshan's mockery, Zi Wuji only smiled faintly. In this world, Good people have long since become withered bones. How could they have survived until now? This reasoning wouldn't be lost on Patriarch Lu, would it? Lu Yuanshan Jiejia laughed. Since that's the case, then I'll cooperate with you. I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, he instantly disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until Lu Yuanshan left that a sinister smile appeared on Zi Wuji's face before he got up and pressed a hidden compartment in the hall. Rumble. Soon, a secret door opened with it. After walking through the dark corridor, Zi Wuji came to a closed chamber, which was filled with thick layers of ice, and the temperature was extremely low. In the center of that was a coffin that was steaming cold air outward. In the coffin, there was actually an old man who was only skin and bones, with no blood at all on his body. This person was the previous head of the Purple Cloud Palace who had announced his fall 100 years ago, the Purple Heavenly Heart with the title of Butcher with Bloody Hands. Father, I'm coming. Violet Wuji approached the coffin and spoke with some excitement. The old man seemed to be asleep and did not respond. But in the next second, a faint voice suddenly entered Zi Wuji's mind. That 9 dragons battle body you talked about before, how is it now? Violet Wuji nodded. I have completely gained his trust and personally made him take the Hongmeng purple chi dan that is mixed with the heart-devouring compulsion, and in half a month at the most, his spiritual power will be completely devoured. As he said that, the originally spring-like smile on his face became completely cold as frost. There is a great contrast between the person before and after. Well, when his spiritual energy is devoured, I will be able to take over and be reborn, and I will also have a heaven-defying physique like the 9-dragon battle body. Zi Tianqin's originally weak voice seemed extremely exuberant at the moment. That's right. At that time, no matter if it's the Heavenly Sword sect or the 10,000 Demons sect, no one will be father's opponent. Zi Wuji's expression gradually became excited as well. As early as when Su Qianyu beheaded Xinchanga, he discovered that the other party possessed the 9 dragons battle body and quickly formulated this plan to seize the body. First, he declared war with the 10,000 Devils sect in front of Mu Bingjie, initially gaining Su Qianyu's trust and promising to betroth Zi Xiangyu to the other party, making the other party's heart look forward to keeping him within the Purple Cloud Hall. Finally, let Su Qianyu free to choose martial arts, as well as strong escort, and let Su Qianyu into the Star Sea, once again to strengthen his love talent persona. And all of this has one purpose, that is to trick Su Qianyu's trust, feed the other party the heart-devouring compulsion that can devour spiritual energy, and wait until the time is ripe, and then let his father take over and be reborn. Zi Tianqin was originally a top-notch powerhouse, but because his lifespan was depleted, he could only live on in this way. But once Zi Tianqin succeeded in seizing the body, coupled with Su Qianyu's 9-dragon battle body that had already awakened 3 dragon veins, no one in the entire northern spirit domain would be Zi Tianqin's opponent. What about the 10,000 demon sect side? Zi Tianqin inquired again. I've stabilized Lu Yuanshan, and he's promised to cooperate with me in the show and wait for an opportunity to take down Mu Bingjie of the Heavenly Sword sect. Violet Wuji's smile grew colder and colder. Once something happens to Mu Bingjie, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely not give up, as long as they fight to the point of losing. When that time comes, Father, you will then suddenly kill them, and you will surely be able to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, and unify the entire northern spirit region. He was trembling with excitement just thinking about it. He himself had deceived everyone by concealing the truth and formulated this plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, while he only needed to sit back and reap the benefits to become the biggest winner. We must make sure that this matter is foolproof. Don't let that brat and Lu Yuanshan find out the end of it. After I take over my body and am reborn, I will completely dominate the northern spirit region. Zi Tianqin was also excited. Father, don't worry, that kid has already entered the astral sea, and in his heart right now, he must be grateful to me, treating me as a confidant, and is just about to truly join our Purple Cloud Palace. Saying this, Violet Wuji gave a cruel smile, but he won't even dream that half a month later, I'll make him completely disappear from this world on his wedding day with Himawari. Violet Wuji was inwardly incomparably pleased with herself. He was a little impressed with his acting skills. What kind of talent-loving persona? What investment in a future sword fairy? What life is hard to find a soulmate? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All of it is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years, he had long since passed the age of impulsiveness. How could he gamble everything for a genius who wasn't one of his own? It simply didn't exist. Everything he did was for his own benefit. Nothing else mattered. Genius. I'm the one who's a supreme genius, ha ha ha. Inside the secret room, the sound of Zi Wuji's excited and smug laughter echoed. Chapter 139, Melt in Your Mouth. Sea of Stars. Everyone was caught off guard. Su Qianyu, who had clearly been blasted into dregs by them, was actually not in the slightest bit of trouble at this moment, and instead, He had quickly counter-killed both of them. If I don't break you into pieces, it will be hard to resolve my heart's hatred. Looking at the two people who died tragically, Zi Yang was enraged. Boom! The cultivation of the fourth level of the Wang Xian realm instantly erupted, powerfully and violently crushing towards Su Qianyu. You'd better watch from the sidelines. But just as Zi Yang was about to strike, a purple stream of light suddenly flashed in Su Qianyu's hand. Swish! The purple stream of light rapidly enlarged in midair and finally turned into a huge purple mantle, instantly enveloping Zi Yang in it. Purple Spirit Bowl. Zi Yang's expression changed drastically. The Purple Spirit Bowl was an Earth-grade extreme spiritual artifact that Xing Wudao was proud of, so he naturally recognized it, but he neglected to mention that this spiritual artifact had already arrived in Su Qianyu's hands. Boom boom boom. Zi Yang swung the sharp sword in his hand and continuously attacked the Purple Spirit Bowl, but the Purple Spirit Bowl did not fluctuate at all. The defense of the Purple Spirit Bowl was extremely strong. Even at that time Mu Bingjie wasn't necessarily able to break through it, let alone a mere Ziyang. Now, it's your turn. After trapping Ziyang, Su Qianyu looked towards the remaining group of Purple Cloud Hall disciples. You, don't you come over here. The many Purple Cloud Hall disciples immediately turned pale. The scene of Su Qianyu killing two Wang Xian First Realm geniuses in seconds just now was still fresh in their minds, and most of them were not even at the Wang Xian realm, and could not raise the slightest bit of courage to resist. Swish! Su Qianyu's figure flickered. Ah! The screams rose suddenly. Another Wang Xian realm that had just shot out to blast him died violently on the spot. No, please don't kill me. Aside from Zi Yang, the only remaining Wang Xian realm man hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness, his face filled with horror. You didn't hesitate at all when you laid your deadly hands on me just now. Su Qianyu's face showed mockery. For people who want to kill themselves, he would never show any mercy. Stop! Purple Crimson Rain rushed over. She blocked in front of the man and looked at Su Qianyu angrily. You've already killed two people. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Su Qianyu's gaze was cold. And where were you when they were trying to kill me just now? Purple Crimson Rain's face changed. I didn't know they were going after you. Zi Yan didn't tell her when he united the other four. So who are you to stand in my way again? Looking at Su Qianyu who was getting closer and closer, Zi Xiangyu knew that she definitely couldn't block the other party. So she gritted her teeth and said, Don't you like me? I promised to marry you, but you're not allowed to kill any more of them. But the next, hands rise, swords fall. The man who was hiding behind Zi Xiangyu was instantly decapitated and fell straight down. What are you doing? Purple Crimson Rain was confused on the spot. She stared angrily at Su Qianyu, her chest heaving. I've said I'll marry you. Why do you still want to kill him? Su Qianyu's face was expressionless. To marry or not to marry, that is your business. To kill or not to kill is my business. Purple Crimson Rain instantly reddened in aggravation. Little, you deserve to die. Watching the last person die tragically, Zi Yang roared in anger. You might as well come out first. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Just as he was about to sit down and continue absorbing the surrounding water attribute energy, Snow Moon Sword Immortal's voice suddenly sounded. There is a constant flow of energy here. There must be a source spring, and if I'm not mistaken, the source spring should be inside that fountain. At those words, Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Put! He leapt into the spring. No good. He's targeting the water spirit pearl. When he saw this scene, Zi Yang instantly stared at him in anger. The reason why the Star Sea existed and there was still such a rich water attribute energy and Shen power was entirely due to the fact that there was a water spirit bead placed underneath that spring. Now that Su Qianyu jumped in, he knew with his toes that he must be running towards the water spirit pearl. What are you waiting for? Go stop him. Zi Yang was trapped in the purple spirit bowl and shouted in exasperation. However, the people in the four corners of the room looked at each other in dismay, but they did not dare to move in the slightest. Just now, Su Qianyu not laying a hand on them had already given them a sense of thankfulness that they had been robbed of their lives. At this time to go against the other party, they had no doubt that Su Qianyu would definitely kill them. Pissed off. Zi Yang hissed out at the sight, his eyes bloodshot. Wow! Soon, Su Qianyu came out of the spring. However, he already had an extra goose egg-sized deep blue treasure pearl in his hand, which emanated extremely dense water attribute energy as well as very pure Xianli. Good stuff. Su Qianyu's eyes were glowing. As long as he absorbed all the energy contained in it, he was 100% able to awaken the water dragon vein. Put it back now. Ziyang shouted again. The rest of the Purple Cloud Hall disciples also looked at Su Qianyu with bated breath. Put it back? Su Qianyu glanced at him and smiled faintly. You mean put it back here? After saying that, he shook the water spirit bead in his hand to the other party before putting it into his mouth. Don't you dare! Zi Yang instantly stared at him in anger. Gulp! Su Qianyu swallowed it in one gulp. It tastes good. It melts in your mouth and doesn't stuff your teeth. Su Qianyu grinned at the crowd. In an instant, the crowd froze. He actually ate the water spirit pearl. It's over. It's over. There will never be a sea of stars again. The crowd wanted to cry. That was a water spirit bead, the root of maintaining the star ocean. Now that the water spirit pearl was swallowed by Su Qianyu in one gulp, that also meant that the star sea would cease to exist, which was a real kettle of fish. Damn you. Ziyang's eyes were red. He was the young master of the Purple Cloud Palace, and the entire Purple Cloud Palace would be his in the future. And it could even be said that that water spirit pearl was also his asset. But now, it was swallowed in one bite by Su Qianyu. That's irritating. I'm not done yet. Su Qianyu immediately sat down. Although the most valuable water spirit beads of the Star Sea have been eaten by him, there is still a lot of unabsorbed energy here. He had come from a poor man's background and knew that waste was shameful. Buzz! As a suction force erupted, the surrounding energy in Xianli came roaring in, transforming into a huge tornado, all of which were injected into Su Qianyu's body. Yes! Su Qianyu laughed out loud. He was refining the energy of the water spirit bead while absorbing the Xianli in the surroundings, and his entire body had turned into a huge machine that operated at high speed. Don't! At least save some for us. The surrounding crowd all looked dumbfounded. Su Qianyu alone had sucked up the amount of all of them just now. It was as if one person had finished the meat and didn't even leave them any soup. Why don't we try to absorb it too? Someone swallowed. Resignedly. If he didn't absorb it, it would really be eaten up by Su Qianyu alone. Then, give it a try? A man sneaked a glance at Su Qianyu, then carefully released a suction force. Stay away if you don't want to die. Su Qianyu, who had her eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Crowd. The sound of a broken heart rang out. Chapter 140, Those who violate the order shall be killed without pardon. The day rushed by. It's time for them to come out. Xing Wudao stood guard at the entrance of the cave. His expression clouded over before he snorted. That damned brat is probably whipped by now. With Wangxian 4th Realm's Zi Yang in there, and with so many people assisting, Su Qianyu just didn't have enough lives to die even if he had 10. Buzz. Suddenly, the formation in the cave entrance fluctuated. It's coming out. Xing Wudao's expression was ecstatic. At the same time heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as that Su Qianyu died, the world would be clear. Elder Xing. Something big has happened. But in the very next second, a panicked voice rang out. Xing Wudao's heart thumped. He fixed his eyes, but he saw a group of Purple Cloud Hall disciples, running out of the formation as if they were fleeing, their faces full of panic. What happened? The scene in front of him made him a little confused. Shouldn't it be Zi Yang who beheaded Su Qianyu in the Sea of Stars, completely solving this scourge? And the crowd cheered? How come it wasn't quite what he thought it would be? How many others? Then he realized that the number of people coming out seemed a little off. Dead. Senior brother Qin and his 4 Wangxian realms were all killed by that kid, and now their bodies are all cold. A Purple Cloud Hall disciple said with a sad voice. In an instant, Xing Wudao's face changed drastically. What? 4 Wangxian realms? I can't believe I just died? That's a mainstay they've poured countless hours of effort into cultivating. Once these 4 people died, the Purple Cloud Palace even experienced a direct break at the level of the early Wangxian realm. Elder Xing. It's gone. It's all gone. Suddenly, another Purple Cloud Hall disciple said with a crying face. What's gone? An ominous feeling steeply arose within Xing Wudao. That kid ate the water spirit pearl and also sucked the energy and Xian force inside the Star Sea cleanly. Not a single drop left. That disciple all even had a crying tone in his voice. When these words came out, Xing Wudao only felt 5 thunderbolts. What did you say? His heart pounded again and his voice went hoarse. Water spirit pearl. Eaten? The entire Sea of Stars is empty? Was he really not dreaming? As he looked around, the faces of the people from the Purple Cloud Hall who came out were filled with disillusionment, like a bunch of defeated roosters. What about Ziyang? Why didn't he stop it? Xing Wudao felt his voice trembling. The Star Sea had existed for hundreds of years and was one of the most popular secret realms of the Purple Cloud Palace, but now without the water spirit pearls, the Star Sea had completely turned into history. I'm trapped by the Purple Spirit Bowl. Ziyan walked out of the formation, his eyes still scarlet as blood. At those words, Xing Wudao's face immediately turned ashen. Deceitful, deceitful, he roared loudly in anger and fury. Su Qianyu had already hurt the foundation of the Purple Cloud Palace by doing this. It's not just eating a water spirit bead. You guys are too stingy. Su Qianyu walked out and skimmed his lips. The crowd became more and more furious at the words. It's just a water spirit pearl? That's a whole sea of stars you're eating. Zi Xiangyu also looked at Su Qianyu and froze. Why did he do it? And how dare he? Get out of the way. All of you. Suddenly, a furious cry rang out. only to see Zi Yang's entire body's fierce aura rushing out, approaching Su Qianyu step by step. I want you to pay in blood. He could no longer endure the anger in his heart, and his face was so fierce that he rushed out towards Su Qianyu. Kill him. Avenge senior brother Qin and the others. The crowd in the four corners of the room clapped their hands at the sight. They equally hated to kill Su Qianyu with their own hands. Die for me. With the added power of anger, Zi Yang's speed was extremely fast. However, in the face of the raging Zi Yang, Su Qianyu did not change his face and did not even raise his eyelids. Stop! Accompanied by sharp wind-breaking sounds, a figure came in front of Su Qianyu almost instantly and knocked the pouncing Zi Yang back out. Your Highness? So close. The crowd's faces darkened at the sight. Just now, it was clear that he was only a little bit away from killing Su Qianyu, but Zi Wuji rushed over at the last minute. No matter who it is today, they can't protect you. Zi Yang, however, had already lost his mind. He actually ignored Zi Wuji's obstruction and once again attacked Su Qianyu. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart, and that was to break Su Qianyu into pieces. Unbridled, Violet Wuji frowned. Bang! He launched out a palm, and the powerful Xian force instantly knocked Zi Yang back. The crowd was filled with helplessness at the sight. Violet Wuji came out again to protect her calf. Ah no, this time it's to beat the calf. Thud! Zi Yang retreated dozens of steps in a row, and a smear of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. I said long ago that he is my virtuous son-in-law. Why are you so unintelligent? Zi Wuji looked at Zi Yang, his tone filled with hatred. Ha 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 ha. Zi Yang laughed up to the sky as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Zi Wuji dead in the face. Do you have any idea what he has just done? Violet Wuji frowned and did not speak. It's this virtuous son-in-law you speak of. Not only did he kill Qin Hong's 4 Wang Xian realm geniuses, but he also swallowed the water spirit pearl in the Star Sea, making the Star Sea never exist again. And now you're still protecting him, even going so far as to take action against me? Zi Yang's voice was filled with resentment, and for the first time, he felt that his father was really senile. At those words, Zi Wuji's face similarly changed. 4 Wang Xian realm geniuses died, and the Star Ocean became history? This was absolutely bad news in general. Even for him, his heart was dripping blood at this moment. What's going on here? Son-in-law? Zi Wuji forced back the anger in his heart and looked at Su Qianyu to inquire. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Purple Cloud Palace. Su Qianyu spread his hands and said with a sigh. The crowd was wide-eyed. All for the Purple Cloud Palace? How thick does one have to be to say that? I promised the palace master before that I would definitely break through to the Sword Immortal realm as soon as possible, and everything I did just now was all in preparation for that. Su Qianyu said painfully. Your hall master regards me as a confidant, so how can I fail your hall master's trust in me? That's why I can only do my best to cultivate and then achieve Sword Immortal, opening up peace for the Purple Cloud Hall for all ages. Su Qianyu spoke forcefully, the expression on her face unwavering. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that they really misunderstood Su Qianyu? Was the other party really doing them a favor? You fart! Only Xiang broke into a fit of rage. His face flushed red for a moment, and his killing intent couldn't stop surging. I need to let you die today. He charged out towards Su Qianyu once more. Have you made enough noise? Violet Wuji suddenly let out a low cry. He immediately blocked in front of Su Qianyu and rebuked loudly. Father, could it be that you really believe his mouth full of bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Zi Yang's eyes were bloodshot, his face grim as he looked at Zi Wuji, his eyes filled with disappointment. Where the hell is the once mature and stable father who likes to think twice before doing anything? I repeat for the last time, no one shall strike at my virtuous son-in-law, and those who disobey the order, kill without mercy. When these words came out, the crowd only felt that the sky had collapsed. Even Xing Wudao's group of senior members of the Purple Cloud Hall stared in disbelief. Not only did Su Qianyu kill 4 of their Wang Xian realm geniuses, he also destroyed the Star Sea, but in the end, Zi Wuji had to protect the other party and even berated his own son. Dad! Zi Yang was trembling all over. Get the back! With a flick of his sleeve robe, Violet Wuji directly sent him flying to the ground. At this moment, Zi Yang looked very wretched, and the only thing that remained unchanged was the hideousness in his eyes. Silence in all directions. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Men, take the young lord back to rest. No one is allowed to release him without my order. Zi Wuji's face was expressionless as he ordered again. Someone soon pulled Xiang down. Afterward, Zi Wuji then looked at Zi Scarlet Rain and said, Scarlet Rain, take your husband to wander around and take a break. Violet Crimson Rain likewise didn't dare to speak and silently nodded her head. All disperse and remember what I just said. Violet Wuji warned again before disappearing into thin air. However, the hearts of the people could not be calmed for a long time. and even a strong sadness was born. Chapter 141, Tiny and Cute. How the hell did you do that? Along the way, Zi Xiangyu still couldn't help but ask. What just happened was like a nightmare. Ask your father. Su Qianyu still replied as such, then looked at a pavilion in front of him and spoke. What is this place? Purple Crimson Rain's expression instantly stiffened. If I don't tell you, will you hit me? Violet Crimson Rain asked softly. What do you say? Su Qianyu smiled faintly. That's the spiritual treasure pavilion, where the temple buys and sells spiritual weapons. Purple Crimson Rain answered honestly. At those words, Su Qianyu couldn't help but look at the other party one more time, but was quickly glared back. Do you think I'm really that stupid? Su Qianyu inevitably felt regret in his heart. He was already prepared to spank the other party, but he didn't expect this little girl to learn to be smart, which instead made him still a little uncomfortable. Then go in and take a stroll. Su Qianyu immediately walked towards the front. Entering the building, there were already quite a few people in it. However, these people's faces changed when they saw Su Qianyu, and then fled as if to avoid them. With Zi Wuji's warning just now, even how much they hated Su Qianyu in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. There are quite a few good things. Looking around at the wide array of various spirit weapons, Su Qianyu also became interested. However, most of the items here were Xian-grade spirit weapons, and there were very few even Earth-grade spirit weapons, which he was now more or less looking down on. Ha! Su Qianyu's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw something good. To his right was a very luxurious store with a wide variety of weapons and armor, both male and female models, hanging in the store. What can I get for you, little brother? Soon, an uncle who was probably in his 40s or 50s with a slightly chubby body type looked over towards Su Qianyu's side. You're not afraid of me? And don't hate me? Su Qianyu was a bit surprised. Everyone else could have been hiding. Little brother is joking. Since I opened my door to do business and everyone is a guest, what is there to be afraid of? The older man laughed without a care in the world. What's more, even if we do fight with the 10,000 Devil sect, it's a good thing that I have swords and spears for offense and armor and soft armor for defense here. So it is. Su Qianyu suddenly realized. It seemed that not everyone in the Purple Cloud Palace hated themselves. He then looked behind him at Zi Xiangyu and said, go and pick out 2 pieces of women's soft armor for me. Something that looks good and is durable. At those words, Zi Xiangyu froze. What do you want with the soft armor worn by women's? Just pick it if you're told to. What's with all the nonsense? Purple Crimson Rain was furious, then froze for a moment. According to her own father's arrangement, she was going to marry Su Qianyu in less than half a month, and the other party was asking her to pick 2 pieces of soft armor at this time. Could it be that they wanted to give them to her? Definitely. Thinking about this, Zi Himonyu was torn up inside. This fearless guy has such a delicate mind? But that shouldn't be for her to pick. It's not a surprise at all. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick. Su Qianyu began to urge. Zi Xiangyu directly rolled her eyes, giving herself a gift and still this attitude. What an unintelligent straight man. I'll take a look then. She wandered around the store, and in a torn moment, she picked out a black and a white gold silk soft armor. Just these 2. When she finished speaking, she tightened her red lips. Do you really want to marry each other? But she wasn't prepared at all. The Holy Maiden's vision is really good. These 2 pieces of soft armor are both Earth-grade medium-grade spiritual artifacts. Not only are they comfortable to wear on your body, but they also have superb defense. They won't be broken no matter how you build them. The older man hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Su Qianyu saw this but shook her head. It's quite pretty to look at, but it's just a bit small. Purple Crimson Rain was slightly stunned. Not small? She was just going by her own size. The person I'm going to send has a figure similar to hers, but her upper body is quite a bit larger than hers, Su Qianyu said with a smile. At that, the older man was a bit surprised. How big exactly? He also thought just now that Su Qianyu was going to buy it for Zi Xiangyu. Su Qianyu stretched out his hand and gestured in the air, but in the end he was still not satisfied until he saw Zi Hinyu's head. It's about this big. For a moment, the air suddenly froze. The surrounding crowd was even more filled with dismay and stupefaction. Uncle! Zi Xiangyu's cheeks began to glow red and hot at a speed visible to the naked eye. She gasped for air and fiercely stomped on Su Qianyu's foot. Why don't you go to hell? Turns out the guy wasn't even trying to buy it for himself. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu also seemed to feel that it was a bit inappropriate to say this. So she explained. Actually, Tiny is also very cute. The crowd became even more dumbfounded at these words. The air around them seemed to have completely frozen. Don't let me see you again. With a scream, Purple Crimson Rain turned and ran straight away. Su Qianyu can clearly see that the teardrops in the eyes of Zi Xiangyu fell almost instantly. I just let you pick what looks good. Never said it was to buy it for you. Su Qianyu shook his head at this. Women can be so hard to serve. The older man's mouth also tugged at the corners. He had been in the Purple Cloud Palace for so long, but it was the first time he had seen Purple Crimson Rain cry so hard, and in such a humiliating way. Do you have any big ones here? Su Qianyu then continued to ask. Uncle looked at Su Qianyu strangely and said quietly, in fact, these two pieces of soft armor of mine can be freely adjusted in size. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyu felt speechless. Then why didn't you say so? Just these two. I'll take them both. He had already thought about it. The black one for Chu Yanran, the white one for Zhang Yu. If the two women can be together after wearing it, just thinking about it is beautiful. As for Mou Ro and the sixth elder, with these two people's status and position, they didn't need to worry about themselves at all, and most likely already had defensive spirit weapons. Alright, a total of 5.6 million top-grade Xian crystal. Uncle also did not care. Smiling happily handed Su Qianyu a storage ring. At the same time, he also took out a black and a white two slightly transparent stockings. And this one, it goes well with those two pieces of soft armor. Oh, consider it a gift for little brother. Su Qianyu instantly brightened up. The boss really is a man of honor. Then very readily paid the Xian crystals. He had killed quite a few people before, and everyone's storage rings had been pelletized by him, so now he really didn't lack Xian crystals at all. The smile on the uncle's face grew brighter and brighter. Little brother, I'm really envious of you, having such a mouthful at such a young age. Mouthful? What the hell? Can't understand. Then the uncle patted his chest and said, little brother, don't worry. The quality of my things here is absolutely no problem. If any beauty receives a gift from you, I'm sure she will be moved to tears. Su Qianyu smiled faintly. Then I'll take the boss's word for it. Then, the uncle scowled at Su Qianyu again and said with a smile, do you know where I'm referring to when I say scanty? Su Qianyu, can't understand it. Still can't understand it. This boss is not decent at all. Chapter 142 Battle of the Purple Sun. The evening breeze is cool. It was already evening when Su Qianyu returned to Ziwei House. If he hadn't memorized the road before, he really wouldn't have been able to find it back. Only, at this moment, the door of the Purple Violet House was tightly closed, and no matter how much he called out to Purple Crimson Rain, there was no sound at all from inside. It can't be that he's really angry, right? Su Qianyu sighed, then directly scaled the wall and entered his previous room. That water spirit bead is indeed good. Not only did it allow me to awaken the water dragon vein, even my cultivation broke through 2 levels in a row, breaking through to the Tianxian 7th realm, counting the previous 3 dragon veins of fire, wind, and earth. The current him had already awakened 4 dragon veins, and his true combat power definitely far exceeded his apparent cultivation, and fighting at a cross level was as simple as drinking water. It was definitely unexpected. There's also this, it's possible to cultivate it. Afterward, Su Qianyu found a brown tome from his storage ring. Dirt Dodger. This was exactly what he had previously topographed down in the Purple Cloud Hall's book depository, and after successfully cultivating it, he could freely travel underground. Generally speaking, this kind of martial skill required the possession of Earth attribute Xian power in order to cultivate it, but Su Qianyu had awakened the Earth Dragon vein, so there was no problem at all. But just as Su Qianyu was preparing to practice the Earth escape technique, rumble, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Su Qianyu, get out here and die. Voices filled with resentment and anger resounded through the sky, completely breaking the originally calm night. Su Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He walked out and saw that the originally closed door of the Ziwei building had been split open by a sword and shattered into iron slag. And in the midst of that rich night color, a figure that exuded an ice-cold fury and held a blue sword was slowly walking. Ziyang is here. It came with a monstrous killing intent. It seems you didn't remember what your father said. Su Qianyu looked at the other party and said indifferently, he can't afford to kill you. I'll do it. Ziyang's eyes were still bloodshot, and the killing intent of his entire body was almost condensing into substance. Today, I will break you into pieces. With a furious cry, he didn't have any nonsense and burst out with extremely fast speed, quickly rushing towards Su Qianyu. Swish! Ziyang slashed out with his sword, the tip of the sword going straight for Su Qianyu's throat. Clank! The Jedi Shadow Sword instantly came out of its sheath, blocking the opponent's fatal strike. Die for me! Ziyang's eyes were red with rage as he exploded with all his might. Zip! 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 The blades of the two men's swords rubbed out blinding and eye-catching sparks, illuminating the night sky. Earth-grade upper-grade spiritual artifact. A bright light flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes as he resisted. The blue sharp sword in Ziyang's hand was clearly a powerful Earth-grade upper-grade spiritual weapon, while his Jedi Shadow Sword was only an Earth-grade lower grade, putting him at a disadvantage in terms of spiritual weapons. I'll use the Tsung Dome sword in my hand and behead your head. That's your greatest honor. Ziyang knocked back Su Qianyu several steps in a row. and the killing intent on his body became more and more furious. Just then, Purple Crimson Rain suddenly opened the door. It could be seen that her eyes were red and even a little swollen. Obviously she had just cried a lot. "Brother, what brings you here?" She looked at Xiang with great surprise. Wasn't the other guy locked up by his father? But now, Su Qianyu and Zi Yang were fighting more and more fiercely, and it was obvious that they were both fighting for their lives. She hurriedly looked back and realized that Xing Wudou and a group of other senior members of the Purple Cloud Hall were actually here. "Elder Xing, what are you guys?" Purple Crimson Rain seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. "Holy maiden, just stay out of this matter." Xing Wudou walked over and spoke in a deep voice. Originally, he was responsible for watching over Zi Yang, but how could the anger in Zi Yang's heart be so easily dispelled? Coupled with the fact that he hated Su Qianyu equally, he released Zi Yang, and the other party rushed to kill Su Qianyu at the first opportunity, at least as far as they were concerned. As long as Zi Yang decapitated Su Qianyu, everything would go up in smoke. Afterwards, even if Zi Wuji was angry, he couldn't punish his own son for a dead genius. Could he? Impossible thing, he deserved to die in the first place, while the palace master is away. We must slaughter him. Don't worry, with young Lord's hand, that brat will definitely die today. More and more Purple Cloud Hall disciples rushed over at the sound of the noise, and they immediately understood at the sight of Zi Yang and Su Qianyu in the midst of the fierce battle, but very tacitly, none of them went up to persuade the fight, much less to inform Violet Wuji. They all wanted Su Qianyu dead, but Purple Crimson Rain, however, was very worried. Of course she could see that Zi Yang and Su Qianyu were now killing red eyes. If this continued, one of them would definitely die here today, but it wasn't what she wanted to see. Although she also hated Su Qianyu very much in her heart, especially since this matter made her cry today. But the other party was not guilty to death after all. "No, I'm going to call father." Violet Crimson Rain gritted her teeth and hurriedly ran in a direction. No one can save him today. Xing Wudou and the others didn't stop them. Even if Zi Scarlet Rain went to call Zi Wuji over now, it was already too late. Zi Yang, who was at the 4th level of the King Xian realm, couldn't use much time at all if he wanted to kill Su Qianyu, who was only at the 5th level of the Tianxian realm. Boo! In the Ziwei building, Su Qianyu and Xiang once again attacked each other with a sword, and both of them took 2 steps back at the same time. "You've actually broken through to the heavenly Xian 7th realm." Zi Yang looked at Su Qianyu, and the killing intent in his eyes did not decrease at all. "That's thanks to your water spirit beads," Su Qianyu said indifferently, and with these words of his, he once again uncovered the scars of the people of the Purple Cloud Hall. And Xing Wudou and the others were all so angry that their teeth itched. "So what if it's the Tianxian 7th realm? I need to let you die without a burial place today." After saying that, he raised the Tsong Dong sword in his hand. Violet Flame Hurricane Chop. A purple fiery flame instantly bloomed and draped around the Tsong Dong sword before completely blocking Su Qianyu's path of retreat. Buzz! This sword chopped down towards Su Qianyu's head. Great heavenly floating slash. Facing Zi Yang's extreme killing move, Su Qianyu's face did not change and he still chose to meet it head-on. That kid is dead. For him to dare to get tough with the young lord when he's only at the 7th Tianxian realm, he's simply looking for death. It's all, finally, coming to an end. The crowd grew more and more excited at the sight. What an ignorance! Sheng Wudao also laughed out coldly. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Su Qianyu being chopped in half. Boom! The next second, the blast was deafening, but out of everyone's expectation, Su Qianyu received Zi Yang's sword head-on and actually did not lose the wind. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. It's nothing like they thought it would be. Su Qianyu's face did not change. His entire body's Xian force surged. One had to admit that Zi Yang's cultivation was too much higher than his own, and the level of the martial arts used by the other party was definitely not low. Plus there was also the advantage of the weapon on top of it, which did give him the upper hand. However, he possessed the 9 dragons battle body that had awakened 4 dragon veins, as well as the overriding sword intent to go along with it, and now he completely possessed the power to fight. At full strength, it's really not clear who will die. 10,000 swords floating massacre. Su Qianyu turned defense into offense, and heavy sword shadows whistled. Boom boom boom. A rain of swords fell from the sky, completely covering Zi Yang, and each sword shadow possessed the mighty power to cut down the King Xian realm. The crowd watching the battle immediately raised their hearts into their throats. The young lord should be fine, right? Although they believed that Zi Yang would definitely not be defeated that easily, they were still scared to death when they felt the terrifying destructive power of Su Qianyu's sword. Chapter 143, I was forced. I told you, no matter what, you're going to die today. In the very next second, Zi Yang's voice rang out in extreme anger. His appearance looked a bit lousy, but he had condensed his Xianli armor in advance. Plus he was also wearing an Earth grade upper grade armor. So Su Qianyu's move just now didn't cause too much damage to him. 9 Shattering Star Slash. Zi Yang's entire body surged with Xian energy. The Tsang Dome sword in his hand blossomed with a blinding flare of light, and he struck out another sword towards Su Qianyu at an extremely fast speed. It's this one. Young Lord has put forth his best effort. Ha 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 ha. This is an Earth grade extreme grade martial skill. Plus it's still being performed by Young Lord. That brat is dead this time. Zi Yang instantly killed. His voice was horrifying. Die. Scourge. The crowd in the 4 corners of the room became excited at the sight. This 9 heavy star shattering chop was one of the most powerful martial arts of the Purple Cloud Palace, and its power was amazing. Under this sword, Su Qianyu, who was only in the Tianqian realm, definitely did not have any possibility of surviving. Looking at the poised Zi Yang, Su Qianyu took a deep breath. Since you're so aggressive, then don't blame me for not being polite. Upon hearing this, Zi Yang's face was filled with madness. Ha 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 ha. Come on then, I beg you to make sure you don't go easy on me. After saying that, he had already completed the final buildup of his strength and chopped down towards Su Qianyu with his sword. The Hall Master has known me well, and I remembered that you are the son of the Hall Master, so I did not kill you. But now, this is something you forced me to do. When Su Qianyu finished loudly, Xing Wudao and the others almost didn't break into laughter. You're still talking tough even after you're dead. It's just the last of the incompetent rage. It's just laughable. Zi Yang, who had already arrived in front of Su Qianyu, also laughed out in a fierce manner at his words. Then hurry up and kill me. I'm really begging you to kill me quickly. If I die it's on account of my skill. It has nothing to do with my father. After saying that, the deadly killing move had already arrived in front of Su Qianyu. Based on the time estimation, Purple Wuji should already be on his way here. He had to hurry. Well, that's what you said. Su Qianyu's face revealed a touch of teasing. That's enough. The time is ripe. He could finally stop pretending and finally show his cards. One sword Faust destroys all beings. This sword instantly cut through the night and swept out. Those present only saw an extremely fast sword light flash by, and they hastily rubbed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes again, they saw that Zi Yang's body was actually stagnant and motionless. Giggle. Until then, Zi Yang's forehead suddenly exploded and spilled a hot piece of blood. The crowd was in a state of shock. They rushed to look, only to find that Zi Yang was still standing in the same place, but right in the center of his forehead. A bloody hole had appeared at some point. The blood-drenched bloody hole went straight through the entire back of Zi Yang's head, while he even had a crazy sardonic smile on his face, but his body was trembling uncontrollably. Only in the next second, many red and white things overflowed from Zi Yang's head, emitting a foul odor, and his body fell to the ground with a loud thud, staring wide-eyed until he died. Ah! Suddenly, a scream broke the peace of the dark night. It was only then that the people present reacted, and then quite a few of them only felt their eyes go black and directly fainted. The remaining people looked at the bodies on the ground, their mouths open wide but they couldn't say a word, their faces bursting with a pale color. For a long time, after another long time, Xing Wudao and the others looked at Su Qianyu with a bewildered expression on their faces that looked incomparably dumbfounded. I just said he made me do it. Su Qianyu spread his hands and said with an innocent face. Rumble. The crowd only felt like they were being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, especially when they saw the harmless expression on Su Qianyu's face. They were completely confused. Dead. The young lord is actually dead. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Panic. Everyone panicked. Xing Wudao's pupils dilated dramatically, and his entire body froze in place, his expression dumbfounded. Xiang is dead. Their young master is dead. In front of all of them, he just died under Su Qianyu's sword. The most hateful thing was that after Su Qianyu killed Zi Yang, he still made an expression that he was the victim. It's over. It's all over. Xing Wudao's face was pale. He was the one who released Zi Yang, and he was also the one who agreed to Zi Yang coming to kill Su Qianyu. But now that Zi Yang was dead, once Zi Wuji knew about this, he would definitely not be able to escape punishment. Just now, the speed of Su Qianyu's strike was too fast. Even he didn't react to it, and by the time he saw it clearly, Zi Yang was already dead. He didn't even have a chance to make a move. My son! Suddenly, a heartbreaking cry came. The crowd was shaken. Purple Wuji, coming! Swish! A gust of wind swept by, and Zi Wuji's figure arrived instantly, his hands trembling as he picked up Zi Yang's corpse. It's not true! It must not be true! Purple Wuji's eyes are covered with blood, his voice is full of pathos, and his face is full of pain and despair. He had just locked up Xiang in the morning, but now, father and son are actually separated forever. Brother! Zi Scarlet Rain also came with her, and as she looked at Zi Yang, who had collapsed in Zi Wuji's arms, Her entire body was suddenly struck by lightning, and her mind went blank. How come? She was sad and shocked. Even though she had long guessed that one of Su Qianyu and Zi Yang would die here, she still couldn't accept it after it actually happened. Hall Master, this is what you call a confidant. This is the genius you want to invest in. You were wrong from the start, an elder of the Violet Cloud Hall said in a sad tone. Yes, Hall Master. He only killed several of our hall's Wangxian realm geniuses, and now he's killed the young lord. He must be thwarted. I also reiterate that this son harbors a scourge and should never be lightly spared. Numerous senior members of the Violet Cloud Hall spoke up. Zi Yang was one of Zi Wuji's most pleased sons, the young master chosen by Zi Wuji, and likewise the one they had watched grow up. Now that Zi Yang is dead, they are saddened. Shut up, all of you. Suddenly, Zi Wuji let out a furious cry. The crowd stopped speaking. They could hear that Zi Wuji's heart was hiding an endless amount of grief. Wise son-in-law. Zi Wuji walked up to Su Qianyu. His eyes began to redden and his voice was hoarse. Hall Master, I was really forced. If he hadn't aggressively tried to kill me, I wouldn't have missed and killed him, Su Qianyu said with a serious face. At those words, Zi Wude gasped. When Zi Yang died under Su Qianyu's sword just now, he actually saw it from afar, but it was too late to stop it at that time. But he didn't know that it was all the time that Su Qianyu had deliberately stuck, in order to let him watch clearly. How Zi Yang died. Your Highness, I'm really very grateful for your kindness in knowing me, but now that this has happened, I don't have the face to face your Highness anymore, so I'll cut my own throat to thank you. After Su Qianyu finished speaking, he very firmly raised the Jade Shadow Sword and was about to wipe his own neck. No! Violet Wuji hurriedly stopped it. The people present froze in place. No? Why don't you use it? Chapter 144, the coffin board is almost too heavy to hold down. Your Highness, he deserves to die. You must avenge the young lord, Xing Wudao and the others all said with righteous indignation. Even though Zi Wuji was trembling with anger, he still turned to look at Su Qianyu and hissed. In this matter, you are not to blame. At those words, the crowd instantly widened their eyes. Don't blame him? Who else is to blame? Since your Highness has said so, then I won't die. Your Highness is indeed deeply righteous. Even after enduring the pain of losing a son you can still discern right from wrong. I haven't misjudged anyone, Su Qianyu once again said seriously. Purple Wunderkind. For a moment he actually didn't know what to say, but others couldn't sit still. An elder said with old tears, Hall Master, he killed so many of us. He must be avenged. Yes, Hall Master, the young lord died so tragically. He can't just die in a blur. We must make this brat pay for his life. The crowd spoke again, sharply and angrily. Say no more. Violet Wuji raised her head. I've long said that if anyone dares to take another shot at my virtuous son-in-law, I'll be sure to chop him up. And Xiang died without complaint. Everyone was dumbfounded at these words. They stared blankly at Violet Wuji, their faces filled with sadness. The young lord's messing up with a father like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong is truly 1,000 years of injustice. One of the elders finished speaking and left in a state of disorientation. Although the others didn't say anything, they looked at Xiang's corpse with eyes full of sorrow and pity. And their eyes looking at Zi Wuji were filled with disappointment. In their opinion, Zi Wuji had been completely compelled by Su Qianyu's mind, and was no longer the same hall master they used to be. Seeing this, Violet Wuji became even more grief-stricken inwardly. That's his son. It was his favorite son. Now that Zi Yang was dead and he couldn't do anything to Su Qianyu at this time, his heart was the most bitter, but he had to hold back. There was only less than half a month left, and there absolutely could not be any mistakes. Even if they broke their teeth, they could only force them to swallow. Oh, that's quite an act. Su Qianyu took it all in, and in his heart, he couldn't help but give Zi Wuji a thumbs up. His own son is dead, but he can still continue to act, and there is not the slightest crack. This is really not something that ordinary people can do. Although he didn't know exactly why Violet Wuji was doing this, since the other party enjoyed performing so much, he was willing to accompany him to the end. Xian's son-in-law, I still have things to do. You go rest first. After a moment of sadness, Zi Wuji suddenly looked at Su Qianyu and said, then I'll go in first. After all, Your Highness, you still have to prepare for the aftermath. It's not a good idea for me to follow. Su Qianyu replied in grief. Purple Wunderkind. Walking, Su Qianyu suddenly turned back. Your Highness is still young now. Perhaps if you work harder at night, you might be able to create another one. The big deal is that in 18 years there will be another young lord. If you wait any longer, it will be really late. Su Qianyu was full of sincerity and said bitterly, Purple Wunderkind, hold back. Now that his own son was dead and there was no turning back, he had to hold back. Afterwards, Su Qianyu returned to his room. Only Zi Wuji and Xing Wudao were left in the original spot. along with Z Scarlet Rain and a bunch of other senior members of the Purple Cloud Hall. Hall Master, it's my fault. Sheng Wudao stepped forward, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Z Wuji. Needless to say, Sheng Wudao was slightly stunned, but he kept his mouth shut. Join me and go send Younger on his last journey. He picked up Z Yang's body and walked towards the distance. The crowd followed in silence. Soon, Z Wuji and the others arrived on top of one of the highest back mountains of the Purple Cloud Palace, and Sheng Wudao was very self-conscious as he personally took the initiative to dig out a pit. Younger, have a good journey. Z Wuji put Z Yang's corpse into the coffin and was once again overcome with grief. The crowd in the four corners of the room was also silent. Father, this is Brother's Cthulhu sword. Purple Crimson Rain handed out the sword she had just picked up. Younger loved this sword the most when he was alive. Let it accompany Younger forever. Z Wuji closed his eyes in pain and spoke. He placed the Tsong Dome sword into the coffin. Then with a flip of his palm, a new tomb appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hall Master, why are you still refusing to kill that brat? Sheng Wudao finally couldn't help himself and asked the question anyway. Z Scarlet Rain and the rest of the crowd also looked over. This had almost become an unsolved mystery of the Purple Cloud Palace, and they equally wanted to know the truth. People can't come back from the dead. Even if I kill him now, I won't be able to save my Younger, Z Wuji said with a lost soul. Even though all the people here are his own, he still has to maintain his love of talent persona until things are really accomplished. But, Sheng Wudao was a bit furious, but as he looked at the expression of grief on Z Wuji's face, he didn't say anything more in the end. So Himiko is still going to marry him? One of the elders asked in a ghostly tone. Marry, you must. Violet Wuji's attitude was very firm. He had already hitched his own son, and if he couldn't take Su Qianyu's 9-dragon battle body, it would be a real blood loss. But father, he killed my brother. Do you want me to marry my brother's killer? Purple Crimson Rain similarly cried, her eyes red. Her pearly appearance was very endearing. Never mind. He's a genius that's rare in 1,000 years. After you marry him, even if Younger knows about it in his grave, he'll definitely be very pleased. Z Wuji said with forced grief, but his heart was bleeding when he said it. Sheng Wudao, Ziyang, the coffin board is almost too heavy to hold down. The crowd also fell silent at the words. They only felt that this hall master was becoming stranger and stranger. Let's go back. Finally, the crowd left. Tranquility was once again restored to the back hills. But it wasn't long before a figure walked slowly through the night toward this side. The person who came was none other than Su Qianyu. I'm so stupid. I actually forgot to collect the loot just now. I hope those old guys didn't take it. He skimmed his lips. That Cthulhu sword is a good one. He had been very greedy when he fought against Zi Yang. Su Qianyu walked to Zi Yang's grave, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he took out a shovel and started digging the grave. Soon a brand new coffin came into view. He lifted it straight up without a care in the world, and he saw the body of Zi Yang in it, as well as the blue sword. Sure enough, it's still there. Su Qianyu's eyes lit up. Really rich and generous. An earth-grade upper-grade spirit weapon, actually said to throw it away. It's simply hoity-toity. Su Qianyu played with the Tsong Dome sword in his hand. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It's good stuff, and now it's mine. He then skimmed Ziyang's corpse again before shaking his head. I didn't lie to you just now. I was indeed forced to do this. If you really turned into a severe ghost to claim your life, go find your acting father. After he restored the grave to its original state, he turned straight away. When Zi Wuji makes a move against me, I'll bring out this sword and give him a big surprise. Su Qianyu thought this in his heart, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I'm already starting to look forward a bit to what kind of expression that old man will have on his face when that time comes. Snow Moon Sword Immortal also gloated and smiled. Soon, Su Qianyu gradually disappeared into the dense night color, leaving only a teasing voice echoing in the night sky. This story tells us that while we play others, we should always be prepared to be played ourselves. Chapter 145, 10,000 Devil Sect Attack. The next day, as the news of Zi Yang's death spread, the entire Purple Cloud Hall felt nothing but 5 thunderbolts before falling into a state of grief. On the other hand, Su Qianyu went out at dawn. Not for anything else, just fooling around. Only this time things have all changed. In the past, when Su Qianyu walked in the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone looked at him with a gaze of hatred and anger. But today, it was as if these people had changed their nature. When they saw Su Qianyu, they actually had smiles on their faces, and there was even someone who took the initiative to come up and greet them. Good morning, Brother Su. Haven't seen you for a day. Brother Su has become quite handsome again. Still calling them brothers? It won't be long before they're called aunts. After last night, they've thought it through completely. Zi Wuji was really prepared to put blood on Su Qianyu. Even his own son was killed by the other party. Where would they dare to mess with Su Qianyu? More importantly, now that Zi Yang, the young master of the Purple Cloud Hall, was dead, and Su Qianyu was about to marry Z Scarlet Rain. Coupled with the fact that they had to admit that Su Qianyu's talent was indeed perverse, as well as thinking about Z Wuji's attitude towards Su Qianyu these days, was it possible that Z Wuji wanted Su Qianyu to be this young master? You don't say. You don't say. The likelihood is almost as high as 99%. These guys have gotten smart. Su Qianyu skimmed his mouth, but this was good, so as not to have someone always bothering him. Dang, dang, dang. Right at this moment, a stirring bell sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire Purple Cloud Hall. It's the sound of a war bell. What the hell happened? My god, is there going to be another war? The crowd of the Violet Cloud Hall in the four corners of the room immediately changed in expression. The war bell hadn't been rung for over 100 years, and once it was rung, it meant that a battle was about to break out. Something big is wrong. Then, an armored Purple Cloud Hall disciple ran over in panic. The people from the 10,000 Demons sect broke 3 of our cities in a row, and now they've already fought their way over, and it won't be long before they'll arrive at the mountain gate. The moment these words came out, the hearts of the people of the Purple Cloud Hall instantly shook. The 10,000 Devils Sect's people are fighting over here. They had only just declared war with the 10,000 Devils Sect not long ago, and the other party was close to hitting their doorstep. For a while, people were on edge. Worry covered everyone's face. Don't panic. At that moment, Violet Wuji appeared. His eyes were still bloodshot, and his face showed deep exhaustion, which was obviously caused by the pain of losing his son. Elder Xing, lead your men forward to block the way. Absolutely do not let the people from the 10,000 Devil Sect come over. At his command, Xing Wudao immediately nodded his head. Follow me if you are willing to fight. Xing Wudao waved his hand violently before turning around and leading his men away. I'm going too. Su Qianyu in the crowd suddenly spoke. The moment Z Wuji saw Su Qianyu, a strong hatred flashed in his eyes, but he still took a deep breath and said, "You can't go." He knew that the 10,000 Demons Sect was only coming to play along with him in this attack, and there was no risk at all. Even if the other party had bad intentions, Xing Wudao would be able to fix it if he went. But Su Qianyu absolutely couldn't go. In case of any accidents, then all the efforts he had made would be wasted. And now that he had even gotten his son involved, he absolutely would not allow any more accidents to occur. Okay then. Su Qianyu didn't say any more. The other side, led by Xing Wudao and the others, several hundred Purple Cloud Hall disciples rushed out towards the outside of the mountain gate in great numbers. Stop! After a wild run, the crowd gradually came to a halt. In front of them was a large group of 10,000 Devils Sect disciples wearing black armor and fully armed. At a cursory glance, there were 500 or 600 people. Stop right there. Xing Wudao took a step forward and let out a very eloquent low drink from his mouth, accompanied by Xianli stirring out. In an instant, the many people of the 10,000 Demons Sect in front of them stopped and looked towards the people of the Purple Cloud Hall with fierce glares on their faces. The two sides met formally, and the atmosphere was at once saber-rattling. The disciples of the two great sects immediately stood on guard, staring tightly at each other, and a great battle was about to break out. Xing Wudao, we meet again. At this moment, a dry and thin figure stepped out from the crowd of the 10,000 Devils Sect. This person is none other than Wei Song. He looked at Xing Wudao with a morose gaze, his eyes filled with hatred. Just a few days ago, he had clearly helped Xing Wudao stop Mubing Jie and the others, who were preparing to escape, and had agreed to join forces together. As a result, Z Wuji had flung 2 slaps at him as soon as he arrived, hurting him for 2.5 days, a revenge that he himself had to avenge. So this time, when Lu Yuanshan asked who would be willing to lead the troops to the Purple Cloud Hall, he stepped forward without any hesitation and swiftly killed the place. Wait Song, what do you mean by that? Xing Wudao looked at the other party and asked in a deep voice. Don't you pretend to me here? Upon hearing this, Wei Song directly cursed. I brought people here today just to make sure that you know the consequences of hitting me, as well as the price of offending the 10,000 Demon Sect. Xing Wudao frowned. I know you're angry right now, but don't get mad yet. Let me explain, he said still patiently. It's true that our hall master declared war on you this time, but he was just confused for a moment, so maybe it won't be long. But before he could finish his sentence, Wei Sang became even angrier. You don't have to TM to bull ***** me here. Since you guys declared war, then I'll just take the fight. He looked at Xing Wudao with rage. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. MD doesn't care. Give it to me. He waved his hand violently. Numerous disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect had sacrificed their weapons, and their entire bodies' killing intent suddenly erupted as they pounced over like hungry wolves. Kill. Slaughter them. Not one of them. Let's see how bold they are to declare war on us. Xing Wudao took a deep breath. Purple Cloud Hall disciples, meet the battle. What's done is done. We have to do it first. Kill. The two sides instantly made short work of each other, and a melee broke out. In an instant, various martial arts techniques erupted one after another, and soon bursts of shouts, hisses, and screams rang out. Swish! Xing Wudao met Wei Tsang straight on. Heavenly Demon Palm. Wei Tsang's entire body surged with Xian energy, and immediately condensed a huge black palm print that crushed down towards Xing Wudao. The anger in his heart made him want nothing more than to kill. Purple Yuan Shield. Xing Wudao clasped his hands together and a rich purple Shen Li erupted around his body before condensing a huge shield in front of him. Rumble. The huge palm print emitting demonic aura impacted on top of the purple shield, and immediately the sound shook the sky and the Xian Li bloomed and exploded. However, even though Wei Tsang attacked as fiercely as he did, he was never able to break the shield on Xing Wudao's body. Is that all you've got the guts to be a shrinking violet? Wei Tsang angrily stared at Xing Wudao and attacked again. And all around them, disciples from both sides were also erupting in a tragic battle at the moment, with people dying all the time, dismembered limbs, blood flying. The battlefield was in chaos. In less than a quarter of an hour, both sides had nearly 100 casualties. Seeing this scene, Xing Wudao's expression was a bit gloomy as he looked at Wei Tsang and said in a cold voice, "You should know that you are not my opponent." His cultivation level was a bit higher than Wei Tsang's, but he had no intention of fighting the other party. So what if I'm not? I just don't like you today. I just want to you. Thinking about the 2 slaps he received for no reason, Wei Tsang became angrier and continued to attack. But in the end, they were all blocked by Xing Wudao. At those words, Xing Wudao shook his head. Behind me is the Purple Cloud Palace. You and these people you brought with you are no match for us at all. I can completely eat all of you in one fell swoop. But, my Purple Cloud Hall is really unwilling to get involved in this meaningless fight. That will only make the Heavenly Sword sect look at the joke. So I hope that you will give me a few more days, and I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 146, The Good Show Begins. Xing Wudao's words seemed like a pot of cold water poured on Wei Tsang's head, finally gradually calming down. Xing Wudao was right. This time he chose to go in alone because of the anger in his heart. If the Purple Cloud Hall laid siege to those of them, they would surely be wiped out. Then there was the fact that when he left the sect, Lu Yuanshan had explained one thing, point blank. Although he hadn't penetrated what the words actually meant, he could hear that Lu Yuanshan didn't really want to go to war with the Purple Cloud Hall either. What's more, it was true that his little number of people couldn't help the Purple Cloud Palace. Fine, then I'll give you another 3 days. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll immediately go back and call for people, then step on your Purple Cloud Palace. After saying that, Wei Tsang turned back to look at the many disciples of the 10,000 Devils sect who were in the midst of a fierce battle and shouted, "All stop!" Xing Wudao similarly called the crowd to a halt. Soon, the chaotic men and horses quickly separated, leaving only a cold corpse in the center, as well as bubbling crimson blood. Both sides of the men and horses once again stared at each other angrily. This battle lasted for a short time, but it had also stirred up the fury in them. Set up camp in the same place. Give them another 3 days. If they are still unrepentant, we'll do it again, Wei Tsang ordered with a low shout. There's no way he's just going to leave. That was why he chose to wait here for 3 days. If the Purple Cloud Palace couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would die to get his revenge. Seeing this, Xing Wudao also let out a sigh of relief. The good thing is that there was no real fight, so that means there's still a chance. Everyone rests here as well. He looked to the many Purple Cloud Hall disciples and commanded, right now. His mission was to watch over Wei Tsang and the others here and find a chance to persuade Zi Wuji to retract the order to declare war with the 10,000 Devils sect. After all, the task that Zi Wuji had given him was just for him to stop the people from the 10,000 Demons sect, and he could be considered to have accomplished his task in this way. Immediately afterward, the men of both sides set up camp 10 miles apart and looked at each other from a distance, and a cold and stern killing intent flowed through the air. It wasn't long before night began to fall, but the wariness on both sides has not diminished in the least, and where no one had noticed, a figure suddenly appeared, looking at both sides of the crowd with a slightly teasing gaze, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I seem to have come at just the right time. The person who came was none other than Su Qianyu. The more Violet Wuji didn't let him come out, the more he would come. With the help of the Earth Escape technique, he managed to conceal his aura and sneak out of the Purple Cloud Palace and came here. Originally, when he saw the two sides fighting, he was about to hide in the shadows and watch the show. He just didn't realize that the battle actually lasted only so long. But that's okay. Since you're here by yourselves, you guys can't fight even if you don't want to. Su Qianyu put on a ghost face mask, then performed the Earth Escape technique and directly drilled into the ground, evading in the direction where the 10,000 Demon Sect camp was located. At this moment, the 10,000 Demon Sect's camp was brightly lit. and there were quite a few guards on the periphery who were looking around with vigilant eyes. Just then, "Miso!" a crisp sword chant sounded. Giggle! A splash of blood broke the silence of the night. "You!" A disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect covered his throat in shock and fear. Then his pupils gradually lost their expression and he fell heavily to the ground. "Enemy attack! Someone's sneaking up on us!" The people around the room hurriedly shouted at the sight of the situation. They looked angrily, only to see a slender figure with a ghostly mask on his face appear as if he were a ghost, killing one of their teammates with a swift strike. Claptrap! Soon, numerous heavily armed disciples of the 10,000 Devils sect rushed out from the tent and quickly surrounded Su Qianyu. "What are you?" One of the robust men looked at Su Qianyu and chided. "How dare you ask me who I am on our turf?" Su Qianyu's voice was clear and cold, and it carried a sense of mockery. "You're from the Purple Cloud Palace." The crowd of the 10,000 Demons sect immediately reacted. "Humph, just you bunch of losers. How dare you come to violate the Purple Cloud Palace? I'll make you pay the price today." With a fall, Su Qianyu once again struck his sword, and the head of a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect in front of him immediately flew up high. "Damn it! This guy is too arrogant. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace really are all a bunch of villains. We just gave them time to think about it and they backhanded us with a sneak attack. Let us all kill him together, and then go and slaughter the other Purple Cloud Halls." A dozen or so 10,000 Demon sect disciples were enraged, and they all sacrificed their weapons to attack Su Qianyu. Swish! A cold aura flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. His figure disappeared in place once again, and the sharp sword in his hand instantly slashed through one person's throat, sending blood flying. Swish! 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 Su Qianyu's figure was like a ghost, weaving through the many disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect. Every time he made a sword strike, it was accompanied by a miserable scream, and a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect would fall under his sword. Most of these people are Tianxian realm cultivation. There is even the Earthxian realm. To Su Qianyu cannot cause any damage. He killed these people as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Giggle! 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 Blood gushed out as if it didn't need money, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen or so disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect died under Su Qianyu's sword. "No! How is he so strong?" The robust man from earlier changed his face. The person in front of him clearly only had a cultivation level of the 7th Tianxian realm. So why was his fighting strength so appalling? Ha 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 ha. The people of the 10,000 Demon sect are really all a bunch of trash. Su Qianyu retracted his rapier and let out a contemptuous taunt from his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd of 10,000 Demon sect disciples were anxious and angry. Violet Cloud Hall. You have bullied people too much. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Elder Wei. Ha 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 ha. Elder Wei is here. The crowd of the 10,000 Demon sect immediately had expressions of great joy, and the eyes that looked at Su Qianyu were filled with anger and hatred. The fish is finally hooked. Beneath the mask, a faint smile appeared on Su Qianyu's face. "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get the hell out of the Purple Cloud Palace's territory, I'll make sure that you don't come back." After saying that, Su Qianyu exploded at full speed and vanished towards the front. "Stay for me." Wei Tsong was enraged at the sight. He quickly condensed a huge black palm print and blasted it towards Su Qianyu's figure. Rumble! The ground shook violently as the palm imprints fell blatantly. Wei Tsong and many disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect quickly arrived. "Then the Purple Cloud Hall should be dead, right?" someone asked uncertainly. But when the smoke dissipated, there was actually nothing in the deep pit formed by the palm print. He actually escaped? The crowd's expressions were very hard to see. Wei Tsong's face also became very gloomy. The other party came over and put out harsh words and killed a dozen of them. But in the end, they actually ran away without a care in the world, which was simply a great shame for them. Elder Wei. This matter must not be left alone. Yes, Elder Wei. All of the Purple Cloud Hall is a bunch of villains. I don't think they're even trying to think about it. They're just teasing us. The crowd of the 10,000 Demon sect was filled with righteous indignation, gnashing their teeth in anger. "All come with me. Go and settle the score with the Purple Cloud Hall." Wei Tsong was equally furious and clenched his fists. "Go!" The crowd rushed in the direction where the Purple Cloud Hall was located. It was only until they all left that Su Qianyu emerged from the ground and looked at the backs of the 10,000 Demon sect group, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "Good show. It's on." Chapter 147, You Are Surrounded by Me. Soon, Wei Tsong and the others rushed to the Purple Cloud Hall's compound with faces full of anger. "It's someone from the 10,000 Devils sect. Quickly go inform Elder Xing." The disciple in charge of guarding changed his expression drastically when he saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Xing Wudao, you scumbag, get your ass out here." Wei Tsong's angry voice was the first to come out before the man arrived. "Wei Tsong, what are you doing again?" Xing Wudao walked out of the tent and frowned as he looked at Wei Tsong and the others who were coming aggressively. Did the people of the 10,000 demon sect back out? He immediately walked forward to meet Wei Song and the others. What am I going to do? You have the nerve to ask me what I'm going to do? Wei Sang became even more furious inside. I should have known that your purple cloud palace is a bunch of scumbags from top to bottom. I really had a brain fart just now and actually believed your bull asterisk. At those words, Xing Wudao was filled with doubt. What the hell do you mean? Get it straight. Wei Song stared at Xing Wudao dead in the face, veins rippling on his forehead. Why didn't you make it clear when you sent people to sneak up on us just now? Xing Wudao's frown grew tighter and tighter. I never sent anyone to sneak up on you. However, in the face of Xing Wudao's denial, Wei Song just sneered. I knew it. You bunch of Purple Cloud Hall are all who dare to do things that you don't dare to do. Hearing this, the people of the Purple Cloud Hall were also enraged. You keep your mouth shut. Xing Wudao once again stepped forward and said in a deep voice. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I didn't send anyone to sneak up on you guys, and there's no need for that either. I can investigate before I give you an answer. Fart. Wei Song was enraged. I've lost over a dozen people here, and you want to muddle through with a word of investigation? Xing Wudao was also forced out of his true fire by his opponent. I'll say it for the last time. I don't have the need to send people to sneak up on you. If you don't accept it, then going to war is the way to go. Let's see if you people are enough for me to kill or not. At those words, Wei Song's expression was extremely ugly. Fine. Then I'll give you the chance to investigate. If you can't give me an explanation, I'll definitely make you guys pay. He simply didn't want to compromise. But your own side is at a disadvantage. There's no way around it. Please return. Xing Wudao waved his sleeve robe. Wei Song took a deep breath before leading the people away. In the dark, looking at the back of Wei Song and the others returning, Su Qianyu sighed. This can be tolerated. It seems that we have to make another trip. He then performed the earth escape technique again. Stealing behind Wei Song and the others. Elder Wei, do we really still have to trust them? A 10,000 demon sect disciple asked with great reluctance. Wei Song's eyes flickered with a ghostly light as he spoke in a deep voice. I can see that the Purple Cloud Palace doesn't really want to go to war with us. So let's wait for a few more days for them to give an explanation and then we'll see what we can do. When he finished speaking, he once again walked into the tent. In fact, he was also thinking in his heart. Lu Yuan shone that point to point, what exactly does it mean? The night was once again silent, but it didn't take long. Wastes of the 10,000 demon sect, you are surrounded by me. An arrogant and domineering voice once again broke the silent night, and Su Qianyu, wearing a mask, once again appeared in front of everyone. What? We're surrounded? The crowd of the 10,000 demon sect was anxious and fearful. They rushed to look, but they couldn't even see a single silhouette except for the guy with the ghostly mask on his head. A man? Surrounded them with hundreds of people? How dare he come? Deceitful. For a moment, the disciples of the 10,000 demons sect burst into a rage. They had only just returned from the Purple Cloud Palace's camp, and the other party had actually come back, and said that they had surrounded hundreds of them with just one person, which was treating them like a monkey's play. Chop! Su Qianyu slashed out with a sword. Boo! With an explosive sound, several 10,000 demon sect disciples were unable to dodge in time and were chopped in half on the spot. I just said that was the last chance for you guys, and since you don't cherish it, I'm going to go on a killing spree. Su Qianyu once again made a domineering declaration. The many disciples of the 10,000 demon sect were so angry that their faces turned green. What is tolerable is not tolerable. How dare you come? Suddenly, a violent shout rang out. Wei Song violently rushed out of the tent, and when he was at the sight of the tragic deaths of the few 10,000 demon sect disciples, he was instantly furious. Fine. Xing Wudao, Purple Cloud Hall. I will fight you even if I die today. He let out a furious cry and attacked Su Qianyu at full speed. Seeing this, Su Qianyu drew back and ran. Under the moonlight, he pushed his cloud-chasing moon-treading steps to the extreme, and with the addition of the earth escape technique, he was out of sight in an instant. In the original spot, only the furious Wei Song was left behind. Elder Wei, the Purple Cloud Hall is bullying people too much now. The many disciples of the 10,000 demons sect shouted at the top of their voices. They truly hated the Purple Cloud Hall at this moment. Even if the Purple Cloud Hall didn't go to war with them, they couldn't swallow this breath. Everyone, follow me. Wei Song's eyes flushed red, like a raging wild wolf, leading many disciples of the 10,000 demons sect to kill towards the location of the Purple Cloud Hall once again. What's going on? Xing Wudao felt a rush of footsteps from afar, and he hurriedly looked ahead. The 10,000 demons sect is here again. The Purple Cloud Hall disciples were all dumbfounded as well. You guys just left in less than a quarter of an hour. What are you doing back again? Want to dabble in late-night snacks? Wei Song, what do you mean by that? Xing Wudao greeted him and asked in an impatient tone. He had just been investigating who exactly had gone to sneak attack the 10,000 Devils sect, but the final result was that there was no one at all. So he couldn't figure out what was going on here, much less why the people from the 10,000 Demons sect were turning back again. Did they know they had wronged them and came back to apologize? Proposed 18 generations of ancestors. Who knows? Wei Song was like a crazy wolf as he directly took out a huge pitch-black battle axe and slashed down towards Xing Wudao. Retreat! Xing Wudao's face changed when he saw this. Boo! Wei Song's rage-containing strike was full of power. An axe came down and instantly chopped out a gully, causing heavy and violent explosions. Ah! A dozen or so Purple Cloud Hall disciples were unable to dodge in time and were directly hit by Wei Song's strike, dying on the spot. What are you doing? Xing Wudao's face instantly darkened. If I don't cleave you today, it's hard to resolve my heart's hatred. Wei Song didn't stop any explanation at all and once again slashed his axe at Xing Wudao. Kill! Slaughter these scumbags from the Purple Cloud Palace. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Fight them. This time Wei Song didn't give any orders, but the people from the 10,000 Devils sect directly reddened their eyes and killed the people from the Purple Cloud Hall like crazy. What the hell is going on here? Never mind what's going on. Just kill it. Even though the people of the Purple Cloud Hall were also confused at the moment, they could only choose to be forced to meet the battle when the swords killed in front of them. The tragic battle broke out once again. This time, the killing was even more intense than before, even more dim, and the screams were endless. Do you really think that I really don't dare to kill you? Xing Wudao dodged another strike from Wei Song. He was equally furious to the extreme at this moment. Heaven swallowing demon technique. Die for me. Wei Song didn't pay any attention at all. His eyes were scarlet red and his entire body emitted a rich demonic aura as he erupted into a heaven-destroying strike. Xing Wudao's expression changed again and again when he saw this. Damn it! What the hell is he so mad about? Sacrificing the heaven-swallowing devil technique as soon as he comes up? The heaven-swallowing demon technique of the 10,000 Demons sect had certain similarities to the insane demon slash of the Heavenly Sword sect, both of which used one's own body as a cost to erupt into a strike that exceeded the limits. But the side effects are not insignificant. A little carelessness can easily be taken advantage of. Therefore, the people of the 10,000 Demons sect would not use this move at all unless it came to a real life and death situation. But Xing Wudao couldn't understand for the life of him. What had he done to provoke the other party that warranted Wei Song to fight with him as soon as he came up? Chapter 148. Add another fire. The richness of the night. The battlefield was in chaos. The two sides fought fiercely together. Berserk Xianli bloomed and exploded in all directions. And there were casualties all the time. Purple Cloud Hall. You bunch of scumbags, wait for me. I will definitely break you into pieces. Wei Sang spat out blood. His body was in a very sorry state, obviously suffering from light injuries, and immediately withdrew with the remaining 10,000 Devils sect disciples after releasing his harsh words. Despite the fact that he had even utilized his heaven-swallowing devil technique, he was still no match for Xing Wudao in terms of cultivation, and even though he was furious in his heart, he could only choose to retreat. Elder Xing, should we give chase? The Purple Cloud Hall disciple was similarly killing red eyes at the moment and looked towards Xing Wudao to inquire. No. Xing Wudao's expression was as gloomy as water. Above his right arm, there was an additional scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. And that was precisely the damage that Wei Sung had inflicted on him by using the heaven-swallowing devil technique under the desperation. Looking around, the entire battlefield was a mess, with broken limbs and bloodied corpses everywhere. Both sides have lost hundreds of men over the course of the day. The original 500 to 600 people of the 10,000 Demon sect had fought until now there were even less than 200 left, with more than half of the casualties. The crazies. Xing Wudao cursed angrily in his heart, obviously said that they would give them 3 days. What had happened to make Wei Song renege so quickly, even going so far as to fight for his life? Really hell, he couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. But the reason doesn't matter now. After this battle, both sides completely tore their faces. There was no more room for maneuver. Even if he was no longer willing, he could only choose to meet the battle. Come on man, go and tell the temple master what happened here. Xing Wudao waved his sleeve robe and huffed as he walked into the tent. This time, if this matter was not handled properly, I'm afraid that it would really turn into a trigger for a big fight between both clans. So damn convincing. It's simply inexplicable. Darkness. Su Qian quietly showed his head, looking at the crowd of the 10,000 Devil sect who fled. A bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just like this. It's still not quite enough. His figure then quickly disappeared. Then let me add to your fire. The other side. Wei San's expression was very ugly. If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be a human being. Looking at the crowd of the 10,000 Devils sect, which was almost entirely wounded, and the weakness caused by the performance of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. He was instantly enraged to the extreme. Elder Wei, this matter must not be left alone. The people of the Purple Cloud Hall are really bullying people too much. They must be avenged. Right, Elder Wei. We haven't suffered such a big loss in a long time. Numerous disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect roared in anger. Come on some guys. Wei Song let out a furious cry. He took out a handkerchief and used his own bloodied fingertips to write out a sentence on it. The Purple Cloud Hall is bullying people too much. Requesting the clan's support. You guys immediately return to the clan at full speed. Make sure to have the patriarch bring support over. I will definitely kill Xing Wudao with my own hands. Several 10,000 demon sect disciples nodded heavily. We will finish the job. After saying that, they immediately rode their flying demonic beasts and rushed towards the direction where the 10,000 demon sect was located at full speed. This battle came down to the wire, and everyone fought with real fire. Rest in place and wait for reinforcements. Wei Song ordered again, and the remaining 100 or so people of the 10,000 demon sect immediately camped in place to rest and recuperate. Golem. Wei Song swallowed a healing elixir, killing intent surging in his eyes. But just as he was about to enter the tent to rest, a very discordant voice suddenly sounded. Did I let you losers go? The sudden sound instantly alerted the crowd, especially since it was a voice they were so familiar with. You again. Looking at Su Qianyu, who wore a ghost face mask on his head in front of him, Wei Song's pupils instantly surfaced with gusts of blood. Here we go again. This ING guy is actually here again. It's intolerable. It's just intolerable. Humph. After killing so many people from my Purple Cloud Palace, how could I let you guys run away so easily? Su Qianyu's voice was filled with mockery. Me so. The blue Cthulhu sword was sheathed. I told you long ago. Today I will let you all have no return. Su Qianyu was alone, facing hundreds of people from the 10,000 demons sect straight on. Still daring to point his sword straight at them, Wei Song became furious. Fine, fine, I'll kill you. He was already on the verge of erupting, and at this moment, when he was provoked by Su Qianyu in such a way, his entire person was instantly set ablaze. Die for me. With the huge battle axe in his hand, he rushed out towards Su Qianyu like a brute bull and violently slashed his axe downwards. Great heavenly Faust chop. Su Qianyu held the Tsong Dome sword and offered it with a sword. Facing such an opponent, he didn't dare to be careless and lighthearted in the slightest, and directly used the Tsong Dome sword, going all out in the upper hand. Boo! The sword and the battle axe instantly collided, and under the impact of the two streams of Shinli, heavy and violent shock waves were detonated. Bam bam bam! Su Qianyu's body shook and took several steps back. Wei Song was at the 8th level of the Wangxian realm cultivation, even though he was now severely injured and was in a period of weakness after performing the heaven-swallowing demon technique. But even so, it still wasn't that easy for him to deal with. I'm going to pick out all your flesh, and then I'm going to crack your bones one by one, and finally I'm going to bruise you. Wei Song had already killed his eyes red. The gaze that looked at Su Qianyu was filled with violent anger. Swish! He came in again with an axe, and the sound was appalling. Faustus 10,000 swords kill. Su Qianyu once again raised the Tsong Dome sword high. Sword shadows flying in the sky. Kill! Dense sword shadows poured down like a torrential downpour, each sword containing the ultimate killing intent. Boom boom boom. However, Wei Song actually didn't dodge. He held a battle axe, and in the simplest and most brutal way, he chopped up all of the falling sword shadows. Su Qianyu's full power. He couldn't even hurt the other side at all. Die for me! Wei Song came with anger, and the battle axe in his hand instantly attacked. Clang! Su Qianyu crossed his sword in front of him as a way to block, but the furious impact sent his entire body flying dozens of steps. It seems careless after all. Blood spilled from the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth. His gaze cold. Wangxian 8th realm. A whole great realm beyond himself. This was the most powerful enemy he had ever faced. If he hadn't seen that Wei Song was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced, he wouldn't have had such thoughts at all. But now it seemed that he had still underestimated the other party. Even with the help of an Earth-grade upper-grade spiritual weapon, he was still no match for Wei Song. Go to hell! Wei Song did not give Su Qianyu a chance to react at all, once again bullying his way. The sharp axe blade pointed straight at Su Qianyu's neck. That guy's dead. This is the price for messing with us. The many disciples of the 10,000 demons sect sneered at the sight. Boo! Wei Song landed with an axe, and the place where Su Qianyu had just been instantly exploded with an additional deep slash mark. However, Su Qianyu's figure was nowhere to be seen there, and he performed the earth escape technique to dodge the moment the attack was about to come. Get the hell out of here! Seeing this, Wei Song became even more furious. Raising the battle axe in his hand high, his entire body's Xian power exploded. Bursting axe. His axe fell and impacted heavily on the ground. In an instant, The ground around them shook violently, then caused heavy and violent explosions, with gusts of rubble and dirt flying all over the sky. Found you! Under his strike, the ground in all 8 directions around him collapsed with it, and Su Qianyu had nowhere to hide. Die for me! Wei Song came in a frenzy of rage. His majestic power instantly blocked Su Qianyu's retreat completely, and the battle axe in his hand fell once again, and this time, Su Qianyu could not hide.